All members of the Su family could hear the inner thoughts of the girl, Su Qian, as well as her conversations with the system. Before they could even process the revelation that the whole family were villains, they heard Su Qian ask the system, "My brother is 26 and still doesn't have a girlfriend?" At this, Su Jingyan froze in place, and Mr. and Mrs. Su immediately turned their gaze toward their son. Truth be told, they were also very curious. The system helplessly explained, "Your brother is perfectly normal, but there are indeed people who like him, and they're men more than one." In fact, the news was too shocking. Mr. and Mrs. Su's eyes widened instantly, and the couple simultaneously put down their chopsticks. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Jingyan choked on his own saliva, screaming internally, "What the hell? Which man likes me? Quick, tell me who the guy is that likes my brother?" Su Qian, hearing this, immediately perked up with interest. After a quick search, the system replied, "This is someone your whole family knows, his name is Tangja." Hearing this name, the four members of the Su family were utterly stunned. Tangja and Su Jingyan had been close childhood friends. Su Jingyan's mind was nearly collapsing at this moment. He never imagined that his best friend harbored such feelings for him, and he broke out in goosebumps. Noticing her brother's strange expression, Su Qian asked, "Brother, did something happen at work? You don't look well." Su Jingyan had no idea how to respond and could only shoot a pleading look at his parents. Mrs. Su quickly made an excuse. "Your brother is dealing with personal matters, don't pry so much. Weren't you going out shopping today?" Su Qian shook her head and said, "I'm not going shopping, it's boring. Maybe I'll go to the company with brother instead." The system claimed that the Su family were all vicious villains, so Su Qian wanted to know what illegal activities her family had committed to see if she could prevent them in advance. Hearing her thoughts, the other three family members were speechless. Thinking to themselves that there was no way they'd engage in criminal behavior, her worries were completely unfounded. Su Jingyan didn't want to take Su Qian to the company, but he couldn't resist her relentless pestering. Once they arrived, Su Qian was left to entertain herself in the office. Su Jingyan kept an eye on her while conducting a video meeting. This mischievous girl had never been one to stay still for even a moment. In the middle of the meeting, Tangja sent a message, "Bro, didn't we agree to go camping in the mountains last time? Are you free this weekend?" Su Qian, sitting next to Su Jingyan, widened her eyes upon seeing the message and said to her brother, "Don't agree. Absolutely don't agree. It's too dangerous for two guys to be alone together." Su Jingyan felt somewhat helpless, thinking to himself, what kind of nonsense is this? But since the hiking trip had been planned earlier, it was hard to refuse. After some thought, he finally agreed, still holding a sliver of hope. Maybe the system was wrong this time. After all, I've known Tangja for so long. Seeing her brother agree, Su Qian was so angry she almost jumped up and immediately asked the system, "What should we do? What about my brother's chastity?" The system was also at a loss. "Why ask me? How should I know? But he will indeed take opportunities to take advantage of your brother, like holding hands or hugging." Hearing this, Su Jingyan felt a chill. No wonder Tangja always liked to sit close to him during gatherings. How strange. Su Qian immediately went online to buy pepper spray, feeling the urgency of the situation. After the meeting, she earnestly pulled Su Jingyan aside and asked, "Bro, are you really going hiking with Tangja this weekend?" Su Jingyan nodded. "Yeah, why?" Su Qian hesitated, then decided to give him the items she had ordered that evening. Su Jingyan overheard her thoughts and wondered, what did she buy for me? That night, the package arrived, and Su Qian sneakily took it to her room. Their mother noticed her suspicious behavior and couldn't help but ask, "What's your sister up to sneaking around? Did she buy something weird again?" Su Jingyan replied, "Probably something for me. At work, I heard her thinking about giving me a gift tonight." Upon hearing this, the parents widened their eyes in unison and exclaimed, "A gift? Why only for him?" At 8 p.m., Su Qian knocked on Su Jingyan's door on time. Seeing her parents and brother all there, she froze, thinking, what's going on? With mom and dad here, how can I give him the stuff? Mr. and Mrs. Su exchanged puzzled glances. Su Jingyan suddenly had a bad feeling. Su Qian steeled herself, walked over, and handed the box to Su Jingyan, saying, "Bro, this is for you." Su Jingyan instinctively wanted to refuse, but Mr. Su snatched the box and opened it. Inside were 4 bottles of pepper spray. Leaving all three stunned, Su Jingyan stared at the pepper spray, his face stiff, and asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Su Qian forced a dry laugh, backing away as she said, "Bro, aren't you going hiking with Tangja this weekend? This is for your protection. Men need to protect themselves too, right? I've got things to do, so good night." With that, she quickly fled, leaving the three in the room utterly embarrassed. Mother Su looked at her son with disbelief. "Are you really going hiking with Tangja?" Father Su patted his son's shoulder. "It's fine. It's just hiking and camping. Take the pepper spray your sister gave you. Sleep in separate tents at night, and I'll give you a lock too." Su Jingyan's mouth twitched, thinking this was way too exaggerated. Is all this really necessary? The Su couple replied in unison, of course it is. Men need to protect themselves too. Early the next morning, Su Qian woke up to find her brother had already left. She couldn't shake her worry but had no choice, since she had nothing better to do. She asked the system again, you said before that more than one man likes my brother, who else is there? Just then, Father and Mother Su happened to walk out and overheard Su Qian's thoughts. They pretended to get water while eavesdropping. After a few seconds, the system replied, there are 3 others, one is your family's business partner, another is the partner's son, and the last is your brother's junior from university. Su Qian was stunned and couldn't help but complain, is my brother some kind of straight guy magnet? Do these people need to get their eyes checked? Father and Mother Su were equally shocked, marveling that after decades of life, the most thrilling drama was happening to their own son. Su Qian grew curious about who the business partner and his son were. Mother Su pretended to calmly watch TV but unconsciously started munching on sunflower seeds. Father Su found his wife's behavior amusing but soon got drawn into the gossip too. Su Qian guessed, the business partner you mentioned knows Dad and gets along well with him, could it be Uncle Zhang? Father and Mother Su leaned in to listen. The system replied, not him, he likes your dad, not your brother. Father Su, who was drinking water, spat it all out in shock. Mother Su was equally stunned, doubting her ears. Su Qian handed her father tissues while continuing the juicy conversation with the system. Dad, you okay? Father Su took the tissues and forced a dry laugh. This drama is so ridiculous it made me choke. Mother Su studied her husband, though his eyes had some wrinkles. He was still quite handsome. Father Su broke into a cold sweat under her gaze, thinking, why are you looking at me like that? It's not my fault. Su Qian pressed the system for details and learned the 2 admirers were a father-son pair surnamed Su. The system added that they were bad people and had a hand in the Su family's future tragedy. Su Qian frowned, the Su family had always been on good terms with theirs, yet they harbored such sinister intentions. Father and Mother Su also turned serious. They never imagined their longtime business partners could be so treacherous, not only lusting after their son but also involved in their family's downfall. The couple exchanged glances and simultaneously picked up their phones. Su Qian mentioned Zhang Bin again, who had feelings for Su's father, saying that despite his affection, he was an upright and honorable man. Hearing these words, Su Qian felt somewhat conflicted, while the Su couple's emotions were even more mixed. Su's mother told Su Jingyan about everything, including Zhang Bin's situation. Sitting in the car and looking at his phone, Su Jingyan was stunned and couldn't help but wonder, what charm did the men in their family possess that attracted such attention? When they arrived at the foot of the mountain where they had agreed to meet, Tang was already waiting with their gear. Looking at his childhood friend, Su Jingyan felt a mix of emotions. Tang smiled and came over to hug him, saying, it took me forever to get you out. You've been really busy lately. Su Jingyan took a slight step back, creating some distance, and replied, yeah, I've been swamped with work at the company. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they began their hike. Along the way, apart from Su Jingyan occasionally avoiding Tang's physical contact, the atmosphere was relatively harmonious. Late at night, the wind at the mountaintop was strong. Su Jingyan listened to the movement outside not long after, also drowsy, from the beginning to now. In fact, Tang also did not expose anything. Maybe it is really the system is wrong. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Su Jingyan was woken up by a sizzling sound outside. He slightly opened his eyes and saw the figure outside the tent. By the shape of the body he knew it was Tang, who just lay in his sleeping bag quietly watching the movements of the people outside. Listening to his own old father, he had actually brought a lock to zipper up the zipper, so no matter what the people outside did they would never be able to open the tent. Tang was also annoyed outside at the moment. How could he not pull it off? What the hell is going on here? It's so hard to get a chance to come out together, and I don't know when the next one will be. Su Jingyan silently held the anti-wolf spray in his hand inside the tent. Now he could be sure that what the system said was true, otherwise what kind of person would come over in the middle of the night to mess with other people's tents? Su Jingyan's heart at the moment was truly speechless. Why would such a ridiculous thing happen to him? And it's really eye-opening that it happened to both their father and son. Su Jingyan had already thought about it. If Tang really got the tent open, then he would just spray it with this spray and find a random excuse to say that he was frightened, so he sprayed the mosquito repellent over. The 3 people in the house are also jittery at the moment. It's the middle of the night, so nothing should be happening. Su Ainen lay in bed and rolled over, having to ask the system every now and then. The system was indeed able to know what was going on their side, but this asking around was really annoying. You've already asked 4 or 5 times, didn't I tell you that I didn't get it? Your brother is more cautious, and also used a lock to lock the tent. Tang is now outside your brother's tent, can't get down, don't worry. He can't eat your brother's tofu. Su Ainen was slightly relieved to hear this, but how could her brother bring a lock over? At this moment, Su's father and Su's mother were also sending messages to their son with their cell phones. There was no way up. It was impossible for them not to worry. Su Jingyan's mind was all on Tangja outside, so he didn't even notice the message on his cell phone. Tangja didn't get it open after half an hour of messing with it and finally gave up. What kind of tent is this? I can't even open the zipper. Tangja was lying inside his sleeping bag, pissed off. Only after watching the people outside leave did Su Jingyan let out a slight sigh of relief. Looking at the message sent from his cell phone, he reported a piece over. Since he had already determined that what the system said was true, it would be better to come out with Tangja less often in the future. Friendships can be maintained, but intimacy is even. Early the next morning, Su Jingyan casually took a few pictures before finding an excuse to go down the mountain. Are you that busy with your work? It's only been one night out and you're rushing back. It was impossible to tell from Tangja's face what he had done last night, and it had to be said that the man's powers of endurance were truly possible. Su Jingyan is also a human savant, if not for the system reminder cannot find out what Tangja's heart. Su Jingyan said with his usual calm face, there's no way, right now all the company's big and small affairs are handled by me alone, so things at work are indeed quite busy. If there's nothing else I'll leave first, you should go back early too, it's not good to go down when the sun comes out. On the way down the mountain, Su Jingyan pretty much ran wildly all the way. The driver waiting at the bottom of the hill had thought it would be a while before the boss came down, but then from a long way away he saw a figure running quickly down the hill, looking a little panicked. The driver squinted and looked carefully. Who is that? Downhill running so fast is really not afraid of falling. At this moment, Su Jingyan thought in his heart, go home, quickly go home. Only when Su Jingyan ran closer did the driver recognize who he was. Boss. This wild ride down is actually the boss. Su Jingyan saw that the driver had quickly turned steady again, but the sweat on his forehead still exposed him. Come on, go home. The driver nodded dully. The boss must have meant something to him by running down like that, something a mere mortal like him surely wouldn't understand. The driver talked himself right out of it. On the way back, Su Jingyan was still thinking about what happened last night. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a headache. Damn it. He wanted to explode. Suanen and Su's father and mother were waiting for him to come back at home early in the morning. This night their family did not sleep well. Suanen kept probing with two huge black circles under her eyes. Is it back yet? Is it back yet? System, it's already on its way. Why are you so annoying? How can this person be so annoying that it can't stand it as a unity? Su's father and mother were sitting on the sofa looking calm, but their fingers typing away on their cell phones exposed them. Chapter 7, Reveling. Your brother is choking to death. Waiting left and right always brought people back at 8 o'clock. Su Jingyan's hair was disheveled and her clothes were wrinkled. When Suanen saw her like this her eyes instantly widened, then she furiously asked the system in her mind. System. What the hell is going on here? Why does my brother look like he's been ravaged? Didn't you say that nothing happened last night? The system was also a bit suspicious of itself by her question. It carefully went to look. Yesterday indeed nothing happened. I give you my word of honor. Nothing happened yesterday. Suanen will be convinced, eavesdropping on the Su father and mother of that heart. 7 up and down, if they have a bad heart now should be nothing. Su Jingyan didn't say anything after he came in and went straight to the kitchen to get something to eat. He was on the verge of starving to death, so he didn't distract himself from listening to Suanen's heart. He came back in the morning without eating anything. Hell, he knows how hungry he is now. But this look on his face made Suan even more suspicious. Suanen slowly moved to her own oldest brother's side and carefully inquired, Brother, did you guys have fun last night? Su Jingyan glanced at the thieving Suanen, and inwardly was a bit speechless. No, this look of yours is afraid that others don't know that you have a secret, isn't it? It was quite fun, just a bit of a bad night's sleep with the wind quite strong. Sleeping badly. One more piece of ravaged evidence. When Su Jingyan heard this inner thought of Suanen, he directly choked on a mouthful of bread and couldn't get down there in his throat. What the hell? What the hell is going on in this head of hers? Can't she think of something normal all day long? Watching Su Jingyan's face turn redder and redder, Suanen thought that he was mulling over what happened last night. If he hadn't mulled over what happened last night, then why did his face turn so red? Suanen, Tuanzia, I see this look on my brother's face, how it feels like he's kinda intoxicated. Su's father and mother almost fainted when they heard this. The system said in a speechless and anxious voice, intoxicated a hairline. Your brother is about to choke to death. Su's father looked at his son's reddened face and directly slapped him with a descending dragon 10 slaps. Su Jingyan's throat was clogged with something that was slapped out all of a sudden. Looking at the silly sister next to him who hadn't reacted yet, Su Jingyan's hand immediately became a little itchy. Is this person's brain lacking a tendon? Still intoxicated your head. He's choking to death, and she's still there wondering about him intoxicating him about last night. Su's mother looked at her son's clenched fists, hurriedly pulled her foolish daughter to the side. Your brother is tired too, you should stop bothering your brother here and go play with yourself, Su Ainen was directly driven out of the kitchen. Looking at the closed kitchen door, she suddenly felt isolated. Tuzi, am I being isolated here? Didn't my parents used to favor me? Why do I feel like they're starting to favor my brother now? System. Can you not call me Tootsie? How did you come up with such an earthy name? Su Ainen, isn't this to appear that I know you well? We are so close here, I think it's fine to be called Tuanzi. Make sure nothing happened to my brother last night, right? System, how many times have I told you that nothing happened? I just went to look again, and your brother turned out like this because he was running wildly down the mountain. Running wildly down the mountain? Su Ainen's mind instantly had an image of an ape descending a mountain, or the kind of ape that pounded its chest. System. In the kitchen, Su Jingyan was talking to his parents in detail about what happened last night. Su's mother skillfully took out a handful of melons from the kitchen cabinet to get high, coughing and listening at the same time, looking serious. So what should you do about your relationship in the future? You grew up together after all, it shouldn't be okay to just break it off somehow. Su's father's heart is also quite saddened, after all, that child is also he grew up watching, who knows that he actually have such thoughts in his heart. Su Jingyan was also having a headache right now. Let's just leave it at that, just maintain the relationship as friends, and try to minimize being alone in the future. It will have to do for now. Su Jingyan ate and then went back to his room to take a bath and catch up on his sleep, only waking up at noon in high spirits. Only to wake up to an argument between my own mom and dad. Zheng been alone about what you want to go out, I can tell you you can have to give me a little heart, Su mother, although she believes that her husband's heart for her, but also believe that Zheng Bin's personality, but the thought of their own husbands were a man so miss, her heart how can not be good. Su father at the moment is also very difficult, then you let me do, people about me out fishing I cannot refuse dry we often fish together, and people behavior are very measured. Mother Su, I'm not agreeing to you going out, I'm just telling you to be careful. Su Jingyan. I almost forgot that my own dad also has an admirer. What the hell is wrong with the men in this family of theirs? However, Uncle Zhang is different from Tang Jia, who is polite and loving whenever he comes to their house, treats his mom with respect, and gets along with his dad. It would be nice if it stayed that way, and the superficial relationship would just be a friendship. However, as Su's father took his fishing tools and prepared to leave, Su Jingyan still reminded, Dad, pay attention to proportion. Father Su. No. What the hell is going on here? What kind of magic is in them? This makes him afraid to go out alone, but it's not easy to refuse. Suddenly, Su's father thought of Su Ainen who was upstairs catching up with the drama and eating snacks. Right. Take this girl with you. Su Ainen was still in her pajamas when she was gripped down, looking at her old father with glowing eyes. She shrunk her neck and whispered, I don't seem to have made any mistakes lately. She thought carefully about what she had done lately and made sure she hadn't done anything wrong and she had rarely gone out to party with those plastic sisters lately. Su's father looked at her and suddenly smiled, with a hint of currying favor on his face. Good daughter do you want to go fishing with dad you have never fished right, today you want to go with dad to give it a try? Looking at this old face of her own dad with wrinkles from his smile, Su Ainen ducked back 2 steps, then couldn't help but ask her own oldest brother, Dad wouldn't be trying to sell me, would he? Su Jingyan. Can't anyone in his family be normal? Chapter 8, New Melon. Brother's wife smells the best. After being pushed into the car, Su Ainen heart that 7 up and down how this somehow have to take her to go fishing it, she always feels strange. Thinking about it, she still asked the system, Tuzi, what is my father doing? He never used to fish without us, what is the wind today? System, fishing is fishing I didn't detect anything, he is indeed going fishing, as for why he brought you, that I don't know. Maybe he needed a bait, I guess, to bring you over as bait. Su Ainen, Unity's son, you've learned the hard way in such a short period of time. Hearing Su Ainen's conversation with the system, Su's father's heart was instantly relieved. If you come out to play in the future it's better to bring this girl out for peace of mind. After arriving at the fishing spot, Su Ainen saw Zhang Bin from a long distance away. Su An. Unico. My dad came over for a private meeting with someone else. System. Father Su. Can this girl talk or not? What do you mean he came out to meet someone else? Would he have taken her with him if he was really meeting someone else? Brother Su, Zhengbin smiled and came over to greet them, and when he saw Su Ainen, the smile on his face deepened. And then also came today do you want uncle to teach you fishing, absolutely guarantee that you catch a big fish. Looking at the smile on Zhang Bin's face, Su Ainen's heart instantly settled down. Uncle Zhang is really different from others. If there is no system hints, others can't tell who he likes at all. Su's father had already taken out his own fishing equipment and had just taken a small fishing rod to Su Ainen. This one's for you. Looking at the small fishing rod in her hand, Su Ainen. No, this is too perfunctory. At least give me a normal tool. What am I supposed to do with this thing? Fish for screws? The funniest thing was that Su's father didn't even give her any bait and only moved a small chair for her to place between him and Zhang Bin. Su Ainen, system, is my dad trying to get me to play John Taigong fishing with a willing hooker? Where's the bait? System, I heard that fishing have a novice period, should still be in the novice period and so on, there is no bait should have nothing to do, Yuchira. Su-en. Su father almost didn't laugh out loud when he heard the system's words. This system is getting funnier and funnier, and his speech is getting funnier and funnier. Looking at the fact that she didn't have any bait here, Zhang Bin was kind enough to prepare it for her. And then, I've put the bait here for you, just hang a little bit on the hook each time, don't hang too much, don't hang too little, when you catch a big fish uncle grilled a fish for you to eat. Su Ainen nodded her head vigorously. It was still Uncle Zhang who was reliable, and she didn't know how such a reliable person saw her dad. Father Su. What's wrong with looking at him? He's at least suave looking, okay? Maybe the newbie is really protected. Su father and Zhang Bin's side have not even opened yet. Su Ainen's side is like stocking up, one after another. Su Ainen's mouth was about to split open with laughter. Ha 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 ha, a bumper harvest, looks like I still have a bit of a talent for fishing Looking at these fish in his daughter's bucket, Su's father was jealous in his heart. They were all in the area, so why did she get all the fish? She shouldn't have. There are still quite a lot of people coming to this fishing spot, and looking at the dress code it's not too common, it seems like this place is also a membership. After an hour of fishing, more and more people came to fish next to them, and Su Ainen's speed of feeding slowed down. People get a little bored after sitting for a long time, so Su Ainen started looking for the system to chat again. Su Ainen, Tuanzi, is there any gossip in this place? Hurry up and tell me to relieve my boredom. System, there is, but which one do you want to listen to? I have to say it's a real mess you guys are playing in this circle. Su Ainen searched around and suddenly saw a very familiar person not far away. Isn't this the famous model husband in the luxury circle? The love story of him and his wife is widely publicized. His wife comes from an ordinary background, married to him as the standard Cinderella married into the family. The two people have been married for many years, love like the beginning. But who is that woman beside that man? That doesn't seem to be his wife. Su Ainen, system, who is the woman beside the man over there? He is a famous model husband in our circle, why is he still out playing with others? Su father immediately turned his head when he heard this, a speed that almost made Zhang Bin think he had a head twitch. Brother Su, are you okay? Su's father smiled awkwardly. It's fine, it's just a slight movement of the neck. Nice guy, I didn't think I'd be able to eat a new melon when I came to fish. The system began to answer Su Ainen's question. That is not what model husband, so many years of marital love that are publicized, he married his wife is only because his wife has good control. After all, the ordinary family born well, is for the image of the outside world, so only publicized a model couple. Su Ainen frowned full of disgust, at the expense of her thought that these two people are true love. It turns out to be another show-off. It really is life as a drama. Su Ainen, then who is that woman beside him? It's not still a lover he keeps outside, is it? System, not a lover, but his brother's wife. Suan, Father Su. I go. Awesome. Su father hurriedly moved his chair a little bit to the side. Zheng Bin he thought he was trying to hide from the sun, so he didn't think much about it. Su Ainen, so does his brother know about the two of them? Shouldn't he be kept in the dark? System, no his brother is not also there. See the fat man sitting next to it, that is his brother Refreshed again. Su Ainen and Su's father's eyes are almost slanted, and can't let Zheng Bin find out, but also want to eat the melon over there, so their eyes are almost slanted to roll their eyes. That's why I said you play in this circle is very messy this is rich, so seek excitement, other people's wives than their own wife incenses it. Su's father wanted to refute the system's words, but he couldn't say it, or else he would expose his ability. He is a good husband of 24 filial piety, but never did anything wrong to the family. The system cannot put him a stick and those men together with the death, then he is how wrong ah. Looking at the family of 3 over there behaving intimately, Su's father's heart itched. He really wanted to share this melon with his own wife. That exemplary husband's name is Li Yun and his wife is Chen Shuhua. Su's mother and Chen Shuhua usually have so much contact, and when there is nothing to do, they will also go out shopping together, and participate in the wife's bureau together. I don't know if Chen Shuhua knows about this mess with Li Yun. Chapter 9, the man and woman who victimized their family are going to show up. Suanen continued to pester the system for other melons after eating this one. There are a lot of melons in this little fishing ground. And there are quite a few that ruin the view. These people look human, but the things they do behind the scenes are disgusting. Su's father was really wanting to share these melons with others after he knew about them, and then he pulled his wife and son into a group called the Melon Eating Family. But this family excludes Su and, after all, she's the one who originated all these melons. He posted everything he knew inside this group, describing it and exclaiming at the same time. Here he had really seen the diversity of people, some of whom could hardly be called human. But luckily the people in here are just morally challenged and haven't committed any crimes, otherwise that would be a real opportunity to call the police. Mother Su is now partying with those wives, and among those wives, Chen Shuhua is also there. Looking at these melons sent by Su's father, she was truly dumbfounded. She looked at Chen Shuhua who was smiling with a gentle face, and on the surface, she really couldn't tell if she knew those things about her husband. But these two were also really awesome, running the name of model couple for decades. If not for the system reminding them, they really all thought that they were in a good relationship. Su Jingyan is in the company, looking at a group suddenly created by his own father, so he looked at it more. As a result, after looking at it for a couple more times, he was overwhelmed, and the thousands of strange things in it completely shattered his 3 views. I can't imagine that those people are so nice on the surface, but behind the scenes, they are playing with so many flowers. Most of the people in that fishing ground were middle-aged bosses, and many of their sons Su Jingyan knew them, and they didn't know if their sons knew about their own father's affairs. Over at the fishing ground, Suanen had caught more fish than Zhang Bin and Su's father combined, and every single one of them was a big fish. Zhang Bin also fulfills his promise and gets Suanen a grilled fish dinner. Looking at the gentle Zhang Bin, Suanen lamented in her heart, Uncle Zhang is really nice, but his vision is really not good. Hearing this, Su's father quietly rolled his eyes. How many times has she said this sentence this day? Looking at him is a bad vision, right? Originally the heart in Zhang Bin is still a little twisted, but by this stinky girl a mix, this point of twist all disappeared. Since people were hiding it well, they would just pretend that they didn't know, there was no need to poke holes in the matter. On the way back, Suanen leaned back in her seat and drifted off to sleep. This melon eating is quite tiring, after all, you have to use your brain too. The days of comfortable eating melon every day passed quickly. Originally Suanen thought that the days could be so peaceful, but the result was that she didn't go to look for things but came to her. No go, what am I going to do at this kind of party? Isn't this just a blind date in disguise? Suanen was invited to a banquet. This kind of banquet goes to most of the young masters and daughters in the circle. This is kind of a blind date in disguise. Suanen was most annoyed by such banquets. The women were dressed up in florals, and the men were all like peacocks with open screens. Think of it as going to have a little fun. It's not like you're necessarily being told to go there and find a date. Su's mother took the dresses that were sent over to her and compared them to Suanen one by one. If you don't go to this kind of party you will inevitably be told that you don't fit in, and you can easily become the topic of conversation in other people's mouths. It's like those gangsters in your school class, whichever one isn't there becomes the topic of conversation, and then all sorts of rumors come out. Su's mother didn't want Suanen to get a bad reputation from those people. Your brother is coming with you, so if you really don't like it you can just go and rub it in. Suanen sighed, really everyone has everyone's difficulties System, go go go. Something big is going to happen tonight. The legendary hero and heroine are going to appear. Su's family of 4. The hero and heroine are going to show up. The man and woman who victimized their family are going to appear. Suanen snapped and rushed into the check room with a dress skirt. Just go. She would like to see what this legendary hero and heroine were like. To be able to cause their family to fall apart, they must not be any ordinary people. As Suanen went to change her clothes, Su's father, Su's mother and Su Jingyan looked at each other. The expressions on their faces were all the same color. They really didn't have any good feelings in their hearts for this person who had victimized their entire family. Although we haven't met yet, this first impression is already bad. Looking at the windy Suanen, the system couldn't help but say, remember. You don't want to be the first to stir up trouble. If you go to stir up trouble, you'll be on the path to becoming a vicious female match. Your task is to obediently stand aside and stay away from that man and woman. I didn't let you go to this banquet for you to provoke the man and woman, but for you to recognize individuals to see what they look like, and avoid them when you meet them in the future. Hearing this, Suanen sneered, what makes me hide farther away? I haven't done anything wrong. How come they can't be the ones to hide farther away? System, stop. Hurry up and put that idea to rest. My telling you to hide away doesn't mean you're afraid of them. I'm afraid you'll get in trouble. After all, the things that happen around the hero and heroine are unbelievable. After all, they're the hero and heroine of this world. Just because you have awakened world consciousness doesn't mean that others have also awakened world consciousness. You must remember this. Suanen nodded reluctantly. Never mind, nothing had happened yet, and the system's hints weren't wrong. At this moment, the three people outside also heard what the system said. After all, they were also just a door away from Suanen. The three of them took their cell phones and sent messages. Mother Su, you two siblings should be careful when you get there, and come back immediately if anything happens. Su's father, why don't we not go? We can't afford to hide if we can't afford to mess with them. Su Jingyan, go or have to go, just like the system said, we have to at least go over to recognize that man and woman is familiar, lest we meet in the future and don't even know who they are. As for contact with them or not, that will be said when the time comes. He was sure that their family would never go as far as the system said it would. After Suanen changed her clothes and came out, Su's mother hugged her daughter and praised her. What kind of heroine? How can it be compared to her baby daughter? Her baby daughter's looks, that is not to say. Not to mention in this circle, even in the entertainment industry, or usually see all the people are not better looking than her baby girl. Suanen's looks and figure in family life is indeed a top match, or else it cannot be evil female match number 1 to sit ah. Chapter 10, only 2 pieces of meat left to eat before you leave home. The couple walked the siblings out the door until their car drove away. Su's father touched the hand sweat on his wife's palm and said comfortingly, don't worry about it, the soldiers will come to stop the water and cover up the earth, not to mention that we don't know nothing about it now. You have to believe in our son and daughter's ability. Su mother, I believe in my son's ability. As for my daughter's ability, it's not like it's more than eating, drinking, and sleeping, so how do you expect me to believe it? Father Su. What's the deal with not being able to refute that? Seriously, the first time he heard that their family was a villainous family and that their daughter was still the number 1 villainess, his heart didn't believe it. That girl? What else can she do but eat, drink, sleep and sleep every day? Pussyfooting around? Make dark dishes? Was the evil thing she did was to make dark dishes to poison the hero and heroine? This he still believed. After all, the stuff she made was really capable of poisoning people. Su's father's stomach got a little less queasy when he thought about the day their family was sent to have their stomachs pumped. To be able to make a dish that can be eaten raw to that extent, that should be considered an ability. Sitting in the car, Suanen was so nervous that she could hear her heart beating. She asked the system uneasily, you're sure there won't be any plot to control me, right? Hearing this, Su Jingyan also got a little nervous. Suanen had read quite a few novels, and in the novels, some of the evil female matches were many of them were forcefully controlled by the plot, and then did some messed up things. System, no, it's been said that you've awakened your consciousness, other people will still be more or less affected, if you, that little bit of influence is negligible for you. Suanen, what about my brother and my parents? They won't be controlled, right? System, their fate is tied to you. In a nutshell, it means that if you don't die, they won't have any problems at all. That's good. Suanen finally let go of her heart a little. Su Jingyan glanced at this silly sister beside him, and really couldn't imagine her going to do something bad. The only bad things this girl had done since she was a little girl was to put drop cannons in his book bag in mom and dad's comforter. At that time he was still in high school. This girl bought some wrestling guns, and then I don't know what whims, so I put them in his school bag in mom and dad's comforter. That day he arrived at the classroom with his book bag, put it down on his seat, and the person next to him accidentally crushed it with his hand. Nice guy! That crackling sound made the entire classroom quiet, and for the first time, Su Jingyan also had the feeling of wanting to find a crack in the ground. That night, Mom and Dad finished the bath ready to sleep. Dad lifted the covers without looking to go to the top of a sit. The results of that burst of crackling to the dad directly to the bomb popped up. Then the girl was punished again, and I heard from Dad that his ass was numb for 3 whole days. As soon as he thought of this matter, Su Jingyan's lips couldn't help but hook up. Actually, when you think about it, some of the things used to be kind of fun. Suanen sat next to him and just watched as his brother gave a strange smile. What? did you think of something? Why are you laughing all of a sudden? Toon-chan. My brother's not getting horny, is he? Hearing this, the smile at the corner of Su Jingyan's mouth instantly disappeared. Su Ainen. Face-changing technique. System. Su Jingyan, kind of want to beat up people how to do, sister more than 20 can still beat up. This banquet was organized by the Lu family, which was a top-tier luxury family, so much more powerful than their Su family. The two families had little interaction, and most of it was business. Su Ainen didn't know much about the Lu family, only that the one who was in charge now was the only son of the Lu family, and that Mr. and Mrs. Lu had handed the company over to their son after he had come of age. What was the name of this top magnate's name she forgot? It wasn't like she had much contact anyway. This banquet was organized by Mrs. Lu, which was one of the reasons why Mother Su wanted her to come. If she was the only one who didn't come, wouldn't that be a blatant offense to the Lu family, and people would think you weren't giving them face? System, people's name is Lu Siheng, you came to someone's banquet without even knowing the name of their host, do you think that's appropriate? Su Ainen, that I have no contact with him, why do I need to know his name? The outsider not called him called Mr. Lu, then if you see me also follow the call on the line. Su Jingyan. A little speechless is what is going on, fortunately this girl does not work in the company, or even the name of the partner cannot remember, this also do what business Suddenly, Su Ainen thought of something. She immediately asked the system, Unico. You and I say. This Lu always is either the male lead. The only son of a top family, certainly not bad looking, this status, this position. Isn't this the male lead configuration? System, it is indeed a male configuration, but he is not the male lead. Oh, the male lead is his cousin Ji Yunyang. His cousin is now living on loan in his home. Su Ainen. Dragon Aotion plot is it? The first step is to be low, then step by step to hit the face of the position. This Mr. Lu in the future will not be to be hit in the face of the right. And then the Lu family property is all pocketed by the male lead, and he becomes a stepping stone under the male lead's feet. The more she thought about it, the more she thought it was possible, and suddenly she sympathized a little with what was going on with this Lu Chang. System, Su Jingyan. It's a shame that you don't write novels with this brain, the novel world really lost a great talent without you. Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng had also met a few times, and his feeling about this person was that he was unfathomable. How could such a person be used as a stepping stone by others? As for his cousin, he had heard of it before but really hadn't seen it, and had heard that because of the family's accident in his teens, he had been in the Lu family. Su Ainen's mind at the moment is all about some long Aotion face-punching drama, hoping that this Mr. Lu will be able to suppress this long Aotion, so that he won't come out to scourge people. Lu Siheng, who was at home at the moment, inexplicably sneezed, and Mrs. Lu asked worriedly, is it a cold? Lu Siheng shook his head, I don't have a cold, Mom, I still have some work stuff to take care of, I'll go upstairs first. After saying that he went upstairs, Mrs. Lu looked at his back that was a sad face. This banquet was organized for him, but he didn't even care about it. It's this time of the year and he's still thinking about work, can't he give himself a day off? Auntie, you're worrying about your cousin again. Ji Yunyang walked over from the side and poured a glass of water for Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu looked at her nephew and sighed, your cousin is 27 this year, until now there is still no news at all. People to this age, not to say that the marriage bar, at least also talked about if you love it, he is living like a monk, away from the monk is only left to eat 2 pieces of meat. Hearing this, the corner of Ji Yunyang's mouth twitched, not to mention, this analogy was quite graphic. Chapter 11, Brother and Sister Banquet Flash, Su Jingyan Snake Walks. By the time the 2 Su siblings arrived, quite a few of the other guests had also arrived. Su Ainen looked at this group of bright and shiny people and suddenly felt like she reached the inside of a melon field. She hurriedly asked the system, Tuzi. Is there any melon to eat here? This party is so long, how boring it would be if there were no melons to eat. Originally on the way here she was a little worried about the male and female main characters, but as a result, now that she had seen so many people, the feeling that was quite long in her heart was gone all of a sudden. Su Jingyan hurriedly stretched his ears to listen, so many people here should have so 1 or 2 more explosive melons. System, there are melons, and plenty of them, I've got whoever you want. Su Ainen's eyes glowed when she heard this, like badger in a melon field. Su Jingyan suddenly didn't want to leave. Originally to this kind of banquet is usually to maintain cooperation or negotiate business, and men and women are separated. He suddenly did not want to go to chat with those people about the company today, which is not as good as eating melons among the company. And then, long time no see. Where have you been all this time? Why don't I see you out at the party? A woman dressed as a flowery woman walked over, and the smile on Su Ainen's face was gone as soon as she saw her. Shuizhenjin, the relationship between us doesn't seem to be good enough to that extent. Who are you following over this time? Your habit of rubbing it in is not good. The smile on Shuizhenjin's face froze, but it quickly returned to normal. But treating you as a friend, how can you talk about me like that? This is your brother, right? Shuizhenjin showed a hurt look. However, she hadn't said 2 words here before pulling onto Su Jingyan, so she didn't need to think about it to know what she wanted to do. Su Ainen rolled her eyes in a small way. Okay, don't pretend. You should be following which gold master in again this time. Don't be angry that people are no longer angry by then. How dare you put your mind on her brother? You're dreaming. She'd rather her brother be with Tangja than get involved with this woman. Su Jingyan. Shuizhenjin also didn't expect Su Ainen to actually not give her any face at all. She was so angry that she wanted to leave, but she wasn't willing to let go of this opportunity to get close to Su Jingyan. She had been currying favor with Su Ainen before just to get a ride on Su Jingyan, but Su Ainen had never been kind to him, so the two of them had torn their faces apart this time. Mr. Su, isn't having some misunderstandings about me? Shuizhenjin had a hurt face. Su Ainen, seeing her like this, simply wanted to spit a mouthful of saliva on her face. This person is also too shameless. Just as she was dying of anger, the system suddenly spoke out. There is a melon, the melon of the woman in front of you. Su Ainen, who doesn't know about her melon? I know all about her, those messy things. System, really, but she is now involved with a father and son. Just copy 2, still don't know. That father is the one who brought her to this party. She even contracted a disease because of her promiscuity, you know? Su Ainen, Su Jingyan. The two brothers collectively took a big step back. Su Ainen pulled Su Jingyan's arm and said, Brother, it suddenly occurred to me that the gas in the house seems to have been left on. Let's them go home and turn off a gas. Who cares about the hero and heroine now? Don't let this woman get you sick. Su Jingyan nodded seriously. Good. Su Ainen was now panicking in her heart. She didn't even notice that Su Jingyan was out of place. Even if she did, she wouldn't have noticed that something was wrong. After all, this heart is very big. Shuizhenjin see this brother and sister tooted him to avoid like a snake scorpion, simply are about to die of anger. She at least is also a beauty. This Su Jingyan in the end is not a man. A company's CEO actually listens to his sister so much. He's really soft-boned. He's so good looking for nothing. But although her heart was spitting, her face didn't show her thoughts at all. She even took a glass of wine and said that she would toast Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan directly began to snake around, completely avoiding her movements. Even when she spoke, Su Jingyan was holding his breath. Su Ainen, awesome. I didn't realize my brother actually disliked Xinjin Shui so much. Su Jingyan was about to explode. Could it not be too much? It was a matter of his life and safety. Su Ainen was also nervous. This contracted disease is contagious, right? Will it be transmitted through saliva? Shuizhenjin was so close to them when she first started talking to them. What if this is a disease she contracted then? System, you don't have to worry so much, it'll be fine. I still don't know if you're okay or not. Your brother is fine too, but it's really better for you guys to stay away from her a little bit. Su Ainen, that's for you to say. No way. I must take my brother to the hospital for a full body checkup after the banquet. Su Jingyan nodded desperately in his heart, absolutely needing a full body check. This was too scary. They merely came to a banquet to meet the legendary hero and heroine, and ended up meeting a time bomb. The guests who had left the party as soon as it started hadn't yet, so the two of them still hadn't walked away, but the two were inseparable wherever they went now. Su Ainen asked the system to keep broadcasting people who had had intimate contact with Shuizhenjin, or had contact with other people who had contracted the disease. Su Ainen, Tuzi. My brothers and my safety depends on you. The pressure on the system suddenly mounted, but it was righteous enough to say, don't worry. Leave it all to me. And then throughout the entire banquet field, the two siblings became the conspicuous packets among the guests straight away. As soon as Lu Siheng arrived, he saw Su Jingyan dodge a person's toast with a single downward movement, and then also quickly pulled the girl next to him to dodge to the side. Lu Siheng. Was this coming to perform acrobatics at his party? When did Su Jingyan become so lively? At this moment, Su Jingyan's mood, oops. Luckily dodged it. Every time she encountered someone who was in danger, Su Ainen would tug on Su Jingyan's sleeve, and she even gave herself an excuse. These people are all messed up people. What if they catch a disease? So it's better for you to stay away from them, brother. As soon as I tug on your sleeve, it means that there is something wrong with this person, so stay away from them a bit more. Su Jingyan was still trying to find an excuse for himself as to why he was avoiding these people, but Su Ainen directly found a perfect excuse. So he became a good brother who listened to his sister's words. Su Ainen was touched by him. Her brother had never listened to her so much since he was a child and had always treated her as a child. he didn't think that he would actually listen to her so much now, it was too much face. When Su Jingyan heard Su Ainen's heart, there was still a little bit of weakness in his heart. It really is not a matter of listening or not listening, it is a matter of saving his life. Chapter 12, Lu Siheng can also read minds. The two of them were particularly conspicuous above this banquet, but they preferred not to feel it themselves. Lu Siheng just watched as these two people moved from the center of the banquet hall to the door by virtue of various strange postures. Lu Siheng. Come on. One more step and we're out. It was as if the siblings had seen a glimmer of hope, even the system was getting on their nerves. Just the moment their feet were about to step out, a voice called out to Su Jingyan. Mr. Su, long time no see. Lu Siheng walked over from the side with his wine glass. The people around them all turned their gazes towards them. Most of the people came to this banquet because they wanted to befriend the Lu family, so this initiative of Lu Siheng to greet Su Jingyan was really conspicuous. Su's siblings. Just a little bit closer. So close. Su Ainen silently let go of her own brother's hand. Brother, fly bravely, sister's heart follows. Brother, you go bravely. Listening to Su Ainen's heart, Su Jingyan. You really are a wonderful sister. Lu Siheng suddenly frowned beside him, as if he had heard some strange sound. Was there anyone talking in his ear? Mr. Lu, long time no see. Su Jingyan stiffly pulled out a smile. He really didn't want to see Lu Siheng right now. He wanted to go home now. Lu Siheng's impression of Su Jingyan was not bad, so he also felt that the other party could be a deep friendship. The two of them talked about business matters, and it's not like Su Ainen could understand these corporate things, so she was chatting with the system right now. Su Ainen, Tuzi, are you sure he's not the male lead? He's all grown up like this and he's still not the male lead, so how good looking should the male lead be? System, Lu Siheng, he was originally better than the male lead. As for the male lead, didn't you all say that he was taking the script of Long Aotian? Didn't Long Aotian have a lot of people better than him in the early stages? Lu Siheng, talking about business, suddenly heard someone talking in his head again. He turned his gaze to Su, and next to him, the voice speaking in his head was a girl's voice, the other sounded a bit like a machine voice. What about the male lead she was talking about? Lu Siheng was a bit puzzled for the first time. Su Ainen was still completely unaware that there was one more person who could read her heart. She looked at these guests at the banquet inside and said to the system, does Lu Siheng know that he is raising parasites for this banquet? He is also really powerful, he actually managed to gather all these demons and devils together and throw a banquet. Is he really not afraid that something will happen? Lu Siheng? Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan coughed gently. The word raising parasites was quite graphic, and he didn't know how Lu Siheng was connected to so many messy people. The two people who were originally chatting about business were now all distracted, and both quietly focused on Su Ainen. Su Ainen, the one with a big heart, was still spitting with the system. Tuzi, Lu Siheng shouldn't have been exposed to any contagious diseases, right? What a pity if such a handsome guy has some kind of contagious disease. When Lu Siheng heard this, he almost crushed the wine glass in his hand. Su Jingyan, on the other hand, strained his ears and listened carefully. Lu Siheng shouldn't have any contagious diseases, but it's impossible to say about such things. Everyone was expecting an answer from the system ground. System, no, he is a born widow king just like your brother. Two born widows. This system speech, how so solid. What is called born widow king? They are called clean. Su Ainen nodded approvingly in her heart. There is no contagious disease that's good, but this kind of banquet should be organized less. At least 5 out of 10 people here are sick, and their private lives are really messy. They even have common lovers. On the surface, they hold themselves to be upper-class people, and this is really messy in private. At least 5 out of 10 people are sick. Lu Siheng's hand holding the wine glass was trembling a bit. No wonder these two siblings had just been on strict defense and walked to the door without any regard for their image. If he hadn't just called out to these two, I guess these two would have gone home already. Lu Siheng wanted to spit out the wine he just drank in, and when he thought that he had just spoken to some people, he really wanted to vomit. Hell, I don't know if the people who talked to him are sick. Su Jingyan suddenly felt a little pity for Lu Siheng as he listened to Su Ainen's heartfelt words. The two of them could leave, but Lu Siheng, as the host, couldn't leave, so he still had to face this group of poisonous people, and might even have to have a few drinks with them to socialize. TSK, just thinking about it makes me miserable. Just as the three of them were each silent at the same time, the system's voice suddenly broke the calm. Attention! The hero and heroine are coming. Su Ainen and Su Jingyan quickly raised their heads at the same time to look that way, and sure enough, they saw Ji Yunyan with a soft and innocent girl not far away. Male and female lead? Lu Siheng turned his gaze to Ji Yunyang and the woman beside him. After Suenan saw clearly the looks of the male and female main characters, that anticipation fell all of a sudden. I thought how good looking the male lead was, but it turned out to be this? My brother is better looking than him. How dare this male lead compare himself to Lu Siheng? This Ji Yunyang can't even compare to Lu Siheng's toes, okay? Although I don't know if Lu Siheng's toes are good looking either. Lu Siheng, cough cough cough. Why is this girl's mind so jumpy? How is she talking about his toes? Mr. Lu, are you alright? Although Su Jingyan's mouth was concerned about him, his movements were silently taking 2 steps backward, and he also pulled Suenan behind him. There is no way, their own safety is more important. People coughing up germs brought out that are tens of millions, the heavens and earth, their own safety is the greatest. Looking at these 2 movements of Su Jingyan and Suenan taking 2 steps back, Lu Siheng was extraordinarily speechless in his heart. No, you 2 siblings should at least hide it in front of me, can't you? This dislike is shown by your actions. Suenan looked at this top-configured male partner with pity, and said to the system, will he really be defeated by that male cousin of his in the future, and then all of his family's assets will be taken over by someone else? When he was alive, it should not be possible. This person is an uncomplicated at a glance. His male cousin stood beside him and a green cabbage, completely compared to him, okay? System, alive impossible, dead on the line so this configuration of the top male supporting 2 years later died Suan. Dead. Was it killed by the male lead? System, no, it is an accidental death, but also in by the male lead. This meaning is almost the same. You are not also before the big open brain hole thought of it, in fact, and you think not too much. The male lead to go up to the peak of the life surely have to have a matching identity, so the plot will give Lu Siheng arranged in accident. One of the male lead's settings is to know what's going on, so there's certainly no way he could have voluntarily gotten this cousin killed, and then the plot sets up an accident. Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng were also shocked. Su Jingyan looked at this big brother next to him and suddenly felt that he was a bit miserable. This was simply more cannon fodder than their family. This family is still at least a famous villain. This Lu Siheng is over to send the family property to send the identity of the family property after the identity of the person is gone. Too miserable. Too bad. Lu Siheng touched his cuffs and had mixed feelings in his heart. But now he was curious about how he died. After all, he was very careful in all aspects of his life. He was the only son in his family, and since he was a child he was surrounded by the highest level of safety. There was absolutely no way he could die due to an accident. Chapter 13 Lu Siheng. This cause of death, Suenan, did he wear pants when he died? Suenan also did ask this question to the system. It should be unlikely that someone that good would die due to an accident. System, is an accidental death, food poisoning, vomiting and diarrhea, and then was found from the toilet, but found when it was already too late to send to the hospital. Has been multiple organ failure, after that it is gone. Suenan sucked in a breath of cool air, then her focus ran off again. Then did he wear pants when he was found from the toilet? It can't be that he fainted in the middle of pulling, right? If he really fainted in the middle of pulling without pants, then not only is the person dead but also socially dead. Cough cough cough. Su Jingyan suddenly choked on his own saliva all of a sudden, then held his face red. He also sneaked a glance at Lu Siheng. Lu Siheng's expression looked normal. At this moment, he was really glad that Lu Siheng couldn't hear his stylized sister's heart, or else he was afraid that he would have to explode on the spot. Although Lu Siheng looked calm and collected on the surface, his heart was about to explode right now. Found passed out on the toilet with vomiting and diarrhea. And possibly without pants. Lu Siheng suddenly felt a little pain in his brain and was a little out of breath. But even if it was hard in his heart, he didn't show it on the surface, and outsiders couldn't see what kind of thoughts he had in his heart. Su Jingyan was now pitying Lu Siheng more and more. Too miserable, really too miserable. Originally he felt that their family was already miserable enough. Seeing this, there was someone even more miserable than them. Their family had at least made it to the end of the mix, and the man had died too soon, and in such a humiliating way. But did he wear pants when he passed out or not? Su Jingyan is really curious. The system was also unusually speechless at this moment. Why was this person's focus always not quite the same as others? However, the system is really not too clear on the point of whether or not to wear pants, and the novel does not describe so detailed. Just know that he fainted in the toilet. Wear no pants. At this point I am really not too clear, but I guess then should not. After all, vomiting and diarrhea, is it? To pass out when that cannot be by themselves, that's certainly too late to wear pants. Not only did the system think about the question very carefully, it also answered it very carefully. Suddenly, a sound of breaking glass startled them. The Su family siblings looked together at the wine glass in Lu Siheng's hand. The man had actually crushed it with his bare hands. Amazing! Lu Siheng took a deep breath, looking at the two siblings' identical expressions. That feeling in his heart didn't even know how to describe it. First he learned that this party of his was a drug farm, then he learned that his cousin was some kind of male lead, and then he learned that he would die again, and in such an undignified way. Lu Siheng's heart was really extraordinarily complicated right now, so complicated that he didn't even know how to describe it. Cousin, just now Auntie was looking for you. Ji Yunyan walked over at some point, and he was accompanied by that little white flower heroine. When the Su siblings saw them coming, they silently took a step back. Suan, come all the way. The male and female main characters are here. What's wrong with being a little excited in your heart? Su Jingyan quietly glanced at his sister, but also excited, their family is miserable, all these two people out. But my sister shouldn't fall for such a thing again. This person, not to mention the rest, looks like a human being, although it's not that kind of stunning looks, but that kind of gentle temperament on his body still attracts the girl's attention. Lu Siheng just lightly glanced at Ji Yunyan before setting his eyes on the little white flower heroine next to him. Who she is? The little white flower heroine shyly introduced herself. Hello Mr. Lu, my name is Jiang Yin. I didn't expect this cannon fodder male match to actually look better than the male lead, and the aura on him is not comparable to the male lead, so why isn't he the male lead? Jiang Yin came through the book. Originally when she came through she was quite happy, she could finally be the heroine of the novel. So this period of time also hit it off with Ji Yunyang, and she was satisfied with this male lead. But just now when Ji Yunyang introduced Lu Siheng to her, she was instantly attracted to him and then asked Ji Yunyang to bring her over to get acquainted. The more you look at it, the more you feel that Lu Siheng is even better. This height, appearance, temperament and family, which is not better than Ji Yunyang. If he did not die because of an accident, the male lead is definitely him and not Ji Yunyang. Looking at Jiang Yan's shy expression and words still in her eyes, Lu Siheng frowned a little nausea in his heart. For Ji Yunyang's girlfriend, Lu Siheng a little less like, look at the performance of the two people, these two people are boyfriend and girlfriend, should not be wrong. But as Ji Yunyang's girlfriend, this woman looked at him in the eyes he felt very uncomfortable, as if he saw a new prey. Su's siblings also noticed Jiang Yan's eyes, this lustful eyes, this shy expression. Sure, this thing is the female lead? How can a female lead be like this with someone else in front of the male lead? Su Jingyan frowned with a hint of loathing in his eyes. Which bit of this woman is comparable to Anin? Even if Anin really likes Ji Yunyang, then choosing this woman is also Ji Yunyang's blindness. Su Anin whispered to her own brother, "Brother, you stay away from these two people in the future. I'm not at liberty to say the exact reason, anyway, just stay away from the two of them." Su Jingyan heard this a little speechless. You can at least make up a reason for me, but also the specific reason she is not convenient to say. Are you not afraid that I will not listen to you? Seeing that her own brother didn't respond, Su Anin even quietly pinched him. Su Jingyan nodded helplessly. Even if she didn't remind him, he would have done it. But if these two people took the initiative to provoke up, then don't blame him for not being polite. He was not that Su Jingyan who didn't know anything inside the book. Ji Yunyang also noticed that his cousin's expression was a bit off, and he looked at Jiang Yan beside him with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Cousin, I'll talk to Great Aunt about Jiang Yan. If there's nothing else, I'll take her and leave first. He and Jiang Yan hadn't been together for long, and it was Jiang Yan who took the initiative to approach him. After a period of contact, he also felt that this girl, whether it is three views or interests, and he is particularly compatible, so the two people did not take long to get together. Originally, he thought Jiang Yan was that kind of simple girl, but now it seemed that she was not as simple as she appeared to be. Chapter 14. Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng dance the tango. After meeting the hero and heroine, the Su siblings wanted to find an excuse to leave, but how could Lu Siheng let them go? If you let them leave, then how can you guarantee your own safety? After all, this banquet of his is a large-scale parasitic farm. He does not know whether there is any disease in those people. No, Mr. Lu, we really have something to do at home. My brother, he has to go home for a blind date. Su Ainen directly pulled Su Jingyan over and said it with a serious awe. Su Jingyan. How come I didn't know I was going home for a blind date? But this was not the time to retort. It would certainly be best if he could go home earlier. Staying here for one more minute, he felt one more minute of danger. Then he nodded his head in affirmation with a leathery smile. Yes, I'm going home for a blind date. My parents have already called and rushed me, and I have to go to dinner with someone else's girl tonight. The answer was perfect. Su Ainen gave a thumbs up towards her own elder brother. Lu Siheng looked at the embarrassed siblings and was simply infuriated by them. Do you really want a blind date? It shouldn't be that bad for a while. Why don't you let me talk to Dong Su, Mrs. Su, and see if we can postpone it for a bit? Said he took out his cell phone. Su Ainen's face changed greatly, directly pushed his own old brother to the front. Go old brother. Su Jingyan was caught off guard and slammed directly into Lu Siheng's arms. Guest next to me. Lu Siheng, Su Jingyan. System, yoo-hoo. Wonderful. I'm in big trouble. Su Ainen was really crying without tears. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to do that, why don't you two let go? These two are still hugging right now. Hearing Su Ainen's words, Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng directly took a big step back, and the two of them pretty much bounced off. Mr. Su, let's go, you bring your sister too, didn't we not talk about the last business? I still have a few good candidates on my side, so I just need to have a good talk with the other few bosses. People's words had reached this point, Su Jingyan had no reason to refuse now. Now refused words will appear to be a little ungrateful, after all, they are in your business to pull relations, if you face away then it is not for no reason to offend people. Su Ainen was currently shrinking her neck and didn't dare to say a word, after all, she had just broken into trouble, it was better to be honest now. But seeing that this really couldn't go away now, she immediately said to the system, Unity-san. Continue to stay on guard. If you encounter any danger, remember to alert us in time. I'm counting on you for our safety. System, okay? Just don't worry about it. Listening to this one-person conversation, Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng also breathed a slight sigh of relief, having a reminder should be better. Then everyone saw such a scene, some people took the initiative to go over and say hello to these two young talents, only for these two to jerk one backward, as if they were avoiding some virus. Or a simultaneous lower back and a dodge, the two of them working extremely well together. Su Ainen, on the other hand, dutifully pulled his old brother's sleeve, but now there is one more Lu Siheng, after all, he is with them, and in the future, his old brother will still have to do business with him, so by the way, let's save this person as well. Mrs. Lu, who was chatting with those wives not far away, looked at her jerk-like son. No, when did his son become so lively? Is this a tango? Why are you dancing with a guy? But that side of that little girl is not bad, it seems to be the little girl of the Su family, this little girl's looks are notoriously good today's glimpse is really good. Attention, attention. There's a big target coming. The big fat guy in front has AIDS. And STDs. The system's voice was on the verge of shouting, because it was a machine voice, but rather it was a voice that made its nervousness felt as well. Su An. Su Jingyan, Lu Siheng. What the hell? The three of them looked at the big fat man who approached them as if they were enemies. Su Ainen hurriedly tugged on Su Jingyan's sleeve, and Su Jingyan couldn't care less about business or friendship at this time. He pulled Su Ainen towards himself, then flashed to the side, and finally said to Lu Siheng, Mr. Lu, Mr. Wang seems to have come over to look for you, so we won't bother you here, goodbye. The two of them directly escaped from the banquet with a wild run, and after escaping from the door the two of them were instantly relieved. Lu Siheng, who was left where they were, stared dumbfounded at their backs. No. You two don't even want to pretend? Don't be so obvious. Su Ainen came out and started to explain with his brother that what Wang always play can be messy. I before those plastic sisters also talked about some people in the circle some things. Brother, you usually go out to talk about business when it is best not to have that kind of more intimate contact with them. A more intimate encounter? Why does that sound weird? The corner of Su Jingyan's mouth twitched and he couldn't help correcting, that's not called intimate contact, that's called business communication. How can a nice sentence come out of her mouth and not be right? Su Ainen casually replied, business exchange, is that those who usually play more chaotic you must not play with them, some diseases have a latent period, and some of the disease of the latent period of the hospital cannot be found out, they feel good at this time the body, and so when the time comes to the latent period past will be enough to them to suffer. Su Jingyan heard this also felt reasonable, so their siblings decided to now properly go to the hospital for a full body checkup, but also called their dad and mom. Su's father and mother at home? What's with the night for them to get a physical? Is this what's happening? In the private little group of the three of them, Su Jingyan told the events of this evening in detail, and made the two old men listen to it with a sense of trepidation. Su's father couldn't help but say to his daughter-in-law, I told you not to let the two children go to this kind of banquet, how dangerous it is. From now on, we won't go to such banquets. Su mother's heart is also very difficult, I did not expect that these people are usually human-like, but behind the scenes is so dirty, fortunately our son and daughter clean. The two hurriedly packed things to go to the hospital, and also gave 2 days leave to the servants at home to let them go to the hospital to do a full body checkup, and the cost is fully reimbursed. Home maids. Is this an early New Year's Eve? Isn't a full body checkup scheduled for New Year's Eve? At this moment is still in the banquet Lu Siheng manager that called a difficult after the two siblings left. He is completely blind to this scene. It feels like everyone is toxic and sick. It didn't take long for him to end the party and then grabbed plus your parents went to the hospital for a checkup as well. Mom, in the future, if you're going to have a party, you'd better have them go for a full body checkup in advance, and you can't let them in if they're sick in any way. Some of the people who came over to the banquet today have some diseases in some of them, and those of them who are notorious for playing with words in private are still tainted with those dirty diseases. Lu Dong, Mrs. Lu. Ki Union who was caught in passing. Then the two families ran into each other at the same hospital. Su's family of 4. Lu Siheng. Sometimes fate is such a coincidence, isn't it? Chapter 15 Suanan, try not to let him die in the toilet with his bare ass. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence. I didn't expect to actually meet up with you guys here. Mrs. Lu saw Su's mother or a smile. The two will occasionally the kind of Mrs. Banquet get together, although not quite familiar with it, but the relationship is not bad. Su's mother smiled dryly and said, "It's quite a coincidence. Are you guys here for a health checkup at the hospital as well?" As soon as she talked about this, Mrs. Lu's mood was not good. Yes, I didn't expect this banquet to open up trouble. There are some people who have a chaotic private life, and there are also some messy diseases in their bodies. In the future, if you hold a banquet, you can pay attention to it properly. Don't put these messy people in. Su's mother nodded, that apprehension in her heart. I hope nothing is wrong with anyone in their family, otherwise this is really sinful. Lu Siheng looked at Su Jingyan and said, "Did your sister ask you guys to come over to check?" Su Jingyan nodded. He was actually the one who asked his parents to come and check, but now this matter could only be pushed onto Su Anan. My sister said our family hadn't been over for a checkup in a long time, and she said she saw a couple of people at the party who frequented some not-so-good establishments, and she'd talked about it before when she was partying with her little sisters, so she had our whole family checked out for fear that something might happen to us. Hearing these words, Su Anan revealed an awkward smile beside her. Then the two families began to do all the physical examination. This hospital is a private hospital, the Lu family is the major shareholder, so the two of them still do the physical examination quite quickly. Looking at the healthy medical reports in their hands, both families breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily nothing happened. If something did happen, then I'd be really sorry for too many people. Mrs. Lu also took out her cell phone to send a message to those older sisters who were better connected in her family as well. Lu Siheng even started to carefully investigate what kind of diseases those messed up people had on them, and then all of them were exposed to him. This body is sick and still come to the banquet. This is intended to drag a few people off. Lu Siheng looked at the physical health reports of those people sent over on his cell phone. That mood simply wanted to kill. There's AIDS. There's syphilis. And all sorts of little infectious diseases. Su Jingyan sat next to him looking at Lu Siheng's cold down eyes, curious about what he saw from the top of his cell phone. Su Anan slowly moved her feet to Lu Siheng's side and back, and also saw those messages on his cell phone clearly. Suan. My mother, yeah. So many people are sick. In addition to those they encountered who had been notified by the system, there were others who hadn't been notified who had also been found out. She counted a dozen of them. Suanan, Tuzi, I'm really admiring you more and more now, you're really too good. The system was praised by her a little bit, not too good up. No, I just know some of the plot in fact, not so great ability Listening to this one-person conversation, Su family members and Lu Siheng heart that taste simply do not know what to say. They were also glad that they had this system, or else this banquet was really too screwed up. Maybe they really had to wipe out the whole army. Although Ji Yunyang didn't quite understand why he had to come over to check his health, after seeing that the health report was normal, he said hello and left, saying that he had something else to do and needed to leave immediately. He had to investigate the matter between him and Jiang Yan. If Jiang Yan really had problems, then she must have her own purpose in approaching him. If that purpose was to hurt his family to hurt Lu, then don't blame him for not being polite. This child, what else is there to do so late in the evening? His work things you arranged a lot for him, Mrs. Lu asked Lu Siheng. Lu Siheng looked at Ji Yunyang's back and said in a flat tone, there aren't a lot of arrangements, and since everything at work has been taken care of today, he should be going to see his little girlfriend. Hearing this, Mrs. Lu instantly became a little less satisfied with Jiang Yan. Thinking that this little girl really doesn't have any sense of proportion at all, these two haven't been together for much longer yet, and what are they doing in the middle of the night? The two Su family siblings glanced at each other, that curiosity in their eyes. Su Anan whispered to Su Jingyan in his ear, whispering, how do I feel that Mrs. Lu seems to be a little less fond of that Miss Jiang Yan? Su Jingyan also nodded in agreement. I think that Jiang Yan is not as innocent as she looks. If she approaches you in the future, you stay away from her. Do you know, don't be sold by her and still help her count the money. TSK. Su Anan directly slapped Su Jingyan's thigh and gave him a blank look without a good mood. Is she such a brainless person? I already know that one is the female lead, so I can't be so brainless to go up to her, okay? Listening to their daughter's sister's heartfelt words, the Su family's parents and Su Jingyan looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. This girl was born with a lack of heart, and they really weren't quite sure. The two families parted after a little pleasantries after all the body checks. It was getting late after all. As he was about to leave, Lu Siheng called out to Su Anan. Miss Su, I feel especially destined to be with Miss Su. Why don't the two of us exchange contact information, and if there's anything we need help with in the future, we can always look for me. Su An? Su's parents, Su Jingyan? What does Lu Siheng want? Hasn't he always stayed away from women? He's not interested in this brainless girl, is he? Su Anan also frantically asked the system in her heart, Unity-san. Is Lu Siheng having a stroke? He actually wants to be friends with me. Lu Siheng. Is wanting to be friends with you a drawback? This girl's brain circuit is also really hard to say. The system is also puzzled. In the novel, Su Anan and Lu Siheng, two people from beginning to end, did not intersect. I don't know, if you were in the original text from the beginning to the end of no interactions, maybe because the plot has changed a little bit, it's okay, and he is a friend. It's okay to be friends with him. Su family of three, you this system also quite understand interpersonal relations. It seems that this period of time did not less remedial lessons. Lu Siheng in his heart gave this system a point of praise. The critical moment, this unity is still quite useful. Well, he thought that this system will stop it. Su Anan listened to the system and exchanged contact information with Lu Siheng. Su Anan, Unity-san, exchanged contact information. This will definitely become a friend later on. Watching a friend die is something I would really feel bad about in my heart, so will I be able to stop the end of his death? System, sure, I'll help you. Hearing the system's reply, Su Anan was really touched. Tuzi, if we really can't change it, then we don't have to force it. Let's just do our best. At least don't let him die in the toilet with his bare ass. Let's try to maintain his decency for the last time. The three Su family members quietly looked at Lu Siheng. Luckily, he couldn't hear it. Why does this girl say everything in her head? The expression on Lu Siheng's face almost couldn't be maintained. Then he really had to thank her, didn't he? And in the end he was thinking of letting him not die in the toilet with his bare ass. This kind of emotion was really touching. Chapter 16, Tang's wickedness, sacrificing Su Anan. After returning home, the Su family of four quickly rested, while Lu Siheng lay in bed unable to sleep. He was practically laughing in anger when he thought about the one he heard at the hospital about trying not to let him die in the bathroom with his bare ass in the toilet. Should he praise this girl for her good heart, or should he praise her for her good heart? But what is certain is that you will have to get in touch with this girl more in the future to determine when you will die. Right now all that is known is that something will happen to you in 2 years due to food poisoning, but the exact time and due to what kind of food poisoning is not yet known. At the moment, something is being plotted behind the scenes. Young Tang, why do you want to cooperate with me? As far as I know, you seem to be on good terms with the Su family's youngest. Jiang Yan looked at Tang Jia, who had come to her door, and was genuinely suspicious of his purpose. Inside the novel, this Tang Jia, but from beginning to end in Su Jingyan's relationship is good, and then the Su family bankruptcy, he has also been helping the Su family. Tang Jia looked at the innocently dressed Jiang Yan. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. If it wasn't for the sake of getting close to Su Jingyan, he wouldn't bother working with this woman. During this period of time he was able to clearly feel that Su Jingyan was slowly starting to alienate him. The situation was not a good one for him, and he reflected on whether or not he had done something to make him find out what he was thinking. But except for that one mountain climbing and camping trip, he felt that he usually hid himself quite well, so he suspected that it was that one mountain climbing and camping trip that had exposed him. Maybe Su Jingyan didn't sleep at all that night. So his aim now was to start from Su Anan's side. Jiang Yan, I like to talk to smart people. It's best not to pry into things you shouldn't. Isn't your purpose to join the mansion? I am able to let you marry into the mansion, isn't that enough? Although Ji Yunyang is only Mrs. Lu's nephew, Mrs. Lu still values this nephew more. If you want to marry him, then the first thing you have to take care of is Mrs. Lu. Your current status definitely won't please Mrs. Lu, so I'll make you a star. Jiang Yan frowned, still rather skeptical of his words, but don't they look down on stars the most in this kind of powerful family? Are you sure that Mrs. Lu won't look down on me if I become a star? Tang just squinted his eyes at Jiang Yan and said mockingly, you're not marrying Lu Siheng. a star married to a nephew, she won't be dissatisfied to where she is even if she's dissatisfied again. It's hard for a nephew who doesn't have anything to want to be paired up with a rich family's daughter. Listening to the mocking words, Jiang Yan bit her own lip, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Ever since attending the evening banquet, she had noticed that Ji Yunyan's attitude towards her was much colder. She didn't know how Tangjia had found her, but working with Tangjia was really the only way. And her current target was not Ji Yunyang, but Lu Siheng. A male match that was even better than the male lead. Why didn't she choose the one that was even better? And as long as she changed Lu Siheng's fate, then with Lu Siheng's condition she could completely turn into the male lead. Jiang Yan's change in expression was clearly seen by Tangjia, who took a sip of wine with a sneer in his eyes. It seems that this woman has a big appetite. She seems to be a bit unable to look at Ji Yunyang. But regardless of whether she looked at Ji Yunyang or not, he only needed her identity to approach Suanen and start from Suanen. Suanen was also the one he had watched grow up since she was a child. This girl was too well protected by her family and had an unrealistic fantasy about everything. Thinking that all is good in the world, if he rushed to approach Suanen, it might be counterproductive, so he had to find a well-controlled female to approach Suanen. Jiang Yan, she was vain and hypocritical, but had a face that might attract favor. The woman is vain and hypocritical but extremely controlling and ambitious, but her ambition doesn't match her brains. At that time, when Jiang Yan and Suanen became close friends, then let the relationship between these two break down, and he would comfort Suanen as his brother's best friend. A young lady who is as white as a sheet of paper is at her most vulnerable when her friendship breaks down, and this is the time for him to take advantage of the situation. As long as you marry Suanen, then are you still afraid that you won't be able to get close to Su Jingyan? The corners of Tang's mouth hooked up slightly, as if he saw a better life in the future. As for Suanen, if she later obeyed, that's good. If not, after the marriage casually dealt with this millennial on the line, crazy sick died. So many reasons can be used, when you can also market their own deep love. At that time, he will replace her to fulfill her filial piety in front of the Su family's parents, and he can also use the identity of her deceased husband to live in the Su family, so won't he be able to get closer and closer to Su Jingyan? Suanen suddenly shivered when she slept in the middle of the night, and when she woke up in a daze she always had a feeling of uneasiness in her heart, a feeling that there was someone who wanted to harm her. System, what's the matter with my heart suddenly getting a little hard? System, you're having a nightmare, but I do have something bad to tell you, and I was going to tell you about it tomorrow. Suen, what is it? System, the heroine and Tangjia got together, and Tangjia also wants the heroine to approach you to gain your favor. Suanen. How did the two of them get together? What is Tangjia doing? Shouldn't he and Jiang Yan be at odds? System, I'm not too sure about the specifics. Anyway, the two of them met. He wanted Jiang Yan to approach you. As for the purpose of approaching you, those two didn't say, so I don't know. But after it's accomplished, Tangjia will help Jiang Yan to marry into a rich family. This plot collapsed into such a system is also quite surprised. This female lead is not like the female lead, male match is not like the male match. Shouldn't the heroine be an innocent and invincible little white flower? How come she still has so much heart? Wasn't Tangjia the male match who had always been friends with the Su family? How come he was still getting involved with this female lead? And listening to that plan of theirs, it didn't seem like it would be a good thing to let the female lead get close to Suanen. Anyway, just be careful in the future. Better find a chance to remind your brother to stop getting close to Tangjia. I suspect he's letting people get close to you because of your brother. Suanen's eyes suddenly widened as an idea popped into her head. So he's trying to get Jiang Yan to get close to me and then lean on me to get Jiang Yan to marry my brother. Jiang Yan is his shield, so that Jiang Yan can marry into a rich family again, and he can also use Jiang Yan as a shield to get close to my brother, right? Jiang Yan is his pawn. For example, later on, if I let Jiang Yan give my brother a drug, he can use this opportunity to insult my brother. TSK. Vicious. It's just too vicious. System. Though but, what you say is really quite outrageous, is that the logic seems to make sense. Chapter 17. Suanen was kicked out of the house. Suanen was torn up and didn't fall asleep for the whole night, and he also found out that this female lead was a little bit not the same as what the system said. This is not a small white flower, this is clearly a cannibal flower, only with a small white flower face. Early the next morning, Su Jingyan saw his old sister's face as soon as he opened the door. He looked at Suanen, who was squatting in his doorway speechlessly, and said without any good humor, "You shouldn't have squatted here in my place for a night last night, right? Are you full of nothing to do?" A dog biting Lu Dongbin doesn't know what's good for him. Suanen directly rolled her eyes at him and said without any good humor, rolling. Anyway, I just came over to remind you, stay away from that Tangjia. After saying that, she yawned and went back to her room, not noticing Su Jingyan's reaction at all. Su Jingyan. Guard at my door just to talk to me about it? And you can at least give me a reason, girl. Every time the reason is always lazy to think, if not he will read the mind, then it will be finished. The system was also a bit speechless. Will you just say that to him directly? Are you sure your brother will believe it? Every time, not even an excuse. If it collapses, absolutely do not believe. Suanen yawned and lay on the bed in a daze and said, anyway, what I should say I also said. My brother is more cautious. As long as I say, he will definitely listen. Even if he doesn't care, he will also grow an extra heart. You can rest assured. After all, they grew up together, and she still knew clearly what kind of character her own old brother had. Suanen was again directly staying at home for 2 or 3 days this time, and then Su's father and mother just couldn't stand it anymore and directly kicked her out. What's the point of staying at home every day? At least go out and see the world. If you don't go out, people will think something happened to you. Even though those she played with were some plastic sisters, superficial relationships needed to be maintained. Suanen stood in front of her house extremely speechless. She was kicked out here? Yuniko, do you think I'm really pro-life? I'm just staying home for a few days, and this is how I got kicked out. The system said cheerfully, I'm sure you're pro-life. Maybe you've spent too much time at home this time. It's a little bit not in line with your previous character. Your parents are worried about you. You have to understand. Suanen. How do I find that your personality is getting closer to the real person's now? You wouldn't have said something like that in the beginning. The previous system that was simply a robot himself, without an ounce of emotion, and now how this thing is almost like a real person. System, that I also need to keep up with the times. Can't always be a frog in the well. Go, take me to eat delicious to go. Although I can't eat, but take a look at it is good. Suanen breathlessly carried her small bag, then booked a restaurant. It was also true that she hadn't eaten out in a long time, and as good as the food at home was, sometimes it was just that feeling of eating outside. Guarded a few days finally went out. How this book with the book written a bit not quite the same. She is not always like to go to participate in a variety of banquets. Jiang Yen and the Su family this neighborhood guarded a few days, which live in the people are basically non-wealthy, that is, every day to watch these rich people come in and out, which also makes her more want to marry into a rich family. She drove behind the car that Su and was in to see where she wanted to go. This first lady is supposed to be going to a party again, and the one depicted here is stupid and vicious. Although he had a good-looking face and a good family background, he was so stupid that he ended up destroying his family. Jiang Yen despised the image of Suanen when she was reading the book. Nee. Jiang Yen is driving right behind you. You have to pay attention. Why was this woman still acting as a follower? The system now really felt that this plot had collapsed beyond repair. Suanen looked back from the rearview mirror. Good guy, follow so close is afraid that she cannot find out? Don't mind her, she can follow if she likes. Suanen went directly to the restaurant she ordered. She didn't believe that Jiang Yen could follow her in. This restaurant is a membership system, not a member can't get in. She found a corner and sat down, then watched as Jiang Yen was stopped by the people at the door. TSK, why do you think she has nothing to do but follow me? Shouldn't she be with the male lead at this time? System, this is unknown. The male lead is busy with his career right now, so Lu Siheng assigned him some work, but the male lead and the female lead are indeed a bit estranged, and he's still secretly investigating you. Suanen's eyes widened with a surprised face, and secretly investigating the female lead, did he find out something? Isn't this a sweet favorite, and how did it even develop into what it is now? Being so skeptical, the system is also helpless. This male lead is not right, female lead is not right, male collateral is not right. It is suspected that he came to the wrong book. But it double-checked to make sure it wasn't wearing the wrong book. Jiang Yen was stopped at the door that was filled with anger. She took out her cell phone and called Tang. Suanen is out now. She came to a restaurant, but this restaurant is a membership. I can't get in. Is there any way you can get me in? Tangju is now inside the clubhouse to spend the day to drink it. When he received this phone call, he that face annoyed. Can't you think of a way to go in by yourself? Really troublesome to death. Give me the name of that restaurant and I'll see if I have a member. This woman is really a success, even if there is no progress in the past few days. Now there is so little progress and still so troublesome. That stupid missy can't even take it down and you still think you can marry into the family. It's just delusional. Jiang Yen was finally brought in. Miss Su, what a coincidence indeed. Do you still remember me? We met at that banquet of Mr. Lu? Seeing him so full of smiles, Suanen pretended to be suddenly enlightened and said, Oh, I remember, you're Ji Yun Yang who has a girlfriend, right? How come the two of you didn't come to dinner together? The smile on Jiang Yan's face stiffened a bit, but then quickly returned to normal. Yun Yang has been quite busy lately. Is Suanen planning to go out later? Should we join her? Suanen deliberately looked at her cell phone, then said, Didn't intend to go anywhere to play. I intend to go to my family's company. Sorry, it's a little bit not quite the same way as you. After saying that, she packed up her things and prepared to leave. It was better to deal less with heroines, especially this kind of crumbling heroine. Chapter 18, The Hero and Heroine Break Up. The smile on Jiang Yan's face was almost impossible to maintain. Why didn't this young lady follow the rules? After Su Ainen came out of the restaurant and the system spat in his heart, this person really has no self-awareness at all. This purpose is too obvious. Is she afraid that I won't know that she has an agenda for me? She can't even find an excuse. System, indeed it's a bit stupid. Originally I thought you were unintelligent enough in the head, but I didn't realize that this heroine is even more unintelligent than you are. Su Ainen. You in the end will not speak where I'm not smart. I'm simply smart, okay? But this matter. Su Ainen decided to arch the fire a little. She took out her cell phone and found Lu Siheng's contact information. He can run his cousin's girlfriend too, I guess. Su Ainen, Mr. Lu, I ran into your cousin's girlfriend outside. She looked a little weird. Lu Siheng is now handling work at the company and was quite surprised when he received this news. The girl hadn't been heard from since the last time she'd friend him, and he thought she wouldn't reach out to him. Lu Siheng, why is it weird? Did she offend you? Su Ainen thought to herself, isn't it just an offense? They all hit their ideas on me. Still, she replied back, we met at a restaurant. That was a membership restaurant. She came alone, and at first I saw her being stopped, then after a phone call she was let in. Then she came over to talk to me of her own accord, and I asked why he and your cousin didn't come together, and she said your cousin was busy. So whose membership did she come in on? I'm not stirring up trouble. Didn't you say we're both friends now? Then rounding up, I'm also considered a friend with your cousin. Caring about friends shouldn't be much of a problem. Seeing this, Lu Siheng really couldn't hold back his laughter. For once he knew to make an excuse, but it didn't seem like a very clever one, but at least the logic made sense. Lu Siheng smiled while returning, I'll look into it. If she's doing something messy behind Yun Yang's back, then I'll deal with it. It was only when she saw this answer that Su Ainen was relieved. She was just a little girl, and this was just too hard for her to handle, so it was better to leave it to someone else. Lu Siheng immediately let people go to investigate. Looking at the results of the investigation, Lu Siheng's face expression slowly cooled down. How did this Jiang Yan and Tang get together? As far as he knew, Tang seemed to have a good relationship with Su Jingyan. So what the hell do these two want? There was something about Tang. Lu Siheng decided that it was better to tell Su Jingyan, although it was possible that he knew more than he did, but he at least warned, didn't he? Mr. Su, how did that friend of yours, Tang, get involved with that girlfriend of Yun Yang and the others, and met your sister at the restaurant today? When Su Jingyan received this message, he didn't react to what he was saying. Lu Siheng sent another message over. That restaurant is a membership system. Jiang Yan was first stopped at the door, later used to make a phone call and went in. I checked. She used the membership card of Tang Fold. She seems to have an agenda for your sister. That Tang, you seem to have a good relationship with him. Su Jingyan looked at these news that is fidgety. Tang, that thing again, what to do? He actually got involved with Jiang Yan. He suddenly remembered the girl squatting on his doorstep early in the morning 2 days ago. It's not possible that that girl knew about it already. Just when he was thinking about whether he should receive Su into his side, the secretary next to him came to the phone, saying that Missy was here. Su Jingyan. It really is a case of speak of the devil. Hurry up and bring her in. He wanted to hear what was going on. Su Ainen came in and kept on spitting with the system. Su Ainen, you say that Tang is not sick? No, he is sick. Otherwise how could he and Jiang Yan get together? Actually want to use me? Su Jingyan pricked up his ears and listened carefully. System, it's good that I reminded you ahead of time. Anyway, now that you know that the two of them now have an agenda for you, just be careful when you go out in the future. Su Ainen, that in case she keeps pestering me, my brother and Tang, that but not yet torn face, the two of them are still very good friends. Tang, that person is also really disgusting. From my brother's side cannot get down, want to start from my side, disgusting. Su Jingyan almost exploded in place when he heard these words. What did that asshole Tang do? He also wanted to listen carefully to what Tang had done. But Su Ainen and the system went on to another topic. Su Jingyan now simply wanted to find someone to put Tang in a sack. This person was also too disgusting. Lu Siheng's side also contacted Ji Yun Yang. For this male cousin, Lu Siheng actually has no special thoughts in his heart. Their two brothers grew up together, and he still understands what kind of heart this cousin has. There's something wrong with that little girlfriend of yours, as I'm sure you've noticed. Lu Siheng directly opened the door and said, she's now hanging out with that Tang of the Tang family, and she's also counting on that little girl of the Su family, and Su Jingyan already knows about it now. Ji Yunyang froze. He did find out that Jiang Yan was not quite the same as he had imagined, so he didn't pay too much attention to Jiang Yan during this period of time and just wanted to calm down. Brother, I know how to handle it, just don't worry. Lu Siheng nodded and didn't say anything next. The two brothers still had this tacit understanding. Jiang Yan's side was on the verge of breaking down when she received the news of the breakup. Why did you break up? I didn't do anything wrong. Although her current name was Lu Siheng, she didn't want to break up with Ji Yunyang right now. Ji Yunyang listened to her shrill voice and sneered. What have you done to yourself, don't you know? The two of us being together was originally something you tricked us into. I thought you were simple, but what happened? That eye of yours has been glued to my cousin since the first time we met, and it's actually my fault for not recognizing what kind of person you are. Break up this thing is a certainty. If you are good and obedient, then it's fine. If you still want to pester, then don't blame me for not being polite. Jiang Yan was on the verge of biting her lip. Why was this happening? She had only looked at Lu Siheng one more time at that banquet. Ji Yunyang left after making his words clear, leaving Jiang Yan alone to crumble in place. Chapter 19 Homosexuality, right? Then set him up on a male-female blind date. Jiang Yan cried and took out her cell phone to call Tang. When Tang received her call, he was about to die of annoyance. Why did he call again? What is this person going to do? Xiao Tang, what should I do? Ji Yunyang, he wants to break up with me. What should I do? Tang's hand lurched, thinking he had misheard. What did you say? Jiang Yan repeated what she just said again. I said Ji Yunyang, he wants to break up with me. Does he know something? What should I do now? There was a sob in her voice and a hint of devastation. You give me to calm down a little bit, is not just a breakup, and is not a big deal. You are now the most important thing is to the things I explained to you to complete, all other things first move back. I'll come back to help you when I finish the things I've given you. Ji Yunyang is nothing. When the time comes, I'll find you a new mansion, and I definitely won't let you suffer. Tang's words were spoken with conviction, and Jiang Yan's emotions slowly calmed down. Then I'm going to marry Lu Siheng. Do you have an idea? Her purpose was originally Lu Siheng. Ji Yunyang was excellent, but he couldn't be any better than Lu Siheng. If she wants to marry, she will marry the best person. Lu Siheng fits the image of the male lead in his heart. He will find a way to let Lu Siheng avoid that accident. Hearing her words, Tang's heart is full of contempt. Such a status actually want to marry Lu Siheng, Ji Yunyang, and Lu Siheng that is a cousin. You first as someone else's cousin's girlfriend and want to marry someone else's cousin. This is not a fool's errand. Lu Siheng that is a person elite, young to be able to hold up Lu's alone, but also let Lu's to the next level. This is all need real strength. However, he despised in his heart, but his tone was still quite good. What's wrong with that? When the time comes, I'll help you and make you the young lady of the Lu family. Tang was also talking big words and painting big cakes, but this was also to achieve his goal of stabilizing Jiang Yan's emotions. After getting Tang's reply, Jiang Yan felt a lot better in her heart. When things were over, she could become the young lady of the Lu family. What was that one Ji Yunyang? The situation on their side was all monitored by the system. Su Ainan was originally sitting inside her oldest brother's office while catching up on dramas and eating snacks when the system suddenly told her about it. And then, big news, big news. Ji Yunyang and Jiang Yan have broken up. Su's siblings. Broke up? How could they break up? These two are the hero and heroine, how could they break up so easily? The system continued, and Jiang Yan's purpose is not Ji Yunyang at all. She wants to marry Lu Siheng and was just on the phone with Tang to make a deal. Tang told him to complete the task he gave her first and then he would help her marry into a wealthy family. Jiang Yan said she wanted to marry Lu Siheng and asked Tang to help her, and Tang even agreed. Completing the task he had given her, it couldn't be that the task Tang had given Jiang Yan was to get Jiang Yan to approach her, right? Su Ainan, Tang, what the hell is wrong with him? It's really making me more and more angry. Su Jingyan was also getting more and more angry now. Originally they were brothers who grew up together, but as a result, their feelings turned into this all of a sudden. Anan could be the one Tang watched grow up, and he was actually able to lay his hands on Anan. I really don't know how his heart grew. Sensing the wrongness of Su Ainan's mood, the system hurriedly consoled, don't be angry, I'm not telling you everything I know, this can also let you have a preparation in advance. These few of them are just jumpers, don't need to take it too much to heart. The good protagonist turned out to be collapsed into this. You say if you peacefully fall in love with the male lead that to become this. This Jiang Yan is really more and more strange, so strange that it suspects that Jiang Yan also has a system in his body, but the detection can only detect that there is only one system in this world. Su Ainan was comforted by the system, emotions slowly stabilized. Yes, she did not have to be so angry, and these people angry is not worth it. It was just a bit of pity for his own oldest brother, who had been a brother for so long, turned out to be thinking about him all the time, and trying to get in on her side of the fence. He doesn't seem to know that his own brother is a jackal, does he? Su Ainan looked at Su Jingyan with extra pity. Su Jingyan. This is looking for a fight, isn't she? After returning home from work in the evening, Su Jingyan quietly said all the things that happened today to his parents, Su father and mother, that angry simply want to explode on the spot. What the hell does that bastard Tangja want? Not to mention the fact that he's the one your mom and I grew up with, and our family hasn't treated him well enough, but he's actually counting on us. Su's father was practically going mad with anger. He actually dared to start with your sister and let that female lead get close to your sister. He really does have inside his head, doesn't he? Su Jingyan, Mother Su, pfft. Dad, calm down, didn't we find out about this thing? We've been able to prepare for it ahead of time. Su Jingyan is still the first time to see his own dad scolding someone so hard. It seems that he is really pissed off. Su mother said while helping Su father to smooth out his anger, our family definitely can't take this loss. Tangja, his mom, recently asked me out. Originally I wasn't going to go, but now I'd like to go for a while. Doesn't he like you, isn't he? Then I'll urge his mom to make him go on more blind dates. Right. Bring your sister over there too. Go pit some good stuff over there. Tangja's mom loved Su Ainan because she never had a daughter, at least on the surface. So every time he saw Su Ainan he would give her gifts, and those gifts were not cheap. Looking at his own parents' disappearance, Su Jingyan in his heart slightly sighed. It seems that this time the Tang family is going to hemorrhage, otherwise not enough to calm the indignation in his parents' hearts. Tangja is still playing outside with those fox friends, and is still completely unaware that his future miserable life is about to begin. Su Ainan's first reaction when she learned that her own mother wanted to take her to the Tang family to attend that kind of ladies' party was to refuse. Every time I go, those ladies are bored. Either they go to talk about beauty or luxury clothes and luxury bags, or they show off how good their husbands are to them. In fact, who doesn't know what's going on in this circle, whether it's good or not? You know in your own heart. You have to go for me even if you don't. You haven't seen your Auntie Tang for so long, it's time to pay him a visit as a junior. Mother Su found a good excuse. Besides, Su Ainan really hadn't been to the Tang family for a long time. Chapter 20, Tang family's big melon, Butler's double plugs. Su Ainan, no matter what the result, was still being pressed. She used a pleading gaze to look at her own old brother and her own father, resulting in these two people simultaneously inclining their heads. They didn't see it. They didn't see it. Su Ainan was dragged into the car and asked the system with a heart full of grief and anger, what's going on with them? Why don't they save me? The system also do not know how to answer her. Maybe because the two of them are also afraid of your old mother. It has been so long, have you not found it? Your mother is the top of your family's food chain. I have found it. You actually did not find it? Su Ainan. Well, it does, so it's no one can save her now, is it? Every time she went to such a ladies' party she was annoyed to death. Those people either inquired if she had a favorite or started introducing her to their nephews, sons, relatives, and so on. The point is that those kids in their family who don't know what kind of virtues they have, but they are all able to praise him to the skies. Mom, so can I come back after I see Auntie Dawn? I don't want to be there all the time, and you guys aren't having any fun if I stay there, are you? Looking at Su Ainan's expectant eyes, Su mother directly reached out and pressed her head down. Don't look at me with such eyes. No matter what, you're still going to go for me. Behave yourself. Su Ainan. Hasn't she been obedient enough? Hasn't she been obedient enough all this time? How long has it been since she's been out and about? Tuzi, do you think my mom doesn't love me anymore? Why is she so hard on me now? System. How do you expect me to answer you like that? Mother and daughter this way is one person to make rebellion hard, one person hard to suppress. Su Ainan has never been successful in rebellion. Okay, hurry up and get out of the car. I'm already at someone else's house, you don't have to give me a hard time. Su Ainan reluctantly got out of the car. The moment she got out of the car she had a smile on her face, looking as if she was happy to be here. System. I go. You this change of face speed cannot. Oops. Finally. Mother Tang was simply overjoyed when she saw them, mother and daughter. Su mother don't smile and greeted up. You invited me to definitely come but also brought in an over here. This girl does not know anything, do not know at all that you miss her. Su Ainan stood beside her and laughed with her. Yes, she is unintelligent. She is the most unintelligent person in this world. Mother Tang looked at Su Ainan's well-behaved appearance. Really is, the more she sees the more satisfied she is. Come on the line, keep talking about the child for what? Hurry up and come in, everyone else has already arrived yet. This time we can do massage and chat at the same time. Don't you always like that essential oil massage? I'll arrange it all for you now. System, what is called essential oil massage? Massage, is there a difference? Suan, kids don't think nonsense. System. After going in, there are 5 or 6 ladies already sitting there. It looks like that is a happy conversation. Seeing the Su family mother and daughter came in, their face smile even happier. The Su family and the Tang family's status is higher than theirs. They can always play with the Tang mother. Su mother is not in order to maintain the relationship to their own business to find an additional way. How long has it been since I've seen you bringing out? You're the one who's been hiding your daughter. A daughter this good should be brought out more often to see her. A lady smiled and looked at Su Anan, looking quite amiable but with calculations in her eyes. She just always wanted Su Anan to marry her own son, so a golden phoenix flew into their family, then their family will not be developed in the future. Su Anan's heart fluttered at this look. My goodness. This look is just like a poisonous snake looking at its prey. I really don't know why mom must bring me to this party. System, your mother must have her own intentions. Don't worry, there's no danger here, and the lives of these ladies are quite exciting. They're all big melons. Su Anan's eyes lit up immediately. It was time to eat melon again. Su's mother came over this time to give Tang's mother an eyeful. She pretended to be concerned and praised Tangja, and then secretly said that he was old enough to arrange a few blind dates. He hadn't found a good one after searching for so long on his own, so it would be better for them as elders to help him out. Mother Tang looked at Su Anan, who was sitting obediently next to her, and said with a lively mind, I'm actually very tolerant of my daughter-in-law's requirements. I just think that Anan is a good girl, especially to my liking, obedient and understanding. I'm now thinking that that brat can find a daughter-in-law who is as good as this girl and come back, then that way we'll enjoy our blessings in the future. Suan. What to think? Su mother held back the impulse to roll her eyes, continued, my family, this girl, even if she was spoiled by me and his father and his brother, a little bit, do not know what to do with the temper, is also pampered. We just want her to find a later and we are as tolerant of her. The status of identity does not have, the money is not important. In any case, our family does not look at this kind of. Just kidding. I can't believe you're still hitting on her, baby girl. This is dreaming. Just the one in your family actually wants to be with my baby girl. That's just delusional. In fact, Tangja has been poking and prodding his mom that Su Anan is good, saying that he has a good feeling about Su Anan, and that he knows the roots of the people he grew up with. I have to say that this person is really unscrupulous in order to achieve his own goals, not only using Su Anan, even his own mother. Ma'am, the oil massage is ready. An elegant butler came over. A hint of petulance flashed in Tang mother's eyes when she saw the housekeeper. The others didn't notice, but the system did. That's one of the big melons she's talking about. Attention, attention, there's an affair between this housekeeper and Mrs. Tang. Su Anan and Su mother heard the words of the system, instantly looked at the housekeeper and Mrs. Tang, had not been paying attention, was so reminded by the system, really feel that the two of them eyes in the lasso. Su Anan's excitement can no longer ask the system in her heart, hurry up and tell me in detail, must say to everything. Su's mother also strained her ears and listened attentively. System, the Tang family plays with real flowers. This housekeeper not only has an affair with Mrs. Tang, but also has a bit of that relationship with Chairman Tang. Su's mother and daughter. So exciting? This family is too messed up. The relationship between the three of them has always been hidden from each other, that is to say, the relationship between Chairman Tang and the housekeeper is hidden from Mrs. Tang, and the relationship between the housekeeper and Mrs. Tang is hidden from Chairman Tang, and they don't know about each other, and the housekeeper is really like a fish out of water in the middle of this couple. Su Anan and Su's mother were lying on the massage chair, and their hearts were in a state of shock. It's true, Tang Chul's genetics are the same as his father's. He's just like his dad. Chapter 21, Eating Melon with the Family. During that next massage, the other ladies were all showing off their luxuries or how good their husbands at home were to them while massaging them. Only the two Su family mothers and daughters pretended to be resting and kept their eyes closed on the butler and Mrs. Tang. Su and, aha. They quietly pulled hands. Dare to quietly pull hands in front of us, so bold. Su Anan screamed frantically in her heart. Su mother heard it and hurriedly went to look at the hands of those two people. Indeed, by taking the action of getting something, the two people quietly pulled together. Mrs. Tang also hooked the palm of the housekeeper's hand with her finger. TSK, I did not expect to play for so many years, did not find out that these two people have an affair. Now it seems that these two people are not hiding much better. How come she did not find it before? System, tonight Tang Dong will come back. The housekeeper should be with Tang Dong. Su's mother and daughter. How is the butler going to hide it? He's got too much guts. Working in someone else's house not only took the mistress but also the man. I just don't know if Tangja has any relationship with him anymore. I don't think so, right? The system heard Su Ainen's thoughts in her heart and directly answered her doubts. Although Tangja has no thoughts about this housekeeper, the housekeeper has thoughts about Tangja. Their family is quite messy. Or else how do you think Tangja got the hang of it, and how did he find out that he likes men? Su Ainen. You're saying that this butler is the one who brought Tangja to the door. Then does Tangja know about this housekeeper's affair with his parents? Su mother also slowly held her breath and listened carefully. This melon is really too big and too fragrant. If it was exposed, the Tang family was afraid that it would become the laughingstock of the entire high society. System, Tangja doesn't know what happened between the butler and his parents. The butler is still quite cautious in getting along with the two masters. He is watching Tangja grow up, also knows what kind of character Tangja is. Tangja looks cheerful and calm, but his heart is dark and twisted. He will achieve his goal by whatever means, that kind of thing. Su Ainen nodded desperately in her heart. She strongly agreed with this statement of the system. Massage for an hour and a half. This lady went to the waiting room to eat snacks and drink tea, and the sun is going down when Tang Dong came back. Yo, that one of my family is back. Mrs. Tang looked very happy on the surface, but who knew what was in her heart? The Su family mother and daughter hurriedly looked at Tang Dong. TSK. This butler actually helped Tang Dong fetch a tie. These two people's eyes are about to pull the wool over their eyes. Su Ainen looked at the feelings of this pair of middle-aged men, and inexplicably felt a little nauseous in her heart. You said that if the two of them were truly in love and were really together, Su Ainen might even be quite admiring. After all, in this world, a pair of male lovers were indeed quite disallowed by the world. But these two weren't the kind of people he thought they were. First of all, this butler wasn't anything serious. How else could he have been screwing around at his place of work, and with both the man and the woman who owned it? Su mother looked at her daughter's disgusted eyes are about to cover up, hurriedly said, time is not early, we should also go. Sometimes we get together again. Today play very happy, eat melon, eat very happy. Mrs. Tang saw that the two of them were about to leave and hurriedly had someone take out a box. An unusually comes once in a while. I as my mother don't know what to give him. This set of emerald jewelry will be given to her. Su Ainen kept her smile and pretended to shrug it off, but under Mrs. Tang's firm request, the set of emerald jewelry was still taken away. Mother and daughter sat in silence in the car on the way home. They hadn't gotten over the melons they had just eaten. Suan was especially eager to share with people now, sharing that didn't fit into the system, sharing with real people. She looked at her mom next to her and said tentatively, Mom, I just saw something particularly surprising, but I don't know if I should say anything. Su mother looked towards her daughter. It couldn't be that this girl wanted to talk to her about what just happened. Tell me about it. Su's mother raised the partition between the front and back seats, which was soundproof so that the driver couldn't hear anything they said in the back. Su Ainen took a deep breath and whispered, I saw Auntie Tang and that housekeeper have a little bit of relationship. Auntie Tang's hand was secretly tickling that housekeeper's hand, and that housekeeper even smiled at her and then held her hand. Is Auntie Tang cheating? Su Ainen said this thing when he was ready to be reprimanded by his own mother, but did not expect his mother's reaction was a little less than what he imagined. If Mother Su didn't know any mind-reading techniques, then she might think that her daughter was talking nonsense, but she had also seen that scene clearly just now. Mother Su glanced at her nervous daughter and whispered, to be honest, I saw it too. I also saw that your Uncle Tang and that housekeeper were also a little bit related, and from my experience the two of them didn't have the right look in their eyes. Hearing this, Su Ainen's eyes instantly lit up, really worthy of being her mama. The eyes are just fine. Su's mother, oh, it's not my eyes that are good, it's my mind-reading skills. Mother and daughter too so spit all the way. Su Ainen also take advantage of this matter to the incident all clear. Really gossip or someone to talk together only fragrant Remember this thing cannot talk to others, our family no on the line, even if it is passed out cannot be passed out from our mouth. Listening to her own mom's instructions, Su Ainen hurriedly nodded her head to indicate that she knew. After they went back they told the two men in the family about this matter. Su Jingyan and Su father were simply shocked out of their eyes by this matter. No, the Tang family is so messy. It's even more chaotic than they thought. Is this housekeeper the reincarnation of Daji? He also fooled the two male and female masters of the house, he is also too capable. Su Ainen observed her family's faces and carefully said to the system, you say, is it right for me to tell my family about this matter? I just thought that through this matter to make them stay away from the Tang family, such a disgusting family doesn't have to be far away. System, I agree with your approach. This will allow your family to be more vigilant, a person coming out of such a family that's what a good person you just let your brother recognize what kind of person Tangja is. This conversation between this person and the unity was clearly heard by the three members of the Su family. Su's family of three. Okay, it's also true that you have to find an opportunity to get farther away from the Don family. This can go viral, as long as it doesn't come out of their mouths. Chapter 22 The Tang family's big drama, catching an adulterer in bed, real-time broadcast by the system. The Tang family was bustling last night. The housekeeper had to calm Mrs. Tang's mood while looking for opportunities to mingle with Tang Dong. Tang Jia didn't go home again tonight. He basically seldom goes home now. Most of the time he spends his time outside, spending his time drinking. He is also very disgusting to grow a lot of people who are so similar to Su Jingyan and then mess around with them. This recent period of time was when he indulged in this kind of gentle land, and the one he favored the most was the one that most resembled Su Jingyan. That person's looks in a certain angle and Su Jingyan have so 2 points of similarity. Tang Jia also requires that the man behavior and demeanor dress must be exactly the same as Su Jingyan. The system was all disgusted for a moment after knowing this, but it didn't tell Su Ainen about it. It was afraid of disgusting Su Ainen. At 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Ainen sat in the hall and watched TV, but I don't know what's going on. Her dad and mom and old brother also sat in the living room to watch TV with him, which is a rare sight. But it didn't think anything more about it. After all, it wasn't like this situation hadn't happened before. Wasn't it just watching TV together on New Year's Eve? The system was live streaming the Tang family's situation with Su Ainen. It's starting. It's starting. That butler is now in Tang Dong's room. The 4 members of the Su family were ostensibly watching TV, but their ears were all attentively listening to the system's words. Mrs. Tang suddenly came over as well. Tang Dong has been out on a business trip for a week, and in order to show how virtuous she is, she even made sweet soup and sent it up herself, but the housekeeper in the room is in love with Tang Dong. The breathing of the 4 members of the Su family stopped all of a sudden, and it felt as if they had arrived at the scene and inexplicably began to tense up. Su Jingyan closed the computer in a fake manner, then leaned on top of the sofa to close his eyes. The system is also nervous at this moment. Open the door, catching adultery in bed. Tang Dong's pants are still on, and the housekeeper is completely naked. Mrs. Tang went in when the 2 of them are entangled together. Su Ainen mechanically ate the potato chips. That eye was extremely empty, and at the moment their family was staring at that advertisement on the TV that was selling underwear panties. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were looking at it with a lot of seriousness. Cleaning maids. What's wrong with the owner? Why is he staring at this ad so hard? Does he think this lingerie company is good and wants to buy it? Sure enough, rich people have ideas they can't get. Maybe they're thinking of something lucrative for this family. The maid shook her head and walked away. The Don family at the moment. You guys can't afford to treat me like this. You have a lover outside, even if it's not enough, now you don't even spare your family. What the hell are you trying to do? Mrs. Tang was on the verge of breaking down. She was suffering a double blow. A husband and a lover entangled without her knowledge. This is not an ordinary blow. Tang Dong and the butler's faces were not very good. They were not even dressed yet because their clothes were snatched away by Mrs. Tang. Tang Dong coldly and stiffly said, "We'll talk about this matter later. You return the clothes to us first." Looking at his attitude was still so bad, Mrs. Tang directly sneered and threw the clothes out of the window, then took out her cell phone to take a shot at them. "Aren't you too shameless? Then I'll make you lose face even more." Seeing her start taking pictures with her cell phone, Tang Dong and the housekeeper instantly panicked. The 2 of them frantically went to grab the phone in Mrs. Tang's hand. Mrs. Tang's body is petite and flexible. These 2 people were already bound without clothes, and now they can't catch Mrs. Tang at all. Although Mrs. Tang was angry at her husband, she was even more angry at the housekeeper. Her husband cheated on her long ago, and she didn't care much about it now, but the housekeeper was different. The housekeeper was her spiritual pillar in this house, and now this spiritual pillar had also collapsed. "You betrayed me. You betrayed me. You all betrayed me." The housekeeper looked at her in such a frenzy and hurriedly grabbed her hand, then said with a sad sob, "Ma'am. You calm down." Mrs. Tang directly slapped him in the face and then screamed, "Calm down. How do you want me to calm down? What do you take me for? The 2 of us have been together for so many years and we're still no better than this old thing. He's all frilly skin. What do you really like about him?" Tang Dong stared at the 2 with wide eyes. "I can't believe you 2 are having an affair too." The system for the Tang family situation that is simply a real-time broadcast, it is now limited in its ability to broadcast the screen, but it can imitate the 3 people's voices. It mimicked the voices of all 3 to perfection. Even Mrs. Tang's screams were extremely similar. The 4 members of the Su family were listening to that wonderful, wonderful. Simply too wonderful. This is much more exciting than any TV show or showbiz thing. Su Ainen and the system exclaimed, "I didn't expect to hide it for so long, but actually all of them are exposed tonight. Hurry up and continue to broadcast." System, okay. Mrs. Tang mouthed off about her and the housekeeper, and Tang Dong's face darkened with anger. His trembling fingers pointed at these two people, unable to say a word, and finally collapsed directly with both eyes rolled back. Mrs. Tang, housekeeper. Tang Dong collapsed on the ground with a blue face. Mrs. Tang and the housekeeper both glanced at each other, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes as well. What happened today must not be spread. If this old man woke up, then the two of them would have to be cleaned up. That's why this old guy should never wake up. At least is secretly together for so many years of people. Mrs. Tang and housekeeper two people also really is cruel enough. Actually just watch. Tang Dong was angry deaf. The two are also very clever to find a maid over. Tang Dong suited the maid mess too excited before the accident, and they have nothing to do with them. As for this maid, no one would believe her words, no one would believe her even if she was defending herself. She was just a sparrow who wanted to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. How would people believe the words of such a person? You go to your room and clean up some things. Mr. just smashed some things in anger. Mrs. Tang and the housekeeper both came out fully dressed and clothed, completely making it impossible to tell what had just happened. All the maid knew was that they were arguing inside, and not knowing what kind of stuff they were arguing about, she went in without suspecting a thing. Immediately after the maid went in, the two of them locked the room. When the old man dies, the house will be theirs for the two of them. It had to be said that Mrs. Tang still had feelings for this housekeeper, and was still thinking that the two would be together after all this. Chapter 23. The Tang family has become the laughingstock of the upper class. Su family. 4 people listening to the description of the system are dumbfounded. This is to murder they want to call the police Su's father has already sneaked out his cell phone, but what reason to use if you call the police now? This reason is not too good to find Suanen was also asking the system what to do. Tuzi, hurry up and help me think of a way can't just stand by and watch them get Tang Dong killed. Although this family is not a good person, but the two families still have some business dealings now. If this old man dies, it will have an impact on their family. The system comforted her and said, don't worry, that maid is not stupid. Mrs. Tang, that housekeeper, was 100 times too close to searching that maid's cell phone, so that maid directly called the police as soon as she went in and saw that scene. Hearing the words of the system, Su family members immediately breathed a sigh of relief, although they quite hate this Tang family, but also did not expect to let them die Son, this is really none of our business Don't you listen to other people's nonsense. Mrs. Tang and the two housekeepers were now under control, and Tangjia rushed back urgently when he received the news, and when he came back, he saw that the house was in chaos, and there were still police there. Looking at his mother and the housekeeper in front of him, Tangjia was extremely annoyed in his heart. Then tell me what the hell is going on? Why did my father become like this? Why did he have a stroke? The police had already started coming to check the home's surveillance, which was installed in the homes of such rich and noble families, firstly to ensure their own safety, and secondly to prevent the servants from having unclean hands and feet. Mrs. Tang and the housekeeper hadn't had time to deal with the surveillance yet, so this surveillance came out as soon as they checked it. If things had dragged on until tomorrow, they would have been able to clean up all the loose ends from tonight. It's just a shame that they were 100 times too close to checking to see if the maid had a cell phone with her. The police came over after collecting the evidence, and now the evidence is conclusive. I have to say that this big family is really quite chaotic. This housekeeper is also really quite powerful. You two come with us. Right now you two are suspects. We'll talk about what's going on when we get back to the police station. Mrs. Tang and the housekeeper, two people, are about to collapse. Their mouths have been screaming and justice has been saying that they did not do anything bad. Everything is the maid's fault. But who believes it? Wasn't Tang Dong still entangled with that butler before it happened, so he still has some evidence on him. And there are some of Mrs. Tang's things inside the butler's room, and the house servants have some statements. Son, you have to save us. I'm your mom. Mrs. Tang, now where there is a little bit of the appearance of the noble lady, just hope that the old man never wake up. Now the evidence is not enough to give them a sentence. If the old man woke up, that is not certain. Looking at the Scandalous two in front of him, Tangjia closed his eyes in disgust. How is he supposed to help? How can he help? Saying that in front of the police is just asking for death. It was also fortunate that the Tang family's matter happened in the middle of the night, or else it would really be a laughing matter if the others found out during the day. But their family this live in this area are rich and noble family, and besides their family, now the commotion is not small. There are some people know that the police came over in the middle of the night, but specifically do not know what kind of situation. Anyway, the Don family is kind of out in force tonight. The system dutifully broadcast to them, and then the Su family of 4 sat in the living room until 1 o'clock in the morning. The good thing is over. All of Tang's family members have been in the police station. Tangjia is being questioned by the police. Mrs. Tang and the housekeeper, 2 people, have been controlled, and now we are waiting for Tang Dong to wake up. Su Ainen, listening to this wonderful plot, is really feel that this reality can be much more exciting than the drama. She looked at the clock and yawned, ready to go to bed, only to catch a glimpse of her mom, dad, and oldest brother sitting next to her. Su Ainen? Why haven't they gone to bed yet? Father Su, Mother Su, Su Jingyan. This is not too fascinated to listen to it. Sleep is not as important as eating melon. But now also have to find an excuse to perfume this stupid daughter. Su father took out his cell phone, said with an excited face, the three of us just ordered takeout, do you want to stay and eat together? Su and, yes. No wonder it will wait here for so long, so it is ordered a midnight snack. Ordered a midnight snack or not, and she said she still want to eat chicken claws, and do not know whether there are chicken claws. Su Jingyan sighed in his heart, this stupid sister, really, in front of her you don't even need to use any brains, just a random sentence will fool her. At 1:30, the takeout was delivered, and this family of four ate it here, but everyone's heart was extraordinarily unsettled. The main reason is that there is so much going on today and there is no telling what kind of news will come out tomorrow. Su Jingyan felt that he could add fire to this. Tang, this asshole actually dared to hit this stupid girl with his idea, then he would have to bear the consequences. Early the next morning, the Tang family's affairs were indeed on the hot seat. After all, it was a powerful family, and Mrs. Tang came from a prestigious family. Originally, Tang had said that the house had been burglarized and that's why the police had come over, but the servants in his house disagreed with this excuse. What do you mean by home burglary? This is not for no reason to throw dirty water on them. Their industry is most concerned about the clean hands and feet. If the reputation of unclean hands and feet spread out, this is not a break in their jobs. Then the servants in the house sneaked out all the things that actually happened last night. To say that Tang this is also a little less clear-headed. Say what kind of excuse is not good, have to splash dirty water on others, this is good, want to hide things are all burst out. Hurry up and find out for me who told this story. Fire him. Tang was furious at home, now their Tang family had become the laughingstock of the upper-class circle, so how could he still marry Suanen? Suan sneezed at home, always feeling that something disgusting was sticking to her. System, hurry up and help me see if there are any disgusting people who are thinking of me, the goosebumps on the back of my neck are coming out, and I always feel that something on my body isn't too comfortable. System, who can miss you? Is it because you can eat, drink or sleep? Su-en. No, why is your tutelary talk getting worse and worse? Where did you learn some of these bad habits? Chapter 24, A Passerby's Melon, Scummy Man and Scummy Woman Deceive Rich Girl. Jiang Yan is also in a terrible mood right now. Tangja doesn't have time to care about her side anymore, and the money she has on her right now is used up, and she can't get close to Suanen, and she can't afford to pay her rent. She now lives in this place is a high-grade neighborhood, is before Ji Yunyang to help her rent, at that time gave her 3 months to rent, and now this time is about to arrive. Just rent this house. Jiang Yan also think Ji Yunyang stingy, which domineering president is not to their own women to buy a house which have rented a house, which is also considered stingy it. But at that time she took the route of a virtuous little white flower, even if she spat in her heart that could not be said. After 2 consecutive days of calling, Jiang Yan finally got through. Young Tang, didn't you say you'd arrange a place for me to stay? My current rent is about to expire. If I don't have a place to stay, I'll really have to sleep on the streets. Hearing this woman's justified words, Tangja was on the verge of being infuriated and laughing. While the woman's stupidity was good to control before, this was so stupid that the stupidity was affecting one's mood. Haven't you yourself been earning money all this time? You can't even pay your rent, how poor you should be. Jiang Yan's face was extremely ugly when he heard this. He had been spending money lavishly after crossing over. Not only had he spent all the money that the original owner had saved for so many years, but he had also spent all the money that Ji Yunyang had given her some time ago. She's the heroine, she shouldn't have been bothered about money in the first place, who knew it would develop like this now. Tangja eventually arranged a place for her to stay, and although it wasn't as good as the one she had lived in before, and the place was smaller, it was still considered to have all the essentials. Why are all these people so stingy? Ji Yunyang before was too, and now Tangja is too. People rich family less also is not moving to send a car to send a house, how they are so stingy The system told Suanen truthfully about the two of them, and Suanen was about to die laughing. Originally thought that the relationship between these two people have how good it, the result is not good well, even the house are not prepared for others, this Tangja can really not reliable. System, although the words are so said, he is the Tang family is now in chaos as a pot of porridge Tangja wings are not yet rich, Tang Dong this stroke he simply cannot press the company of those old people, he and your brother is not the same, an adult after the company inside the fight, that is based on the strength of the position to do so. That Tangja is just that little bit better than those messed up rich kids. At least on the surface he's a hypocrite, right? Ostensibly a hypocrite, the corners of Sue and Anne's mouth twitched. This system talk really is getting better and better at grasping the point now. So what exactly is the deal between the two of them? Why is the deal between the two of them never said it? Tang should just let Jiang Yan close to her, but does not specifically say what the purpose of approaching her is. There wasn't much the system could do about this, it could only know what they did and said, it couldn't fully understand the thoughts that were going through their minds. But as soon as they do things out of words, the system is able to know right away. You don't have to be in a hurry, this is not everything has me in it, know that the two of them a slip of the tongue or do something, then I this immediately can know, you just slowly wait for it. The Tang family's side was a mess, while the atmosphere of the Su and Lu families was quite good. Su Ainan had nothing to do when she was full of food, either to hang out at the company or to go to the street to shop and eat melons, or to see the righteousness to help those girls expose some scummy guys. In the words of the Lu family, Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyan were busy with their work while keeping an eye on Jiang Yan's side of things. Yang, your vision is not so good this time, you have to be careful in the future, Lu Siheng said slightly. Ji Yunyang's face changed slightly. Brother, this time I've grown a memory, I'll keep an eye on Jiang Yan's side, she's now closer to that Tang family connection, the two seem to be plotting something, targeting what seems to be the Su family's eldest daughter. This Lu Siheng knew very well, and he had been paying attention. Brother, should we remind the Su family? I heard that Mr. Su and the Tang family once seemed to have a good relationship. Lu Siheng tapped the table with his finger and said carelessly, we still need to be reminded of this, people already knew about it, they will make preparations on their own. I remember you're preparing a variety show, right? Have you chosen the candidates yet? Do you need my help? Speaking of this, Ji Yunyan finally had a smile on his face. There are already 2 candidates, and the others are being looked for slowly. Ji Yunyang himself founded an entertainment company. The development is not bad, not to say that the entertainment industry is one of the best, that is also ranked in the top few, after all, is backed by Lu's This Big Mountain. That variety show is a live variety show, the main focus is the daily life. Now this kind of fast-paced era, this kind of program is quite hot, after all, life is so tired, everyone likes to watch some more healing programs. Looking at his cousin's spirited look at this talk of his program, a hint of laughter flashed in Lu Siheng's eyes. That what the system said cannot be fully believed, Yun Yang's character he knows, although there are some of their own small mind, but right and wrong is clear, 3 views are also positive. However, if something did happen to him, the only other option for the Lu family would be Yin Yang, so he didn't find it surprising. As for that system that said that the heroine is a little white flower, that Jiang Yan is not a little white flower, it is a cannibal flower is more like it. I thought you said you were single, that you and your ex-girlfriend had been broken up for a long time. Then what's going on now? So what the hell is this status I have now, a mistress? At the moment a farce is playing out on the street, a farce in which Suanan also plays a part. She strolled down the street and found a couple, the system immediately prompted, this couple of this male feed on 2 boats, and the ex-girlfriend has not yet broken up it, and then lied to the side of this girl beside him by the mistress. This girl beside him knew at a glance that she was well protected by her family, and this scumbag didn't deserve it. The funniest thing is that this scumbag's girlfriend and this girl actually know each other, and the 2 of them are cheating on this girl together, and that scumbag's girlfriend is watching from not far away. This girl pays for every shopping trip, and the scummy guy and the scummy girl don't know how much money they've screwed over this girl. After knowing the cause and effect of the matter, Suanan simply wanted to roll up her sleeves and hit someone. This man and that girlfriend of his were too cheap. Then she camouflaged herself a little to move and help the girl. Chapter 25, Disgusting Virgin Hearts. All of the surrounding passers-by were attracted to these 2 people, and the scumbag was still explaining with a stiff upper lip. The scumbag's girlfriend stood by with a pitiful look on her face, like she had been wronged in some way. A lot of people started to take sides without knowing why. Most of them felt sorry for whoever they spoke for, and that rich girl was acting more aggressively because she was angry, so a lot of people were blaming that rich girl. Didn't they all say they are friends? Can't you guys fall in love and even interfere with other people making friends? This is the first statement of the onlookers. The control is so strict that you still have a relationship, you cannot isolate your boyfriend from the world, this is the second statement of the onlookers. People, this girl looks like a good girl, are you scolded to cry? By you so scolded, this girl also did not say a word, you do not just rely on other people's goodness, this is the onlookers of the third statement. Suanan was about to be infuriated as she stood by the side and watched these people. These people are sick, right? Indiscriminately start accusing others, they really think they are saints, right? The system is also very helpless, people are not all like this, they will only stand in their own this perspective to determine the relationship between people. Sometimes I also quite do not understand you humans, say you are smart at you sometimes really stupid can, say you are stupid at your level of science and technology is quite high, anyway, it is a lot of fools, but it's these people so it is to kill people For the system's comment, Suanen didn't know how to refute it, because it was indeed like this in reality. Whether it's spammers on the internet or in real life, there are just too many of them. You say one thing and they spew 10. You talk to them about morality and he talks to you about human nature. You talk to him about human nature and he talks to you about the law. You talk to him about the law and he talks to you about reality. Anyway, it's the kind of thing that can piss people off. Watching the girl who had been cheated being accused by more and more people, Suanen just couldn't stand to watch. She deliberately began to flip up her cell phone, and then pretended to be surprised and said, "This man and that woman are really good friends. I just took pictures and videos on the side of the road as if I accidentally captured the two of them kissing. You guys see if this is the two of them, ah." Suan purposely lit up her cell phone and turned up the sound to the maximum. The sound of the pair speaking came out of the cell phone all at once. The woman said, "You accompanied her out shopping again, this time you can buy more things, now out of the new bag and the new lipstick. You let her help you to buy a little more things, the more expensive the better, when the time comes to sell it can be exchanged for money." The man said, "I know, every time you come out shopping with him you have to talk to me about it, how to do it I don't know. When I marry her in the future our good days will come, then I will give you a big villa to live in." I asked around, this stupid woman is the only daughter of the family, her parents still have a company, she only knows how to eat, drink and have fun every day. If I marry her I can inherit this company. The woman laughed happily, "Then you'll have to get her to agree to marry you sooner rather than later, and bring us to a better life sooner rather than later." The voice coming out of the cell phone was certainly a resounding slap in the face of those onlookers. Although the pair didn't speak too loudly, after Suanen turned her cell phone sound up to the maximum, the sound of these two people's conversation could still be heard clearly. The sniveling woman looked pale, and the scummy man didn't look too good either. He was probably annoyed and actually tried to rush to Suan to snatch the phone. "You're violating my right to a portrait. I'm going to sue you." Yo, this scumbag actually know what is the right to portrait, that he knows that he himself so has committed fraud, Suanen dodged to the side and said with a cold smile, "If you have the ability, go and sue. Let me tell you, this young lady doesn't have much of anything else, but she has a lot of money." Her words were extraordinarily domineering, and the onlookers began to pay attention to her outfit, with some girls who like luxury goods quickly recognizing the wrong brand she was wearing. Most of Suanen's clothes are purchased by her own mother. There are luxury tied brands, there are also special customized clothes. Anyway, she just casually wear. That rich girl is simply about to be furious. "You want to sue, right? Then I also accompany. You cheat me for so long, should also pay some price. These 2 months I spent on you, at least there are millions of money, right? You guys, this is fraud. You two give me a good weight. Scummy men and women deserve to be paired together. I definitely won't accept a private settlement." The scumbag pair were probably really scared when they heard that, and everyone started saying nice things. The woman said that she is also a moment of brain faint, and are listening to this man's flimflam so he would do such a thing, otherwise who would want to share their boyfriends with others, That scummy man had a look of disbelief when he heard this woman actually put all the blame on him. Wasn't she the one who came up with this plan? And all the money he cheated has been exchanged for luxury goods for this woman. She is dressed in this outfit, all the money he cheated to exchange, Lee Chan. Now you're turning your back on me, right? This plan was obviously proposed by you. Now you're putting all the blame on me, right? Do you still want to be shameless? I now clearly tell you, I hear we two chat records are still there, including the two of us call records. I also all to record the sound. I'm not stupid. We two together for 2 or 3 years. You are what kind of person I also know clearly. When you went to college you betrayed your best friend. When you worked you betrayed the company. Originally I thought if we two were good then after a while I would delete all these records. But now it seems that I did not make a mistake in leaving these evidences behind. A woman like you is too vicious. I have to say that this scum man said words a bit scary. This scum woman is also too ruthless. When you go to school, you betray your girlfriends. When you go to work, you betray the company. Is this still a human being? The onlookers were now accusing the pair again. The words were still pretty much the same. How they had just accused the girl was now how they were accusing these two. Suanen looked at this group of onlookers as really disgusting and speechless. You say they are kind, right? Sometimes they are a knife stabbing at the kind people. You say they are not kind, right? They all feel that they are kind very much. They are the standard of morality. They like to stand on the moral high ground to accuse others. System, should we pull out now? Things seem to have been resolved, right? Suanen, retreat, retreat. Looking at this group of onlookers makes me sick. There are not many good people here. The system has just told her what kind of people are the ones who are the most joyful. Those people are standing on the moral high ground to accuse others. In short, the group of people whose hearts are overflowing with saints. The group of people who love to be generous at the expense of other people's feelings. Cousin, the character of this Su family's eldest young lady is quite fun. This time not to go and party with her little sisters but to the street to punish the evil and good to come. In a car on the side of the road, Ji Yunyang and Lu Siheng took in the scene just now, including the circumstances of the incident they saw clearly. Lu Siheng's eyes flashed a hint of a smile. He is not too far away from Su Ain and is still able to hear clearly the thoughts in her heart, but also heard clearly the things that the system said. This girl's personality is just a little too straight, everything else is fine, but her straight personality isn't a bad thing. This girl's character is really quite fun and quite a hobbyist. Listening to his own cousin's words and looking at the way he was looking at that Su family's eldest young lady, Ji Yunyang seemed to have figured out something. This is a 1,000-year-old iron tree suddenly blossomed? But this flower bloom is a bit peculiar. Usually do not see cousin in this Su family, miss. As if the last banquet has seen a bar. Could it be love at first sight? Chapter 26. The system forces Su Ain to eat marinated cow whip, caught by Lu Siheng. Su Ain didn't notice this car on the side of the road in the slightest. The system noticed it but didn't care too much about it. Because Su Ain was going to take it to a buffet. Maybe it was because Su Ain was getting more and more detached from the original plot, so the system might have upgraded. It was now actually able to eat the flavor of the food through Su Ain's sense of taste. This is something it just discovered. Just now Su Ain bought a cup of milk tea and drank it while watching the play, then it suddenly realized that it was able to taste the flavor of the milk tea. This is really a pleasant surprise. Hurry up, time is coming. This buffet only lasts 2 hours. Later on you'll choose more kinds to eat and try them all for me. The system said that it was so good and refreshing. The food was not it was only able to taste the flavor, so it didn't care if Su Ain could eat so many things. Su Ain said breathlessly, my stomach is so big, buffet is eat as much as take as much as cannot be left over. You said to eat so many kinds. This let me how to eat it. System, then you pick the good ones to eat. Try them all first then pick the good ones to eat. This was the first time it was able to taste food. Hell knows how much it craved watching Su's family eat so many delicacies every day. It's hard to bind a rich girl, but it turns out that you can't follow it to eat and drink, so it's not worth it. Su Ain helplessly and breathlessly brought it into the cafeteria, and the entire system went into a seizure once it was inside. This one also wanted to eat, that one also wanted to eat. Finally it put its eyes on that lo mein. It also smelled this overbearing aroma of lo mein through Su Ain's sense of smell. Anne! Bring that long one over here and eat it. It's delicious. Su Ain looked toward the long one. The expression on her face was extremely speechless. Now she didn't even know how to talk to it. My ancestors. That thing is a bullwhip. I can't eat that. I'm a girl who needs to look good out there. The system didn't care so much. Anyway, it didn't have a physical body, and the image was also Su Ain's image. I don't. I'm going to eat that. No one will notice you while everyone is eating. Just take a taste of that. The system actually also has the uneducated pampering function, and I don't know how in the end I learned it during this period of time. Obviously there is no one in the family to pamper. System, learned from TV. Lu Siheng followed Su Ain here after dismissing Ji Yunyang, originally wanting to create a chance encounter, but ended up hearing her conversation with the system as soon as he came in. He, too, turned his gaze to the briny bullwhip with a slightly mixed expression on his face. This system's taste is quite heavy, but Su Ain shouldn't go to eat that bullwhip. Just when he thought Su Ain wouldn't go for it, Su Ain had already been clamored by the system to take down that bullwhip. Most of the people standing in that place were men, and Su Ain going over as a woman really stunned the others. Su Ain turned red, took the bullwhip and ran. While running, he kept cursing the system. It's all your fault. I've lost a lot of face. I can't finish this thing. I haven't eaten anything like this since I was a kid. Which girl has nothing to do with eating bullwhips? Only the system would do that, but the system seems to be genderless. The system smiled and comforted her and said, it's fine, everyone is just curious. This kind of thing has a first time, there will be a second time. You see how nice this color is, at a glance, I know it's quite tasty. Su Ain. Lu Siheng was not far away and almost could not hold back his laughter. The system is also quite fun. Su Ain took a lot of food according to the system's instructions, but only a little bit of each. She couldn't finish more. Not long after he had just taken his seat, Lu Siheng came over with his plate. Seeing Lu Siheng, Su Ain's entire body was frozen. No, what's this big guy doing over here? Does this big guy actually have time to come over for a buffet? Shouldn't he be going to one of those fancy restaurants to eat that foie gras or something? Although Su Ain's family origin is very good, but she really can't get used to eating that kind of Western food. The kind of high-end restaurants she goes to are usually Chinese restaurants. That kind of Western upscale restaurants rarely go. The steak was still bloody, and the portion was small, and there were so many rules about eating that you had to be angry even if you didn't get enough to eat. Suanen frantically shouted at the system in her heart, Unity-san. What the hell is going on here? Why did Lu Siheng come over? Today seems to be a working day, right? He should be inside the company now. System, he just parked on the side of the road but also you just hand to tear down the scum of the road that look all see, maybe think you handsome it, so come over to dine with you. The system even gave an affirmative after saying that, like it was affirming what it said. Suen. Lu Siheng. These two people were directly speechless when they heard the system's words, how this thing was becoming less and less like a machine now, other than the voice being a machine tone, it was becoming more and more like a person, only a not so smart one. Lu Siheng opened his mouth first to break the awkward atmosphere. Miss Su, what a coincidence, just now I saw Miss Su on the roadside so I came over, this happens to be the time for dinner, so I thought to come and take advantage of one of Miss Su's come to this buffet restaurant and try it out. Suanen smiled dryly, completely at a loss as to how to reply. She silently hid the bullwhip behind her, and also put the cake she was holding in the forefront to block it. It's over. The image is going to be shattered. What an image she's maintained for so long. Outside she had always been the elegant, well-behaved and generous image of a rich girl, but what rich girl would be chewing on a bullwhip in a cafeteria nowadays? Lu Siheng also saw the bullwhip. He suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth and said, it seems that the marinade in this house is not bad, why don't I go and get one and try it too? Suanen immediately said when she heard him say something like this, it's indeed not bad, you can give it a try. Two people to gnaw is better than one person to gnaw, this Lu Siheng is quite a gentleman. Good family, good looks and a gentleman, and really would have been a nice guy if he hadn't died so young. Lu Siheng got up just in time to hear the words in her heart. The feelings in his heart when he heard the 3 words of dying early were extraordinarily complicated. He definitely wouldn't have died earlier, it was nothing like inside that book now, and he was sure he wouldn't have died in the toilet with his bare ass like in the book. Even if I were to die, I wouldn't do it in a humiliating way like that. Never. Chapter 27, System, your stomach is protruding, do you want to press it back? Lu Siheng took all the food Suanen had taken, and the system kept praising him for his good eye. Look at people in you and then look at you, letting you take 2 more you don't even want to, look how obedient they are. Suanen couldn't help but listen to the system's complaint. Then you and I unbind to bind him, if you can't do it then hurry up and shut up to me, this marinara you don't want to gnaw on it either. Suanen's one sentence dried out the system. Lu Siheng sat next to listen to their one-man one-unity conversation. Heart are about to laugh crazy, these two life should be quite lively, 2 people in the heart are able to quarrel. It's also a good thing this system doesn't have a physical body, or it might be even more rowdy. This next cafeteria was able to see a very strange scene. A pair of unusually good-looking men and women face each other as they nibble on a marinated beef whip, and they keep commenting on how good this is. Passers-by. What's wrong with this world? Although the marinara at this store is really good, the number of girls who eat this is really low. This marinade is not bad, no wonder you're taking this to eat. Lu Siheng ate the marinated beef whip with his face as usual, like he didn't know what the heck it was, and anyway, he was eating it quite flavorfully. Suanen smiled awkwardly, this really is not she want to eat, this is the system to eat, she usually nothing to eat this thing, why, to her brother to eat is more or less. The system was simply going crazy with joy at the taste of this food. Hurry up and take a bite of that cupcake, it's just the right time to eat this one, it's a bit spicy, use that one to relieve the spiciness. No wonder you humans are so heavy on the appetite, so these foods are so delicious, why can't I coalesce into an entity, I want to nibble on them myself too. Suanen, hurry up and shut up. I find that you are really talking more and more now, if you want to savor the taste, do it quietly. Looking at the opposite side of the elegantly mannered Lu Siheng, Suanen really admired him. It's awesome to be able to eat so elegantly at a buffet. For those who don't know, she was eating some mountain of food, but it turned out that she was just nibbling on a bullwhip. Lu Siheng gnawed on a bullwhip, would anyone believe this if it got out? Suanen's mind at the moment has skyrocketed up, but everyone should not believe it. Lu Siheng gnawing cattle prod this set out, certainly everyone thought it was a lie. System, not necessarily, you just take 2 pictures of him now and post them on the internet, there is evidence, which is surely people will not think it is a scam. Suanen resisted the urge to roll her eyes, extremely speechless in her heart. Lu Siheng was also quite speechless about this system, but he also felt that this system's character was really quite funny. Miss Su, I don't know if you have any other plans after dinner. Lu Siheng looked at Suanen with a smile, looking at Suanen with a little fear in her heart. Tuzi, why is he asking me if I have any arrangements, what does he want? He doesn't think he's got a crush on me, does he? The more Su Ainen thought about it, the more she felt that there was this possibility. She may not be so outstanding in other aspects, but she was still quite confident in her looks. After all, there was no one in their family who was ugly, and the only one who looked the ugliest was her oldest brother. Su Jingyan, who was in the company at the moment, inexplicably sneezed, and the assistant next to him hurriedly handed him a tissue. "It's okay, go on with the meeting," he said as he took the tissue and wiped his nose. Lu Siheng felt a bit amused listening to the thoughts in Su Ainen's mind, but it was true that him asking like this would make other girls think that he had such thoughts. "Miss Su, I don't mean anything else, I just want to make a friend with you. I recently had an amusement park opened. If you're fine you can go and have some fun, I can give you a free ride." Lu Siheng had finished all the food he brought over. He took a tissue and wiped his mouth politely. "It doesn't matter if you don't want to go, if you want to go and you can go and have some fun, it's usually a good choice to take your friends." Listening to Lu Siheng's words, Su Ainen was a little bit not too nice to get up. She just almost misunderstood people. "That's right, Lu Siheng, what kind of beautiful women have not seen how could she be charmed by her beauty? It is all because she is too self-absorbed." "Then thank you, Mr. Lu, I do have a lot of time to spare during this period of time, I will go and have some fun if I have time." Idle indeed is quite idle, do not want to go to the party with those plastic sisters, and do not want to go to work, so every day at home to eat, sleep, and play beans. System, go go go. Let's go after dinner later. He must have just wanted to ask you to go after dinner and then changed his story later. It's actually okay for you two to go on a date, what a perfect match for this jackal and tiger. Su-en. This brother, that's called a man and a woman, what a jackal, wolf, tiger and leopard, can't you talk? Lu Siheng listened to them and the heart of the words almost did not hold back laughter out. Jackals, tigers and leopards, in fact, the system said her quite right, he thought he was not a good person, only people do not offend me I do not offend. Miss Su, if you have time later I can take you for a stroll, it just so happens that the neighborhood over there is a scenic area, it's not a bad idea to go for a walk, it just so happens that you'll be able to dissipate your appetite. Since people have said so then it's not too good to refuse, and it's true that the food is a bit propped up, so Su Ainen agreed without even thinking about it. Coming out of the cafeteria and sitting in Lu Siheng's car, Su Ainen directly began to launch the meal mon. It really is too much food. When she thought of this, she wanted to scold the system. In the future, when you have something you want to eat, can you consider my stomach capacity? I'm not some kind of king of appetite. I'm not a big eater. Eating like this will make me vomit, do you know that? The system saw the little piece of her belly that protruded out, and was silent for a moment then said, I'm sorry, but your stomach seems to have protruded out, do you want to press it back in? Su Ainen grumpy, press your head. Are you trying to make me throw up in the car? Lu Siheng sat next to Su Ainen in an effort to suppress the corners of his upturned mouth, then glanced at her protruding stomach with his afterglow. Su-en sucked in a hard breath to try to suck her stomach back in, but it was back to normal in just 3 seconds. I can't really suck it back in. Seeing her like this, the system is also a little bit not too good. Don't be angry, in the future I will pay attention to a little bit of portioning, absolutely won't let you eat again to hold up. Today is not the first time I ate the taste of food, so a little bit of excitement, in the future it will not be. In the future it will be an insightful system. Chapter 28, System, someone is urinating and defecating in front of you, flush. When they arrived at the scenic spot the driver took the car somewhere else and then the two of them took a walk. I have to say that this place is a really good risk, and places developed by Lu are always guaranteed. Su Ainen looked curiously, she really couldn't tell what kind of variety of flowers were planted by the roadside. She just thought it was very pretty. What kind of rose is this one? I've never seen it before. She touched it with her hand curiously. Her mom usually liked to grow some flowers, but this variety had never been seen before. Lu Siheng looked at this flower that he didn't know whether it was a rose or a moonflower, and didn't know how to answer. He really didn't have any research on this. Su Ainen then looked at Lu Siheng with wide eyes, waiting for his answer. Lu Siheng thought for a while, then said, I don't know, maybe it's just some miscellaneous flowers and weeds. They should all be some of the more livable ones. Su-en. This doesn't look like a weed or anything, so it seems that the big guy still has some shortcomings, or at least has no research on flowers and plants or anything like that. System, attention attention. Something big is happening up ahead. Su Ainen and Lu Siheng's eyes lit up at the same time. Su Ainen, this place has quite a lot of sun, let's walk a little further ahead. Lu Siheng, I think so too, so let's go quickly. Then the two of them walked forward at a fast pace as if they were racing, and had to walk as far as they could without letting the other see. System, what? What are these two doing? Someone is urinating and defecating in front of them, are they in a hurry to see it? It didn't end up reminding, though, to be respectful of people's peculiar hobbies, something it had learned recently. Maybe some people just like to see others defecate anywhere. In that grassy area up ahead, the guy who was defecating everywhere was talking to his girlfriend on the phone while going to the bathroom. Coming, you wait a little longer, I'll be right there, I'll get you ice cream later, okay, you wait for me at the playground now. Suenen and Lu Siheng heard this as soon as they came over. Such a hidden place to make a phone call here, it couldn't be another scummy guy cheating. Suenen and Lu Siheng looked at each other, then decided to stand here and not go. The system saw that they stood here and did not go away as kinda strange, not to see other people urinating and defecating, how to stand here and not go away, this place cannot be seen. If you want to see it, then take 2 more steps forward, what's there to see in this place that's so tightly covered? As soon as Suenen heard the system say this, she also felt that since she wanted Shenji scum man and scum woman, then she had to see what they were doing. Then she turned her head and whispered to Lu Siheng, I think there must be something big going on in there, maybe it's something like what I've just seen on the side of the road, do you want to go with me to have a look? Lu Siheng agreed directly without even thinking, okay. The two walked quietly inside together, with Lu Siheng walking slightly ahead. As he plucked away the last piece of grass, Lu Siheng's pupils instantly dilated when he saw the scene in front of him, then immediately turned around and covered Suenen's eyes. The bare-ass toilet guy with the cell phone was also dumbfounded. No. How can there be people in this place? Did they come over to use the restroom too? Suenen forcefully broke Lu Siheng's hand. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly covering my eyes? Is there something that can't be opened? There won't really be a scummy man or woman doing something unseemly. Lu Siheng's ears were red and he didn't know what to say. It's not some scummy man or woman, it's someone else doing something personal. Go, hurry up and get out of here. Why didn't the system give me a reminder? This encounter, how embarrassing. Having just locked eyes with that man, he didn't even know how to describe that feeling in his heart. Luckily the man wasn't ass-facing this way, that sight he couldn't even begin to imagine. Only after being pulled to the top of the main road did Lu Siheng let go of Suenen's eyes. Seeing Lu Siheng's ears reddened with embarrassment, Suenen was genuinely curious about what was going on inside. Then she started to ask the system, Tuzi, what exactly did he see just now? Why is his reaction so big? System, nothing, I just saw someone going to the bathroom, and I happened to be eye to eye with that person. Suen. Going to the toilet. How could it be going to the toilet? Didn't you say something big is happening in front of us? Could this big thing be going to the toilet? The system replied with a straight face, right. Isn't it a big deal? How immoral is this kind of thing? Urinating and defecating anywhere is revolting. But I didn't think you guys actually had such a hobby. Hearing that something big is happening in front of you actually ran so fast, I thought you guys quite wanted to see it. Suenen was so angry that she was about to explode in place. Who wants to see it? Who wants to see this? Would anyone like to see someone defecate in place? Fortunately, Lu Siheng had just instantly covered her eyes and didn't let her see that kind of image, or else she was really feeling like she needed to go and wash her eyes. But did Lu Siheng see it? These two people are looking at each other should have seen it. Let a so big brother accompany her to see people urinating and defecating, these things can become a joke when told out. Lu Siheng listened to the system's words, and his heart was stuffed. This system is really quite lackadaisical at times, maybe it really isn't a human being, it can't understand human thoughts or human thinking. After this incident, the two did not want to hang out here, in case they encountered such a thing again. That how embarrassing was already awkward enough now. The man who had been defecating in the open also instantly wiped his ass and slipped away. Sure enough, he still can't urinate and defecate anywhere, it's too embarrassing. It wasn't that this instant stomach eating was too late, otherwise he wouldn't have done such an unethical thing. He thought the place he had found was hidden enough, who knew there were people coming from this place? How about we go to an amusement park for a while? The amusement park facilities are not bad, and it wouldn't happen again. Lu Siheng didn't say the latter sentence, but added it in his heart. Suen, then let's go to the amusement park. System, going to the amusement park. I'm going to ride the roller coaster. I'm going to ride the merry-go-round. Suenen, Lu Siheng, you don't have an entity, what are you sitting on? But sometimes fate is so coincidental. In front of the amusement park, Lu Siheng and that man met again. The man bought his girlfriend an ice cream, the two are at the door to buy tickets. The two also happen to lock eyes again. Lu Siheng. The man. Chapter 29, An Old Brother on a Trip. The system noticed their eyes and immediately called Suenen over to look. Look, that guy who bought ice cream for his girlfriend is the one who just pooped anywhere. He and Lu Siheng both locked eyes again. Is this the kind of glance you guys are talking about? There was also a hint of excitement in the system's voice, and it looked like it was quite happy to see this. Su Ainen, Lu Siheng. God, he meow, a glance for 10,000 years of feeling. What is this called, a glance for 10,000 years? Ah. Lu Siheng immediately averted his eyes, lest this system talk nonsense about him again. The man also immediately left with his girlfriend. It's so humiliating. It's so humiliating. For once in his life, he did something so immoral and ended up getting hit. His girlfriend kept asking why he was going so fast when the guy was leading her away. Aya, you do not ask. I have already bought the ticket. Hurry to go in. You do not want to play quite a lot of projects. Early to go in the queue is also a little less. Su Ainen quietly glanced at Lu Siheng. Well, the color is normal, and the mood is quite stable. It should not recognize that person. Also, just a casual glance, how could I recognize that person? Not to mention it was more stressful in that situation. Lu Siheng, I'm sorry, I recognize that person. Even if I do, I can't talk to you. Miss Su, let's go in too. Today was a weekday, so it wasn't too crowded in there, but there were still lines for some of the hotter rides, like the roller coaster. Su Ainen was breaking up with the system at the moment. She didn't want to ride any roller coasters. She's already full of food, and the roller coaster ride is going to make her throw up, isn't it? System, I don't think you'll be able to spit it out. Your body shouldn't be that fragile. Su Ainen, have you ever seen a heavenly maiden scattering flowers? Do you believe me or not? I will go up right now and show you a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. That image instantly appeared in Lu Siheng's mind. Cough, cough, cough. He covered his mouth with his fist and coughed in an effort to eliminate that image from his mind. Still didn't end up going on the roller coaster, but did go on the carousel and some other more peaceful rides. There is no way Su Ainen did not have the courage to play those more exciting. Overall, this afternoon was still a good day. Su Ainen looked at Lu Siheng, who had been accompanying her, and actually had a trace of doubt in her heart. This Lu Siheng do not have to go to work? Old brother, this period of time are busy out of the, how this person seems to be quite idle. Lu Siheng. Am I free? I squeezed out the time to play with you this afternoon, okay? But he really hadn't seen that guy Su Jingyan busy as. The system also asked this doubt, does your brother really get busy with? Can you let me see it later? Su Ainen. Shut your mouth and don't talk. Lu Siheng almost couldn't hold back his laughter. In the end, when the two were about to separate, Lu Siheng suddenly remembered the variety show that his own cousin had organized. Miss Su, my cousin has created a variety show during this time. If you have nothing to do, you can also go and have some fun. That variety show is going around the country. It's more relaxed. It's kind of a travel type of variety show. Variety show? I think Lu Siheng's cousin is the male lead. Su Ainen asked the system with a bit of hesitation. Is this one that appeared inside the original book? I remember you roughly talked to me about it, and it seems like the male lead has never had any entertainment programs, right? The system has now looked away. Now the plot is completely different from reality. Before, the male lead did not inherit the Lu group, and now this Lu Siheng is not dead, so the plot has changed is also normal. And there's also a mention in the original book that the male lead just founded an entertainment company, but the entertainment company didn't stay open for long before he inherited the Lu group, and then there's no more talk about this company. If you want to have fun, you can also go and have some fun. Take your brother along with you, traveling around the country, and I see that you guys are paid to participate in variety shows here. Isn't this just paid to play? Su Ainen was also a little moved by the system circle. She was a little hesitant, and Lu Siheng said, can I think about it first? Lu Siheng, of course, if you want to go, feel free to send me a message and I'll arrange it for you. Su Ainen actually still had some concerns. After all, his intention was to stay away from the male and female main characters. But now that the plot has completely fallen apart and can't be watched anymore, there doesn't seem to be much need to stay away from the hero and heroine. After all, they both broke up, and by the looks of it, they shouldn't be getting back together. After all, the heroine's persona had crumbled to such a state that if she were to get back together again, then she really had to wonder if Ji Yin Yang's eyes were blind. She had been thinking about this after she got home. Her oldest brother shouldn't have time to go to the program with her. She should be fine to go by herself. Su's family of 3. What the heck? What a program to attend. What a trip out and what a trip back. System, if your brother does not go, you can go alone. Anyway, I have me by your side. What are you afraid of? Just take me to see the country's scenery. The people in the entertainment industry wouldn't dare to mess with you with your status, so don't worry. This opportunity is a rare one. Isn't a variety show just a way to have some fun, and you still have Lu Siheng as a network? Variety show. Lu Siheng. What does this matter have to do with him? Su Jingyan and his own parents exchanged a glance to see if this silly girl would talk to them. Suanen did talk to them about this matter after dinner. She also said, especially thoughtful, if brother doesn't have time then it doesn't matter. Anyway, just go and have fun. A period of variety show is also 4 or 5 days. I stay at home every day is nothing, might as well go out and have some fun. I have nothing to do at home every day, so I might as well go out and have some fun. Su Jingyan, who said I don't have time, I have plenty of time, I'll accompany you if you wanna go. How could they let this stupid girl go and play by herself? Ji Yun Yang. Although this person was okay, there was no guarantee that something wouldn't happen inside the variety show. About some unsavory male celebrities in the entertainment industry trying to stick it to them. Father Su and Mother Su also hurriedly said, yes, we all agree if you wanna go play, but you must let your brother accompany you. Looking at the serious expressions on the faces of her own parents and oldest brother, Suanen raised an eyebrow. She thought her parents and brother wouldn't agree, but she didn't expect them to agree so quickly. The three Sos did want to disagree, but there really wasn't much for her to do now that she was staying inside the house, so she might as well get out and see what was going on. It was impossible to keep her trapped inside the home just because she would be in danger, not to mention that there was a system in place now, so she would be able to know in advance if there was any danger. Chapter 30, Crazy People Bred by Dysfunctional Families. After Su Jingyan agreed, Suanen immediately called Lu Siheng. My brother has agreed to go on the show with me. When is this program going to start? So I can prepare in advance. Lu Siheng knew that Su Jingyan would definitely agree, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. It seemed that Su Jingyan valued this sister more than he thought. It's still early for the one program to start, we're still looking for guests, so I'll let you know when it starts. Now that the program is still in preparation, Ji Yun Yang is lined up to choose the guests who will participate in the program. Since he's already figured out that it's a travel variety show, the guests he chooses must not be the kind that are arrogant and bossy and hard to get along with, so this one will have to be well thought out. Su Jingyan knew that Lu Siheng recommended Suanen to participate in this program. The mood of that complex I do not know how to describe it. Mom and Dad, what do you think Lu Siheng is trying to do? He shouldn't be thinking about an. He's a short timer, what if he doesn't dodge it after 2 years? This guy is going to die after 2 years in the original storyline. Although this guy is really good, and there is nothing to fault in terms of family history, looks and character, he will die. And will also be so humiliating way to die, in case an really with him he in so humiliating way to die, that is not also dragged in and follow him together with the humiliation. Looking at the anxious eldest son, Su father and mother did not know what to do. Anyway, aren't you going to attend it then? Just keep a good eye on it and then, you don't need to worry about things on the company, just leave this to me. Su's father actually isn't completely out of the picture now, and will still visit the company occasionally. Although he has now completely decentralized, but his son's age is still young, there are some big things above still need him as a father to check. That night, these three people didn't sleep all night. As for that heartless Suanen, she slept quite soundly. Damn! It's getting harder and harder to touch Suan now. Jiang Yan walked around her apartment, her whole body looking anxious. Tangja had no time for her at all during this time, only occasionally calling her a little bit of money to make sure she didn't die. She sometimes wondered if she was wearing the wrong book. How come the plot of this book was completely different from the one she read now? Wasn't she supposed to be the favorite of Heaven's Way, being the heroine of this world, but why was she living her life like this now? While that vicious female match Suanen was still the proud daughter of Heaven, an existence she could not even touch. Tangja has recently been anxious by the things at home. Tangdong should not be killed, although the stroke but not very serious, lying in the hospital for a few days to wake up. The first thing I looked for when I woke up was the adulterous couple. Dad, Mom has been with you for so long after all, why can't you forgive her this one time? Don't you have a lover out there too? Tangja looked at his father on the hospital bed, his heart was really annoyed. These two are half a catty, is it necessary to get into a fight? And it's been so many years as a couple, what's the point of separating now? Both of them are almost over 100 years old, isn't separating now just flat out making people laugh? Originally, their Tang family was already a joke in the circle now. You're actually speaking in favor of that. Do you know that she and the housekeeper got together? They've been together for 8 years. 8 years. 8 years under my nose. The most important thing was that he himself had been with the butler for 8 years, which was the same as that butler playing both of them as a couple altogether. If it was keeping a gigolo he might be able to forgive a little, big deal, each playing his own game. But this thing was absolutely unforgivable. Tangja peeled an apple for the anxious Tang Dong on the bed, then said flatly, I know why you're not willing to let mom go, isn't it because you've gotten into it with that housekeeper too? The expression on Tang Dong's face stiffened, but then quickly returned to normal. After all, it is an old fox for so many years. Dad, there are times when things don't have to be done to the extreme, just put the two of them under control. I don't have a problem with what you want to do with them after they're under control. If they go to jail, then the reputation of our Tang family will be even worse. Do you know what is being said about our Tang family outside now? For the sake of your health, I'd better not say anything. Tangja patted the ash on his body and stood up. It's getting late, I should also go to the company to handle things. During this period of time you can rest well in the hospital, the two of them will be left to me to deal with. I will do my best to keep the face of the Tang family. In a family like theirs, an individual's face was nothing compared to the face of the family. Mrs. Tang and the housekeeper still felt like they were dreaming when they were finally bailed out, and the two thought that was the end of it. As a result, they didn't expect Tangja to bring them directly to a very remote villa. Looking at this villa, Mrs. Tang's first reaction was to run, but just as she was about to run she was stopped by the bodyguards. Tangja looked at his own mother who had disgraced himself. A hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. Mom, why do you still want to run away at this time? I'm picking you up for a good life. Do you think you could have gotten out if I hadn't sent you here? The housekeeper and Mrs. Tang looked at this unfamiliar Tangja with extremely wary expressions on their faces. Son, I'm your real mother. What the hell are you doing sending us here? Tangja's image at home had always been that of a filial son, treating his family and servants with the same politeness at home, but now this aura of his was completely different from the previous one that had been gentle and polite in his cleaning as well, and it could be said to be stripped of his previous disguise. Tangja straightened his sleeves and said with a light laugh, You are my mother, how can I do anything to you? Only let you and Uncle Butler come here to live a good life only. In the future you will live here. If there is nothing, it is better not to go out and move around. Want to live with the quality of life directly with the people who serve you, life on the line. Oh, almost forgot to tell you, not long after the dad will also come over, then the three of you will live well together. I this son to do not bad right. There was madness in Tangja's eyes. How could a dysfunctional family have a normal son? They were all crazy. The system had taken all of this in their family and then related word for word to Su Ainen, and the other three members of the Su family were dabbling in listening. Chapter 31 Su Ainen, Mom, Dad, and brother all have someone who likes them, but not me. Su Ainen listened to the system's relay, and was truly thinking that Tangja had gone crazy, or that he was originally a madman. Su Ainen said to the system very seriously, I suddenly feel sorry for my brother. What's going on? Being stared at by such a crazy person, will he feel cold in the ass? Su Jingyan. Mr. and Mrs. Su? Why should I feel a chill in my ass? Is this some new saying for young people? The system didn't quite understand either. Why should you feel a chill in your ass? Shouldn't you have a chill in the back of your head? Su Ainen immediately came to interest, and then carefully explained with the system, Don't you know what men and men will do together? This shouldn't be a cold ass, should what be cold? And this Tangja doesn't look normal at first glance. I don't think my brother's ass can be saved if he's really with him. System. Su Jingyan. Father and Mother Su. Su Jingyan felt unusually heartfelt at the moment. Could it be that he was a sufferer in this girl's heart? No, why is he obsessing over the issue of attacking and accepting? There's no way he's going to be with that Tangja at all, okay? I blame the stinky girl for taking him to the ditch. But now the better point is that the Tang family is now in chaos. Tangja also has no time to do things, and that Jiang Yan is now not only broken up with Ji Yunyang also has little money. They are difficult to protect themselves, which has little time to do things. Just a few days into the quiet days, the Su family received another invitation. We are definitely going to this Gu family's old man's big birthday. There's no reason not to go to this one. Su father looked at this invitation as really feel quite a headache. Honestly, he really do not want to go. Su's mother looked at her husband in such a difficult situation and said thoughtfully, then go to all of them. The two families don't have any close ties anymore anyway, just go and mean it. Su Ainen and Su Jingyan listened to their parents' conversation that was confusing. Their family and the Gu family are not always the relationship is average, even business are not what dealings, how suddenly invitations sent to their home. The system sensed Su Ainen's doubts and directly began to help them explain. The Gu family's relationship with your family was not bad before. In your grandfather's generation it was not bad. I only know that your father's generation was not so good. Suan, why not in dad's generation? Did something happen? System, yeah, because the head of the Gu family liked your mom, and after your mom and dad got married, your mom followed your dad to pick up that old man Gu, and then that old man Gu's son fell in love at first sight with your mom. Su's siblings. There is still such a past. How come they don't know? Su Ainen gulped a bit. She really felt that her family was really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. But why do mom, dad, and brother all have people who like them, but not her? Su Einen asked the system suspiciously, is my family so popular, so does anyone like me? She listened expectantly to the system's answer, she was so good and so good looking, someone should like her too. Seeing Su Einen looking so expectant, the system carefully searched the whole book over and over again to make sure that no one liked Su Einen, and even if they did, it was a very superficial kind of liking her looks or liking her money. Although you may be sad to say it, but it seems like there really isn't anyone who likes you. Oh, actually, your looks are still good, there are quite a few people who like your looks. Su An. You can leave this latter sentence alone. It's so solid. How can family be so different from family? Su Jingyan almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but fortunately he blocked it with his hand in time. Su father Su mother two people's mood was originally very bad, but as a result, by Su Einen and the system so interrupted, this mood all of a sudden better. It's all ancient history, so there's no need to delve too deeply into it, and now that we all have families, things are in the past. You two siblings prepare yourselves well and follow us to the banquet 3 days later. Su's siblings, yes. After returning to her room at night, Su Einen was still asking the system to make sure that no one liked her? The system was tired of being asked by her, isn't it all said, there are people who like you, there are many people who like your looks, and there are even more people who like your family history, this is also a kind of like Su Einen, how can this be called liking? They just like my outer conditions. What I want is to like my inner self. System, then no, but you can learn from your parents or your brother, learn their good points, maybe then someone will like you. Su Einen thought for a moment, then said very seriously, what if the ones attracted are either of the same sex or rotten peach blossoms? Her dad and brother are attracted to the same sex, and her mom is attracted to a rotten peach, so it's not a good idea to learn from them like that. Dad was okay, Uncle Zhang was a real gentleman, but Lao was different, the Tangja thing was just too perverted, and the thought of Lao needing to protect his ass every day made her feel tired for Lao. But why did she subconsciously feel that her oldest brother was the sufferer? Su Einen thought about it for a while, maybe it was because Tangja was too perverted, most of the perverted ones in novels were the attackers. System. You actually left me speechless. Su Jingyan, this sister can't be had. In order to express the importance of the Gu family's old man, so their family had spent the past 3 days thinking about what gifts to give and what kind of clothes to wear to the banquet. Men are okay, a suit is done, Su mother also only need to wear the atmosphere on the line, after all, the age status has been here, and it is not possible to compete like a little girl. But Su Einen is different, this kind of banquet is originally this age of the little girl competition place, where a little poor will be ridiculed by others, where too much colorful which in other people's banquet is a little noisy, so choose what the clothes is need to consider properly. Su Jingyan directly picked out a pink dress, I think this suits you, how pretty the pink color is. Su Einen looked at this fluorescent powder and asked her oldest brother very seriously, do you really think this pink color looks good? What kind of grudge is this? This is afraid that she is not trying to make her a joke in the circle. And why was there a pink dress skirt inside her check room? Su Jingyan heard her inner thoughts and said with a bit of loss, this gown was something I chose for a long time before I bought it, I think this color suits you. Su Einen, no wonder, I told you I definitely don't have any ugly clothes like this in my check room. Su Jingyan. Is it ugly? It's not ugly. System, I think it's pretty, pink is so pretty, if I had an entity I'd wear pink every day, how pretty. Su Jingyan especially agreed with the system's words, or the system had vision. Su En, you shut up. Wait until you have an entity. In the end, Su Einen chose a blue dress skirt that looked elegant and atmospheric, with a hint of playfulness in the fishtail design. Su Einen very perfectly mastered this gown, the whole person is like a little mermaid, beautiful and elegant and playful, and when it comes time to perm a big wave roll, perfect. She looked to her oldest brother expectantly, wondering what he thought of the gown. Su Jingyan looked carefully, then hesitated and said, this skirt looks like you have a big butt. Are you really not going to wear the pink one I chose? That's the one I spent a long time trying to buy. Su Einen glared back with a glance, this is called a fishtail. This is called my front and back, what's called a big ass. Don't talk if you don't know how to talk. The system immediately held back the words on its lips, fortunately, it had just controlled itself, or else it would be the one being scolded. Chapter 32 Brother, I can't believe there's a man of the opposite sex who likes you. Su Einen got compliments from her parents without exception when she came down in her dress skirt. She gave her oldest brother a smug look, see, she still has a good eye, that fluorescent pink is ugly to anyone who wears it. Su Jingyan inclined his head, he felt that his aesthetics were good, how nice this dress was, a pink princess tutu, how nice. hurry up, we'll be late if we delay any longer. You two siblings stop glaring at each other and get on the bus. The family was discussing the banquet in the car. Su Ainen was really not too familiar with this Gu family, and in her impression she didn't seem to have any dealings with the Gu family. Most of the Gu family's businesses are now abroad, and they all slowly moved abroad over a decade ago. At this moment, the Gu family's old mansion has already gathered guests. After all, it is the Gu family's old man's birthday. Even if you don't look at the face of the monk, you have to look at the face of the Buddha. Gu Dong was entertaining the guests outside, his eyes still glancing out from time to time. Mrs. Gu sneered when she saw him like this and said, "Why, waiting for your old lover?" Mrs. Gu married into the Gu family not long after she knew about Gu Dong's previous past, and also knew that he liked the matter of Su's mother. It's also really out of character to like a married woman. It was a pity that she had already married into the Gu family, and the marriage between the two families had already been finalized, otherwise she would never have been able to marry someone with such a corrupt character. Coveting someone's wife makes me sick just thinking about it. Looking at Mrs. Gu's disgusted eyes, Gu Dong faintly skimmed his eyes. "It's all about the past before, why do you still care so much now?" Mrs. Gu sneered and directly turned around. "It is true that the previous past, but look at you now, this look you cannot put down. People's sons and daughters are so big, your mind is still so obvious, is really not afraid to lose face in front of so many people, is it? If it wasn't for her son, she would have divorced this old bastard long ago, so how could she still be here and suffer from his anger?" Gu Min sighed silently as he looked at his parents. He was the one who suffered every time his parents quarreled. The Su family didn't realize that they had already gotten the Gu family into a fight before they even arrived. Later, when you see the old man Gu's mouth a little sweeter, no, he also hugged you when you were little, not to add other people do not say, but this old man is still good. Mother Su carefully instructed the siblings, fearing that something would happen to them at the banquet. Su Jingyan sighed helplessly and said, "Mom, we know what to do, we are not 3-year-old children." He's starting to handle the company on his own, and his mom still treats him like a little kid. Su Ainen was quite curious about this old man Gu. After all, he was also considered a legend, starting from nothing and letting the Gu family develop to such a degree now. Isn't this a legend? System, this elder Gu is indeed quite a legend, but there are melons on him too. Oh. We'll talk to you guys when we get to the top of the banquet, it won't be fun if we talk about it now. There were melons again. The 4 members of the Su family immediately sat upright. Su Ainen was so said by the system heart that is itchy. "Why can't you say now, you now and I reveal a little bit, can't it?" System, now it's no fun to really talk about it, and there are a lot of melons above this banquet. Oh, there are more melons than the ones above the last Lu family banquet, but the patients aren't as many as the ones above that one, so you can rest assured about that. Hearing the system's words, the Su family members were sort of collectively relieved. The last party was so psychologically disturbing to them, going for a medical checkup in the middle of the night was really enough. When the Su family of 4 appeared, there was also a small sensation. After all, the Su family is no less than the existence of the Gu family, and Su Jingyan is also a capable and tactful, than the Gu family that only knows how to eat and drink and have fun. Gu Min that is more than a little bit better. Wow! Young Mr. Su is so handsome. If only I could marry him. Why isn't my union with the Su family? You're afraid that you're not dreaming. The Su family has publicly said long ago that their children are absolutely not involved in marriages. If you want to marry Su Dazhao, then you have to be in love with him. Just forget about it with your looks. What's wrong with my looks? I'm not exactly a stunning beauty, but I'm still a clear beauty, right? Hee, a clear beauty. Su Dazhao himself looks better than you in a woman's dress. What's the point of marrying you back? To pull down the Su family's face value. The 4 members of the Su family who heard it all loud and clear. You guys want to say? Why this kind of words can be said behind the back, it is really a little embarrassing to say it in front of them. Su Jingyan's ears are red. He really hadn't thought about marrying and having children now, he felt that such a thing was still far away from him, and now that his family was so busy he really couldn't spare any other thoughts. And now there is that what the hell novel thing pressed on their head. His biggest wish now is that their family does not get broken like in the novel, other things he does not want to pay attention to for the time being. Su Ainen whispered to his own old brother's side and said thievishly, "Brother, I can't imagine that you are also quite popular among the opposite sex. I thought you were only popular among the same sex." Su Jingyan. Why was this sister getting more and more beat up now? Was he able to beat her up on the spot? "Aya, Su kid, you guys are finally here, haven't seen your family for so long, how are you doing?" Elder Gu looked that happy to see them arrive. The old man is almost 80 years old, still looks energetic and red-faced, which shows that the body is really good. He also had a 20-something girl standing beside him, occasionally bringing him tea or reminding him what to do, and it looked like she should have hired a nanny. Su's father smiled and came over to greet him. Uncle Gu, your recent health is fine. Today is your 79th birthday. We don't know what to give you. This gift is not a tribute. Their family sent an antique calligraphy and painting. The old man Gu does not have any other hobbies, after the age of up like some antique calligraphy and painting and so on the old stuff. Looking at this gift that suits his heart, Elder Gu smiled even more. Su kid, after all these years it's still you that suits my heart. This side of Su father and Gu old man are exchanging pleasantries, the Gu dong standing over their eyes are about to stick to Su mother, and this eyes will also occasionally glance to Su Ainen's body, the eyes of extraordinarily disgusting. Chapter 33 System, don't worry. Your brother's kidneys are fine, absolutely phenomenal. Su Jingyan noticed this disgusting behavior, and he blocked Gu Dong's gaze without a trace. The system took it all in. It quietly said to Su Ainen, that disgusting middle-aged man has been looking at your mom and you. Your brother seems to have noticed his disgusting eyes, so he directly blocked that look. Su An? Didn't you say Gu Dong likes mom? Why are you still looking at me with disgusting eyes? System, you look like your mom when she was young. Anyway, be careful. Goosebumps were rising on Su Ainen's body, and Su's mother almost exploded at the system's words. How dare you hit your idea on her daughter, is this looking for death? Su Jingyan had already thought about where to bury this disgusting middle-aged man, and if it wasn't for the fact that it was now a law and order society, he would have ate him by now. One could only say that it was true that the villainous family, sometimes the ideas were indeed quite villainous, and Su Ainen was their scales. Gramps, drink some water if you've been talking for so long. The young woman next to Elder Gu poured a cup of tea over especially thoughtfully. Originally, the others hadn't felt anything, but the system's sentence directly stunned the Su family. Noda, this old man Gu and this nanny of catnip, oh, the two have gotten together, and still hidden from the rest of the Gu family, this nanny has been from the old man Gu to get a lot of money. Su An. Su Jingyan. Su's father and mother. The four people's gazes were instantly diverted, looking at this elder Gu, who would be 80 in a year, and looking at this little 20-something nanny, they were really a bit skeptical of life. Su Ainen also skeptically asked the system, are you really sure, this age difference is also too big? Elder Gu is old enough to be this woman's grandfather, and Elder Gu is already almost 80, how can these two get together? The system hummed and said meaningfully, don't say you can't get it on at 80 years old, no matter what age a man likes, he likes young, beautiful women. Look, the old man is secretly touching people's hands. The four members of the Su family immediately turned their attention to Elder Gu's hands. Good man. This old man is actually rubbing his fingers on other people's hands, in front of so many guests. What's the point of having a face? Originally I heard that the old man is good, but now I see that this is not good, for the old do not respect moral corruption. If you're so old and still messing around, it's not only a disgrace to yourself but also to your descendants, and if it gets out, where will the face of the Gu family go? Su Ainen instantly had a bad impression of Elder Gu as a person. Su's father now didn't even have the heart to talk to Elder Gu. He originally thought that this uncle was not bad, but it turned out that he didn't seem to be any good now, he was just a better camouflage. So after a little conversation he made his excuses and left with his family. Su Dong, long time no see I haven't seen you out for a long time, is this completely planning to retire? A bright man smiled and walked over, looking nice. Su father smiled and shook this man's hand. Retirement is not yet, after all, the age has not yet reached that time, but it is also regarded as semi-retirement. Now most of the things in the company have been handed over to my son's hands, and I am now also regarded as slowly starting to enjoy the blessings. Hearing this, the man said with emotion, you are still good, my son is only in his teens now, I want to enjoy the blessings, still have to wait for at least 10 more years. Su Ainen watched her own father talk to this middle-aged man and immediately asked the system about this man's character. Unico, is this man a good person or not? I think he's a good person by the look of him. System, it's a good one, don't worry about it, it's just a bit of a bad body. The body is a little bad? Su Ainen looked at the other party, a tall man with a well-proportioned body, isn't this quite good, and red face doesn't look like a person with bad health. System, you can't look at people on the surface, you have to look there. Su An? What there? The system's sloppy play not only made Su Ainen puzzled, but also made the nearby Su mother and Su Jingyan puzzled. Seeing that Su Ainen hadn't heeded to it, the system sighed and said directly, this person's character is good, just a little weak in the kidneys, you know, he is now looking around for medicine to replenish his kidney qi. Su En. Mother Su, Su Jingyan. No, how do you even know such things about other people? Calling you a melon eating system is really not wrong, this is simply to eat the melon of the world's people But they now take a look at the tall man across the room, and suddenly they feel squirmy. The man looked pretty strong on his body, and the suit he wore showed his muscles, but it turned out who knew that he was actually a weak kidney. It's true, you can't judge a book by its cover. Su's mother put her eyes on her son again. Her son should not have kidney deficiency, it should not, or in the future or every now and then to prepare a kidney tonic ingredients, a man to tonify the kidneys or can. Su Jingyan looked at this strange look from his old mother and suddenly goosebumps rose on his body. Why are you looking at him like that? He doesn't have a weak kidney. Su's father came back from talking to someone and saw his daughter-in-law and son and daughter with extraordinarily meaningful eyes. What's going on here? Su's father asked Su's mother with his eyes. Su mothered him with a wink, signaling to talk to him later. The couple made a random excuse and walked away, leaving the two siblings where they were. Su Ainen looked at the back of the strong middle-aged man and suddenly said to Su Jingyan, "Brother, is it true that you men can't look at appearances sometimes?" Su Jingyan. No, what do you mean by that? And how am I supposed to answer that? Su Jingyan cleared his throat and said with a bit of embarrassment, no matter what, you can't just look at appearances, and it's not just men either. Su nodded approvingly, indeed. The system suddenly said at this time, don't worry, your brother is definitely not a weak kidney, he's as good as his watch. Su Jingyan, oofed. Is this the way to use the term? You system don't read a little and start using idioms indiscriminately, okay? And I was never a weak kidney in the first place. Compared with Su Jingyan's speechless mood, Su Ainen was quite appreciative of the system. Good, how do you know I'm worried about my brother? But my brother is not weak and the kidneys is good. If there is such a tendency then you must tell me. This kind of thing is found early and treated early. Our family is not short of money, is it? Can't my brother look so good and turn out to be a florid? That's more than a loss. The system nodded approvingly. Yes, it definitely can't be a flimflam. Su Jingyan clenched his fists. That chia in his chest rushed straight to his head. Not angry, this is my own sister, this is pro. She is also concerned about my health. Su Jingyan took a deep breath, kept convincing himself in his heart to comfort himself, and finally managed to smooth down this breath. Su Ainen was still talking non-stop to the system about what to replenish the kidneys, and this person and the system were chatting quite cheerfully. Su Jingyan resisted the urge to roll his eyes and turned away, out of sight, out of mind. Mr. Su, I can't believe you're here too. You're a busy man who is usually rare to see. A young handsome man walked over with a glass of wine. The aura on his body was quite strong, except that the aura was strong, but the posture of this man's walk was a little bit awkward. However, Su Jingyan didn't think much about it, but greeted him politely. Mr. Shui, long time no see, recently things on the company is really busy a little bit, but Mr. Shui is not also a busy man, and beside the beauty surrounded, which have time to play with us people together. The smile on Shui Qian's face froze. This asshole was still talking so to the point, not caring about face at all. Su Ainen stood beside his own old brother and looked at Shui Qian. Well, his body height is good, his looks are good, better looking than that bastard Tangja, and so much worse than his old brother. She evaluated Shui Qian directly in her mind and scored. Su Jingyan tried to ignore Su Ainen's heartfelt voice. Why was this girl's heart so noisy that she actually gave points to others? System, and what are you doing? Why do I feel like you're picking your sister-in-law and comparing yourself to Tangja? Does Tangja deserve it? People, Shui Qian's character is much better than Tangja's. And if you really like this male sister-in-law a lot, then I have to advise you, people like women, and your brother is a straight man, you can't mess around with him. Su Jingyan fists tightened again. No wonder this girl in the heart to play what point still with Tangja to make a comparison it. The original thought is this. She really needs to be punched, doesn't she? I haven't punched her since I was a kid and she's itchy, isn't she? Su Ainen didn't notice that his own oldest brother had clenched his fists, still talking to the system. Then are you sure that the opposite side really doesn't like my brother? My brother's charm is so great he actually doesn't like my brother. The system said helplessly, why would people like your brother? Isn't it normal for a guy to like a woman, and he has some hidden diseases, so he wouldn't like a guy anyway? This time, not only Su Ainen was curious, even Su Jingyan became curious. Shui Qian can have what hidden disease? This person everyday lively very, around the beautiful women constantly, cannot be that these beautiful women are he invited over to act in the theater? Impossible, this person is in his teens, began to spend the day drinking, cannot be a play on the play for 10 years, right? And he's the only son in this man's family. No one is counting on him. There's no need to act. Su Jingyan's gaze unconsciously looked towards Shui Qian's key areas. Shui Qian was still bragging about himself, but then he suddenly felt a cold chill in his lower body, he clamped his legs, and as soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Su Jingyan's complicated eyes. I'm going. Where is this white cut black eye looking? Chapter 34 The Overbearing President with Hemorrhoids. Su Jingyan's eyes were a bit cryptic, but they were particularly naked. Xue Qian was a bit blown away by the look in his eyes. Where are your eyes looking? This man has not had a woman around for so many years, should not really have a wrong sexual orientation. He asked himself that he was still good looking, so it couldn't be that this white-cut black really had a crush on him. Xue Qian's eyes were a bit off when he thought about looking at Su Jingyan. His eyes were wary and defensive, even his legs took 2 steps back. Su Jingyan awkwardly coughed. Oops, was discovered. His eyes should not be so obvious. Su Jingyan looked at him like this and said stiffly, I'm just taking a casual look, why are you so nervous? Su Weinan didn't notice the words and actions of these two people beside her. Her mind was now fully engaged in speaking to the system. Su Weinan, just tell me what his hidden illness is. It's really going to kill me with curiosity. Although the system has no body, it is about to explode from her noise. Tell you okay. Xue Qian, he has hemorrhoids. So it's absolutely impossible for him to like a male. He has been surrounded by beautiful women all the time. This person is ironclad to like a female. Su Weinan completely ignored the words behind the system. Her mind just kept 3 words echoing in her head right now. Having hemorrhoids. Su Jingyan was also stunned, and his naked gaze shifted down again. I can't imagine that this Xue Qian, who looks like a domineering president outside every day, actually ended up having this kind of problem. Hemorrhoids. No wonder his walking posture is a bit off today. It's not hemorrhoids, I'm afraid. There was still a hint of dislike in Su Jingyan's eyes. TSK. This is something that really makes people imagine. Xue Qian. What's that look again? No, today Su Jingyan, this guy is a problem, right? Eyes messy look, even if that eyes are still so strange. He seems to have not recently to provoke this white-cut blacket. I should have known better than to come over and say hello to him today. Su Weinan gave a small push to her own old brother and whispered, this friend of yours should have a good relationship with you, right? You should slightly remind him in the future to pay a little attention to his health. Su Jingyan. Where do you see that the two of us are on good terms? Can't you see that this person started to pick a fight as soon as he came over? Su Jingyan looked at his own old sister and deliberately said, why are you suddenly concerned about his body? You can't be looking at him. Su Weinan heard this, immediately widened his eyes. What are you talking about? He is your friend, I care about you, and what about him? And he is in the circle, you are not quite smart, around the beauty of the famous more, let him care about the body is not it should be. Su Weinan cold sweat are about to come out. How today her old brother also suddenly asked about the reason. In the past, she various types of questions did not see him ask the reason. She panicked and asked the system in her mind, what should I do? What should I do? I'm not going to be exposed, am I? The system hurriedly let her calm. Don't be nervous, and then how it is impossible to be exposed. I all exist and have no entity. It is impossible for him to have a mind-reading technique. Hey, this one really let the system get it right. Not only does he have mind-reading skills, everyone else in the Su family except Su Weinan has mind-reading skills, and they can only read Su Weinan's heart. Listening to Su Weinan's conversation with the system, the corner of Su Jingyan's mouth slightly hooked up, suddenly feeling a lot better. I'm sure it's most fun to tease my sister when there's nothing else to do. Okay, if it's okay, you go play by yourself. I'll tell him what you said, but the man does need to pay attention to his body. He's not afraid of losing his body by spending his days drinking every day. Xue Qian, who was hiding from Su Jingyan not far away, suddenly sneezed. Su Weinan slightly lowered her heart a little. Fortunately, her old brother didn't suspect anything. She did have a query of her own though. Why would this person have hemorrhoids? Su Weinan asked this question to the system. The system should know, after all, it was omniscient in this world. System, I don't know about others, but Xue Qian is purely because of the toilet time squatting for a long time. Don't you all like to go to the toilet and take a cell phone over there? He is also like this. You should pay attention to it in the future. I don't want to have a host who grows hemorrhoids. Shame on you. Su Wen. Su Jingyan's buttocks inexplicably tightened. He also liked to take his phone in when he went to the bathroom, either to brush up on the news for a while or to take care of his work and read his reports. Looks like I'll have to change this habit in the future. Growing hemorrhoids seems to be a real bit humiliating. Su Weinan was directly sent away by Su Jingyan, while he himself went directly to Xue Qian. When Xue Qian saw Su Jingyan come over, that heart went straight to his throat. No! Why is he suddenly coming over? They're not that close. This guy can't really be looking at him. Although this guy Su Jingyan was really good looking. But he really doesn't like males. And she couldn't like males in this body either. No, the idea seems to run off. Even if he likes the male, does not have to be the bottom of that. He can do the top of that. Do the top of that. There is no hemorrhoids, that does not matter. Shui Qian's brain hole opened up extremely large, this old brother directly in his own brain acting out a TV drama. That plot wonderful shootout absolutely can be a big explosion of the kind. Hey! What are you gawking at here? As soon as Su Jingyan came over, he saw that this person had a dumbfounded look on his face, and at a glance, he knew that he was thinking of something bad. Shui Qian was taken aback by him. Looking at this white cut black next to him, he said breathlessly, "Why don't you people come over with no sound of footsteps at all? And it seems like our relationship isn't that good yet." Su Jingyan looked at him with disdain. He thought he wanted to come over but not to see him this walking posture awkward over to care about it. After all, at least it is still on the surface of the partner. The relationship is not so good, but at least on the surface of the relationship to maintain you walk posture is a little strange. That will not be long hemorrhoids, right? Su Jingyan's tone of voice with teasing. Shui Qian's pupils instantly dilated. How did he know? This walking posture is not necessarily growing hemorrhoids. How did this person guess correctly? It's hard to believe that he has the same problem. Shui Qian felt that he had the truth. Unexpectedly, Su Jingyan was actually a hemorrhoidal friend like him. Thinking this way, Shui Qian instantly felt that Su Jingyan was a lot more obedient. He patted Su Jingyan's shoulder and said with a bit of emotion, "You can see at a glance that you should have the same trouble with me, right? It's really quite difficult lately. It's all because I don't refrain from eating lately, so that's why this old disease is committed." Su Jingyan instantly slapped this person's palm down, who had the same obsession as him. This person should not just slander people, okay? Scram! Who has the same obsession as you? I was just making a casual remark, but I didn't expect you to actually have hemorrhoids, which made me make an unexpected discovery. Shui Qian saw him this disgusted look, that eyes extraordinarily meaningful. Understand, he understands, outside to take care of face right. Brother, after you are my brother, not to mention what kind of conflict we had before, after you are definitely my diehard, a little problem is not a big deal, this kind of cannot kill, just a little bit difficult when the attack. Seeing that Su Jingyan was about to get angry again, Shui Qian immediately said, okay, I'm not going to say anything, we just understand in our hearts, come on, have a drink. Su Jingyan. He shouldn't have come to this asshole. A high-strung look, but an asshole inside. Who's got hemorrhoids? He's got hemorrhoids and thinks the whole world has hemorrhoids. Shui Qian completely ignored Su Jingyan's eyes that were about to kill. He was now happy inside. He could not imagine that he had actually found a sick friend. In a corner that neither of these two people had noticed, Tang was looking over with a gloomy face. Especially when he saw Shui Qian put his hand on Su Jingyan's shoulder, that look in his eyes was almost like he wanted to kill someone on the spot. Jiang Yan stood by his side looking at that face of his. Her heart was frightened. How was this male match completely different from what was written in the novel? Why did he feel as if he was a big villain? Obviously wasn't the big villain the Su family. Chapter 35, joining the Lu family as the Tang family's first miss. If in the past, every time he attended a banquet, it was him and Su Jingyan who came together, but lately, he didn't know what was going on, and Su Jingyan was clearly estranged from him now. Tang now looked at Su Jingyan getting along so well with the others, that jealousy in his heart, but he couldn't do anything about it. Tang Xiao, are you alright? Jiang Yan's face was pale with fear. She now always felt like she had made a deal with the devil and that she couldn't get out of it now. Tang looked at Jiang Yan by his side, then revealed a gentle smile, only his twisted face revealing such a smile was really quite scary. Ms. Jiang, grab Suanen, I hope you won't let me down. Jiang Yan had long been eager to leave, next to such a dead pervert ghost knows how scared she was. Looking at Jiang Yan's flustered departing back, Tang tapped the wine glass in his hand with his finger, hoping that this stupid thing would be a little bit smarter at this time. Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang actually came to this banquet, only they were not on this floor. The two of them came earlier and found a place to sit by themselves after meeting Elder Gu. Jiang Yan's figure going to look for Suanen was just seen by the two of them. Ji Yunyang's eyes moved slightly when he saw Jiang Yan, and his expression had a complexity that one could not see. Cousin, Jiang Yan came over too. Elder Gu's birthday banquet is not something that ordinary people can attend. Those who can come to attend basically have invitations. Jiang Yan is absolutely impossible to receive an invitation given by the Gu family, so whose female companion did she come in as? Lu Siheng watched Jiang Yan walk towards Suanen, and he pursed his own lips slightly before going straight down the stairs. Suanen was happily tasting the juice. She took many kinds of flavors and put them in a row. She was preparing to taste them carefully. As a result, he suddenly received a prompt from the system. Note, the Shura is here. Tang brought Jiang Yan to this banquet. Jiang Yan is on his way to you. Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang also came over. Their brother is also on his way to your side. Suanen's smile at the corner of her mouth immediately froze. No, these people are full of nothing to do is not it, all come to find her why ah. Even according to the original plot she was nothing more than a female supporting actress. A female supporting actress shouldn't need to be taken so seriously. Miss Su, it's been a long time. Jiang Yan walked over with a smile on her face, a pink gown setting her off in a clear and lovely manner. Only this gown didn't look cheap at first glance. With her financial level she shouldn't be able to afford this gown, so this dress must have been purchased for her by Tang. Long time no see, who did Miss Jiang come here with? How come I haven't seen your male companion? Suanan doesn't cause trouble nor is she afraid of trouble, since they want to come over to find her then so be it. Hearing Suanan's words, the expression on Jiang Yan's face stiffened slightly. What does Suanan mean by this? Is this saying that she relies on men, is it? Miss Su is joking. The first time I met Miss Su I felt that Miss Su was very kind. Sometime we can go out and have some fun together. I know quite a lot of fun places. I believe that it will definitely satisfy Miss Su. For this kind of naive young lady, Jiang Yan felt that she was still able to grasp it. So what if it's a wicked female match with no brain anyway? Looking at the smiling Jiang Yan in front of her, Suanan suddenly felt quite bored. Jiang Yan is really hitting her brother with her idea? They all already knew that she was Ji Yunyang's ex-girlfriend, so it would be a bit too naive for her to really hit on her brother. Just as Suanan was trying to find a reason to get away, Lu Siheng walked over. Miss Su, your parents are looking for you over there. Do you want to go over and take a look first? Lu Siheng rescued her with a direct sentence. Suanan threw her a grateful look and then immediately got up. I'm sorry my parents are looking for me. I'll leave now. Goodbye Miss Jiang. Jiang Yan nodded dully, her entire attention now on Ji Yunyang next to Lu Siheng. How is it that Ji Yunyang is still living better and better after the breakup, even more dazzling than when he was with her before? Ji Yunyang didn't even want to give Jiang Yan a look. In the beginning it was also him who was blind to like such a vain woman and was really fooled by the illusion he created. It was also fortunate that he had woken up in time, or else he would have raised a wolf around him without even realizing it. Lu Siheng glanced at Jiang Yan with coldness in his eyes. This woman really didn't know the heights of heaven. Is that system really serious about this woman being a heroine? Where does this look like a heroine? Other than having a few good looks, all the others are not up to snuff, having no brain and no IQ. With that thought he turned his attention to his stupid cousin. It was a shame to be tricked by such a woman. Ji Yunyan saw the meaning in his cousin's eyes. All right, he admitted it. After all, it was true. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Jiang Yan suddenly called out to Ji Yunyang. Yunyang, I'm really sorry for before. Jiang Yan looked like she was serious about apologizing. Her eyes were now full of guilt with tears in her eyes, and her face was also red with shame like she was ashamed. But as to whether it was true or not, that was for her to know. Ji Yunyang slightly hooked the corner of his lips. Although he was smiling, there wasn't a trace of temperature on his face. Apologize even if it's not enough. It's my own problem that I was cheated by you before, but I just can't figure out, how did you and Tang get together? Jiang Yan's face was pale as she tried to explain for herself and didn't know how to do so. After all, she was indeed bound to Tang right now, and in the eyes of outsiders, she and Tang did look like a pair. Looking at her, this expression, Ji Yunyang understand the meaning. Okay, you do not need to explain, I do not care. After all, before there is so little feelings, I finally give you a reminder. Tang is not a good person, he this person for the purpose of achieving unscrupulous. If you continue to mix with him, then sooner or later will be eaten by their own bad results. Before Tang and Su Jingyan play good time, Tang may still do things a little more restrained, then other people evaluate him just means ruthless to do things decisive. But now, after Su Jingyan had distanced himself from him, his entire being was like he had gone crazy, especially after the accident at his home. Now others say which is not to say that he is unscrupulous, his parents had an accident during this time. He used extremely ruthless means to directly control the company. For those who do not serve him, he directly with a variety of means to drive people out of the company, and does not care if people are not the company's oldest, whether or not the company has no use for the company. For such a person, you will sooner or later be turned against him if you get close to him. Watching Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang leave, Jiang Yan was paralyzed on the sofa at a complete loss as to what to do. So she is really in the wolf's den now, is it? But Tang said there will be a way to help her marry Lu Siheng. He said that at that time he will recognize her as a younger sister, so that she will really become the Tang family's first lady. After all, this kind of rich family has so many illegitimate daughters is also a very common thing. Jiang Yan thought about the radiant and airy look of Lu Siheng standing next to her just now, and she was really impressed. When the time came to use the Tang family's status as the first lady to marry Lu Siheng, then he would definitely agree. After all, this kind of thing had all the benefits and none of the harms, no matter if it was for the Tang family or for the Lu family. Ji Yunyang was excellent, but he still couldn't compare to Lu Siheng in terms of status or position. People are selfish, and she was merely thinking of her own future. Chapter 36 Suanen, I'm actually a part of their play. Suanen left and immediately went to find his own oldest brother. Su Jingyan saw his sister come over in a panic and thought that he had encountered something. After understanding what happened, he sneered and said, "Stay away from that woman when you see her in the future. Tangju is really out of his league now too, actually getting involved with someone like that. It seems like I really looked at the wrong person before." Hearing his own old brother make such an assessment of Tangju, Suanen nodded desperately beside him. Yes, this person's character is not good. Things are like things, this person is really not good, don't get along with this person again in the future. In fact, Su Jingyan also said this on purpose, and it was also considered to be a public statement of his attitude, so as to avoid this silly girl's suspicion. Though she wouldn't necessarily suspect it, since the girl hadn't grown that brain yet. Tangja sat in the corner and looked at Su Jingyan. That look was really penetrating a crazy energy. The reason why he didn't show up with Jiang Yan was because he was afraid of being misunderstood, and he didn't know if that idiot Jiang Yan had said anything nonsense. "Xiao Tang, I can't get close to Suanen, she seems to be a bit defensive towards me." The news Jiang Yan brought back was not as good as he had hoped. This stupid Oju-sama didn't know what was wrong with her. Every time she saw her she would find an excuse to leave. She asked herself that she hadn't exposed herself in front of this Oju-sama yet, right? And every time she saw this great lady she was so nice that she was close to holding her stinking feet. Tangja rubbed his temples and said in an annoyed voice, "Wouldn't you think of a little way on your own? You're no use at all. What use do I want you to be? So much money to support you is not for you to eat and drink here for nothing." Jiang Yan bit her own lip, her heart extremely hard. It's not like she found her, he came to her on his own, and now he's blaming her for not achieving his goal. "By the way, you didn't mess around with Suan about anything, did you? Did she ask why you were here?" Jiang Yan asked, but I didn't answer, but she seems to have guessed how I got in. Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang know too. Tangja really wanted to hit someone right now. He and Jiang Yan were extremely cautious in their contact. How could it be known by others? And even for this banquet, he had been hiding inside a corner after bringing Jiang Yan in, just for fear of being discovered by others. If it reached Su Jingyan's ears, then how could he still marry Suanen? Looking at this changing face of Tangja, Jiang Yan sat back in fear. She always felt that this man would hit people, obviously good looking, also good body, temperament is also good, that is all the body through a crazy energy. It was a little better the first time we met, but now it's really getting crazy, and every time I see him angry I suspect he's going to do something about it. Looking towards this fearful face of Jiang Yan, Tangja suppressed the anger in his heart. Then there's only one other way to go now, since they both know the two of us have crossed paths. Didn't you want to change your identity by becoming the Tang family's first lady? I'm giving you that chance now. Jiang Yan's eyes instantly lit up when she heard this. Could she really become the Tang family's first lady? Didn't she say that she would only be given this status after things came to fruition? Tangja looked gloomy with an unknown color in his eyes. The first thing is that he cannot let Su Jingyan misunderstand his relationship with Jiang Yan, and other things are not important. Anyway, now that Tang's was completely in his hands, all the people who didn't obey him were all driven out of Tang's. It's just one more nominal sister, not to mention it doesn't cost anything. The system listened to their side of the exchange that was really dumbfounded. No, how come this heroine is suddenly going to be the Tang family's first lady again? How come this plot is going further and further off course? It remembers the original book inside the Tang family, only Tangja the son Tang Dong, although outside the lover quite a lot, but play up or quite measured, did not get out what bastard daughter The system hurriedly told Su all about it. Suanen listened carefully while eating nuts. Su Jingyan was also listening carefully. What the hell is Tangja up to again? Can't he just stop for a little while? Su Jingyan frowned. He was now really regretting having such a good relationship with such a person before. Imprisonment of their parents is not enough, but also fabricated out of thin air an illegitimate daughter, but also this and his blood relations are not at all illegitimate daughter of the ancestor of the ancestors. This is what the ancestor of the ancestor of the ancestor of what Jiang Yan, and he is not a person who cannot hit the pole, but also inexplicably became his sister. This dog in the end, what do you want to do? Suanen, Tuanzi, why do I feel that they are living such a wonderful life, every time they engage in so many tricks, but they can't get anything done? Before I was kinda wary of the two of them, but it turns out that these two seem to be quite useless too. System. Su Jingyan. You seem to be pretty much right that these two have been hanging out together for so long that they really haven't made any waves. System, whether they are useful or not you still have to be more mindful. Anyway, less contact with them is it? There is any wind blowing I will tell you in advance. You yourself carefully do a good job of defending yourself. After eavesdropping for so long I've kind of figured it out a little bit. That Tangja guy seems to have some kind of agenda for you. Suan. Su Jingyan. Suanen gulped a bit, goosebumps rising. Isn't it my brother that thing likes? Could it be that I've broken him straight? I shouldn't be that charismatic yet, and I don't have much contact with him, even less contact during this period of time. How could he possibly have any agenda for me? System, this I also heard a little. He has been letting Jiang Yan close to you as in order to obtain your good feelings, so that you become bosom friends. You are a person of heavy feelings. By the time the feelings of bosom friends broken, you will certainly be sad. At this time he is a grown-up together brother to come over to comfort you. This is something he's been keeping quiet about. I heard him when he was talking in his sleep, and thanks to me keeping an extra eye on his side all the time, otherwise I really wouldn't have known that he was thinking like this. Anyway, just want to get close to you to marry you, and then from that come to be your family to get close to your brother. This dog man's mind is really thoughtful and shameless. The system was originally uncertain, and then a little bit of clues were seized, which made this test paper complete and put together. It's a good thing it's been going over there every day for a while now to eavesdrop. Su Jingyan was on the verge of crushing the cup in his hand. Tangja, this asshole. There was actually such a disgusting idea. The goosebumps on Su Ainen's body were about to rise. Never imagined that she actually had a day when she was missed by someone, and she was still the most important part in the middle. So I'm a part of his play, right? That's disgusting. And she was actually being missed for her brother, which seemed like a bit of a shame to say what was going on. Approaching a beauty like her for the sake of her brother. No vision. Su Jingyan was still quite angry in his heart, but as a result, when he listened to this girl's evaluation of herself in his heart, the anger in his heart disappeared all of a sudden. Come on, this crazy girl put this thing is really not at all on the heart, is it? To this time still have to be in the heart for their own injustice. She does not have the slightest worry? The system also praised his host for his great heart. Awesome. The system couldn't help but say, all of you have been counted, and still don't forget to compare with your own old brother. What do you have to compare with one male and one female, and what people like is originally your old brother? Su Ainen, how can you not compare? I don't believe that no one really likes me anymore. My dad, my mom and my brother all have people who like them. Why should I be the only one who doesn't? Su Ainen still has a nagging feeling about this. She feels that she is the best looking one in the family, but why doesn't the best looking one have anyone to like? Su Jingyan rubbed his temples, not wanting to listen to the nonsense in her mind anymore. Tangja actually dared to count on his sister like this, then he would have to bear the consequences. Anyway, he has now slowly split off from Tang. Before the two families had quite a lot of economic dealings, but since he knew Tangja's thoughts about him, he has separated Tang without a trace. When we separate Tang completely, that's the time to clean up Tangja. Chapter 37. The Tang family fights for the housekeeper's favor. This banquet was indeed quite wonderful, and at the back when they were about to leave, that elder Gu was still secretly flirting with that little kid. Su Ainen really don't understand, this old man is so old still okay? This nanny figure, what? Couldn't you pick a younger and more handsome one? Had to pick an old man who could be her grandfather, and she didn't even mind that he smelled like an old man? The two Gudong couples are also fighting to the death in private, and from the way Gudong looks at Su's mother, he knows that he has not put it down yet, and the way he looks at Su Ainen is not very innocent. Mrs. Gu saw his thoughts at a glance. Looking at this disgusting man, Mrs. Gu disgustedly said, "Your dirty eyes back. You really think people Su family blind, is it? Delusion of others' wives is not bad, actually dare to delusion of others' daughters. You look for their own death cannot drag us together to die." If it weren't for her son, Mrs. Gu would have divorced long ago. Gudong glanced at his wife without saying anything and went straight back to his room. Mrs. Gu sneered, this disgusting man to be capable of no ability to be bold, no boldness, if he is half of the old masters means that would not be mixed into this kind. The four members of the Su family even gathered in the living room for a bit after they went back, and it was actually those three people who were listening to Su Ainen and the system spit. Su Ainen, I just really don't understand, is that little nanny really not disgusting at all? Why does she have to serve an old man when she's young and beautiful? System, the old man is good to cheat, and you think the old man does not understand the small nanny is what kind of idea? They are just each take what they need. The old man figure small nanny young and beautiful, small nanny figure old man's money. The two are also considered to be equal exchange. And people's little nanny has handsome men waiting outside, too. Su Ainen, using the money she swindled from the old man to support the little white boy. This little nanny is awesome. The other three members of the Su family glanced at each other and also felt that this little nanny's methods were quite impressive. Not to mention the fact that she was able to cheat money from Elder Gu's hands, just from the fact that she was able to maintain a relationship with the Elder Gu by hiding it from the rest of the Gu family. This person's methods were certainly not bad. System, you think people are stupid? People live sober very. This little nanny can know what they want. He also knows that the outside of the white man figure is her money, but he does not care. You think about it, face an 80-year-old man every day. If there is no place to vent, this will not go crazy. But if you have a little white boyfriend, you think about it, work every day to face an old man. After work, there is a handsome white boy holding you, love you, this feeling is not the same. Suanan secretly smacked her lips as she listened to the system's words. Also, in the Gu family, the little nanny was the one who held up the others, while in front of that little white boy, she was the one who was being held up. This feeling was different all of a sudden. Su Jingyan took a sip of water and looked at his silly sister who kept stuffing snacks into her mouth. In the heart of this silly girl still thought how beautiful this world is. It is good to have the system here, but also let her see the complexity of this world. Who would have thought that Master Gu, who has such a good reputation outside and is known to love his wife, would actually still have a relationship with the family's young nanny? After Mrs. Gu's death, Master Gu had marketed a good deal of his loving wife persona, and it was rumored at the time that he had almost gone with his wife, and if he hadn't been worried about the family's descendants, he would have accompanied her to the Yellow Springs. Look at how beautifully it was marketed. It fooled almost everyone. If it wasn't for the system's revelation, they'd still be in the dark, I'm afraid. Su's father's heart is now also mixed feelings. The weight of the old man Gu in his heart is still quite heavy. After all, when the relationship between the two families is really good, the old man Gu is also good to him. Now this elder's image collapsed in his heart all of a sudden. If this is exposed out, that is simply late. You say you are 80 years old, you still toss a ghost. It would be better to die early. If this thing is found out, the Gu family I am afraid of is the mouth of other people, decades of laughingstock. Look at the Tang family now. Mrs. Tang's affair with that housekeeper has become a joke in the circle. Tang Dong, this cuckold persona, is expected to bring to the coffin. While the Su family is happy to listen to gossip, the Tang family is now a mess. I don't agree. Your father, this person I know, although he is messing around outside, but definitely won't make any illegitimate children. And this is a liar from where? Are you out of your mind? Actually let this liar into our family home. Mrs. Tang directly disagreed when she knew that Tang Jia wanted to recognize Jiang Yan to the Tang family. Tang Dong sat on the sofa next to him, has not said anything. Butler are standing behind them, or that a respectful look. Tang Jia poured a cup of tea for Mrs. Tang and said with a smile, Mom, you have to be clear. I came over to inform you, not to come over to seek your opinion. My dad doesn't even have any opinion yet, so I don't even care if you agree or not. Mrs. Tang's face instantly became brushed white. She glanced at Tang Dong next to her and silently closed her mouth. Tang Dong looked at this strange son in front of him, and the feelings in his heart were extremely complicated. Since leaving the hospital, he's been locked up in this villa with this adulterous couple. Here they can't touch electronic devices, and they can only turn around in this villa every day, and this rebellious son directly cut off all their communication with the outside world. He didn't realize that the son he had raised for more than 20 years was actually a white-eyed wolf, capable of treating his own biological parents so viciously. I have no problem if you want to recognize that woman as a daughter to the Tang family, but definitely not in the name of my illegitimate daughter. My reputation cannot be ruined by you. Tang Dong also do not want to think of this age and suddenly rumored to have any illegitimate daughter. He so many years in the outside of the promiscuity did not get out of anything, cannot be this rebellious son of the so many years to maintain the reputation of all of a sudden destroyed. Tang Jia instantly laughed when he heard the word fame. Dad, you talked to me about fame. Do we still have any fame now? Our Tang family is now the laughingstock of the circle. This cuckold of yours is probably going to be worn to the inside of the coffin and won't be able to be taken off. But it's okay for the three of you to live here. Aren't the three of you screwing around for so many years anyway? I'm kind of providing you with a place. How nice this venue is. Absolutely no one will disturb you. You can do whatever you want. See how good a son I am. The faces of the Tang family couple and the housekeeper were extremely ugly. The three of them had just been sent here together in what was a 3-day fight. But since they couldn't communicate with the outside world here and didn't have any electronic devices to pass the time, the three of them slowly stopped arguing. And Butler serving people's power is really can. Mrs. Tang and Tang Dong has not yet come to the time that was served by him that is comfortable. Just then, not long after Tang Dong was sent over. Mrs. Tang originally thought that she and the housekeeper were on the same side, but it turned out that Tang Dong directly dominated the housekeeper every day. Husband and wife in this directly play up to fight for favor. Obviously two people fight to fight. The result makes it look like in the harem palace fighting. In fact, the butler kinda liked being in here. The Tang family couple was his master family outside, and he was the one who served the two of them. But here, these two people were fighting for his favor. This feeling couldn't be better. Tang Jia glanced at the sky outside and got up to stand. Alright, it's getting late. I should go too. You three take your time to rest. As he walked to the door, Tang Jia suddenly turned around, then asked the butler with a curious expression, Uncle Butler, are you planning to stay with my mom or my dad tonight? Butler. How do you expect me to answer that one? Tang's father directly took the teacup in his hand and slammed it over, roaring with an angry face, rebellious son. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 38. The Tang family housekeeper turned out to be a technical school 360 rows and rows That night, the butler hugged his pillow, not knowing whether to go to the mistress's side or the man's side. "What are you waiting for? Get your ass over here." Tang Dong's angry voice came over, and the butler sighed and lifted his leg to walk that way. Mrs. Tang saw this and directly pulled the person to her room. "What's the point of going to that old thing? He's as young as I am, as good as I am, and he's got such a temper. Come to my place tonight." The butler nodded in a reserved manner. In fact, he still preferred the side of the master and mistress. On this side he was the dominant one, but on that side he was the completely passive one. Moreover, Tang Dong's temper was short-tempered and his hands were not light or heavy, so he really found it quite hard to endure. "You adulterous couple. Now you're still doing this under my nose. Do you still want some face?" Tang Dong is almost mad. Obviously he was the one who saw the housekeeper first. Okay, he was the one who hired the person. Mrs. Tang lightly rolled her eyes as she listened to the angry voice outside. Anger is angry, the two of them are adulterers and adulteresses. What he himself, 50 steps to laugh at 100 steps, is interesting. I have to say that this drama of the Tang family is really wonderful. The system watched it with great interest, and it didn't forget to relay it with Suanen. Suanen was lying on the sofa eating popcorn and watching TV, with this big Tang family drama relayed by the system in her head. The other three members of the Su family were also dumbfounded by what they heard. They knew that the Tang family was already in a mess, but they didn't expect it to be so messy now. The Tang family couple and that housekeeper were actually three people living together. Didn't they have any moral shame? And Tangja, that is his real parents, not to say that the relationship between the couple how, but this couple to his son is also considered to be dedicated. Su mother took out her cell phone to spit madly in the group of the three of them. Although Mrs. Tang was not a good person, but every time externally, she kept praising Tangja as a son. Even the identity of Tangja as an only son was fought for by Mrs. Tang. Otherwise, with Tang Dong's philandering nature, there would definitely be a whole lot of illegitimate daughters and sons outside. Su Jingyan looked at his own mother's spitting, and in his heart, his loathing for Tangja went up even more. Obviously, we grew up together. How come this person's nature suddenly changed like this? Or maybe his nature was already like that and he just hid it better growing up. Su mother, son, in the future you absolutely must be away from this Tangja a little bit. This child's roots have now crooked, break cannot be broken back, the kind of crooked. Su's father, alas, obviously when he was a child this child was quite good, polite and understanding. How did he grow up to become like this? Su Jingyan typed with a calm face. Perhaps it's true that he's been this kind of person since he was a child, but he's just hiding it better, and if it wasn't for this system on his little sister, it's estimated that our family would have to be cheated by them. Before, they did feel that the Tang family, this family, were all good people. After all, it was also the relationship of these decades. They were quite skeptical when the system first said that there was something wrong with the Tang family, but now they were already completely convinced of the system. The Su family couple looked at their son's evaluation of Tangja, and the two of them sighed in their hearts. Suanen was completely unaware that her dad, mom and brother were secretly chatting behind her back. The main reason was that the system had also never paid attention to this family of three in the Su family, or else these three people would probably have been exposed to begin with. It can be said that the three of them are drilling the system on their trust in this whole. After all, the system has been able to determine that the Su family of these three, not to mention the other, on the treatment of Suanen that is absolutely sincere favor. So its mind was basically spent on the others, and it never paid any attention to these three people at all. There was no telling when it would realize that these three people had mind reading skills and discover that it and Suanen were running around naked in front of these three people. Suanen listened to the system's passionate relay, and then asked a question very seriously. Tuzi, what kind of magic does that butler have, actually able to charm a couple at the same time? Such a powerful male mistress cannot be seen often, She had also seen this butler in the Tang family, and he was indeed quite elegant looking, but it wasn't as if there were no men better looking than him. The other three members of the Su family silently pricked up their ears. They were also quite curious. They had basically all met this butler. After all, they had been in the Tang family for more than 10 years, and they were indeed quite curious about what kind of magic this butler had. After all, with the status of Tang Dong and Mrs. Tang like this, it is simply easy to find some beautiful women outside to find some handsome men. How could they be charmed by this middle-aged man? The system thought for a moment and summarized the various behaviors of this butler. How should I say this? It might be harmonized if I say it out. Anyway, it means that his skills are good, and his body is good in all kinds of conditions, and he is able to satisfy this couple. You know what that means, right? Suanen. You actually said it quite clearly. Nothing was said but I understood it. Mr. and Mrs. Su. Su Jingyan. So it's a techie, then this is quite impressive indeed. Su Jingyan suddenly thought of an old saying, 360 rows of rows, this butler should also be considered the scholar of this industry. After all, the Tang family couple were charmed by him and actually fought for favor with him. This is not the scholar. Sure enough, you can't underestimate anyone in the industry. This night they listened to the opera directly from the system until 1 o'clock in the morning. Su Einen also found a very strange point. The parents who had always gone to bed early and woke up early now began to like watching TV, and the brother who had always liked to work overtime now liked to bring the computer to the living room to sit with them. What was going on? System, what is there to wonder about? You are a family. Family night sitting together to watch TV is not normal. Other people's families are not all like this. The system went to see some ordinary people's homes. Ordinary people are like this. Sit together in the evening to watch TV and eat snacks and chat, and in the meantime, educate the children. The three members of the Su family got nervous all of a sudden. How is it that this girl suddenly became smart tonight, but this system seems to be suddenly not so smart again? Su Einen, could it be that my parents feel like they've been neglecting me for a while so they're watching TV with me on purpose? My brother knew he was going to go to a variety show with me, so he purposely sat here to cultivate a rapport with me? Su Einen could only think of this one possibility when she thought about it. System, right. That should be it. Su Einen nodded in her heart, so it is so really her father and mother still love her the most. I cannot imagine that the old brother is also so concerned about her. Good. Su family other three people. Got it, should not have too much expectation on your intelligence, all this can still convince yourself, admire. Chapter 39. Is this my brother coming to feel like he needs to go to the bathroom? Tang directly announced to the public 2 days later that Jiang Yan was his sister, but he still listened to the ing words and didn't say that it was an illegitimate daughter's own sister, but rather that it was a goddaughter recognized by his mother. Jiang Yan's heart felt so uncomfortable when she received this news. Dry daughter how and have blood relations with the pro-daughter, then this is considered illegitimate daughter that is also pro-daughter. Although it is illegitimate daughter, but after being accepted that is not the same, after being accepted that is the authentic Tang family miss. What is a goddaughter? Anyone with an eye for detail knows that a goddaughter recognized by such a rich family is a pawn that can be given up at any time. Tang actually had his own plans. If he really let Jiang Yan become the daughter of the Tang family in the name of an illegitimate daughter, then she would also have the right to inherit. The Tang family had only had him as their only son for so many years, and it could be said that all of the Tang family's assets were his, and there was absolutely no way that he would let there be a single chance of the family's assets falling into the hands of someone else. And although Jiang Yan was stupid, but this person's heart was higher than the sky, who knew if she would have something else in mind later. But the goddaughter is different, just a godsister, and did not enter his family's account, and to the outside world, this statement is also a little bit beautiful. Young Tang, why did you lie to me? Why did you go back on your word? Jiang Yan directly came over to Tang to question him. Obviously she was promised to be the real deal, the Tang family's eldest daughter, but now she had somehow become the awkward goddaughter. Why? Tang sat in his office chair flatly looking at the anxious Jiang Yan. Looking at her like this, he suddenly smiled. Why are you so angry? Letting you become my family's goddaughter is also already lifting you up. To you, goddaughter and illegitimate daughter shouldn't be too far apart. Anyway, isn't your purpose to marry Lu Siheng? Do you really think that the cooperation between the two families relies on you to connect them? The marriage of the two sides of the mansion to get married is just a bond, and this bond can also be changed or not, as long as you can truly bring benefits. Who cares if you're real or fake? Jiang Yan was furious, but couldn't think of any way to solve the problem. This guy Tang looks like a crazy person. Okay, don't get ahead of yourself. What kind of person are you? I still don't know. You're a person whose heart is higher than the sky. I also have to make good plans for myself for the Tang family. In case I really let you become a part of the Tang family, then in case you have something else in mind in the future, how to do. Listening to this, Jiang Yan's eyes fluttered a bit in her heart and she was extremely weak. She did have something else in mind. If she became the first lady of the Tang family, then she would have the right to inherit, and in the future, even if she couldn't marry Lu Siheng, then she could still get a piece of the Tang family. It might not be much, but it should be enough to keep her out of trouble for the rest of her life. Jiang Yan's heart still didn't have a bottom when she recited it out, mainly because Tang's attitude towards her was something that really made her panic. This person didn't seem to trust her at all. For others, this inexplicable recognition of a goddaughter by the Tang family was indeed quite mind-boggling, and there were many who were guessing what the Tang family was doing. Although the Su family knew about this matter under the system's relay, they didn't care much about it because now the Ji Yun Yang's variety show was about to start. Lu Siheng told them in advance to get them prepared early. Looking at Lu Siheng in front of him, Su Jingyan was really puzzled in his heart. Did such a small thing require Lu Siheng to personally come to his house? Lu seems to be very concerned about this program of Mr. Jia. Notify this matter on the phone above to say a word on the line. I'll also bother Lu personally over it. Lu Siheng looked at Su Jingyan's skeptical eyes and knew what he was thinking. This Su Jingyan is indeed a smart person in doing business, but this smart person, as soon as he touches that sister of his, feels as if his IQ has gone offline all of a sudden. I also didn't have anything to do during this period of time, so I came over to take a look. After all, after dealing with Mr. Su for so long, the two of us can be considered friends, right? It's really appropriate to come to a friend's house to pay a visit. Su Jingyan. Why don't I know that we both suddenly became friends? At best we can be considered partners, and generally visiting people's homes shouldn't we say hello in advance? You just come straight over is a bit too much. Lu Siheng saw Su Jingyan's eyes. He picked up his cell phone and waved it in front of Su Jingyan and said, I had greeted your sister in advance, and I don't know if she told you guys. What the hell? Did you say hello to Suanan? That girl didn't tell them. Su Jingyan's eyes shot directly to someone who was cowering in the corner not far away. That look was extremely frightening. Suanan looked at this unkind look from his own old brother, dryly smiled and waved his paw at him, then frantically asked the system in his mind what to do. Suanan was extremely devastated. Tuzi. You hurry to help me. I saw Lu Siheng's message in the morning, but a moment did not pay attention to sleep over again, and then woke up after this thing to forget. The system sighed in pity. I can't help you with this. I'm a system that doesn't even have an entity. What can I do? Who made you not take this matter to heart, and you even slept through another turnaround? I'm really convinced of you too. Suanan is really going to cry. Her old brother is a person who holds a grudge. This person looks white and clean, actually full of bad water. Lu Siheng and Su Jingyan listened to Suanan's conversation with the system. That speechlessness in their hearts didn't know how to express it. Lu Siheng rubbed his fingers and began to think about why this girl would become a vicious female match. Did this girl really do vicious things? An image suddenly appeared in Lu Siheng's mind as Suanan brushed off the kid's candy and then said viciously, well, I'm bad, not bad. Don't mess with me in the future. Put. If it was this kind of wickedness, then she could indeed do it. The corners of Lu Siheng's mouth hooked up slightly, looking like he was in a really good mood. Su Jingyan narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the gorgeous Lu Siheng across from him, his heart puzzled. What's wrong with this guy? Is he horny? This expression is so obscene. It wasn't actually obscene at all, rather it was particularly handsome, but in Su Jingyan's opinion, Lu Siheng's current expression was particularly obscene. Nope. This person didn't come here on purpose to hook up with Suanan. Although that girl is a bit stupid, but her looks are not to speak of. Can't it be that Lu Siheng really has a crush on the girl? Su Jingyan's eyes instantly became unkind. Not far away, Suanan looked at his own old brother's expression became serious all of a sudden, puzzled to ask the system, my brother's expression how suddenly changed. This is to feel to go to the toilet? Usually people who have to go to the bathroom have a sudden change in expression, exactly like her brother here. Lu Siheng and Su Jingyan who heard Suanan's words clearly. Lu Siheng was silent for a moment, then politely said, Su's color is a bit off, is there any personal matters to deal with? He didn't make his words clear. It's not like private matters can just be about going to the toilet anyway, and Su Jingyan's face was indeed not right, so he wasn't at all afraid of Su Jingyan finding out that he would also read Suanan's heart. Su Jingyan looked at Suanan who was not far away. That fist started to itch again. It's a bit of personal business to deal with, please wait here for a while, I'll be right back. Suanan then saw her oldest brother aggressively walking towards her side, and then she suddenly had a bad premonition. System, cutie. Run fast. Your brother is probably coming over to settle the score with you. Chapter 40, Lu Siheng comes to Su family. Shuechen visits sick friend Su Jingyan. Suanan pulled her legs out and tried to run, but she was still a step too slow. Su Jingyan grabbed Suanan's rear collar, then politely nodded to Lu Siheng. Excuse me, please wait a moment. Lu Siheng moved his mouth to stop, but then thought about how he couldn't seem to control the two of them in his current position. Su Jingyan brought Suanan back to the room and then there was a lecture. Suanan was given a doggy lecture. When did Lu Siheng get so close to you? Did you see the message he sent you this morning? And if you saw it, why didn't you tell us in advance? Suanan shrunk her neck and said in a small voice, then I didn't forget about it. I haven't even woken up from my sleep when he sent a message to me so early. If you want to blame it, you should also go and blame him. Su Jingyan almost lost his breath when he heard this. People are not sending you messages in the middle of the night, it is right to send you messages in the morning. The system also felt that Suanan's words were purely irrational. And people are 8 o'clock in the morning to send you a message. 8 o'clock is not early. Su Jingyan became even more angry after hearing the system say the time. Let's forget about it this time. Next time if something like this happens again you'll see how I'm going to clean you up. Suanan hurriedly raised her hand to guarantee, brother, don't worry. if Lu Siheng sends me a message in the future, I'll definitely relay it to you at the first time, and definitely won't delay for a minute. Lu Siheng sitting outside is also hard to sit still. Su father Su mother went out early in the morning, so the family in addition to the maid is these two siblings in. But luckily it didn't take long for the siblings to come out. Lu Siheng looked at the two of them. There shouldn't have been any major conflicts because Su Ainen still came out with a smile on her face. Since people were coming to their homes, they definitely had to be treated well. Su Jingyan invited Lu Siheng to the waiting room, and the two of them chatted about business while quietly focusing on Su Ainen's side. It had to be said that one should have such an unconscious sister, so Su Jingyan was really becoming more and more flexible with this single-mindedness now. Su Ainen was lying on the sofa and brushing her cell phone, looking at the Shueqian surrounded by beautiful women on the phone. Su Ainen asked the system suspiciously, "Is he hemorrhoidally well? So many beautiful women around him, can he stand so much?" "Hemorrhoids?" Lu Siheng slightly widened his eyes. "What hemorrhoids? Who has hemorrhoids?" Su Jingyan knew who Su Ainen was talking about as soon as he heard her words. What was Shueqian guy up to again? The system looked at Shueqian, who was surrounded by beautiful women in this short video, and admired him quite a bit. It didn't get better. How could it get better in such a short period of time, except that it didn't relapse in the meantime? He's been searching around for something to cure hemorrhoids lately, and said he'd recommend it to your brother. When Lu Siheng heard the system's words, he silently set his gaze on Su Jingyan. I can't imagine that Su Jingyan actually has hemorrhoids. It's hard to tell. Su Jingyan suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. He touched his neck and didn't think much about it. Su Ainen is still spitting out this hemorrhoidal president with the system. Obviously looks also good, family is also good. How to suffer from hemorrhoids. System, get this thing in looks and family history and nothing to do with it, is a little bit of a relationship with the habits of life. Anyway, you keep good habits on the line. Oh, by the way, Shueqian thinks that he and your brother are now sick friends, so he decided to make a good contact with her, and is now already on his way to your house. You slightly remind your brother to get ready. He also brought a good handful of medicines for hemorrhoids over. Suan. Su Jingyan. Lu Siheng. Lu Siheng didn't expect that this sudden visit of his to the Su family could actually visit such a secret. Shueqian and Su Jingyan both actually had hemorrhoids. And the two people are still sick friends. Su Jingyan took a deep breath, already on his way to exploding. What the hell is that bastard Shueqian up to? Su Ainen quietly looked at the side of this old brother. The expression of the old brother seems to be a little bit not very good. Lu Siheng's eyes are a little bit fluttering. What are these two people talking about? But how is she going to warn her oldest brother? System, forget about not having to remind. That guy is already almost at your house. It's too late for you to remind him, and you probably can't think of anything to remind him. Su Ainen. Why do I feel as if you're looking down on me? System, huh? This huh would be very spiritual, and although it's only 2 words, there's plenty of meaning in it. Shueqian was indeed close to reaching the entrance of their neighborhood. I really don't know if Su Jingyan will be happy to see me, but he should be happy. After all, I've brought so many medicines over here. These medicines have all been personally experimented on me, and they're definitely useful. The driver looked at his own president inside extremely speechless. Looks like a high cold look. Why behavior is so teasing? And is it really good to bring so much medicine to someone's house as a guest? Although I don't know what kind of medicine my boss brought, but no matter what kind of medicine I shouldn't bring it to someone's home as a guest. Shueqian also took out a small mirror to take a closer look at his face. Well, it was still so handsome. At this moment in the Su family, Su Jingyan already wanted to send Lu Siheng away. It was best not to let him collide with Shueqian. Mr. Lu's work is also quite busy, right? We are not too good to disturb Mr. Lu. If Mr. Lu has something to do, he can leave first. How can Lu Siheng be willing to go now? This is exactly the time to watch a good show. Now go, how bad. So he pretended that he didn't understand the meaning inside Su Jingyan's words and said with a smile, it was indeed quite busy before, but this period of time has been slowly idling down, and the company also has so many people. If every day I need to keep an eye on it, then what else do I need them for? What was wrong with this person? How could he not understand the meaning of his words? It was already obvious that he was kicking people out. Su Jingyan's temples were aching at the moment, being exasperated. Angered by this stupid sister of his own, angered by Shueqian, and now he was going to be angered by Lu Siheng. Su Ainen started counting down in her mind, and with a hint of anticipation in her tone. No, what the hell are you expecting? Are you so happy that your brother was insulted by Shueqian for having hemorrhoids? Su Jingyan. I came to see you. I also brought over a lot of things you need. Shueqian's excited voice came in from outside. Su Jingyan. I need you a ghost head. Su Ainan was also particularly attentive and went to open the door. Su Jingyan couldn't even stop him. Can I still have this sister? She's not good enough. She's here specifically to screw him over. Chapter 41. Hello, brother hemorrhoids. Xue Qian saw Lu Siheng as soon as he entered the door, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Not. How could Lu Siheng be here? When did he become so close to the Su family? The three men looked at each other, and this atmosphere was suddenly tense and awkward. Su Ainan withdrew from the battlefield with small broken steps. Quickly go, the smell of smoke is already up, don't get hurt by the innocent when the time comes. Su Jingyan grabbed Su Ainan, who wanted to escape, then looked at her with a smile on his face and said, "Where are you going? Stay here. You're not allowed to go anywhere?" Su Ainan looked around trying to find just one that could save her. System, don't look, no one can save you. Who let you go to open the door so quickly? I just couldn't even stop you before you rushed over. Su Ainan collapsed. Then I'm also moving faster than my brain. I can only blame Xue Qian, who suddenly arrived. Su Jingyan, Lu Siheng. You're dumping the pot quite smoothly, ah. Xue Qian looked at the siblings, and then looked at Lu Siheng, who was standing next to him, and this time he didn't know whether to take out these medicines or not. After all, these medicines were not ordinary medicines, and I don't know if Lu Siheng knew that Su Jingyan had hemorrhoids. But the two are so close that they can come to visit at home, so they should be on good terms. Xue Qian placed the large pile of things he was carrying in his hands onto the table, then said attentively, come and see, the medicine I brought over especially for you. It's absolutely good. Just look at how alive I am right now and you'll know how good this medicine is. Su Jingyan said expressionlessly, no, I don't need it. Xue Qian felt that he was unable to hang on to his face, so he said so, then continued to persuade, Aya, it's not a big deal, just pay a little attention to it, you don't want to feel ashamed to avoid medical treatment. Lu Siheng coughed gently, trying to keep the corners of his mouth down. Su Ainan made to stand to the side with her head lowered, that eyes darting everywhere. System, why does Xue Qian just not believe your brother's words? Is he the one who thinks everyone in the world has hemorrhoids just because one person has hemorrhoids? Su Ainan, this I do not know. I do not know why he misunderstood my brother has hemorrhoids. My brother, because of the fear of hemorrhoids and even shortened the time to go to the toilet a lot. That day I saw him farting while running to the toilet. The smell is very soulful. Lu Siheng, pfft. What to do soon cannot hold it. Su Jingyan farted while running to the toilet. This image sense came out all of a sudden what to do. He glanced at Su Jingyan's face with his afterglow. This person would actually have such a humiliating moment, ah. Su Jingyan listened to Su Ainan's heartfelt voice. That surge of anger went straight to his head, directly on the verge of exploding from this stinky girl. What do you mean running to the toilet while farting? She wasn't the one who messed up cooking something for him to eat that day. Su Jingyan took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. Don't be angry, the guests are still here. Xue Qian was still constantly selling the medicine he brought over with Su Jingyan, as if Su Jingyan was losing out by not using it. Su Jingyan walked to Xue Qian and whispered through gritted teeth, I said I don't have hemorrhoids. Xue Qian firmly shook his head, I don't believe it, unless you let me check. Su Jingyan. God. Can we get a heavenly thunderbolt to strike this person to death? Su Ainan and Lu Siheng were about to go crazy with joy at the back. Even though these two people had just spoken in a very small voice, they still heard it clearly. Especially Xue Qian, who was especially serious about talking to Su Jingyan about checking. Lu Siheng slightly inclined his head to wipe the tears strangled from the corners of his eyes with his hand. He hadn't been this happy for a long time, and it was true that watching other people's jokes was just so much fun. It's just a little hard to hold it in here, after all, it's a lot of work to hold in a laugh. Su Ainan suddenly pitied her own old brother a little. How come all his friends were such unreliable people? Su Ainan, do you think my oldest brother has a problem with men? That pervert Tang likes him, and now Xue Qian wants to look at his ass too? Lu Siheng. Tang likes Su Jingyan. No wonder Su Jingyan and Tang were estranged during this period of time. These two people seem to have grown up together, right? Being coveted by a brother who grew up together, this was indeed quite uncomfortable in one's heart. Looking at it this way, then, Tang's strange and bizarre behavior can be understood. He got together with Jian Yan and wanted Jian Yan to get close to Su Ainan, so I guess his ultimate goal was Su Jingyan. There was also this period of time when he suddenly said that he recognized Jian Yan as his godsister. Originally they all thought that these two had gotten together and were a pair, but he suddenly came up with this. It was probably because he was afraid that Su Jingyan would misunderstand. No wonder. Now a lot of things can make sense. Lu Siheng looked towards Su Jingyan, who was not far away, with a hint of pity still in his eyes. Suanen looked at Lu Siheng next to her and felt that this person's eyes were a bit strange. Why was he looking at her brother with such strange eyes? Could it be that he was another one who was charmed by her brother? Suanen, Tuzi. Hurry up and see what Lu Siheng means by this look. Why is he looking at my brother with such sticky eyes? He doesn't like my brother too, right? The more she thought about it, Suanen said that she felt it was possible. After all, her brother's charm was not ordinary. Su Jingyan's heart thumped and then his butt shrank. What the hell was wrong with these men? There were so many women in the world. Why did they have to look at him? Lu Siheng almost choked on his own saliva as well. No, why is this girl's brain so big? System, no way, I didn't find out that he likes your brother. Just don't mess with your head. How can you judge someone's sexual orientation with just a look? Suanen, then who do you think he likes? He can't be a mother fetish widow king like my brother. Maternal fetal widow king, Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng's mouth corners twitched, were truly speechless to this girl. But at this question the system didn't know how to answer, because the book didn't say who Lu Siheng liked, and the system didn't find that he crossed paths with that girl more. Shuo Qian was still being unrelenting with Su Jingyan. After all, this was a rare sick friend of his. Su Jingyan was forced by him to directly take out the last physical examination report. The last physical examination sheet really engaged in a comprehensive physical examination, internal medicine and surgery all give a check. Come on, do I have to show you the proof so you know I don't have hemorrhoids? Come and see. He said he doesn't have hemorrhoids, and the man has to be non-compliant. Shuo Qian read this medical report carefully. There really wasn't any. So he's the only one with hemorrhoids now, is he? What had been his secret alone was now known to 3 people, one of whom was a girl. Shuo Qian looked dully at Suanen in the corner, who awkwardly waved at him. Brother hemorrhoid, hello. The 3 men looked towards her at the same time. Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng's eyes were shocked, and Shuo Qian's eyes were hurt. Su Jingyan, Lu Siheng, you girl is doing this on purpose. And deliberately poking on top of people's wounds. Suanen also reacted at once by this look of theirs. Oh no, just short-circuited her brain. No, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean that. I just didn't react in my head for a second. Suanen hurriedly bowed and apologized. The expression on her face was on the verge of tears. I blame this mouth for suddenly blurting out brother hemorrhoid. System, ugh. You brain Chapter 42 Suanen, I'm going to have foot fungus on my head. Now this atmosphere would be a bit awkward, Lu Siheng observed and felt that he shouldn't continue to stay here now. Mr. Su, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Let's get together next time. Lu Siheng also nodded especially politely towards Suanen and Shuo Qian. Suanen wanted to cry without tears. How early not to go, late not to go, this time to go. Don't go, okay? If you all leave, my brother will punish me? Su Jingyan was extremely speechless inwardly. How come you didn't leave just now when I let you go, and stayed until now with a thick skin, and as a result, now you want to leave? After coming out of Su's house, Lu Siheng went back to the company in a particularly good mood. He hadn't been in such a good mood in a long time. Life in the Su family was really lively and interesting. Shuo Qian was paralyzed on the couch with a lifeless look on his face. Su Jingyan was the only one who knew that he had hemorrhoids, but as a result, there were now 2 more people. Suan, I'm sorry, I know that too. It was 2 people who knew you had hemorrhoids before, not 1. Looking at him like this, Su Jingyan comforted him with a rare kindness and said, don't feel bad, my sister is straight talking, just take it as if she just farted. And didn't you also say that it's not like it's a big deal, and this isn't a seizure you're having right now, so don't feel too bad. Xia Qian. That's comforting to others, but I can't live with myself. Looking at the siblings in front of him, Shuo Qian held Su Jingyan's hand, then said seriously and earnestly, this matter is something you have to promise not to tell anyone. You guys have to swear. Su Jingyan struggled to break his hand free. Okay, I'll swear, okay. Shuo Qian immediately looked at Suanen, who hurriedly raised her hand. I also swear, I will never tell. Shuo Qian suddenly sighed again. Lu Siheng won't tell the secret of mine, right? He shouldn't be that kind of person. Lu Siheng had always been someone else's child within their circle, and while they were still being blessed by their parents, Lu Siheng was already in power in the Lu family. Suanen looked at him like this and comforted him by saying, just don't worry, Lu Siheng is not that talkative. At this moment in the Lu family, Ji Yin Yang said with a shocked face, really? Is that really the case? No wonder Shuo Qian seldom came out to play a while ago, many people thought he had gone straight. Lu Siheng leaned on the sofa and looked at his cousin's unseen appearance, said lightly, "This thing you don't go out and talk to other people, I told you also because you and Shui Qian have so little contact, later you go out to play when more care a little bit of people, eat time don't always engage in some stimulating food, but also have to think about for other people to think about." Ji Yunyang touched his nose and smiled awkwardly, so Shui Qian played with them to endure so much awe. A lot of people in their circle are heavy, drinking and eating and resting and all that, so it's hard for Shui Qian. On the Su family's side, Shui Qian sat here for a short while before leaving, and left the gift behind. Here's what he said, "I brought it all anyway, so you guys can just leave it here for emergencies." Su's siblings. "Sorry, we really don't need this from time to time." After Shui Qian left, Suanan quietly looked at her own old brother, then the moment she met his eyes again, she turned her head and ran. "You're going to make a move when the other guests have just left. You already cleaned me up once today. You're just bullying me because mom and dad aren't home." Su Jingyan chased after Suanan furiously with slippers in his hand. "Yeah, I just cleaned you up because mom and dad weren't home, look at what you just did and what you said. Someone knocked on the door outside and you let them in without even looking, how dangerous would it be if you were the only one home?" Suanan retorted in her heart, "Then I didn't know who the person who came was. If I didn't know who was coming I wouldn't have opened the door so simply." Listening to the spit in her heart, Su Jingyan became even more angry, knowing who the person who came was and what he brought. "This you opened the door is definitely intentional, right? Calling someone a hemorrhoid brother. You're afraid of not offending anyone, aren't you?" Su Jingyan threw the slipper in his hand with a snap, and then the slipper hung on Suanan's pilled head. Su Jingyan. Suanan only felt a blow to her head, but didn't see what the thing that attacked her was. The system was speechless. "Something is on your head." Suanan was puzzled and looked upwards, there was nothing on the ceiling. "System, hanging over your head. Feel it with your own hands." Suanan touched her pill head with her hand. "Good guy, how did this slipper throw so accurately?" "Ah! Su Jingyan. You don't have foot odor. What if you make me grow foot odor on my head then?" Suanan cried and yelled at Su Jingyan, "It seems that the long feet on the head will lose hair, he does not want to become bald. And this is if you go to the hospital to see a doctor. How embarrassing this." Do not know that she thought her head was stepped on a few feet barefoot, otherwise how would her head grow foot fungus? Su Jingyan was extremely speechless inside. Who has foot odor? Who has foot odor? This asshole girl won't stop until she's pissed off at him, right? You're the one with foot odor. We've been living together for over 20 years, don't you know if I have foot odor? Don't give me a mouthful of nonsense. Su Jingyan directly slapped Suanan on the back of his head, then took his slippers back, and glared at Suanan on his way out. That's a bad thing. The older he gets, the worse he gets. Suanan was hurt by his glare. She broke down and complained to the system. He glared at me. He actually glared at me. I'm the one who's hurt, okay? Does he know how much damage he's done to me with that slipper? Is he saying he doesn't have foot odor just because he doesn't have foot odor, in case it's recently contracted? System speechless. Foot odor, you can rest assured, your brother did not, but that a slipper is indeed what you should receive. Who let you talk nonsense? But also fortunately Shui Qian does not blame you, or else this time can really be a feud. Suanan grunted, not angry, said, this still need me to make a grudge. My brother and Shui Qian, two people's relationship is not originally not good. Before the moment they met, they quarreled. You mocked me and I taunted you. Speak a word or turning the corner to curse. This still need me to destroy the relationship. System, they call this also an enemy and a friend. Suanan, I don't listen to me. Anyway, I'm just angry now. He'd better pray that I don't have foot fungus on my head, or I'll toss him to death. System. Chapter 43. Suanan, where is the pot lid? Chef, it's in your hand as a shield. The two siblings didn't make up until their parents came home at night. Su father and mother of Su returned as soon as they realized that the atmosphere in the house was not right. No need to ask others, directly called his daughter over to hear what she said in her heart to know. While eating dinner, Suanan was still spitting out her own oldest brother in her heart, and the two of them, Su's father and mother, heard the cause and effect of the matter clearly while eating. Anyway, it's just that this girl messed with the boss again without thinking, and the boss cleaned her up, so now she's pissed off. These two siblings are more than 20 people. How this time is still so childish, and the eldest is also, as a brother cannot let the younger sister know that she is not smart and still with her so much why. But their two siblings still have to let them work things out on their own. It's best for parents to stay out of the conflict between their children, or else whichever side you help them the other side will feel biased. When she went to bed at night, Suanan was still sulking. System, I mean, are you really just going to stop talking to your brother? Suan, not talking to him anymore. Never speak to him again. How dare he hit me with a slipper. The system sighed and said, that slipper hit over and not heavy, brother and sister which have overnight hatred between them, and your brother is really concerned about you, besides you think you really did not do anything wrong today. In fact, Suanen's heart is also quite weak, today you did do the wrong thing, overall today's responsibility is in her, but she is just very angry how to do. System, don't be angry, you eat and drink every day and still be angry, your brother still has to go to the company every day, not only to go to the company to work but also to deal with your things, you also have to think about him. And it won't be long before the two of you go to a variety show, and if you don't act right on top of the variety show then people will definitely laugh at you. The system has already inquired about which guests Ji Yunyang has found. The first pair of guests is a couple. Wei Li Dong and Shu Jing Xan have been in the entertainment industry for decades, both of them are movie stars and actresses. And the two are also known to be affectionate and good-tempered, and haven't had a red face in decades of marriage. The second pair of guests is a pair of siblings, Duan Xian and Duan Xan. These two are child stars in the entertainment industry, both of them started out as child stars and are now doing pretty well, and both of them are the kind of people who don't get into trouble. The third pair is the two siblings, which needs no introduction. The fourth pair is not yet known, and I hear they are still looking for guests. Suanen looked at this information that the system had told her, and directly began to use her cell phone to look up these people. These two groups are really well regarded in the entertainment industry, but I just don't know exactly what the people are like. Suanen, are you sure all these people are good to get along with? Most of the people in the entertainment industry have a persona, and what they show doesn't always match their real character. The system instantly thought she was a lot smarter, and that the two groups really weren't as nice as they seemed. But it had no intention of telling Suanen what kind of people these two groups were now. System, this couple and this brother and sister are indeed a bit different from what is rumored outside. What they show outside is indeed their persona. It wouldn't be fun for me to tell you the specifics right now, so I'll slowly reveal it to you when you guys join the show. Suanen simply want to curse, you do not want to say now, and she said now said so little to wait until the beginning of the program to know so many secrets, that these days let her how to live Suanen said viciously, Tuzi, I now realize that you are really getting worse and worse. The system humbly said, where, near the vermilion is red, near the ink is black. Well. Suen. Is that how it's used? And I get the feeling you're taking this comment personally. It was also true that the conflict between the siblings didn't last long, and the anger in Suanen's heart subsided the next day, and he was also persuaded by the system to apologize. System, I see that many apologies in TV shows are gifts or cooking. I think cooking is a better way to express your sincere apology, so play nice. Failure is the mother of success. You failed last time but you will succeed this time. Suanen stood in the kitchen with a spatula and a look of death. The last time she cooked, the family had collective diarrhea, although she didn't think it was her problem. But this time it shouldn't be, and this time she had already let someone help her cut and match the dishes. She only needed to stir-fry them, even the seasonings were already prepared and put aside. I can do it, I will. It's just cooking, it's not a big deal. Suen gathered her courage and started. It wasn't long before there was a crackling noise in the kitchen and an occasional scream. Suanen crumbled and screamed, there's a fire, there's a fire, there's a fire. What if the pot is on fire? The chef next to him crumbled and shouted, Miss. Cover the pot with a lid. Suen broke down and said, where's the pot lid? Chef also crumbled, the lid of the pot is in your hand as a shield. This young lady was afraid of getting splattered with oil when she was cooking, so she held the lid of the pot in front of her to block it as a shield. Su Jingyan opened his room and heard all kinds of crackling sounds coming from downstairs, then he silently returned to his room and closed the door behind him. No, why is this girl in the kitchen again? Didn't I say she's not allowed in the kitchen? Why don't we find an excuse not to eat later? Let's just say there's an emergency at the office and he has to go to the office right away. After finding a good excuse, Su Jingyan then went downstairs. Su father, Su mother, two people sitting on the sofa, face expression full of uneasiness, eyes also occasionally glanced to the kitchen that side. Seeing Su Jingyan coming down from upstairs, they hurriedly grabbed his hand. You're going to go out now? You can't go out. Your sister cooked today to apologize to you, you're the star of the meal. Su father is really nervous and scared. The last diarrhea has almost pulled him off. Su's mother also hurriedly said, yes, you mustn't leave, but since this meal is your sister's special apology to you, your father and I have decided to leave a space for you siblings. Su Jingyan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. What does leaving a space mean? Su mother took out her own bag from behind her, then pulled Su's father to go. We two will go first. Your sister if asked about it. Just say that we two have something urgent to go out. No need to thank us, you siblings. Good feelings is the biggest reward for us. After saying this, the couple quickly walked out the door, not giving Su Jingyan a chance to open his mouth at all. Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan was practically laughing with anger. He looked at the kitchen side again. Good guy. There was actually the sound of firecrackers being set off. Is this blowing up the kitchen? Chapter 44. Tang Jia and Zhang Yan joined Ji Yunyang's variety show. It was definitely impossible to leave now. Su Jingyan sighed and sat down at the table. He'd like to see what kind of tricks she could pull off this time. Suanin in the kitchen made 4 dishes as if she was fighting a war, and the chef next to her was really sweating as he watched her operate. Oh, my god. This Missy really cooks like she fights in a war. The spatula is a weapon and the lid is a shield. Done and done. It's finally done. It's not bad looking. Suanin looked at the 4 dishes proudly. Not bad, decent. The system was happy for her too, and this time it was much better than the first time she made those contraptions. Although he had prepared the dishes in advance and mixed the seasonings for her, he had at least waved the spatula twice. Hurry up and serve it to your brother, he's already sitting at the table waiting. Suanin nodded in her heart, then had the dishes brought out. Su Jingyan sitting outside the heart of that nervous should not call ahead to let the doctor wait it, and will not eat these dishes to wash the stomach then. The last time I ate her cooking diarrhea to the point of weakness, this time should not be the same as the last time. With that in mind, those 4 dishes were brought to the table. Brother, yesterday's matter is my fault, today I specially cooked to make amends to you, these 4 dishes are what you love to eat, I started to come down to prepare it very early, hurry up and taste it. Suanin walked over with a smile on her face carrying the rice. I have to say that this person's heart is really honest, apologizing when she says she's apologizing. Some people may squirm for a long time after they know they were wrong, and apologize in that squirmy, undiluted way that makes it seem like she's being forced to apologize. But Suanin was different, although she would be very angry at that time, but usually anger is not born for one night, in knowing that it is her own fault when she apologized will also be very dry. Su Jingyan leaned back in his chair and looked at this attentive look of hers and raised an eyebrow. You made the dishes? Last time you made the dishes but it caused me to have diarrhea for a day, this time you didn't put drugs in it, right? He really thought that this girl would drug the dish, after all, this girl was careful. Suanin scared, brother, how can you think of me like this, am I such a pitiful person, you are my own brother, the two of us are flesh and blood brother and sister. Look how much we look alike, although you look a little bit worse than me, but you are still my real brother. Even if I am no longer how it is not possible to harm you and the last time was a complete accident, I also did not know that the vegetables and vegetables will actually also have a match between Su Jingyan. You don't forget to belittle me even when you apologize to you, we do look alike, but I'm not worse than you are I guess. Su Jingyan closed his eyes not wanting to see her anymore, awful. Suanin saw him close his eyes with an annoyed face, and thought that he had not forgiven her. Brother, you just forgive me, who let them come yesterday without saying hello Look, I've cooked 4 dishes for you, can you forgive me even for the sake of these 4 dishes? Suanin shook Su Jingyan's arm and pouted. Su Jingyan had wanted to go and clip the dishes, but this girl kept shaking his arm, and every time he clipped a dish, she shook it off. Su Jingyan inwardly extremely speechless and extremely helpless, this does not forgive can do not forgive if this meal cannot eat. Okay, I forgive you, don't be a jerk here, hurry up and eat. As soon as she heard that she was forgiven, Suanin immediately sat back in her seat. System, you're flashing back too fast. Suanin checked her favorite dish and said to the system, I'm starving to death, if my brother doesn't forgive me again I might starve in front of him on the spot. Well, these dishes she made today actually tasted pretty good, so it's true, she's a genius at cooking. Suanin gave herself a nod in her heart. Su Jingyan heard her praising herself in her heart and shook his head helplessly, this person really doesn't know how to be modest at all This dish just look at the knife work to know that it is not your hands okay, and this seasoning so well, seasoning is definitely not your own put. This girl is probably just waving a spatula around in the kitchen a few times. At the moment the cook in the kitchen is looking at the messy kitchen and wants to cry. Even if he cooks 10 tables of dishes the kitchen has never been so messy, this Missy just cooks 4 dishes While the siblings were happy here, the Tang family side had exploded. You said you're going to that variety show of Ji Yunyang's. You know my previous relationship with him, so how could he possibly agree to let us go over there? Zhang Yan really thought Tangjia was crazy to go to that variety show like Ji Yunyang. She and Ji Yunyang were not to mention ex-girlfriends, and it wasn't like the two of them broke up peacefully and tore up their faces before they did. How could Ji Yun-yang agree to let her go to this variety show? Tangja just leaned back on the sofa and quietly looked at her, the expression on his face extremely calm, like he didn't feel that there was any trouble with this matter. What are you so nervous about? Are you afraid of seeing that old lover of yours? Didn't you always say that you want to marry Lu Siheng? If you really married Lu Siheng, then there would be even more occasions to meet Ji Yun-yang. You wouldn't even have the guts to do that. Jiang Yan bit her lip, her heart extremely torn. She looked at the calm Tangja and asked suspiciously, "First you tell me why we're going to this variety show, and why you were able to make sure that Ji Yun-yang agreed to our participation." Tangja stirred the coffee in his hand and said with deep eyes, "There's nothing that can't be solved by interests, and this variety project Ji Yun-yang has already let go of the people under his hand to be in charge of it, and I'm just slightly using some small means. Anyway, you have to agree or not, I'm sure about this variety program. As for why I'm going, it's not your business. Anyway, inside this variety program, you'd better do your best to maintain the relationship between you and Suanen." Tangja's tone was commanding. Jiang Yan's heart was extremely hard to hear this commanding tone, but what could she do if she was hard to bear? She was now on the same boat with Tangja. When she married Lu Siheng, she would completely get back all the humiliation she had received from Tangja. Ji Yun-yang was furious when he found out about this matter of Tangja and Jiang Yan joining variety. "Who told you to agree to them? I asked you to scout for candidates and these are the two you scouted for me." Looking at his beloved henchman, Ji Yun-yang truly felt that he had misjudged them. This matter of picking people, he almost let Lu Ji take full responsibility. After all, it was the person who had followed him for so many years, he still trusted him. But now, the man has betrayed him because of a small advantage given by someone else. Lu Ji stood on the side in fear. It was the first time he had seen his boss lose his temper like this. "Boss, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. But now that the contract has been signed and the official announcement has been made on the official website, what should we do?" He was really regretting it now. He also didn't know the relationship between Jiang Yan and Ji Yun-yang. He just wanted to earn a little extra money. He didn't think that he would get in trouble with the boss because of this. Ji Yun-yang rubbed his brow and let out a long sigh. "What I can't tolerate the most is betrayal. I'm giving you a salary that I think is already fine. You should also know how much I value this program. I won't say any more words. Collect your salary and go." Chapter 45 Brother. Patch mask. You should never be compared to Tangja in terms of face value. What? Tangja and Jiang Yan are going to participate in that variety show too. Suanen almost blew up when she heard the news. No, Ji Yun-yang's heart is so big. Jiang Yan is his ex-girlfriend. Su Jingyan also quite speechless when he knew this news. "I knew that I would have signed the contract so early. These two people are like a stir. How do they have them everywhere?" Lu Siheng looked at this shocked appearance of Suanen. His heart was also a little overjoyed. After all, this matter is his own cousin made a mess. "I'm really sorry, the two of them were signed by someone under Yun-yang's hand, and Tangja engaged in a little trickery to give that person a small benefit, so that person gave them the spot. If you guys want to not go, that's fine, it's not a big deal." Lu Siheng is also disgusted with those two people. Tangja, now even the family's company has not yet understood to participate in the variety show. He is really not afraid of his Tang family to collapse. System, and I'll support you whether you go or not. It's just a variety event, don't be afraid. And it's not following the plot at all anymore. Jiang Yan, the heroine, doesn't have any aura at all. You don't need to be afraid of him at all. Suanen listened to the words of the system and also felt that there is some sense. If she does not go now, if this does not look like she is afraid of Jiang Yan. Why should she be afraid of Jiang Yan? It's not like she had done anything to wrong her, and most importantly, those melon systems inside this variety show hadn't told her yet. How could you not go to such a great eating venue? Su Jingyan, Lu Siheng. So you are running to eat melon, right? But this time the people who participated in addition to Tangja them, the other two groups of people heard that the people are quite good. So what melons can be eaten here? Su Jingyan touched his chin. If they were really going to go, then they could have a lot of things to prepare, in case those two people engaged in some small tricks behind the scenes to make them unable to defend themselves. That wouldn't be good. Suanen looked at Lu Siheng and said firmly, "I'll go. I'm not afraid of them, why don't I go, and I've signed my contract. Besides, there's money to be gotten for going. I can't let them make this money for nothing." Yeah, that's it. She was there to make money, and she didn't care what these two were up to as long as they didn't actively come over and mess with her. Su Jingyan smiled when he saw her like this and said, "Fine, then go." Looking at the siblings, Lu Siheng shook his head in his heart. Unexpectedly, these two were quite competitive. However, drying those two people cannot do anything to the sky. Lu Siheng has long ago prepared everything. As long as those two people dare to do something, then Tang's will be depleted 1 point, depending on whether Tangjia cannot afford to be depleted. When Su's father and mother heard that Tangjia and Jian Yan were also going to participate in that variety show, they wanted to kill each other. What the hell do they want? Why do they have to barricade themselves against us? Su's mother really hated them. Why should their family be the villain? Why should that Jian Yan be the heroine? They've been paying attention. Why do those people still have to balk at them? Su's father patted his wife's shoulder and said comfortingly, don't worry, the children will have a way. Isn't there a system behind it? What they do can't escape the system's eyes. Su Jingyan looked at his mother's appearance, also thoughtfully received, Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of it. And now we are completely different from that novel as well. Inside the novel we were defenseless, but now we have already made all the preparations, we don't need to worry about them at all. The two Lu Siheng and Ji Yun Yang are also prepared, and will definitely not allow those two to be lawless inside that variety show. The guest official announcement came out on the internet, caused a big stir. The first two groups are the entertainment industry, the latter two groups are the luxury circle. The audience, most of the attention is in this luxury circle. The Su family is a first-class powerful family. How could they possibly participate in this variety show? Is this really not a joke? Have been officially announced how it will be in the joke, but this Su sibling's face value is also too high. This Su brother is completely the domineering president himself. This face, this body, this temperament, it's perfect. Su's sister also good looking. This face value, why not into the entertainment industry? This god face not into the entertainment industry, pity. Why do people want to enter the entertainment industry? They were born at the top of the pyramid. Okay, why do they want to enter the entertainment industry to work hard? What's going on with the fourth group? Doesn't the Tang family have only one only son? When did another daughter pop up? Upstairs you did not pay attention to the news, this daughter is recognized goddaughter, but I cannot understand the Tang family. This is what operation, 2 days ago recognized the goddaughter is now taking him to participate in the variety show, this is to create momentum for this goddaughter. This Jian Yan looks okay too, standard little white flower appearance, even looking at a photo I feel she has a kind of choo-choo feeling. It can be said that Suan and the others really stretched the audience's expectations. This variety show is also really rich, the whole thing is in live format, Ji Yun Yang's investment here is really big. The night before the start of the broadcast, Suanan is still doing skin care in a beautiful way, originally quite nervous, and now it is about to start the broadcast on the contrary, but also not nervous. Looking at his brother who was ready to pack up his things, Suanan said cheerfully, what are you doing packing up things so early? Tomorrow morning the program team will be coming over, he definitely wants us to pack up our things in front of them, even if you pack up now you will have to take it out and show it to them tomorrow. System, how do you know? I went over there and secretly helped you take a look at the program's work order. Tomorrow is indeed for you guys to clean up by yourselves in the morning, no one else is allowed to help. And there are so many things that are not allowed to be brought. I have to say that having a system is like having a cheating tool, as long as it can see whatever you make out of it that it's willing to see, but of course, it doesn't know what's in your mind. Hearing the words of the system, Su Jingyan's hand to pack up things gave a start. This kind of how to get so troublesome, early to pack up, late to pack up, or not all pack up. Looking at Su Jingyan stopping his hand, Suanan directly tore a piece of mask and pasted it onto his face. While pasting it she also said in a cheerful manner, in the future, you have to put a mask on to sleep at night, I should have supervised you earlier, in terms of face value you definitely can't be compared to that Tangjia guy. Su Jingyan stopped his hand that was about to tear the mask, indeed, no matter in which aspect he couldn't be compared to Tangjia, even more so in terms of face value. Su father Su mother looked at his son and daughter sitting on the sofa with a face mask, exactly the same posture, exactly the same expression, the same closed eyes, almost did not hold back laughter. Originally the siblings looked alike, now this is even more so, this is a big one and a small one, copy and paste. Chapter 46, the use of the loudspeaker at Suanan's door, Su Jingyan's poisonous beauty. The program team sent someone over early the next morning, and Lu Siheng even sent a message to Suanan in advance to get her ready, only Suanan hadn't woken up yet when he sent the message over. Lu Siheng looked at the unresponsive message on his cell phone and sighed slightly, he should not be awake this early, Su Jingyan, that guy should be able to protect her properly. Su Dong, we came over to record the program, may we come in for filming? The head of the program team spoke respectfully to Su's father. Su's father cheerfully had someone serve them breakfast. Of course, my son has already woken up, however my daughter hasn't woken up from her nap yet. This handsome and elegant look of Su's father directly caused the audience to explode. I finally know what the word elegant means. Su Dong is also too handsome in temperament. No wonder you have such good-looking children, the genes are there. Where's Mrs. So? I want to see Mrs. So. Su mother is talking to Su Jingyan about notes. Anyway, just let him take good care of himself and Su Ainen. Don't be impulsive about anything, discuss it yourself. When the camera shot over, Su Jingyan was patiently listening to his mom's instructions. Ha 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 ha, Mrs. Su is so beautiful. Brother Su is so handsome. What Mrs. Su? That's my future mother-in-law. Mr. So, I love you. Aha, what is this called, a luxurious noble son? This is called a luxurious noble son. This family of theirs is just too good looking, isn't it? Su brother looks so well behaved. So listen to mama, really rich people education is also very good, the drama played in the fake. Mother Su exited the room after saying hello to the audience. After all, it wasn't like they were the protagonists of this variety show. There was an inexplicable nervousness about the photographer being alone in a room with Su Jingyan, a feeling like facing his big boss anyway. He carefully said, Mr. Su, may I ask if Miss Su is up now? We should shoot you to pack your bags now. Su Jingyan took out his suitcase and said mildly, not yet, I'll go wake her up now. Suanen was indeed still sleeping soundly right now, and the system had called her several times to no avail. System, my little ancestor is hurrying to get up. The program crew have all come over. People have started coming to your house for breakfast. Now that you're the only one of all the guests who haven't gotten up yet, Jiang Yan and Tangja have already started to show themselves. Suen, zzz. Tangja's side is indeed more lively. They got up early in the morning and are now introducing their mansion to the audience. Chang Yan was in her new room and introduced her jewelry and makeup and wardrobe to the viewers. These are all from my brother, some of them aren't very expensive, so people can go get them if they like, and some of them are only a few $1,000s. Jiang Yan smiled sweetly with a thoughtful look, as if a few $1,000s were as good as a few dollars with her. Tangja stood in the doorway and saw him like this. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, but on the surface he was still full of smiles. Viewers were stunned by their mansion jewelry and check room. My goodness! I'd never seen so many luxuries in my life. This is too rich. This pair of siblings are also well knocked and the Su family siblings are completely different. But I think the Su family siblings look better. They that looks is really absolute, brother handsome, sister charming, and the two people look like but give a person's temperament is completely different. Even though this side is acting like it feels like a good relationship, I always feel weird. What's weird? I think you're just jealous. That is, if you want to hold up the Su family, you can hold up the Su family. Suanen hasn't gotten up yet, so I guess she's playing a big game. Soon this live broadcast room began to quarrel. There were some people on the side of the Tang family, there were some people on the side of the Su family, and the people on both sides were quarreling. Jiang Yan had long ago bought a water army in advance. This matter Tangja did not know yet. She absolutely cannot be compared by Su Ainen. The two-star group looks quite cozy. Wei Li Dong and Xu Jing Xan are sweet and sweet early in the morning, making a loving breakfast together, completely the look of a model-loving couple. The siblings, Duanshuan and Duanxin, looked quite cozy as well, with the older brother taking care of his younger sister very sweetly and the younger sister being very well behaved and obedient. It's just that people really didn't expect that this time what caused a scolding on the internet was actually not because of these two-star groups, but because of the two mansion groups. Su Ainen was still sleeping. Su Jingyan was already ready to wake him up. After knocking twice on the door, there was no movement at all inside. Su Jingyan skillfully picked up the loudspeaker hanging on the bed, and the audience was dumbfounded. What's with the tuba? No? Why would there be a tuba on the wall? The next second, Su Jingyan held a loudspeaker at the door and yelled, I'm going to count to 3. If you don't get up, you'll suffer the consequences. 3, 2. One word had not yet been said. The door instantly opened. Su Ainen, topped with an explosive head wearing a set of pink pajamas, sleepy eyes, stood in the doorway. Her eyes had not even opened yet. The system sighed, I've called you 5 or 6 times, and it still has to be your brother who does it. Su Ainen raised her head and looked at her own oldest brother, saying in a daze, why are you waking me up so early? Su Jingyan stood to the side, revealing the camera behind him. Su Ainen looked at the camera and instantly widened her eyes. I'm going. I forgot we're doing a variety show today. Wait, I'll go wash up, don't shoot me yet. Su Ainen screamed and rushed straight into the washroom. Su Jingyan and the photographer said, go ahead and shoot me packing up, it'll take a while for her to wash up. The photographer smiled and nodded. This luxury sibling really refreshed his perception of luxury. No wonder there's a loudspeaker hanging on the wall next to this, so it's specifically here to wake up Missy. The audience was about to go crazy with joy as well. They had thought of many uses for this loudspeaker, but they hadn't thought that it was used to wake up Su Ainen. Ha 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 ha, I had thought this was a decoration, but I didn't realize it was actually a real thing. When Su Jingyan picked up the loudhailer, I thought what he was going to do, but the next second he took the loudhailer and started to roar. The contrast is absolutely amazing. Brother Su treats his sister practically exactly the same as my brother treats me. Su and is so beautiful. The skin is really great. No makeup skin are so good, white and red. I get up as oily, the scap I do not even want to say. Suainen was now frantically rubbing her face in the bathroom and complaining to the system while doing so. You said why didn't you call me, making me lose such a big face in front of the audience. System collapse, I didn't call you. Don't wrong the system, okay? I call you every 5 minutes, you answer me. Suainen thought about it for a moment. It seemed like someone did wake her up in her dream, but she thought she was dreaming and left it alone. The system helplessly said, hurry to pack up and clean up, later and you say a melon to make you spirit, later your dad's old assistant before to come over, there is a big melon. Suan's eyes glowed, melons. This one she could. Su Jingyan's things were packed very sharply, and the viewers felt he was even more attractive when they saw him like this. She just hadn't come out of the bathroom yet when her stuff was packed. Su Jingyan stood at the bathroom door and shouted inside, did you fall in the toilet? Hurry up and come out to pack up your things now. Audience members, ha 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 ha. Toxic beauty. More love. Chapter 47, Su's father was sent to a woman. Suainen took the audience to eat melon. Suainen moved her suitcase out after washing up, looking at the huge check room. She had absolutely no idea how to start. Su Jingyan just stood in her doorway holding his arms coldly looking at her, the two siblings staring wide-eyed at each other. Is this a staring contest they're playing? Why don't they get their hands dirty and pack up their stuff yet? Brother packs up his things so neatly, sister should be similar. This check room I adore, it's even bigger than the one next door at Don's house. Suainen rubbed her hands and asked the system in her mind, may I ask how I am going to pack where are we going this time, what things should I pack System. Feeling like you didn't read the task cards handed out by the program at all did you, big sister? Can't you care a little bit? Going to the beach, this shooting is a total of 3 days, and the weather is not bad for these 3 days, remember to bring sunscreen items, and other messy things don't need to be brought. The system is really feel that he has been purified into an old mom, this person is now really more and more dependent on it, it is just a system evolved into a melon eating system even if, now also have to be a nanny system, speechless. Su Jingyan stood in the doorway and was also quite speechless, he knew that this girl's ability to live was not good, but he did not expect it to be so bad. As he watched Suainen bar the doll he was sleeping and holding into the suitcase, Su Jingyan's face cracked. And you're taking this with you? Can you pack something useful? Su Jingyan really didn't want to open up her brain and take a look to see what exactly was contained inside. Suainen hugged her doll and whispered, but I can't sleep without it. Brother, I realized that I'm going to bring quite a lot of stuff. Do you have any extra space inside your suitcase? Su Jingyan. I'm really convinced of you. Ha 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 ha, the expression on Su Jingyan's face is so breathless it's quite tiring to have a sister like that. How come Suainen can't do anything it feels like an invalid. You have a problem right to come up to scolding, people at home you are a little princess, what things are someone to help, will not be these is not very normal, even if it is an ordinary family's children also have not quite will clean up things Don't mind those people, they are just envious and jealous, envious of people's good family, envious of people's good family. 3 minutes later, looking at Suainen who was messing around inside his suitcase, Su Jingyan resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said as patiently as he could, it's okay for you to put things in, but you can't take my things out, what I'm going to bring are the essentials, don't you put them out for me. Suainen took out a small box that looked useless, then smoothly put it aside. The system looked at the box and wanted to say something, but finally stopped. Su Jingyan gritted his teeth and said, put my panties in there. Suan's eyes got bigger, what the hell? This is underwear. Audience members, ha 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 ha. Su Jingyan really couldn't look at him anymore, he really felt that this guy was able to go through all of his private items. Okay, go away, I'll pack. Put everything you want to take with you on the bed and I'll clean it up for you. Must work on this guy's survival skills when we get back. Can't even pack a single thing. Pissed off. Suainen was waiting for the sentence from her own oldest brother, she immediately gave up her position and then said with a pleasing smile, brother you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? I'll go and prepare breakfast for you now you can eat it when you finish cleaning up. With that she rushed out, leaving a room of chaos in her wake. Su Jingyan. Sinning this laziness is exactly like me, I'm lazy like that inside my home too. Turning out my brother's underwear can be okay. This underwear is quite tightly hidden but inside the compartment are turned out. I'm going to search what brand of underwear it is, and if I can't get the same model as Mr. Ba, I'll have to get a pair of the same model of underwear. I went to check it out. Let's give up. This brand of underwear is not something we can afford to spend a month's salary on. Su Jingyan was cursing in his heart as he helped Su Ainen pack up this stuff, while Su Ainen was asking the system when that old assistant was coming over. She really couldn't wait for the melon. If she didn't come over later they would be leaving. System, what's your hurry? You're almost there already, there's still 5 minutes left. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man did arrive with a young woman. Su's father was especially happy to see his old partner, Lu Jin. The timing of your visit today is really quite coincidental. My son and daughter are recording a variety program today. If you mind being photographed we can go inside the room and have a chat. Recorded variety show, it should be taped, and this kind of variety show usually does not cut in the Sudong this kind of old boss, so do not need to worry too much. But just to be on the safe side, it's still not a good idea to say it outside, so let's go to the study. Su's father took these two people to the study. The door wasn't closed too tightly. Su Ainen deliberately sat in the doorway of the study, eating breakfast while listening with her ears open. Concern thought he was looking for a different place to have breakfast. After all, this place had a pretty good view, and when he looked up he could see the garden outside. Rich people are good. The scenery of this place is really good. It seems as if there are guests in the house. Lu Jin touched his hair and also touched the hand of the woman next to him. Su Ainen was sitting not far away that eyes were glued to this side. Su Ainen, system. What's up with that woman? Is she his daughter? Why is he still rubbing his fingers against his daughter's hand? System, not a daughter, not a wife, should be called a lover. Su An. Lover. Bringing a lover to visit my house. There's nothing wrong with this person. Because Su Ainen was not far away, all of Su's father also heard the words in Su Ainen's heart. The system said again at this time, he brought this lover for a purpose. The purpose is your dad. He has a business he wants your dad to invest in, so he wants to offer this lover to your dad. Although I don't know what this man was thinking to bring this woman to your home, he did have bad intentions, and this woman is already pregnant with his child. The coffee in Su Ainen's mouth was about to spurt out, so this person was trying to give her lover to her dad as a mistress, and then also let her dad be the backstabber. You're going to give birth to a child who's going to inherit her family's fortune, aren't you? Wanted to open my mouth and swear. Su's father also wanted to open his mouth to swear. Originally the old partner to come is quite happy, but the result did not expect his not good intentions, actually also ran to the home to send him a woman, but also let him as a backstabber. It was quite a coincidence that this came at a time when Su's mother had already gone out to have a small gathering with those ladies. Lu Jin looked around for a moment, then began to introduce the woman beside him. Sudong, this is my goddaughter. She especially adores you, so I want you to help bring her around. The young woman beside him shyly lowered her head and even threw a wink at Su's father. Su's father's appearance and figure could be much better than this Lu Jin beside him. Su and at the door. Cameraman carrying a camera. Follow the eavesdropping audience. I didn't realize that watching a variety show would reveal such a big melon. Chapter 48, the Su family siblings, eager to eat their own dad's melon. Su's father was simply about to explode with anger, and this matter was actually seen by his daughter. This girl is really something. Why did she come to this door to listen to the corner? Don't you still have to record the program? The viewers had also exploded by now, not expecting to watch a variety show and actually see someone giving away a woman. Oh, my god. It's a shocker when it's on. This person really has something wrong with him, right? He actually sent a woman to someone else's house. He's really out of his mind, right? This woman can't even compare to a single finger of Mrs. Su. And this heavy makeup is scary to look at. I had thought this woman was quite good looking, but now I look quite disgusting. Su Jingyan happened to finish packing up and came out for breakfast, but as soon as he came out, he saw Su Ainen squatting in the doorway of the study and eavesdropping. Su Ainen, system. I want to clean up both of them. They actually came to my house to give my dad a woman. This woman is also so ugly. Su Jingyan. Sending a woman. Who came to the house to send a woman? He hurriedly walked over quickly, and the audience had an inexplicable feeling of excitement as they watched the two siblings eavesdropping here. The number of people in this live room is now the highest number of people in all the live rooms. There is no way because this side of the melon can eat Su's father looked at this old subordinate in front of him. All already don't know what to say about him. After so many years of not seeing this person is really changed. Bring me back this whatever goddaughter of yours, Lu Jin. I think I treated you well in the past, right? You say, how did you become like this now? Su's father surveyed the two men from head to toe and saw their sneaky movements as well. Don't think I didn't see the little maneuver between you guys. This woman is your lover, right? Giving me your lover. You are really kind. Lu Jin's face instantly turned pale, then immediately stammered, Sudong, this is also for your own good. This woman is really very good. I am also afraid that your life is too lonely and boring. The Su siblings eavesdropping outside. Lonely, you mother-er. Asshole, go to hell. Eavesdropping audience members, roll. My aversion to stupidity is getting the best of me. This man can't even make excuses, actually learning to give away women with others. Giving the woman he slept with to his former big boss. I'm also really convinced by this tie operation. Sending a woman to the boss's house and this woman is the one he slept with. This person's brain is afraid that there is something wrong with him. Look at these two siblings of the Su family. These two are on the verge of rushing in and beating people up. It's so bad luck to run into such bad luck so early in the morning. Su Ainen looked at her own oldest brother and whispered, do you know this, what assistant Lu, this is too disgusting? Su Jingyan pressed her head that was poking out and received, I don't know, it should be Dad's former subordinate. As he spoke, Su Jingyan looked around, then knocked Su Ainen's head. Where did Mom go? Wasn't she just here? Su Ainen, Mom went out to play. Fortunately Mom went out, otherwise there is definitely a big battle to break out. You say this person is not really have a problem. Our mom and dad's relationship is famously good, he is brain pumping it. Good scolding. Sudong couple's relationship is indeed famously good. Sudong seems to be his first love as Mrs. Su, and Sudong has never been rumored to have any scandal. This kind of feelings between rich people. You look at the line, did not pass out. Gossip does not mean there is no gossip. Your last name Fong is not at home or not in this recording program. This woman will definitely be accepted. This rich people play can be spent. Yo, are you lying on the bottom of someone's bed to see someone else playing with flowers? You're the only one with a mouth, blah 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 blah, right? Believe it or not, I just don't believe there's a real relationship between them anyway. They're definitely playing it safe. The viewers have directly argued in this live broadcast. Some people decided that there is no real relationship inside the luxury family, and decided that the luxury couples are all playing each other. They even fabricated a lot of false incidents, saying that they saw Su's father going in and out of blah 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 places, and then the news was suppressed, and that they saw Su's father being intimate with a young woman in blah 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 blah. As if fabricating these events would do them much good. Su has been paying attention to all kinds of comments in the comments, and when he saw these comments that fabricated lies, Su's legal department directly stepped in. As long as you have enough likes and retweets, you will wait for a lawsuit. Ha 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 ha. The ones who jumped more cheerfully have already been sued by Su. Good job. You can't be lenient with these black people. The two of them, Su Ainen and Su Jingyan, were still secretly paying attention to what was going on inside the study. Su's father scolded the two people inside, and Lu Jin and that little lover were on the verge of giving him a scolding and kneeling down. Suddenly, the young lover dry heaved twice, and there was a sudden silence in the air. Su Ainen was deliberately shocked. I'll go. It can't be that she's pregnant, right? Looking at her belly, it does appear to be a bit bulging. In fact, the system had already said that the woman was pregnant, and she just said it on purpose. Su Jingyan and the audience's attention also went to the woman's belly. Not to mention, it's a real little bulge, and it's a totally different feel than that little belly. Su's father sat on a chair and looked at the two people underneath, sneered and said, "This lover of yours is not pregnant, is it? Giving me a pregnant lover? What kind of mind are you playing with?" Lu Jin was so scared that he snapped and kneeled down. No. She is not pregnant, he just ate bad stomach a little uncomfortable. The woman also panicked and explained she had a bad stomach, only who would believe that? Su's father directly called the family doctor. Lu Jin and the woman directly sat on the floor pale. If the family doctor comes in and makes them, it's really over. Lu Jin is indeed playing such an idea. He also thinks that the feelings between Su father and Su mother are all acting, which man does not like young and beautiful women? Mrs. Su did look beautiful, but she should be tired of spending so many years together. Lu Jin had something he wanted to ask Su's father for help, but he had more than that on his mind, so he came up with such a crooked trick. If this woman was really taken in, that woman would be able to both help him blow his head off, and this unborn child of his would still be a son or daughter of the Su family, and would still have the right to inherit. Such a great temptation was here, so he was going to take a gamble, only for it to prove that he had lost. The family doctor came over a pulse to know that this woman is pregnant. Su father sat in a chair and looked at the ground pale. Two people, is really feel that he's so many years to see the wrong person. Originally felt that this subordinate person is quite good, before following his work is also quite dedicated, just did not expect now become this kind. Call the police. Su's father's light 3 words directly sent these two people to hell. The two of them, Su Jingyan and Su Anan, got closer and closer to each other at the doorway, then snapped and fell in. Looking at the two siblings sprawled on the ground, Su's father. Family doctor. Audience. Ha 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 ha, even if Su Anan is so funny, why is Su Jingyan so funny too? Give me back my overbearing president. The expressions of these two people lying on the doorstep eating melons are practically identical to mine, and they're still eating their own dad's melons. The sense of contrast between this pair of luxury siblings is also too absolute. You think Su Jingyan is the heir of the luxury family hegemonic president, in reality he is a serious funny. You think of Su Anan as the heir of the luxury family thousands of gold miss, in reality, she, the badger in the melon field. This morning's live broadcast for such a short period of time, not to mention that the audience was stunned, Ji Yun Yang and Lu Siheng who were concerned about this side of the live broadcast also looked dumbfounded. Chapter 49, Evil Men Have Their Own Ways, the child in the woman's belly is not Lu Jin's. Ji Yun Yang looked at this live broadcast, and then looked at his cousin next to him, and said in a meaningful tone, "This Su family is really lively you see the number of people in this live broadcast room that is straight up, the other 3 families combined are not as much as their family." Lu Siheng lightly glanced at Ji Yun Yang and did not speak. But why does Su Jingyan, who fell to the ground inside the live broadcast, look so stupid and naive? Obviously when he was talking business with him before, he was not like this This person can really protect Su Anan, and there is also a Tang eyeing him. He will not even be difficult to protect himself. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Lu Siheng felt. Su Jingyan was also embarrassed right now, he really didn't think that he would fall in with this stupid sister. Su Anan rubbed her elbow and awkwardly smiled at her own dad. "Ha, Dad, we just came over to ask if you want breakfast." Su Jingyan. Father Su. Audience. Do you believe yourself when you say that, asking someone for breakfast is falling in and asking? Su Jingyan held his forehead with his hand, then gripped this silly sister with one hand. "Alright, don't lose face here." Looking at the pair still paralyzed on the ground, Su Jingyan said with a cold expression, "My father treats you as a friend, yet you did such a thing. We won't end things today. My dad also knows that you came to him for help, he was all set to help you, you just squandered that opportunity on your own. People like you don't deserve help, they deserve to rot in the mud." Lu Jin and the woman was said more and more collapse. Lu Jin actually know that he will get help if he sincerely come to beg, that is, his greed is too big, always want to ask for something that does not belong to him. When Su's father saw that his son had come over to take care of things, he immediately ducked to the side, trusting his son's ability. Looking at Su Jingyan's cold expression, as well as Su's father's look of relief, and looking at Su Ainan's silly look, the audience simply didn't know what this family should say. There's just so much difference in the personalities of everyone in this family, isn't there? This elite aura came out all of a sudden when Su Jingyan said this. So handsome. I want to fall under his suit pants. Su Dong's relieved expression also thinks his son is capable, right? This pair of father and son is an elite father and son, but Su Ainan is not necessarily. She stood by the side with a stagnant face out of place with this atmosphere. She really just came over to eat melon, right? Father Su, my son is great. Su Jingyan, dare to count my family, give me death. Su Ainan, AB. Ha 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 ha, the comments upstairs are really graphic. Su Ainan did have no reaction as a whole, mainly because she didn't know what to react to somehow. But looking at those two on the floor, she also really hated them. However, she also has a little bit of a very puzzling problem. Tuanzi, this Lu Jin can casually give away his woman, then how many times has this woman been given away by him? This child is his? Su family father and son's attention was attracted at once. This girl do what are not too good, the ability to eat melon can be always able to catch their attention cannot point. The system also quite admired Su Ainan, actually really grasping the most important point. This woman was sent out by him twice, I think, and both times she succeeded in obtaining benefits for him, so that's why he thought this woman was quite capable before he wanted to give someone to your father. As for the child in this woman's belly, it's his previous partner's, and he doesn't know it, he thinks it's his own. Su's 3. Yoo-hoo! This child is actually really not his I didn't realize that this person is also an ingrate Su Ainan hurriedly asked, then does this woman know who this child belongs to? System, no how can she not know, which time with whom she certainly know clearly but the last cooperation object is an old man, the family has a wife and children, and the original spouse and the original spouse's children have mastered the company, even if she wants to get to the top of that is also as difficult as the sky, so after weighing the situation, she still think Lu Jin's side better. Lu Jin has a wife with a daughter and no son yet, but rather a boy in the womb, then she has earned it. And Lu Jin, this is not also sent people to your home, this is your father really accepted, this child is the Su family, but also can inherit your family property at, why not ah? Suanen, my fists are already getting hard. Originally I already thought Lu Jin was already shameless enough, I didn't expect this woman to be shameless as well, it's really worthy of being able to fall asleep under the same blanket. Su's father and son, that's right. The eyes of Su father and Su Jingyan looking at the two people on the ground were even colder now. The audience only felt that they looked more indifferent, not realizing what was going on because of what was going on. How do you feel they become more cold all of a sudden? I don't think they spoke just now. Maybe it's because the more I think about it the angrier I get. The behavior of these two people on the floor is really disgusting enough. If I were me I would be getting angrier the more I think about it too. Su Jingyan looked at the pale Lu Jin, the corner of his lips hooked up a cold smile. Lu Jin, ah, you're so skillful in giving the woman to my father, I guess you haven't done this kind of thing before. I don't know if the child in your woman's stomach is yours, I'm a relatively good-hearted person, why don't I give you guys a checkup for free and forget about it? When Suanen heard her own oldest brother's words, she was instantly happy in her heart. Is my brother having a heart-to-heart with me? We are truly worthy of being siblings. Su Jingyan was inwardly speechless, indeed they are siblings, but the heart is even, because I am able to hear clearly what you are saying in your heart. The audience felt that Su Jingyan's proposal was very good. Go to the hospital for a checkup. Go to the hospital for a checkup. We want to see a follow-up. Looking at the woman's momentary panic, this child is definitely not the man's on the floor. My God. This seems to be a travel and leisure slow variety show, right? How come it's so exciting now at the beginning? This is more exciting than a drama. Hasn't everyone been paying attention to Suanen next to her, where the chips in her hand came from? Is she really here watching the show? This is happening in her house. Su Jingyan also saw the potato chips in Suanen's hand, and he asked breathlessly, where did you bring the food from? Suan dug into her pocket, you want some no? Su Jingyan. Ha ha ha, Su Jingyan's speechless expression is truly laughable, having a sister like this is really too much fun. Su Dong watched his children get along with the expression on his face is so warm he really loves his children, break up other people's families give me death. Take the two men on the ground to the hospital for testing. Lu Jin was indeed also moved by Su Jingyan, he had said many times before that he wanted to do the test, but every time he was coaxed over by the woman. Looking at Lu Jin's shaken look, the woman instantly panicked. How can you believe their words? Don't you know whose child is in my belly? The baby is only 3 months old. System, fart. It's been 4 months, okay? I'm already slightly pregnant, and I've used a belly band to tie it up. Chapter 50 Lu Jin's downfall, Jiang Yan flaunts her riches. As soon as the system made this sound, Suanen and the three of them immediately looked at the woman's belly. Su father and Su Jingyan's eyes just faintly glanced over for a moment, while this guy Suanen was staring straight at other people's stomachs, with eyes that looked like they wanted to see through other people's stomachs. Su Jingyan saw her like this and directly slapped her on the back of her head. What are you looking at? Hurry up and go back to your room, tidy up your things and organize yourself a little bit. Anyway, now that things were clear, this guy was totally eating and watching here, so he might as well get rid of her. And she couldn't handle these two too well here, after all. They had never been known to show too much ruthlessness in front of this girl. Suan was reluctantly shooed out, and as the door snapped shut in front of her, so did that heart of the audience. No, just kick Suanen out, why kick us out? I've already made the noodles and prepared the snacks, and now that I've been kicked out what kind of drama is there to see? I wonder if I'll send that woman to the hospital for a checkup. Hurry up and get checked out, there's definitely something wrong with that woman. No matter how indignant Suanen and the audience were, the scene inside was absolutely unseen. But when the audience saw Suanen's neatly packed luggage, they sincerely admired Su Jingyan, and they also sincerely envied Suanen. Suanen took a little look, well, everything that should be brought was brought, her favorite things were also packed in, actually even that doll of hers was packed in, didn't it say that she wasn't allowed to bring this? How did this doll get stuffed? Do we have vacuum bags at home? Where did this vacuum bag come from? Suanen looked at the vacuum bag that had been emptied of air to pack the dolls and genuinely voiced a question. Forget about it. It's what Lao prepared anyway. The system saw her this lazy look, is also really worried. I see your family, you are the most lazy, even things are not very good at cleaning up, you in the future if you live alone that how to do Suanen, why should I live alone in the future, can't I live at home all the time? System. Okay, I can't talk you out of it. At the moment the den side was on the verge of blowing up, the woman refused to go to the checkup to death, and even made a suicide scene. Su family father and son see her this reaction thing cannot go to check, all this reaction still check a hairline this is not all clear. Su father looked at Lu Jin on the ground and said in a heavy tone, you've seen it all now, this reaction of hers has proved all the facts, the child in her stomach is whose in the end I think you should have an idea. I was going to call the police, if I hadn't been interrupted you guys would have been taken by the police by now. Su Jingyan. When he thought of the way he and Su Ainen had just fallen in that way, he was all toes gouging the ground. Seeing as they shouldn't have a very high number of people on this broadcast, after all, it's not like they're one of those celebrities who aren't that famous. It would be a real shame if the viewing figures were high. Audience, ha 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 ha, we all saw it but it's not a disgrace, your sister is more of a disgrace than you. In the end Lu Jin is black-faced to the woman to rack away, this time do not even need them to take action, this period of time Lu Jin and the woman is estimated to have a period of time to make trouble. Dad, this matter will be left to me to deal with it. Su Jingyan was afraid that Su father's heart was soft, after all, it was the subordinate who had followed him for so many years before, more or less there were still some feelings in. Su father treats others always love to leave a line, in his words, the money is always earned endless might as well give people a face more to make a friend. It's just that there are times when you treat people like friends and they don't treat you like a friend. Su Jingyan's tactics, on the other hand, were completely different from his own father's, on the basis of not violating morality and the law, he would use all means to obtain the benefits he deserved, and no one would want to bite off a piece of meat from his hand. Su's father looked at his son's appearance and sighed slightly, I don't have anything more to say, you can do whatever you want, just don't be too ruthless. His son's tactics were well known to him, and sometimes failure wasn't scary, it was the time leading up to it that was scary. What this son of his was best at was torturing people, slowly torturing them psychologically first and then hitting rock bottom. Lu Jin is not a good person, but when he followed him before, he was also considered to do his best, and also considered to make his own contribution to Su, just that this 10 years have passed, people always change. Su Jingyan nodded, his own dad's face still had to be given. Where the hell are we going to meet up later, is that where everyone is meeting up? Suanen was pestering the cameraman with non-stop questions, and the cameraman couldn't speak, so he could only maneuver the camera and keep shaking his head. Looking at this photographer who didn't know anything, Suanen said in disgust, why don't you know anything? Photographer. What should I know? Where to go and where to meet are not all clearly written on the mission card. Who can blame you for not reading it yourself? No, where's that mission card? Through the screen I can already feel the helplessness of the photographer, Miss Suanen, please move your suitcase a little bit you will be able to know these problems of yours. I always feel that Suanen is out of place with the rest of the Su family really too well protected. Although Su Jingyan is very mean to Suanen, but I have observed, every time he hits Suanen with his hands, he is very light, and although his mouth is talking about her, he helps her every time. This is the real brother and sister well, you go to see the next door Tang family, those two simply have nothing to cross, a non-stop show off the rich, one is talking about their relationship with Su Jingyan how good, although I do not see where there is good, people Su Jingyan mentioned did not mention him. The system was also speechless at the moment, it had felt the helplessness of the photographer. Ainen you can put your luggage under the pressure of the mission card out to see where you want to go to do what are clearly written on it, you do not make it difficult for people, see people to you forced to ask the cold sweat out of it. Su Ainen? Is the mission card under the suitcase? The audience also really felt funny when they saw her like this, and felt that this big lady was completely different from what they had imagined of a rich family's daughter. Especially compared to Jiang Yan next door, Su Ainen looked extraordinarily grounded, just like how they usually lived. As for Jiang Yan next door, although her demeanor was elegant, that just somehow felt particularly pretentious. Will 3 suitcases be enough? I have so much stuff I haven't packed in yet, are we going on a private jet? Jiang Yan deliberately pretended to be particularly puzzled as she asked the photographer. The audience hadn't even wanted to say anything anymore as they looked at her 3 large boxes. Isn't 3 such big suitcases enough? The Su siblings next door have 1 suitcase each. I don't know why, I always feel that Jiang Yan has a very strange feeling on her, especially compared to Su Ainen next door always feel that something is not quite right somewhere. Let me summarize it, it's a small family atmosphere, Su Ainen gives a very comfortable temperament on her body, Jiang Yan gives a feeling that she is constantly showing off, constantly showing how elegant and rich she is. I say you have a problem, you hold Su Ainen on holding Su Ainen how to also pull the stomp people are just to show you a normal life, you think expensive things people think it's very common, as for Su Ainen, this kind of 1000-year-old girl how can be so grounded, maybe she is the one who is pretending to give you a look. Tang focused on Jiang Yan's side while packing up his things. For Jiang Yan, he had only one comment: stupidity. He couldn't have bound himself to such a stupid woman anymore if he hadn't been trying to get his way. Chapter 51 Su Jingyan, what kind of demons and devils are these? Who said that these guests have good character? Compared to these two groups of giants, those two groups of stars didn't make much of a ripple. One group of them was showing off their love, one group was showing off their sibling love, and overall this was a pretty cozy vibe. Mr. Su, Ms. Su, now we're going to gather at the airport. If things are packed, then we should leave. The photographer looked at the time and came over to remind him that if he didn't leave he would miss his flight later. The place we're going to this time is the beach, and the crew will have everything set up. It's not a very tiring show, it's just a way to get everyone together and have a good time. Su Ainan's interest was immediately raised. Go to the beach to play ah. She loves to go to the beach, and she hasn't been to the beach yet this year. Su Jingyan knew that she liked the place she was going to this time as soon as he took a look at her. Happy now, you're going to your favorite place this time. Hurry up and roll out your suitcase, we should get going. The program group arranged a car for them, but the Su family had their own car, so they didn't sit in the one arranged by the program group, and the photographer rubbed off on them and followed them in the limousine. Oh, my god. This limo is too good to be true. What the program group arranged is a small official car, surely not as good as the car inside your own home. The next door to the Tang family, just pulling luggage, have used a car. Tang Zhou okay a little. Jiang Yan's luggage is really much 3 boxes is not enough, she packed out another box, simply hate to put her entire check room to load in. Wei Lidong and Xu Jingxin also have one suitcase each. Duanchuan and Duanxin also have one big suitcase each plus a small backpack, but Jiang Yan is different from the others. I remember she seems to be a halfway decent young lady, right, and she didn't grow up in the Tang family, right, but why does she make it seem like she's really the Tang family's young lady? Okay, don't say that, those fans of hers will smell it later and come over, and then they'll curse you to death. Jiang Yan because of showing off his wealth, so he really attracted a group of fans. Most of them like her those luxury goods. There are also like him like to dream, they take Jiang Yan as their goal. Jiang Yan was an ordinary person who had gone against the odds to become a big lady of a luxurious family, and they wanted to become like that too, so they naturally became Jiang Yan's fans. By the time we got to the airport, the husband and wife group and the second brother and sister group were already there, and both groups looked pretty good, but that's all they looked like. Hello Mr. Su, hello Ms. Su. Wei Lidong came over to greet them mildly, and Xu Jingxian also flashed a friendly smile towards the two of them. The two Duan family siblings looked slightly rushed, but they also showed their friendliness towards them. Hello I'm Su Ainan, this is my brother Su Jingyan, you guys can just call me Ainan from now on. Su Ainan greeted them with full of energy, and then brushed her suitcase and pushed it to her own oldest brother's hand. This set of moves was so smooth that it took the others by surprise. Su Jingyan. Are you really greeting people? Why do I feel like you're trying to push the suitcase for me? The system said with admiration, your set of movements is absolutely brilliant. If it was in ancient times maybe you could really practice it to become a martial arts master. Su Ainan, hey, isn't this because the suitcase is filled with too much stuff and too heavy? I have little strength, pushing this is really heavy. Su Jingyan was almost pissed off and laughed when he heard the words in her heart, so he wasn't heavy when he pushed, was he? Duanxin and Duanchuan looked at Su Jingyan and Su Ainan, their eyes flickered slightly, then they came over to help push out the plums in a particularly friendly manner. Let's help you guys out, there's still a group that hasn't arrived yet. Duanchuan purposely moved closer to Su Ainan, then found himself the most handsome angle to talk to her. Ainan I can call you that, right? Su Ainan nodded, that's fine. With a warm smile on his face, Duanxian said in a particularly friendly manner, the place we're going to this time is the seaside. The weather on the seaside is quite changeable. If you need any help don't be polite, we're going to be together for such a long time, it's only right to help each other out. That sounds like a good thing to say, why does it just feel weird? Su Jingyan glanced at Duanchuan, the expression on his face was slightly icy. This person has put his heart on his face. Didn't that guy Lu Siheng say that these guests are looking for people with pretty good character, which is good. He just came and started cheating the little girl. Duan Xian had also been displaying her charms around Su Jingyan. She spoke in a petulant and soft manner, and looked at Su Jingyan with adoration in her eyes. She knew that men liked to be looked at by women with this kind of eyes, which could arouse their protective desire as well as satisfy their vanity. She had been in the entertainment industry since she was a child, so she was sort of aware of these tactics. This side of the husband and wife looked at this brother and sister to the Su family siblings' great attentiveness. The two looked at each other, the meaning in the eyes of each other understand. The two of them also thought about currying favor with these two groups of giants. After all, these two groups meant resources in the entertainment industry. Especially the Su family. The Su family is now growing like the middle of the sky, involved in various industries, and I heard that the cooperation with Lu's family is getting closer and closer. If he could please this Su family sibling, then he basically wouldn't have to worry about resources. Only the two of them were a bit older after all, and not quite as likely to go over and curry favor as the two young men. Suanan had been pestered by Duan Xin to talk. At first it was a little better, she probably thought it was because the man was more enthusiastic and warm, but later it was really annoying. The system is watching the show, and none of the four guests is a savior. Suanan finally asked the system in annoyance, "What do you think these two siblings really mean? One pestered me and one pestered my brother. I thought it was because they were enthusiastic, but there should be a degree of enthusiasm, right?" The system said as if watching a good show, "This is so obvious you still do not see it. People are planning to please the two of you. Before I did not tell you that there are big melons in this variety show. Each of these four guests have melons in their bodies, and all of them are too big to be big again." Suan. Su Jingyan. A melon that's too big to be a melon. How big can it be? It can't be illegal. Su Jingyan once again wanted to curse. What kind of demons and monsters are these? Is this the guest that the guy surnamed Lu said had a better character with a milder personality? Good old ghost head. Duan Xin also noticed that the aura on Su Jingyan's body had instantly chilled, and she pretended to be innocent and cute as she said, "Brother Su, may I call you that please?" Su Jingyan looked at her coldly. Duanqin thought he would agree, but in the next second Su Jingyan said, "No, I only have one sister, and my mother only gave me this sister, and she doesn't have the idea of recognizing her goddaughter." The smile on Duan Xian's face froze in an instant. Duan Xian was quiet in an instant, and the two of them, Wei Lidong and Xu Jingxin, almost didn't burst out laughing. It's kind of like kissing ass on the hoof. But this Su Jingyan this sentence but that has not yet arrived Jiang Yan also to the metaphor into it, is not that the Tang family and Su family relationship is good, that Tang Jia and Su Jingyan seems to have grown up together. How does it seem that the relationship is not as good as rumors are? Chapter 52 Preferring Human Wives, Confusing Variety. Now the atmosphere of this scene was a bit awkward. Suanan silently gave his oldest brother a thumbs up. Suanan and the system whispered, "Awesome, this talk's so directed, this can still be in the recording of the program. My brother such an attitude should be scolded by the netizens." The system looked at it slightly. "No, many people are saying that your brother is true to his nature, saying that Duan Xin cha-chas. There is also that small portion of people who are saying that your brother doesn't give face to others, but that small portion of people can basically be ignored." The audience was indeed surprised by Su Jingyan's attitude. The general public will give Duanqin this face. After all, they still have to be together for such a long time in the program. The first time they meet it is better not to start a conflict. It's just that Su Jingyan is not an ordinary person, and he doesn't hang out inside this circle, and he doesn't need any fans if he's not relying on them to eat. In the words of those netizens outside, among all these guests, Su Jingyan was definitely the highest in status, then Tang Jia and Suanan. It's just that Suanan's position can be moved at any time. If she didn't make Su Jingyan angry, then she's definitely the first in line. If she made Su Jingyan angry, then it's another story. When Su Jingyan heard Suanan's conversation with the system, and glanced at the aggrieved Duan Xin by his side, he directly carried Suanan over, and then dragged the two suitcases around to the other side, far away from the siblings. Seeing this attitude of Su Jingyan, the system lamented and said to Suanan, "It's better to stay away from this brother and sister, including that couple as well. This Duanqin can also have a girlfriend, and this Duanqin also has a closer relationship with an older actor with more seniority in the entertainment industry." Suanan sked twice in her heart and said, "Then the four of them haven't broken the law, have they? Didn't you say that they have a big melon on them?" Su Jingyan was also concerned about this issue. If these four people had broken the law, then he would definitely have to quit the recording of this program on the spot right now. It's not like he couldn't afford to pay for the breach of contract anyway. System, that's not so bad. They're melons on a moral level. Duanqin's siblings have been in the entertainment industry for a long time, so they're familiar with the unspoken rules here, and it just so happens that they're good looking too, so they've taken advantage of such a resource. Not only does Duanquan have a girlfriend, but he is also connected to a rich woman in the circle, and these two women don't know each other's existence. Suanan looked at Duanquan, who was not far away, and this felt bad all of a sudden. This person has a rather kind look, how come his character is so bad? Su Jingyan didn't even like the entertainment industry much like he did, and this time he disliked it even more. Su Jingyan knows a lot of people who are close to female or male stars in the entertainment industry, and one side covets the beauty of the other, while the other side covets resources. Su Jingyan looked at their getting along as really feel sick and dirty. No wonder the last banquet, so some people will get sick. I heard that after the last banquet, the Lu family was especially kind to pass out some information, and some of the people in the banquet also went to do a checkup. and the results of the checkup could not be optimistic. That one could cause quite a stir in the circle. Almost everyone went to the hospital for a checkup, and the hospital was really overcrowded for a while. Just go out and turn around can hear a lot of gossip. In those upscale villas or upscale neighborhoods can also hear the sound of breaking down and crying. The Su family siblings didn't speak, and the other four didn't dare to speak, so the current atmosphere was particularly awkward. Viewers see the scene all feel toe gouge the ground. Now in the scene is really embarrassing. This atmosphere, is there anyone who can say a word? Look at my embarrassing, cancer is going to break. The Duan family siblings are really embarrassed to speak. Duan Xan's Chacho look is really breathless, and calling someone brother Su. Why do you speak so harshly? Hasn't Duanchin always called people this way? People's normal behavior is on the line for you to see, isn't it? Yes, people's usual behavior, so the usual TT, right, before I cannot get used to Duan Xan, no matter what program and meant to participate in a little sense of proportion or not. Okay, don't argue. How come those two from the Tang family haven't come yet? Have been waiting for so long, this should be late. The two Tang family members were indeed late. Jiang Yin deliberately delayed the time to drag out the last appearance. Tang Zhou also casually. Anyway, the staff and photographers are about to go crazy, but the two of them are not anxious at all. The pop-ups have been loud above. This awkward atmosphere now didn't affect Suanan, as she was currently chatting with the system. System, I tell you that Duan Xan looks soft and weak can be lovely love, but that means especially powerful. This person has no moral values, mainly to be able to help her she likes, she will do whatever it takes to fight for it. Anyway, you look after your brother for a period of time, that Duan Xan middle of the night crawling out of the bed things to do it. Suanan frowned, that disgusting awe in her heart. How did this family raise their sons and daughters to raise such a disgusting pair of siblings? And how in the world did they get such a good reputation in the circle? It's already disgusting as it is, this reputation is still pretty good out there. Su Jingyan was also thinking about this issue. Honestly, he also thought it was okay at that time when he found out about the guests, and after searching a little bit on the internet, the couple and the siblings did have a very good reputation on the internet. It just seems like you can't really trust anything online these days. The system explained. Because they pretend good and contacts are very wide, those big brothers slightly give them say so a sentence or two this reputation is not whitewashed, and then by so some water army, things will be solved at once. Let me tell you, this brother and sister are still nothing compared to that couple, who are the ones playing with flowers. The Su siblings' attention was instantly drawn, and then their afterglow peaked at the loving couple next to them. The couple was chatting now, with a slight smile on their faces. These two seem to be really quite in love. How much fun can they have? The system pretended to be mysterious and said, anyway, it's more flowery than you can imagine playing. Wei Lidong has more female companions and lovers than he can count, and he favors human wives. Su Jingyan, Suanan. What the heck? The system continued, however, although he favors human wives, he also comes on to other women. Duan Xan also had a fling with him, and I don't know if it would be awkward for these two to record a program together. Whether the two of them were embarrassed or not, I don't know, but anyway, Su Jingyan and Suanan became a bit uncomfortable in their hearts. Su Jingyan really wanted to curse. What kind of group of demons and devils were these? Those two who didn't show up are also difficult to deal with, and those four are also problematic, and they're the only two sane people in this show anyway, aren't they? Ji Yun Yang, what a genius at picking people he is. Letting him do variety is really condemning him. Chapter 53, the relationship between the Duan family siblings and the Wei family couple. Suanan didn't know what her oldest brother was thinking. She was currently immersed in gossip and couldn't help herself. The system was now gradually falling in love with this kind of life. It had now accepted that it was a melon-eating systems. It had originally felt that these secrets were nothing, but once it shared them with others, this feeling was completely different. The system continued to say with great interest, Wei Lidong, this person at least still speaks of a you and me. Xu Jingxin is not the same. You are not aware of how crazy this woman is. The more Suanan listened, the more spirited she became. She now regretted why she hadn't brought the melons over. This was the right time to be eating melons and eating melons. Su Jingyan also wants to know how crazy Xu Jingxin can be, not to say that these people just moral level problem did not violate the law. Did not violate the law can be how crazy System, she's a non-vegetarian man and woman. Don't you see she's in her 40s now? Most of those lovers of hers are just coming of age or in their early 20s, and that age is old enough to be her son, and she's also had a relationship with Duanchuan for a period of time. Suanan looked at the Duan family siblings who had been wearing a smile next to her. No, is this Duan family siblings really without any moral values at all? Sister and Wei Lidong got together, brother and Xu Jingxin got together, and those two are still husband and wife. Su Jingyan pinched his fingers, his heart blocked. This is something Is it really necessary to record a variety show with some of these people, and will nothing really happen along the way? In the final stretch of time, Tang Jia and Jiang Yan finally came over. Looking at the large pile of boxes behind them, Su Hainan and Su Jingyan were speechless. They won't have any help on this trip, they'll have to carry everything themselves. You guys are really in over your heads for bringing so many suitcases. As soon as Tang Jia saw Su Jingyan, that eyes instantly lit up, then hurriedly walked over quickly. Jingyan, long time no see ah. You've been really busy during this period of time. I called you several times but didn't call you out. Su Jingyan gave him a cold look. That look was extremely heartbreaking. Anyway, Tang Jia was hurt. He said with a stiff smile on his face, "What's wrong with you? Are you in a bit of a bad mood?" The atmosphere between these two people was really a bit off, so everyone's attention was drawn to them. Even the audience felt that it should be fake that these two people were close, otherwise how could Su Jingyan's face look so bad? Tisk, tsk, Tang Jia, this is purely a hot face on a cold SA. People do not want to pay attention to him at a glance. The two of them really grew up together? How do I look a little less like Su Jingyan? This face does not look like the face of seeing the hair of the youngest, and Su Ainan's reaction to seeing Tang Jia is also very flat. This condescending look of the Su siblings is truly disgusting, going on variety shows to rake in money and still making such a noble face, making it seem like who owes them. We don't come to the variety show to watch them make faces, it's disgusting. No, upstairs you have a problem, right? Too disgusting, you do not see there is a saying, have not heard of it, unknown others suffering do not persuade others good. How do you know what happens between them, in case people because of certain things is torn face it? Jiang Yan stuck next to Su Ainan as soon as she came over, and even hugged her arm to make an intimate appearance. And I can't believe we'll meet here, it's so nice that we can hang out together during this time of traveling. Su Ainan silently peeled her hand off and asked doubtfully, what's so unexpected about this? Didn't the program group send out the list, and the list of our 3 groups was the latest to be sent out? You guys were the last to talk about it, so there's no way you wouldn't have known that we'd come to participate as well. The smile on Jiang Yan's face stiffened, and the others touched their noses and looked at the sky, pretending to chat. Hearing his own sister's words, Su Jingyan's icy expression on his face almost didn't even hold. System, ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. People are deliberately trying to climb up and deal with you, and you're drying up the silence with this one sentence. It was only when Su Ainan heard the system's explanation that she realized, I told you why he would say something like that. It's strange, and it doesn't seem like the relationship between me and her is that good. The audience also stubbed their toes on the ground when they saw this scene. They really didn't expect Su Ainan to actually not even know how to do superficial work. I don't know if it's really not going to be done or if it's just not going to be done. The first time I've ever seen a movie. I've never seen a movie before. Feeling this smoke and mirrors all of a sudden is not said to be a leisure travel class slow variety show. This does not feel like a slow variety show. Seriously, I'm embarrassed for Jiang Yan and Tang Jia. They're picking up on it eyeball to eyeball, but it turns out that people don't eat them at all. Don't you think this brother and sister of the Su family are very impolite? It feels like they are impolite to no one, and they are also from a luxurious family with no family education at all. Upstairs, I say you cannot stop a little, non-stop look at you to post a comment to say bad things about the Su family siblings. They are digging your ancestral graves. This is not the first flirtation of the, if not the other people themselves to take the initiative to come over to find a matter. How can people be so treated them? Seeing this atmosphere awkward up, Duanchuan immediately spoke out to ease the atmosphere. Time is not early, we should also get on the plane. I heard that this time the investor a great deal of money it, but also prepared us a private plane. I have never done a private plane it. In fact, what was prepared was just an ordinary airplane, and it was Lu Siheng who contributed his own private plane. This little girl from Su's family seems to be a spoiled grown-up. Flying economy class will probably be hard for her. Anyway, this was a variety show that was here to have fun, and the most important thing was to have a comfortable time, and then Lu Siheng generously contributed his own private jet. This move of his startled Ji Yunyang. Looking at his own cloudy cousin, Ji Yunyang said in a depressed voice, I'd borrowed airplanes from you before, but you've never agreed to it. Lu Siheng looked at him faintly. What do you want a big man to live so comfortably for? You should have exercised more. Ji Yunyan. Well, it's him who doesn't deserve it. Above the private jet is where you can still record, so the live stream can continue. The inside of this plane is too luxurious. When will I be able to buy a private jet? Duan Xian looked like she was very surprised as she went around visiting. Duan Xian looked quite stable, only his eyes still revealed his mind. All of Tang Jia's attention was on Su Jingyan, and he wanted to know why Su Jingyan was ignoring him now. Su Jingyan looked at this person in front of him and revealed a cold smile. I know all those things you did behind the scenes, and I know all those calculations you made, so do you think we can still be friends? A hint of panic appeared on Tang's face, then he pretended to be calm and said, "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? How could I possibly be counting on you?" Su Jingyan's eyes carried mockery and he didn't bother talking to him. The sound of the two men talking was small, but it was still picked up by the radio equipment. The audience was genuinely stunned, not realizing that the two had actually fallen out. Sure enough, there's no true feelings between the gentry, the ones who grew up together are capable of counting on each other, it's too ruthless. It looks like this calculation isn't small. Su Jingyan is directly cold-faced towards Tangja. Tangja is really thick-skinned, counting people and still take the initiative to come over to flirt, never seen such a thick-skinned, get lost. Chapter 50 For the Su family siblings looked to the left and to the right, eating melons with great joy. Seeing that this atmosphere was about to start scorching again, the staff rushed over to ease the relationship. Hello guests, I'm the host of this segment, and I'll be in charge of your schedule for every episode from now on. This time you are going to the places the beach, in order to ensure the authenticity of the program, so the program will take the entire live form, and the program on the way to food, clothing, housing and transportation are all by your own responsibility. Of course, the program will take care of it if and when you all can't hold out, but we still want you to be able to live independently. The host also pulled up a small box, because it's a travel variety show, we hope that people will voluntarily turn in their cell phones and money. The essence of our show is to return to nature to enjoy the good life. As soon as they said they had to turn in their cell phones, everyone's faces fell. How could people be away from their cell phones nowadays? Zhang Yan glanced at Tangja, wondering what he was going to do. Tangja was now so immersed in grief that he couldn't help himself, he didn't have time to care about her. Su Ainan and Su Jingyan were the first two to hand over their cell phones, and Su Jingyan looked at his disobedient sister so honestly still a little less accustomed to it. How come you're so obedient today? In the past when I wanted you to do something you would make conditions with me, now how come you don't make conditions with the program? Su Ainan whispered, can that be the same? You're your own person and the program is not your own person. Su Jingyan let out an "oh," then said with a sudden realization, so you just caught your own people bullying, right? Su En. The corners of the other people's mouths also brought on a smile, as long as it was Su An's suffocating look that was just too much fun. Ha 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 ha, I just thought the atmosphere was a bit tense, but now this atmosphere has eased up. Simply put, Miss Su is a harborer, specializing in picking on her own family to bully. Fortunately, I still have the system can chat with me, can play with me. Su Ainan was glad in her heart, and the system could still accompany her to eat melon every day. The others also handed over their cell phones, but as Duanchuan and Xu Jingxin went to hand over their cell phones, the system suddenly spoke out. Look, Duanchuan and Xu Jingxin's hands are touching. The two even looked at each other and smiled. Xu Jingxin had a little note shoved into her hand. The Su siblings immediately turned their heads quietly to look at those two people, and also saw the corner of the small note that Xu Jingxin was holding inside her hand. Geez, it's so obvious when it's still inside the live show. Xiao Duan, it's good to hand in your cell phone. When the time comes, we can all play painfully, otherwise if you have a cell phone, everyone is playing with it, Xu Jingxin said with a look of an elder. Duanchuan smiled and nodded, that's what I think too, it's not a good idea to hold a cell phone and play with it all the time when everyone is supposed to be out to have fun. Su siblings, pretend, just quietly watch you guys pretend. Duan Xin shifted his target after he was defeated here in Su Jingyan. Tangja was also a son of a rich family and his status was not low, if he climbed up to him he would also be able to get resources for himself. Mr. Tang, you guys brought so many boxes it must be hard to take them when the time comes, I can help, Duan Xin smiled sweetly with an enthusiastic look. Tangja coldly glanced at her and didn't say anything, it was Zhang Yin next to him whose teeth were about to be clenched. What does this woman want? Want to come over and please Tangja? Zhang Yan had climbed to her current position with great difficulty, and before she hooked up with Lu Siheng, Tangja was her only dependence. If Tangja's attention was drawn away by other people, then her side was just going to be absolutely left out in the cold, and she absolutely couldn't let things turn out like this. Miss Duan, this box is many and heavy, you should not be able to push it even if you're so skinny, so it's better to forget about helping, it would be bad if you hurt yourself then. Zhang Yan smiled an extraordinarily warm smile, little white flower against little white flower, this is really quite wonderful too. The Su siblings stood quietly eating melons, both of their eyes looking this way and that way at once, looking busy as hell. The audience was about to die laughing at the sight of the siblings. No, I just thought Su Jingyan was that high-cooled president, how come he brought his sister to the scene to eat up melons? Are you two's eyes tired, looking at the left and the right at once? Why is Duan Xin pestering Tangja again, is she unable to live without a man? Mom! The sparkly flavor of this conversation between Jiang Yan and Duan Xan is just too much. And it feels like the two are the same type, the little white flower look alike. Lu Siheng handled his work while turning on his tablet to watch the variety show, and when he saw the brother and sister who were enthusiastically eating melon inside the variety show, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Suanen really deserves to be Suanen, she never forgets to eat melon when she goes anywhere. Suanen looked at this side of the quarrel at one time, and looked at the extreme push and pull of the two people over there at another time, a heart-excited ah. System. Do you know what was written in that note that Duanquan gave to Xu Jingxin? She was really curious and intrigued now. Su Jingyan also silently listened with his ears perked up, he was also quite curious. He really cannot figure out, this pleasant how to get together with a woman who can be the same age as his mother this Xu Jingxin are almost over half 100 years old it. The system had long since gone to explore, and it said with some excitement, Duanquan said that they're meeting in the evening. They're having a private meeting tonight. Su's siblings. It's so exciting. Suanen was especially curious to know what would happen tonight, and she decided to tell Su Jingyan about it, but in order to avoid the audience hearing it, she also took down the radio equipment and wrapped it up. Brother, Duanquan gave Xu Jingxin a note, and that look the two of them gave each other. I think there's something fishy between them. Eating melon is delicious when you share it with others. There's no one else here right now either, so the only way to share it is with my oldest brother. Su Jingyan also whispered, I saw it too. I heard it too. The siblings looked at each other with the exact same meaning in their eyes. The brother and sister's little action did not hide from the audience, and when they saw that they had taken down their radio equipment, the audience was instantly anxious. What secrets are you talking about? What are we VIPs not allowed to hear? I always feel like they're talking about a big gossip, look at their eyes. I always feel like they know some big secret. In this program, can you come up with a rule that you can't let them take that device down or we won't be able to hear them at all when they tell their secrets? The audience was on the verge of exploding, they were genuinely curious about what the siblings had whispered, especially with that meaningful look they were giving each other. The plane flew pretty fast, arriving at the island just in the afternoon, and there wasn't much to do today, except for them to pack up and organize their rooms. The rooms they were given were all suites, and generally quite luxurious. Brother, I really don't have enough money if you're doing this for every issue. It's private jets and luxury suites again. How can I have so much money? Ji Yunyang was on the verge of collapsing. He had wanted to arrange a bed and breakfast, but this loser cousin insisted that he arrange a luxury suite for him. Lu Siheng put the notebook away, eyes contemptuous look at him said, okay, don't complain, how much money do you want me to invest? As soon as the man arrived he knew what he wanted. Ji Yunyang instantly laughed when he heard this, brother, it's still you who understands me. He also understood what his cousin was paying so much attention to this variety show for, wasn't it just to care about the Su family one, he felt that his cousin was definitely planted on this girl. For the sake of his cousin's emotional path, he felt that he could actually give a little bit, except that this giving still had to be so much in return, or else he would have to live beyond his means. Chapter 55 Suanen, my mouth is tricky, you did not say before that I eat nothing left? After a little bit of getting things organized, everyone was about to start fixing dinner. The crew said that these teammates are left to their own devices, but there are prepared dishes on this side of the kitchen, so they just have to make their own. Jiang Yan deliberately came to Suanen's side and said, there is no chef here, what are we going to eat at night? The program group, this is also too harsh on us, you say right Anen? Jiang Yan just wanted to pull an ally, after all, Suanen this was the real deal missy, surely she had never cooked before. Jiang Yan wanted to establish her persona as a $1,000 lady, but she didn't want to be too out of her league, so she came up with a solution like this. The kitchen needs a chef? It's true that these rich people don't know anything about the suffering of the people. I don't even know how to cook by myself, just put the rice on the stove and fry 2 dishes at random. Look at the origins of these people, the worst is a star, you say they can't cook, I guess what they usually eat is served to them by others. Su Jingyan frowned and pulled Suanen over, then said with mockery in his tone, what does Ms. Zhang mean by this? As far as I know, Ms. Zhang's family of origin is in average condition, wasn't it you who had a chef to cook for you since you were a child? This is just a few days after living a rich life all like this forgetfulness is afraid of a little too fast. Su Jingyan's speech was truly without any regard for other people's feelings at all, and there was no need for him to do so. Actually also counted on his family this stupid girl on the body, I just want to let this stupid girl will be that out of the bird. The couple and siblings next to them ducked to the side, deciding not to join in the hoary war. Jiang Yan did not expect Su Jingyan to say this, nor did she expect Su Jingyan to speak in a way that really did not give her any face at all. I don't mean that, I just care about Anan, I really don't think that way. Jiang Yan's pleading gaze looked at Tangja. It was a pity that Tangja's mind was all on Su Jingyan right now. As long as Su Jingyan could be happy, he didn't care about anything else. Not only that, he even accused Jiang Yan. Looking at the injured and flustered Jiang Yan, Tangja also said with a disapproving face, "There's nothing wrong with what Mr. Su said, it's only been less than a month since he recognized you, how did you become like this? You even told me before that you're a good cook, and that you like cooking a lot. Since you like it, then why don't you make today's dishes?" Jiang Yan looked at Tangja with wide eyes. "Not. Big brother. You're really alright. Whose side are you on? We're on the same side, okay?" Jiang Yan did say that she was good at cooking and enjoyed cooking in order to show her virtuousness in the first place, but she was only doing it for her virtuous persona. Su Anan was about to go crazy with joy beside her, only to have to hold her smile back. She spat with the system. Look at Jiang Yan's face, it's just too much fun. She probably didn't expect that she'd actually be backstabbed by Tangja. System, this cannot be helped. Who let Tangja like your brother it? If your brother did not help you to speak, he absolutely will not care at all, but as long as your brother said the words, no matter whether it is good or bad words, this person is absolutely on the side of your brother. Really, this is the blue-faced scourge. Su Anan nodded in her mind, right. The blue-faced scourge. Su Jingyan. That's really enough of this one-man unification. You guys really think people can't hear your hearts, right? What a male face. Su Jingyan glanced at Tangja next to him, and his heart became even more irritated. The audience was also confused by the scene. How come Tangja is helping Su Jingyan? Shouldn't he be on Jiang Yan's side? TSK, wonderful. It's really too wonderful. Jiang Yan just clearly wanted to pull Su Anan into the water, letting Su Anan be the one to stand out. When the time comes, it will definitely cause public opinion, and there might even be a lot of people scolding Su Anan on the internet, just that Su Jingyan wasn't stupid, and directly counterattacked the past. This is afraid that this is not staging a palace mind trick. Jiang Yan, what is he really doing? Isn't it just having dinner and cooking dinner? Why are there so many small minds? Now well, this dinner is going to let her do it herself. Tangja is also really quite funny. In the end he is on which side of the I am really a little confused. I'll come and help with the cooking too, although I'm not a very good cook, but I can come over and play a hand. Xu Jingxin walked over with a gentle face and helped Jiang Yan out. Immortals fight and children suffer, so it's better to ease this atmosphere as soon as possible, in case this war burns down on them. That's not good. I can also come over to cook, I often cook at home as well. Duanchuan smiled brightly and walked over, moving sharply as he began to wash the vegetables. Su Anan raised an eyebrow when she saw this scene. Was this really to come over to cook? Why did she feel a little off? Su Jingyan faintly glanced at their side and directly asked the host, "Is there any other kitchenette? This place is so big it's impossible that it doesn't even have any other kitchen, right?" The host hurriedly said, yes, there are 2 kitchens on this floor, only that one is smaller and the ingredients are kept in this one, and nothing is kept in that one. Su Jingyan made a direct move to take some dishes from the refrigerator and shoved them into Su Anan's hands, while he himself took a knife, cutting board, and a variety of cooking utensils. "We make our own meals for the 2 of us, so we won't bother you all. My sister has a mouthful, she's more used to eating my cooking." Su Anan snapped her head up with a confused face. "When did I have a more mouthful? Didn't you say before that I don't have any leftovers from what I ate? How come you're now saying that I have a bad mouth?" Su Jingyan moved his hand to press her head down and continued to say without changing his face, "May everyone have a pleasant meal, we'll go over to cook first." Su Anan hadn't reacted when she was pulled away. No, was this really okay? Ha. Su Anan was dumbfounded when she heard her own oldest brother's words, and her sister inexplicably took the blame again. "Su Anan, do I have a bad mouth?" Su Jingyan cold eyes. Su Anan, ah. Su Anan, ah. I'm a tough talker. I'm a picky eater. Su Jingyan, this is also too impolite. Participate in the variety show and still like this, want to earn this share of money but do not want to lower the stance. There is something wrong with it. You're the one with the problem. Can you eat when you see someone you hate? Jiang Yan just tried to trick Su Anan. If your sister was tricked by someone else, can you eat on top of the same table with this person? I don't even feel comfortable letting them cook for me. I'm afraid that they'll poison me inside the dishes. Don't always move to talk about calculations, where there are so many calculations. Maybe Jiang Yan is really concerned about Su Anan. I don't believe you. This Jiang Yan talk and do things everywhere is a loophole. Also don't know why you so many people help her to speak. It can't be she bought the water army, right? Gotta say the truth about this audience. Chapter 56, the pro-husband is still beside him, these two people are too unbalanced. When Su Ainen was dragged to the small kitchen by her own oldest brother, she was still puzzled and asked, "Brother, why do we have to come over here to eat? Aren't we all eating together? Moreover, the workload is even greater when you come here to eat. You have to cook your own rice and dishes and organize the kitchen by yourself. Just thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable." Su Jingyan heard Su Ainen's thoughts in his heart and was directly speechless. "Are you really so lazy? Looking at so many annoying people, are you really able to eat?" He glared at this girl without a good mood and said, "Can you eat the food they cook? Each one has a camera to shoot and pretend, and I don't know where this program group found these guests. The photographer standing next to me. I'm still carrying the camera here, do you want to take me into account? This big brother, this camera is still rolling, you can't be forgetting about our existence. Even though we say we know you hate those people, it doesn't seem too good for you to just say it outright. It'll be seized as an opportunity to hack by some people's fans. I told you that Su Jingyan was being unself-conscious, but you still don't believe me. Those people didn't seem to have messed with him, and he ended up targeting them like that. Is this still called not messing with? Now these four groups of guests, I just think that the Su family siblings Real and Wei Li Dong that husband and wife are better, and I won't say anything about the other two groups." Su Jingyan pulled a chair for Su Ainen to sit down, then looked at her very cautiously and said, "You just sit here and don't move, don't ever move. This matter of cooking doesn't need you to handle it. This guy cooks for real, and it would be a real joke if he got diarrhea here." Su Ainen especially aggrieved and the system complained, "You say he is not looking down on me? I can also help. The last time at home when I did not do very well, and those dishes colorful and fragrant, the home chef also complimented me it. System, let me add a clarification, the dishes you made at home last time were all matched by the chef for you, even the seasoning side dishes were prepared for you, you just need to put these things inside the pot and fry them, the chef will also remind you after they are cooked, so accurately speaking the dishes were not independently done by you last time, it should not be counted as done by you." Su Jingyan nodded his head desperately in his heart, yes, the system had sort of said a human word this time. Su Ainen grunted, not wanting to care about the system, she wasn't that bad. Su Jingyan had studied abroad for a while, and he was responsible for his own life when he studied abroad, so cooking was a piece of cake for him. Su Jingyan took out all the dishes to be made and then carefully matched them, and his knife work was excellent. Shirt plus suit pants, obviously an elite outfit, and here you are doing the dishes. It's a perfect poke at a lot of people's fetishes. My husband is really handsome. He can make money and cook in the kitchen, he's really handsome. Su Ainen is really too happy, her father is handsome, her mother is beautiful, her brother is still so good and she looks so good herself, she is simply a winner in life, right? You can take a look at the live room next door, my goodness. It's really a mess, everyone wants to show themselves, but the show all collapses. I'll fry this dish, this is my specialty, I'm not bad at it. Duan Xin was eager to show herself in front of Tangja, so she directly snatched the dish Jiang Yan had prepared. Jiang Yan's eyes were about to glaze over, why is this woman so shameless? This eyes are almost glued to Tangja, obviously the first time we met this woman was not putting her mind on Su Jingyan, so quickly shifted the goalposts, she really thought that Tangja did not find out was it? Jiang Yan snatched her own dish back with a stiff smile and said with some gnashing of teeth, "No need, I'll do the dishes I prepared myself, you can see what other dishes you wanted you can prepare yourself." Duan Xin looked at the dishes that hadn't been processed yet, and the expression on her face was a little hard to see. Washing and cutting vegetables would hurt her hands, and she had spent a lot of money on maintaining her hands, so how could she do such rough work? Duan Xuan and Xu Jingxin were quite cooperative next to each other, and those who didn't know thought that the two of them were a couple. "Teacher Xu, this water is quite cold, I'll wash the vegetables, it's better for women to get less cold water." Duan Xian acted very considerate, and this behavior of his smoothly captured the hearts of a large wave of girls. Duan Xuan is really so gentle, feel he is very friendly to anyone, just when the atmosphere is not right he also several times to help solve the problem. Duan Xuan and Duan Xin's character is a little too different, right? Brother gentle and kind, sister deep-minded, this brother and sister's popularity are Duan Xuan to pull up. Shu movie queen is so old and still so beautiful, simply ageless goddess. She and Duan Xuan stand together simply like the same age. Although many viewers were praising them, there were some viewers who saw Wei Li Dong standing next to them and also noticed that something was wrong. Haven't you guys noticed that these two are moving a little too closely together? Or maybe I'm overthinking it, but I think it's better to have some sense of proportion. Yeah, I've long felt that the two of them are moving a little too closely together, but my last pop-up was just sent out before I was called out on it. People's own husbands are still standing next to them, Duan Xuan is acting a bit too strange. The crowd was holding out for Wei Li Dong, but Wei Li Dong himself didn't care much. The couple had actually been playing each other for a long time, and sometimes introduced lovers to each other, only showing more love in front of outsiders. Wei Lidong's eyes glanced at Jiang Yan at one time, and at Duan Xan at another, and although there was always a gentle smile on his face, it was this look that always felt strange. Tang just sat on the side and just watched these few farces without much reaction. His current mind had long followed Su Jingyan. He was now really puzzled. How did Su Jingyan know that he had counted on Su Ainen, and who in the world had revealed this news? Tangja looked towards Jiang Yan, who was competing with Duan Xan to cook. His eyes narrowed slightly. It couldn't be that this woman had been exposed. This woman's brain had always been stupid. Even if she was allowed to become the eldest lady of the Tang family, what could she do? The poor temperament in her body still could not be changed. However, since Su Jingyan had discovered the matter, the previous method would definitely not work. Right now, his primary goal was to repair the relationship with Su Jingyan, and other things could only be said later. Chapter 57. Are you guys playing so exciting? This meal was also really quite wonderful. The Su family sibling side of the Su family Su Jingyan made a colorful and delicious meal, while the side of these 6 people was just a mess. Looking at the shabby 4 dishes on top of the table, Tangja somewhat did not want to move his chopsticks. What's there to eat? Don't they each brag about how good their cooking is, and this cooking is called good? The viewers were a little speechless, each one bragging about how good a cook they were while they were cooking, only to end up with these 4 burnt veggies. Wasted my expectations. Don't they brag about how good they are at cooking? It's called good cooking? These 4 dishes were still fried urgently by Jiang Yan and Xu Jingxin, and the plate of black stuff fried by Duan Xan was simply inedible. Go next door to the live room to see the other brother and sister that cooking is really colorful and delicious, and then look at this side, no appetite. Why is Duan Xan so annoying? She wants to show herself too much, right? Originally, I had a good view of advance before, but now she is really annoying. Jiang Yan clamped a chopstick and ate it. Honestly, she also had a belly full of anger in her heart. If it wasn't for that woman always disturbing her around her, how could she possibly make the meal like this? This Duan Xan has no skills, but wants to make a name for herself. What Su Ainen saw when she came over to watch after dinner was the 6 of them sitting here with numb faces tasting like chewing wax. Huh, how did you guys make the meal like this? Didn't you all say you were good cooks before? Su Ainen's speech was really without any scruples at all, saying whatever she wanted to say, so this tone of dislike was unconcealed. Hearing her words, the faces of these 6 people were a bit ugly. Jiang Yan put her chopsticks down and smiled, saying, a little less familiar with the kitchenware over here, so I'm a little out of practice. How about your side? And you shouldn't even have cooked at home. If you really can't, you can come over to our side to eat. Tangja glanced at Jiang Yan and didn't say anything. Su Jingyan's years abroad. Tangja also knew that Su Ainen might not really know how to cook, but Su Jingyan did have a good hand at cooking. System, she's picking things up again. Why is this heroine getting more and more annoying? I'm suspecting it's a problem with this book. Su Ainen raised an eyebrow. Who says it's not? To be able to choose this person as the female lead, then this author is also really brain dead. Su Ainen couldn't look at these 4 dishes. No need, I've already finished my meal. My brother made 3 dishes and 1 soup. Although I don't know how to cook, but my brother can do it. It's a good thing I'm not eating with you guys, otherwise my brother would have been under a lot of pressure to cook, and would have only had to take care of me, and then the 6 of you if we ate together. Su Ainen's emotional tone was really quite hilarious, especially when paired with these 2 people's strange faces, but the problem was that what she said was true again, and others couldn't even refute it. Still, some viewers felt that she was getting ahead of herself and had no regard for anyone else's feelings. Participating in the program is not to help each other. This Su siblings are a bit too exclusive. Help each other is right, but you see, these people look like they want to help each other. They want others to help them, but never want to help others. People Su family siblings said that when they share a small kitchen to eat, they did not even block. The general public will be polite to persuade it. They do not even have a little show. That's just it. Some people are really saintly. Heart attack. People are so against you, you can still help him without any problem. The water army that Jiang Yan had hired online was now completely insufficient. After all, everyone had eyes to see, and the viewers weren't stupid. And it's not like she hired a lot of sailors. After all, it's not like she had any money, and the pocket money Tangja gave her wasn't that much, so if she spent it, she wouldn't have any more. Su Ainen just came over to take a look and see what they were eating, and now she couldn't help but be a little disappointed after seeing it. Alright, you guys eat. I'm going to go back and help my brother clean up the kitchen. Su Ainen patted herself on the back and left. Su Jingyan was alone in the kitchen, bitterly tidying up the kitchen, saying that this girl would come to clean up the kitchen after eating, but in the end, she left as soon as she put the dishes down. Bringing her to this variety show was really a mistake on my part. This girl can't eat anything and can't do anything. Su Jingyan's mouth was constantly spitting. This look of his while cleaning up and spitting was in the words of the audience that the sense of manhood was pulling full. The number of girls who like him is really increasing, and this live room is full of very crazy female viewers. Ah! Look at this waistline, look at these hips. Shirt and suit pants, It's really handsome. Going up to the hall and down to the kitchen, and especially good at taking care of people. How in the world did the Su family raise such a son? I didn't expect that watching this variety show would directly make me like someone who was not in the entertainment industry, and I would have thought that the suckers would probably be the two groups in the entertainment industry. Elite brother waist sister, this pairing is really quite funny. When Suein jumped and ran back, all she saw was the clean kitchen and her old brother who was looking at her with a black face. Suein smiled dryly and shrunk behind the door. Brother, you've cleaned up. Didn't you say I'll clean up after dinner? I didn't expect you to move so fast. Su Jingyan sneered and said, still waiting for you to clean up. Where are you after dinner? Put the dishes in chopsticks. As soon as you ran away, people disappeared. What kind of character you are I still don't know. Letting you work is simply killing you. I was really out of my mind to come to this variety show with you. Hurry up and present the trash for disposal. Suein heatedly smiled and immediately ran out with the trash. Su Jingyan rubbed his temples and sat on the chair waiting for this guy to come back. When Suein ran back after throwing out the garbage, she suddenly heard the sound of someone talking at a relatively hidden corner. Mr. Shu, where are we going to meet tonight? This shooting location of ours has long been rumored on the internet, and there are already a lot of paparazzi coming. Duanquan wrapped his arm around Shu Jingxin's waist and said with a worried expression, if it's caught on camera, then it might be a bit troublesome. Shu Jingxin touched a handful of Duanquan's face and said with a flirtatious smile, what's wrong with that? Isn't your sister somewhat related to my husband as well? Let's just change the rooms with each other. I believe that they won't mind either. Suein, hiding in the corner. Are you guys playing so exciting? Seeing that Suein hadn't come back for a long time, so he came over to look for Su Jingyan. I knew the guy was in another situation, I just didn't expect to be in such an exciting one. Chapter 58 Duanquan Shu Jingxin's intimacy caught by paparazzi. The time after dinner is their private time, and this variety show isn't the kind that shoots 24 hours a day. It's filming time from 8 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening every day. That's why those two are so reckless to be so intimate outside. Suein said with emotion, do they really change rooms at night? This is too bold. What if they don't have time to change back tomorrow morning and get caught on camera? It's none of your business if people change rooms or not. Get your ass back in there. Su Jingyan's voice suddenly came from behind, and Suein was directly startled. Brother! Don't go, don't go. Let's take a look here. Suein pulled Su Jingyan to hide in a hidden bush. Meanwhile, not far away, the doggies ambushed inside the bushes. I told you that the two of them are somewhat related. They are both recording a variety program and still so dishonest. I have photographed the two of them before, and then if not for the news being bought, they both would have collapsed the house. A doggy in a hat brags to the doggy next to him in glasses. The doggy with the glasses said with a grin, or are you wise enough to chase them here? The circle says that the couple and the two siblings are very nice, but what they do in private can't be hidden from them, the paparazzi. Those celebrities do things they paparazzi no more or less. After all, a lot of them are photographed by them, and more information is revealed by them. Okay, hurry up and shoot. We'll be able to make a big profit when this program gets a little hotter. If they buy this news, we'll still be able to raise the price a bit, and even if they don't buy it with this news, we'll still make a profit. The two paparazzi kept filming, one taking pictures and the other recording video. System, there is a pair of paparazzi directly in front of you on your right-hand side who are filming those two being intimate, so pay a little attention not to get caught in the picture. Suein sucked in a breath of cool air in her heart. How could there be paparazzi in this place? They had only just come over today. Su Jingyan didn't feel surprised. After all, the places where the shoots had been publicized online, and even though the place was closed, there were many fans or paparazzi who would ambush the surrounding area. Doggies are generally pervasive, and it's not unusual for them to lurk here. The two siblings squatted inside the grass, that eyes glowing. Duanquan and Shu Jingxin, two people in this corner of the scale, is getting bigger and bigger. I guess they are seeking excitement. Even though that place was pretty hidden for the house, from the outside that place was really obvious and one could basically see what people were doing. But being intimate at that place in the trash can, I also have to say that their tastes are really quite heavy. After the paparazzi had been filming for a while, they suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right. They always felt that someone was staring at them. The doggy in the hat nudged the person next to him and whispered, "Do you ever get the feeling that someone is watching us? Are there any other fellow travelers here?" The The paparazzo wearing glasses was not too sure. I guess, if there are really peers here then what, then this news of ours will not be exclusive. In case those people directly report this news in advance, then we won't be able to make any money. The two panicked all of a sudden. It would have been a grab bag of this kind of news. After all, there was something about the celebrity's private life. The system was on the verge of laughing like crazy as it watched. It was unthinkable that this brother and sister were actually treated as peers by the paparazzi over there. Ha ha, the paparazzi over there realized someone was watching them, and they thought it was their peers watching them. Suenen, it's good to scare them a bit, going to dig into other people's private lives every day. Su Jingyan carefully looked at the intimate two people. Those two people kissed and finally calmed down, and finally held hands and walked away. Only after the people left did Su Jingyan let out a sigh of relief. After all, hiding in this place and watching other people being intimate is really nervous and awkward, and it would be even more awkward if he was found out. Alright, after watching, it's time to go back. Your house full of stuff hasn't been packed yet. Hurry back and pack your stuff. The paparazzi over there were also planning to retreat after seeing the people leave. They had already decided that they must send out this news ahead of time, and they definitely couldn't be preempted by others. Go back and organize it a little, and try to send out the news in the next 2 days. What gives us the right to have our exclusive news preempted by others? Now it does not matter whether this news can be sold, but also sell what to sell. There are peers here, this time should be the first to publish. Xu Jingxin and Duanquan still didn't know that their intimacy, which they didn't hold back for a moment, would be captured by the paparazzi. They all thought that the paparazzi would not be able to get in on the periphery, but they didn't realize that there would actually be people lurking in. Inside the house, Tang was looking for Su Jingyan, and he was accompanied by Jiang Yan and Duan Xayan. Since there are no cameras filming anymore, these two are also completely exposed for what they are, and the two are on the verge of a fight from all the bickering. You stay away from us. It's just a showbiz playboy. Don't think I don't know what you want to do, just want to pick up a man when you see one, right? Jiang Yan was filled with disgust. Duan Xayan pitifully hugged Tang's arm and said with tears in her eyes, Mr. Tang, take a look at her, I don't have such thoughts, I just want to get along with everyone. Tang impatiently jerked his arm out and said irritably, you guys deal with your own affairs on your own, don't bother me here. Where in the world did that Su family siblings go? How come they disappeared all of a sudden after dinner? Wei Lidong sat on the sofa and watched this good show, with a smiling expression on his face the whole time. This Jiang Yan's looks were right up his alley. It was just a pity that she wasn't married and her rhythm wasn't enough, but it was a flaw. It would be great if he could get his hands on her. Wei Lidong suddenly appeared in the mind of Suanan's gorgeous and delicate face. This Su family miss looks really beautiful, but the family is too illustrious. Such a woman can only be seen from afar, cannot be played, cannot afford to mess with. Jiang Yan is just a goddaughter to recognize, and look at Tang's attitude. He seems to be not very fond of this godsister. Perhaps just to recognize a daughter to join the marriage is also possible. Su Jingyan and Su Ainen saw this messy side when they passed by the hall, and their faces had the same expression of disgust. After Tang saw Su Jingyan, he originally had a look of surprise on his face, but when he saw the look of disgust on Su Jingyan's face, the expression on his face instantly disappeared. Looking at the two women beside him who were still arguing, he said irritably, get the hell out of my way. If you want to argue, go somewhere else. Seeing this reaction of his, Su Jingyan mockingly shook his head before taking this silly girl beside him back to his room. While walking, he also said, don't play with them lest you know, playing with stupid people will also make you stupid, you are not smart in the brain in the first place. Su-en. System, ha 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 ha, your brother knows you so well. Chapter 59, Xu Jingxin Duanquan's affair exposed, Su family siblings eat melon on the spot. That night, the Xu Jingxin couple and the Duan family siblings really did swap rooms, and this matter also happened to be bumped into by Su Ainen. She was merely getting a glass of water, and was genuinely not expecting to see them actually change rooms. System. You're saying their brains are really okay, right? Who the hell said they're nice? I think Lu Siheng said these two groups of guests are not bad when they were on this program. Is this what he meant by good? That's a really low standard of nice for him, then. System, that's because they hide it better, and they have a wider range of connections, and any scandals are directly suppressed, so that naturally their reputation to the outside world is better. Those two paparazzi are planning to send out what they captured today in the wee hours of the morning, so the internet will probably be buzzing for a while anyway. Su Ainen. What the hell, the paparazzi will send out what they captured today? So fast? System, didn't they treat you two siblings as peers? They were afraid that their peers would steal the news first, so they planned to strike first, and then they would be able to make a little more money when the heat was on. Su Ainen shook her head. This couple, and this brother and sister are really self-inflicted. Originally the reputation is not bad, results on a program is not peaceful. Forget it, it wasn't her business anyway, she'd better go back to bed. At 2 a.m., the paparazzi did post all the stuff they took, both photos and videos clear as day, definitely making them push back. The internet blew up straight away. They were genuinely not expecting a big melon in the early hours of the morning. I'm going. Is this really serious? I told you these two had something fishy. I didn't realize there was actually something fishy. Duanquan and Xu Jingxin. My goodness. Is it okay for them to have such a big age difference? Duanquan is really not picky at all. You can't say that, although Xu Jingxin is old enough to be Duanquan's mom, but people do maintain pretty well. It looks like she's in her early 30s, and it's possible that Duanquan likes this kind of mature model. This is the program that dares to get up like this. Xu Jingxian's husband is also in the program, right? Does he know or not? How can you not know? It's so obvious. Look at the way these two people were in the kitchen last night. Wei Li Dong had no reaction at all next to them. After dinner the two of them were like this outside. If Wei Li Dong doesn't know, then it's really a little bit too stupid. Hashtag Xu Jingxin Duanquan intimate video. Hashtag this one went straight to the first of the hot searches, or the kind that burst into flames. Most of the netizens online are night owls, this time directly to the platform or dry bombing. Most of the night the platform staff still have to maintain, but also really hard for people to work overtime. And compared to the hustle and bustle on the internet, the Duan family siblings and Xu Jingxin's husband and wife were literally springing to life in their room, and the four of them were still completely unaware of what was going on the internet. In the morning you get up early and go back, set an early alarm clock. Do you know, Xu Jingxin lying in Duanquan's embrace blushed slightly, looks like just now is really having a good time. Duanquan touched her face and said gently, don't worry, I've already set the time, the recording won't start until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we definitely won't be photographed. Wei Li Dong and Duan Xian's side is also a strong love. Duan Xian a gentle and small intention to Wei Li Dong cooks. The smile did not go down from the face. Anyway, the four of them were having a really good time tonight, they just pitted the overtime crew that crashed the platform. Early the next morning, the two rooms were quietly switched back. The Su siblings got up relatively early, having been roused by the system. Because the two of them were exposed online. System, the platform collapsed directly after that video was sent out last night, and the netizens found two pairs of eyes in the bushes that spotted you guys. Su's siblings. Su Jingyan was cooking breakfast in the kitchen, pretending not to know anything at all, but his ears were perked up to listen to what the system was saying. System, you said you guys can't find a more hidden place to eavesdrop on melon eating. Now people are saying that you two are melon eating siblings. People are intimate there, and you two are lying in the bushes staring at two pairs of big eyes. Su Ainen, are we really discovered? I think we're hiding pretty well. System, hidden head. You do not have a cell phone now. I cannot talk to you. After all, I do not have the function of reproducing the screen now. Non-shooting time. You do not have a cell phone, their own use of the phone to see. The netizens on the internet were indeed about to be laughed out of their minds, and at the very beginning they really didn't realize that there were two other people in the picture, because all of their attention was on Duanquan and Xu Jingxin. After all, their intimate looks felt like they were about to get it on out there. But then, after a few looks, they spotted the two shining eyes in the grass, and the two men with half their heads showing. Hashtag Su family siblings live eating melon. Hashtag directly on the second of the hot search list, the first were Xu Jingxin and the two of them. A lot of people also circled the spot in the video where the two of them were. It's true that at first glance it's not too obvious, it's nighttime after all, but these two stretching their heads out there is genuinely funny, and their eyes have a twinkle of intelligence in them. It does look like the melon eating is quite enjoyable. Ha 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 ha. Really can't imagine this pair of luxury siblings actually squatting inside the grass to eat melon. I thought at first that they were taking a there. Poof. Not to mention it's kinda like pooping, except those eyes are a little too bright, and I can tell by the look in their eyes that they're shocked too. Su Ainen's small mouth is open into an O shape. Su Jingyan's little bit of dislike is also really real. No wonder the two of them don't like other people inside the program. It is estimated that they have already known the virtues of the other people. Su Jingyan's elite overbearing president's persona collapsed once again. I really can't imagine what it's like for him to pull his sister into a squat and eat melon, but now I see it. Su father Su mother also saw this news on the internet. They looked at the pair of sons and daughters squatting in the bushes. The expression on their faces was extremely speechless. You don't know to find a more secluded place to watch the fun, these two nerds. The two of them, Lu Siheng and Ji Yin-yang, did find the news quite funny when they saw it, and Ji Yin-yang also thought that it was Su Jingyan squatting there with Su Ainen to eat melon. However, Lu Siheng knew that it was definitely Su Ainen who liked to watch the fun, so he pulled Su Jingyan over. But for these guests that his own cousin found, Lu Siheng was really dissatisfied. Looking at his cheerful cousin, Lu Siheng directly gave a popping chestnut to him. "That's some good guests you got. They say it's a relaxing variety show, and this has just started and it's so troublesome." Thanks to him and Suanen saying that this is a leisure travel variety show and not too tiring. Ji Yin Yang smiled dryly. "I didn't find this person either. The one under my hand has resigned, he found it. But thinking on the bright side, this program of mine is directly on fire. I'm definitely not afraid of running out of heat in the future." Those two parties got up and nearly blew up when they saw the news online. How could it be caught on camera? How could it have been caught on camera? Xu Jingxin broke down all of a sudden. They're having a meltdown on their side, and the Su siblings are holding their cell phones on their side, looking for themselves. Looking at the two dull geese circled in the video, Su Jingyan was extremely speechless inside. Why are they so dull in this one? This paparazzi in the end will not shoot. Chapter 60, Two pairs of siblings, one pair engaged is a pair of eaters. Suanen didn't hold back her laughter when she saw this image of the two of them. It looks pretty funny. No wonder the netizens would say that the two of us are melon-eating siblings. Su Jingyan. This lack of heart. It was soon going to be 8 o'clock, and at 8 o'clock the program was going to start taping, and then the cell phones would have to be turned in again. When recording the program, Xu Jingxin and Duanshuan's two faces were very bad, and the two people completely did not have the same intimacy yesterday. The two people sat one on the left and one on the right, two people in the middle of the interval. The audience knew they knew what was happening online when they saw them like this. Yo, now know to avoid suspicion. Yesterday what to go, even recording a program cannot hold back. You are how anxious. Wei Li Dong know that he was cuckolded. I see that he is still happy. Looks as if it is not at all concerned about. The entertainment industry is already a mess, only you believe that a few of them are clean. People have a big network, there is any bad news before long bought. How was your rest last night? This bed is quite comfortable. Tang took the initiative to speak to Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan glanced at him and ignored him. Suanan's eyes looked this way and that way at once, looking a bit thievish. The viewers knew the girl was eating again when they saw her like this. I always have a feeling that something must have happened between Tangzhou and Su Jingyan. Look at Suanan's expression, she is close to having the word eat melon imprinted on her face. This girl is really something. Yesterday and her own old brother hid in the bushes to eat melons, and today to eat her own old brother's melons. This meal do not even need to eat, right? Directly eat melons are full. Suanan looked at Xu Jingxin and Duanshuan again. TSK, how come they're sitting so far away from each other today? The staff came over to set up the day's activities and looked as if nothing had happened. This time we are on a trip to the beach. Since we have all come to the beach, then we definitely need to go to the beach to walk around and have a look. We will give each group $500 in funds. This $500 is fine no matter how you spend it, but today's meals are at your own expense. Mr. Tang, why don't we work together? Our two groups add up to $1,000. When the time comes to eat together to be able to cheapen a little bit, Duan Xian came to Tang's side and smiled sweetly. When Suanan saw her like this, there was a hint of complexity in the girl's expression. Yesterday she was hanging out with Wei Lidong, and today she's coming over to pester Tangja. This girl really can't do anything. Su Jingyan saw that Suanan kept looking to the other people's side, and directly turned her head manually. Don't look around, don't mind other people's business. Su Jingyan's words caused the others' faces to stiffen a bit. The audience was instantly excited. I always feel that there is something else in Su Jingyan's words. Don't mind other people's business. That means Duanxin must have something with other people. It's a good idea to follow this brother and sister. They must know a lot of secrets in the circle. I now feel like every word they say is a prophecy of what's going on, and it always feels like there's something else embedded within every word they say. Jian Yan looked at Duan Xian, who was sticking up again, and that face was dark. Right now she had no time to approach Suanan at all, and hell knows if this Duan Xian would take advantage of her absence to curry favor with Tangja. She had to rely on Tangja for her food now. If Tangja was hooked by this woman, what would she do? All of it wasn't worth mentioning compared to her good life, so Suanan naturally moved to the back of the line. Where did Miss Duan sleep last night? I saw Miss Duan come out of another room early this morning. It can't be that she got confused and entered the wrong room last night. Jian Yan's words were like a bomb thrown inside deep water, directly dumbfounding everyone. Even Tangja turned his head to look at her. Suanan and Su Jingyan looked at each other, then the two of them silently took out a bag of nuts from the refrigerator and sat next to it. Viewers, here we go, the siblings are at it again. This is another big melon. So whose room did Duan Xian come out of this morning? Is there any need to think about this? You think a little bit about the relationship between Duanquan and Xu Jingxin. Maybe these two sleep together at night. Whose room do you think Duan Xin came out of? My goodness. So this brother and sister took the couple straight down, brother and wife and sister and husband. This is too messed up. Duanqin bit her lip. This matter could never be admitted. Now that her brother's reputation had been pulled down, she absolutely could not be pulled down. Duan Xin immediately held back her tears, then said pitifully, Sister Jiang, I was going out from my own room in the morning. Why are you talking about me like this? What if people misunderstand me? Yes, Ms. Jiang, the issue of a girl's reputation can't be used for jokes. Wei Li Dong also helped Duan Xin to speak. After all, this matter had something to do with him as well. If Duan Xin was pulled down, then he definitely didn't have a good time either. Tang's mind is a mess right now. What the hell happened last night, what's going on this morning, and what's going on with this show? When we signed the contract, didn't we say that these two groups of showbiz people are quite honest and won't cause much trouble, and this is what they call honest? Zhang Yan looked at these two people tacitly playing along, and said with a cold smile, whether I have lied or not is clear to you yourselves. I won't say any more about the specifics, anyway, you guys understand it in your own hearts. Ms. Duan, sometimes people still need to be down to earth and do things, don't always think about climbing this and that, don't you think so? Duan Xian's heart was about to explode with anger. She wanted to climb the high branch, but how could she, Zhang Yan, be any better? If she hadn't climbed the high branch of Tangja, how could she have become the Tang family's goddaughter? She Jiang Yan can do it herself, she can't do it right. Suddenly a stoned voice rang out and the crowd looked toward the source of the sound. Suanen spat out the melon shells in her mouth and said with a smile, you guys go on and on, I definitely won't make any more noise. Crowd. Su Jingyan, I told you to eat nuts and not melon seeds, now it's good, no good show, right? You guys think we're putting on a show for you, don't you? System, you two siblings are really absolute, really isn't it a family that doesn't enter a family? The audience also felt that this morning's content was extremely exciting, and although Zhang Yan didn't make it very clear, everyone knew it in their hearts. Mom! This is so messed up, I'm starting to draw a character relationship diagram. That's really quite a mess, but wonderful is really wonderful, too. I feel like the night is so much more exciting than the daytime. I'm not convinced by anyone but the two pairs of siblings on this program. The first pair of siblings directly handled a couple, and the second pair of siblings ate melon every day and ambushed them. Sue's parents who were watching the program, why does it feel like their life is better than ours? They have so many great shows to watch every day and we can only watch them at home. Mother Sue thought for a moment and said seriously, can we join halfway through? Chapter 61 Tangja was kicked in the nuts by Zhang Yan. Looking at the two siblings eating melon so deliciously inside, the two of them were also really envious. There hadn't been much going on in the house lately, and the girl had been able to follow her around and listen to a bit of gossip when she was in the house before. But why to go to participate in the program? Also just think about it, their kind of status is also impossible to go to participate in this kind of program. The younger generation to participate in can be said to go to have some fun. If they too go to participate in, other people will think that their Su family is going bankrupt. After this morning hullabaloo, the 8 of them finally made it to the beach. Several women, except Su Ainen, all dressed up very sexy and delicate. Xu Jingxin in a blue swimsuit, looks elegant and atmospheric, but it only looks elegant, after all, everyone who knows what kind of person she is now. Zhang Yan was in a white swimsuit and looked like a living little white flower. Duan Xin was wearing a pink swimsuit, looking dainty and cute, and with his meta smile, this made her whole person look like she was glowing. Out of place with the 3 of them was Su Ainen, who was dressed in a white t-shirt and big pants flip-flops with water in her hand, and in the words of the audience, it looked like the person had gone straight into old age. The men were also naked and wearing swim trunks to show off their bodies, while Su Jingyan was the same as Su Ainen, with a white t-shirt and loose sports shorts plus a pair of flip-flops. These two standing together are really out of place in this group of people's environment. The 6 guys looked like they were coming over to walk the runway for a poster shoot, and the 2 of them looked like locals who had stumbled in by mistake. Ha 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 ha, what the hell are the Su siblings up to? I was looking forward to the 2 of them in their swimsuits, and then they pulled a stunt like this on me. People show off their bodies, they retire in place. It's a white t-shirt that becomes transparent even after it's been dipped in water, so just have someone else throw water on them. Though the words are said, do you see the others dare? Zhang Yan looked at Su Ainen in this outfit and said with a smile, Ainen, did you not bring a swimsuit over here? I brought several sets of swimsuits, why don't I borrow one for you? It was really a waste of such a status as hers for a grand young lady to dress so shabbily. Zhang Yan was inexplicably jealous in her heart, just because of Su Ainen's identity, so she was always held up no matter what she did, no matter what she wore. If she had come out today in a white t-shirt and big pants, she would have been absolutely mocked. Suanen used her hand to hold up the sunglasses on her face, and said indifferently, no, I'm afraid of the sun, I think I'm fine in this now, you guys go play by yourselves. The system just said that the UV rays are stronger over here than anywhere else, so whether you wear sunscreen or not doesn't help much. Sunscreen at best reduces your chances of getting sunburned, it doesn't prevent you from getting a tan. Suanen couldn't stand the thought of being sunburned and layered that way, so she went straight for this one. I just didn't expect that my brother would actually follow her to dress like this, so it's true that they are siblings with the same heart. Heartfelt Su Jingyan. In fact, Su Jingyan did not want to be tanned, he could not go back to work after this program, the whole person tan like a zebra, this is not for the employees to laugh. The two siblings directly looked for a parasol and set up 2 chairs to lie down. Shu Jingxin couple is talking to show love, Duan Xian and Jiang Yan swimming around Tangja, showing their beautiful dance. Tangja had wanted to come over to find Su Jingyan, but he simply couldn't get away when surrounded by these 2 women. He really wanted to curse now, and if it wasn't for the fact that there were cameras in the place he would have cursed. Originally, he participated in this program because he wanted to get close to the Su siblings, but it turned out that he had no time and no chance to get close to the Su siblings at all since he came here. Suanen looked at the sun in the sky and said seriously, brother, do you think they'll get tanned if they're in the sun like this? How ugly it would be if they get tanned? Su Jingyan thought about it for a while and said seriously, it should be, now there is no grade of sunscreen that can make a person not get tanned at all on the beach, I guess when they come up later, except for the places that are covered by the clothes the rest of the place should be darkened by a few degrees. Viewers? No wonder you two are dressed so tightly. But when you think about it, it seems really hard to get a tan. You know you'll get a tan and you don't warn others, what are you doing? Upstairs, if you're having an outburst, go adopt a few more orphans, what's the point of venting on the internet, if you don't want to see it, get out. I'd really like to see those guys get tanned, I can't really imagine what it's like for a star who's glowing on top of the screen to get tanned. Just as Suanen and Su Jingyan were enjoying themselves with their fruit tea, the system suddenly spoke out. System, ha 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 ha. Something happened to Tangja. His lifeblood has been kicked. Su's siblings. What? The lifeblood was kicked. Who kicked it? The system said with a bit of excitement, aren't these 2 women always performing in front of Tangja? Duan Xian also wanted to pull Tangja together to go swimming. Tangja agreed to do so because of the camera, and then he was kicked without paying attention for a moment while those 2 human women were performing in front of him. Jiang Yan had wanted to kick Duan Xian but was dodged, and this time, he kicked Tangja. Su Jingyan imagined that feeling, TSK. It was really quite miserable Su Ainen's eyes glistened as she listened, she deserved it. Suanen couldn't sit still in her chair this time, she especially wanted to go and take a closer look. Not far away, Tangja did bend over, and the 2 women next to him crouched down with worried faces. The audience was quite worried and thought something was wrong. What's wrong with this? Why do you suddenly have such a pained expression when you're swimming? Tangja is squatting down in pain, it looks pretty serious. Should we call the doctor over? This program group should match the doctor with the group, right? Suanen ran over cheerfully, and Su Jingyan followed her with a helpless face. Audience, coming. The melon-eating siblings are coming over. The expressions on both of their faces seem a bit off. It can't be that Tangja is in so much pain for a reason, it seems like the 2 of them have been watching these guys swim around here, it can't be that they've seen something. Suanen squatted down and looked at Tangja, asking very seriously, are you alright? Tangja tried to squeeze out a smile, it's fine, it's just that my stomach hurts a little. Jiang Yan and Duanqing, 2 people standing next to the face is extremely bad, just that foot is Jiang Yan accidentally kicked up, she originally wanted to kick Duanqing's, so a little bit of strength is not collected, who knows Duanqing dodged so fast Suanen glanced at Jiang Yan, then at Tangja who was covering his stomach, then said, I saw Jiang Yan kick your lifeblood. The moment she said this the crowd's faces changed drastically, even Su Jingyan didn't expect this girl to say it directly. Say what? Hurry back to me. Su Jingyan gripped Suanen over with one hand. I'm sorry, the little girl is talking nonsense, I'll take her back to educate her. Tangja, this person holds a grudge, this girl is afraid that she won't be remembered, is it? Come over to eat melon on melon, how to talk nonsense, even if you know how it is also cannot say The pop-ups on the live feed blew up as well. I told you why he had such a pained look on his face, so it's because he got kicked in the balls. Put. Don't you guys think Suanen's serious talking look is funny, kicking in the lifeblood? This is indeed a lifeline, to be sure. These 2 women have been competing for favor, this is good, neither has to compete. Chapter 62. Those big eyes in the back are eating again. Tang's face was already bad enough, now his face was even worse. He now sort of saw that Suan and she was just coming over to watch the show. Knowing this person for so many years, how come he never realized before that she had such a thieving personality? Wasn't she just a naive and silly young lady before? Jiang Yan's face was even more ugly than Tang's. She really didn't do it on purpose. She could only blame Duan Xan for dodging too fast. If she hadn't dodged, how could she have kicked Tangja? I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to do it, so let's go to the hospital now and take a look. After saying that, Jiang Yan immediately turned around and said to Duan Xan again, if it wasn't for you ducking out of the way just now, I wouldn't have been able to accidentally injure someone else. It's all your fault. Duan Xin was about to be pissed off and laughed. This woman was going to kick her, she couldn't dodge it, could she? Duan Chuan also helped his own sister to speak. Miss Jiang, outside a little too much irrationality. You first hands, Xiner did not fight back, just dodge this, still do wrong? Seeing that these three people were about to quarrel, Tangja knelt on the ground and his face became more and more pale, and finally snapped and collapsed. Is there anyone who can take care of him? He's really about to lose it. The couple had long since stayed away. After all, whoever gets involved in these things has bad luck. Though the two of them had a bit of a relationship with the siblings as well, how could a relationship between lovers be compared to their own interests? Stop it. Stop it. He's passed out. It looks like it's really quite serious, so I hope it's okay. How the doctor has not come? This does not come to the doctor program group a little too irresponsible it. The crew called a doctor over just after the accident, but it took time for the doctor to get here. Here comes the doctor. Xu Jing Xian saw the doctor. The Su siblings sat in their own chairs, craning their necks to see what was going on over there. Although Tangja was his former very good brother, but Su Jingyan to him now is really no feelings at all. What brotherly love, friend love has been dissipated. If it's a real brother, real friend, how could it be counting on him and also counting on Su Anan? Tangja is also considered to watch and grow up, right? I said that he should treat her as a close sister, but at least it is also considered a friend, right? Are counting to Su Anan head, the Su Jingyan cannot endure. In contrast to the panic over there, this sibling is really cozy on this side. Some of the audiences feel they are very cruel. After all, they are the guests who participate in the program together, and before Tangja and they are still friends, and now the friend said something, they show such indifference. It's too cruel. Didn't Tangja grow up with them? They really don't feel like they care about others at all. So what if they grew up together? These three people have fallen out at first glance, and it's good that they didn't have a feud after the fallout. As the crowd watched, Tangja was carried away on a stretcher. However, the doctor was still very sweet and said to them, don't worry, there won't be any big deal. We'll check it over properly and try to make sure that Mr. Tang's physical condition is as good as possible. Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang both watched the program with that comfort in their hearts. Serves him right. If it wasn't for the fear of something happening to the show, I wouldn't even want to shoot the doctor over there and leave him there to fend for himself. Ji Yunyang really didn't have any good feelings towards Tangja. Lu Siheng didn't care much about Tangja, his mind was all on the Su siblings' side. Give them $500 a day, is it really enough to spend? Why are you so stingy? Can't you give them a little more funds a day? Originally the spending on the scenic side is high. Ji Yunyan? No, big brother, are you listening to me or not? I'm talking to you about this thing and you're talking to me about that thing. Besides, $500 where low, this is the scenic spot, consumption again high, this $500 is enough to eat 2 meals it. However, looking at that expression on his cousin's face, Ji Yunyang still felt that it was better for him to shut up first. This person has been completely fascinated by Su Anan, did not deal with others a few times, even if it is still fascinated by others into this look is a love brain. Doctor, is there really nothing wrong with my body? I feel like my lower body hurts right now. Tangja woke up not long after arriving at the hospital, and the doctor checked him over properly. Looking at Tangja's worried look, the doctor said thoughtfully, don't get excited first, that kick was rather heavy, that's why you feel pain, but the main problem is still not there. During this period of time you still need to recuperate, don't do some strenuous exercise anymore, especially not to have intercourse. In order to be able to recover from your injuries even better, so it's best if you don't wear pants that are too tight and underwear for a while. Go for a review once a week, it shouldn't be a big deal. Tangja's injury is actually not too serious, after all, that a moment is in the water also unloaded a lot of force, if it is on land that kick is really able to kick the person abolished. Tangja he thanked Dr. He and then lay on top of the hospital bed thinking about what had just happened. That dumbass Jian Yan really is a success. Letting her get close to Su Anan, she circled around him every day, this woman couldn't be looking at him. The more he thought about it, the more Tangja felt that it was possible. After all, he wasn't bad looking, and Jiang Yan's goal was to marry into a wealthy family, although her primary goal was to marry Lu Siheng. but it was a fool's errand for someone like her to marry into the Lu family. But he was different, the two were already deeply entangled, so if they targeted him then they could be close to each other. Asshole! How dare you hit on me? Tang pounded his fist on the bedpan, feeling sick inside. For Jiang Yan, he really didn't have any good feelings at all, stupid and arrogant, thinking that he was great because he had a few moments of beauty, not realizing that there were a lot of people who were more beautiful than her. If your heart is higher than the sky, aren't you afraid that your life is thinner than paper? Jiang Yan sat on the beach and suddenly shivered. She was now really panicked in her heart. Just now she really didn't mean it. Tangja should not remember her revenge. It shouldn't be, the two of them are in a partnership, and Tangja isn't such a petty person. Looking at the absent-minded Jiang Yan, Duan Xan purposely came over and sat beside her, then smiled sweetly and said, "Miss Jiang looks like she's in a bit of a bad mood. Do you want to go have some fun with us?" Jiang Yan was now furious at the sight of Duan Xan, but right now she didn't have the heart to tangle with this woman. "Go away and leave me alone." Suanen sat not far away with the fruit that eyes were almost glued to the side. Audience, here we go again, those big eyes in the back are eating again. The Su siblings are participating in this program solely for the sake of watching the show, right? Didn't Suanen finish her own fruit, and where did this cup in her hand come from? Su Jingyan, who was next to him, looked at his half-missing juice and had a black line on his face. "Suanen, was it you who poured away half of my juice?" Chapter 63, Wei Lidong and Duan Xian's thrilling moment. Hearing Su Jingyan's voice, Suanen hurriedly gave the mouthful in her hand a gulp, then turned her head and said with an innocent face, "I didn't, it must have been you who drank it off yourself." Su Jingyan, do you think I am blind? Audience. Self-deception is not the way you deceive yourself and others. System, good job. This juice is so delicious. Next time he drinks it, sneak a little more. It's so nice to have a sense of taste. The system is still savoring the juice. Su Jingyan, you do not think that you do not have the entity. I do not dare to beat you. One day for me to force anxious even the two of you together to beat. The siblings are genuinely comforting, and it feels like the way my brother and I get along in my family. Although Su Jingyan looks quite fierce, but he is also really good to his sister. Suanen left him enough juice to cover the bottom of a cup. He didn't even get too angry. Look in the distance. Those two women are about to fight. You let go. There are still cameras here. Aren't you afraid that the netizens will scold you? Duan Xian's hair was given a death grip by Jiang Yan, and her face twisted in pain. How can this woman not be stimulated at all? A little talk and then do it. Is she not afraid of public opinion? Jiang Yan had been about to go crazy with anger. Originally heard Tang Jishi and other psychological pressure is very big. The woman also want to deliberately come over to find things. This is not to ask for a fight. So what if the camera is here? You did this thing that you as an official so didn't see. From the beginning of the program you want to climb the high branch. Su Jingyan ignored you. You put your mind on Tangja. Your brother is not a good thing. Now online he and Shu Jingxin things spread so hot. The two of them are still like nothing. Can be really thick-skinned enough. Duan Chuan and Shu Jingxin couple who saw two people fighting hurriedly rushed over. Wow. Wonderful. How can this be a leisure travel variety show? It's clearly a variety show that tears people apart. Fighting. They are actually fighting and exposing each other's shortcomings. Is this variety show really unscripted? If it's unscripted, then I'll follow it. I've never seen such a real variety show in China before. Both are little white flower look-alikes, and it's up to which little white flower can win. Suanen and Su Jingyan also moved their chairs a little closer. In order to avoid hurting the innocent, they didn't get too close. The system began to passionately narrate. Jiang Yan a left hook punch to Duan Xan's face. The action is very beautiful and clean, but the expression has a little twisted, a little lost beauty. Duan Xan was beaten without the power to fight back, began to ask her brother for help. Brother! Don't stand around and watch. If you don't come over I'll be killed. Duan Xan shouted in a voice that was about to break, and only then did Duan Xian react to pull the fight, and Wei Lidong also rushed to help. However, Jiang Yan has now fought Red Eye, directly began to indiscriminate attacks. She participated in the program, also made special manicure, so directly 2 claws down, Duan Chuan and Wei Lidong face suffered a disaster. Suanen said in admiration, "I'll go. The real 9 white bone claws. So powerful." Su Jingyan was speechless. You've read too many martial arts novels. The audience was also stunned by Jiang Yan's fighting prowess. How could this woman look like a little white flower be so agile? Suanen is right, this is really the 9 white bone claws. He beat the other 3 in a fight. He's great. This big sister. If you're so good, what's the point of fighting? Just go and practice martial arts. You're an absolute martial arts genius. Originally, I quite disliked Jiang Yan, but this time I really quite like her. Su Ainen was watching from the side and it was a hot-blooded ah. The system suddenly said, "It's not good." Wei Lidong seems to be angry, he wants to hit Jiang Yan. Wei Lidong was not a decent person, he came to pull the fight only for his own reputation. After all, this still has a camera here, he wants to show the audience that he is nice. But after those slaps, he wanted your temper to come up. Living so long or the first time by a woman so big, this woman looks good, how so crazy. Watching Wei Lidong about to fight back, the eyes of the Su siblings instantly widened. In that very instant, Jiang Yan directly dodged Wei Lidong and the rest of that slap, then yanked his hand over with force and poked his hand at Duan Xian's ass. Duan Xuan only felt his chrysanthemums tighten, and the entire atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Even Duan Xin, who had been screaming, didn't scream anymore. Su Ainen and Su Jingyan were both dumbfounded, and the viewers even forgot to post pop-ups when they saw this scene. Su Ainen said dumbfounded, "That's awesome. Is Duan Xuan's ass okay?" Su Jingyan reacted in an instant, then hurriedly covered Su Ainen's eyes. "Don't look if you're not supposed to know. Don't look at what you shouldn't." The system also said with emotion, "Jiang Yan, this woman is really a crazy but it is really quite cool to see. She perhaps really should not take this route of hooking up. If she goes to practice martial arts, perhaps she can take another path to success." Ah! Brother! Is your ass okay? Duan Xin screamed and shouted, a shrill voice that made people wonder if her voice was still okay. Jiang Yan took the opportunity to break away from the circle of these three people, then laughed up to the sky. "Ha ha ha ha, deserved it. Duan Xuan, this tastes good, doesn't it? Both of you siblings are no good. This couple is no good either. What good things come out of the entertainment industry?" Duan Xuan and Wei Lidong were now looking strangely pale, and Wei Lidong's face stiffened as he pulled his hand out, then looked at his hand and fumed. Duan Xian resisted the urge to cover his ass and said with a hardened face, "Miss Jiang, your sister is a bit too much. First you beat up my sister, and now you're insulting me like this. Aren't you afraid of the internet's condemnation?" Jiang Yan spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders, said lightly, "Beat your sister because she deserves to be beaten. If she doesn't take the initiative to come over and provoke me, how could she be beaten? She just owes a beating. As for you, you're no slouch. But it wasn't me who insulted you, it was the man behind you." Jiang Yan was now considered to have completely let herself go. She had also figured out that she didn't know how Tang's attitude towards her was now anyway, but no matter how Tang's attitude towards her was, she couldn't look at these four people as usual. Su Ainen suddenly felt that Jiang Yan had become handsome all of a sudden, and anyway, it was much better than that annoying look before. Looking at Su Ainen's bright eyes, Su Jingyan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart and hurriedly pulled her over and said, "You can't learn from her." Chapter 64, The Practices of People of the Immaculate Heart of Mary, Demanding Morality from Others Without Disciplining Themselves. Jiang Yan made this out directly. Let the whole atmosphere is awkward. Lunchtime, Su family siblings as usual, 2 people to find a place to eat, the remaining 5 people wide-eyed completely do not know what to do. Let's also find a random place to eat a meal. Don't look for a place that's too expensive. This side is a tourist attraction, the prices are all relatively high, just find a fast food restaurant to eat. Xu Jingxin's words were very sweet. Anyway, let's just leave this place of wrongdoing first. It was completely impossible for the Duan family siblings to eat with Jiang Yan, so they also left right away, and in no time Jiang Yan was the only one above the speech. It's kinda pathetic to look at alone inexplicable. Some of the sanctimonious outbursts have actually started to speak up for her. Is she being isolated? This is too much. The fight thing is also the fault of other people. Get your 3 views straight. Is this called isolation? Jiang Yan, this directly offended all the other 3 groups. Will you eat with the people who offended you? You saintly hearts should put you into the end of the world, or the end of the world without a savior. Directly let the zombies tear you apart. The first thing you need to do is to watch a variety show with so many saints' hearts. If you want to become a Buddha on the spot, why don't you just pass away on the spot and go on the internet? There are some netizens whose mouths are really quite venomous, and you scolded the one who had an outburst of sanctimoniousness into quitting the live room. That girl is a high school student, usually like to stand on the moral high ground to accuse others, encounter what people have conflicts. She also want to go up to get involved in a foot, only believe in what they see with their own eyes, indiscriminate. Even if she knew things didn't turn out the way he saw them, she'd still make an excuse for herself, which was that she meant well anyway. What the hell is wrong with these people? I just feel sorry for people. Why can't they be forgiven when they know they are wrong? The girl sat alone in front of her desk sulking, and the more she thought about it the angrier she felt inside. Her parents happened to call him out for dinner at this time and looked at her in this huff and thought what was wrong with her. After learning what happened, her parents were once again speechless. Haven't we all taught you, don't just look at others according to your own mind? If a person you hate eats on top of the same table with you, and this person has always bullied you before, will you be able to eat? The girl became even more uncomfortable when she heard her parents accusing her. Why can't they? There's nothing wrong with knowing what's wrong, they're just being careful. Those people in the school are also careful, but it is just a contradiction between classmates. To say what school bullying, I just think that those people do not seem to be bullying others. How come I have not been bullied by others? That girl also have to look for problems from their own body. If she did not do anything other people, how can she be bullied? Hearing this reasoning, the girl's father directly slapped his hand on the table, so angry that he couldn't eat his meal. Get the hell back to your room. I told you that her character is not right, you still insist on being stubborn with me. These school bullies have been expelled from the school. She was temporarily suspended from school for getting involved in this matter. Such a big thing happened as a result of which she has not changed at all. She insisted on waiting until a big mistake was made to realize that she has a problem. The girl's father argued directly with the girl's mother, and the mother would speak up for her daughter even though she also felt that there was something wrong with her daughter's thinking. Watching her parents argue again, the girl huffed and went back to her room. But at dinner in the evening, there was one more person in her house, a cousin who had always bullied her as a child. Looking at her cousin, who was sitting on the couch and looking at her with a big smile, the girl's face directly changed drastically. Mom, why did you let her come to my house? Her mom said without changing her face, this is your cousin, why can't she come? The girl said angrily, she used to bully me all the time, have you forgotten? The scar on my knee is because of her, you know I don't get along with her and you still invited her here. Her father ate his melon and said in a cloudy manner, knowing your mistakes and being able to change them is good, isn't that what you said? And it all happened when you were little, you were young and unintelligent at that time, and now your cousin won't bully you. Cousin also smiled and said, yes, don't be angry if you didn't know anything when you were a child, cousin, I won't bully you. The girl was shaking with anger at the sight of her parents, who were not on her side, and her smug cousin. The whip is to hit their own body, some people only know the pain, this happens to her own body, she will not say to know the mistake can be corrected, the good is not great. The little cousin was invited over by the girl's parents themselves, and the little cousin had indeed grown up and understood quite a bit, but because of her aunt and uncle's request, she decided to pretend to be the same person she had been when she was a child. Originally she had grown up disliking this little cousin, hanging onto her mouth every day with a standard of morality, a morality that was only used to constrain others, not herself. Anyway, this girl's watery life is about to begin. Inside the program, Su Jingyan directly brought Su Einen to a high-class restaurant. The viewers were shocked to see this restaurant, they only had $500 to live on. This restaurant doesn't look like it's affordable for $500. This restaurant is a high-end restaurant, right? Is $500 enough to spend? Tisk, it's true that they are rich people who don't know the hardships of life, and they dare to come to such a high-class restaurant to eat with such a small amount of money. I see a few other groups eating fast food out and looking a little forlorn, and this is a little too ho-hum for them, isn't it? Su Einen looked at this restaurant, and then looked at those red tickets in his own oldest brother's hand, and couldn't help but say, brother, can we afford to come here to eat? Su Jingyan touched a handful of her head, don't worry, I can afford to eat, what can't I afford to eat in my own industry? Own property. This sentence directly stunned everyone, including Su Einen. Is there this restaurant under their family estate? How come she didn't know anything about it? Could it be that she was too unconcerned about the family estate? It shouldn't be. Su Jingyan explained, didn't I create my own business for a while when I was in college? This is the restaurant under the name of that company of mine. Su and, oh. The system explained in detail, your brother is indeed quite powerful, this small company he started on his own is developing very well indeed, and there are quite a lot of upscale restaurants and hotels under his name. Su Einen, it feels like I'm the most useless in our whole family. Su Jingyan was speechless, you just realized it. But as soon as we entered the restaurant, the system started prompting frantically, big melon. There's a big melon. The Su siblings reflexively jerked their heads up, big melon. Where is De Gua? Chapter 65 Eating Melon, a big melon at the next table. The siblings' eyes scanned everywhere before finding their target with the guidance of the system. The system said excitedly, hurry up, there's another table next to them, let's sit closer and eat melon. Su Einen hurriedly pulled Su Jingyan over to the table and sat down, next to them was the table with the melons. Those two people at the table next to them were a man and a woman, the woman looked quite old, but the man was a little puppy dog and didn't look very old. Hello you guys, we have a camera shooting here, May I ask if you guys mind entering? If you do, we can change the place. Suenen also went over to inquire about the pair. After all, it was a very rude behavior to shoot privately without someone's consent. The pair casually waved their hands, not even looking at Suenen. Go away, hurry up and go away. If you want to shoot, just shoot, don't stand here blocking the road. Su Jingyan's face instantly sank when he saw them with such an attitude, then he directly pulled Suenen over. The audience also felt that these two had a strange attitude, but didn't get a good look at their faces. The photographer carried the machine and sat down at the table. He was happy, he didn't think he could actually dabble in a meal today. Oh, my god. How many properties does the Su family have? They don't have to pay to eat here, do they? What money does the owner need to eat from his family's property? All the people inside this restaurant are making money for them. The two people at the table next to them aren't bad looking either. They should be mother and son. Just now it's the two of them who have a bad attitude, right? How can they talk with such a bad attitude when they look good? This mother and son really have the same virtues. Some of the audience noticed the table next to them. After all, the pair were not bad looking, one mature and charming and the other youthful and energetic, but the audience recognized them as a mother and son. The two of them, Suenen and Su Jingyan, ordered their food while keeping their ears open to what these two people beside them were saying. Sister, I don't have any money to spend again for a while, can you give me some more money? The little puppy was pampering with that beautiful woman, who seemed to be very fond of this, and that doting in the bottom of her eyes was about to overflow. Sister and brother, then this sibling relationship can be really good, are so old and still able to pampering, my brother and I, that is from childhood to big fight. The age difference between these two siblings is quite large, and with such a large age difference surely the younger one will be favored. Viewers thought the siblings had a great relationship. The system said thievishly, hey, this is not a sibling, this boy is from a nearby university, and this woman is a married woman with a pretty rich husband. After the Su siblings finished ordering, they pricked up their ears and listened. So this woman is adopting a young lover? Then this vision is not bad. This boy looks youthful and energetic. The system continued, this woman has spent millions on this boy, and also bought this boy a house and a car, this boy from head to toe all bought by this woman. The most critical thing is that this boy has a girlfriend in the school. Su's siblings. It just so happened that the table next to me started talking about it too. Beautiful woman, how about that little girlfriend of yours? I don't think he knows about our relationship yet. When are you going to break up with him? Photographer. Audience. How is this a little different than what they thought? What is the relationship between them? How this beautiful woman also wants this boy to break up with his girlfriend. Sensitive netizens at the moment, I seem to smell some big melon. This brother and sister are really toxic, right? Wherever they go there are melons. Don't send the pop-ups. Hurry up and strain your ears to listen. The cameraman carries the camera a little bit closer, and the Su siblings do their best to record the voices of these two people clearly. The Su siblings had done it close enough, or else they wouldn't have been able to record the voices of those two. The little boy coaxed the beautiful woman and said, Sister, don't worry, he is completely unaware of the matter between us. I casually spend some money to buy something to coax her to be happy. As for the breakup, her temper is more tenacious. If she is forced to break up with him, I'm afraid that she will be a fish out of water, and at that time, she will pull us all down. Seeing the beautiful woman's face a little bit not too good, the boy immediately added, But sister, you don't worry, I now don't pay much attention to her. When the time comes to use cold violence, she herself will take the initiative to mention the breakup with me, and besides, she's a little girl, a little bit of taste is not there, how can it be compared with the sister? The beautiful woman was instantly delighted by her, and she nudged the boy's nose and said with a delicate smile, You're still so good at talking with that mouth of yours, and it's no wonder I like you so much. Don't have any money to spend, do you? I'll call you later, accompany me for a beauty treatment later, then we'll go out and have a good time. We haven't gone out and had a good time for a long time. The boy also pretended to be angry and said, Sister, is it that you don't care about me when your husband comes back? You haven't looked for me for a month. Suenen ate the snacks that were sent up, that excitement in her heart. Suenen tisk, tisk, exciting. It's really too exciting. Spending her husband's money to support her young lover, and then the young lover has a girlfriend. I really don't know what to say about this sister. Su Jingyan also lamented in his heart. He didn't know whose wife this woman was. This was a bit too tragic. That's fine if the couple is playing each other, but if they're not playing each other, then it's really a bit too much of a tragedy. The viewers were really dumbfounded by this scene, and now these few live rooms had the highest number of people in this live room. There's no way around it, it's human nature to eat melon. What's more, this melon is so wonderful. My gosh, I'll run this thing through. This woman is a married woman, she used her husband's money to support this boy, and then this boy still asks for money from time to time, and the boy has a little girlfriend of his own. Mama, it's so messed up. That rich husband is a bit miserable, being cuckolded by his wife. It is not necessarily maybe that rich man himself in the outside to raise a small lover, husband and wife to play a maybe. After all, a lot of rich people are not all like this. Su Ainen was also thinking about this question. She asked the system, is this woman and her husband playing each other? System, no, this woman you see her looks also know that looks okay, her husband is really very good for her, but because of business reasons two always get together less away from more, and her husband slowly older cannot satisfy her, she secretly looked for a small lover. She's had a lot of little lovers before this boy, and a lot of bedfellows and buddies, and there are husbands of friends and girlfriends. Su Ainen's eyes widened slightly, no way. Playing so big. Su Jingyan are shocked, there is a young lover even if there is a bed partner and a buddy. There are these even friends and girlfriends' husbands are not spared. This woman is powerful. Chapter 66, a man sitting at home and a pot coming from heaven. Next to this beautiful woman and boys are still completely unaware of this conversation. All of them have been photographed and recorded. Viewers are going crazy with pop-ups and looking for this woman's husband all over the internet. Can you find this woman's husband? This cuckold is wearing too firmly. This cuckold is really suffocating. I'm a girl, I feel suffocated by that man. Find this man's girlfriend too, this man is really not a human being. Looking at the age, this boy shouldn't be very old, like a college student. Can you find out what college he's from? The boy went to the restroom halfway through his meal, and the woman hurriedly took her cell phone out after seeing him go to the restroom. I don't have time today, so you can come back to me tomorrow. Your wife isn't here tomorrow, is she? And if she isn't, I'll come to you. Don't worry, she definitely doesn't know about the two of us. As far as she's that stupid, even if she bumped into it, what can she do? Just find an excuse to lie to her and she'll be able to get past it. Don't worry, she still treats me as her bosom friend now. She tells me everything between you two. I also heard her say that she wants to travel to Europe during this period of time. When she travels to Europe, then won't our good days come? No one can definitely bother us during that period of time. System, she is calling her best friend's husband. Her best friend is a little cute. She believes in her so much that she talks to her about everything that happens at home. It can be said that this woman's getting together with her husband is entirely because her best friend has led the wolf into the house herself. Su Ainen and Su Jingyan were now completely speechless. This woman, she is an octopus, right? She has a husband of her own and a little puppy, and now she's screwing her BFF's husband. She really is a master of time management. The audience was dumbfounded. It is true that art comes from reality. The blood in the drama is not enough to evaluate this paragraph. So this woman doesn't just have a little puppy, but she's also screwing her best friend's husband, right? The saying of fire prevention and theft prevention against girlfriends is really not wrong. This woman is also too disgusting. Hurry up, someone has already found out who her husband is, as well as the boy's little girlfriend in school. This woman's husband is quite rich, he built himself up from nothing and basically flies in the sky every day. And this woman's husband treats her pretty well, giving her whatever she wants, and asking for the stars and not the moon, but her husband is more than 10 years older than she is. The boys' side of the school was also found by the netizens. Many people are at that school, and the key thing is that this school is still a key undergraduate. The head of the school is also about to explode with anger. This affects not the individual's reputation but the reputation of the whole school. Anyway, this must be handled properly and the impact on the school must be minimized. This is really a person sitting at home, pot from the sky. The student's private life, they really do not know much, but every time the backstabbing school must not escape. Su Ainen listened to the woman's voice on the phone and whispered to her own oldest brother, this woman is a bit powerful. Su Jingyan directly knocked a chestnut onto her head. If you dare to learn from her, I'll skin you. Su Ainen touched her forehead with a speechless face. When did I say that I want to learn her? I myself have what kind of ability I still know, foot in several boats, this thing that is really can't do it. Also don't have this kind of heart. Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang were sitting there on the sofa watching with great interest, and also attracted Mrs. Lu and Lu Dong over. This family is following it like a serial. Mrs. Lu sighed as she got high on melon seeds and said, alas, I don't know which man is so unlucky to have married such a wife, it's awful. Lu Dong, the netizens have already raked it out, it's a medium-sized business owner, and it has a pretty good reputation online. This person is also quite poor. The family has something what can cooperate with him in business to help him a hand. This cuckold wearing really is bad. Lu Dong slightly substituting himself. The more he thought about it, the more difficult he felt in his heart. This is really want to kill heart habit. Being so good to his wife resulted in her giving him a cuckold. Su's father and mother looked at this variety show hard as more and more want to come to participate in, so Big Melon must be eaten face to face to have enough flavor. Why can't they participate in it? Can't they just do an old boss variety show? But they can't just favor the young people. The Su siblings ate their meal while distractedly paying attention to the side. The boy came back from the restroom and immediately received a call from the counselor, and then his face changed drastically. The counselor said something came up for me to get me back to school, so I'm going to go ahead, sis, and call me if anything comes up. The woman waved her hand. Go, I'll credit your allowance later. Do well in school. Do well in school. That's a bit ironic coming from her. But after the boy left, she had a cup of coffee and then left too, making a phone call as she went. That ass wiggle was enchanting. After the people left, Suanen let out a long breath. Tisk, tsk, playing is really flowery. This really refreshes my 3 views. Su Jingyan glanced at Suanen and said somewhat breathlessly, then your 3 views are a bit fragile, you don't know how many times your 3 views have been remodeled. Suanen, it seems so, since I have seen too many incredible things after having the system, as long as it is not a strange thing cannot attract my attention yet. Even the cameraman couldn't help but say, would that woman's husband see a variety show like ours, and that BFF of hers, this woman really doesn't have any moral values at all. Su Jingyan took a sip of tea and said in a cloudy voice, for some people morality is the most worthless contraption, they will keep violating morality in order to seek excitement, and end up on the path of breaking the law. It's like that no matter which circle is inside, as long as it's profitable, some people are able to do anything. When the interest reaches 80%, really anything can be done, murder and arson are trivial. Heart suddenly a little bit not taste what is going on, this society is really dark, I am in the company the small environment you feel very depressing. The society is complex, there is a dark side as well as a bright side, after all, there are good people and bad people can only hope that they will meet most of the people are good people. Chapter 67, The Downfall of a Standardized Man and a Bitch, the system is perfectly live. The number of people in the live broadcast room on the Su siblings' side directly hit a new high, and after the help of netizens, the woman's husband also knew about this matter without any problems. Watching the video that the hotshot took over, that rich guy was confused. He hated to believe that the person in the video was his wife, but it was not up to him not to believe it. The woman's best friend was also found by the netizens, who were eager to help the unlucky best friend. And the boy's girlfriend, the boy was given an interview by the school as soon as he got back to school, and the girlfriend came right over and dumped him twice and broke up. The system was very enthusiastic to talk to Suanen about the progress of this melon, and the two of them, Suanen and Su Jingyan, listened with great interest. Well. Hot netizens also picked up on which place the woman and her best friend's husband were dating. The woman's husband had already rushed over there, and the man was really quite good, too, he called the police straight away. Said someone was prostituting. The woman's best friend is temporarily away, but also called her family to rush over there. That boy has now been interviewed by the school. I don't think it will end well, and the parents have been called to the school, so it's a good thing that he's been humiliated all over the internet. This kind of morally corrupt person really deserves it. The internet is also tracking the progress, with one of the bigwigs constantly swiping on the progress in the livestream. Ha. Caught in the act of adultery. Caught in the act of adultery. The police are there. This thing is really getting big. My goodness, this is too good, I want to see it on the spot. So compared to a few other people's live room is simply boring to death, or this Su family siblings live room looks good, they too are the reincarnation of the Melon King, right? The police took the man and woman away, and the woman's husband and best friend both followed the police, and I heard that it was the man who reported it directly to the police. Good job. We should have called the police to take them away. After being arrested at the police station, the woman kept saying that she was wrongly accused and that she had been drugged. Hubby. You really have to trust me, what kind of person am I you still don't know, we've been together for so long. The woman kept explaining to her rich husband, and the expression in her eyes looked pitiful, but it was really quite hard to see her with this face of makeup smudged by her tears. Other girls cry with pity, he cries like an evil spirit reincarnated. The woman's best friend directly slapped her across the face, then gritted her teeth and said, "You're still not telling the truth after all this, are you? Drugging? Who can drug you? I thought you were just screwing around, but I didn't realize you were actually screwing my husband. Thanks to me treating you as a good sister and thinking of you for anything good, but this is how you repay me, isn't it?" The woman was honest directly after being slapped. Facing her husband, he might still be able to ask for a defense, after all, she knew the man had real feelings for her. But treating this former best friend, she is really speechless. This woman stupid is quite stupid, but the means is also really ruthless. His girlfriend glared at him fiercely, then said to the man next to her, "Your wife is not a good thing. You think she just screwed this one time? She has all sorts of little lovers out there, and she goes around saying that you can't do it outside." Before also often complained with me, said let me introduce a few handsome guy to him. If you do not believe what I said, you is to search her cell phone. She has 2 WeChat. There is a WeChat is specifically to deal with you, the other WeChat is specifically to contact with those lovers gunnery friends. She is a broken shoe. She is a broken shoe, the kind that anyone can wear. This man next to him had turned red with anger, even the veins on his neck stood out. Each of these police officers in the police station is a face of melon expression. They have seen the dog blood scene cheating, but never seen cheating so powerful. Wife, it was really her who seduced me. You know what kind of person she is. I really just got carried away for a moment. I'll never dare again. This adulterer wept bitterly and repented, but whether this repentance was true or not is not known. Looking at this unimaginative woman on the ground, this rich man didn't know what kind of feelings he had in his heart anymore. He had real feelings for this woman, or he wouldn't have been able to marry her, but he didn't expect to actually end up looking at the wrong person. He thought he was being really nice to this woman, basically giving her whatever she wanted and never restricting her spending money. And what happened? It resulted in so many cuckolds. He looked viciously at the woman on the ground and said, "I'm the one who called the police, and when I said you two were prostituting yourselves, you two should have had a money deal as well." As soon as they heard this, the cops acted on it, taking their cell phones and checking them out, and there really was a money deal. The main thing is that this man is giving money to this woman, and this man was supposed to have gotten his start on the woman's stupid best friend, a softie only. It was only later that this BFF's family fell on hard times, and that's why she was bullied into it by this softie. Not long after, Rich and his BFF walked out of the police station and those two were going to be detained. The 2 men outside the door looked at each other, then went their separate ways. These 2 would have never crossed paths. The only thing that crossed paths was the woman inside. One was the woman's best friend, one was the woman's husband. And the problem is that this BFF also knew some of the things that the woman did and helped to hide it for so long. The Su siblings, who were currently sitting in the sofa listening to the system broadcast while drifting off to sleep, were directly woken up by the system. "System, wake up. It's over. That woman and the husband of that woman's best friend have been detained on suspicion of prostitution." At the moment there was also a lot of joy inside the pop-ups, and the big guy who had tracked it all down had sort of put things into perspective. Ha 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 ha, deservedly deserved. Why isn't there a hooliganism offense now like there used to be? In the old days, if there was such a thing, it would have been peanuts. Should have blown up all those lovers in that woman's cell phone. She was paying those lovers too, right? That should count as prostitution. It just depends on that degree. After all, legal things are generally not known. Photographer with the Su family siblings around is also considered to be a real grown-up insight. He also looked at the netizens of the pop-up. That wonderful degree is really absolute, simply all are Sherlock Holmes off. Su Jingyan looked at the silly sister next to her and stuffed her with a pillow. "Take a nap at noon. We'll talk about the afternoon matters in the afternoon." Others still at the beach at the moment. "No, do we really have to be on the beach all the time? Can't we just go back?" Duan Xin looked at her skin. She felt like she was going to get a tan. Duanchuan looked at the money they had left, then said, "Going back to take a taxi will cost a fare, so we can only continue to wait here yet." Chapter 68. I'm tired of seeing your abs. Scenic meals are also really expensive, with a small meat and vegetable fast food costing tens of dollars. After they ate, they were choking, so they bought drinks, which were in the tens again. There were actually cheap ones, but Duan Xin insisted on drinking the more fancy and expensive ones. This meal straight up nearly ate them 200. The others were pretty much the same, but Jiang Yan was still a little better than the others. After all, she was the one spending $500. The main thing is that these people have never suffered, said to eat fast food, but the choice of side dishes are more expensive, this meal down to not big tens of awe. I think they might as well not eat this fast food. They might as well go to a restaurant for a meal after spending so much money. Sometimes saving is the same as not saving. They really look like this. I am anxious. People Su siblings did not spend money. The 2 from Su's family are cheating. Eating in your own restaurant isn't cheating. Other people's program team have no problem with you have a problem. Capable of you also let your brother and sister to your restaurant to eat. You go to ask your brother and sister to open a restaurant. I really don't know how it is on Mr. Su's side. They should have never suffered much. $500 shouldn't be a lot for them. I'm really afraid that they will spend all the money. Duan Xin looked very worried, and Jiang Yan started to roll her eyes as soon as she saw her fake look. What's the matter? You're planning to change your target again? people Su Jingyan won't eat you. Duan Xin recoiled and tried to say back, but was stopped by Duan Xian. Ms. Jiang, you're going a bit overboard with this, Xiner is just concerned about her teammates, you're kind of overinterpreting it. Xu Jingxin also helped and said, sometimes people are what kind of people look at what kind of things as what kind of things, Ms. Jiang, for people to do things are not so sharp as better. Wei Li Dong stood next to him without saying anything, but that look was also particularly unkind. These four people looked like they were standing together against Jiang Yan. Originally, this couple was not going to join the battlefield, but who let Jiang Yan offend everyone? Looking at these four people, Jiang Yan was furious. The four of you are standing on one side now, aren't you? It's true that what kind of pot goes with what kind of cover. Now your online opinion is still hanging there. Since you dare to do something like that yourself, don't be afraid of what others say, and what I said before is also the truth. I'm going. This is a complete tearing down of the face, right? These four people are sort of forming a small group, right? Jiang Yan is quite annoying, but these four people are now, this is a bit too much. What Jiang Yan said before wasn't wrong, these four people are no good. Nope, I should say that these five people are not good things. Jiang Yan, you were looking at her poorly now, and she was really nasty when she deliberately picked a fight before. What the hell are you guys talking about? This is clearly Jiang Yan's fault, okay? Duan Xin is just concerned about her teammates, does she have to speak so harshly? Concerned about teammates? Who is a teammate with you guys? People Su family siblings don't care to be teammates with you guys. Didn't you notice that they didn't mix with other people from the beginning to the end, so I guess they already knew what they were. The Su siblings in the audience's mouths are now huffing and puffing on the couch. Suan snored as she fell headfirst into the small of her oldest brother's back. The audience is going crazy. I want to sleep on top of my abs too. I also want to sleep on top of my abs. The face value of these two siblings is truly beyond words. It's really so good looking. I don't really care about abs or not, I only care about Suan, and sleeping like this really won't drool? I also want to drool on top of those abs. This viewer concern was answered when Suan woke up. Suan. Is your mouth a funnel? Can't even pocket your saliva. Look what I'm leaking for you here. Su Jingyan looked at the piece of water stain above his stomach, that face black ah. He'd felt his stomach cool in his dreams, only to wake up to see this little bastard lying on top of his stomach drooling. Suanen dazedly wiped her mouth, then said dully, ah. I didn't drool ah? Don't you slander me. The system whispered, open your eyes and look at it and you'll know if you're drooling or not, the evidence is all right here. The audience also said, yes, 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 you didn't drool, it was your brother's abs that came out of the water on their own. This girl's mouth is really a funnel ah, the saliva flows so much now not thirsty? At this moment, Lu Siheng looked at his belly, his abs should also be okay, but it is also true that he has been negligent in exercising during this period of time, it is better to find time to exercise properly every day. Suanen also finally came to her senses, looking at the puddle of drool she had shed, she smiled a little embarrassed, then reached over to help wipe it. Su Jingyan saw that she was about to lift off her clothes and immediately reached out and pressed her down, saying with a wary face, what are you doing? Suanen looked at him with a questioning face as she held the tissue, what are you doing? I'm trying to wipe it for you. You're not embarrassed, are you? Didn't you used to be naked in the summer at home all the time, and I couldn't look? I'm tired of watching it, okay? If it wasn't for the drool, who'd care to watch it? Su Jingyan's face directly blackened, why did this person say everything to the outside? What do you mean I used to be naked a lot, I was working out at the gym okay, who is like you, saying you go to the gym to work out and end up taking snacks over to catch up on the show? As soon as he talked about it he wanted to roll his eyes, every day he said he had gained weight and told her to go work out, yet she was the one who arrived and then found a place to catnap and eat snacks and catch up on the show. Suanen reasoned and retorted, anyway, I'm tired of looking at it, drool you wipe it or not, if you don't wipe it then I don't care about you all. I'm not tired of looking at it. Lift it up and let's take a look. Sister. I'm your future sister-in-law. Show me your brother's body. Can you invite me over when your brother works out? I'm going to. Mr. Su, I'm definitely not coveting your body, I just want to go to your home gym to work out serious face. Watch the live stream of Su's father and mother. Are all kids nowadays so bold? Su's mother was really enlightened by the pop-ups. Su's father smiled dryly and said, young people, it's normal to be more open-minded. Chapter 69, Warriors who interface water with their bare hands. These two siblings were set up by the staff at the beach after their fight. When she saw the 5 people over there, Suanan's mouth opened into an O shape. Don't they all go back to their naps? Just stay here in the sun all noon? That's too harsh. They're really not afraid of getting a tan. System, all of them are cursing you in their hearts, saying that you have no empathy and don't know how to care for your friends at all. Su Ainen was amused when she heard this. How are they good enough to think that? It seems like we've never been friends. Su Jingyan don't nod in his heart. Some people's face skin is really thick. Seeing the two siblings walking over in all their glory, Xu Jingxin stiffly pulled out a smile. How did Mr. Su and Ms. Su rest at noon? She said this with quite a bit of gnashing of teeth. Su Ainen replied with particular honesty, very good. Why don't you guys go back to sleep? Look at your skin, it's directly darkened by 3 degrees. This sentence of hers was like a sharp sword plunged directly into the hearts of these 5 people. Jiang Yan immediately checked her skin and oh my god. The places where the sun didn't reach and the places where the sun did were directly layered. How did this happen? I wasn't under the parasol the whole time. Su Ainen explained especially thoughtfully, it's not that you won't get tanned under the parasol, and the ultraviolet rays on this beach are very strong, and the parasol can only block part of it. Duan Xian looked at her tan skin and didn't hold back her tears. The 2 guys were fine, the 3 women were basically on the verge of breaking down. The audience gave Su Ainen a thumbs up when they saw this scene. I finally understand what it means for a sentence to be able to kill someone. Su Ainen's sentence directly kills. Originally I didn't think they were tanned. Su Ainen stood next to them and compared them. One was glowing white, the other 3 not so much. I was going to go to the beach, but now I've been discouraged straight away. Are the UV rays at the beach really that strong? To be honest with you, the UV rays at the beach only get stronger than this, and sunscreen doesn't help at all. Physical sunscreen is better than any sunscreen. Now that the scene was chaotic, Su Ainen hid behind his oldest brother to hide his body and name. It wasn't her business, they were the ones who initiated the conversation with her, and she was telling the truth. Su Jingyan almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw her like this. Why are you hiding so far back? Are you afraid of being punched? Why aren't you afraid of being punched when you speak? Su Ainen noticed the look her oldest brother was giving her and understood the meaning in his eyes. She directly rolled her eyes. This chaotic scene eventually calmed down with the arrival of the staff. Looking at these 5 people who were a far cry from the morning, the host almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but managed to stifle it with his professional ethics. All the guests in the beach play quite happy, right? Because the afternoon sun is very big, so you can choose to indoor activities, dinner as usual or buy your own solution. I have to say that this program group is also really quite thoughtful, but also arranged for them to rest place, which variety of the program group has such a thoughtful Viewers also found the crew pretty sweet. I can't believe they even arranged a place to rest. I thought I wouldn't care about them for the day. After all, there is still some responsibility, and besides, these people are really quite stupid. What's wrong with spending a little money? $500 is completely enough for me to spend a day, okay. How do you compare with others? People eat fast food, have eaten dozens. We eat a fast food, $20 is too expensive. This $500 in their hands is really nothing. The place the crew had set up for them was a rather large lounge with nothing in it, just some chairs. Maybe it's because of this unsettled weather at the beach, but it actually rained a little in the afternoon. Duan Xian looked at the pattering drizzle outside, and then looked at Su Jingyan, who was sitting on a chair and talking softly with Su Ainen. She bit her lip, and still decided to show herself off a bit. This weather change can be so unpredictable, it puts people in a bad mood all of a sudden. She faked her way over to the window, then found herself the best angle to raise her head slightly, and opened the window to put her hand out. It's the kind of action most often done by the very literary-minded heroines of idol dramas, catching rainwater with their hands when they're feeling down, creating a very literary and sad atmosphere. All of them watched her maneuver, including the Su siblings. The system all gave her confused. She this and what is wrong? Open the window, this rainwater not paste to face. You see her bangs all to stick to the face. This face can be really big. Duan Xian's carefully tended airbangs were all stuck to her forehead, and her carefully groomed hairstyle was all wet, showing off her not-so-superior face shape. Su Ainen slightly looked at her that way, and then looked at her own oldest brother, and suddenly understood at once. Su Ainen said to the system with some excitement, I just took a look, she is definitely seducing my brother. She's been sneaking glances at my brother with these eyes. Su Jingyan. Please don't say that, I suddenly feel a bit obscure. System, I also think it's seducing your brother. I have to say that your brother is really quite popular outside. But why does this Duanqin want to show this big faceplate of his to seduce your brother? Su Jingyan. System, this left a big faceplate, right, a big faceplate, causing Su Jingyan to really look at Duan Xian's face several times. It does look pretty big, and that haircut she had before was pretty impressive. It actually flattered her face so well. Duan Xan noticed Su Jingyan looking her way several times, and she was simply about to burst with joy inside. Sure enough, Mr. Su likes literary type of girls. She's going to switch her route to go literary style. The viewers also noticed Duan Xian's exposure of you too, and her batch of face fans simply exploded. Oh my gosh. I thought it was a sweet girl ceiling. Are your ceilings that low? This big faceplate, this temperament, where are Duan Xian's fans now? This you guys still don't take off the powder. Before often boasted what sweet sister ceiling, boasted Duanqin not to go to play idol dramas really a pity, just this face to play idol dramas? This big face, this is the blessing in the eyes of the old man. Duanquan stood by the side and looked at this sister who did something stupid, that face black ah. If it wasn't for the fact that the camera was here, he really wanted to go up and curse. The couple next to them were watching the show. Xu Jingxin glanced at her husband, with a hint of incomprehension in her eyes. How do you look at a person like this? This look is not outstanding ah. Duanquan looks really good, but this sister of his without makeup is really not too type. Look at this touch of water will show the prototype. Wei Li Dong expressionless look at still immersed in their own performance of Duan Xan. This woman know what Duan Xan long although not what big beauty, but also is a small beauty, and play up to open, in bed is not to be such a woman to play it. Just as the Su family siblings were looking at Duan Xan as if they were little cuties. As if looking at Duan Xan, the system suddenly a prompt. System, someone is standing at the window upstairs. Su's siblings? So? The system said excitedly. He spat a load of spit down. Yikes. Just in time for Duan Xan to catch it. The Su siblings simultaneously turned their gaze to Duan Xan's hand. She had caught quite a bit of water on her hand already, and they didn't know if it was drool or not, but what the system said must not be wrong. Oh, that's disgusting. Chapter 70 Messy Party, Xueqian's Big Robbery. Duan Xan could clearly feel a very large pile of water fall into the palm of her hand, and the entire smile on her face stiffened. Suddenly, someone up there is talking. I'm sorry. I accidentally spit on your hand. Why are you sticking your hand outside on this rainy day? The whole room suddenly went quiet and then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, interfacing water with your bare hands, Duan Xan, I'm really convinced of you this time. Jiang Yan fell back in her chair laughing, her face red with laughter. The two of them, Xu Jingxin and Wei Li Dong, also got together and laughed quietly, but it wasn't as exaggerated. Duanquan couldn't help but laugh out, but when he thought that the person who made a fool of herself was his own sister, he stifled his smile. The audience wasn't so concerned though, they were literally on the verge of laughing their asses off. Letting you pretend to be literary, now it's good. Still really think you are a literary young woman, you slightly take a mirror to look at yourself, the big faceplate is exposed, pretending for so long sweet sister now finally exposed it. Interfacing water with her bare hands, where are all Duan Xan's fans, your sister is really a true warrior. The people upstairs have no morals, do they? They're spitting everywhere. You say the man upstairs has no morals, right? He actually apologized. You say he has morals, right, and spitting everywhere. I have to say this man upstairs is kinda conflicted. Didn't you pay attention to the Su family siblings? When the saliva fell just now, both of their pupils shook at the same time, so I guess they saw it. I realized that nothing can escape the eyes of these two siblings. What are their attributes? Ah. Above you have a problem ah. There is no moral heart ah actually spit anywhere. Duan Xin gasped directly to the head out of the beginning of the above well, she is now what the image of all disregarded, have been so also take into account what image ah. Okay, the literary young woman has turned into a shrew. The man upstairs hadn't gotten far, and when he heard someone cursing him downstairs he poked his head out to look as well. Yo! Maisie! Your big faceplate is quite festive ah, this is not you took the initiative to put your hand on the outside, who has nothing to put their hands on the rainy day to catch water ah. Suanen didn't hold back a laugh, this person up there was speaking quite funny ah. This man's voice has a kind of hangdog feeling, and also with a sense of lethargy, listening to the voice also know that this guy is a good condition. Su Jingyan frowned, feeling that this voice was a bit familiar, but couldn't recall where he had heard it before. When Duan Xin heard someone say he had a big faceplate, she inwardly trembled, then hurriedly touched her face. Suanen saw this action of hers with a disgusted face, huh, so disgusting ah, she didn't even wash her hands before touching her face. Everyone fell into silence again as soon as these words were said, and then they heard Duan Xin directly rush out with a scream. Duanquan really wanted to curse, but there was no way, he couldn't possibly ignore Duanqin, so he ran out after him. System, ha 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 ha, and an ah, I found a characteristic of yours, your speech is really good at making up. Every time something happens you are absolutely straight to the point when you speak, how come I didn't realize this trait about you before? Su Ainen said arrogantly, I call this being able to grasp the point. Su Jingyan. Then you're grasping these priorities really hard. The man upstairs also walked downstairs after seeing Duan Xin rush out. As soon as I came downstairs, I saw a familiar face. Shui Qian? Looking at the person who came down, Su Jingyan was directly speechless. Shui Qian also didn't think that the person downstairs was actually Su Jingyan, and he forgot about that Duan Xin who ran out of the room the next time. Bro, why are you here? I remember I had asked you to come to the beach together to play, and you even rejected me at that time. Shui Qian walked over with particular enthusiasm and even wanted to hug Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan took a step back in disgust, then with a swish dragged Su Ainen in front of him to block Shui Qian. Shui Qian gave a hard break. Su En. Xia Qian. No, what's wrong with you? Block with your own sister. Su's father, Su's mother and Lu Siheng in front of the screen almost exploded when they saw this scene. Look at your son, actually using his sister as a shield, he's afraid that he doesn't owe it to himself. Su's mother was already about to start picking up something to beat someone with. Su's father hurriedly stopped his wife and also started to accuse Su Jingyan, wait for him to come back and then educate him properly, don't be angry, if you are angry with your own body then it's not worth it. When Lu Siheng saw Su Jingyan's movements, he almost couldn't hold back his ability to stand up. What's wrong with him? Dragging that girl to the front to block people, isn't he afraid of that girl being taken advantage of by others? Looking at his excited cousin, Ji Yunyan raised an eyebrow. Well, was able to determine that cousin was really into that girl. The audience was also about to die of laughter when they saw that action of Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan, sister's shield. Su Ainen, face confused, was pulled over as really to laugh, she almost punched all over, fortunately the front of the man breaks in time. This man is also very handsome, the temperament is also very good, look at him and Su Daoxiao so familiar with the appearance, they should be a circle inside it. This one I know, this one is Shui Qian, also a famous young master of a powerful family, but he used to not be on good terms with Su Daoxiao, why does he seem to be on good terms now? Maybe this is the love affair between the great and the great of the gentry. I'm recording a variety program here, what are you doing here? As soon as he saw this guy Su Jingyan had a headache. Shui Qian answered helpfully before the system had a chance to answer. System, he came over for a yacht party, but there's something wrong with this yacht party, oh, there's someone messing around in it. Su Ainen and Su Jingyan caught those two words at once, messing around? The system continued, Shui Qian loves to play, so he has all kinds of friends, and just because he doesn't touch those messy things doesn't mean that his messy friends don't touch them, and this party was opened by his messy friend who pulled him over to support the scene, and those of them want to pull Shui Qian into it. The expression on Su Jingyan's face slowly became serious, then he stared dead ahead at Shui Qian. Shui Qian was looking at him so much that cold sweat was coming out. I came over to attend the party. Why are you looking at me with such eyes? I can also take you there if you want to go. Why do you feel like you were looking at a negative man with these eyes? Su Ainen was still quite heavy in her heart, but this person's sentence broke this atmosphere again. Su Jingyan resisted the urge to punch someone who looks at a negative person. Don't go to some messy party, don't blame me for not reminding you. Chapter 71 Shui Qian is designed, Su Jingyan convinced Shui Qian. A messy party? I don't think so, the people throwing this party are his best friends who he's been playing with for years. Shui Qian felt that a good friend should not harm him. Su Ainen looked at this naive look of Shui Qian, in her heart that was shaking her head straight. Su Jingyan saw her like this, simply want to open his brain to see, this person usually business time is not quite a brainwell, how do his friends so naive? This Shui family did not teach him how to get along with those friends, at least have to leave a heart. The two Su siblings were spitting in their hearts, but the audience was immersed in their face value and couldn't help themselves. Sure enough, a handsome man's friend is still a handsome man. I want to go and see what the yacht party this handsome man is talking about is like. Is it like what is written in the novels? Can you go on top of that yacht and shoot it, and also show us what this hoity-toity party is like? Director. Can you do me a favor? The director is speechless when he sees these comments. Is the party between this luxury family something he can intervene in? People are basically clearing out okay. Wei Lidong and Xu Jingxin stood to the side as transparent people. It wasn't that they didn't want to go over and climb into a relationship with Shui Qian, but they now knew that their reputation wasn't very good, and they didn't have a good relationship with the Su family siblings either. The system is now trying to search for something on top of that yacht. System, Anon, I think you guys can just call the police when this party opens, it's got everything on it, all three of the least dippable ones. Shuqian's this friend is really not very good. Shuqian's recent side of this female companion is also that friend arranged. The right is to pull Shuqian to the ditch inside to go. Shuqian this person although is more arrogant and arrogant, but the character is really very good. You if you want to help him a little bit if it is also possible. Suanen, how am I going to help him? I can't just tell him that there's something wrong with this yacht party. He'll probably think I'm the one with the brain problem. System, then can you disclose it to your brother? Your brother will surely have a little way. Your brain can't, your brother's brain can. He will surely come up with a good way. Suen. Su Jingyan. I thank you for thinking so highly of me. Suanen breathlessly said to the system, then what kind of excuse do you want me to find to convince my brother? Don't think things are so simple, okay? Shuqian and Su Jingyan chatted here for a few minutes, and not long afterward, a gorgeous woman in a swimsuit walked over. System, this woman was arranged by that friend of Shuqian's, and she is not clean. Oh, she also dabbled in some kind of messy stuff. Suanen's eyes narrowed, sizing this woman up from head to toe, not knowing if it was a psychological reason. This woman did look like she had a weak footing and her face didn't look too good. Even though she was wearing heavy makeup on her face, the dark circles under her eyes weren't covered, and most noticeably, she still had all the pinholes in her hands. Suanen's eyes lit up, then immediately tugged on his own oldest brother's sleeve, and Su Jingyan patted her hand and lowered his head to look at her. Suanen came to Su Jingyan's ear and whispered, this woman looks a bit strange, although her face is painted with very thick makeup, she looks particularly haggard. Brother, look at her arm, why is there a pinhole on it? Although the existence of this pinhole could be said to have gone to the hospital to check and draw blood, Suanen couldn't think of any other excuse to remind Su Jingyan for the time being. It was also fortunate that Su Jingyan didn't need her reminder, or else this girl's excuse wouldn't work at all. Su Jingyan looked at the woman for a moment before pulling Shuqian to the side. He cancelled the recording device on his body and wouldn't let the photographer go over to film. What's going on here? Why does it feel like the faces of the Su siblings are all a bit off? Where did Su Jingyan drag that handsome guy to? Do they have something to whisper about? Shuqian was kinda weirded out when he saw these movements. What are you doing, making it so secretive? Su Jingyan said directly, that woman beside you has problems. I think she should have gotten her hands on something she shouldn't have gotten her hands on. Shuqian subconsciously retorted, impossible, Qingqing has been by my side for a month now, it's impossible for her to have done such a thing. Looking at this little cutie. Su Jingyan didn't want to theorize more with him and directly said, you weren't with her 24 hours a day, right, so why do you think it's impossible for her to do such a thing? To tell you the truth, I received some information so I know some insider information. There is a big problem with this yacht party, and that friend of yours is not a serious friend, this woman is the one he arranged to be by your side. Shuqian wanted to say something, but Su Jingyan directly interrupted him, think carefully, do you think I might cheat you? You know clearly what kind of person I am. That female companion of yours had a haggard face and wobbly feet and pinholes in her arms, how did she tell you about the pinholes in her hands? Shuqian paused for a moment and then said, I asked her, and she said that she hadn't been feeling well lately so she went to the hospital for a blood test. Su Jingyan didn't need to think about it to know that he would use such an excuse. Shuqian, it's really not that I'm talking about you, you're really being raised by your family to be too naive, you're playing outside every day surrounded by what are some of your friends, don't you know? In terms of business you may have a bit of talent, but this eating and drinking you're really just a part of being punked by others, those friends of yours who are good are also bad, I don't believe you can't tell the difference. Anyway, I've said what I need to say, if you believe me then go straight to the police later, I can tell you for sure that there will definitely be a windfall, if you don't believe me then I don't care about you. After saying that, Su Jingyan walked away, leaving him alone to think and ponder. Suanen and the system heard what they said clearly. Suanen was all confused, how did my brother know that there was a problem on the yacht, where did he get the information from? The system was silent for a moment, maybe your brother has another means, after all, your brother is also the big villain in the whole text. How could the system guess that it was its own system that was leaking? After all, it had never thought it was possible either. Suanen was also convinced by the system, in her mind her old brother was indeed very powerful, except for the fact that he couldn't go to heaven or earth without breaking the law and committing crimes, he was basically omnipotent. Shuqian left with the woman in no time, and looked at Su Jingyan as he left. Su Jingyan nodded at him, and Shuqian's eyes were deep and he also nodded slightly. Otherwise so seeing them exchange like this the more curious they became about what they had just said. Why do I feel like there's a secret between these two dudes? These two eyes of theirs are particularly meaningful. I guess it's a trade secret, I ran into each other here so I talked business for a while. I should, but it feels like the aura on that handsome guy just now sunk in all of a sudden, and he feels even more attractive. Chapter 72. Is this a movie? How so exciting? Brother, what did you guys just talk about? Suanen deliberately walked over to inquire. Su Jingyan pushed her head away. Kids don't pry. The Duan family siblings also returned an hour after running out, and Duan Xian's image was even uglier than it had just been. The makeup on her face was also blown out, her hair was also one by one, and all the makeup that was carefully done before was now gone. Now her fans can't blow any more sweet ceilings, and she's run off a huge wave of face fans. How does this look good enough to brag about yourself? I feel like just going to a random college and finding a girl to dress up to be able to compare her to. What's wrong with people having capital to back them up? They had a pretty good reputation before they joined this program, and then they didn't expect to fall apart like this in only the first installment of the program. That means these people can only be viewed from afar, a little bit of knowledge about them to know what kind of people they are. Even if they do not come to participate in this program, their persona will sooner or later collapse. Duan Xian sat next to her with a cold face, no longer the sweet look she had before. Jiang Yan looked at her looks and silently rolled her eyes. Someone just like this actually wanted to compete with her. This is thinking about fart eating. The system suddenly started broadcasting, attention attention, that yacht party is starting, all the guests are starting to upload. Su family siblings' attention, you were pulled back at once. Suanen even directly stood up. Brother, why don't we go outside and take a walk? It's not raining now. Go outside and eat your melon. It's too boring to sit inside. Suanen really didn't want to sit in this at all anymore. These people were not interesting at all. Okay, so go out and have a look around, but don't you dare wander off. Seeing that the siblings were going out, the others stood up as well. Why don't we all go outside for a stroll? It's no fun sitting here. Xu Jingxin took the initiative to propose, why don't we go and have a look at that yacht? Although we can't go in and record it, but it will also allow everyone to see how a yacht is like. I haven't seen this private yacht yet either. They've shot posters on top of yachts as celebrities, and those were rented, and the luxury certainly wasn't as good as a private one. And a quick trip to the beach over by the yacht might even provide a bit of opportunity. After all the people who came to these parties were rich kids, so maybe they'd be able to climb on board with one or two of them. Go and have a look at the yacht. Just so we can all see what a private yacht looks like, it's best to get up there and take a look. The status of the Su siblings and Tangjie should be able to attend a party like this, right? Tangjie isn't here right now, so can you let the Su siblings show us around? How big your face? I'll let others take you to see. Such a party are invited. Do you let others have the cheek to take you to see it? I just propose you so excited. Why? Insulted your master is it? Really, some people when the dog when long really do not want to be a person. Mouth put what farted. People said originally right. Even if you want to go on the yacht to see that, also have to program team to coordinate, but also let the guests to do such a thing. You how big face not moving, so you are the master. Your master is who There are some people who are really self-centered and they spout all kinds of nonsense when their demands are not met. Walking over to the yacht, I did see a lot of handsome men and women, each one dressed very brightly. Suanen saw Xue Qian in the crowd at a glance. Everyone was in a swimsuit, but he was in a suit which was out of place with everyone else. Suanen was a bit speechless inside. System, why is he wearing a suit? This kind of yacht party shouldn't be wearing a swimsuit. He made it look like he came to participate in a business negotiation. The corner of Su Jingyan's mouth also twitched when he saw Xue Qian in that state, completely at a loss as to what to say. This guy has a real problem with his brain, doesn't he? Is he afraid of not knowing that people know he is special? The audience is about to go crazy with laughter at the sight of the man in the suit on the yacht. This is the handsome man just now. Handsome, why wearing a suit? I see others are all a swimsuit. Why not let us see his abs? It feels like he's out of place in that atmosphere. It looks weird, but it's really funny, ha ha ha. Xue Qian was really nervous up there at the moment. He had contacted the police in advance. Nothing was more important than his own safety. The most important thing was that the police actually had some clues, and even if Xue Qian didn't take the initiative to report to the police, this yacht would have been taken to the cleaners. If he didn't take the initiative to call the police, then he would definitely have to go to the police station to walk around and maybe even get tired of being a Marie. After all, he was friends with the owner of this yacht party, and everyone would basically suspect that he must have dabbled in some contraption to know a thing as well. But his initiative to call the police was of a different nature, so the police let him continue the party as if nothing had happened. Xue Qian is really in tears now. Had he known that, he wouldn't be so greedy. When the system told Suanen these things, Suanen was already at a loss for words. To say unlucky this person is really unlucky, but his luck is also really good. If they did not meet them, this person is afraid that really planted. Mr. Xue, do you want to change into a swimsuit and have some fun with us? It's pretty hot here in this suit, isn't it? A beautiful woman shapely walked over and threw a wink at Xue Qian. Shui Qian inclined his head. Without you, this woman, if it was before, Shui Qian would definitely not be so indifferent to beautiful women, but the situation is different now. Hell knows how many of the people on the yacht were sane, and they're prone to have diseases on the people who dabble in this stuff. The Su siblings directly moved a chair and sat down to watch, and the others followed suit, directly below as if they were on vacation. Look at the two siblings who are comfortable underneath, Shui Qian. I can't believe you two are lying down so comfortably. The police will be here soon. They'll take you all in. In the future, he will never be so playful again. In the future, he will work well, never get together with these women again. These fox friends also have to cut ties with them. Su Ainen took a sip of juice and sighed comfortably. The others had no idea what the siblings were doing sitting here and just followed them as they sat and rested anyway. It wasn't long before the police car came by, and the few clueless people underneath were stunned as they watched the fully armed police board the yacht. What the hell is going on here? Why are there even police coming? Audience members, I'm going. Is this a movie? The Su siblings simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the police coming. System, you police also came quite fast, much faster than I thought. Don't worry, those people have just taken out the things. It just so happens that the things they took out can be used as evidence. Chapter 73 Flip-flopping impression of Jiang Yan. Under the camera, there was a real mess on top of the yacht. The women's screams, the men scrambling to get dressed, all caught on camera. Su Ainen shook her head and said, "Why bother, isn't it good to live a good life?" Su Jingyan slapped her on the back of her head. "Don't talk nonsense, if you want to watch the show quietly." Hee, listening to Su Ainen's words, it seems like the siblings know something about something. They definitely know something, otherwise how could they have so coincidentally moved their chairs over to watch the show? So that yacht above in the end is what happened, otherwise also out of so many police, I saw the police also took weapons. Suddenly there are some circles inside that are really hard. The police came down escorting one person after another, all except Shui Qian. The policeman was also confused when he saw these few people watching the show below, but after Shui Qian said something to him, he nodded, then walked over to the Su family siblings. "Mr. Su, Miss Su, there's something we need to ask you now, please come with us to the police station." Su's siblings? No, we're just here to watch the show. Su Jingyan glanced at Shui Qian, who gave him an innocent smile. Su Jingyan. You're sisters. I helped you out and this is how you treat me, right? A few people in the back were also confused. Why did the police take the Su family siblings away? Did the two of them get involved in this matter? What's going on? How come I can't understand a thing now? So what exactly is the role of the Su siblings in this incident, and are they really here for the show? Didn't I say they were here to eat melon? Maybe this time they're eating a bigger melon. I'm inclined to, so they called the police over. I don't think it's possible. Don't they all not have cell phones at this time of the day? Wait until the evening when they get off work to send them cell phones off. There was a lot of talk in the audience but ultimately no discussion. At home, Su father Su mother is now panicked, how the police will suddenly call the two of them away. This in the end what happened. Lu Siheng's side is also starting to investigate. The results from his side came out very quickly, and he continued to watch with peace of mind when he knew that the Su family siblings would not be harmed in any way. Ji Yunyang didn't even know what to say when he looked at his own cousin with this worried look. Now I watch this variety show every day at work and I don't know what's so great about it. Although he made this variety show, it was nothing like what he imagined. He imagined a slow-paced, slow-living, life-travel variety show. And as a result now? It's a mess, and the people inside the variety show are a mess, and if you're not paying attention a little bit, there's going to be some kind of big melon. Now all kinds of paparazzi are ambushed at the shooting site. No matter how to drive away, everyone wants to capture the first-hand news. The Su siblings go to the police station. This can't be filmed, so everyone focuses on the others. Xu Jingxin and Wei Lidong were playing volleyball on top of the beach. The two Duan family siblings were chatting in whispers, and Jiang Yan was looking at the sea in a daze. Just looking at the atmosphere between them like that seemed to be fine, so that was the only way to look at it. It can't really be that something happened to Mr. Su and the others. I heard that those who do business will always have things that are not in the open. Duan Xan said words with a worried face, but not really worried that is not known. Jiang Yan directly rolled her eyes when she heard this. So you're trying to say that the Su family committed a crime and that's why the two of them were taken away by the police, right? If you have something to say, just say it straight. What's the point of turning so many corners? Duan Xan said sadly when she heard this. How can you misinterpret me like that? I'm worried about them. Misinterpreting you, meh, and really thinking everyone has no brains. The nature has been exposed, still here to pretend. Exposed, still here to pretend. What pretend? Jiang Yan didn't even want to pretend now. If she hadn't been exposed, she could have pretended to be virtuous in front of the camera and pretended to be considerate and generous then, but it wasn't necessary now. The viewers are now slowly becoming a lot more enamored by Jiang Yan. After all, she's really real now, disliking people when she wants to dislike them and cursing them when she wants to curse them. Viewers especially enjoyed watching her scold Duan Xian, and the little white lotus had to be cured by someone. Jiang Yan disliked Duan Xian and looked really good. Duan Xian said that words ghosts know what it means, is not trying to lead everyone to some bad place to think, also really think we before the audience is stupid. In the past, he had a pretty good reputation online and people didn't know what kind of person she was, that's why it was easy for her to be guided by her tribe, but not now that she's using this method. I am now genuinely questioning why I fell for someone like this before. Was it a drop? Don't talk about yourself like that. There were quite a few people who were confused by the siblings before, but just recognize these two now. Ji Yunyang was quite surprised when he saw these screens. He didn't expect that there were actually so many people helping Jiang Yan right now. Moreover, Jiang Yan's current appearance was completely different from the appearance he had known before. In short, it was much more real now, and much better than before. You said it would have been better if she had started out being so truthful and not having so many crooked thoughts, Ji Yunyang lamented. Lu Siheng, come on, isn't it that kind of pure little white flower type that you like? If she was as real before as she is now, then you definitely wouldn't have looked at her. Ji Yunyan. Don't poke me so much, okay? Let me feel a little bit of emotion, can't you? When the Su siblings arrived at the police station and told everything they knew, Su Jingyan found a very perfect excuse. Anyway, things are so messed up inside this hoi polloi that you can just find a random thing to be able to stick it to, and those people did show their hand before. Su Ainen watched her own oldest brother talk eloquently, and she obediently acted as a mascot on the side. Shui Qian sat next to him that was really dumbfounded. This Su Jingyan was too powerful, right? Based on that little trace he was able to know that these people were doing bad things. He should not go into business. He should go to be a criminal investigation police. The policeman also admired Su Jingyan very much and had this idea. But he was the heir of a big conglomerate, how could he not come to be this police officer, so he could only think about it in his mind. When the three of them came out of the police station, Su Ainen was especially happy to give a thumbs up for her own oldest brother, and her mouth was still praising, brother. You're really too good. She really thought that Su Jingyan had found some clues before, after all, who knew that Su Jingyan could read her heart? Shui Qian was now also convinced of Su Jingyan. In the past, my parents always said that I couldn't compare to you, but I was always unconvinced, now I'm sort of convinced. Su Ainen jerked her old sister's dog head, then said to Shui Qian, see if you dare to mess around with these people in the future, you're the only one in your family, if something happens to you what do you let your parents do? Anyway, think it over yourself, don't make such a mess of your private life, in case you really catch a disease see who you cry to. Shui Qian had finally received some lessons this time, and he felt that he was really afraid of attending such parties in the future. Chapter 74 Eating a Big Melon on the Street, Scum spends his girlfriend's money on other relationships. This afternoon went by extremely wonderfully. Su Jingyan finally had to go and take Su Ainen to the snack street to eat snacks, and the others also followed behind without knowing what was going on. System, why are they all following you too? Your relationship with them shouldn't be that good, right? Su Ainen glanced at the 5 people following behind her. The legs are on them, they can follow if they want to. Su Jingyan also didn't care about the 5 people following behind him. His eyes looked at the stalls on both sides of this completely not knowing what to eat. What do you want to eat? If you want to eat something, go get it yourself, here's $300. Su Jingyan was particularly sharp and gave Su Ainen $300. Su Ainen looked at the 3 red tickets and her eyes lit up at once, then she took the $300 and went into the milk tea store next to her. Boss! Give me milk tea with full ingredients. Anything and everything. Milk tea by the bucketful. Listening to the voice inside, Su Jingyan suddenly regretted giving her so much money. The 5 people in the back were dumbfounded when they saw Su Ainen's maneuver. Can she finish a bucket of milk tea? Not really. Did not expect. Su Ainen turned her head and went into the milk tea store. See Su Jingyan, this expression is really good to laugh. It's the first time I've seen the word regret so clearly on a person's face. Su Jingyan regrets giving that $300 to Su Ainen, I guess. These 2 siblings are really serious about being funny, and while they may not realize they're being funny, what they're doing is really funny. A moment later Su Ainen came out with a bucket of milk tea, and the expression on her face was still particularly proud. Brother! Shall I pour you some? Su Jingyan looked at her hand that was holding the milk tea tightly, and said breathlessly, then why don't you let go of your hand? How am I supposed to drink it when you're holding it so tightly? System, ha 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 ha, let you pretend to be generous. If you don't want to give up, you don't want to give up. Audience, ha 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 ha, this tightly held hands can let go a little bit, no one will steal your milk tea. The 5 people in the back also gulped when they looked at the milk tea. They had really spent the day being stingy because they wanted to save money. Even by car over the 5 of them are carpooling over, even if it is carpooling also spent a few dozen. Duan Xin couldn't take it anymore, I'm going to buy milk tea. All of them were seduced, but drinking iced milk tea on a hot day is really refreshing. By the time the 5 of them came out, the Su siblings had already gone who knows where. System, go, go, go. There's a big melon up ahead. Su Ainen pulled Su Jingyan and ran furiously all the way, while the photographer behind him chased furiously with his camera on his shoulder. No, what's wrong with these 2 siblings again? Why are they suddenly running so fast? They ran so fast the audience thought something had happened, and their hearts were made nervous by them. What's wrong? Why are you running so fast all of a sudden? Did something happen? It's making me a little nervous. Did the 2 of them come to this variety show without the family's knowledge, so the family's bodyguards are now arresting them? The upstairs, you are idle watching too much, right? How can you hide from the family to participate in this variety show? If you hide from the family, then it is estimated that just the official announcement of the time will be blocked back by the family. You this junior. As a junior and still so proud, I really is the first time to see you so shameless, in a crowd surrounded by a place, a girl wearing a red dress directly slap in the face of the girl wearing a yellow dress, next to a wear glasses male growth is quite gentleman, but stood by the side do not even dare to move. Su Ainen pulled Su Jingyan and squeezed him hard to the front, and Su Jingyan was also curious about what was happening. The audience also got excited all of a sudden, another eating scene Quickly push to the front, quickly push to the front. Let me see what's going on. I knew I was always right to follow the siblings, who always show up at various eating venues. Su Anan's eyes are too sharp, right, from so far away are able to see this side of the crowd. It is true that where the crowd is surrounded there must be melon to eat. The system started to do a detailed explanation. Let me explain it to you. It's the boy with glasses who brought this girl in a yellow dress to the snack street to eat, and then ran into another girl. The girl in the red dress is the real girlfriend of this guy with glasses, and the one in the yellow dress is the mistress, and this scumbag guy was hanging out with the mistress just in time for the real girlfriend to see him. Su's siblings, oh exciting yeah. Su Ainen excitedly asked the system for a follow-up, then what, it can't be that simple. System, of course it can't be as simple as that, this boy's family is not very good, so no matter what his tuition, living expenses, food and clothing or his girlfriend is responsible for, this soft rice man not only don't know how to be grateful, actually cheated on his wife. Su Jingyan looked at that boy with disgust, looking like a wimp. This girl in red skirt vision is really not good at all. You eat my food and use my actually have the nerve to spend my money to support a mistress. How dare you? The red skirted child's face was red with anger, and looking at the way she was dressed, she wasn't a rich girl. After all, she didn't have a single very expensive thing on her either. The boy with glasses stood next to him, still not daring to say a word, coming to turn his eyes for help to the girl in the yellow dress next to him. The girl in the yellow dress had a pitiful look on her face, looking as if she had been wronged. This sister is really sorry, but Shin and I love each other with all our hearts, will you fulfill us? With that said, she actually tried to get on her knees and the red dress girl kicked her over. Suan applauded from the sidelines, nice kick. Su Jingyan widened his eyes and hurriedly pressed her hand. Why watching the play on the play actually also applauded. You are afraid that the fire does not burn to their own body it. Ha 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 ha, having such a sister is such a worry. Su Jingyan just had a pupil earthquake. The way Su Jingyan's hands were scrambling just now was really funny, it looked like he was really flustered. The girl in the red dress is so handsome. This kick really hit my heart. I should have kicked that mistress to death. Why do I always feel like I've seen this junior's look and temperament somewhere, but I can't remember where I've seen it. This is still to think about. This appearance is actually not the appearance that Duan Xin usually shows, as well as the previous Jiang Yen. The red skirt girl looked at this pair of scummy men and women is really angry and laughed. Let me fulfill you guys, is it? Okay, your whole life is his money to buy it, right? His money is all I gave him, you return the money to me. As for you, looking at the boy with glasses, the girl in the red dress kicked him directly in the knee. I pity you heartily, that's how you treat me, isn't it? You two are genuinely in love. I'm the one who was the big wrongdoer, right? I've spent a lot of money on you these 3 years. Tuition, living expenses, your family's mom's sick medical bills are all paid by me. I don't want more. $100,000. $100,000 I'll make you all whole. TSK, even family members' sick medical expenses have to be paid. How this man is good enough to cheat. Chapter 75, Junior Scumbag Returns Money. You can't cheat me out of my money even if you cheat me out of my feelings. The crowd of onlookers next to him looked at the man with disgust as well. Cheating is never forgivable, especially a man who spends his girlfriend's money and still cheats on her is even more unforgivable. Seeing this scene, the system said with emotion, last time we saw a soft man too, right, and this time it's another soft man, what's wrong with all the men? Su Jingyan. What do you mean what's wrong with all men? We men don't take the blame. These men are just exceptions to the rule. It's really these few rat turds that are spoiling the pot. Suanen, it's not like all men are bad, look at my brother, isn't he a good one, even though he's a bit venomous, but in terms of character and morals there's really nothing to say. For this characteristic of his own old brother, Suanen was actually quite proud of it. Most of the people in this circle play quite openly, and some even have no moral heart, and it's not unheard of for them to break the law. Her brother more or less dealt with some people, after all, it was business, and some of them were too embarrassed to shirk. But even so his brother is still out of the mud, and that's something to brag about, okay? System, yes, your brother is the best, your brother is out of the mud, that Lu Siheng is not bad either, he is similar to your brother when it comes to male-female relationships. Lu Siheng? Without talking about Lu Siheng, Suan almost forgot that there was such a person. Suanen was quite curious about Lu Siheng's private life, is he really as unattached to women as my brother? Sure it's not a physical problem? Su Jingyan immediately pricked up his ears and listened. System, didn't I tell you before, people's bodies are good, and all kinds of configurations are standard male lead configurations. If he hadn't died, Ji Yunyan wouldn't have been able to be the male lead at all. As long as he doesn't die after 2 years, then he is definitely going to be an existence that everyone looks up to, although now he is also looked up to by everyone, but after all, he is still young, and there are some people who still always lean on the old by virtue of their seniority and generation. They were over here chatting about Lu Siheng, and over there the melon that caught the adulterer was about to fall. The guy agreed to pay the money and talked to the mistress about how to pay it back. Junior's face changed as soon as she heard that she had to pay back the money, and she bit the man back. You were the one who told me you didn't have a girlfriend in the first place, and you spent all the money on me of your own free will, so why should I have to pay it back with you? Junior now completely lacked that pitiful look, and the white lotus flower had directly turned into a cannibal flower. The man looked at the little white flower he had been carrying for directly changed his appearance. The whole person was shocked. I began to say to you that I do not have a girlfriend, but then we two together after I confessed to you, spend money to buy things for you is not also what you asked for. Little white flower sneered and said, what's wrong with you spending some money on me with you, I'm not going to pay this back with you anyway. This little white flower had just been asking that girl to fulfill her and that man, but as a result, now that money was involved she directly revealed her prototype. The idea of the small white flower is actually very simple. If that girl directly break up, then she and this man is not a loss. After all, in that girl body gathers a lot of wool. But the problem is that the girl is not stupid. Directly ask them to pay back the money, then this is the same as to spend on her before all the money back has eaten how can spit out, so she is not afraid to tear her face. Those 5 people in the back squeezed in when they saw this scene. The expression on their faces didn't know what to say. The drama in the middle of this is quite wonderful, but it's always easy for them to associate it with themselves. After all, it's not like they haven't been cheaters before, and morals are the least valuable thing in show business. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. How can there be such a shameless woman? Do the third party also do so justified? Heh, it seems that this mistress exposed her nature. My fists are hard, how she is good. That man is no good and that mistress is even worse. I'll make them return all the money they spent on them. Toughen up, either they don't want to pay back the money then call the police. Spending so much money on them, this can be considered fraud, right? If you call the police, this degree is not too good to grasp, but it should also be considered fraud. After all, this amount is quite large. This pair of scummy little 3 directly to the street quarrel, completely without the look of love just a moment ago. The girl just hold arms coldly looking at them. Noisy, no matter how you quarrel, this money must give me back, if not then don't blame me for the police. Both of you are scamming me out of money, and this amount is more than $100,000. $100,000 is what I've streamlined for you. Suanen suddenly started shouting, pay back the money, pay back the money. Junior slag man, pay back the money. Su Jingyan. You're messing things up for me again. With Suanen taking the lead, most of the crowd of onlookers shouted. Mostly, I'm angry just looking at the scene, and it's easy to bring it to yourself. You think about your relationship, the other party all rely on you to support him, also use your money to support a mistress. Just think about it, are going to be angry, okay? Pay back. Pay back the money. Pay back the money. Junior scumbag, pay back the money. If you don't, I'll call the police. Two swindlers. Cheating people's feelings and also cheating people's money. Hurry up and return the money. The pop-ups in the livestream also started to brush up, filling the screen with paybacks. Little ancestor, you give me a break, okay? Just watch the show and don't talk too much, okay? This person is really not afraid of offending people to be put in a sack, is it? Su Jingyan, there are times when he really wants to beat up this cheap sister. Suanen, I'm not at fault because it's this scumbag junior's fault for actually cheating money. Cheat my feelings cannot even cheat my money. Su Jingyan. What does it mean to cheat your feelings cannot even cheat your money? The audience was very much on board with this statement. That's it, I'd rather be cheated out of my feelings than cheated out of my money. Money is my life. I will fight with him as long as he dares to cheat me out of my money. I'll just play with my feelings, I'll cry if I'm cheated of my feelings, but I'll jump if I'm cheated of my money. People are so realistic nowadays, you can't do anything without money. I can't imagine that Miss Su actually thinks the same way as we do. I thought that this young lady doesn't value money much. After all, she should have never lacked money since she was a child. Jiang Yan retreated silently as she looked at the excited crowd, and she began to think about her own way back again. Now she had thought a lot more clearly. Marrying Lu Siheng was indeed attractive, but the path was not so good. Su Ainen's words were indeed not wrong. Feelings which money is important. She had to find a way to get more money. Chapter 76, Duan Xian's gold masters abandoned her. This matter finally ended with the scumbag mistress willing to pay back the money, but they could not get so much money at once, so they made an IOU. There's no fear of them denying it in the presence of so many people. They're here eating melon soundly, and Tang in the hospital is still lying in bed wailing non-stop. Although the doctor said it was nothing and that it would be fine if he rested for a while, it was really embarrassing to be hurt in this place. Moreover, he was now eager to join the recording of the variety show earlier, and one less day of recording would mean one less day of spending time with Su Jingyan. I don't know how Jiang Yan's progress is going, letting her come over to get close to Su Ainen, but she ends up hooking up with that Duan Xian every day. Can I be a part of the recording tomorrow? I don't feel like I have anything going on right now. Tangja didn't know how many times he had asked this question when the doctor came over to check on him. He really disliked hospitals. The doctor examined him and then said, "It looks like the swelling has gone down, so rest for 2 more days, and if there's nothing else going on after 2 days, you can be discharged." 2 days to wait, 2 more days. Tangja really wanted to curse. If those 2 women hadn't gotten in his face, how could he have gotten hurt in this place? How could he have stayed in the hospital for so long? 2 more days to waste, and 2 days is enough time for him to cultivate his feelings. This day is really comfortable. Melon eating day is so enjoyable. Lying on the bed, Su Ainen happily lamented, but there aren't any big melons in these days, so hurry up and find a few big melons for me to eat for once. System, how can there be a big melon every day? And you are here to record the variety show to see just a few people, just a few melons. Suan, so can't you tell me about other people's songs, than the ones around my parents? System, can be, but you know melon and what can be done, cannot see people eat melon, of course have to eat face to face to have fun. Suan, saying the same thing. This period of recording viewers followed the Su family siblings throughout the light. The 2 of them is simply what place lively where they go, every day either with those grandpa and grandma mingled together, or 2 people sitting together to fight, anyway, and the other guests are really half of the intersection is not. It could be that these guys have also learned their lesson and don't come over looking for things on their own accord. 2 days later Tangja also came back without any problems, just walking in a somewhat strange posture. When he saw the Su family siblings he even gave a very kind smile, and had wanted to greet Su Jingyan, but Su Jingyan directly pulled Su Ainen away. Su Ainen looked at Tangja that way and couldn't help but ask the system, are his key parts really okay? I can see that he's almost walking in an inside-out position. Su Jingyan slightly twisted his head to look at Tangja. It was the walking posture that was a bit strange. System, it's nothing too big, it's just that it's not recovering well yet. After all, things are swollen from the kicks. He should be in such a hurry to come back for the sake of your brother. After all, a big purpose for him to participate in this variety show is to get close to your brother. You have to keep an eye on your brother. Su Ainen glanced at Su Jingyan's ass and said with certainty, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on my brother, and Tangja doesn't have that kind of ability right now. Su Jingyan watched as Su Ainen glanced at his ass, which subconsciously clamped down. Where is this girl's eyes looking? Who needs her to look? She's thankful if she can take care of herself. What do you mean laying down doesn't have the ability to do that anymore, even if he's okay with that thing that's not going to get close to him? Su Jingyan's head was filling up with anger. This girl was really reckless after having the system. The viewers were quite welcoming to see Tangja come back, not to mention the other things, Tang was indeed a big handsome man by looking at his face. Finally, I'm back. Nothing happened to that injury, right? It's all coming back to record should be no problem, but looking at its color it still seems to be a little bit not quite right. If you really can't do it, you'd better go to the hospital and lie down. Yes, the color is so bad and hurt in that place shouldn't have any after effects in the future. Tang doesn't seem to have a wife or a girlfriend yet, so if there's a problem, how will he pass it on to the next generation? The viewers were particularly concerned about Tang's body, whether they were curious or eating melons or worried, they were concerned about Tang's key parts anyway. After all, in their opinion it would really be a shame if something really went wrong with such a big handsome guy. Jiang Yan was still quite worried in her heart when she saw Tang come back. Is your body alright? I really didn't mean it. Looking at Jiang Yan's worried face, Tang stiffly pulled out a smile for once. There's nothing major, don't worry. Duanqin was also relieved to hear this. After all, it was a high roller. If something really went wrong, then who else would she seduce? There weren't many days to go next, and the two Suanen and Su Jingyan remained far away from them until this episode was off the air. A good travel variety show has been turned into a melon-eating variety show by them, and the key is that the viewers are still eating quite happily. And it actually broke a few big stories and showed these guests their true colors. The four people, Wei Lidong couple and the Duan family siblings, might not go so well in the entertainment industry in the future. While others participated finally to consolidate their popularity, they took the opposite path. Brother, what should we do in the future? Look at these comments on the internet. Our reputation shouldn't be bad in the future, right? Duan Xin was furious when he got home. Duan Shen looked at those messy news on the internet. His face was so black that it was about to drip ink. Spend some money to take down all these news. Didn't you climb up to a few big bosses before? Let's see if we can find their connections to do us a favor. Duan Xion's face became even more unsightly as soon as he said this. I can't contact those big bosses anymore. They have new people around them. Ever since her original face was exposed on top of the variety show, those big bosses had withdrawn their olive branches, and she was now truly in an isolated situation. Before, I was able to rely on my sweet appearance, but it turns out that the sweet appearance is all fake. It's all made up by makeup and styling. Now she's a joke inside the circle. Even the fans have run away quite a bit. Brother, can we quit that variety show? I don't want to shoot it, no matter if it's Tang or Su Jingyan, they're all wood, I can't even seduce them. Duan Xian was really about to cry these days. She had thought that she would be able to use her charm when Tang came back, but it turned out that Tang was even more indifferent than before. Su Jingyan even couldn't even touch him. Chapter 77 Father Su, I don't want to go to work, can you bring your work to the program to deal with by the way? The Duan family siblings were now at a dead end, and Xu Jingxin was actually about the same. She was interviewed by the company after she went back after the end of this episode. It's not like the company didn't know about the things she did, it's just that she is a big senior in the entertainment industry and has a good reputation, so the company turned a blind eye to his things. And most of it is just you and me, and the company doesn't want to get involved in private matters that you and me would like to be involved in. You guys can't just leave me alone. I've signed with the company for so long, the company has made so much money. Now you want to give up on me when something happens to me? No way. Xu Jingxin looked at the agent and the company boss who had painstakingly persuaded her, and directly sensed their intentions. Broker, now heart is also a belly of fire. I have long said to you before, you like to play no matter, but you also have to pay attention to the proportion. In the program above you dare to mess, you are in self-destruction of the company, there is no way out. Obviously when Xu Jingxin just entered the entertainment industry before, she was not at all like this now, but after she became red she slowly changed and became less and less like the older. Mirror heart, I've been good enough for you all these years, right? The company's been good enough for you too. We don't know how many times we've wiped your ass. Do you still know what you used to be like? I guess you've long since forgotten about it. At first you were a hit, we were all very happy that you realized your dream, but then what happened? You were held up higher and higher, you people were getting more and more adrift, and you couldn't listen to anyone's words. The good reputation you had in the circle before was all because we helped you market it, and those messy things you did were also because we helped you deal with them, and this matter has already caused a great impact on the internet, and the company doesn't know what to do. The agent is really tempted to give up on her. Taking on such an artist is literally aging her by 10 years. Speak nothing to listen to the words, bring also cannot bring, although mixed into the entertainment industry seniors, but so what? The beauty of the entertainment circle is renewed and iterative. This is an era of no shortage of beauty at all, and Xu Jingxin age slowly went up, those young and beautiful starlets, then that is certainly not compared to. The old boss just sat next to him and never said anything. He had already finished what he had to say, and he thought that he was already very attached to Xu Jingxin. Looking at the agent and the old boss in front of her, Xu Jingxin was really feeling a bit flustered. It's not like they've really given up on her. She is supposed to be in an awkward period right now, acting with young fresh meat viewers hate her for being old, but she's not willing to play the mom generation. I know I'm wrong, I really already know I'm wrong, you guys just give me one more chance into it, I'll never mess around again, and I'll definitely obediently listen to you guys from now on. Xu Jingxin also deleted all those lovers and gunners inside the cell phone address book in front of them, and then said in a sharp tone, look, I'm deleting all of them now, and I'll never contact them again. Will you guys just help me this once? If you don't, then I'm really screwed. Originally, when things had just happened, he thought it would sink in after a few days, but he didn't expect things to get hotter and hotter in the last few days. There were even a few people who had so little to do with her all drilled down and all added to the fire. Wei Li Dong, that man is not useful at all. After marrying him, he not only cannot help a little help but also always drag her back. Obviously he wasn't honest on the show either and was outed on the show, but why is he beautifully invisible now? Looking at the haggard-looking Xu Jingxin in front of him, the agent sighed, be quiet for a while, you don't have to participate in that thing for now, I've already spoken to the program group over there. Anyway, you and those people are all you and I, and you don't respond to what's going on online for now, the netizens, they can curse as much as they want, when this period of time passes, it'll be fine. In the internet age, news changes very fast, maybe in a month or two this thing will slowly be remembered by no one, and then there will be new news to cover all of this. The main thing now is that Xu Jingxin should appear less in the public eye during this period of time, and must not let the netizens think about this matter of hers. What the agent said is quite reasonable, but Xu Jingxin is really unwilling. What about Wei Li Dong? He wasn't much better on the show, so why isn't anything happening to him at all? The Duan family siblings were also affected quite a bit, so why was Wei Li Dong the only one among the four of them who wasn't affected at all? He's a man, and this whole thing is at best a flirtatious scandal to him, and it's not like anyone saw it for real, it's just coming out of someone else's mouth. The two of you and Duanshuan were actually seen and filmed, this is of a different nature. Without being seen, he could have said someone else was babbling, someone else could have said someone else was lying, but you have all the evidence on this one. Anyway, just be honest with me for a while, stay home and rest for a while, or go on a trip, anyway, just don't show up online. While the people over here are in turmoil, the Su siblings inside their home are living comfortably. Su Jingyan and Su Ainan received a warm welcome from their parents as soon as they returned, and it was true that children were always practiced outside, and the first day home was the most popular. You weren't bullied outside, right? I saw some people inside the variety show always targeting you guys fought back well. Su mother educating her children is not the kind of education that goes against the grain, when it's time to fight back is when you must fight back. Su Ainan said comfortably as she ate her potato chips, there were a few people who provoked us at first, but there were none behind them, they didn't dare to mess with us. System, eat that tomato-flavored chip. I'm dying for that tomato-flavored potato chip. Su An obediently ate the tomato-flavored chips. Su Jingyan and Su father are chatting about things on the company. Su father is really hard this time, his son is not there, all the things are pressed on him alone. He's been off for so long only to be caught back at work now. Can't you bring your work to the top of the program and deal with it together? It's this time of the year and you still want to squeeze me as an old father. Do you think you're good at it? Su's father really didn't want to go to work even for a day. Su Jingyan looked at his father who was playing a rogue in front of him, and said somewhat helplessly, do you think it's appropriate for me to bring my work to the top of the program to deal with it? Some of the documents are the company's private documents, and if they are photographed then it would be a leak of the company's secrets. Dad, you're not getting any younger, just stop being irrational. Su father. Said by his son unreasonable, this sense of experience is quite rare, but really do not want to go back to work. Chapter 78, The True Face of a Charming Uncle. Father and son almost fought. Su Ainan looked at these two people that is straight shaking his head. System, don't worry, the fight won't happen, your brother wouldn't dare and your dad is a wimp. Su's father and son. Who are you calling a wimp? This system is getting really bad at talking, it's really time for it to get a refresher course in the language. Su Ainan was amused by the system, my dad and my brother are not wimps, but it's not okay to fight with your own family. Life at home is really quite boring, and I haven't gone out lately or any new melons. System, who said there aren't any new melons? I'm here to tell you about a new melon. I thought you've only been paying attention to the ones in the variety show lately. Su's family of four. Hurry up and say. System, since you two are recording the program, your dad is in charge of everything in the company, and your dad recently negotiated a cooperation, and that cooperation partner has a melon, and it's a particularly explosive melon. The Su family of four all sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. The system has said that this melon is particularly explosive, that how explosive it should be. Su's father thought about the work he had recently talked about. So far he had only met with one boss. That boss was in his 40s, looked gentle and elegant and generous. What big melon should there be on this person? The system continued, this partner, his character is actually quite good. There is no problem in terms of morality, loves his wife and children, but just has some special hobbies. Special hobby? It shouldn't be something illegal or criminal. Suenen put this question out. Is some special hobby really not something illegal or criminal or something like that? Just like that you still say he has no problem with morality? System, who and you said it is illegal and criminal above things. People's special hobby is a private hobby. He usually at home and his wife to stay in the room when he loves to wear women's clothing, and he likes to wear some strange and weird clothes, also wear at work. Now that I think of him in a suit underneath the thongs will be it. Suenen gulped a bit and imagined the picture, mama. It's a bit spicy. I don't know what this co-star looks like, but it shouldn't be too bad, and if it's a co-star with a big belly, that would be really hot. Su Jingyan took a sip of water to suppress the uneasiness in his heart. He also knew that his own dad had recently met someone and knew who this partner in the system's mouth was. That boss people are really good, business is also doing well, family relations are very good. I did not expect to actually have such a fetish. Su father's mouth corner twitched. Tomorrow also have to go with others to talk about cooperation. Today no such a thing like this, so how can he go to face others? Su's mother looked at her husband. Well, the body was kept in good shape. She just didn't know if he could fit into her clothes. Su's father suddenly felt a cold wind blowing behind his ears, causing his goosebumps to rise. System, tomorrow your dad has to go and talk to someone about cooperation. He's already picking out his clothes tonight. His wife picked out a fishing net panty for him. It's very sexy. Suan. The other three. You guys are really enough of a couple. I have to say that this melon is really exciting enough, but it's someone else's personal business. There's no problem with the moral aspect of the person. It doesn't matter what that person likes. The couple didn't have a problem with it, so what can outsiders have a problem with it? Suenen went back to her room after sitting for a while, and the other three people sat here in a mood that couldn't be calmed for a long time. Su's father glanced at his son and negotiated, I'm going to talk business with someone tomorrow, why don't you go for me tomorrow? He really didn't want to face that collaborator. Although that collaborator was very nice to talk to, his mind was a mess right now. Su Jingyan. You don't want to go, do I want to go? Su Jingyan refused with a good deal of politeness. Dad, the business you negotiated yourself needs to be solved by yourself, and there's no one who knows the job at hand better than you. I'm afraid it's not a good idea for me to go. And if it's really me going, then people might think that you're slacking off and letting your son receive him, and maybe people will think you're looking down on him. Su father, why this time you reason a whole lot, before the company is solely by you in charge of the time that how you can do everything that time to receive guests regardless of the age of the size you are not all can. Su Jingyan, that time was then, now is now. That time was me alone in charge of the company, but now it's you who is in charge of the company. Dad, just push away the thoughts that are messing with your head. Tomorrow talk business properly. Su Jingyan stood up and put the cup on the table. It's getting late, I'm also going to go and rest first. You two also take an early rest, old man, don't stay up late. Su mother had been happily listening to this father and son fight, but this sentence of the old man directly blew her up. Who's an old man? I'm in my prime. Does this brat know how to speak or not? I'll be surprised if he can find a wife with that mouth. After the couple returned to their room, Su's mother happily went into her checkroom and started to pick out clothes for Su's father. Su's father looked at these messy dresses on the bed with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Wife, why don't we just forget about it? Su mother directly glared at him. Other people's husbands can wear it, why can't you? Hurry up. Father Su. How come there's a price to pay for eating this melon? It's just a little too big a price to pay. But maybe it's the new tricks and new gadgets that make the couple's evenings extraordinarily harmonious, and kind of gives them a new sense of fun. No wonder people are so affectionate, so they are so good at playing. But it's really quite exciting. The next morning, Su's father took the two Su siblings to the company together. Suenen was bored of idleness at home and went to look for new melons. Su Jingyan was brought to deal with work. Su's mother would have wanted to go, but she had an appointment to go to a beauty treatment with those ladies today, so she really couldn't spare the time. But Su's father also said that he would tell her in time if he came back at night with any new melons. Looking at this gentleman in front of him, Su's father couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. Su Dong, this cooperation hopes that we realize a win-win situation for both sides, and we can continue to cooperate in the future if we have the opportunity. The elegant co-star's speaking voice is also very elegant and nice, the kind of charismatic uncle voice. Suanen, this uncle's voice is so charming. System, it's quite charming, but who knew that the charismatic uncle was wearing fishing net underwear? Suanen almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Su Jingyan also hurriedly blocked his mouth with the documents. Only Su father couldn't find a cover for the corners of his mouth kept trembling. Su Dong, are you alright? The charismatic uncle looked at Su's father worriedly. Why is the corner of this Su Dong's mouth pumping so hard? Su's father desperately pinched his thigh to suppress his emotions. I'm fine, happy cooperation. Chapter 79, Mr. Ming and Su's father hate each other. Mr. Ming, send you some happy little toys. Su's father was on the verge of exploding, on the edge of holding his breath. The image in his mind right now was of this collaborator scratching her head in some messy clothes. I don't know how the couple gets along at home, but he had a pretty exciting day yesterday anyway. Looking at the elegant partner, Su's father really didn't hold back and asked, I've long heard that Mr. Ming's relationship with his family is particularly good. I wonder if I can take a lesson from Mr. Ming. The elegant smile on Mr. Ming's face froze. His relationship with his wife at home was indeed very good, decades of love. But this experience is not something you can just say. But looking at Su's father, who had a face of interest, he really couldn't find any excuse to refuse. That, in fact, there is no special method, is the husband and wife should be tolerant of each other, as a man usually do not be too calculating, as long as it is not too much can try to satisfy the lady wants to do things. If it's not too much you can try to satisfy what the lady wants to do, tsk, this is really a wonderful man. Suanen couldn't help but praise this general manager Ming when she heard this. In this circle on the surface of the couple love a lot, but privately most of them are playing each other. A man who loves his wife no matter what will not be bad to go. Su's father looked at his son and daughter who were sitting far away, and then looked at General Manager Ming whose face was permeated with difficulties, and made a decision on the spot. The Su siblings were all confused when they were kicked out. Weren't you the one who brought the two of us here? Why are you kicking the two of us out now? Suanen, Tuzi. What's going on here? Why did my dad kick us both out? What do they both want in there? System, your dad and that Mr. Ming are exchanging feelings. You guys kicked out because that you are not convenient to listen to. Your dad decided to take a good lesson with Mr. Ming. Su's siblings. Is that study the one we thought it was? In fact, Su's father also knew that this matter could not be hidden from his son and daughter. After all, there is a big mouth system in place, but to drive these two guys out of the heart is still a little better. He also got a taste of it last night, so he also wanted to have a good exchange with this Mr. Ming. Mr. Ming, when you say you want to satisfy each of Madam's requests, is that everything? As soon as this is said, Mr. Ming the whole is to open the box. Sudong, you and Mrs. love our circle you also know, so I also do not tell you some false. Between my wife and I sometimes play some other games. Wait for me and you in detail to say ah. The two started talking directly in the room on the matter, and the siblings outside the door sat in the doorway listening to the system's relay with a look of amazement. Su Jingyan pretended to be reading a document, but his mind had long since gone somewhere. His dad seems to have really gone out on a limb. Suanen, you can be sure that my parents are true love, but that Mr. and Mrs. Ming are really also too good at playing, so I want to meet Mrs. Ming. This lady is simply a strange woman. System, it's harder for Mrs. Ming if she wants to meet. She's an otaku, her biggest hobby is tossing her husband, then she's reading novels and watching TV shows and anime, and then she's learning some new games. Suanen, awesome. No wonder the couple has been able to stay fresh, so Mrs. Ming is constantly learning Su Jingyan, just how many other strange incidents are there within this circle? Can you tell them all at once? Su Jingyan read all the documents in his hand. Inside the two people have not yet come out. Suanen are asleep on the sofa. Seeing that it was past 12 o'clock, the door in there finally opened. Father Su and Mr. Ming walked out with a red face, wrapping their arms around each other's shoulders and calling them brothers. It looked like they had really become good brothers after this. Big brother Su. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, call me again and ask me, I'll definitely know everything. Just for a little while I'll be sending some deliveries to your house, so remember to sign for them. That's some good stuff. Su's father happily replied, okay, just write my name on it when you get there, otherwise I'm afraid that my son or daughter will take the wrong courier and open it. The system whispered, these are all good gifts, all kinds of happy little toys for adults, and all of them have been collected by Mrs. Ming with great effort. Suanen fell asleep and didn't hear what the system said, but the Su family's father and son heard it clearly. The smile on Su's father's face directly froze. Oh crap, I forgot that there was this big mouth of a system. Su Jingyan also worriedly glanced at Suanen. Fortunately this guy fell asleep and didn't hear what the system said. Father and son looked at each other and decided to skim over the matter. The system didn't bring this matter up again when Suein woke up, so she didn't know there was such a thing as a small gift. On the way home from work, Su Jingyan sent a message to his own dad. Su Jingyan, you and my mom usually pay attention, don't hurt your body. Su father. This still needs you to say, this matter do not tell your mom, if she knows that you guys also know this matter, she will be shy. This father and son get along with each other since childhood and brothers. Su Jingyan early maturity, Su father late maturity. Since Su Jingyan was born, father and son often compete for favor in front of Su mother. But before they could divide the winner, Suein was born, and there was no way to compete for this favor. After all, who could compete with Suein? It can be said that after Suein was born, that was a veritable little princess. Everyone in the family spoiled her and loved her, which raised her into a naive and ignorant character. Suein sat in the car and looked at her own dad and then at her old brother, and asked the system suspiciously, how do I feel that the atmosphere between my dad and my brother is so strange? Did something happen halfway through that I don't know about? System, the two got into a fight over a contract, I think that's why. They did have a fight because of a contract. Su Jingyan saw a project, but this project is very risky, although Su Jingyan are capable enough to save this project, but Su's father still feels that he will still be so much effort in this risky project above the row, it would be better to invest in other more stable projects. It also has to be said that these two have really skewed the system by fooling the system. That night, the express delivery of Mr. Ming was sent over. After all, it is not far to live in a city. This area is a rich area, most of them these rich people live in this area. Su mother looked at her husband's express was very strange, but did not think much about it, so she put it directly into the room. Your express has arrived. How can there be an express delivery so late? What kind of mess did you buy again? Chapter 80 Suein, Lu Siheng likes my brother doesn't he? Su's father was simply pleasantly surprised when he realized the delivery had arrived after taking a shower. I did not expect Mr. Ming's action so fast. This courier is also very powerful. The couple's evening was as good as yesterday. Suein was currently lying on her bed catching up with the system. System, this heroine is so stupid. People are going to dig out her heart to save her lover. She actually liked this man. There is no law in this drama? Suein explained while eating potato chips, if you can't watch this kind of drama with your brain, if you watch it with your brain it won't be good. Suein continued, actually you can change another idea. Didn't you say that this world we live in is also a book, and our family villain is doing nothing wrong inside the book, so why didn't the police stop it? The system suddenly realized, yeah. Why is there no police in the book when your family is doing nothing wrong? And there's no police even when your family gets killed. Suein, so yeah, maybe you're saying that the plot of the original book is likely to happen, but there's always a bit of a gap. System, right, now that the male lead isn't the male lead and the female lead isn't the female lead, and you're not as crazy as you were inside the book, and your brother and your family are law-abiding entrepreneurs with a conscience. In fact, this way you should have gotten rid of the plot of the female match as well, right? Suein, I don't know, but it shouldn't be the same as the original book. After all, it's not like I'm under the control of the plot right now. I've read a lot of novels before, in which the heroine or the heroine they are controlled by the plot to do things that don't match their will. That's why they become the heroine and the heroine in the book. I'm not even controlled by the plot, so that book should be able to be changed as well. Anyway, let's just live quietly now and eat happily every day. If there's anything we need to do to punish evil, we can also help out a little. System, right. Maximize our power. Help punish the evil. When the second installment of the program was about to start recording, they received a message that the Duan siblings were not coming, saying that they had to take a leave of absence from filming. Wei Dong couple used the same excuse, saying that they had to shoot a movie so they took time off for this episode. Lu Siheng came to the Su family with this news. Su Jingyan that white eyes rolled. Is there anything you can't say inside the phone? What the hell do you want to come to my house for such a small thing? He always felt that this person's mind is a little bit not quite right. The two of them in addition to business dealings basically no private dealings. This 3 days twice to come to their home is what is going on. Lu Siheng took a sip of water and said blandly, there are some things that can't be said over the phone, and as you know by now you siblings are quite unpopular within this program, so I was trying to come and talk to you about this. Su Jingyan, what do you mean we siblings are quite unpopular? It's the fact that there aren't even a few normal people in this program. Okay, I want to know how your cousin found the people, from which nook and cranny did he turn up so many crouching dragons and phoenix chicks? As soon as I talked about this, Su Jingyan had a belly full of anger, originally thinking of going on vacation to play, but it turned out that the last issue had messed up. What the hell? Lu Siheng spread his hands and said that he didn't know either. My cousin chose someone by letting his subordinates choose the land, but that person who chose the person has already been fired, and you also know the relationship between my cousin and Jian Yan. There's absolutely no way that he could have chosen Jian Yan if he had chosen someone. This is true, the relationship between these two former boyfriend and girlfriend is not a secret. After all, the last Lu family's banquet Ji Yunyang brought people to the top of the banquet, and there were quite a few people who saw them above the banquet. For them to break up things many people still feel quite surprised, have been brought to the banquet that is basically public, if there is no accident if the marriage is not necessarily. As a result, not 2 days these two people actually broke up, and the reason for the breakup is not inexplicable breakup. Su Jingyan thought about it and suddenly reacted to the fact that he seemed to have been led astray. I don't care how you guys chose the people, anyway, what exactly is the reason for you to come to my house these 3 days? I don't think he has a crush on the family idiot, right? Although that big idiot's brain is not very good, but his looks are not bad, their Su family members do not have ugly. Su Jingyan measured Lu Siheng from head to toe with a critical eye. This person's various conditions were indeed unquestionable, just a bit short-lived inside that novel. Lu Siheng just sat quietly and let him gawk. As soon as Suanan came out, she saw the two of them looking at each other with affection. She froze for a moment, not knowing whether she should go out or not. Suan, Tun-chan. Aha! What are the two of them doing with this affectionate look? They're not looking at each other, are they? Su Jingyan. Lu Siheng, ahem. What the hell is going on in this girl's head? How the thoughts are jumbled. System, I don't know, your brother was just asking him what the purpose of coming to your house was, saying what the hell was the purpose of him coming to your house for 3 days. Su Anan inwardly screamed madly, what purpose can this be? It's definitely because he has a crush on my brother. I told you that my brother is a straight man's favorite. Lu Siheng almost choked on his own saliva, and Su Jingyan's fists were already clenched. Pro-life, pro-life. A biological sister can't be punched. Su Anan was hiding in the corner and still didn't know that she had been exposed, and was still talking to the system non-stop. Su Anan, why do you think my brother's charm is so great? Tangja likes him, that disgusting father and son both like him, his schoolmates like it too, and now there's another one, Lu Siheng. It can't be that my brother is the male lead of this novel. This novel is delayed, right? The system was shocked. It also began to wonder if it had worn into the same book. After all, in this real life both the male and female main characters had collapsed. The female supporting cast was not as unreasonable as in the book, and the villain's family was not extra legal maniacs. After carefully checking the system to make sure that he did not wear the wrong book, no, this is a romance text, the male and female main characters are right, your brother is definitely not the main character, but as for why so many people like him, it may be a matter of personal charm. Su Jingyan really wanted to rush up and hit someone, luckily Lu Siheng couldn't hear him. At this moment, Lu Siheng's heart had exploded. No wonder Tangjia had done so many strange things. He was going to participate in that variety show, so it was because he liked Su Jingyan. Moreover, from what that girl said, there were very many men who liked Su Jingyan, and she had mistaken him for one of them. Lu Siheng took a closer look at Su Jingyan. His looks were indeed good, but why did he attract the likes of men so much? Chapter 81. Let my brother start a harem here. Su Ainan's entire body was now excited, not realizing that Lu Siheng actually liked her brother as well. How about her brother just start a harem here? The system was directly shocked after sensing her thoughts. Throw the thoughts out of your head. This is a romance book. It's a romance. Even if the plot collapses, it's still a romance. Let your brother start a harem here. What the hell were you thinking? Did you ask your brother's opinion? Su Jingyan has already tried frantically at the edge of the explosion. This sister really cannot be wanted, or just throw it away. Lu Siheng is also extraordinarily stuffed. Where on earth did he show that he likes Su Jingyan? That girl's mind really has no problem, right? Su Ainan also swore, and the system explained, you do not understand, many delayed beauty text inside the protagonist is not necessarily bent at the beginning. But I agree with my brother like very deep, but definitely do not agree with him and Tangjia together. System, shut up. Your brother really doesn't like boys. Lu Siheng definitely doesn't like guys either. Su Ainan, impossible, if Lu Siheng doesn't like men, why does he always come to my house? It's clear that our two families didn't cross paths much at all before. The system mouthed, then why must you think he looks at your brothers? Why can't he look at you? The moment these words were spoken, they directly shocked all three people on the spot. Su Ainan really never thought about this problem. In her heart she is still a small child, has not grown up. To fall in love with this thing for her is still far away. This sentence of the system directly named Su Jingyan. This Lu Siheng should not really look at this girl. Then where exactly does he see this girl? It can't really be the face. If you really fall for this girl's looks, then Lu Siheng is a little too shallow. Lu Siheng did think up this question very seriously. He really didn't have much interaction with the Su family at first, he just knew that his family had 1,000 favored young lady. Then after that party, he knew that he could read Su-An's mind, he learned some incredible things, and he became curious about Su-An. He had been paying more and more attention to him since then, probably out of curiosity or for other reasons, but as for liking it, he really hadn't thought about it. But more or less there might be a bit of liking, after all, he hadn't paid this much attention or cared this much about any other woman. Actually, it wouldn't be impossible if it was with this girl, it should be fun to be with her. The system also regretted after speaking that sentence. Lu Siheng is a cannon fodder male supporting actor who may die although it is a top configuration supporting actor, but after 2 years he will die in the toilet It's not like this is a very honorable way to die, and if the ending still doesn't change in the end and Su-An is paired up with this guy, then Su-An will be ridiculed if he dies like this. The system whispered, I just said it casually, don't pay any attention to it. Su-An also didn't take it to heart at all, don't worry I don't care, how could Lu Siheng fall for me, the two of us don't have any interactions at all. The most important thing was that if she really got together with Lu Siheng, how innocent she would be if Lu Siheng really died 2 years later. Su-An, he won't necessarily die after 2 years, right? It would be a shame if he did die, and in such a humiliating way. Vomiting and diarrhea in the toilet, T-escape, 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 T-escape. I can't even imagine. Su Jingyan almost did not hold back laughter out. Lu Siheng vomiting diarrhea pants are not put on collapsed in the toilet, the mind are on the picture is what is going on. Lu Siheng. You don't always think about how I'm going to die, can't I just not die? There was no way he was going to die after 2 years, and in such a humiliating way. System, anyway, just sober up yourself, if you really like him then I don't have a problem with it, the plot has changed so much anyway maybe that one will change too. And this male partner is still a top-notch configuration, so you won't lose out if you're paired with you. Su-An. What's up with your tone of voice, why do I feel like you're kinda feeling sorry for him, so he's paired with me and he's losing out, is that right? Su Jingyan's fists began to clench again, thinking of matching men at a young age. Looking at Lu Siheng, who was still sitting on the side, Su Jingyan was suddenly furious. Is there anything else with Mr. Lu? If there is nothing then I'll see the guests off first, we still have some personal matters to take care of at home. He's going to have to clean up that girl, any idea is a good idea isn't it? Still really think what you think in your head won't be noticed. Lu Siheng faintly smiled elegantly and stood up, I've already said what I should say, I believe that Mr. Su also knows how to deal with it, so I'll leave first. Lu Siheng also glanced at Su-An in the corner, who was still talking nonsense with the system. After watching the people walk out, Su Jingyan directly walked towards Su-An inside with a black face. The system has detected danger, Anon. Quickly hide. I detect an extremely dangerous aura. As soon as the system's words fell, Su-An was lifted up, and the two siblings faced each other wide-eyed. Su Jingyan said with a leathery smile, what are you hiding here for? Su-An looked at this dangerous look of her own old brother, carefully swallowed and cautiously said, I'm drawing circles here, this corner is quite good. System, what the hell are you talking about? You can't even find an excuse to draw a circle in the corner and curse people. Su-An, shut the hell up. Come up with an excuse for me if you can. System, then forget it, dead friends don't die of poverty, you're the one who's getting cleaned up anyway. Su Jingyan, listening to their conversation, could barely maintain the expression on his face. Go back to your room and pack up your things, every time you let me pack up for you are you good at it? Behave yourself for me tomorrow live, and if you're as lazy as you were last time, see what I'll do to you. Su-An, yes. Anyway let's run away first, finally pack up and talk tomorrow. Looking at Su-An's back as she ran back to her room, Su Jingyan shook his head helplessly. This girl more than 20 how is still like a child, if Lu Siheng really like her, she can control a man like that? No, Lu Siheng shouldn't like a little girl like Zhang, what he likes should be the kind of mature woman. Su Jingyan convinced himself in his mind. Chapter 82 Brother lives to be a father. The crew came over early the next morning as usual, and once they were back, there was no special treat for them this time. But there was still breakfast for the staff inside the restaurant. It's quite hard for you guys to come so early, finish your breakfast first, my girl is probably still packing up now, Su father smiled very elegantly. The crowd was screaming like crazy to see him like this. Ah! The face value of this family of theirs is really beyond words. Suddenly, I want to be the mom of the Su siblings. Are you as beautiful as Mrs. Su? Don't daydream. Is this where rich people eat? This is too luxurious. Is there so much variety in breakfast? Because of the large number of staff coming, the breakfast prepared in the morning is also more varied, both Chinese and Western styles. In fact, the reason why Su's father did this was because Su Ainen hadn't gotten up yet, so he had to maintain his daughter's face in front of the camera. Get up and hurry up and get up. The crew is coming over and you're still in bed. I told you to go to bed early last night. Su Jingyan went in and looked at Su Ainen, who was sleeping on all fours, and directly patted her face with his hand. But how is it a little bit wet? Su Jingyan looked at the saliva on his hand. The expression on his face was straightforward. Su Ainen, such a big man sleeping and still drooling, hurry up and get up for me. If you don't get up, I'll lift the covers. The system was really helpless now. It was calling Su Ainen to wake up very early, but this guy was really thunderstruck. Brother, I've packed everything. You can let me sleep a little longer. You go ahead and have breakfast. I'll be there later. Su Ainen was now really regretting taking part in this program. Originally she was a night owl who couldn't get up during the day. As a result, she now had to get up early to record the program. Just have a few struggling people in the family. She's just a little salty fish who doesn't want to turn over, so why force her, a salty fish, to turn over? Su Jingyan looked at his watch. It was good, there was still half an hour to go. Su Ainen, don't make me slap you in the middle of the morning. I'll count to 3, 3. In the next second, Su Ainen popped up from the bed. Can you stop using that trick every time? I'm so old and you still want to beat me up. Are you my own brother or not? Su Jingyan sneered, it's not like I'm your own brother. Then now you're not here to talk back to me. The crew filming at the door were about to go crazy with laughter. The siblings were genuinely funny to watch. Lu Siheng looked at the siblings in the video as really think that their relationship is quite good. Su Jingyan in front of Su Ainen and in front of other people is completely two people. It's really hard work too. You haven't been pissed off much since you were a kid, have you? The viewers were envious of their siblings' relationship. Even though Su Jingyan looked quite fierce, that was actually for Su Ainen's good. When will God give me a brother like this? Su Ainen, she took the heroine script, right, such a family background, such beauty, such a brother, such parents. I now really suspect that I am this world NPC. We're just NPCs who send out pop-ups, and it's good to get a pop-up line together. There's no way I can marry Su Jingyan. I really love him so much. Go to bed first, it's not too late to daydream. Su Jingyan was now on the verge of being promoted to the new national husband, and there were a variety of female fans in particular. Su Ainen is almost to the extent of a national sister. After cleaning up, looking at Su Ainen, whose dorky hair was sticking up, Su Jingyan said, then comb your hair or lick your hand and touch it, your dorky hair is sticking up. Su Ainen narrowed her eyes and touched her hair, subconsciously going to lick her hands to straighten her hair. Su Jingyan hurriedly stopped her. Forget it, you're really a brain I don't want to talk about. What others say is what they say, right? Su Jingyan took a comb and tied her hair up, tied a high ponytail, not to mention the craftsmanship is quite good, probably because Su Ainen's head is full, he also tied this ponytail particularly perfect. You've let me brush your hair since you were a kid, can't you learn how to do it yourself? Su Jingyan said naggingly while helping him to straighten his hair. What girl is like you can't do anything? If you marry someone later, what should I do? I'm only a few years older than you, besides you I really feel like I'm living as a father. Su Ainen. Although the words are true, but don't be so honest to say it. This camera is still recording it. The staff's big toothy grin is so big, shaking a little bit carrying the camera. Lu Siheng looked at his hands. Why don't he go learn how to tie his hair as well? It's always better to be prepared. Thinking about it, he picked up the phone. Make an appointment for me for a course, yes, one that specializes in learning to do hair, not for yourself, it's to do girls' hair. This time because two groups of guests are busy filming, so our program team has made adjustments. This time everyone goes to the filming venue to record. Trying to take a vacation when the heat is on is a good idea. If you don't come, we'll come. Ji Yunyang made a very good calculation. Now the heat is high, you take a leave of absence, I earn what money? The Su siblings had no requirements for where this was going, and that filming location was an antique architecture city, right next door to that city. Just make your arrangements, none of us have a problem with it. Viewers can see this operation of the program team, know that this is the program team intentionally. I heard that those two groups didn't want to participate, so they took a leave of absence, but I didn't realize that the show actually moved the venue directly over there for the recording. I really can't escape, but I like to see this kind of scene. That couple and that brother and sister's reputation has really plummeted lately, and a lot of scandals have broken out. How many scandals were pressed before, and now all of them have been blown out at once? In the past, people had connections, and now that they've had things happen to them, people are running away, they're afraid of being tainted, so the people they offended before are now starting to fight back. I always feel that this program was recorded and taped not long ago, so maybe it won't be long before those people become bad artists. Ji Yunyang looked at this pop up and stroked his chin in contemplation. Maybe it really wasn't going to be long before those people became bad artists, so he had to take advantage of this period of time when their hotness was still high to get this installment done. Next installment they can claim damages against them if they become bad artists, it's all in the contract. Chapter 83 Suanen, I'm going to go shoot a movie instead. System, performing for everyone with 5 senses flying around? When she arrived at the shooting site, Suanen was especially happy to look at the ancient buildings. System, what do you think if I were to do a movie? I don't look bad, I should be able to make a name for myself in this entertainment industry, right? System, don't dream, people need not only looks but also acting skills to make a movie, you only have one of them, by the time everyone sees you inside the screen with your 5 senses flying around. Imagining that image, Suanen winced. No, that's better, when the whole internet is full of ugly pictures of me, I just can't imagine. Su Jingyan's heart thumped when he heard Suanen say that she was going to be an actress. How can this girl think of one thing at a time? The showbiz industry is a mess inside, or else she will not have any trouble actively looking for her with the identity of the Su family's eldest daughter, but it is always not as good as the current life And shooting time is not moving 1 or 2 months, 3 or 4 months, but also with the group, may also get that kind of ravine inside to shoot. This girl has really not thought of this kind of day she wanted how to live Originally, Su Jingyan wanted to think of a way to put this idea of hers to rest, but it turned out that the system put this idea of hers to rest with a single sentence. Imagining the fake eyes of this girl of his family at home, the corner of Su Jingyan's mouth twitched. Seriously, the word acting doesn't even come close to her, she can't even squeeze a tear out of her eyes and she's still acting, she's there to get scolded. Su Jingyan looked at this movie city, he was now concerned about one. May I ask where we will stay tonight? I hope the place to stay will be a bit better. It doesn't matter if the food is poor, but the place to stay must be better, otherwise you'll have no energy for the whole day if you don't have a good night's sleep. The two of them, Jiang Yan and Tang, hadn't arrived yet, but they were almost there on the airplane. The staff smiled and said, the place to stay has long been arranged, please rest assured, Mr. Su. Some viewers saw Su Jingyan petrified deservedly look heart began to be difficult again. Tisk, TSK, really worthy of the capital to come to make money and also so justified. She is the heir and the eldest daughter of Su's group, it's good enough that she can come and shoot a variety show for you guys, but don't talk nonsense on the internet, be careful of people blocking you. They were making passers-by laugh with these shady words. If you like it, then don't look at it, why do you make it so weird? Originally this is a travel variety show and not to suffer, asked to live a little better how, who do not want to live a little better to eat a little better, some people are really faulty, originally a common words to them to say the meaning of this is not right. Don't mind them, the more you take care of them the more they get. If some people talk really excessive direct screenshots, directly sent to the Su Group's official blog below, they did not say blocking it, then really send them a lawyer's letter to them to block them, they will know to be afraid of it. The Su siblings have the highest popularity of all the groups because they are the only group that is normal. After Suanen and Su Jingyan were arranged to stay, Tang and the others also arrived. Why do we have to follow them over to shoot when they're filming? Can't they just take time off? Jiang Yan really didn't like this place at all. Just inside the movie city is definitely not as convenient as being outside, and it doesn't look as busy as the city. After all, this place was just a town, and outside the movie city were some self-built houses that looked like they were in the countryside. Tang glanced at the disgusted Jiang Yan and sneered, being so picky, aren't you from a place like this? I remember your old home wasn't much richer. Jiang Yan's face almost couldn't hang on to the expression on her face. Which side is this person on? We're a team, okay? You're doing yourself no favors by losing face with me like that. Jiang Yan really wanted to curse, if it wasn't for the sake of his status, she really would have exploded. During these few days, Jiang Yan thought for a long time, marrying into the Lu family was her dream, marrying into a rich family was her goal. If she couldn't achieve either of these two, then she would have to get lots and lots of money. Neither of those two goals had a shadow yet, so she was trying to get lots and lots of money now. Tang and especially stingy, by anything have to say with him, always seemed to be a high and mighty look her. Jiang Yan had really accumulated a bellyful of anger during this period of time, but life was indeed much better than before, and no one dared to look down on her when she went out. After all, she was titular as the eldest miss of the Tang family. Tang ignored Jiang Yan, he was concerned about one thing right now, have Su Jingyan and the others arrived? Which room are they staying in? The staff pointed to the room in the far corner and said, the two of them are staying in the innermost room and are already resting now, the other two groups won't arrive until this evening because they have a movie to shoot today. All the activities will begin tomorrow, so everyone get some rest tonight. This is also a 5-star hotel, after all, film and television city this side of many stars here, although it is a town. But all kinds of infrastructure is not at all kinds of star hotels are also a lot of star hotels, especially near the film and television city. The program group is not bad for money now, after all, there is a rich and powerful Lu Dajia to invest in them, so this time, they directly booked a few more suites for them. Su Ainin is now nestled in the sofa, they're eating potato chips and watching TV. Su Jingyan is organizing things, after all, he will be staying in this place for a few more days. System, Tangja came, Jiang Yan disliked this place, and Tangja disliked her. Su Ainin was amused, aren't the two of them on the same side, how come Tangja is still doing this to Jiang Yan? Su Jingyan also felt strange when he heard the system's words, weren't the two people snakes and rats, how come they were now engaging in infighting? System, the relationship between these two seems to have split a little bit, Jiang Yan has started to secretly save money, and Tangja also thinks that Jiang Yan is of little use, so he has slowly begun to give up on her, so it is estimated that these two people will have to go their separate ways before too long. Su Ainin lamented, TSK, if these two people really go their separate ways that's not a joke to others, after all, when that recognition of kinship event can be a big deal, Tang Dong and Mrs. Tang were forced to come forward. The thought of the couple's faces made Su Ainin feel funny. It is estimated that the two couples were forced by Tangja to come over, and the butler in the back is really especially conspicuous. These three people are in pretty good spirits, and the butler is really glowing. Su Ainin was now curious about the lives of those three people again. Tuzi, you're telling me a little bit about the lives of the Tang family couple and that housekeeper right now, there's nothing to do right now anyway. Su Jingyan looked at the clothes in his hands, now there is nothing to do? I'm the one who's doing all the work now, okay? But he did wonder about the lives of that couple and that butler, after all, the system hadn't said anything about the two of them in a long time. Chapter 84 Eating Melon Sibling Probe Eating Melon. The system also came to life all at once. The system also went to take a look, hey, these three people live together quite well, I did not expect that villa will become their paradise. System, the Tang couple and that housekeeper have now reached life balance, the three of them are living a beautiful life. Su Ainin simply couldn't even dare to imagine that image, wouldn't they not be able to look at each other, how did that couple accept each other's existence? Su Jingyan was also extremely disgusted in his heart, disgusted with the couple from the Tang family that, and disgusted with that housekeeper. System, surely there is still an imbalance in the heart of the couple is now competing for favor can be very powerful Mrs. Tang also learned a lot of various tricks, the housekeeper can be held up to high and comfortable, currently more favored is Mrs. Tang. Tang Dong were previously served that one, now to that place no one to serve them he also all of a sudden cannot pull the stature, so the gradual loss of favor. Su's siblings. Su Ainin's mind immediately thought of that kind of palace drama, is that butler willing to stay there all the time, he's not bad looking, and he's made a lot of money in the Tang family over the years, if he's out there he can totally find beautiful and young girlfriends why does he have to stay in that villa or screwing with that couple, is it hard to believe that Tangja has given him some kind of preferential treatment? Su Jingyan also felt that something was not quite right, that butler was also relatively good looking and had a pretty good temperament, although he was over 40 years old, he could totally find a young and pretty girlfriend again outside. The system heatedly smiled and said, this you guessed right Tangja did give him some preferential treatment, as long as he stabilizes that couple too, when the time comes for things to be over, he can get a large sum of money. Now Tangja although has slowly control of the Tang group, but after all, the position is still not stable, many people are still Tang Dong left the old team. Tangja want to replace these people but now cannot be replaced all, so the thought of continuing to shut down the Tang Dong. The butler is just a tool for him, and when he is firmly established in the Tang group, he won't need a butler then. Su Ainin was really getting more and more disgusted with Tangja, that's his real parents isn't he stepping on his own parents' face to the bottom of his feet, watching his own parents being played around by a man, does he think he will be happy? So many years he is the only son of his family, what good or tight with him, his parents, although the character is not good, is also really good for him this is how to bear the heart like this. System, some people are born bad, maybe it's a genetic problem. The Su family siblings started messing around with something to eat after eating the melon, now that each of these suites had a small kitchen inside, there was no need for them to eat together. Overall this stay was better than the last one. Tangja's side wasn't as calm as this side, neither of those two were very good at cooking. Although Jiang Yan is from a mediocre background, but before the money earned to spend on themselves is not at all distressed, can eat outside will never do it yourself, can order takeout will never do their own cooking. Why are you not useful at all, you don't even know how to cook, you were living alone before not living quite well, how come you didn't even learn how to cook? Tangja scolded Jiang Yan was really not giving face at all, fortunately there was no camera in the room right now, or else these two people probably weren't tearing their faces off in front of the audience. Zhang Yan's face was ugly when he scolded her, but she had gotten used to it over the past few days. She can actually cook, but is limited to a handful of dishes that are cooked, and whether they taste good or not is a matter of luck. I used to eat out when I worked outside the home, and I didn't have time to cook at home myself at work, and on top of that it used to be a one-person job, and she coped with it outside the home as long as she could. I didn't expect that I would actually have to cook for myself now that I had become the eldest miss of the Tang family. Zhang Yan really wanted to curse. Why don't I make one first? I don't know, it might not be too amazing, but it can definitely be cooked, Zhang Yan said while organizing her things. The fridge was already filled with ingredients by the show, which didn't require them to go out and buy their own. They basically had everything. Only looking at these ingredients she was completely unable to start. Things are some good things, just a pity she will not do She before her own cooking at home are some very cheap dishes, usually ordinary do on the line, but this refrigerator, why there are a lot of her not very familiar with, not recognize the dishes Whatever, try it first. Half an hour later, the fire alarm went off and people from the hotel rushed over with fire extinguishers raised. In no time at all the room was messed up again, even the place where he lived was in disarray. Tang's face was so dark that he simply wanted to kill, and Zhang Yan's face was also black and white, looking wretched. Suanen, are they blowing up the room? How did they get themselves into this mess? System, people are cooking, it's just that these two have never cooked before, so that's why they messed it up. Suanen was kinda surprised to hear the system's words. Zhang Yan should be able to cook. Su Jingyan pulled Suanen out, then closed the door tightly. Don't leave the door open to watch the show. How are we going to sleep when all the smoke goes in? By then the room will be so messed up that you won't be able to sleep well at night. Can't even cook a meal. Didn't Tang just spend some time abroad before? How come he didn't even learn how to cook? Oh, almost forgot, during that time abroad this one came back to him every day to rub his nose in it, and those meals were really just as good as feeding the dog. The staff also came over in a panic. Is the guest of honor out of the matter that he should be responsible for how Then the staff didn't want to say anything when they knew it was a fire accident caused by cooking. You guys really don't have any common sense in life when you can cook like this. Look at the Su family siblings, people who are really rich and powerful siblings from a rich and powerful family, how they live quite well. The staff in charge of this would like to quit. In order to earn such a little money is easy, every day with these people to deal with, but also so difficult to deal with. The fire over here quickly hit the hot seat, and some of the people who came over to see what was going on even recorded video. I can't believe it's that variety show that's gone wrong. Tang Jia and Zhang Yan, right? How did the two of them get themselves into such a mess? Hey, you guys see that doorway poking out in the distance? Two heads. This is the Su family siblings, right? They're eating melon again. Chapter 85. Duan family siblings relationship about to break down. Wei Li Dong couple looking for stepping stones. No, why are these two siblings hiding in a corner eating melon again? Two extremely similar faces poked out of that door, both with the same curiosity in their eyes. But judging from the slight smiles on their faces, it seemed like they were having quite a good time with this hilarity. Ha, the two of them are specifically to eat melonate. What kind of occasions can not do without them? Originally I didn't think that these two siblings were similar. After all, their temperaments are really worlds apart. But now that these two faces are put together I realize that they're still really similar. How can biological siblings not look like each other? The show hasn't even officially started yet and this is such a big deal. It's really out of the blue, right? Looking at the son and daughter who were probing and eating melons inside the video, Su father and Su mother both looked at each other breathlessly. Come on, these two are back to bouncing around inside the melon field. The two of them, Tangjia and Jiang Kai, were taken to other places to organize themselves, and Tangjia decided to use this opportunity to approach Su Jingyan. Jingyan, that room of ours is already completely unsleepable. Can we sleep on your side today? It just so happens that we're two men and two women. There's no problem with sleeping together. Tangjia had a smile on his face. He looked no different from before, as if they were still as close as before. Su Jingyan, expressionless, directly rebuffed. I'm used to sleeping alone. Ainen also doesn't like to squeeze a bed with others. That room of yours can still be slept in. It's just that a little fire started in the kitchen. Just clean it up a little yourself. Come out to shoot a variety show, you don't need to be too preoccupied. Your room should be clean, it's just a little more flavor. Just buy yourself an air freshener and spray it. Don't be too pretentious. Su and this mouth of her brother is still as poisonous as ever. Look at the opposite side of these two people's faces, like eating hard. The pretentious too. The audience was also cooled by Su Jingyan's nonchalant words. That's it, I hate this kind of moral abduction. It's your own business if things go wrong on your own side, why bother others? To help you is the sentiment, not to help you is the nature. Tang Zhou is how to put this matter said justified. People have not yet agreed to start arranging it, is it? I've long heard that these two people's relationship has broken up, and I originally thought that they would still maintain a bit of face saving, but now it seems that I guess they don't even want to maintain face saving anymore. This is a sweet two people sleeping in a bed is not a matter of concern, right? Su's siblings are also a little too unsympathetic, right? It's not a big deal to help, it's not like we're going to lose any meat. If you help someone out when they're in trouble today, you'll be helped out when you're in trouble in the future, he said. The Virgin Marys are at it again. They have said that helping you is a matter of affection and not helping you is a matter of duty, so why should they force others to help you? Su Jingyan directly kicked those two people out. He shouldn't have let those two people in the door. Tang Jia and Jiang Yan's faces were extraordinarily ugly after they were kicked out. The two had to re-clean that suite of theirs, and they had wanted to contact the hotel's cleaning crew, but the show didn't agree. For the few days they were filming here, the hotel's cleaning staff wouldn't come over to help them clean, they needed to do it all themselves. The couple and siblings who were filming in Hengdian at the moment were in an extremely bad mood. I didn't think this could be avoided, this program is a dog's skin, right? They've already said so, this program is still not letting them go. What should we do? What if a lot more things come up in this episode? Duan Xian was really busy these days, she had to coax those gold masters back, and she had to take care of the shooting of the TV series, and this side of the TV series also wanted to replace her, but she had never been able to find any reason to do so, so he had been careful to please everyone. Duanchuan in an ancient costume looked at his anxious sister next to him and said indifferently, soldiers come and go, you still don't want to pester Su Jingyan and Tangjia, if you don't go singling them out we simply can't turn out like this. Duan Xian was practically on the verge of being pissed off and laughing when she heard Duan Xian put all the blame on her. You're putting all the blame on me now, aren't you? But don't forget that it was your matter that blew up, that our reputation started to deteriorate. If it wasn't for you and that old woman being caught on camera being intimate, how could we have become what we are today? And now you're putting all the blame on me, how nice of you. Don't you forget, I'm the one who pulled you up, the two of us are bound together all the time, and if I hadn't caught fire and brought you up, do you think you'd be in the position you are today? When he was a child, Duan Xian was a hit because of a children's play, and then brought up Duan Xian, brother and sister have been tied together and also participated in many programs together, in order to the national brother and sister. Duanchuan's face looked extremely bad by Duanxin's words, he had been suppressed by Duanxin for so many years because of this very thing. Wasn't it just pulling him up when he was a kid on fire, there was a need to keep talking about it for so many years. And it was basically him dragging her behind him, okay? Now this sibling relationship is on the verge of breaking down, in the good times the two of them were better than anyone else, now when things go wrong they blame each other. The agent came over to see the two of them like this and was speechless and helpless. We're going over to record the program at night, you guys can't be in this state all the time, no matter how you pretend, you have to pretend better for me, inside the program you'd better keep your distance from other people, especially that couple, those two people are people eaters. They are now looking for a stepping stone to take themselves out, you two don't rush up to be someone's stepping stone, before letting you hold them up because they have resources in their hands, but now both of them are difficult to protect themselves, you don't want to continue to stick it on. The Duan family siblings didn't say anything, but they had their own plans in their hearts. Since there were no more resources for them, they naturally wouldn't post up, who would want to serve two old guys? At the moment that couple is also getting annoyed. Now that our word of mouth has become like this, we have to find a way to redirect the audience's attention. Xu Jingxin looked like she had aged 10 years in the past few days, her entire body was haggard, and she simply didn't have the same radiant look that she had in the last episode of the program. Wei Li Dong wasn't affected that much, so his mood wasn't that anxious. Isn't the Duan family siblings just a stepping stone? Just make good use of them. You guide them a little bit inside the variety show, and I'll add a little bit more fuel to the fire by saying that the two of them are the ones who used the fairy jump for us, so that they can suck all the fire out of us first, and then we'll have a chance to catch our breath. Chapter 86 Duan Xian decides to put up a last fight and drug Su Jingyan in an attempt to become the mistress of the Su family. This father had indeed wanted to count the Duan family siblings, originally they were each taking what they needed, and the two had not introduced few resources to those two siblings. It could be argued that the four of them were supposed to be the same people. The system relayed all of the things that happened over here to Su Anan. Are all of your human hearts so dirty? This is also too scary. Before our cooperation objects still slept in the same bed, the result is now out of the matter began to count each other. What do you mean that our human hearts are so dirty? Su Anan was speechless. You speak properly. What do you mean that our human hearts are so dirty? There are good people and bad people in this world, they are inherently bad. Su Jingyan secretly nodded while reading the book. That's right, those people are inherently bad, it has nothing to do with them, the good people. The system continued, you'll have to get together once more when they come back. Duan Xian doesn't seem to have given up yet, her brother doesn't want her to keep pestering her, but she seems to want to put up another fight and has set her sights on your brother. Suan. What the hell? Putting his eyes on my brother's body, my brother but from the beginning showed that he doesn't like her Lothar, is her skin so thick? Su Jingyan's fists are about to clench up, he does not go to provoke them, they are the initiative to provoke upright, really is a bit afraid of death Duan Xian did want to put up a fight on Su Jingyan. After the last episode of the show, she knew that Su Jingyan was the kind of person who was very responsible, if she really had a raw deal with him, not to say that she would be able to marry him, right, but at least she would be able to get some compensation. Su Jingyan leaked a little bit from the cracks of his fingers were enough for her to struggle for a long time, so she wanted to make a final comment and specially prepared the medicine. As for why she didn't pick Tangja, she had been in this circle for quite a long time, and people like Tangja were the kind of people who didn't care about that at first glance. If you count him out, you may not only get nothing but also get screwed. Tangja is the typical circle inside like a boss. That's why Duan Xin resolutely put her target on Su Jingyan. System, your brother's sense of responsibility is her biggest one, but she really counted on your brother, and as she's acting like a victim, your brother will surely give her something in order to make it up to her. Duan Xin is not very old, but in the entertainment industry for a long time this mind is really dirty, you have to let your brother take good care of it, and at night no one can drink anything handed over by other people. That woman got some medicine. Suanen poo-pooed in her heart, shameless thing, see how I'll clean her up then. Doesn't she want to continue in the entertainment industry? I'll make it impossible for her to mix in any circle at that time. Want to live a good life? Good for you. Get your ass in the mud. Originally, Su Jingyan was quite angry. After all, being counted like this, the woman still treats him like a little cutie. The same. It was after hearing Suanen so angry that the anger in his heart instantly subsided. This girl is rarely so angry, actually began to curse, usually is rare to see We'll have to see how she's going to protect him tonight, and we know what kind of tactics that woman will use anyway with the system in place. In the evening the live stream is the official start and all the rooms have their live streaming equipment turned on. The two of them, Wei Li Dong and Xu Jing Xian, still had a very calm appearance, as if nothing had happened. The Duan siblings were also just as lively as the first time they met, one steady and one lively. Suanen, really shameless, this is when the actor to the cheek or when the back is it, happen so many things actually still as if nothing happened. Su Jingyan. We are deeply sorry for what happened in the last live broadcast, this time we make a host to let everyone have a good time here, there are quite a lot of things that can be played inside this movie city, so everyone can have a good experience here. Wei Li Dong looked like Mr. Nice Guy, like he was looking out for everyone. Anyway, his affairs hadn't been completely blown out of proportion, and he wasn't in a particularly tough place right now. Xu Jingxin also squeezed out a smile and said, yes, Film and TV City is a place we are familiar with, there are 300 days out of 365 days in a year here, and we usually go outside to relax when we are resting from work. System, yeah, go outside and relax to find a little white boy, usually a busy work schedule won't stop you from looking for a little white boy. Su's siblings, pfft. Almost couldn't hold back a laugh, the system really does see the wood for the trees. Duan Xian's eyes were on Su Jingyan from beginning to end, but they were secretly looking at him. The more she looked at her, the more she felt that Su Jingyan was very attractive, although he was a second-generation rich man, he was clean and capable. I've heard that he has currently grasped all the rights of the Su group, and although Su's father is nominally the chairman of the board, he is actually semi-retired. All the other rich second generation were still living on the family's pocket money, but Su Jingyan had already become the hand of the Su group. If he could really climb up to this man, then he could really say that he was one step ahead. I just don't know if that medicine works or not, because she was afraid that too much dosage would cause problems, so she just put a little bit. Su Jingyan might even marry her if he was really responsible, and then she would be the mistress of the Su group. Just thinking about it was beautiful, and Duan Xian could barely suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Suanen was simply disgusted looking at Duan Xian's beautiful appearance. System, she shouldn't be masturbating in her head, right? That look she gave my brother was so disgusting. System, I think it should be, see the drink on the left, that's the one she drugged. Suanen and Su Jingyan both glanced that way. They had such an awkward vibe for the audience. This atmosphere, how so awkward, although the last installment is also quite awkward, but the relationship on the surface is still quite peaceful. Was the relationship peaceful on the surface in the last installment? It seems like the last installment was so close to fighting on the spot. No, it seems like they were already fighting, and the two Duan Xian and Jian Yan were basically just pulling each other's head flowers. Looking at them like this, it seems like they really have been hurt a lot. No one is a saint and no one can do anything wrong. It's still really a holy light. People are not saints. This saying can be used on any occasion, right? Some of the viewers looked at Xu Jingxin's haggard appearance and also started to help her out. After all, she has quite a few fans and there are many people who grew up watching her dramas. I have to say that the netizens are so tolerant, and I wonder if they are this tolerant with their own families. Chapter 87, System. Tangja drank a spiked drink. Tell your brother to be careful when he's sleeping. A lot of people nowadays just think that the fire doesn't burn on them and they are generous at the expense of others. But there were many confused people who were awake even more, and everyone was mostly on the side of the Su siblings. Duanqing took the drink she had drugged down beside her and then poured it into a cup and carefully pushed it in front of Su Jingyan. She also poured everyone a drink so as not to give it away, but of course, everyone else had a freshly opened drink and wasn't drugged. System, this person is quite cautious. He actually knows how to change the drink when pouring it for other people. Su Ainen skimmed her lips. Cautious my ass, full of bad water. How dare you drug my brother? Then don't blame me for being impolite. I have to let her see what it means to be self-inflicted. System? Su Jingyan? The next second they saw Su Ainen deliberately messing with something that fell to the ground, and dropped Duanqing beside her. She pretended to be surprised and said, "Oops, accidentally dropped the pillow. Duan Xin, can you help me pick it up?" Duan Xin smiled and nodded and didn't think much about it. As she bent down, Su Ainen extremely naturally swapped the drinks in front of her. Drink up, since you love it. Su Ainen's action stunned the system. This person's action of switching drinks was too natural. It was simply natural. When did this girl become so smart? It couldn't be that it was secretly improving when it didn't know it. System, I'm more impressed after 3 days of separation. Your action of switching drinks is too natural. Su Jingyan also felt that Su Ainen had become a lot more resourceful this time. Not to mention, if it wasn't for the system's reminder, there was a real possibility that he wouldn't have noticed this action of her switching drinks. The audience didn't notice Su Ainen's small movements either. Their attention was all on the few people who were speaking. Xu Jingxin and Wei Lidong couple kept secretly poking and prodding to whitewash themselves, giving themselves all sorts of reasons and excuses, and so did Duanquan. Tangja looked like he was out of his element, his eyes peeking at Su Jingyan every now and then, while Jiang Yan had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and interjected every now and then when those few people were talking, kicking the image they had managed to build up back to him all at once. Anyway, now this picture is really wonderful inside. Everyone is the main character. The viewers were sending up pop-ups and felt like their eyes were literally going out of their heads. Now this picture is really funny. It feels like each of them is the main character, and the expressions on each face are particularly interesting. The Duan family siblings and Wei Lidong husband and wife are looking for an opportunity to whitewash themselves to make excuses for themselves. Jiang Yan really isn't hiding at all anymore. Those 4 people, no matter what they say, she is able to dislike them back. With a small white flower face, I didn't expect to have so much fighting power. Awesome. Ha ha ha, the expression on the faces of the 2 Su siblings is now the expression on my face, and they've just literally carved the word "eat melon" into their faces. The 2 of them, Su Ainen and Su Jingyan, were indeed distracted eating melon, and they were quite surprised that Jiang Yan had become like this. This is the little white flower directly evolved into a dominant flower, right, to 1 against 4 and still completely do not lose the wind. This girl is really going to the wrong track. System, I finally know what it's like to curse without using dirty words. Jiang Yan is totally exploding right now. Her role is falling apart more and more now that the little white flower heroine has now evolved into a dominatrix. Su Ainen, I don't care if she's some kind of Tyrannosaurus Rex, as long as she doesn't push things onto us. Even if she evolves into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, it's none of my business. Su Jingyan almost choked on his own saliva when he heard this. Evolving into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was not good enough for her to think of it. Duan Xin had been carefully watching Su Jingyan, and when she saw him pick up the drink, that heart went straight to her throat. The Su siblings were also concerned about her nervous look. Su Ainen, what are you looking at? To be all in the cup of drink in front of you. My brother, this cup is clean. System, this woman's eyes are almost cockeyed. It looks like she's really nervous. It should be an illegal offense if this is drugged, right? And then, are you sure you don't need to call the police? Su Ainen was instantly reminded by the system. Yeah, you can call the police. But it's harder to call the police now. After all, we don't have any evidence, and I also changed that 1 drink back, so let's forget about it. Su Jingyan took a sip of his drink and directly focused on 2 things, listening to the melon over there while listening to the conversation between the system and Su Ainen. Since the arrival of the system, he was really utilizing this one mind skill of his to the extreme. Usually eat melon while doing other things completely without delay. Even when working the efficiency of the work will not be reduced. This may also be considered evolution. Probably because of her nervousness, Duan Xin also picked up her drink and drank it. but she wasn't drinking the one in front of him, it was the one next to hers. Everyone else was too busy tearing each other down, so they didn't have time to drink, and it didn't matter if this table of drinks was casual. Duanqin drank Duanquan's glass. Su-en. How come you're still turning corners when you're getting a drink here? How about a steering wheel for your hands? Su-en was so angry that she was about to roll her eyes. System, what should she do if she didn't get that drink? The system innocently replied, you ask me, I don't know. I can't put the drink into her mouth. It depends on you, an unlucky person will drink it. In the next second, the unlucky Tang gulped down the drink. He also took a cup at random, mainly because the guys kept talking and he felt that the five of them sprayed spittle into the drinks in front of him, so he picked what he thought was the cleanest cup. Duan Xin hadn't said anything the whole time, so he just assumed that the few drinks on his side of the table were clean. Su-en then watched with wide eyes as Tang drank all of the drink, and there was still not a drop left. Su Jingyan looked at this girl with this surprised expression and directly slapped the back of her head with his hand. Can you be a little more restrained out there? What if Tang finds something wrong? Su-en hurriedly retracted her eyes after being slapped, then nervously spoke to the system. What to do? The drink was drunk by Tang. The system was silent for a moment, and then said, air. Remember to lock the door when you sleep, this medicine has a strong effect. Tang, this guy likes your brother so much, maybe under the control of the drug will do some irrational things. Su-en, hiss. So crazy. She secretly looked at the expressionless old brother next to her, is really feel that old brother by such a person to see is really quite poor. Su Jingyan. How come it's me again? Chapter 88. Tang's medicine kicks in, spilling his guts to the audience, and his persona collapses. The medicine didn't take long to kick in, and Tang's face slowly reddened. Su-en saw Tang's face redden, and immediately found an excuse to pull his oldest brother back to his room. Duan Xin was directly anxious when she saw the two of them leaving. Miss Su, if Mr. Su isn't feeling well, you can't take care of him all by yourself. How about I go and help? Two people are always a little better than one. Jiang Yan said contemptuously when she heard this, it's really Sima Zhaoshan, are you there to take care of people, but don't take care of people in bed? Her sentence directly silenced everyone, even the audience felt that Jiang Yan was now speaking with less and less concern for consequences. TSK, Jiang Yan, he didn't suffer some big stimulus last time, right? Why is he speaking so tongue-tied now? I do think what she said is true, look at Duan Xin that way, people are not feeling well about what she has to do, eyeballs stick up really shameless. I say, are you guys the water army hired by the Su siblings? People are kindly going over to take care of people, do you guys have to be like this? Che, if you are willing to be taken care of you go just like Duan Xin, she must be looking at people's status so she wants to stick it on. The screen was now full of pop-ups, and half of them were saying that Duan Xin was looking at Su Jingyan's identity, so she posted it. It's only been a few days, her reputation out there has already become like this, so you can imagine how much the last episode has affected her. Obviously it was Duanquan who was photographed in the last installment, but Duanquan wasn't affected as much, which is really quite strange to say the least. After Duan Xin was disliked by Jiang Yan, she looked at Su Jingyan with a difficult face, as if she had been greatly wronged. Su Jingyan simply didn't even bother to look at her. Miss Duan, I have my sister to take care of me even if I'm not feeling well, so I won't trouble you. I see that your brother's face looks a little bit not so good right now, how about you go and take care of him? Duanquan's face was really bad right now, he really wanted to open Duanqin's head and take a look to see what exactly was contained inside. Didn't we all tell her not to mess with the others, so that she can properly pull her persona back within this show? This person has heard all of his words in the back of his head, right? Is it not bad enough for them to be living in the present? Jiang Yan looked at Duan Xin, this ugly face heart really is soothing, their own brother do not go to take care of still want to go to take care of other people's brother, you can really have the spirit of dedication if you really have so much dedication, then how did not see you put their own property to donate it, and also did not see you have done what charity it? Duan Xin bit her lip and said with an ugly face, Miss Jiang, why do you have to be so aggressive, what happened before has already passed, can't we just get along? She was truly afraid of this woman, who now had a completely broken attitude, and was not at all as cautious and curt as she had been when they first met. Kidding aside, when they first met Jiang Yan was still thinking of pleasing Su-en at that time, but now she no longer had that thought at all. This world was completely different from the fictional world she knew, and the Su family siblings weren't exactly villains, and she didn't really have any kind of heroine aura. Before, she had been convinced that she had a heroine's aura and had always felt that the world revolved around her, but after experiencing so much she also realized that she was just an ordinary person in this world. Although she still wants to marry Lu Siheng now, but her current goal is not just this one, even if she can't marry Lu Siheng, she must still marry into a rich family, and even if she doesn't, she must become very rich. After the Su siblings returned to their room, the system started broadcasting the situation outside. Jiang Yan seems to have set her sights on Duan Xan. No matter what Duan Xan says she dislikes her, Duan Xan is already on the verge of breaking down from her. Su Weinan had little interest in these two people. What he cared about now was Tangja. After drinking that cup of drink, Tangja couldn't possibly still have no reaction. Didn't he say that the drug was quite strong? Tuanzi, how come Tangja is not doing anything at all now? That medicine has no effect on him. Or did Duan Xin buy the wrong medicine? The system probed. I didn't buy the wrong medicine. Tangju is also having a hard time right now. Its medicine kicked in after you guys came in, and now he's sitting on the sofa with a red face and in a trance. Tangja had even been a little unclear as he looked at Wei Lidong sitting next to him, and suddenly Wei Lidong had turned into Su Jingyan all of a sudden. When he saw Su Jingyan, he pounced over at once. Jingyan, why are you so cold to me now? We obviously grew up together. I only made a small mistake. Wei Lidong was suddenly stunned by being hugged, and Tangja kept putting his head inside his neck. Wei Lidong's face was white with fear. Mr. Tang, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Mr. Su. But now Tangja couldn't hear anything clearly. He had been completely controlled by the drug. I just like you. What's wrong with me? For so many years I didn't dare to let you know about this matter just because I was afraid you would leave me, but I didn't expect that in the end you still knew. Why can't this world accommodate my feelings? Obviously you don't hate me either, don't you? I just want to become a family with you only. I thought that by marrying Su Weinan we can be a family. I've already taken a step back. What else do you want me to do? All present. For those of you just watching, the Su siblings who were relayed by the system. Su Weinan, Tangja, he's got a problem. System, yeah, he's just got a problem. Didn't you already know that? Su En. Su Jingyan's face is extremely cold now. Marrying in is a step back. This asshole really thinks he has paid a lot, right? At this moment, the audience seemed to know something big, and kept swiping pop-ups on the top of the screen. My goodness. This is kind of a bombshell. Substituting for Mr. Su, this can be really disgusting, being so missed by a brother from childhood. This Tangja actually wants to use Su Weinan and Su Jingyan to become a family. Listen to his tone as if he has suffered a great loss. How good is he? No wonder the Su siblings don't have a good look for him, so he's done such disgusting things. Tangja had already put Wei Lidong under complete control, and Wei Lidong was filled with panic and kept shouting, Mr. Tang. You wake up a little. Sober up a bit. We're still filming the program. Chapter 89, Tangja's heart for Su Jingyan is well known to all. Wei Lidong's crashing shout also finally sobered up the other guests. Regardless of whether or not there was a conflict before to get along, now this scene cannot be counted so much. The most important thing is to first pull these two people apart. With two fists, Tangja was under control in no time, but his obvious reaction was still clearly seen by everyone. Why are you alienating me? Why don't you like me? What am I so bad at? Tangja kept hissing as if he was possessed by Mr. Bully, and probably because of the drug's effect, the expression on his face looked extraordinarily horrible. Jiang Yan was shocked by this reaction of his. No wonder this person has been letting her get close to the Su family siblings, so it was with such an idea. She thought Tangja was fond of Su Weinan, that's why he let her approach Su Weinan all the time, but it turned out that he was looking at someone else's brother. It was no wonder that the Su family siblings had been treating him poorly. If one were to substitute oneself, a brother who had grown up together since childhood, having such thoughts about oneself and counting on one's own family, just thinking about it would make one feel nauseous. Who you like is your business, but if you're going to count people out because of that liking, then that's pretty unethical. Hashtag Tangja like Su Jingyan. The show confesses to Su Jingyan. Hashtag this hot search has directly ascended to the top 3, and it's estimated that it will climb to number 1 before too long. More and more people flocked to the live broadcast to watch this joke, and more people took pity on Su Jingyan. A good big handsome guy who did nothing ended up with something like this. It's too pathetic. Before feel Su Jingyan cold people are to where to go, stand on the side of Tangja people are to where to go. Before not a lot of people say that people are not sages who cannot be false, said no matter what happened so many years of feelings here, Su Jingyan forgive a little Tangja and how, those people are dead where to go. Those people are just watching a hustle and bustle, don't know anything about it and talk nonsense there. People Su Jingyan that's a serious person, the other rich second generation in the circle are eating, drinking and having fun, he is the one who graduated from school and started to take over the family's affairs, and there is no such thing as those warblers around him. Tangja, if he didn't grow up with him, I guess it can't get close to him either. In order to get close to Su Jingyan, Tangja actually wanted to count on Su Weinan. If he really married Su Weinan, then the Su family was basically scourged by him. I'm all for calling the police on this one. No, don't you guys think it's very wrong for Tangja to be in such a state right now? Is there really no problem with his mental state? Right, even if you like Su Jingyan again cannot possibly show so crazy it, before all did not show so crazy. The others also noticed that Tangja was out of sorts, and the staff immediately got a doctor to come over and sedate him. After lying down and being carried away, Duan Xan stood by the side with a pale face, that heart in her heart. Those shouldn't be found out, no, she didn't put in a very large dose, even if they were found out no one would know it would be her. As soon as Duanshuan took a look at Duanxin's face, he knew that this matter was not unrelated to her, and he was now really angry that his heart hurt. Having such a stupid sister is really killing people. When she was young and had fame, she always felt like she was the man of the hour, and now well, this man of the hour is going to fall into the clouds. The system relayed all the things outside to Su Ainen, who was about to be furious. Tangja has a problem, right? I can't believe he just said it out loud. Don't drag our family down with him. Su Ainen was so angry that Su Jingyan's mood didn't even fluctuate much. If others know, then no, anyway, his own conscience is not guilty, and it is just to let everyone see Tangja's true face clearly. The system comforted Su Ainen and said, don't be angry, in fact, now is also a pretty good opportunity, Tangja's true face at once by other people to find out, in the future, even if your brother to him again bad face that no one will say anything. But some people on the internet are still smearing your brother and Tangja, saying that the two of them had some sort of illicit relationship in the first place. Do you guys want to find a chance to clarify that? Those netizens on the internet were really watching the fun, and some of them actually said that Su Jingyan and Tangja had been together in the first place, and that's why Tangja was so excited and crazy. Said Su Jingyan so many years are not close to women originally like as a man, but also said with reason, as if they saw it with their own eyes. The system felt angry looking at those comments. It as a data is really not understand how these people think. Other people's business has nothing to do with them, you watch to see the fun, but also make rumors for what? Rumors can make them get any benefits? It is really very incomprehensible. The melon eating system just eats some real melons every day, and never does anything to create rumors. The system itself considered itself to be a melon eating system, so it was evident that Su Ainen had brainwashed it deeply. Su Ainen was also angry about these comments on the internet. These people love rumor mongering, right? Since they love rumor mongering so much, let them bear the consequences of rumor mongering. And let them know why words can't be spoken. It was a really wonderful night. The second installment had just started and went straight to the hot search. Ji Yunyan was about to burst with joy at home when he saw the data of this variety show. Brother, this Su family siblings are really a treasure. Every time they are on the hot search because of them. Do you know how hot this variety show of mine is now? The two of them have no intention of entering the entertainment industry. You can come directly to my company. I absolutely put them into a superstar. Lu Siheng glanced at his giggling cousin and said breathlessly, do you think Su Jingyan can enter the entertainment industry with his status? Ji Yunyang, Su Jingyan cannot. Su Ainen cannot. She is not every day at home inside the foot picking it. I heard that recently also do not go to participate in what party, and those little sisters to play, every day in the home foot picking. Lu Siheng. What do you mean by picking your feet at home every day? If you can't talk, don't talk nonsense. This cousin really owes a beating. People, a big lady, all right to go to the entertainment industry for what? And what do you mean by what you say, how to pick your feet, not to pick your feet? That according to your words you do not also every day in the home to pick your feet, let you go to the blind date also do not go. Ji Yunyang took one look at his cousin's face and knew that he had messed with a bomb. Okay, it was my mistake. Miss Su is your little baby. How can I say that your little baby is stingy with her feet? Chapter 90, on the eve of Tangja's downfall, Duan Xan is arrested. Tangja was escorted to the hospital for a full body checkup, through which it had been determined that he had been drugged. The smile on Ji Yunyang's face instantly disappeared when he received this news. He had thought that the guy was drunk, but it turned out that he didn't realize that it was actually a drug that he had been hit with inside the show. The matter of being drugged inside a program can be a big deal, and a little bit of marketing could be the fault of the program. Find out for me. Make sure you find out about this. I want to see who has the guts to actually dare to mess with my program like this. It was not easy for him to make a program out of this. Actually, there is someone who dares to count him like this, dare to move the earth on the head of the Tai Sui, live tired of it. What should I do? I don't think I'll be found out at the hospital. Duan Xin in the room kept circling around, a heart that 7 up and down. She is now really regretted, but now regret has been too late. Duan Xian sat on the sofa, faces black. You want to make their own death, can blame who? I have long told you not to mess with them again. Originally our reputation is already bad enough. You are really too much to live too good. You're going to die, cannot even drag me down. when I was a child to help me a thing you read for more than 10 years, so a few years is not I have been dragging you, if this thing is really found out we simply live their own forget it. The two of them said they were brother and sister, but the brother-sister bond between the two had also worn out over the years. In front of an audience they might even act it out a bit, but in private they basically just leave each other alone. The parents of the Duan family are also snobs. From childhood to children are their tools. As a child his daughter looked good, he let his daughter go to be a child star. The son later followed the entertainment industry. After the siblings were able to earn money, their parents were more than ready to watch them raise it without working. It can be said that the two siblings have a lot to do with their parents, who have no morals. How can you ask their children to have morals? Son and daughter in the outside hooking up with people, things they also know. They not only do not discourage but also think that the son and daughter did not work hard enough. If they can work a little harder, if the first place can rise a little more. So now that something had happened, they hadn't even thought about calling their parents, who had called long ago after the last episode of the show had gone wrong, to scold the two of them. Calling back now would only add insult to injury, not to mention consolation. Not to fall on the well is good, and may even take this opportunity to disassociate with the two of them. When it comes to marketing, those two old guys aren't even close, so they might as well be marketing themselves as poor old parents who don't know anything about anything in a minute. Duan Xin is now trembling with fear, wanting this thing to be illegal. Now it is not a question of whether to retreat or quit the entertainment industry. When Tangja woke up, she was basically going to be finished. The system looked at them like this, also felt that they were self-inflicted, originally wanted to share it with Suanen, or looking at someone sleeping soundly on the bed, it still kept its mouth shut. It doesn't need to sleep, but humans need to sleep. I'll tell her about it tomorrow. Let's just say that these two siblings have a lot to live up to, and if their parents had been more responsible, maybe they wouldn't have grown up like this. After all, they are also considered to have talent and appearance. Duan Xin is not that kind of stunning looks, but a little dress up is also a clear little beauty. At this moment inside the hospital, Tangja had already woken up, and he knew clearly about what happened during the night. Who the hell is trying to harm me? I won't spare him when I find out. Jiang Yan stood in the doorway and listened to the angry roars inside and sneered, finally pushing the door in. Who else can harm you? Isn't it that woman surnamed Duan? She poured everyone's juice, no one else even touched the juice bottles. Jiang Yan actually wasn't sure about this matter, but it didn't delay her from disgusting Duan Xin a bit. Tangja, the whole body is shrouded in a gloomy, hidden for so long, things are now all revealed. Now the internet should not know to get into what kind of it. The cell phone is all the company's shareholders to call. Originally the company shareholders have a lot of dissatisfaction with him, although he sidelined a lot of people, but left a lot of wallflowers. Now this thing has come out directly costing the company a lot of money, and even the share price has started to fall. Many people even went to the Tang Group's official blog to curse underneath, saying that he was shameless. Where the hell has old Tang been all this time? Is he trying to ruin the company in his son's hands? The old shareholders in the company are about to collapse. Originally the company was operating well. As a result of the old Tang suddenly disappeared, Tangja directly parachuted into the company. In the middle of what exactly happened they do not know. Father and son of two tofu they cannot control. Originally thought that Tangja also and his father will be as good as the management of the company. The results did not expect to take over the company directly after the company managed a mess. Exclusion of people who do not belong to their own, targeting those talented people. This time the company do not know how many talents have gone. If this goes on, Tang's group is not far from bankruptcy. The most important thing is that the Su family has begun to not support the Tang family. In the past, when the relationship between the two families was good, the Tang family relied on the Su family to support a lot of their business. And then I don't know what happened, the two families suddenly split up. The Su family not only didn't support the Tang family, but even began to unite with other people to suppress the Tang family. But now they also finally know why the Su family began to suppress the Tang family. This Tangja made such a thing. People inside the variety show did not hit you even if it is good. No, we can't let him go on like this. If he goes on like this, we'll all have to drink the northwest wind with him. The shareholders looked at each other and decided to start saving themselves, although Tangja has a lot of shares in his hands, but no more than the sum of them. Donchil doesn't realize that he's on the verge of being ousted from the stage because he's trying to find out who the person who did this to him is right now. Ji Yunyang's side had already gotten results, and he was about to be pissed off by this stupid woman Duan Xin. If you want to harm people, you don't want to do it in my program. This woman really has a problem. Directly send a lawyer's letter. I won't be named Ji until I get her in trouble. Duan Xin had a hard time falling asleep, only to be suddenly taken away by the police just as she fell asleep. The system didn't care if it was the middle of the night at this time. It directly screamed and woke Suanen up. Wake up! Wake up! Duan Xin is being taken away by the police. Su Ainen immediately woke up as soon as she heard that there was melon to eat, and then instantly knocked on the door of her oldest brother's room. Su Jingyan was confused when he opened the door. What is this guy doing not sleeping in the middle of the night? In the next second, he was pulled by Su Ainen to hide in a corner and watched Duan Xin being taken away by the police. Duan Xin was still struggling when he was taken away, kept saying that he was wrongly accused. There seemed to be paparazzi taking pictures not far away. System serves her right. Tang and Ji Yunyang are both trying to get Duan Xin in. She's been completely planted this time. Chapter 91. Suanen, you said that director was a woman. He's also pregnant. After the system's explanation, Su Jingyan also finally managed to clear things up. In short, Duan Xin is completely finished and Duan Xian will probably not end up too well either. Su Jingyan suddenly thought of a question. Now that this program has become like this, can it still continue to be filmed? It won't fall apart when it reaches the second installment. This first group of guests, the second group of guests, the third group of guests all had problems. The only one who didn't have problems was their group. That couple is a ticking time bomb even though things haven't gone wrong for a while, and that brother and sister are now completely planted. Tang night happened like that, and also Heavy to Be, this time may not continue to shoot. So in the end it's just the two of them, right? Ji Yunyan was now thinking about this at home as well. This variety show exploded for sure, but I don't know if I can continue filming again after such a big incident. The second group of guests has been mailed, and Tang's group is presumably done, so there are only two kinds left now. That couple is no slouches, so why don't we keep looking for two more groups of guests to add to the mix? It can't be that this show is only in its second installment. Even though these two issues have already made him a lot of money, who can't be bothered with money? Brother! Open the door, open the door. I have something very important to discuss with you. Ji Yunyang stood in front of Lu Siheng's room door and knocked vigorously. Lu Siheng was lying on the bed with his eyes staring at the ceiling listlessly. This brother really can't be wanted. Why don't we just find a chance to get rid of him? How in the world did he become the hero of this book? That system was really mistaken, wasn't it? Brother! Open the door quickly, open the door quickly, After shouting for 3 or 4 minutes, Lu Siheng opened the door to the room with a cold face, exuding cold air. If an ordinary person would have been shocked, it's just that Ji Yunyang grew up with him and has long been used to this kind of temperament of his. Brother, I don't know if I can continue filming this program. There are only 2 pairs of guests left now. Should I keep looking for guests? If we're going to keep looking for guests, do you have any recommendations for people I can pull my variety show back on track to make it a travel variety show? Now this variety show has become a melon-eating variety show. All the viewers are eating melon inside his variety show, although the heat is also very good, but melon-eating variety show is especially easy to send the guests in. He's now thinking about whether to pull back the main line of this variety show and continue to turn it into a lifestyle travel variety show. Lu Siheng is his words in the heart sneered. There are Su family siblings in it. You actually still think of pure travel alone. Even if there is no melon, they will create melon for you. You can find someone if you want. I don't have anyone on my side at the moment, but I think it's better if you've been tinkering around a bit lately. You can stop for so much as a month or 2 and look carefully for the guests yourself, but don't leave this to anyone else again. As for the Su family siblings, if they are willing to continue to participate, then so be it. If not, then there is no need to force them. Ji Yunyan? Why do I feel like you're answering the question? Did I say anything about the Su siblings? Half a minute later, Ji Yunyang was kicked out of the room by Lu Siheng. Regardless of whether Variety is going to continue with the second installment or not, it's still going to keep filming. Duan family siblings all were taken away by the police. Weili Dong couple 2 people are also scared. They were afraid that the siblings would blow them both out of the water. After all, they had a deal too. So for the past 2 days they were honestly filming the scene inside the set, while Su Ainen and Su Jingyan followed behind to observe. There was a director with a big belly who attracted Su An's attention. Su Ainen whispered to the system, this director's stomach is also too big. It's bigger than other people's stomachs that are pregnant for 10 months. How can a man's stomach be so big? System, he's not a man, she's a woman. Su Ainen sucked in a breath of cool air in her heart when she heard this, and Su Jingyan's pupils widened slightly. The 2 siblings gave that director a closer look. Didn't this look like a man from head to toe, and a not very good looking one at that? There's nothing even remotely feminine about this one. Su Ainen was a bit unsure and said to the system, are you sure you're not mistaken? Are you sure this director is a woman? The system replied with certainty, sure, she's solidly a woman. She only dressed herself up like this for the work aspect, and then she started letting herself go after she became slightly more famous, so her figure went out of shape. Did you see that handsome male lead? The system told Su Weinin to take a look at that male lead beside that director. Su Jingyan also looked over. The male lead was quite clean looking and looked quite handsome in his ancient clothes. The system said, this director is indeed pregnant, and the child is that of a male lead. Su's siblings. Rely on. Is that man really not picky at all? I think this director is almost 50 years old. This woman is also really yes, how dangerous it is to give birth at an advanced age. Sure enough, the place with the most melons is the crew. The system looked at this shocked look on Su Weinin's face and continued, otherwise, why do you think that boy was able to become the male lead at such a young age, and for such a big production? Although this woman is not good looking, but she has a lot of resources at hand, and she has made a lot of explosive dramas, this boy has spent a lot of effort to climb up to her. Su Weinin looked at the director's one-dimensional looks and figure, as well as that temperament. She was really not sure how that boy was able to lay his hands on him. Su Weinin consoled herself by saying, maybe this director has a beautiful mind is also beautiful. Su Jingyan. System, her mind is not beautiful. This director can break a lot of people's career. Before she looked at a lot of male actors, all those who are not willing to from her basically were screwed down by him. The male lead of those few explosive dramas she shot basically have so little to do with him. Those who are not willing to have a relationship with her are either in the 18th line struggling to get by or have been forced to withdraw from the entertainment industry. All in all, those boys are having a miserable time now, and many of them have good looks and acting skills, but their futures are ruined just because they've been spotted by her. Su Weinin's fists gave way to hardened hearing. It was so disgusting. Too angry. Su Jingyan's brows also wrinkled. This person not only looked disgusting, mind was even more disgusting. System, alas, this is the power of capital. Those boys simply can't resist her power, so they're just going to be buried by this entertainment industry. Su Weinin was silent for a while, and then very seriously said to the system, what do you say I start an entertainment company, just looking for these vicissitudes of the world, and with your help I can also know how the character and ability of those artists, the two of us join forces, and properly rectify the entertainment industry. On capital, right? She is capital. Su Jingyan was shocked by Su Weinin. He thought that this girl only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, but he didn't think that this actually set a goal for himself now. Chapter 92 Disgusting Green Director Fancying Su Jingyan, Su Weinin protecting her brother. Su Jingyan was actually quite supportive of Su Weinin's idea. If there is something to do, this girl will not go out and cause trouble every day, just keep her busy every day. The system was also quite supportive of Su Weinin's idea. I agree. The two of us will be invincible when we join forces. When the time comes, the two of us will eat the melon of the entertainment industry together. The system has also fallen in love with this melon-eating life. As for the mission, anyway, Su Weinin couldn't possibly become a vicious female match anymore, so this mission is also considered to be completed in advance. Just make sure Lu Siheng doesn't die so that Ji Yunyan can't inherit the Lu group. There is a Lu Siheng who is even better than the male lead in everything, so how can Ji Yunyan get on the male lead? He's not even the male lead anymore, so naturally there's no backstoryline happening. And the character of Jiang Yan has fallen apart now. The man doesn't know when he woke up and thinks about screwing money every day. Before, he was thinking of marrying into a rich family to marry Lu Siheng, but then he probably felt that this dream was not good enough to reach, so he focused on getting money. Jiang Yan, after Tangja was taken away from the hospital, she also went to the hospital to accompany her. She was now thinking of getting a little more money on Tangja. This female director was originally speaking with the male lead actor, and the two of them were still touching each other and flirting from time to time, but the director looked up and saw Su Jingyan standing not far away. Su Jingyan's features were exquisite and tall, his body exuded an icy temperament, and he compared all the men present just by standing there. The female director's eyes instantly lit up as she pointed at Su Jingyan and asked the person next to her, is that the new actor? How come I've never seen him before? It's reasonable to say that she can't have no impression of such a good-looking actor. This woman this time was soaked in the drama group shooting, also had little time to pay attention to the things on the internet, even if there is a little bit of free time or hooked up with this male lead actor, so on the internet recently happened things really do not know at all. Su Jingyan usually appears on TV, even on financial programs. There is no information about him at all on the entertainment programs, so the female director has really never seen him. The staff member next to him glanced at Su Jingyan and whispered, that's not an actor, we'll just leave, that's a guest who came over to shoot a variety show. The guest of honor for the variety show, that should also be a newcomer in the entertainment industry. Are all the newcomers nowadays so good-looking? A lecherous glint flashed in the female director's eyes. She hadn't seen one with such a good-looking temperament in all her time in the entertainment industry. The system suddenly said to Su Weinin, extraordinary news. This disgusting female director has a crush on your brother. Suan. Su Jingyan. Suanen hurriedly looked over that way, and saw that disgusting director looking at his own oldest brother with a lecherous face. Su Jingyan's goosebumps also rose all over his body. Being missed by such a disgusting old woman was even more difficult than being missed by Tangja. System, she thought you two were new to the entertainment industry, so she was planning to go after you too. Su Ainen, me? Doesn't she have her eye on my brother? What does it have to do with me? System, you're good looking too, she can give you to someone else even though she likes guys. The acid inside Su Ainen's stomach was about to rebound out. So what is a human being in the eyes of those people? A tool that can be used to exchange interests. Su Jingyan experience is also really disgusting. It seems that this entertainment industry should be rectified. How is it messed up like this? Not long after that, the staff beside the woman came over. The staff said to the two of them with a very good attitude, "Our director would like to invite the two of you to go over and have a chat. Our director has filmed a lot of explosive dramas, and the director feels that the two of you's images are especially suitable for the roles inside one of our dramas, so he would like to invite the two of you to go over and have a chat." The Su siblings looked at each other and decided to go over to meet this disgusting director. As she watched the two of them walk over, that female director's eyes simply glowed greatly. The male actor next to her was filled with jealousy. He had managed to coax this ugly woman into submission, only to have another person compete with him. If it wasn't for these good resources, how could he have committed himself to such an ugly woman? Sure enough, you look better up close. You two are new to the entertainment industry, aren't you? I've never seen you two before. This director has a great attitude on the surface, and those who don't know would think he really appreciates newcomers and wants to promote them. The live broadcast was still open, and some of the viewers of the live broadcast saw that some of this director also recognized. Yikes! The Su siblings are actually recognized as newcomers to the entertainment industry. I know this director, he's made a lot of explosive dramas, he's a talented director. I also don't know if Mr. Su and Miss Su are willing to enter the entertainment industry. If they are willing to enter the entertainment industry, then it would really be a paradise for face dogs. The looks of these two are really nothing to write home about, it's just that their tempers are a bit too arrogant, and it's easy to offend people if they enter the entertainment industry with such a temper. Offended? If I have these two home as the identity of these two, then I walk horizontally every day. Even if they really go to mix the entertainment industry, who dares to offend them? People slightly move their fingers regardless of whether you first line or second line minutes for you to block. It's also true that the Su family has many luxury brands under its name, whether it's clothing bags, watches, or jewelry endorsements. That's the target for all the major stars to compete for. I don't know if you two have the desire to act. I have two roles here that are quite suitable for you, so we can talk about them in detail when the time comes. A little chat, as to where the chat went, is up in the air. Suanen said with feigned curiosity, "Don't you even need to audition for a movie? Then your decision is too hasty." This female director's face was a bit ugly by what she said. This woman didn't have a brain, did she? How dare she talk to her like that? I'm sort of a senior in the entertainment industry. It's not very nice for a little girl to talk to me like that. Su Jingyan sneered and said, "Senior, how much ago ah?" By Su Jingyan's words, this female director's face became even more ugly. I'm afraid these two aren't toast. Next to the male lead actor immediately began to show, "You two newcomers, how to be so rude. The director is looking at you, so want to promote you. If you do not want to, do not know how many people are waiting. Respect for seniors also do not know, is it? System, yo, this is grabbing the opportunity to start performing. No wonder this guy has a future." Su siblings. What exactly is your understanding of promising? Is that what you call promising? Chapter 93 Su Jingyan, it's cold, let that ugly director go in. Seeing that the atmosphere was starting to burn, the director of the program immediately came over. What's going on here? What's going on? Director Lu, do you have something against us? I remember I told you a long time ago that we were coming over to shoot a variety show, right? You seemed to agree at the time. The director wasn't afraid of this female director. This variety show of theirs was backed by a big mountain, and their boss was the cousin of the current head of the Lu group. This female director was still more restrained in front of the program to you. She put on an elder look and said, "I just have these two newcomers who are better looking, and there are two roles on my side that are more suitable for them, so I want to ask them to come over and discuss it. It's just that now these young people's hearts are just too high. A little talk won't do. You can't be like this when you're in the entertainment industry." Directed by. Ha, who doesn't know what kind of person you are? Isn't it just that you look at other people's good looks so you call them over? And the audience just couldn't take it anymore. This woman is also really open-eyed, right? I kinda liked her before, after all, I have several favorite dramas that are hers, not now this person is also too disgusting. What do you mean the newcomers in the entertainment industry have too high a heart? I feel that this director is trying to subvert, right, seeing that the Su siblings are good looking so he called them over to try to subvert them. I have a feeling that this woman probably hasn't done a lot of things like this before, but this time it's kind of a kick in the teeth. I'll just watch how Su Jingyan deals with her. Does this person need Su Jingyan to deal with him personally? One word from Su Jingyan is enough for her to get mixed up. Su Jingyan looked at this woman is indeed a year disgusted. The director of the program group took one look at Su Jingyan's face and knew that this matter cannot be finished. But this woman is also really self-inflicted. You say you do not pay attention to the internet lately, that also forget it. How can you still see a man in heat? The female director watched as the program director stopped talking, thinking that he was agreeing with her words, so the whole thing spoke with even more gusto. I really saw that these two kids are good looking, and it's really too bad that they've been hanging around inside the variety show, so that's why I thought of giving them both a chance. I need you to give me a chance, Su Jingyan Mei said rhetorically with a smile. You really think you're a bully in the entertainment industry, don't you? Although I don't hang out in the entertainment industry, I've heard a lot of strange things here. I still know what kind of intentions you have. You really think you're a capital, don't you? And this guy beside you, you really think you've climbed a big tree, don't you? System, Aigu. Your brother is so handsome. Hurry up to Tianlian Lu break. Directly let this surname Lu cannot mix in this entertainment industry. Suanen, Tuanzi, why do I feel like you're more excited than I am? This is too natural for you to be watching the show right now. System, isn't this just really idle boredom, and this female is really annoying too. The female director surnamed Lu still wanted to speak, but she was pulled back by the program director as soon as she could. Can you stop talking for a moment? You're really not afraid to die. Su Jingyan sized up this female from head to toe, and there really wasn't a single female feature from body to bottom. Seriously, I don't really know if you're a man or a woman at this glance, and just while you're at it, with what you just said to us, I'm checking out. You'd better pray that I don't find out something, or else. Su Jingyan lightly looked over with a single glance, and this director Lu's legs went weak with fear. What kind of status does this person have? Why can he say such things? Isn't he a newcomer to the entertainment industry? Su Jingyan carried Suanen and walked to the side, leaving this female in vain to be scared out of her wits over here. Who the hell is he? Who the hell is he? How can he say something like that? The actor also realized something was wrong. These two people were definitely not any newcomers to the entertainment industry. What newcomer to the entertainment industry would dare to talk like this? The program director sighed and looked at them with pity. They are the two heirs of the Su group, Mr. Su and Miss Su. Don't you think you are looking for death? Originally in this good shooting of the program you do not go to mess with people. People will not come over to pay attention to you. You send yourself to death. Can blame who? The recent things on the internet, you have not paid attention to it. Female directors, male actors. What the hell is going on at night lately? They are really not paying attention. Looking at their shocked faces, the program director shook his head while saying, anyway, you guys are screwed. As for you, since Mr. Su said he's going to investigate you, you definitely won't be able to run away. You'd better think of a way out for yourself. This director may be considered a small capital in the entertainment industry, but in front of the real capital that is simply not enough. The Su family's top mansion. Although their family was not involved in the entertainment industry, their family's brands were involved in various living areas. Its various luxury brands are also a lot of those brands showbiz stars, which is not a fight for the head. It can be said that although people are not involved in the entertainment industry, when they stomp their feet, the entertainment circle has to be shaken 3 times. It's over. It's over. The female director stared blankly and muttered under her breath, followed by a double roll of the eyes, and collapsed. The male actor and the program director hurriedly tried to catch him, but the woman's bulk was just too big, directly crushing the two of them as well. I'll go. Why is this woman so heavy? The program director was about to spit out blood from the pressure. There really wasn't a single feminine trait on this woman. The audience was also really treated to a good show and a facepalm. Ha ha ha, what's the matter with the heart suddenly feeling so good? That's how you should hit back at someone who's that disgusting. Looking at this female director's reaction, she's probably really done a lot of unseemly things. A female director? Is this guy a woman? I thought he was a man. I thought she was a greasy uncle. My goodness. How did this female look like this? Although I also know that it's a bit impolite to comment on other people's appearance like this, But this director really looks a bit hot. This weight must be 200 pounds, right? With such a big belly and 3 layers of chin, it's greasy to look at. A little pity for that actor and the program director. By such a person smashed estimates that the internal organs will be damaged, right? Wei Lidong and Xu Jingxin came over after filming and realized that the atmosphere was not right, but they were really honest lately and didn't say a word on the side after they realized that the atmosphere was not right. After dinner, Su Jingyan directly called to have the whole thing about that woman blown out of proportion. There's no need to keep such a disgusting person here to plague others. Send her in early. It's just that the woman is pregnant now, so it's probably going to take a little while to get her in there. Chapter 94 Exposing Melon. In the middle of the night, netizens explode. Su Ainen watched her own old brother play from the side, and asked the system on the side, "Don't say, my brother is quite handsome like this, and it's true that the man who was serious about his work has the most charisma." The system also agreed with her. "Your brother was already quite handsome, and his male face value within this book is also ranked in the top 3, right? Or how else would he be called the villainous big boss?" Su Ainen this instantly came to interest. Her brother's face value can only be ranked in the top 3. What about the previous 2? She looks so much like her brother, so that means those 2 are even better looking than her. Who is in front of my brother? Lu Siheng. I know, but persons looks needless to say. The other one who else saw? In fact, it is Lu Siheng died earlier inside the original book, otherwise this is the proper male lead. System, Ji Yin Yang. The first in the face value ranking is Lu Siheng, the second is the original book hero Ji Yin Yang, and the third is your brother. Actually, I also think that your brother is even better looking than the male lead, but that's the way it was set up in the book at the time. Su En. What, are you kidding? Ji Yin Yang, where he is better looking than my brother. I think it should be the author who wrote this book who thinks he is. System, I don't know about that. It might really be a subjective evaluation by the author of the original book. In fact, Ji Yin Yang's face value is more inclined to the warm sunshine kind of type. His setting inside the original book has been quietly helped the heroine of the kind, is the kind of working life will also teach the heroine to deal with a variety of things, not the heroine has been shut in their own side of the kind of people. The delicacy of Su Jingyan's looks was even higher, his facial features were as if they were carved out in fine detail, and his temperament was even colder, paired with his height of 1.86 m, a proper flower of the high ridge. And Lu Siheng looks is also exquisite hanging, but looks more atmospheric, probably because it has been a long time in high positions, so the aura is colder and more adequate. Su Jingyan silently listened to his pure sister arguing with the system after making the call. No. Is there any point in them arguing about it? He's actually quite unhappy with his looks, and that tiny cutie from his own family. He looks too much like that little cutie, every time he sees that little cutie. He feels weird every time he sees this little cutie do something stupid. In the words of the netizens nowadays, these 2 siblings share the same face. Only Su Jingyan looks a little harder, Su Ainen is more soft and delicate, the 5 features in the details above there is so little difference. Later that night, the hot site just blew up. All the various scandals that female director had watched before were exposed, and they were very wide-ranging. Mainly because a lot of the people she's dabbled with before have been popular stars who are already famous, and even the current top tier. Rumor. This is definitely a rumor. Someone must have seen that Chen Luo is too popular to rumor about him like this. Every once in a while there's news like this, and this news is definitely not true. How could Hu Rui fall for such a female dinosaur? This rumor has to have some evidence, okay? It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a popular first and second tier possibly look at someone who looks like this? The point is that this woman is over 50 years old, right, and doesn't have the slightest bit of womanly features in her appearance. Many netizens don't believe it. After all, the contrast between those handsome male celebrities and this female director is just too explosive. Even if the eyes are blind again cannot be with a woman so ugly and so old. Even if it is to exchange resources at least have to pick it. Those few male celebrities who are the most popular and involved are now starting to hold emergency meetings. Chen Luo's manager also knew who Chen Luo had followed before and how he had climbed up the ladder. There's only one way out now. Since the person behind this dared to blow this out of proportion, that must mean he has evidence in his hands. The only way we can do this now is to put it all on that female director. You're also a victim. You weren't read at the time, that's why you're under such duress. After putting the blame on it being able to draw all the fire away from it, that's when it's going to be a lot better on your side. Chen Luo's face was pale, his brain was a mess. He climbed to this position to pay something is really quite a lot. Now I had started to enjoy the results, but I didn't expect to suddenly encounter such a thing. Listen to you on everything, just get this thing over with for me. He absolutely cannot fall. He had climbed to this position with great difficulty, absolutely could not fall. A few other men pretty much had the same idea as him, they were all putting all the blame on that director Lu. Soon the male celebrities implicated began issuing statements. Anyway, the meaning is only one, at that time just entered the entertainment industry, do not know anything, so they were threatened by people, coerced, they are also all the victims, they are also not willing to do such a thing. Su Ainen was called up by the system in the middle of the night to eat a melon, for which she was eating with great relish. TSK, this female director is really powerful, the most popular, several all have a relationship with her, behind the resources in the end, how powerful system, what resources are powerful, just shameless, she played enough people to introduce other people, those men are not as stupid, so just so one level to the top of the climb chant. Behind the scenes those who are not famous or even less, they don't want to compromise, so they quit the entertainment industry, either they are silent in the entertainment industry, it all depends on personal choice. There are some netizens who have come to a direct conclusion based on what happened on top of the variety show during the day in conjunction with what happened on top of this hot search at night. When watching the variety show, didn't Su Jingyan say that he wouldn't let this director Lu off the hook, that he would investigate properly? This couldn't be what he put out there. Definitely yes, besides him who else can have such ability, and this surname Lu's currently offended no is estimated to be only the Su family siblings, right? Not all say that the surname Lu has capital, what is called capital, this is called capital. She's a piece of. Su Jingyan is awesome. But releasing melons in the middle of the night is a bit too immoral, right? Now I'm hiding under the covers to eat melons for fear of being discovered by my parents. Same thing, good hiding. There was no telling how many people didn't sleep well this night, even Su Ainen woke up the next day with 2 huge dark circles under her eyes. Su Jingyan looked at her dark circles extraordinarily speechless. You didn't sleep quite early last night, how come the dark circles are so heavy? Su Ainen didn't say anything, and spat in her heart, it wasn't because she ate melon in the middle of the night last night, ugh, sleepy Su Jingyan. Then you really deserve it. Chapter 95, Wei Lidong's Theatrical Hegemony, Magical Novels Pressing the Male Second. For this matter to be exposed so quickly, Lu Siheng hadn't put in much effort behind it. It's time to fix such a disgusting entertainment industry, those artists in your company shouldn't be this disgusting, Lu Siheng skeptically glanced at his own cousin. He was still assured about his cousin's character, but those artists in his cousin's company, he really wasn't very assured. After all, knowing people's faces doesn't mean you don't know their hearts. Didn't that heartthrob do a messy thing when he selected the variety show guests before? Ji Yun Yang was given goosebumps by this look in his eyes. Why are you looking at me with such a look? The people in my company are all vetted by me, and what they can and can't do is written clearly in the contract. If they dare to do something messed up, then I won't show any mercy. Ji Yun Yang feels that his cousin is treating his family's entertainment company as a criminal harboring spot, right? There are good and bad people in the entertainment industry, okay? It can't be that some people pull everyone else down because of that many. Lu Siheng smiled without saying anything. Inside the variety show, the 2 Su family siblings followed to the theater again. Yesterday went to Shu Jingxin's theater, but that drama is expected to die. After all, the director is out of order. The crew we are going to today is Wei Lidong's crew, and Wei Lidong is still explaining to them non-stop what this TV is like. He's doing a spy movie, and his character in it is a male lead, and this male lead is a spy in this movie. By him this movie seems to be pretty good, and it sounds like a brain burner. Su Ainen's thought had just flashed by when the system started to come and smash the scene. This crew is also messy. Wei Lidong and the female lead actress's mother got together. The female lead actress and other mothers are over to accompany the female lead. Wei Lidong saw that the female lead's mother is still charming, so he slightly seduced, and the 2 of them got together. Su-en. The corner of Su Jingyan's mouth twitched and he didn't know what to say. He can only say that this person really didn't pick anything. The system continued. The female lead and the director also have a leg up. This drama is a novel adaptation. The plot of the novel is very good. Wei Lidong just said to you is also the plot of the novel, but now when shooting this has been magically altered. Wei Lidong is the kind of drama queen. He already has a lot of drama as the male lead, but he still feels that he doesn't have enough drama, so he steals a lot of the male second's drama, and the male child is now on the verge of being made into a marginal character. Originally, this drama could be described as a double male lead drama, where the male lead is an underground spy and the male second is a rooted character, and the 2 are paired with each other, one in the shadows and one in the light, but now the character of the male second has been altered beyond recognition. Su Ainen's eyebrows were furrowed as she listened. There is something wrong. Are they really not afraid to shoot it out to be scolded by the audience? Su Ainen, then doesn't the actor who plays the second man have any opinion at all? He can't eat this loss after being aggrieved so much. The system sighed and said, "What can I do if I don't eat this loss?" The male second is just in his early 30s this year, his looks are a kind of very decent handsome man, and his individual conditions are also good. There were quite a lot of people reaching out to him when he was just on the scene at that time, except that this person's bottom line is very strong. Because he rejected those people, so he's been suppressed for so many years. It's usually good to have a drama, now it's hard to have a role come to him, or a male second. He's not asking for anything anymore. In fact, at the beginning of the time he also fought for his role, but get even more of their own drama of the deletion, and then he slowly gave up. In short, this person's character is very good, acting is also very good, only the entertainment industry cannot tolerate such a person only. Su's siblings are given to listen to the silence. Every line of work in every industry has such people. They are very good and talented, but buried also a lot. Suanen, it's okay, when the time comes, sign this person to my company, sign all these Shanghai Week to my company, I'll hold them up. Su Jingyan took a deep breath. There is a little speechless. You really think that opening a company is such a simple thing? The relationships in the entertainment industry are intricate and complicated, and this silly girl doesn't know if she can grasp it yet. Su Jingyan seemed to see his own miserable life in the future. This stupid girl opened a company to eat, drink and play every day. He not only have to deal with his own company but also help this girl to deal with her company. Just thinking about it made him feel a little dark about the future. These insider online concerns don't know that. They see the venue and some of the original party think the restoration is great. Originally I kinda disliked the fact that my favorite novel was adapted, but this scene and this costuming is really good, and the casting is very good. Is that the second man sitting on the chair over there? He looks so decent. The second man in the novel is a very decent person, although there is a little bit of obstinacy, but the character is very charismatic. It's that Wei Li Dong is a little bit older. If he were 10 or 8 years younger he would be more in line with the role of the male lead. Wei Li Dong also looks very confident in his own professional venue. He is still very confident in his acting skills. After all, he has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, but also from the era of the gods and goddesses. How can you grow red for so many years without a little strength? Mr. Su and Ms. Su sit here and rest for a while, we're going to start shooting over there. Wei Li Dong arranged a seat for the two of them and had his assistant bring over some food. Suanen looked at the male second next to him and whispered to Su Jingyan, that male second looks pretty good at, just now he acted pretty good too, he's not in bad condition, why can't he be the male lead? Suanen said this on purpose, sort of adding a little heat to that person, and not being bullied so much. Su Jingyan understood what she meant and echoed her words, whether it's suitable to be the male lead isn't for him to decide, it's for the director and the investor to decide. Suanen continued, brother, I want to open an entertainment company, what do you say I sign him to my company? Su Jingyan raised his eyebrows and said seriously, starting a company is a very solemn and very serious thing. If you decide well then you have to stick to it, if you give up halfway then don't blame me for beating you up. Suanen. How to move to say beat me, I am so big you cannot give me a little face. Chapter 96, the male lead has become a Superman by changing the drama. Once viewers heard she was starting an entertainment company, the pop-ups kept coming. Is Suanen really planning to start an entertainment company? Can she really? Look at Missy's appearance, does not seem to be able to go to work. It will not be 3 days fishing 2 days sunshine net on a whim, right? Look at them, they say open a company, just open a company, feel that open a company in their place is to spend $1. The gap between people. Suanen did give it some serious thought after being warned by her own oldest brother, but she still decided that she wanted to start a company. Don't worry, I'm definitely not going to do it halfway. Suanen is still very confident in herself, although she usually likes to eat and drink but not nothing. After all, the study has also learned, just usually lazy brain lazy hands. The person who was most nervous about knowing that Suanen was going to start a company was Ji Yunyang. I'll go. This is stealing food from me. Ji Yunyang didn't expect that he had somehow gained an additional opponent. His own cousin valued Suanen so much that he would definitely help her in the future, so his advantage here with his cousin was gone. The most important thing is that she has a brother. How can I compare with her? Ji Yunyang seemed to see himself being stepped on by Suanen in the future. No way. It mustn't ever turn out like this. I have to go and talk to my cousin. Tell him never to favor one over the other in the future. There's only one person you like, but there's only one brother. How can you ignore your own brother to help your favorite person? The system was on the verge of being laughed at when it noticed what was going on Ji Yunyang's side. How does this male lead have a sandy air about him, not at all steady and composed like the book? The system told Suanen all about what happened on Ji Yunyang's side, and Suanen was amused. He should not be a victim of paranoia. He opened his company, I open my company, do not interfere with each other is not on the line. System, who knows what he thinks, and listening to him, Lu Siheng feels pretty good about you. Oh, he's afraid that his own cousin will have a daughter-in-law and forget about his brother. Su Ainen. This person is really overthinking it. She, and Lu Siheng from beginning to end has not seen a few times. The ability to make up this brain can also really Again. Why can't you just get this feeling right? A bellowing voice pulled Su and An's thoughts back. Both siblings looked around to where the sound had come from. Wei Lidong was disciplining a small actor, who was made to cry. If you go on like this scene is really not going to be finished, director. If she can't find the mood then I'm not going to shoot, it's really a waste of time here. The expression on Wei Lidong's face was a bit scary, and everyone present didn't dare to say a word, which showed how domineering he usually was on set. The director wiped the sweat on his forehead, came over and said, Lee, just that acting is still good, emotional grasp is not a big problem, small actors, the performance is not so perfect is a very normal thing. In fact, this little actor's acting was really good, except that the high point just now wasn't Wei Lidong's, so he started to come looking for things to do. This novel was on fire at the time is because each of his characters is alive, whether it is a minor or major character all have their own charisma, all have their own high points. The high point of this program is not the heroes, but a minor supporting characters, and this little Lee is the one who plays that supporting character. Wei Lidong's dissatisfaction is that he is completely suppressed here. How can he be suppressed as a protagonist, you guys? Su Ainen took the original next to her and watched it, because this is an adaptation of the original, so there are still quite a few originals put inside the crew. TCH, I think that little actor acted well, just played the highlights very well. On the contrary, Wei Lidong just acted a little too exaggerated, right? It feels like the five senses are flying around. Su Jingyan. You don't speak, no one takes you as a mute, watch the drama on the side, how can you still review it? Watch out for those on the internet to start calling you names again. The two siblings are now very controversial on the internet. Some people like their true nature, some people say they come to participate in the variety show to make money and cannot pull face shameless. Anyway, all sorts of things have been said. Su Jingyan treats these not so much, but seeing those people scolding Su Ainen was really hard on his heart. This stupid sister of my family has never suffered much since she was a child, and it's the first time she's been scolded like this by people on the internet. I've read the original of this book, and this high point was originally a high point for a minor character. Wei Lidong is also too much, he just clearly wanted to steal the show, and started to train people without stealing the show. Wei Lidong has always been more overbearing. When he was young he was like this and now he is even more so, especially now that his seniority has come up there is no one who can control him at all. I'd heard before that he didn't have a good reputation on the crew, only then inexplicably he started to change for the better, in a flash. The actress was almost scolded to tears, people just acted really good. Wei Lidong is not a director, he is also an actor, and this actress is at most a colleague. What right does he have to scold people like this? There are still quite a few more sober people on the internet now, and there were quite a few people who read that book when it was on fire, so they weren't carried away. On the contrary, a lot of people are speaking up for that actress and holding out for that actress. But even if this is the case, the crew's business is out of their hands, and after some negotiation with the director at the back, that one counted, but Wei Lidong's face is really not very good. Director, if this goes on I can't even imagine how many scoldings we'll get when this drama is aired. It's changed so much that even the ghosts don't recognize it. No wonder people's original book authors are angry and run away. Producers look at this changed messy script, star is really tired. Originally they played the original book author personally manipulate the adaptation, the result of the investor brought a screenwriter over, the plot was changed, even the pro-mother do not recognize, all no matter whose role as long as it is a highlight all to the male lead. This male lead has been on the verge of becoming a superhuman. The other characters were originally very full in the original book, but now each one of them has become one-sided, all the highlights of all the dedication points are all grabbed by the male lead alone. It would be strange if the other characters could be full. The director was also really tired, so what can we do? I'm now expecting something to happen to Wei Lidong, then he'll pay for the breach of contract and we'll find another actor to shoot. Who doesn't want to direct a good show themselves? It's just that sometimes it's really out of their control. Chapter 97, Wei Lidong's life is at stake in order to steal food, and he was caught in the act. Wei Lidong still does not know that he has caused public anger, he is still beautifully immersed in his acting. The day was basically a personal showcase for Wei Lidong. He's very confident in showing off his acting skills, he's so good that a lot of people should be praising him on top of the variety pop-ups right now. Actually, I've never seen such a bully. Why don't he just do one movie by himself? This drama doesn't need any supporting roles at all the parts are for him to act alone. Male actor's points he wants to grab, female actor scenes he also wants to grab. No wonder the people who shot scenes with him before said he was a theater hog. Before I thought it was a compliment to him, but now it seems that this is really not a complimentary word. Look at his expression, is estimated to be still in the United States. It, I see, is really want to curse. The crew of these actors' temper is really good. If I would probably be on the spot to do it. These actors in the cast that are good-tempered are smoothed out by this mess of rules. Who didn't have a bit of an edge before, only they all suffered later. This day's live broadcast down, nothing else was seen, just Wei Dong flaunted his strength. When eating dinner at night, the system suddenly said with excitement again, "There's a big melon." Tonight, Wei Dong is going out for a private meeting. He's going out with the lead actress mom. Suanen swallowed the contents of her mouth and asked the system, "Is it true that the female lead actress doesn't know anything about her mom and Wei Dong at all? It's impossible that she didn't realize it at all." System, found how can not find out, only that she pretends not to know. She even expects her own mother to help themselves to some resources. Su Jingyan hummed in his heart, there are really many shameless people inside this circle. Halfway through her night's sleep, Suanen was woken up by the system, which told her to open the window and look outside. "I'm going. This guy is in a juggling act. He's really desperate to steal food." Wei Dong went straight down through the window in order to avoid the camera, and they were on the third floor. However, this person's equipment was quite adequate, and actually took a rope for climbing. Suan, TCH, he's really good. The system also admired Wei Dong, no matter what the reason was, but it was really rare to be able to do so much fighting. After watching this good show, Suanen collapsed back into bed. Only when she woke up the next day, the system was excited to tell her what happened last night. Su Jingyan listened carefully while making breakfast for Suanen. The system said excitedly, "You are not aware of how wonderful last night was. Wei Dong and that female lead actor's mom were fighting hot and heavy, and as a result, the female lead's father came over to visit the class, and came in to see those two people messing around together." The Su siblings sucked in a breath of cool air. "So exciting?" The system continued, "The man saw his wife with another man, directly collapsed, took the object in his hand and hit it. Wei Dong a dodge was not enough to be hit squarely. The woman saw her lover being beaten and immediately went over to help, but neither of them were wearing clothes, so they were no match for the man." Just thinking about that image is exciting. Suanen swallowed a mouthful of water, sluggishly drinking porridge. Su Jingyan's mind instantly had an image like this, which he had to say was really impressive. Suan, then what happened? The two of them got caught, did they? System, no, the man frantically went to the kitchen to find a knife. Wei Dong took advantage of this and jumped away from the window, not even wearing any clothes, ran back naked. Suan. The images are a bit exciting. What about that woman? I don't think his man will let her go if she cheats on him. The system hemmed and hawed and said with some treachery, "The man is not stupid. He has already pretended to forgive his wife, and now he has begun to collect the evidence of his wife's infidelity. Wei Dong's clothes are also in his hands, and there are still some of the items that he usually uses in his clothes. All of these can be used as evidence." You don't know how exciting Wei Dong's bad run was yesterday. He ran into two girls on the road, and those two girls were scared enough by him, and they even took pictures of it. Positive photo. Suan, yoo-hoo. Excitement. So Wei Dong is really finished this time. Su Jingyan also listened with interest. This result was quite good. System, today Wei Dong took a leave of absence from the crew yet. That man followed him to the crew. He knew it was an actor from the crew but didn't know which one. Wei Dong's lighter and some private items are in the pocket of that dress, and fortunately there is no ID card or something like that, or this identity will be directly exposed. I've told you to hold back for so many days, why can't you? You told me to be honest for a few days, look at what you've done. Xu Jingxin is about to die of anger. She knows that her husband has always been more philandering. She was willing to marry him before also because of true love, but after the marriage to find that this person is not at all the way he imagined that. But divorce is a bit unrealistic. After all, many of their interests have been tied together. Divorce is too big a loss for them, so for so many years they are each playing their own. Now that the two are in such a dangerous situation, this person is actually thinking of going out and having fun. The corners of Wei Dong's eyes were all green from the man who hit him yesterday. "No one knew about me yesterday. Why are you so worried? It's not like I was directly photographed by someone else like you." Alright, pack up to record the variety show. The live broadcast will be on later. Lend me your powder for a bit, I'll cover up the wounds. I don't know what the audience would say if they were wearing that face. This day or go to the crew around. Suanen and Su Jingyan also met the woman's husband. That man also looks quite good, features hard body, tall. Also do not know how that woman looks at Wei Dong. To be able to give birth to a daughter who was a star, this pair of men and women are naturally not bad looking, the woman is charming and the man is naturally hard and handsome. I have to say that woman's vision is really quite poor, her own husband which is not better than Wei Lidong, that hypocrite. Wei Lidong was nervous when he walked here. Last night was too dark, that man should not have seen his face. Seeing Wei Lidong, that woman instantly tensed up. It seemed like this nervous expression of hers her husband instantly understood what was going on, and then looked directly over to Wei Lidong's side. Chapter 98, Wei Lidong was recognized, the crew ate melons collectively. As soon as that person took a look over, Wei Lidong's breathing stopped. The fact that he looked so nervous made even the audience feel strange. What's wrong? Why do I feel his muscles tense up all of a sudden? Did something happen? Why is he looking over there so nervously? Is there something strange going on over there? How come Xu Jingxin looks so nervous too? What's wrong with this couple? The man took one step at a time, and each step felt like it stepped on the couple's hearts. The man came over and suddenly broke into a grin before holding out the set of clothes he'd left behind last night. I think this suit is yours, I'm returning it to its rightful owner now. Wei Lidong, this expression at once gave a shocked distortion. How can this man recognize him? Last night so dark he should not see his face. I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person, this dress isn't mine, no matter how beat to death you can't admit it. The Su family siblings leaned aside and ate their melons very happily. Su Jingyan had now gotten into the habit of carrying bags of melons with him. You think this dress is his? Su Jingyan deliberately asked. Su Ainen got high on a melon seed and said with certainty, definitely, he wore a set of clothes like this yesterday. The shirt and pants and jacket can't be so similar to each one of them, it's definitely his clothes. Audience? What kind of riddle are you guys playing? No, how come I can't hear anything they're saying clearly at all? Is it just me? I always feel like I'm missing out on something really important, so can they make things a little clearer? What exactly happened last night? How did Wei Lidong's clothes end up in someone else's place? Just by looking at the expressions on the siblings' faces, I know that they've started eating melon again, they definitely know something inside, and this is not a small matter. The audience also watched carefully, and some even began to analyze Wei Lidong's expression. The man sneered and threw the shirt directly into his face. It's not yours, is it? Then why is there your ticket in the pocket of this shirt? The name is all over it. A star actually seduced my wife. Do you still want to be shameless? The woman in the back was also pale. This matter has become so big that it will affect her daughter's career. Their daughter was now also standing beside the director with a face at a loss for words. For her own mother and Wei Lidong's matter she also knew clearly, she even helped to hide it from her own father. It had been revealed all at once. She was now at a complete loss as to what to do. No, he's not him, no he's not. The guy from last night wasn't him, you don't want to mistake him for someone else. The woman panicked and came over and pulled the man over. The man shook off her hand and said indifferently, my eyes are not blind yet. Do you think I don't know your abnormality during this period of time? I came here just to see what kind of things you actually hid from me. That white-eyed daughter also hid from me. If you don't have feelings for me, he directly said straight with me on the line. At that time when we got married I said that if I don't have feelings for you, directly said that we should all get together and part ways. You are thinking that this is exciting out there, right? It was you who said we were together in the first place, and it was you who did the cheating. Do you still want to have some face? The woman was scolded, pale and trembling. She married this husband also because she genuinely liked this husband, and Wei Lidong together never thought of divorce. Wei Lidong has a family, she also has a family, the two of them together is to know what to do and what not to do, together to play a little bit can but will never divorce for each other. The man looked at the woman and then looked at his daughter who was standing in the distance, disappointed and coldly said, I haven't treated you guys badly for so many years, right? Basically I'll give you whatever you want, and I've never let you mother and daughter suffer, right? That's how you guys treat me, one is my wife and one is my own daughter, it's really awesome. The actress burst into tears all of a sudden, then rushed to the man's side and cried, Dad, this really has nothing to do with me. I didn't know that Mom would be with another man, how could he tell me about something like this? I didn't know anything about it either. The man directly shook off her hand. Are you sure you don't know anything? Then why did you stammer when I asked you what was unusual about your mom? Why didn't you let me look at your mom's cell phone? Why did you hide everything from me? She couldn't answer any of those questions. The system sighed and said, this man is really a good man's. He was with that woman also because the woman counted on him to get pregnant, and then the two got married, and after they got married he was really very good to this mother and daughter as well. You see, that woman now at this age is still charmed, still so beautiful to know that she usually did not have to suffer at all. This woman is also, her father is also really good to her. The results did not expect her completely like her mother, is a white-eyed wolf. Su Ainen and Su Jingyan took a look at the man's temperament and looks, and his current features weren't too bad. He should have been a big handsome man when he was young. And the temperament is particularly decent, and the eyes are particularly firm, and it is clear at a glance that he is an orthodox person. The man wasn't going to save face for anyone now, he couldn't afford to have such a pair of white-eyed mother and daughter. Now to talk to you about what this mother and daughter did. My wife got into it with Wei Li Dong, a male actor from your crew, and I caught him in the act yesterday, and this man left yesterday bare-assed, with no clothes on. As far as I know, they shouldn't have been together for a short period of time. They should have been together since as soon as this drama started filming, and that white-eyed daughter of mine actually hid it from me after she found out, and covered for the two of them. You guys say it's not funny. The man snapped and threw his clothes all over the floor. I know it's wrong, I really know it's wrong. Don't say it, okay? I'll never make a mistake in the future, the woman cried and knelt down and hugged the man's thigh. The man looked at her in this pitiful manner and directly kicked her away. When you counted on me to get pregnant and marry me, I married you because of my responsibility, and it's okay to treat you for all these years. Now I won't say any more, divorce, I don't want that white wolf. Just as the Su family siblings were eating their melon in a serious manner, the system suddenly gave another startled cry. Ah! That actress is not this man's child. That actress is that woman's child with her ex-boyfriend. Men are completely fooled by them. Chapter 99 Su family siblings intervene, continuing Big Melon. The system wanted a complete melon, so it ran through the original story of the matter from beginning to end. This next look is a big deal. This man is really a big wrong seed. Not only became a receiver, actually raised someone else's daughter to such a big age, and now he's been betrayed so much. The Su siblings were shocked to hear that. This was too dramatic. That woman is really not even a little bit How could he do something so shameless and actually have the nerve to make a mistake afterward? No wonder that actress still helps his mom hide things like this, so the genes just aren't right. This man is not bad looking, firm gaze and posture. How could he have given birth to a shameless daughter? The original gene is simply not right. The eyes of the Su siblings looking at that man became compassionate. This was a little too miserable. This is the past life did what sins in this life to have such evil. This mother and daughter really deserve to die. I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. Even if you forgive me this time for the sake of the child, can you? I'm also really confused. You work outside every day, I'm alone at home, I need comfort too. The woman cries with a snotty nose and ends up blaming the man. Su Ainen's face twisted a little as she listened. Shameless, really shameless. Su Ainen tugged on his own oldest brother's sleeve, spitting in a small voice. This own mistake actually put the blame all on others. This man working outside is not for the sake of this family, as a result, now also wrong is it? Su Jingyan laughed coldly, directly poked through the woman's true colors, shirking responsibility. She felt that her derailment was also excusable. Put all the blame on others, she herself is not at all wrong. These two melon eaters unceremoniously expressed their opinions, which made the atmosphere of the scene awkward. The audience agreed with both of them. This man isn't bad looking either. Why don't we just get a divorce? The daughter actually helped her mother to hide from her father. This is really a biological daughter. Suddenly feel that this man is so miserable. This woman is so promiscuous is not the first time. It is not possible that this daughter is also not biological. I don't think it's supposed to be biological. You can see that the actress doesn't look anything like this man, and that actress doesn't really look like this woman either, neither mom nor dad, which is kind of weird. Even the viewers noticed that something was wrong, and the director behind the monitor suddenly had a thump in his heart when he saw these pop-ups. It can't really be what the viewers think, then the man is a little too miserable. After being a cuckold for over 20 years, and helping to raise someone else's children to such an advanced age, he is still betrayed by his wife and daughter. Geez, that's just about the worst man ever. The man looked at the woman who was hugging his lap and crying, and simply pushed her away with a disgusted, "I don't take trash here. I can't believe you could do something like this, then you should know the consequences, and I know it's not the first time you've done something like this, you don't have to play so innocent." After saying that, the man looked at the actress standing not far away. The actress also had a slightly flustered expression on her face. "Dad, I know it's wrong too. I hid it from you, just don't want our family to break up." Suanen was amused by this sentence. TSK, don't want the family relationship to break up, so you hid the matter of cheating from mom, right? This pressure should be quite sad for you to bear alone. TSK, you're so pathetic. You actually have to bear such a heavy pressure. Put. The conspiratorial words made everyone in the room laugh. Haha, this yin and yang relationship is really cool. It's really bad luck to have a daughter like that too. Go get a paternity test just now. I think that actress is definitely not this man's daughter. Suanen was also particularly kind and said to the man, "This uncle, since you were getting divorced, then why don't you make things cleaner, and by the way, do a paternity test with your daughter." It's not the first time your wife has cheated on you, so maybe this daughter isn't yours either, and although my words are a bit harsh, it's the truth. If the daughter is yours, then you can be at ease in this matter of the child. If it is not yours, then simply take advantage of this time to cut ties with this mother and daughter. You can sue them to make them pay back the money, yet this is considered to be fraud. You've raised them for more than 20 years, it's time for them to pay back what's due, and after carrying the pot for more than 20 years and raising other people's children for more than 20 years, there should be some compensation. Su Ainen poked his own oldest brother. It's your turn to play next. Su Jingyan knew what this girl wanted to do, and he directly gave this man a business card. Here's a lawyer's card, you can go to him if you have a need for a lawsuit. I'll say hello to him. I can also arrange a hospital for you to do a paternity test. All you have to do is agree and I can arrange it now. The man took the card dumbfounded, not understanding why they were helping him. Why are you guys helping me? I don't think I have anything on me that you need, I'm just an ordinary person. Su Ainen shrugged her shoulders and said lightly, if you want to help, you can help, you just don't like that woman. That pair of mother and daughter's face has been angry green. The woman for the daughter is not this man's, that really is very clear. After all, is her own pregnancy own birth. If this paternity test is done, then everything will really be over. Ah! Why are you so distrustful of me? Although I have done wrong things, but this child is really yours. Ah! The child is already so old, you go for a paternity test, aren't you breaking the child's heart? The woman directly began to play the card of affection, but also a hand to the actress to pull over. This knows this I which is not like you. The child was just born when relatives and friends also said with you as a mold carved out. How did you, because of the words of the outsiders, began to suspect that the child it? The people around her just watched her perform. Originally people kinda didn't believe it, but looking at how excited she was, it's really kinda doubtful if this actress is this man's daughter. Wei Lidong is now completely hidden in the crowd. Originally this fire was burned to him, but the result did not expect the development of this matter to be so unpredictable. Doing a paternity test. Looking at this woman's reaction, I feel that there is something fishy. If this actress and this man are really biological, then there is absolutely no need for her to be so agitated. Ah. Shameless woman. Ah. Yuck. Not all women are like this. Ah. This is just an individual example. Wei Lidong, this scum is not also a man's. Where did Wei Lidong go? How did I forget him? Chapter 100, Suanan, Living Eyes of Fire. The man directly asked for a paternity test, and the woman instantly broke down when she heard this, and then grabbed Wei Lidong in the crowd. You have to help me. You must help me after sleeping with me for so long. Badgers on the sidelines. Sue's siblings. Speaking so bluntly? System, anxious, this is definitely anxious, but what is the use of her looking for Wei Lidong? Ah, he cannot control the results of the paternity test, and he is now difficult to protect himself. Su Ainen, maybe the dog jumped over the wall. After all, there really isn't a single person who can help her now. Self-inflicted woe is me. On second thought, it's better for my brother to be clean, a born widow king I guess, but without all this mess. Su Jingyan. Can you stop emphasizing all the time that I was born a widowed king? Is that a good adjective for anything? The viewers in the live broadcast room were watching with great interest. I declare this the absolute best variety show of the year. Thanks to the Su siblings for taking us around to eat melon. Wei Lidong is also finished this time, and now only the Su siblings are left in the group of 4 groups of guests. Wei Lidong is also really actually like this kind of middle-aged charm of the woman. I thought men like young it. Some people just like the experienced ones, like Chow Chow in our history. This one is notorious for liking the experienced ones. In ancient times there was Chow Chow, and now there is Wei Lidong, is it not? Get away from me, why should I help you with what you've done yourself? Wei Lidong really wanted to curse. It was so hard to wait for these people to remove their attention, but it turned out that this woman drew the attention back to him. Xu Jingxin already do not know where to run to. Dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty, when this man in her accident is not also stay out of it. It was a bit of a big deal, and the police ended up giving it a go. Su Ainen was high on melon seeds while watching the police take these people away. TSK, wonderful, just wonderful. They do this variety show, director really want to cry. Guests one by one all gone, this still how to shoot. Ah. Mr. G, I really can't do this job anymore. How can I shoot without any guest? The netizens are saying that our program is toxic, so we can't just film the daily lives of the Su siblings. Ji Yunyang listened to the director's cries on the phone and really pondered over this problem of his. It's not like the daily lives of the Su siblings can't be filmed, mainly because the audience seems to enjoy watching the two of them. Just shoot them both for now, and look for the other guests first to see if there are any suitable ones, and if there are any suitable ones wait for the next installment before joining. Su Ainen was also thinking about this when she returned to her residence. Can we still shoot this show in peace? It's kind of boring now that it's just the two of us. I was able to eat the melons of those few people every day, but now I don't even have any. Su Jingyan said while looking at the statement, if you are bored, go out and have some fun by yourself. Don't you want to open an entertainment company? It's just that you can go to the shooting sites of those crews and pick the actors. There are quite a lot of vicissitudes in the entertainment industry, so go and pick a few satisfactory ones by yourself. Su Jingyan's sentence directly opened Su Ainen's Rin Duo chakra. That's right. She can pick the artists now. Su Ainen excitedly said to the system, Tuzi. Now we're going to pick someone, you have to help me keep a good eye on them. Now you are my eyes. System, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. I'll definitely help you pick some people with top character and morals. Su Ainen happily went out alone. Su Jingyan would have liked to follow, but now the matter at hand cannot go for the time being. A lot of people are licking his face here. Ah! Hubby is so handsome. It's really hard to work for a variety show. Come to my arms and let me comfort you. Upstairs, the abacus beads are about to hit me in the face. Are you trying to be comforting? Suanen is really living the life of my dreams. Why can't I be such a great lady? First of all, you have to have parents like her, and then second of all, you have to have a brother who is a pillar of strength, and most of all, a brother who is dependable. For these things on the internet, Su Jingyan didn't pay much attention to them. Anyway, he only knew that his fans had risen quite a bit. He didn't pay much attention to anything else. Su father and Su mother watched their son let their daughter go to play alone, the heart that worried. I'd love to tag along for the ride. There must be a lot of melons to eat with so many people in the crew. Su mother is now every day in front of the TV to watch her son and daughter's variety show. Originally felt that this travel category is always nothing to see, but now this every episode of the program will happen surprising things. She also fell in love with this variety show. After all, who doesn't like melons? Su's father said while looking at the computer, when I come back next time I have to take him into the company for a walk. Quite a lot of things have been going on in the company lately. Let's see if there's anyone who hasn't been too peaceful lately. Tang's side has basically been ousted by the shareholders, and all the shareholders have united. He has little power to fight back. He also wanted to come over to the Su family's side to ask for help, and he approached Su's father, but he dismissed him. How could he help someone who counted on his own son and daughter? Maybe the dog is anxious to jump over the wall. Tang bought some people within the Su group. These people in fact cannot turn the big waves, but it is these mice means to do quite disgusting, when you do not pay attention to give you so, although it does not hurt, but it is disgusting. Su mother glanced at Su father and said without any good humor, why do I feel that you guys are treating your daughter this as a fiery eye? Su's father smiled and said, isn't this making the best use of things? He doesn't have anything to do at home anyway, so he might as well contribute his share. Didn't she say on top of the program that she wanted to start an entertainment company, and it's just as well for her to learn how to manage a company in advance. For his sons and daughters to start a business this matter, Su father has always maintained a supportive attitude, whether it can succeed or not let them try to know. If successful then naturally is the best, if not successful also just dispel the idea of his business, obediently as a rich second generation it. Circle there are a lot of rich second generation have no self-awareness, originally eat, drink and play they can play a lifetime, but they want to go to prove themselves, this proof of their own will not be allowed, this is a bottomless pit, non-stop to spend money to fill in. If you can stop the loss in time is fine, but often those people just hit the south wall also do not turn back, children start a business to the whole family is also quite a lot. Su's father also learned such a lesson. When Su Jingyan started his own business he said, success or failure is only this once. He grasped this opportunity. Chapter 101, another admirer of Su Jingyan's, an extra-legal madman's upside-down wife. As soon as the episode ended, an announcement was made on the show's side that the show was going to be on hiatus for a while. This must be suspended for a period of time. Even the guest of honor are no longer shoot. System, Ji Yunyang is now searching for guests in the entire entertainment circle. Many people are afraid to come to this program for fear of being bumped into by your siblings and then ruining their future. It's not so auspicious that this variety show is almost all but their siblings. After all, the entertainment industry kinda believes in this stuff. Although they are also eyeing this side of the heat, but compared to the future this heat is still nothing. Su Ainen was very dissatisfied with what the system said. What does this have to do with the two of us? It's clearly their own bad character. How could they have become like this if they had a good character? Always putting the blame on others, so it's clear that these people are not of good character, and if they're really so afraid then they must have done something bad as well. Su Jingyan nodded in his heart. Indeed, this was completely vain. The siblings received a warm welcome from their parents when they returned home. Hard work, right? I thought you guys were having fun filming the show, but looking at this variety show you guys seem to be having a pretty exciting time. It just so happens that this program is off the air for the time being. Doesn't an want to start an entertainment company, Jingyan, during this period of time? Just take her around the company often, and also let her learn how to manage a company. Su's father immediately pushed all the work on his head to his son. Hell knows how he got through this period of time. He was already a semi-retired person, but as a result, he still had to work hard. Su Jingyan. I just entered the house. You cannot slightly let me rest so a day or two. Suanen instead stood by the side with glowing eyes. Go. Tomorrow brother will take me to the company. I want to learn how brother manages the company. She knew the theory quite well, but had never practiced it. This matter was decided just like that, without a single person asking the person in question, Su Jingyan, about his wishes. Of course, his wishes don't matter much in this household. Jingyan, in 2 days, your Uncle Jane's family will be coming back from abroad. That daughter of theirs asked you by name to pick her up. What kind of thoughts do you have? Mother Su's words silenced their entire family. The Jane family and their family are also considered to be family friends, a little better than that Shin family. It's just that it's been a long time since their two families have interacted with each other. They've never been in touch since the Jane family moved abroad with their family. The one from the Jane family, Jane Lo, has loved Su Jingyan since she was a child, and has been a drama queen since she was a child, especially enjoying portraying herself as a little white lotus flower. She was jealous of Suanen, so she hadn't bullied Suanen much when she was a child, and although she hadn't gotten any favors every time, she was always happy to do so. Su Jingyan's perception of Jane Lee's heart is actually still not very good, bratty and capricious and unintelligent, completely a person who was spoiled by the family. I'm not her family's subordinate. She let me go to pick up. I have to go to pick up it. Jane's family is not in our family for a long time, have no dealings with it. How now this suddenly returned to the country? Su mother is not too clear, just suddenly received a message from the Jane family. After all, before the relationship is quite good, so this is not too good to refuse. I'm not too sure why they returned home, but I heard that their family's business abroad wasn't doing so well, so they wanted to shift it back home again. This time, they suddenly contacted our family, presumably because they want our family to help them out. Heh, that's quite a face. At that time when he left the country without saying a word, the two families were cooperating in the business also directly cut off, so that the Su family had a huge loss at that time, and now he came back with a thick skin. No wonder their family would raise a daughter like Jane Lo. Suanen kept spitting with the system in her heart. Shameless is really shameless. Jane Lo is still so unintelligent after so many years. How did she justify letting my brother pick her up? The last person who talked to my brother like this didn't know where he died. System, Janelle is also a villain within the original, but this one is a bit upside down. She also fell on her sword after your family fell on hard times. As soon as we talked about this, the Su family got into the spirit of how and to what extent this fall from grace was. Suanen, you give me a careful account of how she fell on her sword. System, hasn't she always liked your brother? So after your family's downfall she wanted your brother to marry her, but your brother didn't agree, so she, the subversive woman, tried to kidnap your brother to make things tough. Because your brother is so good to you, so she's jealous of you too, and this one has the peculiar idea of getting rid of all the people your brother cares about so that your brother can only see her. Suan. Where is this extrajudicial fanaticism coming from? The three members of the Su family. This upside-down woman. How did the Jane family raise such a daughter? Suanen was so angry that her chest hurt. What happened after that? You give me a careful account of the follow-up. I would like to see what kind of end this extra-legal lunatic she had. System, later, although she tied up your brother, but your brother escaped by himself. Your brother escaped to the mountain. This crazy person thought of burning the mountain to force your brother down, but God did not want. She set the fire. The wind was not right. The fire was blown all the way to her side. She was trapped in the fire and was burned alive. Hearing this ending, the four Su family members are extremely comfortable. Deserved Suanen, die well, die wonderfully, die croak. My brother is also really quite miserable. How every person who likes him is so upside down System, not really, and this Jane Lu although like you, but also does not affect her find a man. She played in foreign countries can be open, change men such as change clothes. Oh, slightly remind you Jane Lu this time back is pregnant back. She lets your brother to pick up is trying to counter. She wants to let your brother as a receiver, and this thing their families know Suanen was almost laughing with anger. The Jin family was too shameless. At least the relationship between the two families in the past is still good. How can they do such shameless things? Su's father and mother were both also so angry that their whole bodies were shaking. What some assholes. Su Jingyan is inside looks the most calm one. Maybe this period of time encountered too many strange things. The last dad that former assistant does not also bring a woman over to find dad take over it. Are they that much of a catch? Everyone wants to come to the two of them to take over. Chapter 102, Janelle, I love you, but that doesn't stop me from being with other men. Suainen's pitying eyes also looked at his own oldest brother. How come all the men in their family are like that? Is it because they look particularly bullied? Then it would seem justifiable for their family to turn into villains if so. After all, with so many perverts staring at them, it wouldn't make sense if they didn't darken up. Suainen and the system honestly said, I now kind of understand why my family will be blackened inside the original text. As long as it is not blackened I feel strange. System. Seems to make some sense. Anyway, you find a chance to tell your family to be careful during this time. The Jane family is playing a big idea. They want to count on your brother, then let your brother be the receiver. Let your brother and that Jane Lu get married, because they also know that your brother is a responsible person. If it really happened, then they will definitely get married. When the time comes for your brother to help the Jane family, that's only natural. After all, isn't it normal for a son-in-law to help his father-in-law? Suainen, yuck. This group of bad-hearted people are really disgusting. How come I found out that the character of the people who play with my family are not very good? The feeling that all of my family's physique adds up to sucking up slags, is it? The other three members of the Su family seem to have a point. Su Jingyan took a deep breath and said, I won't go to pick up that Jane Lo. Whether their family comes back or not has nothing to do with our family. After they left the country and even screwed our family over, our two families will never have a relationship again. Mom, if they come looking for you again, you can just talk to them. We're not afraid to tear our faces off with them. They even dared to come looking for us. That means they don't have us in mind. It doesn't really matter if they tear their faces off or not. Mother Su nodded, don't worry, I understand. The Jin family's side was simply about to go mad when they realized that the Su family's side had refused to go pick them up. Not even willing to come pick us up. Well, at least we've been friends for decades. This is too cold-hearted of them. Jane's mother was really about to die of anger. She had thought the bookshelf was good, but it turned out that she didn't even help with this favor. Janelle sat beside her and pondered. Now this child was already 2 months old. If she waited for the child to get a little older, then she wouldn't be able to hide it. Mom and Dad, no matter what I must marry brother Jingyan. You guys hurry up and help me think of a way. I don't want to marry anyone but him. Jane Lu said this look is quite infatuation, but also did not affect her in the foreign fooling around. Otherwise this belly of this child how to come. Jane's father rubbed his brow and said with annoyance, if you were not pregnant I can still help you to set up a match. Then you are now like this. What do you let me do? The things you did abroad they will be able to know with a little bit of checking. Our family is already not the same as before. There is not so much ability to be able to erase all that you did abroad. You said you like Su Jingyan, then you should pay attention to a little bit abroad. Now you have gotten your belly bigger and come over to find someone else. If this matter is found out by the Su family, what do you want us to do? Jane's father spoke in a dignified manner, but his mind was already trying to figure out what to do. Now that their family was far from what it used to be, if they didn't find someone who could help them, then they were going to fall out of the ranks of the gentry. Suainen was about to die of nausea listening to the system's relay. How do these people have the face to say these things? Do they really have no shame at all? And that Jane Lo claimed to like me, but ended up messing around in foreign countries. You carefully tell me whether she has any disease. She so messed around in foreign countries, I really suspect that she is stained with disease. The other three members of the Su family also held their breath and listened carefully. This issue was really important. Maybe they will have to run into each other in the future. After all, they are all in the same circle, although the Jane family has slowly declined, but it is still a powerful family. If they are really sick, then you can't continue to have contact with them even if you tear your face off. Nothing is as important as your own health. The system looked into it carefully, and it really let it find out a little something. It's not clear if the ones in Jane's family have any diseases, because they haven't been seen checking them out either, but I do know that a couple of those male companions of Jane Lee's from before have infectious diseases, and there's another one who's bisexual and has AIDS. Su's family of 4. Su Ainen hurriedly asked, then Jane Le must have been infected. Does that man know he is sick? System, of course I know. If he did not go to the hospital to check, then how do I know? I'm just a melon system and not a mind-reading system. You have to do things they have done. I can only know that man is intentional, and infected a lot of people that men and women have. I don't know if Janelle got infected or not, but the chances of her getting infected are still relatively high. It's just that he never went to the hospital for a checkup, so it's possible that she doesn't know it now. Suainen sucked in a breath of cold air in her heart, and the other three were also in a mess in their hearts. Well, now we have to tear into their family no matter what. The two of them, Su Jingyan and Su father, went to the study, and Su mother chatted with Suainen while guiding her to ask questions to the system. Anyway, make sure you inquire about what you need to know. It's about the safety of their lives. As a child looks quite cute, a little girl how to grow up after so promiscuous it, although her personality as a child is not good, but this grown-up is also crooked too strong it. Dad, in the future, you'd better see less of those people from the Jane family, those people don't have a good thing, before and we are on good terms also just to climb our family, and then climbed a big tree abroad immediately abandoned everything in the country, such people can't get along with them. Su Jingyan was afraid that this old father of his family would not be able to completely sever his relationship with those people, remembering his previous friendship. Su father knew what kind of thoughts his son had, he said a bit speechlessly, what kind of image am I in your mind, is it so impossible to distinguish between right and wrong? I'm still able to distinguish between big and small things, I've already split them up after they did something like that before, or else they wouldn't have been out of contact for decades. Do whatever you want, you don't have to worry about my side, and by the way keep an eye on that stupid sister of yours, don't get fooled by someone else again when the time comes. Su Jingyan. This is how uneasy Suanen are, but also really have to watch a little Suanen, in case the Jane look from this silly girl side down how to do. Jianla did want to get down on Suanen's side, after all, the rest of the Su family wasn't too good at fooling around. Chapter 103 New Dogwa, New Female Secretary. Are you sure Suan is still as stupid as before? Jane's father didn't really have much faith in his daughter's plan. The main reason was that the Su family valued Suanen too much. If something really happened to Suanen, that family would go absolutely crazy, their family could no longer afford any ups and downs. Janela touched her stomach and said slowly, if it works or not, you have to try it. I'm not taking Suanen's life, if I can please her and start from her side, that's naturally the best, and I won't treat her too badly if I become her sister-in-law in the future. But if she doesn't listen, then I can't be blamed. If her life is in danger and I saved her, then I'm her savior, so that Suanen becomes a vegetable and never wakes up again, and I can continue to approach the Su family with this name of her savior. I have to say that this man really is an extra-legal maniac, and whatever he thinks about has something to do with breaking the law. It's because she's been abroad for so long that the laws at home can't control her anymore, isn't it? The system was shocked to hear it all, although they knew that this woman was a crazy person, but the extent of her crazy was too much. This should all be in a mental institution. That little heart thumped when Suanen knew this news, so she's planning to take a gamble with my life. This woman has a problem, right? She wants to save her family, why take my life to gamble? My life is not life. Su Jingyan and Suanen were now on their way to the company, the two of them were sitting in a car, so what the system had just said Su Jingyan heard clearly. He was on the verge of crushing the speed by squeezing a string of beads in his hand. How dare you put your mind on his sister and plan to gamble with her life, Janelle? He remembered. The system sighed worriedly and said, tomorrow she will come to find you, the fixed location is in a revolving staircase restaurant, that woman has formulated 3 plans, the first plan is to please you to see your attitude, if you have a bad attitude she intends to engage in a little accident to make you fall, then she pretends to go to save you to fall as well. I have to say that the thinking is really quite complete, she is now pregnant, this fall down the child is certainly not able to keep it, with the child for the Jane family to seek a future, for them is certainly scratch. If something happens to you, who knows if he's your savior or not, she'll be able to use this name of your savior to ask your family to do things. If nothing serious happened to you, and she met with you and lost a child, or if he saw you fall and he tried to pull you down and was accidentally taken down by you, then your family doesn't have a case, and they can still use it as a way to claim you. Listening to the system's analysis, the Su siblings were stunned. This system is awesome, it's amazing how much you learn about so many things in such a short period of time, and how clear the relationships are. Suanen said a little depressed, Unity why do I feel that you are a little bit different from before, how do you know so many things now? The system replied triumphantly, that's right, I've been studying well when I wasn't eating melons, I have to say that you humans really have a lot of heart and mind, and I've learned quite a lot from you as well. Su Jingyan secretly nodded in his heart, originally this system used to be quite brainless, this person and Unity together is 2 sizes cute. It's good that the system is savvy now, it can also help this girl analyze the pros and cons of things, so that she doesn't make stupid mistakes sometimes. Suanen's cell phone suddenly rang, looking at the message sent from above, Suanen really wanted to delete this contact. Janelle actually did add her contact information. Su Jingyan glanced at the name and said indifferently, don't go to see her tomorrow, Jane's family has a lot of heart, you don't know if she'll count on you tomorrow, directly tell him not to go. Suanen had already planned not to go, now with the support of his own old brother that would be even more powerful. I wasn't planning on going, I don't know her very well and she used to bully me. Suanen directly typed 2 words over, not going. Janelle's side was pissed off and laughed when she saw the news that came through. Their family really isn't giving us any face now, is it? Look at this attitude and this tone. Not even an excuse anymore. Janelle's head was aching, she was already uncomfortable being pregnant, now she had to think about so many things. Had I known that I would not have gone abroad back then, if I hadn't gone abroad they would still be on good terms with the Su family now, maybe she could have married Su Jingyan a long time ago. So what do we do now? They're not even picking up the slack. Jane's mother had a big blister at the corner of her mouth from anxiety, and the situation at home was now at a very dangerous point. They are truly screwed if they don't do something about it. Previously was intended to make a big splash abroad, but who knows, the situation abroad and the domestic situation is completely different, and they cannot switch over thinking, and cannot grasp the opportunity. So all these years of doing business abroad have been losing money. The more they lose the more they do not want to leave. After all, in this place to pay so much, if you leave then it would be a loss. But in the end, they still lost their money, which is why they chose to return home in disgrace. But they forget that the situation in the country is not the same as it was years ago, and the relationship in the country is also complicated, and it is not that easy for them to break into the business circle in the country. Janie looked at Su Jingyan's picture on her cell phone and gritted her teeth to make a resolution. Mom and Dad, I'm going to take a gamble. The Su siblings listened to the system's relay, not knowing what she meant by betting on a handful of things, but it certainly wasn't anything good. But now they didn't have time to care about things over there. Su Ainen smelled the big melon as soon as she entered the company. Mr. Su, I'm the new secretary, Liam O. A very well-built and good-looking female secretary began to offer her attentions to Su Jingyan. She also brought Su Ainen a lot of snacks. System, she is rushing towards your brother O. This Li Mao especially likes your brother after watching the variety show, so she found all sorts of connections to come to your company as a secretary. But her ability is also okay, or she wouldn't have been able to apply for the job, but her mind is a little bit not right. You have to be careful not to leave your brother alone with her. Her methods of trying to get to the top aren't too bright. Su Ainen, tisk, tsk, tsk. My brother's charm is really big. Su Jingyan. This charm to you, do you want it or not? Chapter 104. Li Mu drugged, Shuiqian took the blame. There's nothing here that needs you. You go out, have to say hello to all the personnel department, recruiting people to recruit some normal-minded people in. These messed up people have to be screened properly. Hearing Su Jingyan's unsettling words, the smile on Li Mu's face froze, then he exited the office in a depressed manner. How is this Mr. Su completely different from those bosses he had seen before? Those bosses he had seen before were on the surface proper, but their private appearance was completely different from what they appeared to be. Su-an? This poop? The system was speechless. Do you have to make me make this so clear? Su Jingyan looked at the chair under his buttocks and immediately felt that this chair was not clean. He stood up with a feigned lack of concern, then leaned over to the windowsill. There's no way. The system didn't say what those two guys got up to in what part of the office, and he didn't dare touch this chair, couch, desk, or anything else, so he only dared to touch the windowsill. Su Ainen glanced at her brother, who was self-appreciating there on the windowsill, and asked the system curiously, so are the two of them hanging out in the office of all places? System, right, and for kicks, the place they stayed the longest was the windowsill. Su Jingyan, cough cough cough. The windowsill, this place they are really not afraid of being seen. Su Jingyan hurriedly left the windowsill. This time he had absolutely no idea where to stay. Su Ainen didn't want to stay inside this office either. She always felt that nothing was clean anywhere. These two people are also too disgusting. I remember that there is surveillance inside the office. They do not have the authority to turn off the surveillance. System, yeah, so it's all been filmed. This office monitoring room Xiao Wang also and this Li Mo have a leg up. The three of them cover each other. Su's siblings. This is recruiting a vixen into the company, isn't it? Su Ainen glanced at her brother, who was reading a document, and felt that she had to let her brother know about this matter. Brother, just now that woman looks like she's not in the right frame of mind. How did she get in here? You need to find out, in case you accidentally fall into her path. That would really be bad luck. Su Jingyan loved that this silly girl took the initiative to give him a step down every time. Don't worry, I'll check it out properly. Aren't you planning to open a company? I'll teach you some things about being a boss properly now, and I'll send a few more people to help you out when the time comes. Su Ainen looked at her own oldest brother's posture, and she instantly panicked in her heart. Brother, do I have to do it myself? Can't I just hire someone to run the company for me? The words on Su Jingyan's lips were directly blocked back. In fact, it was not impossible, it's just that they generally did their own things, and they wouldn't hire that kind of manager to manage the company if necessary. System, it's better to hire someone. I'm afraid you'll start a company and go straight to bankruptcy. Don't they say that rich second-generation entrepreneurship is the most horrible, and you do look a little less intelligent. Su Jingyan gently coughed with his hand blocking his mouth and gave the system a nod in his heart. I have to say that this system has really gotten this silly sister's character down to a science. It's fine if you want to hire someone to manage the company, but you'll also have to visit the company every once in a while or else lest the people underneath snub you. Su Jingyan did not force Su Weinen to personally manage the company or not, mainly because he also knew what kind of virtue this girl of his was. What the hell is wrong with this Mr. Su? I'm so pretty and have such a good body that he doesn't even take the bait. Li Yan started going crazy when she got to the bathroom. She had always been confident in her looks and body. Although she did have a moment of low self-esteem when she was just with Su Weinen, it's not like she and Su Weinen had a competitive relationship, so she automatically ignored her. No, I spent so much effort to get inside the company, I absolutely can't let this opportunity get away. Even if I can't be Mrs. Su, then I still have to sleep with Su Jingyan, otherwise this is too much of a bargain. She also lost 2 men in order to enter this company, that assistant even if, and another is the security guard of the monitoring room. What is the right? Get it down early. Good thing I went and got a little medicine over here. Li Yan pulled a pill out of his pocket. His side of things was clearly known by the Su siblings. Su Weinen also didn't know what kind of luck his oldest brother was having. This was the second time he had been drugged, right? Su Jingyan also sighed straight in his heart. Tonight was a party for all the company's employees, he would definitely be present, and there were quite a few people who gave him a toast. Lemuel would have jumped at the chance. And then, tonight is the company staff's party. Do you want to stay and have some fun? There's a lot of delicious food. Oh. Whatever, let's lull this silly sister down first, as long as she's there that's safe. Su Weinen did want to stay as well, but she was even happier to hear that there was still good food. Big company parties are a blast, and there are bonuses to be paid. Li Mu had prepared that wine a long time ago, and the medicine had been melted into the wine. Mr. Su, let me toast to you. Li Ma was dressed up in a very enchanting and coquettish manner, but it was a pity that she was also throwing winks to the blind. Looking at the wine in Li Mo's hand, Su Jingyan took it with an expressionless face. Don't drink it. Don't drink it. There's medicine in this wine. Su Weinen was about to make a move to snatch this wine down, when a hand suddenly came and snatched it. Ha, your company has a party and you don't even tell me. Are you still good brothers? Don't you know that I like to participate in all kinds of parties the most? Shui Qian drank his wine and slapped Su Jingyan's shoulder. Su's siblings. Big brother. Do you know what you're drinking? Li Mu's face changed in a flash. Who was this person again? Why is it so unpolite? The system was also dumbfounded at this scene. This was too dramatic. And hurry up and have someone help this guy away, this drug will kick in soon. Su Weinen heard this and immediately tugged on his own oldest brother. Brother, why don't you take Mr. Shui and leave first? He should have something to do if he comes to you at this time. You two go and talk about things first. Work is more important. Shui Qian? What are you guys playing dumb? I came to see you guys just to have fun. Who said I came to find a job? As a result, he was pulled away by Su Jingyan before he could even open his mouth to speak. Chapter 105. Is the hero starting to walk the sand sculpture route? What are you dragging me over here for? I don't seem to have pissed you off lately. Shui Qian was pulled by Su Jingyan to the corridor outside. There weren't many people in this corridor now, everyone had gone to the hall to play there. This white-cut black can't really want to beat him up, he hasn't messed with him lately, and their two companies still have business dealings, they are still partners now. Su Jingyan resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said in a good-natured manner, you don't feel any abnormalities in your body right now. Shui Qian shook his head, no, I feel comfortable all over my body and have a warm feeling. Probably because I just drank too much wine so my body is a little hot. Su Jingyan. God, he meowed warmly, you Chinese medicine? Come on, now hurry up and wait here for a while, don't ever run around, I'll go call my oldest sister over and we'll both send you to the hospital later. Shui Qian's heart thumped when he heard this. Did something happen? Is there something about me? I'm terminally ill and I don't know it myself? Shui Qian also recalled what he did during this period of time. He really did not do anything during this period of time. Just in those previous female companions are cut off, every day is busy with work above things. Su Jingyan rolled his eyes and ignored him, then brought Su Weinen out. Why are we going to the hospital? Can you guys answer me? I feel like I'm getting a little hot right now, can you open the window for me? Shui Qian touched his face and it rolled. Su Weinen took a look at the man's red face and couldn't help but say, it seems like that glass of wine was drugged inside just now, and then you grabbed it and drank it. Shui Qian. What the heck? System, this big bastard how every time he meets him he is so unlucky. Fortunately this medicine does not have any great side effects on the body, but he may have to suffer a little bit of sin this night. By the time the car was halfway down the road, the drugs were kicking in. Su Ainen sat in the co-pilot's seat, while Su Jingyan and Xue Qian sat in the back. Su Jingyan, I really feel bad, I'm suffering for you. How can this kind of thing happen at your company's party? Is it your company's employees trying to get to the top? Xue Qian's entire body was starting to get confused, and Su Jingyan was really too lazy to answer this question of his. Just shut up for now, we'll be there in a minute, pull your shirt up. After arriving at the hospital, Su Jingyan dragged Xue Qian away, similar to taking off a garbage bag. Su and in the back. How to feel her old brother now more and more grumpy it, before the old brother is not always temperament or very comet, in other people's words is joy and anger do not show color. Tuzi, do you think my brother treats Xue Qian as a friend or doesn't treat him as a friend? Didn't you say that they were pretty much against each other before? How come it feels like they're still on good terms now? System, because your brother is someone else's child. The Xue family often compares him to Xue Qian, so Xue Qian hasn't felt too good about your brother since he was a child. After the last few times, Xue Qian has changed his mind about your brother all of a sudden. Oh, so that's what it is. Alas, cousin, isn't this Su family that Su Ainen? Why did she come to the hospital as well? Ji Yunyang saw Su Ainen at a glance. Lu Siheng followed his gaze and looked over to see Su Ainen sitting on top of the chair and fidgeting. Probably not fidgeting either, she was chatting with the system. You stay here for a while, I'll go over and say hello. After saying that, Lu Siheng left, not forgetting to lock Ji Yunyang's wheelchair when he left. Ji Yunyan. Seriously, yesterday was really quite unlucky. Even if I had a setback at work, I ended up having something happen in the shower. This time in the toilet fella, the leg to fall hurt, the hand also broke, so now can only sit in a wheelchair to watch his cousin to flirt with girls. Yes, Ji Yunyang felt that Lu Siheng had gone over to flirt with girls. System, yo, Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang are also in the hospital. Lu Siheng came over to look for you. Su Ainen heard the system's words and hurriedly raised her head to look around, and sure enough, she saw Lu Siheng. Mr. Lu, why are you here? Seriously, they kinda have a thing with hospitals. This is the second time they've run into each other at a hospital, I think. Lu Siheng smiled and said, accompanying that cousin of mine to the hospital to see the doctor. Yesterday he fell in the toilet while bathing and injured his legs and hands. Now he is sitting there in a wheelchair. Ji Yunyang then saw the two people over there looking his way, and he revealed his large white teeth and waved his uninjured hand. Suen. System. Tuzi, are you sure that guy is the main character? Why do I feel that he's so naive? Obviously, the first time we met, he still looked like an elitist, but now how come he feels so much stupider all of a sudden? System, I don't know. I also feel that he is much more stupid. Actually in the toilet or able to wrestle. I just went to check, he fell in the toilet a person, and then can't get up to call Lu Siheng. Lu Siheng went in when he did not even have clothes on it, naked lying on the ground. Suen, ha, why is it tragic and funny? Standing beside and listening to Lu Siheng. How suddenly feel a little bit of shame is what is going on, obviously is that pure cousin disgrace, why he also have this kind of disgrace feeling. Mr. G looks like he's not lightly injured. Mr. Lu wanna push him over, that place people come and go put it there is a little dangerous. It was indeed a bit dangerous, the place where Ji Yunyang was sitting was a corner, usually no one would be there, but I was afraid that the nurse would push that cart over, that place was a dead end, and a turn of the cart would be enough to knock him over. This thought had just drifted by when the system let out a cry of alarm. There's a nurse pushing a cart over, it's going to crash. As soon as the system's words fell, a miserable scream came out from Ji Yunyang's side. My ass! Ji Yunyang was hit from behind, and the jolt caused his entire body to bounce off the wheelchair before snapping to the ground. Should have fallen on his ass, just listen to his screams. Su Ainen, Lu Siheng. Lu Siheng inside is actually a little bit not too good, or fast he chose the location did not choose well, had thought that place is a dead end will not be someone hit him, the results did not expect to hit him or not people. Excuse me for a moment. Su Ainen held back the smile at the corner of her mouth. Go, take him to see a doctor, I see that he seems to have just fallen quite badly. Po ha ha ha. Why is this so funny? Is the male lead starting to go the sand sculpture route? Chapter 106 Lu Siheng slaps Ji Yunyang's ass. Ji Yunyang was sitting on the ground at the moment not knowing what to do. The next second he was picked up by his own cousin thrusting his armpits like a child and placed in a wheelchair. Wouldn't you have just ducked out of the way for a second? Don't you still have an uninjured hand? Ji Yunyang gave him a breathless look, then said, didn't you lock the wheelchair for me? This hand can't reach it. Brother, I found that if you really fall in love in the future, there is absolutely no half of my position in the heart, which has not yet fallen in love at people have not even chased back it. Ji Yunyang's entire ass was now numb. Lu Siheng slapped him on the head. Don't talk nonsense and ruin people's reputation. Suanen and System were talking about that incident yesterday when Ji Yunyang fell in the bathroom. The System sighed a long sigh and said, my male lead is now considered to be completely collapsed, fortunately did not fall to his death in the toilet at once, otherwise this naked death how ugly ah. Suanen, so it was Lu Siheng who found out last night, did he see Ji Yunyang naked? System, see ya, as soon as I got in, I saw a big ass. Suanen couldn't really hold the smile on her face. Ha ha ha, it would be great if there was a picture. I really want to see what this picture looks like. When can I reproduce the picture in video? System. You are really thinking too much. Forget that I was originally a villain rescue system, now somehow became a melon eating system. Even if you have to give you reproduced images and videos, why don't you go to heaven? Please don't make some unrealistic fantasies, eating melon is already my maximum. Su Jingyan and Shui Qian's side were also in a state of military chaos. Shui Qian said tearlessly, why do I have to suffer this for you? My body is so hard right now. Su Jingyan said indifferently as he sat next to him, it's not like I forced you to drink that glass of wine, it's not like you grabbed it yourself. Shui Qian, you must not let that woman go. He made me suffer so much I won't let you go if you dare to spare him. The doctor next to me. Why do I always feel that you two are strange? System, Li Mei's side is ready. Oh, she knows that things have been exposed, so she's already ready to run away. There are Tang's people in the company. These people have gone to approach Li Mao, and Tangja knows what Li Mao has done. Suanen, it's been a long time since I've seen Tangja. How has he been doing lately? I heard he's been kicked out of the board of directors. System, not good, but then the average person is still a lot better than the average person after all. The skinny camel is bigger than a horse. He now has a grudge against your family, but also spent money to buy off some of your company's employees, but he is still very much in love with your brother, Li Mu. If you get into his hands, that's definitely over. Suanen intentionally did not want to care about that woman. There is no point of three views, no moral, actually also give people drugs. But if you really let someone fall into Tangja's hands, that perverted tactic of yours probably won't be too good for that woman, so it shouldn't mess with anyone's life, right? System, don't worry, there won't be any deaths. Tangja is just a pervert and not some kind of extrajudicial maniac. It's still not the same as that Jane Lu. Won't get anyone killed on the line. She doesn't want to care about the rest. She's not some kind of saintly mother. Someone else is counting on them. There's no way she can help that person regardless of the past suspicion. Ji Yunyang was pushed into the doctor again. He said that his butt was really hurting too much, so he had to get it checked out. Lu Siheng could only accompany him to check. He was already light on his feet when helping Ji Yunyang's sister's pants. After all, he was the one who dressed this man last night as well. Cousin, can your expression not be so iceberg? Look at you smiling like a spring breeze at that Suanen. Why can't you be a bit gentler to me? Ji Yunyang was now very dissatisfied with the attitude of this cousin of his own towards him. Before there was no comparison, he might not be so unbalanced in his heart, but now after there was a comparison, he was unbalanced in his heart in any way. He's the biological cousin, okay? They are blood brothers who are 1/4 blood related. Lu Siheng helped him take off his pants and then directly slapped him on his butt. This crisp sound resounded in this office. In an instant, Ji Yunyang's buttocks had a clear slap mark on it, and it looked like it had been hit quite hard. Okay, our injured mouth is still so poor. People are little girls, you a big man, I want to be so good to you. Ji Yunyang felt his entire body go numb as he felt his butt hurt on top of it. You're going to beat me when my ass is already hurt. You really are a bigot. I'll go back and accuse you with my great aunt. Standing next to the clueless doctor. You pair of cousins play quite open. Is it I do not quite understand this society now. After knowing that Shui Qian didn't have any major problems, Su Jingyan let Suanen go back first. It's already late, you should go back and rest first. I'll take care of that woman's matter, you don't have to worry too much. Suanen probed and looked inside. Is Shui Qian alright? Su Jingyan, don't worry, it's fine, it's just that he wailed more miserably. In fact, the best thing for that man to do in his current state would be to go find a woman, and if he had been in his old state, he probably would have done so without him having to remind him. But the man was probably just too hurt from the last time, and had really started to stay out of contact with those messed up people. Shui Qian was afraid that his parents would worry, so he also asked Su Jingyan to help hide it from his parents. After all, it's not a big deal. If you let your parents worry about it, then it would be a big sin. This matter is, after all, we are still sorry for you. This sin is also suffered for me. If you have any request, just mention it directly. Su Jingyan's cold words instantly made Shui Qian explode. You can't be so cold in your speech, can you? Why are we still talking so much about this relationship? It's me who drank this medicine or not. After all, I'm more or less still a bit of experience. You little virgin probably never had such experience. If you encountered such a thing, will certainly be much more troublesome than me. Shueqian people are still generous is a bit narcissistic, obviously is the domineering president of the looks, the conditions are also the main male standard, but is more long a mouth. When he didn't open his mouth the man was still quite capable of bluffing, it was only when he opened his mouth that this image was immediately shattered. For example, now are already so difficult, he is still lying in the hospital bed non-stop blah blah blah, also fortunately this is a single ward, otherwise I am afraid that the next door to the patients have to complain with him. Looking at this person who still kept baring his head, Su Jingyan directly picked up the pillow next to him and smothered it on his head. Go to sleep and keep your mouth shut. Chapter 107 Are you looking for a wife for me? You are clearly looking for a wife for yourself. In the company's Li Mo and the two men she hooked up with, Su Jingyan has already let someone go to deal with it, and it is estimated that it is now in the police station. I really didn't, it really wasn't me. I didn't do anything like drugging. Li Mei kept on sophistry in front of the police, but now it was all proven. There are basically no dead spots in the company's surveillance, so you can pull down the surveillance and find out if she did or didn't do it. She had thought that the crowd would not notice that she had taken a pill and put it in the wine, but what he had done was clearly captured by the surveillance camera. The assistant and the guy from the surveillance room were sitting next to each other with miserable faces at the moment. When they were brought over they already knew what they were up against, both of them had been with the company for many years and had been treated well in the company. This next one is completely mesmerized by beauty, but it's no one's fault, it's their own fault for betraying their boss because of a woman. We recruited everything, and Lemuel came into the company for a purpose that was never meant to be pure. Early the next morning, Su Jingyan's side received news that those three people were considered to be completely planted. Go directly to the legal process, since they dare to do such a thing he has to take the responsibility. I, Su Jingyan, am not someone they can just bully. Shueqian looked at him with this cold look and said with emotion, since you were a child no one really dared to bully you, you are not aware of how bad your reputation was among us when you were in school, you were someone else's child and we were always compared to you by our parents. It's not my fault that I hated you before, it's entirely your fault. You are clearly a white cut black but you pretend to be so good. Shueqian felt dark when he thought of the old days of comparing himself to Su Jingyan, and it was not without this reason that he became a playboy. Because he didn't want to be compared to Su Jingyan by his parents all the time, Su Jingyan inherited the company and excelled in everything, so he simply became a playboy, which is also considered an escape. Su Jingyan looked at him with a cute little gaze at him and said breathlessly, it's not like I'm asking your parents to compare me to you, I do everything best, this is what I ask of myself, and it has nothing to do with you guys either. As for whether you guys like me or not, I don't even care, I got my goals accomplished anyway. Shueqian was instantly choked by his sentence. Indeed, Su Jingyan had been like this since he was a child, not caring about anything in the outside world. Or maybe the only thing that could make his mood change was that sister of his. Forget it, the past is over, and now I've changed, and you were right before I'm the only one in my family, if I don't hold it together this family is going to end sooner or later, so I can't be like I was before. The last one had been a real shock, but he'd also sobered up quite a bit. His parents are slowly getting older, and if he continues to spend his days drinking the company will start to go downhill sooner or later. Isn't that what the Tang family is like? Obviously half a year ago it was quite good, Tang Dong was in control of the company's big picture, and everything was going in a good direction. But then Tang Jia took over, and the Tang family slowly began to go downhill, first laying off a large number of old employees, leaving behind a bunch of pats on the back for kissing his ass. The latter began to deal with the shareholders and directors. The latter do not know how to go to participate in the variety show to put the company's affairs to the side, the company to him to make a mess of the mess. Well now, all the director shareholders have banded together to screw him over. If Chairman Tang was there, that definitely wouldn't be the case. But where Tang Dong went is not known. Since the last scandal, Tang Dong husband and wife as if disappeared, but also when the recognition of the goddaughter appeared a little, but after that time disappeared again. Su Jingyan, what do you think is going on with the Tang family right now? Where is Chairman Tang and Mrs. Tang? Why do I feel like I haven't seen them for a long time? Now that the Tang family has reached this point, if they don't come out then it's really over. Su Jingyan's heart was extraordinarily twisted when he thought about where those two couples were now. Why do you care so much about other people's families' affairs? You first take care of your own affairs before you say it. Later the nurse will come over to give you an infusion. Now do you want to go to the toilet? If you want to go to the toilet, hurry up and wait for the infusion and then don't run around. These two were still fighting when Su Weinan came over to bring them breakfast, but it was obvious that their relationship was really quite good now. And do you see that nurse winking at your brother? People's eyes are about to cramp up, your brother hasn't noticed yet, ha ha ha. The system is now really developed a character of eating melon everywhere, every day is looking for all kinds of details to eat melon, looking for that is not happy Su Jingyan. How do you pick things as soon as you come to this little system? The things you should pay attention to do not pay attention to the things you should not pay attention to go around eating melons. Su Ainen glanced at the nurse. This nurse is still quite clean looking. There is a feeling of a small family, but this winks are destined to be thrown to the blind. Su Ainen, well, the look is quite clear, but it should not be my brother's favorite type. My brother's favorite sister-in-law should be the beautiful type. His kind of cold just needs that kind of passionate girl to be able to do it. S breasts big waist thin character lively and bright. His, such a girl I feel I like all. Su Jingyan. Are you looking for a daughter-in-law for me? This aspect is looking for a daughter-in-law for yourself. How do I not know that I like this type? You brain think quite a lot why do not you want to think about their ideal type as what kind of it? Su Anen. Why are you still standing at the door and why don't you bring your breakfast over? Su Jingyan hurriedly interrupted this girl's fantasy. Every day her mind is full of pie-in-the-sky things. She doesn't know to be a bit more stable even when she is this big. Thank you little sister Su-ah. I wonder what's for breakfast Shueqian's stomach had long been hungry. He hadn't eaten last night, and then after entering the hospital he had even less time to eat. Su Ainen opened the lunchbox, also didn't buy anything, just bought buns, donuts, soybean milk and so on. This is a bit more convenient to bring over. Oh, Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang are also in the hospital. Ji Yunyang gave a fall while bathing and is now in a wheelchair. Su Jingyan and Shueqian. He gave a fall while taking a bath. This is too careless. Chapter 108, System, yuck, shameless contraption. The system at this time cheaply added, Lu Siheng helped him carry out when he was still not wearing clothes. Su Jingyan, cough cough cough. Why are you eating in such a hurry? No one is robbing with you. Su Ainen hurriedly drew 2 pieces of paper and handed them to this unreliable brother. It's really enough to even eat breakfast like this. Su Jingyan wiped the edges of his mouth. He really couldn't imagine Ji Yunyan falling naked in the toilet, and it was Lu Siheng who carried him out. Ji Yunyang, who was being carried home at the moment, sneezed as his nose itched. Lu Siheng. Should I re-transport you to the hospital? I feel as if you have a cold, don't infect the family. Ji Yunyang. Brother, can you put away this disgusted expression of yours? Are we still brothers or not? You're going to kick me out when I catch a cold. Brother, are you still going to the hospital today? Lu Siheng took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands and said carelessly, what am I going to the hospital for? Today I have to go to the company to work. If not for what happened to you yesterday I would have gone out on a business trip by now. In the future, you should grow up when you're at home, you're able to fall in the toilet and shower, your limbs aren't that unbalanced. Also male lead, what male lead is like this, that system is afraid that it is not really wearing the wrong book. Okay, you just stay home for a while, I'm going to go to work. Over at the hospital, Shueqian was also discharged after some checkups. Luckily yesterday's medicine wasn't the heavy kind, and there wasn't any great damage to the body. However, the doctor specially instructed when they left, this patient's body is a bit weak although it looks quite strong but inside is empty. In the future or pay a little attention, don't stay up all night, don't drink and don't indulge in female sex. You can't mess up your body at a young age, the body is the capital of the revolution. The Su siblings, pfft. This doctor is talking too honestly. But they like it. On the other hand, Shueqian's face burst red all of a sudden, looking at the 2 siblings beside him who were looking at him with strange eyes. Shueqian coughed awkwardly, I know, I'll try not to stay up late in the future. Doc, staying up all night or not is secondary, don't drink and don't indulge in women. Su family siblings, pfft. Wait a minute, they really didn't hold back. Shueqian inwardly cried out madly, can you not always emphasize not to indulge in female sex? I have long since not indulged in female sex, okay? It's just that my body hasn't recovered during this period of time. I'll be a slugger when I get my body back. A big slugger. When the 3 of them came out of the hospital, Shueqian's face was still red. That, if there's nothing else I'll go back first, you 2 go home early too. Shueqian really doesn't want to stay with them at all anymore, it's really too humiliating, face lost. Looking at the man's back as he fled, Su Ainen curiously asked the system, Shueqian shouldn't be that weak about his body, I see that he seems to be quite strong Su Jingyan also listened carefully, he never felt that guy was physically weak, if he was weak how could he have so many girlfriends and go to all kinds of parties every day? System, the outside looks strong but the inside is really quite weak, wasn't he a playboy before, always drinking and staying up all night hurts his body, but now it's still slightly better than before, and now he's slowly transforming. Don't ever overindulge in female sex, it really hurts your body. Su Jingyan, TSK, I didn't expect that guy to really be an external strong from the outside is really not visible at all. How about sending him more supplements on his birthday? As soon as the Su siblings got home, they saw an unexpected visitor. Brother Jingyan and an long time no see. Janelle smiled with a gentle smile, looking really like a good girl. Su father and Su mother's two faces were a bit embarrassed. When Jane Le came, she came directly without any greeting at all. Honestly, they really disliked this kind of behavior. You'd say they'd say hello if they were acquaintances, let alone now that they weren't that well acquainted. Yo, how do you come back? I remember before to see your circle of friends you were not outside to play quite happy. Well, the previous dress is not like this. This is back after the ready to convert the style. Su Ainin nonchalantly poked through her disguise. She was doing it on purpose, letting her family know what kind of person this person used to be. Don't ever let her stupid brother be fooled. The smile on Jane Lee's face stiffened, but quickly returned to normal. In foreign countries that also need to follow the customs of the country. But I wear a very conservative that is not very polite to others. After so many years of not seeing each other, I also brought gifts back for you, and I think you like a pretty dress, right? I brought a lot of dresses back from abroad. When there is time I'll take you to my house to take a look at it. System, don't go. She's trying to count on you. She's planning to frame you with the baby in her womb, don't fall for it. The eyes of Su's family changed at once. Su Jingyan said indifferently, no need, it's not like our family can't afford to buy clothes, besides Anan doesn't like other people's leftover clothes. If there's nothing else for you to do, go back. Our two families aren't so well acquainted now. When you left the country you broke off contact between the two families. The expression on Janelle's face was completely untenable when she was said so by her favorite person. Brother Jingyan, how can you say that? Is the relationship between the two of our families over these decades so fragile? Moreover, we are still childhood friends who grew up together. I'm just trying to make our relationship a little better. Su's mother really couldn't listen anymore. Enough, Jenla, we know the purpose of your coming over here, and it's impossible for us to help you guys. Something Zhong Wuyan nothing Xiaingchun, your family has played this set really well. We know about those things you did abroad, there's no need to pretend in front of us. You didn't greet us when you came in today either, and that's the kind of rude behavior we don't want to see happen again in the future. See them off. After all, Su's mother has been in the circle of luxury for so many years, and has seen a lot of tactics, so this kind of trick of Jane Lu is really not enough to see in front of him. What's more, they also had a system assist. Jane Lu was like a transparent person in front of them, and could not cover up any means. Jinla bit her lip, a hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. Since Auntie Su doesn't like me, then I'll have to leave first. Uncle Su, asking you to help the Jane family is indeed my purpose, but I think this is a win-win situation. When the time comes, the two families will definitely be able to achieve the greatest benefits by joining forces. Brother Jingyan and I also grew up together since we were childhood sweethearts. Sooner or later Brother Jingyan will choose a circle type of Tianjin to be united in marriage. I think I'm a good candidate. The two families know each other well, and I also love Brother Jingyan very much. I can be the best virtuous assistant for him. System, yuck. Shame on you. The four members of the Su family were originally quite angry, but in the end, when they heard the system's words, they almost couldn't hold back their laughter. This woman is indeed a shameless contraption. Chapter 109. Unlucky Shuiqian was targeted by Jinlo to take over the business. Miss Jane, you are a little too high on yourself. My own marriage, I can make my own decisions. Also do not need to go to the marriage, even if it is really necessary to marry. Why must choose you? With our Su family's status, it's not that hard to choose a door-to-door person, so why go and help the poor? Su Jingyan's words were particularly heartbreaking, and the word poverty alleviation directly poked into Jane Li's heart. Helping the poor, he actually said helping them is helping the poor. Jen Li's body shook with a hurt face. How can you say that after so many years of friendship between our two families? Uncle Su, is that what you think too? System, actually making such a disgusting face. Anan, give her an earful. For this kind of extra-legal maniac, the system is also really disgusted with her, and this kind of extra-legal maniac has nothing to say. Actually, even the child in the stomach is about to be used as a bargaining chip. Such a person still has any humanity. Su Ainin was speechless. I'm inexplicably giving people a slap in the face. Am I crazy? Isn't this forcing me to take the route of the evil female match again? Tuanzi, I find that you're really getting cranky now. It won't do to be so cranky. Su Jingyan almost couldn't hold back his laughter at the system's words. He covered his mouth and coughed, and said indifferently, alright, hurry up and leave. No need to kidnap my parents with the former friendship. The friendship between our two families has long been pretty much squandered by you. When you left the country to take the business of the two families not at all to heart, the Su family almost fell. If not for my father's strength to save the day, how could there still be a place for my Su family here? It's already good enough that we didn't seek revenge on you. If you give an inch, then don't blame us for not being polite. His parents would look at the previous friendship, but he, Su Jingyan, would not. He has little memory or empathy for the feelings of the older generation. All he remembers is that the Jane family kicked away from the uncle family to go abroad themselves, and the Su family was stuck in a crisis. That one withdrawal almost let the Su family capital chain break, and go with no say, can be said to go off guard, so that people are not prepared at all. He also remembers that when he was a child, his father went out every day to socialize for this matter and came back drunk every day, and his mother also went out every day to deal with those rich wives and came back home early in the morning and late at night. All of this was brought about by the Jane family, and it could be said that he had nothing but hate for the Jane family. System, says the pretty brother. Kick her out of the way and slap her twice. Knock this fake mask off of her. Su's family. Why do you always want to slap people? Jane Lu was pale when she was kicked out. She thought she would eat a closed door but didn't expect they would do this to her directly. She remembered that when she was a child, her father and mother Su were not bad to her, and when they saw something good, they would buy her a share, and she would play in the Su family every day, and they would also let Su Jingyan take good care of her. But now everything has changed. She doesn't think it's her family's fault. Anyone who wants to climb up the ladder, and if it were her, there's no way she'd give up her chances abroad because of such a small benefit. Only their family is not lucky, just did not mix in the foreign name. If their family mixed well back, that Su family certainly eye on the up, absolutely impossible to do so to her. It's always a matter of interest. The system is still cursing after people leave. I've seen shamelessness, never seen such shamelessness. That woman's family is shameless. Ha! She actually refound another target to take over. She's trying to find that stupid kid Shuechen to take over. This sentence from the system shocked the Su family. Suanen hurriedly asked, "What are you carefully talking about? Didn't she just go out from my house? How could she think of looking for Shuechen to take over?" Su Jingyan and Su father and mother, the three of them also listened carefully. Shuechen is indeed a silly boy, but if he was counted so much that would really be too wrong. System, she knows that your side has no chance, so she discusses with her parents to find a new takeover. In this circle there is this ability status and play more openly as well as character, that is only Shuechen. Indeed, as soon as Jane La came home, she told her parents all about what she had encountered at Su's house, and the Jane couple's teeth were chattering in anger. Why are they doing this to us? They don't care about the friendship between the two families for so many years. So what are we going to do now? At this rate we'll just go bankrupt. Jian Lu also sank her face and kept thinking of ways. She suddenly thought of Shuechen. Shuechen is the only son. The family's industries will definitely be inherited by him in the future, and the Shui family is also a large group in China, with status and ability. It is not any worse than the Su family. Although Shuechen was playing quite openly outside, his character was not bad. If she could get into a relationship with him and then use this child in her belly, with Shuechen's character, she should be able to marry him. Jane La said her idea and her parents in detail, and Jane's father and mother also felt that this method was very feasible. It's that our family doesn't have any business dealings with the Shui family. This will have to find a little way if we want to make contact. Jane La, don't worry about this, I have a way. Shuechen likes to attend all kinds of parties. Let's start with that. Isn't it normal to attend parties and get drunk? There was a gleam in Janelle's eyes when she said something about being drunk. The system told Suanen all the things they had discussed on their side, and that tone was about to explode with anger. Ah! If I had a punishment, it would be that I'd screw them. That's shameless. It's not like their family can't survive, and it's their own fault that their family has become like this, expanding greatly abroad but without a foundation, which is not a problem. Suanen, don't be angry, since we know things then we definitely won't let this thing happen. After all, Shuechen and my brother's relationship is not bad, and there's no way I'm going to stand by and watch him fall into the fire pit. Su Jingyan had a bit of pity for that unlucky guy. How come every time he encountered such a thing there was him? Su's father and mother, both of whom were holding their cell phones, kept typing. Mother Su, should we tell old Shui about this matter? Old Shui can only have that Shuechen kid as a son. If he is really counted, that would be the end of it. Su's father, don't say anything now, otherwise how can we explain how we know this news? Don't worry, my son will take care of it. LOL, bad luck is really that kid's bad luck. Shuechen, who is currently sitting in his office working, sneezed 3 times in confusion. Assistant next door. Chapter 110, Jane Lu diagnosed with AIDS, doctor suffers. Jin Lei inquired about a few parties that Shuechen often went to, but all the news she got was that he had been very busy lately and rarely went to those parties in the past. What is Miss Jane prying into Mr. Shui for? I remember that your family and Mr. Shui don't seem to be very familiar with each other, and the two families don't have any business dealings. A male gentleman looked at Jane Lo, who was dressed in this pure and lovely manner, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. This Miss Jane's mind is simply known to everyone. The Jane family recently suffered a situation they basically also know. In foreign countries cannot mix, so back to the country. However, I heard that the Jane family and the Su family were quite close, only that the Su family didn't help them this time. The specific reason they, the outsiders, didn't know. But in any case, the relationship between the two families should have been broken. I just want to get to know Mr. Shui. I've heard of Mr. Shui before when I was abroad, and now that I'm back, I just want to meet him. Jane smiled shallowly, with a simple and lovely look. Shui Qian's side also knew that there was a female who wanted to get to know him, but he was confused. I don't know that Jane woman, what's she doing looking for me? The assistant next to him said, I heard that the Jane family and the Su family are quite close, so it might be that Mr. Su introduced them. Su Jingyan introduced over? How can this be possible? How can that guy and the woman's relationship is so good? The two of them have known each other since childhood. In addition to his sister, he has never seen Su Jingyan in which woman's relationship is closer. Never mind, I'll just call over and ask. Su Jingyan was about to look for an opportunity to remind Shui Qian, but he didn't expect Shui Qian to call by himself. Su Jingyan, there's a woman named Jane Le who said she wanted to get to know me, saying that their family's relationship is good with your families. Was this person introduced to you? If it was introduced by Su Jingyan, then it was possible to get to know him, although this guy's heart was a little bit darker, but he was still okay in terms of character, so I believe that his friends wouldn't be that bad either. Su Jingyan grunted and said with a cold smile, you don't need to care about that woman. The Jane family's situation is more serious now. Their family is trying to find someone to take over the business. They just came to look for me some time ago but gave me a refusal, so now they are staring at you again. I advise you to stay away from that woman. That woman's mind is heavy. I'm afraid you'll find your way to her in time and not even know it. System, not heavy-hearted is vicious. That woman is selfish and ruthless. In order to achieve their own goals you let her kill people. She probably dared to do it. Su and, be quiet and listen to my brother. Shui Qian was infuriated and laughed when he heard Su Jingyan's words. So am I so much like a receiver? That woman is really something wrong, not to mention the fact that he and I don't even know each other, and she's so openly looking for the door to the door. There's really something wrong with her brain, right? No way. When have I, Shui Qian, ever been looked at like this? I'd like to see what she's trying to pull. Su Jingyan knew that this guy would react like this. He directly said, I advise you not to have more contact with her. She contracted something she shouldn't have contracted abroad and has a disease on her body. In case you accidentally get infected by her, see where you're going to cry then. Shakian. I'll go. Is this woman playing so openly? So she came back to me to take over after playing like that, but how did you know about this? Shui Qian now had good reason to suspect that Su Jingyan had been secretly paying attention to that Jianluo, otherwise how could he know so much about her? Su Jingyan. Don't need to think about it to know that guy is thinking about some messed up things again. I found out, didn't she start out trying to find me to take over, so I found out all about what happened to her abroad. She's still pregnant, and she came back just looking to take over. The system praised, your brother is really too powerful, actually able to find out so many things by himself. You say why you are not like your brother at all. If you are like your brother then it's not the villain's life, it's definitely the nail in the coffin of the heroine. Su Ainen, don't I look like my brother? People say that he and I are carved out of the same mold, okay? We both look at least 5 points similar, except that I'm better looking than he is. System. You slightly want a little face it, you two in addition to look like other than really nothing like. As for good looking, the man's looks and the woman's looks would have been different. You two siblings are part of the exquisite looking type, there is no comparability between the man and the woman would have been. Watching this man and his unity divert the topic of conversation again, Su Jingyan sighed helplessly in his heart. Forget it all, get used to it, both are equally unreliable. Listening to Shui Qian's angry voice over there, Su Jingyan even kindly consoled, just don't mess with that woman, lest you get yourself into trouble. It's only a matter of time before their family collapses as long as they don't have anyone to help them. Such an ungrateful family should have collapsed a long time ago. Slightly have the people around you keep an eye on her as well, lest they really get hooked up with her by then. Seriously, if the Jane family had come back with a real apology and a real request for help, it wouldn't have been so bad that things would have turned out the way they did. It's just that the Janes always do things they think are smart and can't be bothered to apologize, or they simply don't think they're wrong. Su Jingyan was waiting to see what would happen to them. Ah! How could this happen? Why would none of the help be there? Jane Le tried to hook up with a few other males who had a crush on her after she bumped into Shui Qian here, but I don't know what happened, but those males' attitudes towards her also changed drastically all of a sudden, and they were always checking her out in their eyes, and that look made her very uncomfortable. If this went on any longer, her stomach was really going to be unable to hide it. If this child in her stomach couldn't bring her benefits, there was absolutely no way she would give birth to this child. In a nutshell, it's all about finding a taker, then using this whole thing to join the other family, and finally having this bastard child to inherit the other family's fortune. Miss, you're bleeding. When the maid came over to bring her juice, she saw the blood running down the hem of her skirt. The baby is just 3 months old, Jane Lu is still sick, and she hasn't gotten enough rest since she came back, so it's only natural that she won't be able to keep the baby. The system suddenly broadcasted while the Su family was eating dinner. System, Jane Lee's child was lost. She went to the hospital and also found out about AIDS. The moment she found out about AIDS, she directly took the scissors next to her and stabbed the doctor. The 4 members of the Su family. This crazy woman. What does your miscarriage and dying disease have to do with other doctors? Chapter 111. Suanan wearing a trash can on her head and holding a toilet plug in her hand, forced to be crowned. Suanan couldn't even dare to imagine how bloody that image would be. She worriedly asked the system, "That doctor is now okay, nothing happened, right?" System, fortunately, the doctor was not injured. That doctor happened to have brought that kind of harder lumbar protection on the day of the lumbago, and Jane La had just had a miscarriage and was very weak, so the scissors didn't poke in. Oh, now she has been taken away by the police. If it is detected that she is not mentally ill, then she will definitely be imprisoned. If it is detected that she is mentally ill, then she will also have to be sent to a mental hospital. Anyway, this woman's end of the dust has been determined. I can't imagine that the extra-legal maniac in the original book actually just gave it a go. The system still feels a little less than unbelievable. Hearing the system's words, the 4 members of said family breathed a collective sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was good that no one was killed. This matter also caused a small sensation in the circle. Jane family this time is considered finished. Jane's husband and wife came to Sue's house even when they were desperate, but they couldn't get in at all. After eating this closed door, they knew that the Su family was now taking a hard line against them. More than 10 years ago, their Jane family here is also like a day. I did not expect that now actually fell into such an end. This can really be a wall down people push off. Those who were not as good as their family when they saw them, which one of them was not regular, now those people all climbed up to look down on them. Go abroad, at least we'll be able to take a breather. There's no place for us in the country now. If we don't have help, we won't be able to penetrate the domestic market at all. It's better to go back. The couple eventually took Jane Lu to a foreign country, where she was also sent to a mental hospital, and the couple couldn't possibly put their hearts into such a stupid and crazy daughter. They still had to find other ways to be able to save them. Big news. One day at noon, Suanan and her parents were eating when the system startled them with a sudden roar. Suanan tried to swallow the pills in her mouth and said breathlessly, "What is it that you're getting so excited about? I almost choked to death from you." Sue's father also swallowed back the tea that was almost about to be sprayed in his mouth. This system's temper was really getting more and more jumpy. There was simply no more of that steady look that he had before. The system said anxiously, "Something big happened to your brother. He and Shueqian Ji Yun Yang went to eat at a Mountain Treasures restaurant, and now the mushroom poisoning is going crazy. They're inside a box right now. The people outside don't know they've been poisoned yet, so hurry over there." Suan and Su father and Su mother. "You didn't say so earlier. Hurry up and give me the address. My brother and the others shouldn't be in any danger, right?" System, this you can rest assured life-threatening is certainly not, only they now see the villain. Your brother ate less okay a little, Shueqian and Ji Yunyang 2 people are more serious, but there is no life-threatening. Is the drama addiction attacked? Suanan hurriedly stood up and said to her parents, "Mom and Dad, I'm done eating. I'll go out and play with my friends first. You guys take your time eating." Su's father and mother were about to say something, but it turned out that Suanan ran away directly. "No, we also want to go along. Why are you running so fast?" Su's mother was now really worried. Looking at her husband who was still eating next to her, she directly slapped up. "You can still eat now. You can still eat when your son has mushroom poisoning." Su's father almost vomited from the slap. "Didn't I say there's nothing life-threatening, and since Anan has already gone, wouldn't it be exposed if the 2 of us followed? Just relax, that system may be a little jumpy but it's still quite reliable on important issues. I think it's better to worry about our son than Shueqian and Ji Yun Yang. Haven't you heard the system say that the symptoms of the 2 of them are the more serious ones?" Su mother. "It seems to be a bit reasonable when you say so. Okay, then continue to eat." Also have to say that this couple is really very big heart, but also fortunately Suanan is her brother brought up. If it is really let this couple with children that really is self-sustaining. At this moment in the Shanjin pavilion, Su Jingyan sat on a chair and watched the 2 people on the ground keep swimming on the ground. "Why don't you come down and swim with us? How can you a fish get to shore?" Ji Yunyang said as he flopped around on the ground. "You're out of our group this way. Are you trying to evolve into a mermaid?" Su Jingyan's thinking was a bit confused right now. He took a deep breath and said, "No, I'm thinking about how to evolve into an adult. Do you guys think a fish can evolve into an adult? I don't want to swim inside the water." Without speaking, Su Jingyan still looked like a normal person. Once he spoke, he knew that he was really poisoned. Ji Yunyang was still on good terms with Su Jingyan in the past 2 days. In his words, he was creating an opportunity for his own oldest brother to take care of his oldest brother's great uncle first, and then after that, he would let his own cousin go and slowly rip off that Suanan. I go. Su Jingyan, you've really evolved into a mermaid. Come on, swim one for us to see. Come and flip a heel. Shueqian looked like he was more heavily poisoned than both of them, and his entire body was twisted on the ground. Su Jingyan also really listened to him and turned a heel in place. I have to say that his hands are still quite sharp. This heel turn is very handsome. As soon as Suanan pushed open the door, he saw his oldest brother flipping like a juggler. Suen. System. The waiter who brought them in. System, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take the person to the hospital. All have become so serious that you do not send people to the hospital. Please help, call 120, Suan said to the waiter and went to stop her oldest brother from making a stupid mistake. As for the 2 people on the ground, this had been completely ignored by her. It was still more important to have her own family. System, sin ah. There's not much to eat yet, luckily the hospital is closer. When Su Jingyan saw Suanan come over, he suddenly revealed a bright smile and then bent down. Suanan watched his movements confused, and the system didn't know what he was up to. The next second he picked up the trash can on the floor and covered Suanan's head. While doing his bad deed, he said with a smile, "Here, let me crown you." Suan. Su Jingyan, I will kill you. Suanan was about to rush over and punch this brother, when 2 people suddenly popped up and put her under control. While grabbing her hand, these 2 people also said, "How can it work with only a crown? There must also be a scepter." While saying that, Ji Yunyang went looking for the scepter, and in no time he pulled out a toilet plug from the bathroom at the end of the corridor. Immediately afterward, he shoved the toilet plug hard into Suanan's hand and said happily, "Endow you with the scepter. From today onwards you are the king." Suanan had a devastated look on her face. My head, my hand. She shouldn't have come over and minded these people, how these 3 were so horrible when they were poisoned. System. Miserable, really too miserable. Originally it thought that these 3 people poisoning is quite miserable. I did not expect that the most miserable is actually Suanan. Chapter 112, Ji Yunyang, cousin. Why did you come over without any clothes on? Suanan's screams reached the people outside thought something was happening, but the result was that they probed in and took a look to see the 3 of them in such an image. Crowd. Is this some kind of cosplay? Can't they keep up with the current times? Fortunately, the ambulance came quickly, and Suanan was finally rescued when the doctor came over. The system was on the verge of going crazy with laughter. It's too much fun, it's just too much fun for them to be poisoned. Suanan angrily disliked the system back. Where's the fun in that? They actually put a trash can over my head and actually put a toilet plug in my hand. These 3 people really have something wrong with them, don't they? And isn't Ji Yunyang the male lead? Why he's in this demeanor now? System, so what if you're still the evil matriarch? Isn't this pretty good for you now? Anyway, this world can't be compared to that book anymore now, it's a real thing. Previously, the system also felt that this world was not real, so it had always viewed things in this world from the perspective of a spectator. Now that it has been here for a long time, it has also realized that this world is a real world. These people are also real people. Sister, they're going to take me away for research. You have to hurry back and get mom and dad to save me. Su Jingyan was pressed by the doctor, who was dead afraid to get into the car, completely not the normal one before. Now he was permeated with a stupidity. When he didn't talk he was quite good, when he talked he was completely exposed. Suanan helplessly broke his own oldest brother's hand away from his own hand. It's not to capture you for research, it's to bring you over to cure you now that you're poisoned. Su Jingyan was horrified. Who dares to poison me? Which person actually dares to poison me? I'll make him heavenly Liang King broken. Suanan. Come on, this brain is now completely unconscious. Onlookers, ha. There were quite a few people who had watched that variety show, and many people still had an impression of the Su family siblings, so there were actually people with cell phones taking pictures of them right now. After spending 9 cows and 2 tigers finally spread these 3 people to the top of the ambulance, Suanan also followed the chaperone to go. In the ambulance, Suanan also gave Lu Siheng a call. After all, his cousin is also here. Lu Siheng was now dealing with his work, and he was still a bit surprised to see Suanan calling. he unconsciously sat his body up straight, and also loosened his tie, before he picked up the phone. Hello. Lu Siheng had wanted to think of a better beginning words, but the result was that Su Ainen over there was directly a crackling output. Lu Siheng. Hurry over to the hospital. I'll send you the address right away, your cousin has been poisoned. The expression on Lu Siheng's face immediately became serious. Poisoned? What the hell is going on here? How did he get poisoned? Didn't he find your brother and the others to go to dinner today? Suainen, they have all been poisoned by eating mushrooms, and are now on their way to the hospital, said Suainen, and also glanced at the three people who were going crazy. These three people are not quite lucid now, and are going crazy. Just hurry up and find time to come over. I can't handle all three of them by myself. It's good to have one more person over. Mainly this was three big men. She was fine taking care of her brother, but taking care of the other men, that was a bit less than good. System, mama. How did they become so childish after being poisoned? Actually counting mushrooms out of thin air. Are there mushrooms on top of this ambulance? These three men, now these three heads are coming together, very carefully counting mushrooms and identifying what is edible and what is poisonous. The doctor next to him also looked helpless. Suainen, you can't bother too much with people who aren't in their right mind. It's good enough that they can still sit and talk now. The doctor just checked them out. It's just that the mushrooms aren't cooked yet. It's not any poisonous mushrooms. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor gave the three a checkup, and after everything was fixed, they were placed in a ward to receive fluids. It's not a serious toxicity. They'll slowly come to their senses on their own, but you'll have to keep an eye on them not to remove the needles from the IVs in their hands, and let us know right away if there's anything wrong. The doctor glanced at the rowdy trio with helplessness in his tone. Suan sighed and replied, "Okay, thank you, doctor." Su Jingyan seemed to be a little more awake now, not as rowdy as he was before on top of the ambulance. He was now lying on the bed with his eyes closed, only some unintelligible foreign language was coming out of his mouth. Ji Yin Yang, on the other hand, looked at the ceiling with a dumbfounded look on his face, and then happily told everyone that he was watching an animated movie, and was actually able to clear out the plot, which was really awesome. Shui Chen did not do anything, as lying on the bed non-stop tears. Ask him what is the matter, he did not say. It feels like he suffered a great deal of aggression, as if obviously eating the same mushrooms. Why do these three people have completely different symptoms is really confusing. What Lu Siheng saw when he came back was these three people in strange shapes. Miss Su, it's hard for you. One look at these three people knew that they weren't very well taken care of, and it's hard for the other girl to add one person here to take care of it. Suainen fed water to her own old brother while saying, "There's nothing hard or not." They were quite obedient in bed, just quite rowdy on top of the ambulance. Brother! Why did you come over here without any clothes on? How can you run around outside naked? Ji Yun Yang saw the expression on Lu Siheng's face, that was one of surprise. Even his pupils were trembling. Suan? What the hell? What came over without clothes? Isn't Lu Siheng wearing clothes? System, ha 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 ha. Can this mushroom also grant one perspective eyes? I kind of want to try it out too. Oh. Lu Siheng. Can this awful thing shut its mouth for a moment? It's just that this awful thing is destined to keep his mouth shut. Brother! Although I know you have a great body, you can't just come here naked. There are still girls here. If auntie and uncle find out about this, they'll whip you to death. At least put on a pair of pants. Ji Yun Yang went to pick the quilt on himself as he spoke, wanting to give it to Lu Siheng. Lu Siheng took a deep breath to suppress the emotions in his heart, but he could tell that she was emotionally unstable right now from his rippling veins. Don't move around. You're on an infusion right now. Be careful of the needle picking your veins. And I'm dressed, so don't talk nonsense. What do you mean he came over here without any clothes on? He's wearing a suit with a board. Is this man's eyes blind? Chapter 113, Su Jingyan's poisoning was accumulated. Ji Yun Yang didn't care what Lu Siheng said. He directly lifted the infusion bottle, then took the quilt and pounced on Lu Siheng. Brother, I'll cover you up first. When I'm done with my fluids I'll go out and buy clothes for you. Su Ainen, Lu Siheng. Come on, this one is really stupid. Not long after these three people finally fell asleep, Su Ainen and Lu Siheng were finally relieved. It's the first time the system has seen someone poisoned, and it's watching the show with great interest. Is this solo mushroom of yours so magical? Why don't you also eat it once to show me? The two of us now have a shared sense of taste, and see if I can be poisoned like you when I see it, and I would like to see what kind of world they have in their eyes. The system said, leaping to its feet. If it had a physical body it would probably be looking for poisonous mushrooms right now. Su Ainen, Lu Siheng. Do you mean what you say? Don't get so high on the basis that you don't have a body. Su Ainen, Big brother, you don't have a life but I have a life. Is this something you can just eat? If I'm not careful, I'll die. You have to remember what your mission is. You're the evil female mate rescue system, not the send me to the west system. System? Aren't I the melon eating system? Su-en. Forget it, this system has completely fallen into eating melons and can't extricate itself from it. Even though she was the one who brought it into this state, this tutelary eating heart is also really getting heavier and heavier. Lu Siheng was sitting next to him seemingly taking care of cousin Silly Bean, but in fact, he had been distractedly listening to the conversation between the two of them. This system's character was getting more and more lively, and although the voice was still mechanical, the emotions were already very full. This is probably a more rowdy one than these three, if they do get entities. Miss Su, do you need me to call someone to send food over? Later on it will be time to eat. Look at them this moment, I guess it's not good either. After tossing and turning from afternoon to evening, the three men themselves were tired, but only the two of them could not rest. Su-en touched her stomach, which was already about to be starved, and said a little bit less kindly, would that trouble you or I'd better order something to eat by myself, the hospital should be able to send takeout in. Lu Siheng smiled faintly, it's no trouble, it's just a matter of bringing 2 meals on the way, even if we don't buy it Yin Yang and I are still going to eat. System, promise him. The food she usually eats is so good, it's even better than the food in your house. And he also has a specialized nutritionist who eats absolutely amazing dishes. I'd like to share a taste with him if I could. Su-en. I said, why did you mutiny so fast? Shut the hell up, have you never eaten anything good? I've taken you every day and eaten so many delicious things, you now want to bind with others? Su-en felt that sooner or later she would be exasperated by this system, just knowing to eat and eat every day. Lu Siheng touched his nose with his hand and tried to suppress the corners of his upturned mouth. At mealtime, the Lu family's housekeeper sent over 5 meals, 3 patient meals and 2 normal meals. It looks really much better than what they ate at Su's house. What they ate at home were some home-cooked dishes. This Lu's family made dishes that were really colorful and flavorful, and the plating was all very delicate of that kind. Miss Su, try it, the dishes delivered today have a lighter flavor. If it's possible, I'd like to invite Miss Su to go out with us for a while. I know a lot of very good restaurants. Lu Siheng set out all the dishes, literally one by one, and they were actually steaming when he brought them out. Su-en finally realized why the system was so envious of the Lu family's food after she said thanks. This meal is so close to being a feast for the eyes. The chef in their house is amazing too. They had just finished eating, those 3 people only woke up. Su Jingyan was lying on the bed with his eyes open and looking at the ceiling, the whole person was wooden. He remembers all of his memories after he was poisoned, including the stupid things he did. Now I don't think the people who filmed it at the restaurant posted that video of it flooding with alcohol, should they? It is true that it was not posted on the internet. After all, this matter is the responsibility of the restaurant, so that Mountain Treasures restaurant let the guests all deleted that video, and the owner of the Mountain Treasures restaurant also personally came over to apologize, and also made compensation. It's all your fault, you had to let us have a bit of soup first, and as a result, we had an accident as soon as we drank this soup. Ji Yun Yang kicked Shuechen in a bad mood. Shuechen, this can also blame me. Not you said the soup is good, I also asked you but not sure, you were categorical that he is absolutely good, said you at home often is this kind of mountain hot pot, have eaten out of the experience, and now the accident actually blame me, do you want to be shameless? Seeing that these 2 people were about to quarrel, Su Jingyan directly took the quilt and covered his head. These 2 little cuties. If it wasn't for these 2 little cuties. How could he have been so humiliated? Su-en and Lu Siheng laughed at the sight of the in fact, the video did not circulate on the internet also as Lu Siheng's handiwork. After all, it was his own cousin who had caused the trouble, so he, the older brother, still had to wipe his ass. System, TSK, you shelved this time is really by these 2 people to get involved. He did not want to drink so early, but those 2 people directly a mouthful of bored and then stared at him. He was stared at by these 2 people are also embarrassed not to drink, and then this bowl went down poisoning. Su-en, Lu Siheng. Su Jingyan's ears followed and turned red all of a sudden, but he was smothered inside the quilt without anyone seeing. It's the fault of those 2 little cuties. He shouldn't have listened to those 2 cuties. He shouldn't have listened to those 2 cuties. Obviously it would have been fine if he had cooked it for a little longer, but now he's ended up in the hospital. Until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening they were discharged from the hospital, and when they came out the doctor gave special instructions for him not to eat some uncooked mushrooms, and to make sure that when he cooked mushrooms he fried the stuff. Don't think poisoning is fun or anything, it's not too serious this time, but it can do a lot of damage to your body if it's serious. Su Ainan kept thanking the doctor, while Su Jingyan stood beside him with a numb face, feeling like his soul had flown away. This incident still seemed to hurt him quite a lot. Lu Siheng also held up his stupid cousin and Su Ainan and said, "Ms. Su, then we'll leave first. Remember what I told you, if there's anything you want to eat you can contact me." Su Ainan then an okay gesture. It seems that this Lu Siheng is also a foodie, well, actually no so good to eat store. The two of them just can do a meal hitchhiker. Chapter 114. Ji Yun Yang is on the path of letting himself go and never coming back. Su Jingyan narrowed his eyes as he watched the exchange between these two people. When did these two people become so familiar with each other? He observed Lu Siheng for a moment. When had this guy ever smiled so brightly? Before, when he talked business with him or when he was in private contact, the expression on this man's face was like wearing a mask. No, it's definitely not right. This guy can't really have his eye on his silly girl. That's no good. His silly girl is still young. Sitting in the car on the way home, Su Jingyan began to condescend to his stupid sister. When did you become so familiar with Lu Siheng? I remember that you two didn't seem to have much contact. Su Ainan didn't discover his own old brother's purpose. He replied with special honesty, "It's not very familiar, it's just that he said to me that he knows a lot of very tasty restaurants, and said that in the future, if he wants to eat what words can be said to him, and he can recommend it. Also just today a little familiar, this is not you all into the hospital, people come over to help, if not he came to me alone as really cannot handle you guys, you are not aware of how much you make a fuss." As soon as he thought of his oldest brother's silly look, Su Ainan didn't hold back her laughter. "I haven't seen you look so silly since I was a kid. You actually thought you were a fish still wanting to evolve. Those who didn't know thought you were a digital baby." Su Jingyan's face instantly darkened. This guy was really not mentioning which pot to boil. If it wasn't for those two little cuties. Insisted on having a bowl of soup in advance, how could we have been poisoned and never eaten such a hot pot again? Su Ainan, yo, look in the system, is my brother looking for an excuse? He must have his face hanging out. Su Jingyan. When it is time for you to use your brain you do not use your brain, and when it is not time for you to use your brain how come you have so many ideas? The system is also particularly thievish. Smile replied, after such a long time of things must find an excuse to fool over but this is really cannot blame your brother, it is all because those two people are too stupid and naive. I also really didn't expect the male lead to turn out like that, but this is also quite good, this is his true character, as long as Lu Siheng does not have anything happen in the future, Ji Yun Yang no matter what she does there is a cousin behind her, it is normal for her character to be more lively. This is the sky is falling there is a taller top, there is a for you to support the bottom of the person you will naturally live more recklessly. In fact, Ji Yun Yang inside the original book is kinda miserable, although he is a success in everyone's mind, inheriting Lu's to become the head of Lu's group. But he lost his own family, his cousin he grew up with, and from then on there was no one to hold up the sky for him. He slowly closed himself off and grew up slowly. It can also be said that he suddenly grew up overnight. If he didn't stand up Lu's group would fall sooner or later. After Lu Siheng's death, Lu's father died because of the loss of his son in his old age. Lu's mother's spirit is a little bit not so good after experiencing the loss of her son and husband. Ji Yun Yang is at this time to support the Lu's group. A lot of people say that he is picking up the pieces, saying that he is lucky, but no one asked him if he would like to do it or not. The system was now gradually thinking more and more, and had begun to think about the fate of some of the characters in the original book. Due to the reason of the plot, the original book actually has too many regrets inside. On the surface seems to be all happy ending, but the real reality is what kind of who knows it. Su Jingyan received a warm welcome from his own parents as soon as he returned home. "Are you alright? How come you are so old and still get food poisoning, or mushroom poisoning? Did you really see the little man? I heard that mushroom poisoning will see the little man." Su father directly a triple question, the expression on his face is also curious. Anyway, the concern for his own son could not be seen on his face, it was just full of curiosity. Su Jingyan. "Dad, are you so happy that I was poisoned? Aren't you worried about me at all? Is this the real father and son? Even if they don't worry about him they ask so many peculiar questions." Su mother slapped her own husband away, then held her own son's face and asked very seriously, "Don't care about those questions from your father, just tell mom what it's like to be poisoned, and whether or not those messes said on the internet can be believed." Su's siblings. "Are you two serious?" Su Ainan was beginning to suspect that the worry her parents had shown when she left the house at noon was fake. System, hey, your mom and dad are really getting funnier and younger the more they live, oh. Su's couple, right. It's just getting younger and younger. Su Jingyan breathlessly peeled off his parents' hands and returned to his room. The things that happened today were just too chaotic, he had to calm down. The eye of the needle in his hand was still reminding him of what had happened at lunch today, and thankfully there was no video circulating on the internet, or he would have really killed someone. Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang were also given a lecture when they returned. You say you're such a big person to eat a meal and still mushroom poisoning. I heard that you still messed up. Mushrooms are not cooked, cannot eat. This you do not know. Lu mother twisted Ji Yunyang's ear as a lecture. Fortunately nothing happened. If something happened, how she can explain to her own sister? His own sister's brother-in-law left such an only seedling. If this thing really tossed himself away, it would be better for her to smoke him to death right now. Lu Siheng and Lu's father both sat there on the sofa drinking tea and watching TV, looking as if they were already very used to such scenes. How about the two from the Su family and the Shuat family? The two of them should be fine, right? Lu's father was still quite impressed with Su Jingyan, a good kid. Lu Siheng poured a cup of tea for his father, imagined the picture of what happened in the afternoon, and said with a smile, "It's nothing major, all of them were slightly poisoned, but they were quite funny when they were poisoned, and everyone didn't look too serious and did things that weren't quite normal." Normal people will be poisoned in the center of the perspective eye? He was able to give them a suit to see naked, which is really absolute. Nothing happened is good. In the future when you are fine you bring your brother more. Since he started his own business to open an entertainment company, he is now getting more and more jumpy in character. When you are fine you can control him more, slightly suppress him a little bit. If you don't care about him he is probably going to be up in the air. For this great nephew, Lu's father is also raised as a son, only this little son is really a little too much disobedience. I had a pretty solid personality before, and after I started my own business I just completely let myself go. Chapter 115. Hua Qin's favorite person is Xue Dong. Xue Qian after returning home was first interrogated by his parents, and then after knowing that there is nothing going on, his parents changed the topic and began to urge for marriage. You said you're not too young, and everyone in the circle knows about the mess you did before, and you're separated from those messed up women now, aren't you? Mrs. Xue's eyes ached as soon as she saw this awful son of her own. The two of them had always been very loving. How could they have given birth to a philandering son? The Hua girls have a pretty good feeling about you, so you should find some time to meet them this weekend. It's rare to meet a blind girl, so this is something to take advantage of. The expression on Xue Qian's face stiffened, and he said with a bit of difficulty, "It's better not to, just don't wreak havoc on other girls." He now just want to indulge in work, do not want to find a wife. Mrs. Xue looked at his expression and directly clapped her hands. No matter what you have to go and meet, the girl's own opening to say she wants to see you for a bit, you have to give them a bit of face. I'm not saying you have to be with her, it would be a good marriage if it clicked. Mrs. Xue looked at her own son's appearance. In fact, her son's appearance looked still quite good. The first time I saw him certainly will not feel that he is a philanderer, do not speak or quite bluffing. Xue Qian is the kind of standard domineering president's looks, handsome and cold and hard. When not talking others at a glance would probably think that this is a sexual frigidity. But who knew this was actually a playboy? I can only say that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. Xue Qian's face is not lovable, it is called the old mother said so, even if it is not to give face to others also have to give face to the mother. Okay, then I'll meet this weekend, but don't expect too much from me. He had seen the Hua family girl a few times before on various occasions, and her looks just weren't his cup of tea. She was too gentle and didn't seem to have a temper. It's good for a woman to have a bit of temper, without it she's too common, even if she's a beauty she's a wooden beauty. After dismissing his own old mother, Xue Qian immediately shared this matter with Su Jingyan. You say my mom in the end is anxious about what? The circle inside the 30-40 years old not married a lot, why have to rush to get married it? Your parents rushed to get married yet? I suppose it's hyped up, but I guess it's pretty hard to find a girl with your nature. Listening to the voice coming from the phone, Su Jingyan had a cold face. Do you have anything else? I'll hang up if you don't, wasting his time by complaining about these things with him when he's not sleeping at night. Xue Qian was instantly anxious when he heard him say he was going to hang up the phone. Don't. Just let me spit for a bit, you can hang up the phone when I'm done. Su Jingyan. Why does it feel like this guy is getting more and more out of tune? It's better to be the old Xue Qian, even though every time I look at him it's his nose not his eyes, but at least it's not as noisy as it is now. Su Ainan was also listening to the system about this matter as she lay in bed. This Mrs. Xue is pushing her son into the fire pit. That Hua Qin is not a good person. Su Ainan, then tell me carefully how she's not a good person. Su Ainan actually had a pretty good feeling about Hua Qin, although she wasn't very impressive looking, she made people especially comfortable with her, and was different from everyone else in the circle. System, Hua Qin opened her mouth this time and took the initiative to say she wants to see Xue Qian. In fact, the purpose is not Xue Qian at all, what she likes is Xue Dong. Su Ainan sucked in a breath of cool air when she heard this. No way. This is too exciting. The system continued, she also knows that the Xue family couple is very close, and she herself is not that kind of national beauty looks, and she can't seduce Xue Dong, so she chooses to approach Shuedong in another way. Suanen, another way is to become his daughter-in-law? This woman is also too crazy. Shuedong is old enough to be her father. How come these people are all crazier than each other now? Is it because she can't keep up with the times? System, people like mature and charismatic men, and she still has a little relationship with Huacheng. Oh. Suanen took another breath of cool air. Huacheng seems to be her uncle's generation by generation. The system hemmed and hawed and laughed. Huacheng is the illegitimate son of the Hua family. He was already in his 20s when he was retrieved, and she's been hanging out with Huacheng since she was 14 years old. That's why Huacheng hasn't gotten married until now. Suanen, then she is not now moving on. She likes Shuedong than Huacheng how to do. Huacheng is not at all mind. System, that's what people are capable of. Huacheng coaxed Huacheng into that obedience. Huacheng even wanted to tie Shuedong to Huacheng in bed. Suan. What kind of crazy family is this? Without the system, she did not know that she was actually surrounded by these perverted people. What human morals and three views are gone, what kind of education they are growing up on. This night, Suanen didn't sleep well. Her mind was full of some messy things. She ate breakfast early the next morning in a daze with a pair of dark circles under her eyes, and the system was still going on and on. Father Su, Mother Su, and Su Jingyan were also dumbfounded as they listened. System, Huaqin and Huaqin got together and almost got caught by her mom, then Huacheng directly seduced her mom, and her mom was instantly distracted. Su's family of four, hiss. Huaqin likes not only Shuedong, she also like your father, but temporarily close to not just, Wang family Wang Dong also have a leg with her. The four members of the Su family had become completely numb. This Huaqin was really not at fault, right, even though the ones she liked were all the same age as her father. Su's father immediately felt sick to his stomach. How can a little girl's family have such a mixed view of the world? As soon as Su Jingyan remembered the way Xueqian called over last night to complain, he suddenly felt quite pitiful for him. It wasn't even him that people were after, it was his dad. But this thing also do not know how to remind. After all, this is someone else's family affairs. Matchmaking things they outsiders are not good to get involved. I can only remind Xueqian a little, but Xueqian shouldn't be able to look at Huaqin. It shouldn't matter if he can't look at her. The time soon came to the weekend, and Huaqin dressed herself up very exquisitely. She knew she wasn't one of those stunningly beautiful-looking people, but she had always been proud of this gentle demeanor of hers. Most of the ladies in the circle were arrogant in temper, and she stood out among them. Huacheng stood behind her with gloomy eyes. Huaqin turned her head towards him and smiled brightly. Do you see how good I look today? As soon as he saw Huaqin, Huacheng's face instantly became softer as he gently replied, It's very pretty, Qin, you will always be the best-looking one in my heart. Chapter 116, System, this woman wants to have both father and son. Huaqin also knew that Huacheng was very uncomfortable in his heart. She comforted him and said, Chang, no matter what you will always be the most special one in my heart. The expression on Huacheng's face immediately soothed. He had to say that this person was really quite good at coaxing him with one sentence. Don't worry, I'll help you. A glint flashed in Huacheng's eyes. His Qin was so nice, it was impossible for anyone to dislike her. Huaqin arrived at the restaurant where he had an appointment in advance, and Xueqian was stepping on the spot. Mr. Xue, how are you? I'm Huaqin. Huaqin stood up and greeted with an extraordinarily warm smile. Xueqian nodded his head in greeting. I'm Xueqian. Their cold greeting left the Su family at the next table a bit speechless. Suanen whispered to her own oldest brother, Isn't Xueqian usually the favorite beauty? Why does it feel like his attitude is so cold? Su Jingyan. How do I know if you ask me? I heard that he has cut off contact with those women during this period of time. It should be the return of the prodigal son. Su Jingyan had only heard about it and heard that guy say it himself, but as for whether it was the return of the prodigal son or not, that was probably something only he himself knew. I have to say that this family is also really odd. Su's father was really curious about what happened today, so he offered to come outside for dinner. His purpose was to lure this little cutie. His daughter opened her own mouth, and as a result, Suanen really got into the trap, and she immediately said she wanted to come to this restaurant. How can you give up such a good opportunity to eat melon, and there is a partition separating each of these tables, so the people next to them can't see them? System, Tisk, TSK, Huaqin is planning to lure Xueqian with a marriage alliance. She's really going out on a limb this time. Su family members. No, is Shuedong's charm that great? Shuedong, who is currently working in his own company instead of his own son, sneezed very violently. Shuedong is the kind of tough guy looks, height close to 1'9", wearing a suit properly a suit thug. If Su father is handsome and elegant, then he is hard and wild, the two are completely different types. Shui Dong even reached this age. The body is also maintained very well, he looks not at all like a businessman, more like a triad brother. It can be said that Shui Qian has such handsome looks thanks to his father's genes, but not as rugged looking as his father, and his mother's genes play a very important role in this. Miss Hua, I'll be straight with you, I don't have any feelings for you, I mainly want to focus my mind on my work right now, and I really don't have much interest in the marriage thing. You know all those things I used to do, I did used to be a playboy and had a lot of women around me, and you've seen me take some of them to some parties. If you mind, then there's no point in us being together, and if you don't mind, then there's even less point in us being together. Opposite Hua Qin. So good words lacks words let you say it, right, you have said so you still let me how to answer. The four members of the Su family next to him were confused when they heard such words, so this person is not going to find a date in the future, right? He doesn't like the ones that mind his previous past, and he doesn't like the ones that don't, so what kind do you want? System, haha, Shui Qian is pretty good looking when he's serious, yeah, if only he wasn't a playboy. The system is really not like the playboy at all. This book's male lead Ji Yin Yang is a from one to the end, the villain Su Jingyan in the death of all a maternal widow king. It can be said that the whole book inside the only Shui Qian so a playboy, on the face of the Tangja around the change of people have not been changed to him so hardworking. Su and, shut up and keep listening. Hua Qin took a deep breath and continued, Mr. Shui, I know that my appearance is not the kind you like, but if you and I are together then for the relationship or cooperation between the two families, I can be all I care about the things that happen to you outside, I just need you to give me respect on the surface. There aren't many people within this circle who can make an offer like mine, so I hope you'll think it over. Hua Qin is the only daughter of the family, both parents are very doting on him, although the relationship within the family is quite complicated, there are many various illegitimate sons and daughters of the grandfather, so there are many various cousins, but her father is the person in charge of the family, and she is the only young lady of the Hua family. Although she was rather ordinary looking, there were quite a few people who wanted to climb on her because of her status. Shui Qian directly laughed when he heard her words, so you want to join forces with me, right? Hua Qin smiled and took a sip of tea. System, marriage, my ass. She wants to marry your father. The system hissed. The four Sus. Su Jingyan had been quite worried about Shui Qian, but in the end he almost couldn't hold back his laughter when the system interrupted him like this. Shui Qian leaned back in his chair and narrowed his eyes at Hua Qin with a teasing look in his eyes. Miss Hua seems to be quite confident in herself, but you've got it wrong, my other half has never been chosen by marriage. If it's someone I like she's someone I can marry even if I don't have anything, if it's someone I don't like she doesn't want even if she's a royal princess. I'm a person relatively superficial just like good looking, Miss Hua Qin is very good, but not my favorite type, I can also see that you actually have no feelings for me, there is no emotion in your eyes, and I see your eyes seem to be looking at whoever is looking through me, it can't be that I look like that lover boy of yours. Shui Qian is not stupid, he is, after all, the heir trained by the family, the heart and means are all there, only these things are divided into people. For Hua Qin, he could tell at first glance that something was wrong with him. It was clearly she who had offered to meet with him, but there was no trace of emotion in this woman's eyes. A hint of panic flashed in Hua Qin's eyes when she heard his words, I don't know what Mr. Shui is talking about, my proposal is just for the good of both families. Shui Qian let out a laugh and said directly, I can make the school better without you, I'm not interested in being a stand-in for anything I guess, and if you want me to be a stand-in you have to see if that person is worthy or not. System, right. That's right. She wants you to sit on your father's promotion. This woman wants both father and son. The four Sus. What a father and son double whammy, why do you even create your own vocabulary? Su Ain inside, system, how many messy things have you read? Alright, we don't have to sit here after things have been said and done, Miss Hua make yourself at home, I'll leave first. Shui Qian stood up and turned around, only to directly see the four Su family members as he passed a table. Shakian. Chapter 116, Dragging the Family to Eat Melon. When did you guys come over? Why are you still dragging your family over? Shui Qian's pupils were seismic, and his entire body was in a daze. I'm just telling you I'm coming over to see a woman, why did you bring your mom and sister over? That's not the way to look at things, is it? Shui Qian stared at Su Jingyan with glazed eyes, never imagining that this person was actually such a person. Looking cold and indifferent, I didn't expect to actually enjoy watching other people's drama so much. Su Jingyan knew what he was thinking as soon as he took a look at his eyes and face, he sighed helplessly in his heart, was this what he wanted to come over, why did this black pot have to be taken by him? Shui Qian also knew that he could not stand here, so he still went out first, not long after Hua Qin also left, without thinking I know that you will not eat here, presumably go back to complain. Shui Qian came back only after the people had left. Hello auntie and uncle, why are you guys here? It can't be Su Jingyan who brought you here. Su Jingyan. I'm not, I don't have you, don't bull. Su father and Su mother smiled and greeted Shui Qian, then said, no, we just came over to stop by for dinner, we just didn't expect such a coincidence that we actually met you, are you coming over for a blind date? Shui Qian smiled dryly, not really, it's just that my mom asked me to come over to meet up, but neither of us have eyes for the other. System, not at all, people are looking at you and you're not looking at them, but they're so happy with you, they're on the phone with Hua Cheng right now complaining about it. Su's family. How come your little system is always eavesdropping on people, when they complain? Su Ainen kindly reminded, that Mr. Shui, I don't think you need to be in too much of a hurry right now, that Miss Hua isn't quite right for you. If this were to marry such a woman into the family, it would be a straight-up domestic disturbance, even your mom would have to watch out for her, or she wouldn't know when she'd be sleeping in your dad's bed. Su Ainen's voice spitting in her mind directly made her parents and her brother speechless. But these words are really true, that Hua Qin is really not at all three moral values. If the woman who waited for that woman before was an extra-legal fanatic, then this is a moral corruption. Shui Chen found a seat and sat down very helplessly. I also do not want to find a woman so early, but my mother is always rushing me. Honestly, I also do not like this Miss Hua, always feel that he is hypocritical. Though those women who followed him before also pretended to be sympathetic, and basically looked at his face and looked at his money to come, but that kind of purpose is very clear, but this Hua Qin he really cannot see her thoughts and purpose, just feel that her whole person is strange, let a person completely unable to guess. Su's father had someone add a set of chopsticks to Shui Qian, and then said in the posture of an elder, your parents are also too anxious, this kind of emotional affair still depends on fate, when fate arrives then it will naturally be a success. My family Jingyan is about the same age as you, we are very open-minded about him, he is that kind of character we can't control him so let him come on his own, if he really meets one he likes that's naturally the best, if he doesn't meet one he likes that's also his own choice. Your parents are very close and shouldn't be pushing you to be with someone you don't like, I'll have your aunt go and talk to your mom sometime, don't push you too hard. Su father's words made Shui Qian have to cry, he glanced at the indifferent Su Jingyan and was extremely envious in his heart. Why are this guy's parents so enlightened that they don't actually push him to get a girlfriend at all? Su Jingyan. Can you not look at me with this kind of eyes again and again, goosebumps are coming up? System, your parents are really enlightened, such a character is the best, children and grandchildren have their own blessings, care so much for what, this is not to find trouble for themselves. Like us, these systems have had no parents since their birth, we can do whatever we want, no one to control can be free. Suanen heard this from him and had one question, then may I ask if you have a male and female system, are you a male system or a female system? System, there is no male or female, you can treat me as a man or a woman, we don't have gender as an option in our settings. Come on, it's a genderless one, but genderless is good, if it's a male system then there are some things you can't be so blunt with it. This meal ate Shui Chen that is hot tears in the heart to serve, and cannot wait to move things to their home on the spot. Auntie and uncle, why don't you guys be my godparents, I really need enlightened parents like you so much. Su father and mother looked at the touched Shui Chen in front of them, and the corners of their mouths twitched a bit speechless. Why do you feel that this child's brain is a little bit not too smart? When I saw him in the business world before, he was not like this. We still have to ask your parents about this matter, anyway, we're quite happy to have another son, if you're not doing anything you can also come to our house and play with Jingyan and the others. Shui Chen nodded his head vigorously, don't worry I'll tell my parents about this, by then you'll be my second parents. The Su siblings looked at this scene with confused faces, how did things suddenly develop like this, so they would have one more brother by then? Couldn't be. A brother who is so stupid they really don't want Although it is not pro but dry, but this kind of dry brother they don't want. Su Jingyan rubbed his temples, suddenly felt that the future is a bit bumpy, there was already a stupid sister, this is one more stupid brother, how should we live in the future? Didn't the two of them used to be opposites? How come they're suddenly like this now? Whether he is happy or not to have more of this silly brother, Shui Qian still went back to tell his parents about this matter, and Shui Dong and Mrs. Shui were both happy to hear about it. Agree. Why don't you agree? Su Jingyan is so good, if you get in touch with him more you might be able to become even better, we're not asking you to become as good as him, just be slightly smarter than you are now. The words of his parents' dislike directly hurt Shui Qian's heart, isn't he outstanding? He's been in the business world like a fish out of water, and he's friends in all the major circles, doesn't that mean he's good? Oh, that Miss Hua spoke to us, she said you were not happy with her, what is going on here you tell us more carefully. Xia Qian. Chapter 117 Tang Ji's new understudy, cousin of the Su siblings. Is that woman so quick to sue? Looking at his parents in this inquisitive manner, Shui Qian said helplessly, "It's not that I can't see her, it's just that I don't think the two of us are quite right. She may be really quite nice but not my kind of person. She told me that the two families could be joined in marriage, but I don't really want to use my marriage as a bargaining chip. The person I marry must be someone I like, and I don't hang out with those women anymore. I mainly want to focus my mind on my work now, and I'll think about other things when things stabilize at work. Besides, isn't there Su Jingyan who is about the same age as me? He's not in a hurry at all and his parents don't rush him." As he said that, Shui Qian was really becoming more and more envious of Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan, who was reading documents at home, sneezed. System, Hua Qin went back and talked to her parents and Hua Chang about what happened today, and added fuel to the fire. "Oh. Su family members, this is too shameless. You truthfully say even if actually add oil and vinegar, this is afraid that the two families cannot become enemies it." Hua Qin made a sad face as soon as he got home, feeling as if he had suffered a great love injury. "Qin, is that Shui family brat bullying you? I told you that Shui family brat is no good, the whole thing is a playboy, how can he be worthy of you?" Hua father for this only daughter is also really favored tight, he wants to find a person to the family, so simply do not see Shui Qian. Besides, Shui's only son is not likely to the family to their Hua family. Hua Cheng's face was also particularly bad as he sat next to him. "Big brother, their school is bullying us so much, we can't just endure this." Hua Qin added some oil and vinegar. Shui Qian was directly portrayed as an asshole, could not see her looks, could not see her appearance, could not see her family history, and all kinds of smoking mocked her. Anyway, in her mouth Shui Qian is 100 years hard to come by asshole. And she herself is a pathetic little white flower, a woman who is deeply in love with Shui Qian. Hua mother secretly patted Hua Cheng's hand, then echoed, "Yes, how can our Hua family's eldest miss be so bullied? Qin also has a beautiful name inside the circle. You casually go out and ask around to see who doesn't praise our family. Qin, the Shui family's brat is really not a bit of light at all." Hua Qin wiped her tears as she watched the three parents in her family scold Shui Qian over her matter, and she instantly felt much better in her heart. "Mom and Dad, I just want to marry Shui Qian, will you help me think of a way?" She really likes Shui Dong too much. A year ago he was charmed by Chairman Shui when he first saw him, that strong body, that handsome appearance. How did such an excellent Chairman Shui give birth to such a playboy? It must be that his wife did not find a good one. Hua Cheng's looks were on the softer side, and Hua Qin got bored after looking at him for a long time, so she now wanted more of that burly type. After looking around inside the circle, only Chairman Shui met this standard, and he was also a quality man. Although he was over 100 years old, his figure was not distorted at all, and his appearance was just the same, even the few wrinkles on his face added to his charm. Shui Qian is actually quite like his father from the looks of it, the body is also taller, kind of just not as robust as his father. If she was looking for a man to spend her life with, Shui Qian would actually be quite okay. Hua father looked at his daughter like this is also really heartbroken. How to look at that a playboy? There are so many good men inside the circle, why did they have to pick on one so bad? This Shui Qian kid is pretty good at business stuff, but he's really unreliable when it comes to relationships. How can he be comfortable with a man like that when he's surrounded by women in his teens? This matter you allow us to think about it. Shui Qian did not look at you. Shui family estimates will not accept you. You yourself should also think about it. The circle inside the excellent good man so much, you're fine of also okay Find one whose family is not as good as ours, and when the time comes, let him join the family. Won't it be good for you to live at home? Hua Qin bit her lip as she listened to her own father's words. She didn't want to stay at home, the restrictions of staying at home were just too much. She'd had enough of pretending to be a good girl for so many years, and she wanted to have a good time out there. When the system relayed what happened on the Hua family's side, Su Ainen was simply infuriated and laughed. Why is she such a shameless person again? She actually put all the blame on Shui Qian. Shui Qian isn't as bad as she said, and she didn't insult him on top of her words, she added too much fuel to the fire. Her family is so doting on her, why does she have to get into a mess? It's okay to find a way out of a family that's not as good as hers, staring at other people's dads every day, disgusting. Su Ainen really suspected that a person had a father fetish, otherwise how could he be so perverted? But usually people with a father fetish don't have very good relationships at home, and most of these people will lack parental love, especially from their fathers. But Hua father to this only daughter is really good, very good. Basically want the stars do not give the moon, even if his wife cannot give birth to and did not blame his wife, but the daughter to spoil the sky. System, who knows what he thinks, how can you possibly fathom the thoughts of a pervert? That being said, Tang Zhou is having a pretty bad time right now, and it's certainly not comparable to his old life. He appears to have given up on your brother, but has a double around who does look a bit like your brother. When Su Jingyan heard this, his heart suddenly flooded with real disgust, actually looking for a double, and also with his temperament this is also a big pervert. Su Ainen also felt sick to her stomach. Didn't he also find a lot of doubles before, and this double is one of those people, right? System, not oh, this is his new find, in the looks above and your brother has so 1 or 2 points similar, but in terms of temperament is 5 points similar, this is also a down and out young master, only later the family broke so was forced to embark on such a road. Su Ainen sighed in her heart when she heard this, it's not easy. And is this man a good man? System, it's a good man, and Tangjia hasn't gotten his hands on him so far. This man is called Su Jingyuan, he's very smart and very good at protecting himself. And on top of that, he's still your and your brother's cousin by generation. Su's siblings. What the heck? Wasn't our dad an only child? When did an extra brother give us a cousin? Chapter 118. It can't be that my grandfather cheated on me. The two siblings immediately thought of a possibility. It couldn't be that their grandfather we kept an illegitimate child. No way. Grandpa and Grandma were very close. The two old mouths have been gracious all their lives, and they even died in the same month. Su Jingyan suppressed the difference in his heart and listened silently. He believed Su Ainen would definitely ask this question. This silly sister couldn't hide anything in her heart. Su Ainen did ask the question, Unity-san. You give me a good explanation of what's going on here. My grandfather can't really be in the absence of an illegitimate child. Then he lied to my grandmother for the rest of her life. Just thinking about it made Su Ainen feel angry. She had thought that her own grandfather was a decent man, but it turned out that she didn't expect to be just like most men. System, who said your grandfather has a bastard child? I didn't say that, I just said that Su Jingyuan is your cousin by generation only. His grandfather and your grandfather are blood brothers, his father and your father are cousins, you are a great-grandfather. Before that your place was more chaotic because of the war, so his grandfather and your grandfather were separated because of the war. His family has been searching for you guys, but he's the only one left in their family now. Didn't you guys participate in that variety show, and Su Jingyuan saw the two of you siblings, so he looked for a chance to approach Tangjia. The Su siblings heard a sudden realization. It was good that it wasn't Grandpa cheating on them, but how come they never knew that Grandpa had a blood brother? Su Ainen's heart suddenly looked forward to it a little, not realizing that she actually had a brother. Su Jingyan told his parents about this matter that night. Su's father and mother were also dumbfounded by what they heard, and Su's father even flipped up the genealogy directly. I remember your great-grandfather mentioning to me that I had an uncle who died early, and everyone thought he was dead, but I didn't realize that he actually left descendants. Your grandfather has also been looking for this brother, only at that time it was really too chaotic not to find it. I didn't expect that this kid actually found it on his own. All these years have been really hard on this child, he's the only one left in the family, how hard it must have been. The more Su's father said, the more heartbreaking the more he said, the harder it was in his heart. Su Jingyan looked at the photos he had investigated. This Su Jingyuan and his looks really did have 1 or 2 similarities, and his temperament was also very similar. I guess if the two of them walked out people would think the two of them were brothers. The similarities are pretty strong, even though they are generations apart. We have to find a chance to bring the persons back. We can't let him continue to stay with Tangjia. That person Tangjia is now completely crazy, who knows what kind of things he will do. At this moment in the Tang family, Su Jingyuan was alone in his room, drawing the Su siblings he had seen from inside the variety show. After so many years of searching he had finally found his family, but he didn't know if they would recognize him. Su Jingyuan slowly stroked his hand across Su Jingyan and Su Ainen's faces. Now that he had finally found his cousins, Grandpa and Dad could rest easy. 1. Are you asleep? Tangjia's voice came in from outside. Su Jingyuan immediately put the painting away, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. He had only wanted to get close to Tangjia to learn about his cousins, but it turned out that he didn't expect the bastard to actually have such thoughts about his cousin. It's really disgusting. And he actually tried to count his cousins. How could he be so insulted by him when he had found his relatives with great difficulty? Outside, Tangjia heard no movement inside, so he reached out and turned the doorknob, and the door seemed to be locked from the inside. He resisted the urge to curse and leave. This person really didn't listen at all, and his personality was the same as Su Jingyan's. If it wasn't for the fact that he was so similar to Su Jingyan, he would never have allowed him to be so reckless around him. Su Ainen let the system keep an eye on things over here, and the system couldn't help but worry in its heart as it watched Tangjia become more and more perverted. It's better to hurry up and find a chance to get your cousin back. Tangjia has become completely perverted, he's also tainted with something messy and wants to use that to control your cousin. People in the disillusion time, many people will choose to seek some stimulation to escape reality. Now is the most disillusioned time Tangjia, he was also some fox friends led into the wrong way. Su Ainen immediately bounced up from the bed when she heard the system's words. What's wrong with that guy? How dare he touch those messy things? He actually wanted to harm my cousin. Believe it or not, I'll raid him. System. You this backflip flip quite smooth when did you learn how I do not know? Su Ainen collapsed on the bed again after getting angry, but how am I going to tell mom, dad, and brother about this? Will they believe this inexplicably extra cousin? Just as she was thinking of a solution on her bed, Su Jingyan knocked on the door of her room. And, I have something very important to tell you, you have a cousin out there. Su Jingyan had just been standing outside the door, letting this girl take the initiative to say it was impossible, and she didn't have the brains to figure it out, so it was better for him to take the initiative to poke at it. Su An. How did my brother know about this? System, how do I know if you ask me? It's probably from the investigation. The system has recently discovered a bug, that is, it sometimes cannot detect the Su family of these people things, that is, all the people in this world it can detect it, do what it can also know, but sometimes the Su family of these people things it cannot detect. It was like it was actively blocking it, and the system just blamed it on being a bug and didn't think too much of it. Grandpa has another blood brother out there, and that blood brother has a child out there, and now that cousin of yours is with Tangja, and we're planning to get him back, what do you think? Su Ainen bounced up from the bed and replied excitedly, then of course we have to get him back How can we leave him by Tangja's side? That pervert is still tainted with things he shouldn't be now. System, cough cough cough. You're talking out of your ass back there. Why can't this man hide his words at all? Having dabbled in something he shouldn't have, Su Jingyan's face sank slightly. Su Ainen looked at his own old brother's face, immediately brainstormed and began to think of ways, always have to round this thing over I heard someone say that he is always in and out of some not so good places, and some messy people have contact, those people's reputation is not very good also always engage in some messy things, do not have to think to know Tangja cannot be innocent. Su Jingyan stared at Su Ainen, and Su Ainen was in a cold sweat as he looked at her. Alright, I'll look into this matter, and in a couple of days I'll pick up my cousin as well, so you get along with him. Chapter 119 Rushing into the men's restroom to grab a toilet plug. How could this hilarious thing be missing her? Su Ainen immediately said she wanted to go too. What are you going for? You stay at home obediently. Didn't you say that Tangja guy is a bit dangerous right now? You stay at home properly and listen. Why, I'm going. It's because it's dangerous that I'm going. How could she know if it was dangerous if she didn't go? What if Tang Chul, that guy, is so sinister that he'll screw over her brother? System, go go go, I can act as a danger detector. Tonight he's planning to take your cousin to a bar planning to go down on your cousin right now. Your cousin hasn't let him get his hands on him until now, he hasn't even touched his hand yet, so Tangja is in a hurry now. The two siblings were silent for a moment, this dead pervert really wanted to drag people into the water Su Ainen, just take me there and I promise to be good for this week. Su Ainen looked at her own oldest brother expectantly with a pair of big eyes. Su Jingyan. Fine, but you must listen to me and do what I tell you not to mess around. It's good to bring her there, the system can come in handy, you can call the police in advance to be able to ensure safety at that time. Su Jingyan immediately began to have people investigate what kind of bar that bar was. System, you who? We're going to help the police solve the case. I can't imagine that I would actually do such a great thing. I've heard that the worlds where the other systems are located are worlds of extra-legal maniacs, and that the police basically disappear in those worlds. It's still a good world, although it's not the same as what the original book said, that there are still quite a lot of normal people, and the social order is all still normal. The Su siblings. What worlds are you all working on with these systems, and how come there are so many worlds with so many extrajudicial maniacs that don't even have police? They were about to leave that afternoon, and the two of them, Su's father and mother, stood at the door with worried faces. Immediately after seeing their son and daughter go, the expression on their faces became relaxed again. Go, 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 let's clean up our great-nephew's room, it'll be fine with the two siblings there. I don't know if my great-nephew can hear Anne's thoughts as well as we can, it would be fun if he could. The police received a 911 call and immediately sent men to secretly surround that bar. Su Jingyan brought Su Ainen and the two of them entered this bar under a slight disguise, and then felt their way to that box after the system's prompts. I didn't expect that this person you found actually really looks a bit like Su Jingyan, it can't really be his brother. Maybe although Su Dong our image are very good, and Mrs. is also husband and wife, but this private matter who knows? Come on, have a drink, usually that guy Su Jingyan doesn't play with us at all, you're so much like him you play with us as well, we'll play something good for you later. When this group of rich youngsters who had gotten high looked at Su Jingyuan, who looked similar to Su Jingyan, that excitement became even higher. Tangja was in the middle of all these people paper drunk, holding a woman with eyes full of ecstasy. Su Jingyuan's cold face was out of place in this environment, these remnants of society. System, you can go in now, just disguise yourselves as wine deliverers. This bar is not a serious bar, there are hidden doors inside the boxes, in order to let these messy people can escape when things happen, so they absolutely can't scare the snakes. Su Jingyan told Su Weinen to stay at the door and then went in wearing the clothes of this bar's waiter. After delivering the wine, Su Jingyan glanced at Su Jingyuan, who also happened to raise his eyes to meet his. Su Jingyuan. Su Jingyan hurriedly winked with him, telling him to keep it quiet. Right at this moment, Tangja instantly came to his senses as he stared at Su Jingyan with a deadly stare before rushing over and grabbing his hand. Jingyan! Why are you here? Did you come over to look for me? Everyone else was so drunk they thought he was looking at the wrong person, so they all collapsed on top of the couch and laughed. Young Tang, you're looking at the wrong person, aren't you? This is just a bar attendant. It could be Su Jingyan. That's right, how could Su Jingyan come to a place like this? He has always looked down on people like us. If he came to a place like this, it would really be the sun coming out of the west. Those people were already too drunk to stand up. Tangja was slightly better than them. After all, they had grown up together since childhood, and Tangja could tell at a glance that this was Su Jingyan. Su Weinen saw his brother being pulled at the door, that anxious awe. What about the system? What about it? System, don't worry, the police are already almost in. Su Weinen, how can I not worry? One of those is my cousin and one is my real brother. What am I going to do if they say things? Tangja pulled out a pill from somewhere, then tried to shove it into Su Jingyan's mouth. Here, try this, I promise you'll never forget it once you've tasted it. Su Jingyan opened his hand, and Su Jingyuan stood up and pushed Tangja away. The atmosphere started to get tense at this point, and the drunks tried to get up, only they were too stoned to stand up. Tangja's eyes got cold all of a sudden, then he didn't know where he pulled out a small knife, followed by slowly approaching the Su family cousins. Su Weinen saw this scene and thought nothing of directly rushing into the bathroom not far away, although she rushed into the men's bathroom, but now can not care so much. The system just watched as she stormed into the men's restroom with her head smothered, and then rushed straight into the cubicle without regard to the person next to her who was taking a piss, except that the doors to the nearest few cubicles were closed, and she kicked the door open, and not caring whether or not the person was in the middle of a big one, she snatched up the toilet seat plugs in the corners and flushed them out, and snatched up 3 of them as well. 3 men on the toilet on the big one. Help! How did this woman rush into the men's restroom to rob the toilet plug? Now robbers rob things are so novel? Brother, I'll save you. Su Weinen directly rushed into that box, then disliked Tangja's face with a toilet plug. She didn't forget to shove the other 2 toilet plugs in her hand into her brother's and cousin's hands. Su Jingyan, Su Jingyuan. System, charge. Dislike his lower body. Su Jingyuan's pupils quake, who was talking? He looked at Su Weinen in surprise, then at Su Jingyan, who shook his head at him. Su Weinen kicked Tangja's lower half, and those who were drunk were stunned by the scene. What the hell is going on here? Suddenly it's starting to happen. Only to see Su Weinen use the toilet plug with tiger-like vigor, listening to the system's command while attacking, and in no time Tangja was choking himself and vomiting furiously. That's disgusting. It's really disgusting. When the police came over they were shocked to see the scene, the girl was too tigerish. Chapter 120, How about I call you the toilet plug warrior from now on? It was only after the police arrived that the scene was brought under control at once. The system is still shouting non-stop cheering, ha ha. Him up and dislike him. Let him taste the toilet plug. Dislike this into his mouth. Su Weinen was also excited, her adrenaline surging, and she was about to dislike Tangja's mouth with her toilet plug, but the police officer stopped her at once. Miss Su, please calm down, we're already here, please put down the toilet plug in your hand. The policeman wiped a cold sweat from his head, this girl is a real tiger. Beside them, Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan had already looked confused, and their faces were still a bit overwhelmed as they held the toilet plugs in their hands. So just now in the end what happened, this girl suddenly took the toilet plug, rushed over to Tangja as a mess, which gives them a little time to react. Su Jingyuan swallowed his saliva and whispered, is your sister's character like this? Su Jingyan replied in a small voice, this is also your sister. The 2 men glanced at each other with the same helplessness in their eyes. The system was still a little disappointed after seeing the police come over. How did they come so early? If they had come a little later it would have been better. If they had come a little later they would have been able to put the toilet plug in Tang's mouth. Su Jingyuan's eyes widened slightly when he heard the system's words. This time he was sure that he hadn't heard it wrong. He looked at Su Jingyan, who shook his head slightly at him. Su Jingyuan felt like his head was a little less clear, so Su Jingyan was also able to hear Su Ainen's heart? Including the words of that system. Su Ainen was left to be questioned by the police, and Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan took the opportunity to walk out. What the hell is going on and how did you guys get here? Su Jingyuan's entire thoughts were confused. How did these two siblings suddenly run here? Su Jingyan looked at this cousin and said with a slight smile, "Of course I'm here to take you home. That Tangja person isn't a good person. The danger of you staying with him for one more day is just one more point. It's also fortunate that those people poured you the wine you didn't drink. They gave the wine you were drugged. You saw those people lying on top of the couch in a messy trance. It was all about getting high. That Tangja guy is completely ruined. He's trying to drag you down with him. If we don't come you're going to be killed by him." Su Jingyuan's heart trembled a little as he listened. He only knew that Tangja had been very degraded recently, but he hadn't thought that he had actually degraded to this extent. As for what happened to An, she's bound to a system that says that this world we're in is a novel, that our family is the villain, and that in the end, we as a family will be on the road to extinction. Su Jingyan half did not hide all the things. Su Jingyuan, the more he listened to the more shocked, the more he listened to the more he felt that this world is very magical. I know you might be a little bit will not be able to accept it now, but you have to accept it sooner or later. Now our world is completely different from that novel. Our family is not the villain, and that pair of male and female main characters are different from what is written in the book. But for the matter of the system and Anne's heart sound, I hope you can hide it from her. We as a family were able to hear her heart, so it would have been a family member who would have been able to hear it. Su Jingyuan nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. Don't worry, I have my measure too. She is also my sister. I will protect her well. In no time at all your affairs were taken care of, and the group of disorganized males were all handcuffed out, with Tangja among them. When Tangja came out he saw Su Jingyan's entire body go crazy. Did you bring the police here? Why are you doing this to me? We grew up together. Why are you doing this to me? I love you so much and value you so much. Why can't you pay more attention to me and look at me more? I've become like this because of you, Su Jingyan. The expression on Tangja's face right now was horrible. It was obviously a pretty handsome and good-looking face, but now it looked ugly as hell. Su Ainen heard these words coming out of his mouth and directly rolled her eyes smoothly, disliking the toilet plug in her hand to his mouth. Phew, that was quiet, and sure enough, for someone with a dirty mouth like that he should be gagged with something dirty. Cops on the sidelines. The Su brothers. It's really worthy of you. I'll call you the toilet plug warrior from now on. You've really mastered the use of the toilet plug in your hands. Thanks to General Manager Su and Miss Su for their help in today's matter. If it wasn't for General Manager Su and Miss Su reporting the clues given to us, we wouldn't have been able to catch so many lawbreakers and criminals. Su Ainen scratched her head, a little embarrassed hearing the police officer's compliments. Where, this is all something we should do as citizens. System, brocade banner. I want a banner. Don't they give out banners for good deeds here? I want a banner. Su family 3 siblings. You a system, you do not have a body, you want what banner? Su Ainen, shut the hell up. What do you need a banner for? You don't even have a body, what do you need a banner for? System, can't you ask for a banner if you don't have a body? I've taken a lot of credit in this matter, you can't ignore my help. I just want the banner anyway. The system has been catching up on a particularly large number of TV dramas over this period of time, including the kind of criminal investigation and detective dramas, family ethical dramas, and the like, in which brocade flags appear more often, so it wants to have brocade flags in particular right now. Su Ainen was noisy by it all. Headache. Okay, when I ask the police to see if you can send a banner, if not I will spend money to buy you a line. This system is really getting harder and harder to satisfy, and each time it makes a request it gets more and more unreasonable. Su Ainen asked the police in a euphemistic tone if he could give a banner, and the police said particularly generously, of course you can, this matter of yours is perfectly fine for you to give a banner, and maybe a bonus. Bonus. This group of rich people buying these things must have channels coming in. Now that we have them arrested we can follow the trail, and then we might even find big melons behind us. Your contribution this time is really big, so it's only right to give you banners and bonuses. But it'll have to wait until we go back and report back to our superiors, which may take a while. Su Ainen hurriedly nodded. It's okay, there's just fine, it's okay to wait for a while. I can't imagine that the contribution they made this time is actually so great. They originally just wanted to come to rescue their cousin, but I didn't expect that they really made a big achievement. Chapter 121, Cousin, from now on, let's schedule our shifts at work, with one person taking a week's turn. Cousin, you look really quite similar to us. The three of us go out, others probably still think we're siblings, but your looks are a bit warmer than my brother's. My brother often stinks of a face, it feels as if there's someone who owes him $1,800,000. Su Ainin kept spouting off about her own brother-in-law in the car on the way back, and Su Jingyan's face grew darker and darker. Su Jingyuan couldn't help but smile as he watched the two of them get along. I see that the two of you have a really good relationship. I thought that rich people's children don't have very deep relationships. Su Ainin shook her head. How could that be? Our family's feelings have always been very deep. I don't know about other families, but in our family, family is the most important thing. My parents would have packed up their room at home by now and waited for you. Cousin, you'll have us from now on. Don't have to think about it to know how much this big brother suffered outside. All the relatives have died all by themselves to fight outside, and then also met this pervert Tang. It was also fortunate that there was a system, or else they really didn't know what lobby brother would encounter. At this moment, the two Su family couples were also anxious at home. Although it is said that both children have a sense of propriety and there is also the help of the system, it should not be a big deal, but not afraid of 10,000 to be afraid of the eventuality. They should not be anything, right? These two children also really also do not know to give home a phone call back, do not know that we will be worried about them at home. Su mother's palms are all sweat. Su's father patted his wife's shoulder and said comfortingly, don't worry, they will definitely call the police. There are police, and what are you still afraid of? If you are really worried, then we can call over. Saying that, he took out his cell phone. Su mother hurriedly pressed his hand. Don't move, in case they are inside the wolf's den, this call doesn't let them be exposed. The couple is really sitting on their hands at home. They didn't feel at ease until they heard Su and Anne's staggering voice outside. Mom and Dad, we're home. Is there any food yet? I'm hungry. Su father, Su mother, you saw your own little daughter rushing over from a long distance, but what they are concerned about now is not this little daughter, but the tall man behind him. Ouch. Father Su, he waited a moment to slap Su Ainin away, then hugged Su Jingyuan. Son, you've really worked hard out there for so many years. This kid looks like the seed of their family. He looks just like his family. The three of them are still standing together, and if you didn't know, you'd think they were brothers from the same mother and father. Su Jingyuan's face was purple from being strangled. No, why is this uncle's strength so strong? He felt like he was going to be strangled and pass out. Su Jingyuan looked at Su Jingyan with a pleading gaze. Su Jingyan smiled and shook his head and walked away. For her part, Su-an was lost in her own emotions of being pushed away by her father. System. I just got pushed away by my dad, didn't I? He pushed me away like a piece of trash. System, yes, now he has no more you in his eyes, all is your cousin. You are going to be out of favor from now on. Su Ainin, you're farting, you're stirring up trouble. The system smiled cheekily, then said, I'm just stirring up trouble, and what's wrong with that? And I'm telling the truth, you're just like that yesterday's yellow flower now, you're no longer favored. This person, a unity directly here, acted out a play. The other people will silently listen to the two of them acting, not to mention, the emotions grasped is also quite in place. Looking at this silly girl still making stupid mistakes here, Su Jingyan really couldn't look at it anymore. I thought you said you were hungry, hurry up and go eat, don't be stupid here. It really sucks to have such a stupid sister sometimes. I don't know what cousin will think of them, although this girl is not normal most of the time, but she is really a normal person. That night the family sat down together to cultivate their feelings, and Su Jingyuan told them all about what had happened over the years. Su father, Su mother listening to that, his hot tears cannot stop flowing. Fortunately, you're back. When the time comes, we'll then move all of your grandparents and mom and dad's graves to the side, right along with your great-grandfathers and their burials. The family has been separated for so long, it's time to be reunited. Su Jingyuan smiled faintly. I think so too, but auntie and uncle, leave this matter to me. I will personally bring my grandparents and mom and dad over here. I believe that they will be happy too. The fact that the Su family had retrieved their cousin's nephew spread quickly, mainly because the Su family had no intention of hiding it. It's all family, why hide it? You're going to be on the job starting today, so why don't we just divide the day up so that one of us takes a week's turn when you get up to speed, so we can all get plenty of rest. Su Jingyan directly lined up their work schedules. Hearing Su Jingyan's words, the corner of Su Jingyuan's mouth twitched inwardly, somewhat speechless. Jingyan, you're the heir, why do you want me to work, and you're the boss, how can you just give up your boss's position? I'm just your cousin, Tums. And I haven't even been back for a few days yet, and you're thinking of squeezing me. Su Jingyan listened to this accusation inwardly without the slightest panic, not even a bit of weakness. How can this be called oppression? It's called working together. Your last name is also Su, my last name is Su, and we are originally a family. You see, I'm quite tired of going to work every day here, and I also have to manage that girl's affairs from time to time, and she recently wanted to open an entertainment company, and I still have to help her, and if you don't help me I simply can't find the time to do anything else. Brother, a little help. Su Jingyuan. You say this, I did not come back in the past when you were not a person to do quite well. How come I came back as soon as you have so many problems? Jingyan, not brother, not help you, mainly your this and brother's professional scope does not match. I from the elementary school is painting on the university on is also about the painting of the profession, for the business thing that is a know-nothing. I think is have the intention to help you also powerless so you also have to be sympathetic to sympathize with me. How can I drive ducks to me, right? Su Jingyuan nonchalantly pushed the stall back, joking. Who wants to go to work every day? Sometimes when the boss is the most angry, under the hands of some people simply do not understand the words, this time can make you angry enough. At that time he went to college when the tutor is so angry, now go back to see the tutor do not want to see him yet. Chapter 122 Stay away from that one, he's poisonous. No matter what Su Jingyan said, Su Jingyuan didn't want to go to work no matter what. Su Jingyan's face became more and more crumpled. I thought I could come to someone to take some more of the pressure off of me, but I didn't realize that I would still have to do all of this on my own. Su Ainen was still eating melons everywhere with the system every day happily, and her company was now starting to recruit candidates. Lu Siheng even asked her to go out for dinner after he knew about this, to see if he could help. I really don't need your help, the two of us, my brother and my cousin, are more than enough. Su Ainen looked at Lu Siheng, who was so enthusiastic about her, and was moved beyond belief. System, look how nice Lu Siheng is, he would actually take the initiative to come over and help me. Obviously his relationship is not that good, his own blood cousin he didn't even help it. Su Ainen directly blamed this matter on the fact that it was Lu Siheng's good heart. System, a great guy indeed. On the sidelines, Lu Siheng. Why does it feel like this system isn't too smart now either, when it used to feel quite resourceful? After returning home after eating out, Su Ainen also told Su Jingyan about Lu Siheng's eagerness to help. Su Jingyan listened to the frown, this Lu Siheng really is Sima Zhaosher everyone knows are showing so obvious. Didn't Ji Yun Yang also open an entertainment company? He didn't go to help his cousin to run here to say that he wanted to help Suanen, this is also acting too obvious. Brother, he can really be a great person, originally before I thought that his character was a bit cold, but now it seems that he is completely cold-faced and warm-hearted. Su Ainen was still praising Lu Siheng non-stop. Su Jingyuan, who was sitting next to him, was about to crack his face with laughter. This cousin is just too much fun, how come these words are so sincere coming out of her mouth? That Lu Siheng definitely didn't have any pure heart. Su's side of the family was happy, but at the moment, Jiang Yan's place was really in turmoil. She was stunned directly after Tangja was taken in. How could someone she hadn't seen for only a while have gotten himself locked up inside a prison? Luckily though, she had taken advantage of using her identity to get a lot of money in the meantime. It's really annoying. That actually dares to do something illegal and criminal, I'm afraid he's not really crazy. Jiang Yan moved out of the villa with her own luggage and a big bag. Now that the owner of this villa had gone to jail, it was naturally not good for her to live here. Jiang Yan took a look at these luxuries of his and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Luckily, she had been busy getting money all this time, so even now that she was out she didn't have to worry so much, and once she sold all these luxuries she had on hand, she would have a lot more money on hand. And after her this period of time from Tangja stingy money, but also really led her stingy to a set of apartment money, although not much but there are hundreds of thousands of dollars, to buy a set of single apartment or can. All in all it's not exactly a nothing gain, I guess, but it's some real money. The most important thing was that she had now used her status to hook up with several rich kids. Don't say that the identity of the Tang family's eldest daughter is really good, and in the variety show above she also opened up her own popularity. No matter whether those rich second generation want to play a game or want to get to know her a little bit, she is not a loss. What? Jiang Yan has left the Tang family. Su Ainen had been lying on the sofa comfortably eating fruit when she suddenly heard the system say that Jiang Yan had left the Tang family. To be honest, she was about to forget about Jiang Yan, mainly because the person wasn't hanging around her anymore, and she had heard that she was having a pretty busy time. The two Su family brothers also perked up their ears and listened, and Su Jingyuan also understood most of the things clearly through Su Jingyan. System, yeah, she moved out in a big bag, and she also used the money she earned during this period to buy a small apartment, and she also used her status to hook up with a few rich second generation this woman can know now. It feels like the woman isn't as stupid as she was before and has become a lot more realistic. Suanen, you can Zhang Yan is not as stupid as I thought, actually still able to pit so much money from Tangja. System, maybe she's grown a lot now, but her goal is still to marry into a rich family. Those few rich second generation people are mesmerized by her. Zhang Yan was very good at using her advantage. She knew that her looks were of the little white flower type, and there were really quite a lot of rich dudes who liked that kind of looks. One rich kid even told his family that he wanted to marry her, and he was given a hard time by his family. The system to find out these things would also feel quite surprised, how a period of time did not pay attention to the heroine's persona and changed but then before is a lot of smooth. Suanen, tisk, tsk, this tactic can be but her spirit is also really admirable. As long as she doesn't come over to hang out in front of us, what she does is none of our business. System, it may be coming to hang out in front of you soon. Your cousin came back to your parents aren't preparing to hold a banquet. Zhang Yan will follow a rich second generation to attend this banquet. Su Jingyuan suddenly did not want to hold this banquet. In fact, it does not matter if you do not do your family know on the line. It's just that the older couple were more ceremonial and said they wanted to formally introduce him to other people and definitely not perfunctorily. In the evening, Su father, Su mother, two people came home from shopping to see the great nephew and son sitting in the living room waiting for them, as if there is something. Su Jingyan said directly, Mom and Dad, you'd better investigate the guests who are coming to the banquet. Don't let things like the Lu family last time happen. I don't want our house to turn into a drug den. Su Jingyuan rubbed his nose. This matter he had also heard Su Jingyan say. It was indeed quite scary. Mother Su, don't worry, I've sent invitations to the guests of the banquet, and I've also stated the requirements. People with illnesses definitely can't be let in. Just kidding, how could she be sloppy when it comes to her own life safety? It was definitely a strict screening of the guests, definitely not letting a toxic person enter the banquet. I just didn't realize that 1,000 filters, and no amount of filtering could catch up with those who made a death wish. On the day the banquet started, the system was very excited to let Suanen take it here and there. Its whole system was simply lively. But at the sight of a young man entering, the system suddenly shrieked in horror. Get away from that man. He's poisonous. Not far away, the Su family's parents and Su Jingyan heard the system scream, and they instantly tensed up. No way. All this sifting has left something out. Chapter 123, Isn't bad breath and bad feed horrible? That young man immediately smiled when he saw Su Jingyan and walked over, and Su Jingyan's insides were already screaming. But on the surface he was still particularly calm. After all, people are not able to collapse. Suanen took a big step back by pulling her own dad and mom, and then used her free hand to pull her two brothers over. Stop where you are and don't move. Suanen looked at the man in front of her and said sternly, Stand away. Do you have a mask? Put it on. This is a party where guests are asked to bring their own masks, not that they don't have masks they can get at the door. Although all of these requests sounded particularly strange, there were quite a few people who wanted to climb the Su family who were still able to accept them. After all, it wasn't like they hadn't been to all sorts of strange banquets before, so maybe this one was kind of odd. The young man was a little embarrassed by the mess and he went to the door and got his mask and put it on. Suanen hurriedly seized the opportunity to ask the system, You hurriedly tell me what kind of poison he has. Will it be contagious? Will the infection be strong enough to be cured? Su family members were waiting for the system's answer. There was no way their own life safety was really the most important. Even the newcomer, Su Jingyuan, was getting a little nervous from them. System, he has smelly feet. The kind of foot odor that can be transmitted. And his foot odor can't be cured at all. You'd better stay away from him. He also has bad breath. You can smell it if you're close to him. Su's 5. Is this what you call him toxic? But it's also true that it's poisonous. After all, foot fungus can indeed be contagious. But what the hell is bad breath? They still take oral hygiene very seriously in their position and visit the dentist every once in a while. A bad tooth can really affect your temperament, so they look at their teeth very seriously as well. That's what you call him toxic? I thought he had some kind of contagious disease. Scared me to death. I told you that my family had so many rules for joining the banquet and had them go through a medical checkup. How could they let a leaky one in? Suanen's cold sweat was on the verge of being scared out. Compared to those messy infectious diseases, foot odor and bad breath seemed to be within the acceptable range. Su Jingyan also touched the cold sweat on his palms, and the manager let out a slight sigh of relief. This system is really getting fussed. The system innocently replied, "Isn't it a big deal, stinky feet and bad breath eh? Especially foot odor, this man since childhood or foot odor. I do not know how many doctors ate how many medicines soaked the feet for how many times it did not help, and his wife and son also gave him infected foot odor, a family of 3 stinks all over the world." Sue's 5. This seems like it would be kind of awesome. The young man also walked over after putting on his mask, and even with the mask on you could see a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. "It's over, it can't be that they smelled my bad breath, I've sprayed mouth freshener and chewed gum, how come it didn't help at all? I really pay attention to oral hygiene, why this bad breath just cannot be cured. Good day Su Dong, good day Mr. Su, thanks to Mr. Su's help last time, otherwise my company would probably be finished. This young man has a small tech company with decent products in it but just no investment and not enough money of his own. Su Jingyan had used his products and knew about him, so he did a small favor. It might not be a big deal for Su Jingyan, but for this young man this was a big deal that could save someone's life. If he really went bankrupt, then he probably even had the heart to jump off a building. After all, his entire fortune was invested in it. Su Jingyan moved his nose, as if he really did smell a foot odor. He took a silent step back, then held his breath and said, "It's not a big deal, you're doing a pretty good job with the product, keep doing it. If your subsequent development is okay, Su is willing to cooperate with you, it's all because of the quality of your own products to fight for it, if your quality is not good I can't possibly help you." Su Ainen and her own dad, mom, and cousin made a wink, and then the 4 of them silently shifted the venue. Since they had come over to find Su Jingyan, it didn't have much to do with them. Su Ainen, older brother, we'll leave first, after all, people are coming over to look for you, we won't be here to join in the fun. System, go, 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 go. I'd rather not have a sense of smell at this time. Father and mother Su Jingyuan Su. Su Jingyan. No, he's not family anymore. You guys just left me behind. What about our family bonding? Under Su Jingyan's mournful gaze, those 4 people had quickly shifted the venue while avoiding his gaze. This young man maybe really said to the excitement of it, that mouth of words is really like a torrent of water continues, the key is that he said a lot of things are quite important. Su Jingyan could only do his best to hold his breath and listen to his words. Be respectful of people, don't dislike them. It's not like they want to be like this. Watching her own old brother's face become more and more ugly and stiff, Su Ainen was still somewhat gloating. System, do you think there is any medicine that can cure that person's disease? In fact, he himself is very distressed about himself, right? System, this is the reason for the body has to be adjusted slowly. That foot odor I don't know too much about, but his bad breath problem is a problem of the spleen and stomach and spleen, and the oral cavity is not a big problem. Young men always stay up late, technology companies are just starting out as more difficult, stay up late on the body's great damage. Oh, you stay up late every day to play games I am watching, be careful when you get older after the bald. Su Ainen sucked in a breath of cold air in her heart, and Su father, Su mother, and Su Jingyuan also sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Jingyuan this also secretly touched his hair, fortunately it is still very thick. He's also a night owl and often gets up in the middle of the night to paint, so staying up late is commonplace for him. It seems that I have to adjust my work and rest in the future, I can't go bald when I get older, but it seems that their Su family doesn't have any bald genes, right? His grandfather and father weren't bald, his eldest uncle's hair looked thick, his cousin's hair was pretty good, and his cousin's long, seaweed-like hair was superior. So he shouldn't be bald. Right. Definitely not bald. He would never stay up late at night in the future. The dangers of staying up late were just too horrible. Chapter 124 The Unlucky and Miserable Ji Yun Young. Su Jingyan was pulled there by that man to chat for a little more than half an hour, and when he was about to be unable to hold on, that man finally finished what he had to say. Su Ainen whispered, "Tisk, it's really too miserable, in the future if I handle the company up and have cooperation with others I guess I will have to socialize like this." Su Jingyuan nodded and replied, "I guess so, I heard your brother say that you seem to want to start an entertainment company, right?" Su Ainen suddenly felt that this idea of starting her own company was a bit impulsive. Could she really make this company work? But at that time, they had already put down their big words. If they regretted it now it would really be a disgrace. Looking at his own cousin this curious look, Su Ainen replied stiffly, "Yes, in the entertainment industry inside the mess, in fact, there are quite a lot of vicissitudes of the pearl. Some people have the strength of the face value but is the lack of a platform. Most of them are accounted for by the relationship to the family. I thought of these vicissitudes of the pearl collection, so that can give them the opportunity to I can also make money. Oh, my God. I didn't know I was so righteous. I don't know if my cousin will believe it or not, but I really thought so, and I still thought about it very seriously at that movie town at that time. System, if you want to do it, go ahead and do it. Anyway, you have your family to back you up. It doesn't matter even if the company closes down, but I'm sure you can still do it. Hearing this unconditional trust in her words from the system, Su Ainen was still a little touched in her heart. I can't imagine that the system actually trusted her so much. She thought that this system would only eat, drink and have fun. After all, the things the system sometimes did and said were really childish. Su Ainen, system, I'm really too touched to think that you actually trust me so much. I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely make this entertainment company bigger and stronger, definitely not worse than Ji Yun Yang. System, aha. I believe you can do it. Trample that entertainment company Ji Yun Yang hard under your feet, and strive to become a showbiz hegemon as soon as possible. Listening to this one-person conversation, Su father, Su mother and Su Jingyuan were extremely speechless inside. These two are chatting quite happy. Just a couple of compliments can be on the sky, is not it? Su father out of his cell phone opened the family group. Do you guys think that an can really start this company? How do I feel a little hung up on it? Su Jingyuan, I also think it's a little bit hanging. Uncle, the employee of her company, you will help to find it. I think this thing can't be left to him, because she doesn't look too reliable. Su's mother, they say that they are most afraid of the rich second generation to start their own business. Originally I still think that the two of our family are quite understanding, but I didn't expect that an is actually going to start her own business. The parents in the family should be enough for her to squander it. The three of them were chatting feverishly inside this group. There were now 4 people inside this group, a family of 5 people. Su Ainen was directly excluded. It's also fortunate that the system can't find out about this group, otherwise if Su Ainen knew about it she would probably have to explode in place, and she would definitely think that she was being isolated. Su Jingyan took out his cell phone to look at it after chatting with the young man, and at a glance, he saw the group chat. I'm suffering here and you guys are having a good time. Do you have any conscience at all for leaving me here alone? Am I still your son, your brother, your brother? Su Jingyan exasperatedly sent a message. Look at you guys chatting quite happily. No one remembers me. The group went quiet for a moment, and none of them answered him. Su father, Su mother, and Su Jingyuan pretended to have nothing to do with the cell phone and put it away. Well, today's banquet was really well organized, the food was good, the quality of the guests who came was quite high, and all in all, everything was quite good. Su Ainen was still immersed in blowing each other up with the system. The 2 little chickens blew each other up to the sky, feeling as if the world couldn't turn without them. I don't know how they said those words that made people blush, but I guess they dared to say those words because others couldn't hear them. Lu Siheng and Ji Yun Yang also came to this banquet. Originally they wanted to come over to say hello, but when they saw that Su Jingyan was chatting with others about business matters, they didn't go up. Moreover, the 3 members of the Su family and that newly found Su Jingyuan seemed to be chatting, so it wasn't good for them to go up so directly, so they waited until they finished chatting. But now that he saw that Su Jingyan was fine, and the chatting over there was over, Lu Siheng dragged his cousin who was blowing awesome with others over. Ji Yun Yang was holding a glass of champagne, and when he was yanked by the collar, he almost poured the champagne on his face. Brother! What are you doing? You almost made a fool out of me by yanking me out of nowhere. He was blowing awesome with people. Recently his company was developing quite well. One of the male stars in the company made a drama that directly exploded in popularity. Other small artists also began to make their mark in the entertainment industry. Overall everything was developing in a good direction. So at the top of this banquet there were people who came over to get close to him. In the past when he hadn't started his own business, although there were people who came over to curry favor with him, it was all because of the power of the Lu family. Now these people come over to please him can be to see that he has so little ability. After all, these people in the entertainment industry is also have their own little girlfriends and lovers, to their own little girlfriends and lovers to fight for some roles as also should be. Lu Siheng glanced at his wretched cousin and said indifferently, do you want to come with me or not? If you don't want to come with me then I'll leave on my own. How come this little cutie after starting to fight on her own? It's getting stupider and stupider, because it wasn't this unintelligent before. It's not like he's out of his mind after being flattered by someone for a couple of minutes. I kindly remind you of one thing, those people's words you'd better not believe a word of it. Those people of their mouths are full of ghost words, either because of your identity or because they see that you can help them, otherwise do you think that they would have such a good attitude towards you? They were holding you up on the surface before, but you remember what they said about you behind your back. In fact, Ji Yunyang's life was not good before, although he grew up in the Lu family, but in the eyes of others he was a drag. For this drag queen, many people flattered him on the surface, but behind the scenes, many people looked down on him and were even unwilling to let their valued daughters come into contact with him. For them, Ji Yunyang wasn't really a member of the Lu family, so it was useless to have more contact. Instead of having this time, it would be better to please Lu Siheng. Chapter 125, The Su Family Parents Who Eat Their Own Children's Melons with Passion. Ji Yunyang was not angry by his own cousin, so said, this person has no other advantages as big heart, commonly known as lack of heart. And since childhood he has been the most favored one in the family, because of the early death of his parents, so his great aunt and uncle are really pampering him, if not for his own unwillingness. It is estimated that his great aunt and uncle would have long since credited him to this side. It's up to others to say what they like, and he'll just stay out of the way himself anyway. Cousin, I'm not a cutie, I don't know what kind of people they are, I'm just talking to them for fun. I also quite like to see them superficially treating me respectfully that way, after all, it still satisfies my own vanity. Looking at Ji Yunyang's smug expression, Lu Siheng. Looks like I really worried about you for nothing. The two brothers walked as they talked, and in a moment, they arrived in front of Su's family. System, Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang came over. Lu Siheng is really handsome, but I can have a body if I cannot choose him this body, It's just a pity that our system isn't able to parasitize the human body, otherwise I could still inherit Lu Siheng's body for a bit when he dies unexpectedly. Hear the systematized congregation. No, how did you switch to the thriller channel all of a sudden? Aren't you a childish-minded system? How did you come up with such dangerous and scary ideas? It was also fortunate that the system didn't have this function, otherwise they really didn't feel comfortable letting the system bind with Su Ainen. Lu General G General, recently G General development is not bad, my little sister also want to create an entertainment company, at that time to see if you can trouble G General, so that she and G General to get experience. Su Jingyan words said particularly straightforward, but also not afraid of other people do not agree at all. It doesn't matter if you don't say yes, it's just some polite words anyway. Ji Yunyang was about to reply when he was suddenly slapped by his own cousin. This cousin of mine is also a mess, if I let him teach people I guess he'll be misguided. If Miss Su doesn't understand anything you can ask me, I'm also slightly involved in entertainment. Lu Siheng words particularly good smile is also particularly gentle, his eyes have been looking at Su Ainen when he spoke, giving a particularly sincere feeling. Su Jingyan suddenly felt heartbroken when he saw him like this, and Su Jingyuan also realized that this person was a little bit not quite right. Father Su and Mother Su both silently retreated to the side to take the cupcakes and eat them, still making eye contact every now and then. Su Mother glanced at her own husband. Do you feel that this Lu Siheng seems to have some meaning for Inen? Su's father raised his eyebrows. I think there should be a little bit, or not a little bit, it's almost like Sima's heart is known to everyone. Su's mother, in fact, he is not bad, good-looking, family and smart, worthy of our daughter. Su father, although the words are so said, but I see our daughter seems to have not yet enlightened. I estimate that Lu Siheng, if you really want to chase Inen, it is estimated that it will have to spend some time and effort. This girl is now a log, you have to drill an eye into her before she knows through. This pair of parents eat melon eating is really quite happy. Su Jingyuan do not want to get involved in this matter, is looking for an opportunity to leave, a turn of the head to see his aunt and uncle with a cupcake eating melon eating very happy. Su Jingyuan. No, you guys have too big a heart. He had also really discovered after this period of time that the Su family was completely different from those mansions spoken of on TV and in novels. Everyone in this household is normal, or maybe all normal a little too abnormal, and everyone is eager to eat melon. There is a little bit of big things and small things all stub their ears and listen. He was pulled into a family group when he did not know what to say, the whole family group inside there is no Su Ainen. It's also really great to have two groups for one family. My own sister I can manage on my own, so I don't want to bother Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu is also quite busy with his work, and has been more rowdy since she was a child and now she's the same, so it wouldn't be good to disturb Mr. Lu's work at that time. The more Su Jingyan looked at him, the more he felt that the person in front of him was unpleasant, actually wanting an old cow to eat young grass. Think beautifully. Although this girl of his own family was not very smart, he, as a brother, still had to do a good job of helping her to keep an eye on her. Lu Siheng, this guy was a man of the people. If he really let these two people get together, that silly girl didn't know what she would be suppressed into. I guess I've been sold and I'm still counting the money. The more he thought about it, the more Su Jingyan felt that it would be possible. Lu Siheng looked at Su Jingyan in this vigilant manner and smiled without saying anything. He also knew that he had been paying a little too much attention to Su Ainen lately, but he really thought the girl was nice. He also did have a bit of a crush on her, and he was a person who would take the initiative to fight for whatever he liked, and would definitely not commit himself to leaving himself with regrets. So in the future, he should approach Su Ainen or will approach Su Ainen. As for this difficult Su Jingyan, then he will have to send out this difficult cousin of his own. Ji Yunyan? This banquet was generally organized quite successfully. Su Jingyuan performed very well, and some people who wanted to come to see the joke were sort of disappointed. They had thought that this young master who had been retrieved from the outside would have a more vulgar demeanor and perhaps carry some small family spirit in his body, but they did not expect that this young master would have an outstanding temperament, and that he and Su Jingyan would have their own style when standing together. In fact, these three siblings were really quite funny standing together. Su Jingyuan and Su Jingyan looked so similar. Su Jingyan and Su Ainen were like copy and paste again, only Su Ainen's looks were on the softer side and slightly more refined. These three siblings stand together really as a mold carved out, which is separated by several generations of cousins. Do not know really think they are biological. You say the Su family's genes how to be so good at give birth to a child do top a good looking. I remember that whoever is not married to a very beautiful actress the result of the birth of the child is not at all like that actress, completely, and that whoever is a mold carved out of the genes have not been changed. How can genes be altered so easily? But it's always better, maybe that stars' recessive genes were passed down, maybe grandchildren can inherit them. Anyway, I finally realized why people like to find actresses to marry. I guess wanting to have a beautiful child is one of the reasons. Chapter 126 Su Jingyan, a big pot from the sky. Overall this banquet was still a success, and Su Jingyuan was well adapted to life now. Su Ainen's entertainment company was also founded, and the first one to sign up was the actor that he had seen in Wei Kai Li's theater group before. The back of the signing is also some strength and face value and no backing small star. In short, her company is specialized in accepting some of the vicissitudes of the pearl. The staff member who had just been summoned looked at all these artists who couldn't even be named, and the whole thing was dumbfounded. No, none of the newly signed artists are famous. Is the boss really not joking? Is it possible that we have to train them from scratch? Everything is new. Is it really okay for the boss? Even though the boss is the Su family's eldest miss, it seems like she hasn't started an entertainment company before. I really doubt that our company will go out of business in the future. It's no wonder people think this way, mainly because Suanen just doesn't seem very trustworthy. System, don't worry, I've tested all these artists for you. Absolutely character and moral strength are there, it's just that they lack an opportunity. Suanen, these are no problem on the line, I have plenty of opportunities here. It's not just resources, let's see this lady play. The company just started is still difficult, so Su Jingyuan was pulled as a strong man. He is responsible for the image design clothing matching. After all, studying art, this aesthetic must be much stronger than the average person. Su Jingyuan was speechless as he looked at the variously colored artists in front of him. No, you're taking me under arrest here? How much is that going to pay me for a month? Su Ainen's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. And a paycheck? Aren't you my brother? Su Jingyuan. Kindred brothers are clear about their accounts. My time is also very precious. Okay, your brother asked me to go to the company to give him a hand and I didn't go. As a result, now you've captured me. If I give you a hand for nothing, he'll definitely be unbalanced in his heart, so I'm just doing this for the sake of you two siblings. When Su Jingyuan said this expression was particularly sincere, and it also succeeded in fooling Su Ainen. System, I always find this sentence strange, but I can't tell what's strange about it. Su Ainen, actually, it is also right to say that the blood brother is clear, and my company is quite difficult to start, and I will definitely need cousins' help in the future, so working for nothing is definitely not an option. Su Ainen thought very seriously for a while, then especially solemnly pulled him aside and said very seriously, Cousin, do you want to be the boss? Su Jingyuan? What the hell are you up to again? Su Jingyuan took 2 steps back with a wary face, and an what do you want? You don't want to scare me. Su Ainen took 2 more steps closer, then said very seriously, why don't you come and be this boss? I am really serious. After this period of time I am really discovering that I am really not the material to work. I can go and help you pull resources, and I can help out in the company without any money, but I really don't want to be this boss. Originally I thought starting an entertainment company wouldn't be so bad, but I didn't realize it was so tiring to start a company with a whole lot of mess. Su Ainen now is really want to transfer the company out of the idea. The company's things she does indeed can do, but she is lazy. Su Jingyuan was directly rendered speechless by her, then rejected her request without hesitation. Do your own thing, you don't want me to come and take the fall for you. The thing of starting an entertainment company is also something you want to do yourself. I can come over and give you a hand, but helping the boss is even better. When he went home that day, Su Jingyuan told Su Jingyan about this matter. Su Jingyan was also speechless. What do you think this girl is thinking? Every day she thinks of one thing. Isn't that a pretty good start? And it's a good thing she was born into a family like ours. If she had been born into one of those tougher families, I simply don't know how she would have survived. The 2 brothers looked at each other and sighed at the same time. It seemed that they still had to work a little harder. If they didn't work hard enough, they probably wouldn't even be enough to clean up that guy's mess. It also spread quickly that Suan had found it and signed a huge wave of people. The internet is all over this thing. Is this Missy really reliable, mainly because she doesn't look like a reliable person? I've seen that variety show. This Missy basically can't do anything, everything is her brother's help. Can she really manage a company well? I think it's a little bit hanging. If it's so easy to manage a company to start a company, then everyone has gone to be a boss, and look at all these people that this Missy has signed up, there's not a single one that's famous at all. I think you are prejudiced against Missy. People at least his home carefully trained out of the business side of things, then you know more than me. People want to start their own business that certainly have people's ideas. People's parents did not say what you say here. And which star is not from a small transparent, signing these small transparent, and so what? I do think these people are good looking and spirited, and they seem to have acted in some dramas. I saw several people are quite familiar. Those newly signed artists have swiped their faces inside many groups, but basically as minor supporting characters. Looking at the previous comments on the internet, Su Ainan's heart was truly without waves. Whether it's complimenting her or scolding her, it's just a matter of looking at what's going on online. System, I realized that you're really quite mature now. Oh. Su Ainan, people grow up, you just take it as I am grown up now. After all, I am also the boss of managing a company now. I can't be as childish as before. Su Ainan's sentence directly stunned the other 4 people. Is this something this girl can say? Are you sure this girl is still in her right mind? Su Jingyan went over and knocked Su Ainan's head. Su Ainan turned her head fiercely and bit his hand, then said vaguely, "What are you doing? You want to fight for no reason, don't you?" Su Jingyan used his other hand to break her mouth open, then exchanged a look with the others. Well, it's still the same little tiny cutie. Hasn't changed at all, guess it just jerked off. Su father and mother twisted their heads to watch TV with relief, while Su Jingyuan was speechless. Is this the way you test whether she's normal or not? Why do I get the feeling that you're a little less normal too? Su Ainan and the system spat. What do you think my brother is smoking again? I think he just owes it to bite. System, your brother is probably in a bit of a bad mood lately. He has a secretary who is pregnant and told her family that it's your brother's child. That secretary's family has already set out from their home to come and find your brother. All of the Su family. Su Jingyan. Such a big pot. I've never even touched a woman before. Chapter 127 Shameless Secretaries, Indiscriminate Parents. The Su family felt that this matter was really ridiculous to the extreme, and Su Ainan really wanted to curse. My brother has so many secretaries, there are 2 female secretaries, which one do you think it is? See if I don't go over there and whip her to death. Su Ainan's heart that wanted to hit someone was already dumbfounded. These people were really out of their minds, weren't they? They lied with their mouths really open. System, it's that short-haired one. She herself had a one-night stand outside and got a child not knowing who the father was, so she took the blame on your brother's head. Su Jingyan was truly speechless. Did he look so much like the one taking the blame? That woman is not sick in the head. The system continued. That female secretary grew up with a strict family education. If this matter of her pregnancy is known by her family, then basically it's over. So we thought of finding a chance to get rid of the child, but the last time she took a leave of absence to go home she didn't hide it from her mom. She can't say that this child is a one-night stand out of it, so think about this black pot to your brother to take the blame. She also thought that your brother does not know anyway. When the time comes, she and the family said that they broke up to abort this child on the line. I just didn't expect her family to come all at once and say they were going after your brother. Su Jingyuan looked at Su Jingyan for a moment, his eyes filled with pity. Why are there so many stupid people around? It seems that being a boss is not absolutely safe. Su's father and mother didn't know what to say. How do young people nowadays live a messy life? This can already be described as rumor mongering, right? Destroying someone's reputation, this is all completely legally actionable. Su Ainan's heart was aching with anger, and as she glanced at her own brother who didn't know anything, her heart became even harder. Brother, in the future, you'd better change all the female secretaries around you. I just read a novel, having female secretaries around you is just too easy for things to go wrong. Su Jingyan. Originally thought that you were going to say something to me, but it turned out that after holding back for half a day, you just held back this sentence. I feel the same way, but it's harder to recruit now, and it's even harder to find the right person, so I'll replace them when I have the right person. Oh yeah, one of my 2 secretaries is pregnant. She always took a leave of absence some time ago, and I don't know who the father of that child is, and I've never heard her talk about it. Su Jingyan chose to take the initiative. Su Ainan, brother, you'd better be careful. In novels most of the things like this will be backed up by the boss. This kind of supporting role is just coming over to block the main character's heart. I see that your 2 female secretaries, that one with long hair is a little bit better, and that one with short hair is a little bit less good. She used to brush her presents in front of me when I went to the office before. Before, Suanen still thought that the secretary was nice, quite enthusiastic and clean in everything she did. But now it seems that the one with the long hair is better, and it's the kind of position that does the job. Brother, there's no need to replace all of them. That long-haired secretary of yours isn't bad, although she looks cold. She's very measured in everything she does. Anyway, you should be a little more careful when you pick the people around you from now on. This reminder couldn't be too much of a reminder. Suanen was about to die of worry. System, that secretary's parents have gotten off the high-speed train and have already started to head towards your company, so you should be ready for it. The 5 members of the Su family, so fast? Suanen directly exploded. Why didn't you remind me earlier? The system is very innocent replied, that I also do not know if I want to explore a person's things or words also need to go to collect clues, which is also need time. It also takes time to search if it wants to know about each one, the closer it is to it the better it collects, the further away it is the longer the cell phone takes. It didn't pay too much attention to the others, all of its mind was on top of the things around Suanen, and if it wasn't for that secretary mixing things up with Su Jingyan, it probably wouldn't have even noticed yet. Suanen pulled Su Jingyan and started to rush towards the company. Mom and Dad, I suddenly remembered that there are still some things that I haven't done. I'm going to find my brother to go and help, so you guys don't have to wait for us to come back today. Father and Mother Su Jingyuan Su. Su Jingyuan looked at the closed door and said a little breathlessly, does she find such shallow excuses every time? Su's father, it's like this every time, and sometimes we have to help her round up her bad excuses, just get used to it more often. Su Jingyuan. Mom and Dad. What are you doing here? That short-haired secretary was literally on the verge of breaking down inside when she saw her own parents coming. Things were in a mess and now Mom and Dad are here, what should we do? Her father said with a serious look on his face, if we don't come we'll just watch you get cheated on by a scumbag. Her mother looked at her daughter in pain and said, you're already pregnant and that scummy guy still denies it, so what should you do in the future? Let's go, take us to your company. We have to make it clear to that scummy guy, our family may be an ordinary family but we can't be bullied like that. The short-haired secretary instantly panicked, Mom and Dad. Things really aren't what you think, don't get involved in this matter, okay? But her parents wouldn't listen to her, and the family ended up pulling and tugging their way to the door of the office. The two of them, Suanen and Su Jingyan, also happened to arrive, and that secretary was so scared to see Su Jingyan that she almost turned around and left. This is your boss, isn't it? I've seen your boss's picture, he looks like a human being. I didn't expect to do such a thing. Her father walked up to Su Jingyan and wanted to give him a slap. Su Jingyan directly held the man's hand. What do you want? The secretary saw such a situation and hurriedly trotted over to apologize. Boss, I'm really sorry, it was my father who was not clear in his head for a moment. Her father said with hatred, at this time you still want to speak for the scum? You speak for the scum. He has thought about the child in your belly. Su Jingyan, the child in your daughter's stomach is none of my business, she's just one of my employees. Do I still have to manage her life when I'm done? The secretary's mom rushed over at once. If her target was not Su Jingyan but Suanen, did you abandon my daughter just for this vixen? I'm going to tear this vixen's face. Suanen got angry this time, you're sick. What does your daughter have to do with my brother? Suanen didn't want to honor the old and the young this time, and directly kicked over. The secretary saw her mom getting kicked. Mom? Suanen and Su Jingyan were smart, so someone captured the scene online. Chapter 128. I've never seen such a shameless secretary. #stunned. Su Jingyan started the whole thing and was approached by the woman's parents. This hot search directly exploded. Many people do not know who Su Jingyan is, but a little in to see the impression. No way, no way, no way. This is my new man of the hour. Sure enough, there's no such thing as cleanliness in the circle of gentry, and I had thought that the siblings were different, but I didn't realize that they were still the same. It's all being sought out by the woman's parents. What kind of things have they done to be treated like this by the woman's parents? I can't hear you from a distance, but that woman doesn't look like she's doing too well either. Online public opinion. This can really scare people to death level, not long after a lot of marketing numbers to say a variety of claims, each of which is particularly outrageous. Say what you want about starting and stopping, cheating, domestic violence, whatever kind of thing. On Su Jingyan's side, under Suanen's coercion, that female secretary cried and told the truth of the matter. Mom and Dad. Why did you guys come over to see me? If you hadn't come, nothing would have happened. This female secretary blamed everything directly on her parents, and she didn't even realize her mistake. Su Ainen hurriedly stopped her words. Stop, I think you're missing the point, right? This doesn't seem to have much to do with your parents came to find you because they care about you. The main thing is, why did you say that the baby in your belly is my brother's? That's already considered rumor mongering, isn't it? We could totally sue you. The secretary's face turned pale as she stammered. I just spoke out of turn in a moment of panic. I really didn't mean that in my heart. System, NN. Someone posted the video of the argument you just had on the internet, and now a lot of people on the internet are cursing your brother. Suanen heard this and the green fire rose directly in a mischievous manner. She pulled out her phone and looked at it, casually swiping at what had just happened. You spoke nonsense in the heat of the moment. Do you know how much it has affected us? Someone posted the video of the argument we just had on the internet, and now everyone is cursing my brother, and you've caused a great deal of impact on my brother's reputation as well, damaging the company's reputation. Su Jingyan patted Su Ainen's shoulder, telling her to calm down. Lu Yi, I will pursue this matter to the end. No matter it's my reputation, the company's reputation, I will pursue it to the end. Since you have done such a thing, then you have to take the responsibility. There's no way you can ignore the repercussions caused by your mouth talking randomly, and you need to be made aware of the cost of talking randomly. Next to the secretary's parents, the whole thing had been dumbfounded, so all the fault was their daughter's, was it? Now this boss still has to hold their daughter accountable, and I heard that the company's reputation has also been affected, so is it necessary to compensate a lot of money? Boss, we know we're wrong. Our child was just confused for a moment before she said such a thing. She was pregnant and she was scared, that's why her mind wasn't clear for a moment. Please spare her this time, we beg you on our knees. These two really love their daughters and say they're on their knees. Su Jingyan sidestepped to avoid this kneeling of theirs. It's useless for you guys to kneel me. I will definitely clarify this matter on the internet, and the cleanest and most worry-free way to clarify is only this one. If I had just posted a random statement online, there wouldn't be many people who would believe it, and probably think it was a dead duck. The secretary's father hurriedly said, then wouldn't it be fine for me to ask my daughter to make a statement online as well, so that she can help clarify the situation? Su Ainen shook her head and said, it's useless, the netizens will only think that my brother forced her, so she was forced to make a statement online, and by then there will be even more people cursing us. Your daughter is also an adult. What kind of things she should do and what kind of things she shouldn't do should be clear to her as well. Creating rumors about her own boss, she is also really good enough. She didn't know what to do when she messed up outside and got into trouble, so she directly dumped this black pot on her own boss's head, and she really thought this was a TV show. System, she did also think about letting your brother take the blame for this completely, only that the idea was temporarily dispelled. Suan, what do you mean? Tell me specifically. System, just as you thought, after she dumped this matter on your brother, she also thought of putting this black pot on the table, such as drunkenness and sex or something or other, so that the matter of pregnancy wouldn't materialize, but then she chickened out and didn't do it. Su Ainen was practically cancelled, and Su Jingyan also felt that this matter was truly ridiculous. But even if this woman dares to do it, he will not take the bait. He is generally very little drink outside. It is not that no woman has ever counted on him before, but none of them have succeeded. Alright, hurry up and take your daughter back. There's no use kneeling here. It's better to go back and educate your daughter properly if you have this time to beg us here. This secretary had been completely stunned. She didn't realize that her casual words had actually caused such a big trouble, and even dragged her parents into it. Su Jingyan pulled Su Ainen directly into the company, and as soon as he entered the company, he directly let people deal with this matter online. And he contacted his lawyer. This time it was for real. He wouldn't just take pity on people, he took pity on that family, so who is going to take pity on him? If something happens to the company because of his reputation, what about the company with so many employees? What about his own parents, brothers, and sisters? A big company's reputation is really important. It may take a company 10 decades to build a good reputation, but it may take less than a few days to destroy it. Su's group directly published a statement and lawyer's letter on the internet. The statement above directly put this matter clear and clear. In short, Su Jingyan is the complete victim. The internet was dumbfounded by the turn of events, so they're calling the wrong people names again? This secretary is too shameless. I told you my God would never do such a thing. Upstairs, just now it seems that you scolded the most ruthless and said that their eyes are blind, powdered a person like this, said that in the future never trust any man on the internet again. This transformation is also too fast. This secretary is also really absolute. Their own messing around with pregnancy is not good and home to explain. The result of the turn of the pot dumped on the head of their boss, and her parents actually came to find the boss to settle accounts. This family is a confused I suddenly have a bit of pity for Su Jingyan. What's going on? This is really a person sitting at home. The pot comes from the sky. Chapter 129. The biggest black fan is actually a psychopath. Su's father, Su's mother, and Su Jingyuan spent the entire time watching online. Su Jingyuan's heart was still quite worried, but looking at his great-uncle's calm and relaxed appearance, his heart also slowly calmed down. What's his cousin's hurry if his real parents aren't? I told you that they can handle this matter well, but Anan performed well this time, actually rushed to the front of her brother. It's true that she's grown up. Su's father was particularly satisfied with his youngest daughter's performance, especially that kick. It simply kicked him to his heart. Su's mother glanced at her smug husband and said without a trace of anger, "You think even a fart from your daughter smells good to you?" The corner of Su Jingyuan's mouth twitched. It wasn't so bad. Su Anan laid on the sofa and looked at those comments on the internet, just watching those who had scolded them now being punched in the face. System, can you know the black material of these black fans? The system suddenly had a not-so-good premonition in its heart. What do you want to do? You don't want to explode them on the internet, do you? Su Anan, he really had this idea. There were a bit too many people hacking them, so she couldn't possibly know about all of them, but she could catch the two who hacked the hardest. Screwing. How can this be called breaking news? I'm called the way of their own people. You just say there is no do bad things, especially the black most ruthless three. This is simply the spraying professional. I see their comments. There are 10-9 are in the scolding of us, including the previous variety above. These three people are also popping up, the most joyful of the three. For the black powder, Su Anan's memory is still quite deep, especially these three people who hacked them the most. System, there is indeed. This black, you guys black, the most powerful, called a small tweed. She is a high school student. She is purely jealous that you have such a good brother, and then just black you guys every day. Su Anan, she's got a problem, right? What's she got to do with me having a brother? If she's capable, she can ask her parents to give her one. System. Is this something you can give birth to if you want to? Su Jingyan. Knew this guy couldn't be serious for more than 3 seconds. System, and she is still your brother's girlfriend fan. Is the kind of particularly paranoid girlfriend fan, but also in the internet to write the kind, and your brother's homoerotic. You are the kind of evil sister-in-law, the final end of the miserable kind of. Seriously, why do I always feel that you can be related to the vicious female supporting role? In this world you are the vicious female supporting role, and in this girlfriend fan written homoeroticism, you are also the vicious female supporting role. I just want to know how they portrayed you as this. Can you really be a vicious female counterpart with your IQ and emotional intelligence? Su Anan suddenly felt like she was being insulted. What happened to this IQ and this EQ of hers? She has a high double quotient, okay? Su Jingyan hooked his lips while looking at the document. The system's evaluation was quite accurate. This girl is not the material to be a vicious female match from wherever she looks, and I don't know why those people always imagine her as a vicious female match. She's just a pretty cannon fodder at best, right? Su Anan, are you still my own brother? Are you so happy that I'm cannon fodder? Su Anan grew up as a very confident person. She just grew up in all kinds of compliments. Her parents pampered her brother lovingly, so she really hasn't endured a great deal of malice. Even if some people really hate her, they don't dare to show it in front of him. It's none of your business how you are behind the scenes, but in front of her everyone is raising a smile to her. So Su Anan grew up thinking that he was very smart. Above reading, he did have a little talent, learning things to learn quite fast, but in other areas this brain feels a little bit unable to turn around. In the words of the internet, it was blunt force, and there were rich ladies who played with her before shading her, but this one just didn't feel it at all, and instead pissed others off. The system doesn't care about Su Anan's protests. Continued. This girl also found a boyfriend. A boyfriend who was 10 years older than her, also suits and dresses in an elite style. It is estimated that the influence of your brother is quite serious. Now she's going around saying she's your brother's girlfriend, saying that she and your brother have a great relationship, and her parents think their daughter is mentally ill or planning to send him to a mental hospital, and now she's just cursing you guys in the mental hospital. Su Anan. Come on, there's no need for her to make a move at all. This person has made himself into a mental hospital. She was kinda curious about the boyfriend though. Was it true that being with an underage this wouldn't be against the law? And what about her elitist boyfriend? He was with an underage and got caught by the person's parents. Shouldn't he be in jail by now? Su Jingyan was also thinking about this problem. Honestly, he had never imagined that he was actually so popular. Even high school girls liked him so much. Before he was on that variety show, a lot of people, although they would start to be mesmerized by his looks, generally didn't want to engage with him a second time after they got in touch with him. In the words of the mall rivals, no matter what project, as long as it was tied to Su Jingyan, it would definitely be torn off a piece of meat ruthlessly. System, there is no jail. That girl is hiding her age and student status with that guy. That guy found out that girl is a high school student and also knows that she has delusions of grandeur. immediately tried to find a way to contact that girl's parents. It can be said that that girl was indirectly sent to the mental hospital by that guy. Su Ainen, Su Jingyan. Awesome. Su Ainen already didn't know what to say. After all, you can't possibly be bothered with a psychopath. Psychopaths don't even get the death penalty for murder, let alone the fact that she was just cursing online and didn't do anything else excessive. However, she really did not expect the most powerful black powder on the internet is actually a high school mentally ill little girl. Nowadays the middle school students are so powerful. When she was in middle school and high school she was exhausted every day. She couldn't finish her homework every day. She came back and had tutoring because she had a perfect brother above her, so she was really stressed out when she was attending school. She and her brother grew up in the same school, and the school her brother attended she would come to afterward, so the teachers at the school would always compare the siblings, and would always pay more attention to her than the other students. When she thought of that previous day in middle school, Suan An's bitter tears were practically on the verge of flowing down her face. Getting good grades in school really wasn't something she did on her own accord. She was passive in making her grades better, all because there was a Roll King brother up there. Chapter 131 is more perverted than the other. Since the first one is not good to pursue, what about the next two? It can't be that the next two are also mentally ill. Su Ainen, then tell me if the last two did anything excessive, especially the kind of illegal and criminal things to focus on. System, oh, the second one is a geek. He did do some illegal and criminal things, and is an antisocial personality. He also killed his roommate when he was in college, and poisoned himself for a long period of time, and this case hasn't even been solved yet. Su's siblings. What the heck? It actually involves killing people. Su Ainen suddenly thought of a thing she did today. You're not talking about the university poisoning incident. This matter at that time in the internet caused public opinion is quite big, but then the murderer did not catch things slowly sink down. System, it's that thing. This dead pervert still likes to revisit his old haunts, and is also afraid that some of the things that he killed and poisoned in the first place are all left as souvenirs. His house has a small basement, and now all those things are inside that basement. Su Ainen sucked in a mouthful of cool air. There were actually really such perverted people. Letting this kind of people act on top of society, this was too dangerous. No, this was something she had to take care of. Su Jingyan also felt that this matter had to be managed, so he had already started contacting private investigators. Su Ainen glanced at her own old brother, then thought of another excuse. Brother, I'm now investigating the black materials of those black people who hacked us, so help me contact a few private detectives. I'm going to treat them the same way they treat others, and if they really did anything illegal or criminal then they'll be brought to justice directly. Su Ainen waited for her own oldest brother's reply after she finished speaking, originally thinking that she would be scolded. After all, she really did think one thing at a time. As it turned out, I didn't expect my oldest brother to agree. Su Jingyan said directly, I'll help you with the private detective thing, but don't mess around. No matter what you do, you have to think clearly before you do it, and first of all, you have to ensure your own safety. The expression on Su Jingyan's face was a bit serious. System, your brother, this look really good, handsome, ah. The original book inside your brother did not object. Also do not know now your brother will not find object, will be cheap, which family girl, ah. This sentence from the system directly washed away the entire atmosphere, and the Su siblings were all equally speechless. It felt like this system's thinking was really getting more and more jumpy, often moving from this topic to another all of a sudden, and not giving people any time to prepare. The third black guy is just a regular dead fat nerd, just not as good in real life, so he takes it out on himself online. He didn't just hack the Su siblings either, he hacked all the people he couldn't stand to look at, and he caught one in a bad mood today. Look at his homepage. Inside basically all the stars of the entertainment circle have been scolded by him. May today call this actress goddess, tomorrow said that people are plastic surgery face, but also people p ugly picture. Although the dead fat guy was also quite abnormal, compared to the two in front of him and especially compared to the second one, he was as normal as it gets. After all, he didn't do anything illegal or criminal. At best, he was just spitting and cursing online, the kind of thing you do in real life when you're being coy and heavy-handed online. With a private investigator to look into the matter and the assistance of the system, it is not difficult to get this matter investigated. But the most important thing now is still these artists in the company. Maybe everyone knows that she is the eldest lady of the Su family, so there are actually a lot of books coming forward, and they are all good ones. There are all sorts of present evening kokeshi fairy shoujo dramas. At this moment in the Lu family, Ji Yunyang was hugging his own cousin's thighs with a handful of snot and tears. This male lead's persona is pretty much ruined now, and many people are close to not remembering that first appearance, I guess. Brother! How can you be so biased? I'm your own cousin. You give your resources to others but not to me. At least give me a little bit. You are feeding the rice into other people's mouths, you put some leftovers to me can't even. Do you know how hard it is to get resources now, cousin? I still have to go out to pull resources to run business. My company is also in the beginning stage. Now my only variety show has died, and I can't find any guests. I don't know when it will start broadcasting. Can't you have mercy on me? Looking at the wet snot and tears on his pants, Lu Siheng resisted the urge to kick this awful cousin out and said through gritted teeth, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get up off the ground, I'll make sure you don't have any resources. In a second, Ji Yunyan got up from the ground, and he wiped the tears and snot from his face. Lu Siheng. Alright, do you have resources? I still don't know. I remember you recently want to shoot an ancient puppet, right? I can invest in you. When the time comes, you pick Su and An's artist to help her out. Ji Yunyang's eyes lit up as soon as he heard the word investment. No problem, no problem. As long as the money is in place, everything is fine. It was the first time that the artists on Su and An's side had seen so many Benjis, and most of them were protagonists. An actress pinched herself and said with a bit of disbelief, am I really not dreaming? This scene is the scene inside my dream. In the past, the shooting is to choose others to pick the rest, and in the shooting of the scene also always have to pay attention to whether it will be deleted to change the scene. Even if it is changed, they do not have the right to resist. I thought that this was all I could do with my life, make a living in the entertainment industry for a few years and then fade out when I got a little older, but I didn't realize that they were actually rejuvenating their careers for a second time. Suanen said very bluntly, these scripts I will assign to your agent. What kind of person suitable for what kind of shoes? I hope you think about it clearly. Not enough ability to act, enough acting skills, also don't want to play the main character first from the supporting role, slowly sharpening. Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly if I sign you, but you have to take it one step at a time. All the artists were in high spirits and confidence. Don't worry, boss. We will definitely live up to your expectations. Soon the company was slowly on track. Suanen was also finally idle. After all, now all the work was assigned. And the private investigator made great progress on his end, and then he just called the police. After all, you have to let the police handle things like this. Chapter 131. There's something wrong with the male leader of the drama group. This case has caused a direct uproar on the internet. After all, this was a pretty big deal before. Many people didn't realize that this black fan who had been active online was actually a murderer, and a highly intelligent psychopathic murderer at that. My God. It's really horrible. How can there be such a pervert? This is a high-intelligence crime, right? At first this thing caused a lot of turmoil on the internet. Although the deceased is chronic poisoning, the other roommates in her dormitory was also suspected by the police, but as really did not find out anything else, only think that the deceased may be their own contact with chemical poisoning. After all, they are chemistry majors. I simply don't know what to say, and this murderer actually moved all those criminal equipment to his own basement. What does he want to collect these things? Is he feeling very honorable? Is he proud that he killed someone without being discovered? In real life, as a murderer in the internet is a black fan, in case he one day mentally abnormal do not want to black online and tends to kill offline. How to do? Just think of my goosebumps have been up. I heard that Suanen let someone investigate it. It seems that it was because of this scandalous incident. Suanen found a few of the blackest black fans, and then wanted to check it out as a result of finding out such a thing. That Suanen is a bit powerful. The police did not find out things, actually let her find out. I think it may be that this murderer took it lightly. The police investigation was just when the deceased had just died, so he would have been more cautious, and it's been a few years since he didn't expect that anyone would actually come to investigate him, so it just happened to reveal some of his footsteps. The statement of this comment was agreed by everyone. After all, the police are so powerful, have not investigated it. How could it be investigated by Suanen all of a sudden? The only way to explain it is that this murderer felt he was out of danger, so he dropped the ball. How do I feel that a lot of big things always happen to you guys? This time there is actually a murderer thing. Su Jingyuan looked at his cousin's heart, is really puzzled very much. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow and looked at his own old sister. This is not about him, it's all about this guy. At best, he was a helper, providing a bit of a private eye. Suanen smiled awkwardly at her own brother's eyes and said, it's just happenstance on my part. System, that's really quite a coincidence. It's also thanks to me. Last time it was because of my help that I was able to save your cousin, and this time it's because of my help that we found the murderer. You guys really have to thank me. By the way, did you get the banner from the last time? The police didn't send it over? Suanen's heart thumped. Oh no. Forgot about this matter. Su Jingyuan knew that Suanen had forgotten about this matter when she looked at this expression. That, I kinda forgot, mainly because the police didn't contact me either. Maybe they forgot about it too. Suanen did not hesitate to put the pot on the head of the police. Anyway, the police are not here. Even if the system wants to mess around, it cannot be messed up. Su Jingyan laughed a bit and pointed to the study at home and said, "Oh, some time ago you weren't at home, the police sent the banner over, the same one from last time, it's hanging in the study right now." Su Ainen's eyes instantly lighted up, and she actually did send the banner over. The system cheered out in excitement, "I'm going to see the banner, I'm going to see the banner. This is a banner that belongs to me. Su Ainen, shut the hell up and make a lot of noise, I won't take you to see it if you make any more noise. System, you're just a negative person when there's something going on Zhong Wu Yan and nothing going on Xiaoying-chun. When there is something to do, you call me a little baby, but when there is nothing to do, you dislike me." Su family brothers, two corners of the mouth twitching. This system is estimated to have watched a lot of TV series. This drama inside the lines open-mouthed. Even something Zhong Wu Yan nothing Xiaoying-chun no, it seems that the current literary heritage is good. The name written on top of the banner was Su Ainen and Su Jingyan's name. After all, it was the two of them who went deep into the enemy camp, of course the system's name couldn't be on it. The system was content though, after all, it didn't have a name right now either. "Can you ask the police to send another banner over for this one?" Su Ainen was speechless. "You cannot get an inch off, people police and not wholesale banners, if you like it I buy you a whole lot of online line not." System, no, the nature of this is not the same, by their own with good deeds to send how can be the same, in the future, if you do a good thing, you must be in the give me to ask for a banner, or I will not help you in the future to encounter such a thing. Su Ainen. Why do I feel like this system of yours is getting more and more difficult? Where has the old obedient and well-behaved system gone? You haven't been stolen, have you? After resting at home for 2 days, Su Ainen took Su Jingyan to the theater. Su Jingyuan didn't want to go out so he stayed home alone to draw. "Brother, I have to show you what I'm capable of now, I have invested in this drama. Oh, the female lead is my artist and the male lead is from Ji Yunyang's company." Su Ainen still had quite a bit of trust in this original text male lead, mainly because this male lead now seemed a bit less intelligent. While the two were talking about this job, Ji Yunyang was as if he was having a stroke and had a strange expression on his face. "Ji Yunyang, you're the one who's jerking off. If it wasn't for my brother forcing me to give way to you, how could I possibly behave like this? I'm at least a beautiful man." After entering the set, the actors were instantly nervous when they saw the Su siblings arrive. "Is this your boss, the Su family's eldest lady right? Next to her is Su Jingyan Su, right?" The male lead of this drama was also called Lu Junyi, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a more traditional kind of handsome man. Next to him was Young Tranquility, the female lead of this drama. Yang Tranquility looked at Su Ainen with an adoring face and said, "Our boss is good looking, right? I've been in the entertainment industry for so many years and I've never seen one that looks better than my boss. My boss's veiled face is super beautiful. And the boss's brother is super handsome. The genes in this family are really just off the charts." Lu Junyi smiled, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Just as Su Ainen was excitedly introducing herself to her oldest brother, the system suddenly spoke out. "There is a big melon. There's something wrong with the male lead of your crew. Chapter 132, gouge out your eyes if you look at me one more time." As soon as these words from the system came out, the eyes of the siblings immediately looked at that Lu Junyi. Lu Junyi even gave a very kind smile when he saw the two of them looking over. Su Ainen felt that this man was quite orthodox looking, the kind of traditional looking handsome man, and he didn't look like a bad guy. "Tadako, he looks pretty decent. Did he do something illegal and criminal as well?" The system searched for a moment, then said, "The offense is not so much a crime, it's the beginning of the end. He is 28 years old, when he just turned 22 years old, he already got a license to marry his girlfriend, and later the two of them had a child." Lu Junyi before running as a supporting role, and then the first 2 years suddenly small fire, he did not even think about it directly and his wife divorced, the child also do not want, and let his wife net family, although this person did not violate the law, right, but the character is really not good. Su Ainen listened to the heart is really disgusting, this person is not much red now only just a little red seedling and wife divorce, even children do not want, this is a person? Su Jingyan's brows were also furrowed, to him poor character and morals were actually similar to breaking the law, because you didn't know when such a person had gone and done something illegal. They have no bottom line and no morals, everything is for their own benefit, so it is normal that they will do illegal and criminal things. Ji Yunyang Company how to sign this kind of person he signed the artist does not let people to investigate the artist? Originally also think that this person is quite reliable, I did not expect also quite unreliable, but also the main man of this book, the main man when he is on that company must be bankrupt. Su Ainen looked at the moralistic Lu Junyi and directly walked up to talk to him. "Lu Junyi right, you're the male lead of this drama right, your boss is Ji Yunyang right?" Lu Junyi saw Su Ainen come over inwardly a little excited, it cannot be that this big lady looks at him. If he could really be looked upon by this great lady, then he could directly cross the class. Lu Junyi before also evening rich women, but those rich women are older, not very good looking, but this Su family miss is different, just this looks directly killed the entertainment industry most of the female stars. And also young and high status, if you can really hook up with her, it may be who plays who. Su Jingyan noticed this dirty look in Lu Junyi's eyes, although his expression looked quite decent, the emotions in his eyes couldn't fool anyone. One more look and I'll gouge your eyes out. The tone of Su Jingyan's words was simply like quenching ice, frightening Lu Junyi to hurriedly pull his eyes back. Su Ainen also felt that this person had grown a skin for nothing. Isn't this the first drama I've invested in, and the first drama my artists have starred in since my company opened, so I'm still paying more attention to this. For all the actors inside the show, I want them all to be clean, so I want several of you lead actors to make up a resume of yourselves, how old you are, how many shows you've acted in, and whether you're married or unmarried or divorced, all write it down clearly for me. And what kind of black information there has been before, and whether the black information is true or false must be written clearly for me. I don't want this drama to go wrong because of any one of you. Su Ainen swept these main actors and main supporting actors with her eyes, not to mention, the eyes were quite oppressive. Other people feel that this thing is nothing, they would have been so many years or small transparent showbiz, acted in how many dramas a little check to know. As for the black material, they have not been how red were the black material, and if they will do those messy things that is not to not red. Of the few people present, only Lu Junyi's face was a bit ugly. He was really messed up in his heart right now. Why would Su Ainen suddenly raise this question? It couldn't be that she had discovered something. It couldn't be, he had already sent his mother and son back to their rural home. Su Ainen couldn't have known that he had been married any longer. No fear, don't scare yourself, maybe she just wants this drama to wear peacefully, that's why she's so cautious. Su Jingyan glanced at Su Ainen, and a sudden surge of pride surged in his heart. It felt like this little girl had really matured quite a bit during this period of time, doing things more reliably and making better excuses than before. In the past, this girl was really full of holes in her excuses, but now she was actually kinda like that. The two siblings called Ji Yunyang directly as soon as they got out of the theater. Someone else's artist of course had to let someone else handle it. Ji Yunyan was so busy right now that he didn't have a hand when he answered the phone. What's wrong? Aren't you on the set at this time of the day? Why did you call me all of a sudden? Is something wrong with the set? Is the work not going on? After this period of cooperation, Su Ainen and Ji Yunyan had become quite familiar with each other. It was just that every time they talked about contracts there was someone with a very strong presence next to them, and that person was Lu Siheng. In Lu Siheng's words, he had come over to help the two of them. Both of them had just started their entertainment companies not long ago, and they might not have much experience in a lot of things, so he could come over to provide experience. Ji Yunyang almost spewed out laughter when he heard this excuse, still providing experience. How come I didn't see you being so attentive when my entertainment company just opened up? It's really a case of love the beauty not the brother. Su Ainen really believed his words at that time. After all, inside her impression, Lu Siheng's image was always very good. Su Ainen didn't want to say more to him even as she listened to the messy voiceover there, and said directly, the male lead of this drama is from your company, right, and there are problems with this man's character. Ji Yunyang's hand that was turning over the contract gave a start. Character problems? No way, I focus on character when signing artists. Su Ainen, are you sure you are focusing on valuing character? I was on the set today, you are not aware of the way that person looked at me. My brother was still beside him, he was looking at me with that kind of lewd look. At a glance it's not a decent person. If you have nothing to do, if you can go to check him, if he really good character has not done anything bad, that is naturally the best. If he really character cannot do some bad things, that early discovery of us or early correction lest by the time the play finished shooting here and there accidents, and finally lead to the play cannot be aired, then we are not a waste of time. Chapter 133, Everything related to the Su family is an emotional issue. Ji Yunyang was told by Su Ainen that it seemed like you weren't really too sure. After all, he didn't personally pick each and every one of the artists when they were chosen, and many of them were signed by his men. Alright, why are you nagging like a donkey? I'll do a good job of investigating. If there's anything I'll just let you know. After the two chatted, the system sighed and said, why did this male lead turn out like this? I now feel that he's not reliable at all, not as reliable as you are. How did he build that business empire in the novel, and how does it feel like he's nothing like that image portrayed in the novel? Su Ainen thought for a while and said very seriously, isn't he the one who inherited Lu's? Maybe people were originally a business empire, it's just that it came into his hands. The really powerful person might be Lu Siheng. The system was silent for a moment, and it was really possible. Su Jingyan sat on the sofa listening to these words and his heart helplessly shook his head. How the younger siblings in the family are all debt collectors. Ji Yunyang was probably a debt collector, and this one of his own was also a debt collector. Brother, how are you preparing for the painting exhibition? Do you need me to help? At night at home, Su Jingyan went to Su Jingyuan's painting room to take a look. Inside the flower market, all kinds of paintings, all kinds of styles are there. Su Jingyuan put the brush away and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm all set. I also drew you a picture. When the time comes, you hang it inside your office." Su Jingyan instantly became interested when he heard this. "What are you drawing? It can't be the ones that I can't understand, right?" There were some artworks that he really couldn't understand. Maybe he was just a layman. Su Jingyan walked over to a painting that was covered by a cloth and swished the cloth up. "This is what I'm going to give you, how about that, can it be?" Looking at that hammer on the painting, Su Jingyan fell into deep thought. So to send him a hammer, or a painted hammer? Su Jingyuan knew what he was thinking just by looking at his expression. Those calligraphy paintings of something like heavenly rewards are all too common in other people's offices, so I thought of getting you a different one. You're about as hard as a hammer, so I thought it would be best to draw a hammer. Su Jingyan. Are you complimenting me or undermining me? Su Ainen suddenly ran into the drawing room as well. When she saw this hammer, she froze for a moment. Ha ha ha, this is what is often said about drawing a hammer, right, cousin? Why did you think of drawing a hammer? Not to mention that the painting is quite nice. I don't know where to hang this thing. It doesn't seem appropriate to hang a hammer in the house. Su Jingyuan, I painted this for your brother to hang inside his office. Su Ainen glanced at his own smelly old brother, and then looked at this hammer, couldn't help but smile and said, "Quite a match. He's the hammer employees are the nails, right? See, whoever is uncomfortable and hammer whoever is uncomfortable." Perfect. Su Jingyan's hands started to itch again. This guy is really not fighting for 3 days, right? Su Ainen suddenly felt the danger and was about to run outside when suddenly her collar was yanked by someone. "Dare to laugh at me, huh? Come out. Let's see how I'll clean you up." The system sighed and said, "Some people actively committing death are really not able to be stopped at all." Su Jingyuan also agreed with what the system said. These two siblings really have to fight and quarrel every day. Every time is the cousin initiative to provoke the cousin, scolding and scolding but not hit but also every day so owed. Alas, this is not a self-inflicted trouble. Ah! Mom and Dad, help! My brother is going to beat me to death. If you guys don't come over, my brother is going to beat me to death. Su Ainen's screams came up from downstairs, and Su's mother, applying a face mask without lifting her head, said, "Do you want to go downstairs to check on your daughter?" Su's father looked at the book extremely calm. "What is the need to see? They do not have to make so much trouble every day 1 or 2 times. Rest assured your son has a sense of proportion. It is estimated that your daughter provoked him." You said that and is also really, and can't win her brother always go to provoke her brother, why? Su Ainen downstairs shouted for a long time but no one had come over to save him, and then she faced the wall with a bowl of water on top. "I was just spilling water on me, so stand on top of me for another half hour." Su Jingyan sat on top of the sofa and supervised as Su Ainen faced the wall with a resigned face. "System, you say I should not be oppressed by my brother for the rest of my life. Is there any way to be able to clean up his System, I don't know and every time you go to provoke your brother, if you don't go to provoke him, not half a thing. People sometimes still don't so Su Ainen, when did I Don't talk nonsense, okay, I'm the most obedient but. The system went straight to silence. "You're happy." After standing for half an hour, Su Ainen was about to take down the bowl on her head, but the system suddenly yipped and scared her so much that she dropped the bowl. Su Ainen looked at the bowl that fell on the ground. "Simply want to kill the system's heart have. What are you doing It's just a second away. I have to stand for half an hour more. Do you know how hard it is to stand for half an hour? System, forget about the penalty first. Isn't your cousin going to have a drawing room? Something's going to happen." Su Ainen's movement was a beat, and Su Jingyan also sidled up to listen carefully. "No need for you to clean up. You get a free pass for standing for half an hour before dropping the bowl. Come over here and eat something." Su Jingyan was now concerned about what would happen to this drawing room of his cousin. Cousin had always lived by the book before, and hadn't offended anyone. The only person he had offended was Tangja. But Tangja has gone in now, so it's not like Tangja is going to mess things up again. Su Ainen hurriedly nestled into a comfortable position on the sofa to listen to the system. "Hasn't your cousin now slowly shipped his paintings over to the studio, and one of the staff he hired had his paintings replaced by a dirty-handed one? Your cousin is actually quite famous. He doesn't paint under his real name, he paints under the name of Bai Hui." That staff member even pretended that he was in love with a girl, and invited that girl to the studio to see the paintings, and those replaced paintings were given to that girl. The Su siblings were now extremely complicated inside. From every time they came to their house, what happened was related to emotions. Su Jingyuan stood around the corner and listened to everything. Chapter 134, This is a heartless one. Su Jingyuan is now traveling with particularly complicated feelings, so he is being impersonated by others to fall in love with his identity, right? He had never been in a relationship, if now he was actually being impersonated to be in one. Although Su Weinen felt angry in her heart, she felt particularly ridiculous. What do you think that staff is thinking? When the time comes for the drawing room to be held, my cousin will be there in person, won't he be all exposed then? System, people and do not intend to long-term development, the girl is just a target for him is to chase to the hand on the line, and then quit the job a change of place who can recognize him Su family 3 siblings. Turned out to be still a scum No way. Definitely can't let this scum ruin cousin's reputation. Su Weinen turned her gaze to her own oldest brother, this matter should be manageable by her oldest brother. Su Jingyan, as soon as he saw this look in her heart, immediately felt bad, this girl will not hit the idea to him again. Sure enough, the next second Su Weinen made a particularly perfunctory excuse for Su Jingyan to help. Brother, cousin's painting exhibition is not about to open, you go to help a favor, there are some staff unclean hands, you'd better pay more attention on this, our cousin's paintings, that is his heart and soul, in case there are some staff have some heart, that is not the cousin's heart and soul is spoiled. Su Weinen kept shaking Su Jingyan's arm with a pleasing smile on her face, and Su Jingyan was extremely speechless inside. Aren't you a lot smarter now, how to make excuses in front of me or how to perfume? Even the system felt that this statement of hers was a bit abrupt. And then, are you sure you don't want to find a better excuse? Even I think this excuse of yours is a bit abrupt, and you're actually directly talking about checking on the staff, you're really not afraid of your brother's suspicions. Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan hurriedly nodded in their hearts, yes. This girl is really not at all attentive above some things, and it is fortunate that they can hear her heart, otherwise who dares to believe what she says Su Weinen indifferently said to the system, there is no need to be so careful, even if my brother is smart, he can't guess that I have your help, right, and this excuse of mine isn't very perfunctory, it perfectly shows my concern for my family, don't you think so? The system was directly rendered speechless by her, it's good that you're happy. Su Jingyan, Su Jingyuan. Sorry, we really know you have a system. Su Weinen, this lack of heart put this matter in brother once said put down, she especially believed in the ability of her own old brother, as long as her own brother to go out there must be no things that cannot be done. Watching this lack of heart go upstairs and return to his room, Su Jingyuan also finally came out from the corner. I've heard everything you've just said, so let me settle this matter myself. Su Jingyuan also felt that he could not always rely on his cousin, he as a brother should have protected his younger siblings, how can he let his younger siblings always worry about him? Su Jingyan also knew what was in Su Jingyuan's heart, he patted his cousin's shoulder and said with a smile, didn't you hear that girl, she asked me to go and help, if I don't go and help if she finds out then I'll be in deep. You've been busy enough for a while now, you're the one who's busiest with the drawing room, I'm just helping to investigate an individual, and it's not the first time I've solved something like this, there was a driver in the family who had something like this happen before, driving the family's car to cheat on a girl, and then that girl almost made a scene at the company. When he thought of the first time he dealt with that matter, Su Jingyan's heart was truly mixed. That was the first time the system did him a favor. Su Jingyuan also knew that his cousin was trying to help him in a different way, that I'll work hard for you, and when I have time I'll help you paint a picture. The smile on Su Jingyan's face immediately stiffened, painting a hammer is already enough not to have to paint a second bar, he is really not very good at art, he will only make money Although he didn't know what kind of art there was in this hammer, it did look quite nice, but this was really strange to hang inside the office. Su Weinen began to swipe up her cell phone after returning to her room, as soon as the system began to detect the big melon. Detecting the daikon still takes some time, if that party is around then it's fine, if not detecting the daikon really takes time and energy. And then, don't you want me to help you test those directors, then you find a chance to meet with those directors, it's too far away for me to figure it out. Su Weinen, do you still have a limit on the scope of this? Shouldn't you know everything about everything? The system replied breathlessly, if I could really know everything then I wouldn't be in heaven. There are so many people in the world, if I could know everything about them then my system would blow up. I can only search these melons out when you want them, or if any of the big ones are captured directly by me, or else I have to search them on my own initiative. If you bring the party here then I can just capture their melons, then I won't need to spend so much time searching for them. Su Weinen understood one thing after hearing so much, and that was that the system was not omnipotent. Okay, wait for me in a couple of days to get these directors together for a meal, and by the way, also call that Ji Yin Yang over, he can't be a shirker and do nothing, right? Ji Yunyang is now furious at the company simply about to explode. So this is the good actor you found for me. Leaving his wife and son behind. You really have a good eye. Ji Yunyang listened to Suanen words also really special to investigate this Lu Junyi. This really is not check do not know a check shock. He didn't realize that there were actually people who abandoned their wives nowadays. Still a star though. You really don't pay any random amount of money to make your wife and children live like this. To actually send them to the countryside, is that still human? The agent was scolded. Dog blood zero head a word did not dare to say. Lu Junyi is his signing. He also did not expect their own signing of people will actually be such and this Lu Junyi wind evaluation is not bad it. He also wanted to be lazy at that time, so he didn't investigate, just inquired about the popularity in the entertainment industry, who knew that such a thing could actually happen. Mr. G, calm down, I'll take care of this matter. Lu Junyi has already violated our company's treaty. We can directly terminate his contract and we can claim liquidated damages from him. Chapter 135, System, I want to learn the art of your brother's speech. Ji Yunyan was practically laughing at these people. Is this a matter of breach of contract? It's a matter of character and morality. What is handed to them to do is what they do, is it? Taking his paycheck and not being motivated to work, I'm afraid that's not trying to go to heaven. Give me a big census. Check all the employees in the company, all of them. As long as they've done anything that's illegal, criminal, moral or ethical, they're all fired. I just don't believe it's still impossible to find these people out. As for you, I'll put this matter on your head. You'd better pray that you haven't done anything messy, or I won't let you off the hook. Ji Yunyan looked at this agent and really wanted to whack him to death. This agent broke out in a cold sweat. How could he possibly guarantee that he was clean after so many years in the entertainment industry? It can be said that there are not many people who are clean in this entire entertainment industry, and this is afraid that the entire company is not going to be finished. The big upheaval on Ji Yunyang's side was also told by the system to Su Ainen, who was eating a lollipop and was kinda compassionate towards Ji Yunyang. It's a good thing I have you to help me, or else I don't know what kind of virtues the artists under my hand are. Ji Yunyang was also screwed by those under his hand this time, right? System, yes, many people under his hand are masculine and do not do few messy things. This agent signed Lu Junyi also because of the benefits received from Lu Junyi. Lu Junyi before in other companies are not very good, and then jumped to this side of the ship. Before she acted in other companies or supporting roles, although there is a small fire role, but in the entertainment circle is still completely insufficient. But to come to Ji Yunyang's company, that is different. First of all, this company has just started, and secondly, he has been in the entertainment circle for so many years, not to mention the curiosity to say that the seniority of him is still able to spell a lot of people. No, isn't this male lead color his? It's just a pity that he was unlucky enough to meet us, or else he might have really let him muddle through. Su Ainen nodded. The entertainment industry was really dirty. There were clean people, but it was too difficult for clean people to get ahead. Tomorrow at noon is the meeting with those directors. You have to help me properly test whether they have done anything bad. How is their character? There are big melons and big things on me. You must tell me all about them. I'd like to see how much diversity people have left. Su Jingyan lifted his head when he heard Su Ainen's words. When did this girl ask to meet with someone again? And she even asked several directors to meet with her. No, we need to send a couple of people after her in case something happens. This period of time Su Jingyan is also very busy. Soon will be the new year. The company's things are really a whole lot, so as really cannot find time to follow Su Ainen's side. But it will be fine after the new year. Early the next morning, looking at the two tall bodyguards at the door, Su Ainen was speechless. I really don't need any bodyguards. I just go out to have a meal with others to bring what bodyguards are. Don't know that you think I am going to smash the scene. System, we seem to be going over to smash the scene. Although I haven't met with those directors yet, I've already found out some clues. We're just short of meeting to confirm, so we should be able to say Eerie going over to smash the scene. Su father and Su mother almost couldn't hold back their laughter when they heard this demolition of the system, and the two hurriedly lowered their heads. Su Ainen. I said, can you give me some face? Fortunately my family can't hear you, or else where do you let me this face to put down? Su's family, I'm sorry, we can all hear you. Oh. The system hemmed and hawed and closed its mouth. Su Jingyan was getting ready to go out to work in a suit. Anyway, if you don't let these two people follow, then you don't want to go out. Now in the outside world is very chaotic. In the outside, no, you are not a few people. In case someone really kidnapped you, then what to do? That is not still let us spend money to save you. Su Ainen stared at her own oldest brother with wide eyes and a face of disbelief. So if you're really kidnapped, are you guys not going to save me? Am I still your own sister? Su Jingyan directly pushed her big head away with his finger and said expressionlessly, if you listen then you are my own sister, if you don't listen then forget it. Take these two with you, there are not a few people in this circle who go out with bodyguards, safety is the most important, do you know? And you're not too smart, what if you do get screwed over by someone else? It had to be said that Su Jingyan's words were really like knives, piercing Su Ainen's heart one by one. Su Jingyuan all whispered to his own great-uncle and great-uncle, has Jingyan been speaking so solidly since he was a child? Did he go to further his studies in the art of language? It's not even possible to say something so solid without a certain amount of verbal art. Su father smiled and replied, the two of them have been fighting like this since they were young. Jingyan has been precocious since he was a child, although some of the words don't sound good but he's doing it for Anan's good, he's just not very good at expressing it. Su Jingyuan. Is this still called not too good at expressing? If he would express his words can kill people, right? System, looks like I need to further my education in the art of language too. Su Jingyan talking is really cool. I need to learn how to speak like him. Crowd. Do you even have to learn this? Su Ainen hurriedly said, if you dare to learn my brother to talk like this, do you believe that I will cut off friendship with you? The good do not learn from the bad, are you to the rebellious stage? This system is really getting out of hand. Su Jingyan's slightly hooked lips immediately pressed down again, this system was quite to his liking. The system commiserated, your brother's speech is not bad I think he speaks to make people so cool although there is not a swear word but the attack is full of power. Suanen inwardly said expressionlessly, the only person you can talk to right now is me, so do you want me to suffer from my brother's verbal attacks and then come back to suffer from yours afterward? If that were true, would she even want to live? What kind of sins did she create in her previous life to meet two like this? Su father, Su mother and Su Jingyuan are almost laughing in their hearts, the system is really getting more and more to their hearts, more and more humanized. If the system really learned to speak like Su Jingyan, it would really be too much fun. Under Su Jingyan's forceful arrangement, Su Ainen ended up taking these two bodyguards with her, although she was reluctant inside, but her arm couldn't twist her thigh. Chapter 136, I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. Miss Su, those three directors had already arrived when Suanen arrived. Look at the looks and temperament of the three, quite like a decent person, but people cannot look like seawater, cannot be measured, as for whether it is a decent person to let the system to check it will know. Suan, Tun Chan. Work. Inside this dinner party, these three directors actually brought a handsome-looking fresh meat actor. Miss Su, these are the newcomers I want to promote, look at how they look, they are all just entering the entertainment industry, we as showbiz seniors also have to promote the juniors properly, don't you think so? The bearded director laughed a very hearty laugh, and the tone of his voice you might have thought he was a dry and brisk man, but giving away men like this was really something he could do. Why don't you hurry up and toast to Miss Su? The bearded director pushed one of the fresh meat beside him to Su Ainen's side. The boy looked like he had just come of age, and had a nervous expression on his face. Miss Su, please drink, the boy toasted the wine to Su Ainen with a trembling hand. Su Ainen expressionlessly sat a little farther away, then said, don't engage in these vain things in front of me, I will naturally use you if you are capable, I invited you here to direct, not to let you come over to pimp. The smile on the bearded director's face froze, but it quickly returned to normal. Miss Su is joking, I'm just the big young man who came over to see the world, how can I be a pimp? Miss Su saying such a thing is too hurtful. System, yuck. Also hurt the heart, a pimp still pretend what clean and this beard is not the first time to do such a thing, this boy is the beard's new fancy, this beard male and female are not taboo, like are some just adult boys and girls. There are many boys and girls with dreams of entering the entertainment industry who have been victimized by him, and so has this boy, but he hasn't laid a hand on this boy yet, because all he wants is to dedicate this boy to you, so he lets this boy dodge a bullet. Su Ainen was sick to her stomach listening to this, it's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance, this bearded man has a pretty good reputation in the industry, is it possible that he got his reputation in such a way? System, yeah, he often introduces young men and women to some people and then exchanges them for resources and money for himself. A lot of young people are deceived by him, a lot of people just enter the entertainment industry when they don't know anything, you see him this bright look, if I didn't remind words you may also think he is a good person, right, the speech is dry and bright temper, in saying so one or two good words, this is not living a decent person it. Su Ainen took a deep breath, already completely at a loss for words. Su Ainen didn't speak, this atmosphere instantly froze, the bearded director instantly became nervous, he gave the boy a wink, the boy timidly nodded. Miss Su, I bought you a gift, I don't know what girls like so I bought a gift that girls would normally like, I'm a newcomer and I don't know some of the rules in the industry, please don't take offense Miss Su. The boy took out a gift box behind him, Su Ainen took the box and put it aside without even looking at it. Thank you for the gift now, but for now let's eat. Su Ainen gave a meaningful look at the bearded director. I called you guys today because I want to know your strength. I know that you all have shot a lot of good works, but I'm a person bar eyes can't tolerate sand. Compared to the strength I value character more. People with good character don't make anything worse, but people with bad character don't make good things that I can see, and some people with bad character make even worse things, and I won't say who that is. The two directors next to him were on the verge of coming out in a cold sweat. Luckily they didn't get to this outburst. Originally, they had just been quite depressed, letting the bearded man seize the opportunity to curry favor with the boss, but it turned out that they didn't expect this bearded man to pat the horse's ass on the hoof. Listen to Miss Su speak this tone. This bearded man did some things I'm afraid she knows. The luxury circle, you want to know the showbiz thing that is very simple. A little let a person check on it. This bearded man actually found a little fresh meat over. Still really think that people's $1,000 lady has not seen the world. People just need to hook their fingers. There are plenty of good-looking people. How can they look at this kind of clear porridge? Miss Su, this is my resume, and the dramas I've filmed over the years. That script of yours is an ancient positive drama. I've filmed quite a few positive dramas before. I'm still very confident about this shoot. The director with the glasses looked rather more modest than the previous one, and he sent over a very nice resume and various CVs. Su Ainen, this person is not bad. Some of the dramas he made, some of which I've seen. System, help me see how this person's character is. System, not very good. Oh, this person made a lot of TV dramas or made by other people, only he topped this credit, but some time ago that assistant director has resigned, so some time ago he made that not directly pounced. This person's level is not very good. Before cheat others can be, but now people go away his level is exposed. There is a saying that, when the tide goes out we'll know who is swimming naked. He is the one who swims naked. TSK, how is it another person with poor character who also fakes? Su Ainen put his resume aside and said with an expressionless and oppressive face, I like honest people. You don't seem to be very honest yet. The expression on the glasses-wearing director's face turned pale all of a sudden. What did it mean to like honest people? It was hard to believe that all the things he had done in the past had been discovered. He did always squeeze his assistant director before. The assistant director was his good brother. Both of them were majoring in directing, except that the assistant director's family was poor, and the two of them had been working together since graduation, and this one wearing glasses used money to hire people to help out around him. He says he's helping out, but he's actually asking people to do everything, and he's been cheating for more than a decade, and all the better dramas over the years have been made by other people, and at best he's just going to sit on the set for a little bit, and then go around pointing fingers to show off his director's majesty. But the guy went straight away some time ago, so this was a snap and he was knocked back. Chapter 137 Criminal's Bane, Suanen. 2 of the 3 directors are now out of commission and it's down to the last one. System, host, how did you get a rapist too, and a pedophile too? Suan, what are you saying? You're saying this last one is a rapist and a pedophile. Su Ainen took a closer look at the looks of this third director. His thin and weak figure was also relatively short. Seeing Su Ainen looking over, this person even showed a hint of a smile towards her. It looks like this person is the type of person who doesn't really talk to people, and this person is actually a rapist. Su Ainen gulped a bit, and in her heart, she was suddenly a bit glad that her oldest brother had arranged these 2 bodyguards for her. None of these 3 are good guys. Ms. Su, are you okay? The small man poured a cup of water for Su Ainen. Just his appearance let whoever look at it would not think that he is actually a rapist. Su Ainen took a deep breath and said directly, I'm not going to sell the story, you just say what you have done before. You can't cheat me. I have already found out what you should have found out. You are just 3 people. I don't know what to say about you. There are flicks and criminals and pimps. Are you really directors? Hearing Su Ainen's words, these 3 people's faces instantly changed. What's going on? How could she possibly know about them? Isn't a youngster like that the best of fool? How could she possibly know all the things they used to do? They didn't know what each other did either, and for having 1 criminal out of the 3 of them, the other 2 silently stayed away from the smaller man. It's really true that people can't look like seawater, and I can't imagine that there are actually criminals. A dark light flashed in the smaller man's eyes before he rushed straight toward the door. The bodyguard behind Su Ainen kicked the smaller man. System, handsome. The 2 bodyguards your brother chose for you are really good. They're so good looking and fit, and they're even good fighters. Su Ainen, your focus seems to be wrong. Fortunately you're not a person, or I think you must be a little colorful batch. Call the police. Su Ainen had no intention of letting these 3 people go. What kind of thing she had done, she would have to bear the consequences. Ms. Su, help. I really know I'm wrong, I'll never do those things again. Just let me off this time. I can do your TV show for free, I don't want any money at all. This little man still had a bit of real talent, or else he wouldn't have been recommended to Su Ainen. It's just that his talent just doesn't match his character, and it's really a shame that such a great talent is in such a person. Suenin looked at the person crying in pain on the ground, not pitying him at all. How come you didn't think there would be today when you broke the law? If I didn't poke you, you don't know how many more illegal and criminal things you'll do in the future. I also know that you may be just a small fish and shrimp. Standing behind you is a lot of people, or you cannot be so bold to do illegal and criminal things, but I'm not afraid of those people behind you. You have the background, I also have the background. Suenin grew up with her brother, and has seen a lot of things above them all, and those messy tactics. Although her parents and brother protected her very well and she seemed naive and innocent, she had seen a lot of things she should have seen, she just didn't want to use her brain. System, he's really just a small fish and shrimp. There are a lot of big names behind him, and some of the movie stars and actresses are also a bit involved with him. He recruited all of them, and the entertainment industry is expected to have a major upheaval, a complete reshuffle of sorts. Oh, there is that bearded man behind the involvement of many people. After all, pimping, well, guests are also many, but also this circle of people, and even have your circle of people. Suenin was really feeling too dirty, simply too dirty to look at. The police officer froze for a moment when he saw Suenin when he came over. Ms. Su, hello again. This time it was the same old face that came, and as soon as this cop said now, he subconsciously felt that something was about to happen. Suein pointed to the three men and said, "There's a pimp here, there's a rapist and a fraud." Police? No, how did you find so many criminals at once? System, ha, people's police are confused by you, why don't you explain it to them? Suenin, I recently opened a company, has a play, want to find a director to shoot. These three people are recommended over, in order to prevent any accidents, so I put these three people are investigated again. This does not check, do not know a check shock, these three people are not too clean. So today's appointment to meet them is also because of this matter. That bearded man often introduces the actors under his hand to other people. The small man often lewdly familiarizes the small actors under his hand. The other cheated his own staff, cheated for more than 10 years. Police? Well, sometimes rich people do have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, and it's really convenient to investigate something. Ms. Su, we still have to trouble you to come with us, please tell us everything you know. They're all trying to get this Ms. Su into the police department. It feels like she'd fit in quite well. Suenin told all the things she knew at the police station, and the system would help her add to it from time to time. It's so much easier to grab information with these three around, there's no need to search at all. Su Jingyan was working when he received a call from the police station. You mean that Suein guy is in the police station again? What happened to her again? The policeman explained, Ms. Su has made another great achievement this time and caught 3 criminals. Su Jingyan. 3 criminals, he remembered that she was going to meet 3 directors, right, so all of these directors are all gone? Su Jingyan had someone go and fetch Suenin back, and as soon as Suenin returned home, she grabbed her family and started talking about how great she was. You guys are the ones who don't know how disgusting those 3 were. I've never met anyone so disgusting as a rapist. This showbiz is sometimes dirty, is really dirty. Some people clean into the mix cannot long be full of dirt, voluntary or forced, or, anyway, it is very messy. Su Jingyuan stuffed Suenin with a mouthful of fruit and said, luckily you brought a bodyguard over today, in the future it's better for you to go out and bring 2 more bodyguards with you, it's safe. Chapter 138 Lu Siheng's Little Heart. The news that Suenin had sent these 3 directors to the police station soon reached Lu Siheng and Ji Yunyang's ears. Lu Siheng was a fidgety mess when he heard the news, and Ji Yunyang thought that his cousin had grown a thorn above his ass when he saw him like this. Brother, why do you keep walking around inside the office? My head is spinning for you. Ji Yunyang said while eating, I know you're worried about that Suenin, she didn't have any problems at all and even sent those 3 people to the police station. Lu Siheng gave his own cousin a warm look, eat your melon. Look at those people in your company. Originally I thought how well you could do, but it turned out that you were actually tricked by some employees. Shame on you. Ji Yunyang's face expression stiffened, then said in a condescending manner, then I'm not learning from your management mode, isn't that how you manage your subordinates, so why can't I manage like this? His cousin had always been his idol, so he grew up following in his cousin's footsteps, and even this business of running the company he was learning from his cousin's methods. But why is it that his cousin manages the company so well, and the people under his hand are so obedient, and do not go against the grain, and why can't he do that? It's true that he has delegated power to his people, but those people are just using their power to do things recklessly, and when they have a little bit of power, they feel like they are going to heaven. How come those elites under cousin's hand aren't like that? People do everything they're given to do beautifully, basically making it impossible to pick faults. Lu Siheng glanced at his own stupid cousin and wondered for the 800th time why he was the male lead. Could this thing really be the male lead of a world? This world is fine, right? There are some methods that I use that you can't. We both were never meant to be the same company. You're an entertainment company, of course you can't exactly copy my methods. Tell you what, I'll help you manage the company for a few months. You'll be under my hand as a subordinate, just watch how I manage, and then you'll naturally take your time. Lu Siheng's words seemed to make particular sense, but on second thought they felt a little strange. But Ji Yunyang is now completely overwhelmed by surprise. He is really tired this time. Cousin actually want to help him manage the company. And it gets to learn the way its cousin manages the company and is still able to work under his hand. Yes, brother, why don't I hand over the company's affairs to you now? Recently, most of the company's matters are in cooperation with an XIN Entertainment, the same company that Suonin has. There's a TV series we recently co-produced together, and a script we invested in together, and that script is currently looking for someone to shoot it, and we haven't found a team yet. Ji Yunyang told all of the recent events, basically with Suonin's involvement anyway. Lu Siheng listened carefully, feeling more serious than his own company's report. We'll have to deal with that little girl soon, still a little excited what's going on, and wondering if that little girl is as dull at work as she is in life. Suonin lying on the bed suddenly felt a not-so-good premonition. System, is someone scolding me behind my back? The system was watching a TV show, and replied carelessly, maybe, now the 3 scumbags you sent in are cursing you. That rapist thing is all being found out by the police, and with your brother sticking his hand in it, that rapist is pretty much convicted, so I guess it'll be hard to get out. The bearded man also got a few years, but the one who lied to his friend didn't get long. Suonin touched her nose. I said, why is the nose so itchy behind the goosebumps also up it? So it is they are scolding me. Let them curse as much as they like. If they dare to do something bad, they have to bear the consequences. Early the next morning Suonin was still lying in bed when she received a call from Lu Siheng. And, I have a very suitable team here, isn't there a script to be shot? This team can come and shoot it. Suonin lay on the bed with her entire brain not quite awake. What did you say? What team, what shooting? The corner of Lu Siheng's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he listened to the sticky voice on the phone. Ji Yunyang has temporarily handed over the company's affairs to me to deal with, so now it's up to me to hand over the work to you, and the matter of that script has been handed over to me as well. And aren't you guys looking for a filming team? I've got a team here that is reliable in absolutely every aspect. I have to say that Lu Siheng's vision of selecting people is really good, although he does not have a system but his feeling is really very spiritual. There is no one who works under his hand that is poor, nor is there one who has a bad character. There is definitely jealousy between people and people, but this jealousy to have a degree. If you are jealous of others, that you and others healthy competition, Lu Siheng is very welcome employees healthy competition, as long as you have the strength that comes. So these employees under his hands are all very strong, but at the same time also afraid of being compared to others. After all, so many people under the eyes. Even for a high salary they can't be compared. Working above the boss, this face feels different. Suonin also slowly came to her senses after hearing Lu Siheng's words. What the hell is this Ji Yunyang guy up to? How did he give the company to Lu Siheng to manage? But it seems like this is not bad. This period of time is really about to be busy. Lu Siheng management of the company. Ji Yunyang is not able to go out to play. Ji Yunyang, who is currently working as an assistant beside his own cousin, sneezed. You wait for me. Today at noon we have an appointment to meet, then we need to talk about this matter carefully. It was hard to say on the phone, since there was a team then naturally she had to meet them properly. She was also tired of looking for people lately, in case she found a few more criminals that would be really bad luck. This is also a good thing for the people to get rid of the harm, but this kind of good thing cannot be often met. What? You said you're having dinner with Lu Siheng? What kind of dinner are you having with him? Aren't you busy with things in the company lately? When Su Jingyan heard Suonin say that she was going to have dinner with Lu Siheng, he immediately felt something was wrong in his heart. Suonin said while putting on her makeup, Ji Yunyang has temporarily given the management of the company to Lu Siheng, so now it's my collaboration with him. It's only right to go and have dinner with him. And wasn't I recently looking for a team to shoot that script? Lu Siheng has a team under his hand, and he's kind of solved my urgent problem. Chapter 139, The Family That Blew Up. Su Jingyan watched Suonin quickly jerk off a full makeup, and with a hint of doubt in his eyes, he asked, isn't it just to go for a meal? What are you doing dressing yourself up so beautifully for? This girl usually goes out to eat with him, how come I haven't seen her pay so much attention to her image? The system looked at the situation and said, dress up prettier and prettier. That Lu Siheng guy is so good looking you can't be compared to him. Suonin, don't worry, I'll never be compared to him. Su Jingyan. Come on, I thought you guys were going to eat, but it turned out you were going to compare beauty. Lu Siheng had been waiting in that restaurant for a long time, and he had to check his cell phone every few minutes. The appointment was for 12 o'clock, it was now 11:30, and there was still half an hour of no hurry. Lu Siheng waited here at 11 o'clock, and the waiter came over several times to ask him what he wanted to order, and he would always wait a while. System, Lu Siheng has been waiting there for almost an hour, do you want to move faster? Suanen sat in the car and looked at the outside and replied breathlessly, how do you let me move fast? Jump out of the car and fly over there. We have an appointment at 12 o'clock to he himself so early to can blame anyone. System. Although the words are so you are also quite right, but how is this sentence so strange coming out of your mouth? As soon as Suanen arrived there, Lu Siheng saw Suanen at a glance. Miss Su, Lu Siheng stood up with a smile on his face. System, no matter how many times you look at him, you will still be amazed by his appearance. Why a male will be so handsome? Originally your brother looks very good looking, Lu Siheng's looks compared to your brother's looks also have an impact. Suan, shut up, you nymphomaniac. Day in and day out, you actually have to go and flirt with someone else when you're dealing with such a great beauty like her. Lu Siheng covered the corner of his lips with his hand and smiled as he listened to their conversation. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I didn't order first, so just order whatever you see you like. Lu Siheng poured Suanen a cup of juice. Suanen nonchalantly drank the juice and then said, whatever, I'm a person who is not very picky when it comes to food, there is something to eat on the line. What's the point of picking someone else's treat? Just do it. Looking at Suanen's brash movements, the corner of Lu Siheng's mouth twitched slightly. How is this a bit different from what he had imagined? System, give me one of all of them. Let me try them all. Suanen, taste your ass, I can't eat that much. Lu Siheng suddenly felt that the system was a bit nosy. How come this system has become so noisy now? System, calling people sweetie when they were good before, and now they're calling them noisy. Just as Lu Siheng was about to open his mouth to say something, the system suddenly screamed out, Anan. There is a big melon to eat or not? Suanen's eyes instantly lit up, eat. Lu Siheng. It's okay, 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 it's okay. Lu Siheng ordered some of this restaurant's signature dishes, then followed Suanen to listen to the melons. Look at the table in front of you on the left. Doesn't it look like an especially harmonious family, with a handsome father, a beautiful mother, and well-behaved children? Isn't it an eye-catching family? Suanen nodded, yes, but what's so special about this family? Isn't it just a family out for dinner? Lu Siheng looked carefully and did not see anything special. People are very normal, I'll let you eat and couples love children, understand. The system smiled lewdly and said, this isn't a harmonious family yet, this is a combined family, and a particularly peculiar combined family at that. A particularly peculiar combination family? Suanen and Lu Siheng were all confused when they listened. How peculiar can it be? Isn't it just a pair of parents and a pair of children? The system knew that Suanen would not understand, so it explained, none of them are related to each other by blood. That woman brought that girl to marry that man, and that girl belongs to the woman's ex-husband and his wife, that man and that boy belongs to the man's ex-wife and her husband. What the hell? This talk is spinning people around, can you speak more clearly? Suanen was a complete failure to understand, but Lu Siheng did understand, but he couldn't prompt her. System, can you make things clearer? I'm confused with you. System, oops. That woman is the girl's stepmother. The stepmother took the girl to marry this man is the boy's stepfather. The man married the boy's mother. The two divorced the boy with the stepfather. Suan's eyes widened. This is too bombastic. Lu Siheng took a sip of juice and also began to stroke the relationship between them. This family is really quite chaotic. So these two children are following their stepfather and stepmother. So the four people in this family don't have a little bit of blood relationship with each other. The system also continued to say, and their family also has a relationship especially explosive. Oh, man and woman is a couple, the boy and the girl is a couple, 2 and 2 with especially perfect. Suanen gulped a bit, already completely at a loss for words. She only had one question right now. So this couple knows that their sons and daughters are in love? Lu Siheng, you took a look at the boy and girl, it looks like they are just 15 or 16 years old, this should be early love. System, I don't know, they are quite pleased to see their sons and daughters getting along so harmoniously. Suanen, Lu Siheng. Also relieved, this is no longer stop if you want to go out of the way. If it's an adult, this no blood relationship couldn't care less. He two kids who are not yet adults, letting them be so close is a bit too dangerous, right? That boy was secretly touching that girl's hand underneath. The two actually smiled at each other. Suanen's eyebrows were almost wrinkled into a Sichuan shape. If she hadn't been reminded by the system, she might have actually thought that this was a very amicable family. System, and that's not all. Do you know why that man married this woman? Suanen, how do I know this? If you didn't remind me, I wouldn't even know that this family of theirs is so complicated. The system gave a hey and said, because the man likes the girl's biological father. The man and the girl's real dad were lovers before, then they separated for various reasons. The girl's father died, and that's why this man married this woman, to take care of the only bloodline his lover left on this earth. Suanen and Lu Siheng's pupils quaked as they listened. It was too explosive. Chapter 140, Are you sure our world is a romance and not a delayed story? Suanen had sort of heard a lot of melons, and there was another very such question she wanted to ask the system. Tadako, can I ask you a question? You must answer me very honestly. System, what question? Whatever question you ask, I can answer you honestly. Do you want to know Lu Siheng's secret? Sitting opposite Lu Siheng's body immediately stiffened up. He can have what secrets he is frank and open. Suanen, no, the question I want to ask is our novel really a romance? Are you sure it's not a delay? System? Lu Siheng. Suanen explained, I also know quite a lot of things from you, right? So many men like men my dad and my brother. They don't know how many people are secretly in love with them. I'm worried about their asses now. And that guy at that table, just to be able to do that for his former lover, it's too much. So I'm really skeptical if this novel is really a romance. Why do I feel like it's a delay? You mean my brother won't be looking for a guy in the future, right? The system went straight to silence. Seriously, it was a bit skeptical by her saying that. Wait for me a little bit, I'll go check it out. Wait for me for a few minutes. Lu Siheng slightly lowered his head. Now the brain has begun to earthquake. Su Dong and Su Jingyan actually liked by many men. Actually not one but many. This Su family is not low on charm. It just seems like the object of attraction is a bit off. Lu Siheng touched his face. His own looks are not bad, should not also have a male crush on him. Not long after the system came back, followed by it said with certainty, and I can be sure that this novel is definitely a romance. As for why it has developed into what it is now, that I'm not too sure. After all, you guys have even changed your destiny now, and the female lead is nowhere to be found. Jiang Yan hadn't appeared for a long time. She had hooked up with a rich second generation before, but naturally the rich second generation couldn't marry her, so she cheated a large amount of breakup fee from that rich second generation again, and now she had left the country. The system also checks out how she's living abroad, and there's just one word to describe it: paper thin. And also hooked up with a foreign rich N generation. People like her oriental beauty looks, so she is also sort of in the heart of the hand, but not married. Jiang Yan can also get a lot of money from the hands of this rich N generation. After all, this foreign man is really generous to her. Jiang Yan is beautiful and open-minded and has money, so she quickly integrated into the life there and has no intention of returning home. Jiang Yan indeed no longer intends to return home. In the country she lived such a simple life, but abroad she feels like the protagonist. All kinds of parties she is the C position, everyone clusters her in the middle. She should belong to such a life. She is the protagonist. Where the book life should be like this, before in the country are living some of what the hell life there is no heroine preferential treatment. Suanen sighed after hearing the system's words. Maybe it says that what's written in it is just the love between the male lead and the female lead, and that for other people's feelings it should all be a passing reference. This meal, Suanen was quite satisfied with the flavor of these dishes. She also had a very happy chat with Lu Siheng in the back, and Lu Siheng was really a very nice person, not at all as icy as he seemed on the surface. Ji Yunyan, that's just how you feel. And Lu Siheng really very gentleman, very good at taking care of people. Suanen basically only responsible for eating on the line, the other Lu Siheng all taken care of. There are bones of things, he will pick the bones. The flavor is heavier and spicier dishes, he will also be reminded ahead of time. The main one is a thoughtful service. The system looked at Lu Siheng. This look always feel we're not quite right. The book wrote this early death of Lu Siheng character cold, very let a person have a sense of distance, and generally will not make friends with other people. Dinner is even more, needless to say, want to have dinner with him alone, that is simply to think of beauty. But now who is this person in front of this who is smiling with a gentle face? The system began the chosen all of its own existing knowledge to explain this phenomenon, and finally came to a conclusion. And Lu Siheng, he's fishing for you. Suanen was originally drinking soup. When she heard these words she almost choked on her soup. What the hell are you talking about? Lu Siheng also only gave his hand a beat when he heard the system's words and didn't make much of a reaction. Looks like the system isn't useless at all? It's not as dumb as I thought. The system hurriedly explained. Lu Siheng, he is not like this at all in front of other people. His company people's evaluation of him is that of an ice-cold and ruthless humanoid robot, the kind with cold-blooded and ruthless means with an iron fist. Even with Ji Yunyang he was only a little bit gentle, definitely not smiling so gently at you like now. There are only two conclusions when a man is so gentle with a woman and takes such good care of her during meals. Suan, which two conclusions? Lu Siheng raised his eyebrows slightly, also wanting to know what conclusion the system could come up with. System, the first conclusion is that he treats you like a daughter. A man can only be so gentle with his daughter, with his child, attentive to everything, and only if the man is a good father. Compared to the two of you at such an age now, this first conclusion doesn't hold water at all. How could Lu Siheng have a compassionate fatherly heart attack at such a young age of over 20 years old? So the second conclusion fits him perfectly. The second conclusion is that he has his eye on you. In addition to their own daughters, men can be very attentive and thoughtful to their girlfriends or wives, especially if they haven't yet pursued them. Lu Siheng wanted to give this system a thumbs up. Not bad, very good analysis. Lu Siheng now hoped that Su Anan would be slightly enlightened by the system's prompts, just a little bit. Su Anan's entire body was now frozen. She slightly raised her head to look at Lu Siheng across the street. Lu Siheng revealed a very nice smile towards her. Just kidding, this smile is Lu Siheng practiced 1,000 times in front of the mirror. The corners of the mouth in this arc is the most perfect and the most beautiful. Looking at Lu Siheng, who was full of smiles, and thinking about what the system had just said, Su Anan suddenly felt a wave of hot air rushing straight to the sky, and then her mind went haywire. Lu Siheng, after things have been talked about and the meal has been eaten, then I'll leave first, we'll be in touch later. After saying that, Su Anan carried her own small bag and left. The system still kept saying, "You're miserable, you've fallen in love." Chapter 141, Xue Qian's hemorrhoid attack at Su's home. This system was really watching the fun, and it was still going on and on as Su Anan rode home in the car. It made Su Anan's whole brain is brainwashed. Keep echoing the words, "You miserable, you fell in love." Shut up. How do you know what love is with a system that hasn't been in love? System, have not eaten pork, have seen pigs run. I have watched so many romance idol drama, read so many novels, although I have not had the time, but in the theory of the top I am also a master. In fact, Lu Siheng is really very good. I think he is worthy of you. System of the heart, Su Anan that is not ordinary people can match her people absolutely cannot be worse than Su Jingyan, which is not only Lu Siheng. Su Anan still a little bit not dare to believe, she herself is what kind of he himself know, love to eat, love to drink, love to play, even if it is now founded the company is not to want to work, the company into the right track after she is going to start to continue to play in style. Lu Siheng is a famous workaholic, how could he possibly like her? Forget about it for now, let's get busy with work first. Lu Siheng went back. That mood is simply not too good. Even Ji Yunyang, this stupid Han feel that his own brother is now in a very good mood. Then he made an unreasonable request while his cousin was in a good mood. "Brother, I want to borrow your yacht to go out and have some fun. I haven't gone out for a long time. Staying at the company every day I feel like my person is turning into an office chair. Founding a company is too tiring, although he wants to prove himself, but this way of proving is really tiring. Ji Yunyang woke up in the morning and looked at the mirror and felt that he had become much uglier. Before he was the suave Ji Xiao. Now who is this bearded man? The smile on Lu Siheng's face instantly retracted. It's not like there are any birthdays or festivals lately. Why do you want to go out and play? Don't you know that you're busy with the company's affairs right now? Is it hard to think that you want me to give you full authority to handle the company's affairs? I just came over to help you, teach you properly this time, so this is something you learn properly from me. If I know you're slacking off, then don't blame me for being rude. Ji Yunyang. You're cold-blooded, you're heartless. You treat Su Anan so well, why can't you treat me with kindness? Of course this sentence, he didn't dare to say it, or else he would definitely be beaten up today. Su Anan immediately put the matter of Lu Siheng behind him when he returned home, because a certain person had a hemorrhoid attack in his house. It hurts, my ass hurts. Xue Chen said on a sudden whim today that he wanted to come over to his house for hot pot, just to meet their newly found cousin. Su Jingyan originally did not agree, but Su Jingyuan agreed, 2-1, so the matter of eating hot pot was settled. Originally prepared for the Mandarin duck pot, Xue Chen eat that not spicy, but he did not control himself to eat all the spicy, and then the stomach and cannot stand in diarrhea, the hemorrhoids on the sin. The Su brothers looked at Xue, who was wailing on top of the sofa, with the same expression of speechlessness on their faces. Su Jingyuan looked at his own cousin and said somewhat helplessly, "How does he still have hemorrhoids? You didn't tell me that either." Su Jingyan, it's not like I can tell every person I see that Xue Qian has hemorrhoids, it's his own problem, who made him unable to control his own mouth. Su's father and mother had silently retreated, and then began to call the Xue couple. "Hey, Lao Xue, your son had an accident at my house." Yeah, he's having a hemorrhoid flare-up. Do we need to do anything, medicine? No one in our family has hemorrhoids, so we don't seem to have any, so should we take him to the hospital? Fine, we'll get him to the hospital right away later. Father Shui looked at his cell phone with an extremely speechless expression on his face. Your son ran into someone's house for hot pot and ate his hemorrhoids and had a flare-up, and now they're calling to ask me what to do. Father Shui covered his face with one hand, feeling extremely ashamed in his heart. Why would he be so ashamed? Shui's mother is also full of speechlessness. No matter what he is, he has no sense of proportion at all. Why do we still have to care about him? Please ask Shu's family to send him to the hospital on the line. Let him go to the cut and he won't cut it, annoyed to death. As soon as Suanan came back, she saw someone lying on top of their couch. Well, what's going on here? Why does Shui Chen look so distressed? System, ha, he had a hemorrhoid attack from eating hot pot, and now your dad is about to call the driver to take him to the hospital. Su Anan. What a talent, ah! After all, it was something that happened in their family, so this matter was sent to Shui Qian by the Su brothers. Su Jingyuan took a deep breath and said in a difficult manner, please can I not go? I still have to paint at home, mainly because this is too embarrassing. Two guys sending another guy to look at their asses, it's too explosive. Su Jingyan said with a cold face, I don't want to go either, I still have to go to work. He couldn't even begin to imagine the shock the three of them showing up at the hospital to go to the doctor's appointment would give anyone. Two guys sending another guy to the ass, how thought-provoking. Su mother looked at her great-nephew and son and said with a smile, people are coming over to find you to play, so of course you have to be responsible for nothing is just go over to send people on the line. Shui Chen, don't just let a random driver take me there. I can't afford to lose this face. Two men driving me to the doctor, I can't even imagine what the doctor will think of me. Shekian thought to himself that he still wanted a little bit of it, so he couldn't take it. Su Anan happily raised her hand, I can send him. I promise to complete the mission. Shut up. The Su family brothers directly pulled the watching girl behind them. What are you girls doing getting involved in this? If someone catches you on camera, what about your reputation? System, and don't worry, I can relay Shui Qian's situation to you later, it's okay if you don't go, I'll make sure you know clearly. Suanan, system, you're really wonderful. Sure enough, you're the one who treats me the best. Su's family. In the end, a chauffeur and housekeeper were arranged to take Shui Qian to the hospital, so that everyone could visit him after he had his hemorrhoid cutting surgery. I'll never eat fondue again. Never eat hot pot again. Shui Qian kept wailing in the car, but the wailing was completely unbelievable. Every time he had a hemorrhoid attack he would say he would never do anything again, but the next time he did the same thing. Chapter 142 You two don't shake, how come you are still so proud to come out for a meal? This time finally the hemorrhoid surgery was done. Suanan, when they went over to see him, the man was lying on the bed with a lifeless face. Su Jingyan looked at him in this way and said with amusement, alright, this is all of a sudden cut off from the root, but it seems like this thing will recur if you don't pay proper attention to it, you'd better pay proper attention to it in the future. Shui Qian lay on his back on the bed not wanting to say a word, his first time showing his ass for so long with a bunch of men looking at it, and later someone would come over to help him put medicine on it. Su Anan also comforted him and said, Mr. Shui, don't be too sad, you have to think on the bright side, in the future you will never suffer from hemorrhoids again. System, that is, before every time he committed hemorrhoids walking that enchanting look I do not want to imagine, a handsome and sturdy president, the results of walking with a sissy like, do not know thought he was from Thailand back to it. Su family 3 siblings. Where did you go for further training again? How come your speech is so poisonous all of a sudden? The system was now changing its persona every day, probably because it had watched too many novels and TV shows, it was now very keen on interpreting various personas, and today it might be a venomous one. Suanan, Tuanzi, let's not read so much into our speech, can we? People are already miserable enough now, you still have to talk about them like this. Fortunately what you say can't be heard or he would have to bounce up from the hospital bed and hit you. The system grunted in arrogance, it's because he can't hear me that he said that. The 3 siblings were kicked out after they hadn't been here for a while. Shui Qian really didn't want to be seen when he was in such a sorry state, mainly because the nurse who was changing the medication was here. He has asked very strongly for a different male nurse to change his medication, but the hospital won't. The key to this female nurse seems to still be a trainee, the action of changing the medicine is not skillful at all, and this female nurse actually blushed when she saw his looks and helped him change the medicine. Who says doctors and nurses don't have patience of their own looks and gender? A good-looking man will be looked at more no matter what, and he is. The nurse also complimented him on how his ass all grew rounder than the others, like this compliment is quite shy, but Shui Qian is also quite satisfied. The 3 Su family siblings found a place to eat after coming out of the hospital. I see this restaurant has good reviews on the internet, why don't we just eat at this place? Suainen looked for a very good review of the Brahma on the internet, basically 5-star reviews, and look at those pictures, the food in this restaurant is not bad. System, help search whether the food in this restaurant is good or not. This is something the system should work best with, after all, if it's willing to look into it, there's nothing it doesn't know. System, yummy, the ones on the internet aren't a lie, hurry up. The price of this restaurant is very high, many restaurants' price, and its food is not proportional at all. Suainen is afraid to meet such. Su Jingyuan and Su Jingyan casually choose whatever Suainen chooses, both of them are not very picky, just have a place to eat. I've also prepared 2 bottles of exceptionally good wine, and it just so happens that none of us have anything to do today, so the 3 of us siblings will have a good drink today. Suainen had long wanted to have a good meal outside, she hadn't had a good rest for I don't know how long. Now that the matter at hand was almost done, and she was slowly getting herself on track, her happy days were coming again. Su Jingyan gave Suainen a puzzled look, and said with a bit of uncertainty, "Are you sure you want to drink, with that damn drinking capacity of yours? This girl 3 cups down on the head to dizzy, she this hotel actually want to drink a good meal, joking." Suainen, my brother is definitely taunting me, isn't he? He's definitely taunting me. System, I can help you make sure that he's definitely mocking you, but it's also true that your drinking capacity is really bad. Su Jingyan laughed twice in his heart, even the system felt that this girl's alcohol consumption was poor, and he didn't know where she got the courage to say such words. Seeing that the 2 siblings are going to quarrel again, Su Jingyuan arose and waited in the middle of these 2 people, and then said with a gentle smile, "It's not a problem to drink 1 or 2 cups, don't quarrel, my stomach has long been hungry, let's go first." Su Jingyuan now has long been clear about the character of the 2 siblings, a day a small noise, 3 days a big noise, although aunt and uncle have said do not pay attention to these 2 people, so that the 2 of them own noise to go. But Su Jingyuan feel that as a big brother or have to take care of the younger siblings, cannot really let them so noisy, every day this quarrel is not conducive to the feelings although these 2 people feelings the more quarrel the better. The relationship between these 2 is really getting better and better the more they fight, every time after a fight not 2 hours after the 2 make up again. Since cousin has said so, then I won't bother with you, anyway, I must drink today, and the 2 of you must give me a drink as well. It's also just right for me to see how much you 2 can drink. She knew that her oldest brother could hold his liquor pretty well, after all, it was honed from so many cocktail parties and banquets and social occasions, but she didn't know much about her cousin's drinking yet. It's best to be able to drink a little bit better, so that when you become famous, you will inevitably need to socialize, and it's always better to be able to drink. System, I don't know what's going on, I always have a premonition that something bad is going to happen, but I detected it, and it's not like there's any big melons in that restaurant. It's always had good hunches, but that restaurant didn't have any particularly large melons, so why did it have such a bad feeling? Suainen, just don't think about it, you'll be watching the 2 of them drink later. During the meal, Suainen was very measured and stopped drinking after 2 cups, then she poured wine to her 2 brothers one after the other. Su Jingyan didn't feel anything when he drank from one glass to the next, such a little bit of wine didn't feel much to him at all, the wine he usually drank at night by himself was stronger than this kind of wine. But Su Jingyuan is a little less good, small half bottle of wine down, this person's face is already red like a monkey's butt. Suainen looked at her own cousin in this manner, and asked with a bit of shock, is cousin's drinking capacity so bad? I feel like it's not even much better than mine. Su Jingyan gave her an amused look, let you keep dunking people. Suddenly, both siblings' heads were grabbed at once, Su Jingyuan gripped one head with one hand, and then said in a daze, don't wiggle, you 2, why do you come out to eat a meal and still be so proud of yourselves? Chapter 143 Su Jingyuan's drunkenness. The system as a whole had gone crazy with laughter, ha ha ha, eating a meal and being so smug, so you and your brother and your cousin's eyes are just shaking your head while eating and being smug, is that it? Suainen and Su Jingyan were speechless. Su Jingyan, brother, the 2 of us didn't have a good time, it was you who was drunk. Su Jingyuan frowned and looked away, how could I possibly get drunk? I only drank a few cups before I got drunk, don't underestimate my drinking capacity, okay, I'm not an. Suainen's eyes widened, why are you talking about me again, I'm also a good drinker, okay. Su Jingyuan burped, then slapped Su Jingyan on the back of his head, and Su Jingyan's entire brain was buzzing. TCH, you love to pretend to be mature, look at this mouth. Su Jingyan. Suainen hid in the side and secretly laughed, cousin drunk is quite funny, well, this slap is really good. System, cousin always thinks your brother is too serious, and always has a taut face at his young age. Suainen, no wonder he slapped my brother, but I also think it's unattractive for my brother to always have a tense face, he obviously looks so good and so much like me, but he doesn't smile at all. Su Jingyan. You have a problem, I am the boss of the company, if I every day a smiling face this also how to be the boss. Is that a standard 8-tooth smile you flash at your employees every day? I don't know what you two think. Su Jingyan breathlessly grabbed his own cousin's hand, then said, let's eat something first. You just cared about drinking and didn't eat anything at all. We'll go home when we're done eating. Su Jingyuan obediently nodded, then took off his own shoes and brought them to Su Jingyan's mouth. Ah, come I'll feed it to you. Su Weinan really had to laugh like crazy when he saw this scene. Ha ha ha, brother open your mouth, this is a piece of cousin's heart. He actually took off his own shoes for you to eat, what a touching brotherly love. Looking at this one leather shoe by his mouth, the speechless expression on Su Jingyan's face was about to materialize. Su Jingyuan still kept moving towards his mouth. Eat it quickly, this tastes good, especially chewy. System, ha ha ha, leather shoes aren't chewy, open your mouth and take a bite. Su Jingyan took a deep breath and took the shoes off, then said, this thing can't be eaten, hurry up and eat and go home after eating. If you don't want to eat then we'll go home now. How come cousin is so difficult when he's drunk, even more so than that stinky girl? That stinky girl gets drunk and goes crazy singing, crying, and talking some bullshit, but after she's done being crazy she goes to sleep like a good girl. But why was his cousin so manic when he was drunk? That was the only word he could think of now, manic. Su Jingyuan stuffed some rice into his mouth, then looked at his leather shoes on the ground with a lost face. If you don't like to eat leather shoes to go home I can give you slippers, my slippers are delicious too. Su Jingyan was silent for 3 seconds, no need I don't like eating shoes. It's not like he has any special fetishes, so why would he want to eat these things? Su Weinan and System had already laughed so hard that they couldn't even eat, and Su Weinan had already started to pick up her cell phone to record the video. This scene can be a rare sight. After this incident after the cousin will certainly not easily touch alcohol, so now a second more to see is a second less, must be recorded with a cell phone. This meal was really soldierly. Su Jingyuan was particularly obsessed with feeding Su Jingyan all sorts of messy things. From slippers to clothes to books and finally paintings, Su Jingyan just said with a black face that he didn't like any of them. Su Weinan also sent this video inside the family group. Their family now had 2 family groups, one with her inside the family group, one without her inside the family group. But Su Weinan himself didn't know that, he thought their family was just one family group. Mother Su and Father Su were eating their meals and almost choked to death on their mouths when they saw this video. Cough cough. What kind of are they up to? My nephew is ing my son. Father Su's first thought was this. Su mother didn't have the good sense to slap him. What are you thinking about? Jingyuan is obviously drunk. Look at these words he is saying that are bull-headed. I realized that this drinking capacity of your family is really too bad. Su's father disapproved of her remark. Then Jingyan is also a member of our family. Why is his drinking capacity so good? Don't generalize, okay? Su mother, that's because my son is like me. Look at your drinking and then look at your daughter's drinking, and now look at your nephew's drinking. Oh, when your son first started to socialize wasn't he also a few cups down, and now this is hard to work out. Su Jingyan also had times when his drinking was shallow, then he felt that he couldn't always not drink. After all, he still drank a little bit more or less with others in the business world, so he practiced his drinking, and after that he basically drank casually. Be careful, later you sit at the back and keep an eye on your cousin, take care of him. Su Jingyan's carefully tended hair was now completely messed up into a chicken's nest. Su Weinan wasn't much better, her beautiful long curly hair was now in disarray. Su Jingyuan grabbed these 2 people's hair and didn't let go, then jerked them one by one. Only when he was jerking their hair did he stop a little. Su Weinan took her hair out of Su Jingyuan's hand. Brother, later you drive a little more steadily. I'm afraid that my cousin will throw up at that time. Don't worry, you take care of him and yourself. I've called mom and dad and they've got the antidote soup ready at home. Never let these 2 guys go drinking in the future, and the older one has a shallow capacity for this one as well as the younger one, not to mention this one. He's the only one in the middle who drinks a little better. I haven't finished my painting yet. My painting show is almost over. Su Jingyuan tried to get up from his seat only to end up with his head directly on the roof of the car. Su Weinan, the painting is finished. The painting is finished. The painting for your painting exhibition was finished a long time ago, and now it's all in preparation, you can rest assured. It was only when he heard this that Su Jingyuan nodded, then suddenly he turned around again. Did I really finish painting? How come I don't remember any of it? Su Weinan, you don't remember because you're drunk right now, you'll be able to remember when you're sober. System, tisk, tsk, drunk people are just too hard to deal with. I think you should be able to understand how your brother feels about taking care of you by now. Su Weinan, you shut up, how can I be so rowdy when I'm drinking? I'm obedient, okay? Su Jingyan. Does the word obedient have a dime to do with you? Chapter 144, Su Jingyuan, My image of a stable big brother is ruined. After returning home, Su Jingyuan hugged Su Jingyan and simply refused to let go. Su's father, Su's mother, and Su Ainen stood next to each other with particularly strange eyes. Gee, how come this image looks weird, but I can't tell what's weird about it. System, won't you separate the two of them? Su Ainen, don't worry, my brother can handle it alone. Su Jingyan's entire body was about to collapse. Why would people who drank alcohol be so difficult to deal with? Su Ainen, that guy drunk directly after the carry her away on the line. After all, the height of that little dwarf on that, but cousin, this height, this size, this is really not carry away ah. Looking at his parents and sister who were still standing by and watching the show, Su Jingyan gritted his teeth and said, Mom and Dad, why are you still standing there and not come over to help? I can't hold him anymore. The Su family couple came back to their senses. Oh, in a little hold on for a while I'll take a picture of you guys first, and when I'm done taking pictures I'll go over and help right away. Su mother hurriedly took out her cell phone from her arms to take pictures. Such a picture can be rare. And how nice these two children look together. How eye-catching. Su Jingyan. The system couldn't help but ask when it saw Su's mother reacting like this, is your mom kowtowing to CP? Knocking her own son and nephew's CP? Su Ainen looked at the anti-smile on this face of her own mother, and then looked at that look of her own brother and cousin hugging together, and then nodded with certainty, it should be, and I see that she's still knocking around quite happily. Look at that smile on her face. Mom never smiled like that at Dad. Su Jingyan's entire body is speechless. Is he really bored of his parents, all at this time still want a kowtow CP? The two of them have not been too up to date with the times. It was only after the photos were taken that Su Jingyuan was brought under control and then given a bowl of sobering soup. I don't want to drink with this hard stuff. I'm not even drunk. Come on. I'll show you guys a spacewalk. Su Jingyuan wiped his mouth with his hand before he went to the empty part of the hall and started performing his space step. Well, the space step was wobbly enough to make it obvious that it was a spacewalk, and all in all it was performed perfectly. Su family 4 people look at him like this are afraid that he fell, but this person simply do not let others close to their own dance with the cramps like still think they dance quite good. Su's father glanced at his eldest nephew, then said in a heavy tone, or maybe it's better not to let him drink in the future, this drinking capacity really isn't very good. He wouldn't be this drunk even if he was drunk, their Su family's genes weren't this bad. This great nephew couldn't be a genetic mutation. Su Ainen and the system were quite happy to watch. System, you can invite your cousin to drink a few more times in the future. The difference between your cousin's personality after drinking and his usual personality is just too great. How much he usually represses himself Su Ainen, my cousin is usually gentle and elegant. I thought that even after he got drunk he would at most just sleep around, but I didn't expect that he would actually be so wild. It's really too exciting. I think we can take him to a disco in the future. He's definitely the king of dance. Listening to this one-man conversation, the 3 members of the Su family were speechless. We want him to stop drinking in the future, but you want to take him to a disco. With your small amount of alcohol you still take people to the disco. When the time comes people will watch you two go crazy in the middle of the ballroom, isn't it? This night's commotion was also really long enough. Su Jingyuan started to vomit after the dance, probably because this shaking and swaying was too much for his stomach to bear. After throwing up the person was a little more lucid, and the care afterward was sort of able to be a little easier. After all of it was done, Su Jingyan lay in his room not wanting to move. It was literally more exhausting than his 2-hour workout at the gym, and his heart was even more tired. In the future, these 2 people should never be allowed to go drinking. Su Ainen is also a non-stop, and our cousin is also a non-stop when he gets drunk. As long as the 2 people get drunk together then it will not go to heaven. Su Jingyan's goosebumps rose when he thought of that image. It was just too terrifying. Early the next morning, Su Jingyuan lay in his own bed with his eyes open with a lifeless face. The biggest fear of getting drunk is that you'll be able to remember everything that happened while you were drunk. My goodness. Why did it turn out like this? Am I that bad a drinker? Su Jingyuan are beginning to doubt themselves. He felt that his alcohol consumption is okay usually nothing when you will also drink a cup. How this time to drink into this? He had never gotten drunk like this since he could drink, and he used to sleep it off when he drank too much, so how could he possibly go crazy like this? Aha! How am I going to go out and face them with this? My image is ruined. Su Jingyuan positioned himself as a stable and reliable big brother, to take care of his younger siblings, to respect his aunts and uncles, but this yesterday ruined all of his positioning. At this moment outside, the 4 members of the Su family had long since gotten up. Mother Su pushed Su Ainen, then said, "Go see if your cousin is up yet, he should be awake, right?" Suanin was waiting for these words. She rushed to the door of Su Jingyuan's room with a happy face. After knocking twice, she shouted to the inside, "Cousin, have you gotten up yet? Breakfast is ready. Hurry up and get up and eat breakfast. Yesterday drank so much wine this morning, still need to eat something or else the inside of your stomach will be uncomfortable." Su Jingyan didn't know when he also stood next to Suanin. "Brother, I know you've woken up. Hurry up and get up. Things have already happened. There's nothing you can do even if you don't want to face it anymore, so it's better to accept it openly." Su Jingyan's main focus was a sincere persuasion. It's just that this sincerity of his right now was a bit solid to others. Su Jingyuan's muffled voice came out from inside. "You guys eat first, don't worry about me. Let me digest what happened yesterday by myself first." As much as he was happy that his family cared about him, he really didn't need to care right now. He just needed to be ignored himself, preferably so that everyone would forget he existed for a while. The Su siblings looked at each other, then simultaneously shook their heads and walked away. "System, your cousin this psychological quality or a little less type A, as the saying goes, people do not face the world invincible, as long as I am not embarrassed as someone else, is not just a few drinks played drunk crazy, and did not do anything contrary to the moral thing, frankly face not on the line. Anan, I remember didn't you cut a hole in the ass of the suit pants your brother usually wears after your last drink, and you were so open about it that you took a beating." Su-en. Su Jingyan. Chapter 145, Lu Siheng's emphasis on colors. That day Suanin really caught her old brother griping after she got drunk. Instead of going back to his room to sleep, he went back to his oldest brother's room and then rushed into the check room and grabbed the pair of pants he wore most often. Before anyone could react, she clicked a hole in the top of the pants ass and cut it in the very center. This person is so drunk that he can't walk steadily as a result of the scissors can actually hold it so steadily. Su Jingyan suspected at that time that this guy was not drunk but pretending to be drunk. Then they caught the guy and beat him up, and after the beating the guy was honest. The system was watching the two siblings fighting to see that called a shock. It is really do not understand these two so big people why still able to fight. And in 2, you can't beat your brother and you have to provoke him every day, isn't that asking for trouble? The memories of the siblings were pulled back to that time by the system. Suanin pursed her lips in embarrassment. Luckily her oldest brother couldn't hear. It took Su Jingyuan a whole morning to slow down, so it was obvious how much this drunkenness had hit him. Su's mother even washed the photos she took last night today and hung them in the living room. Su Jingyuan's entire body was numb when he looked at this huge photo while eating. No, does this picture have to be hung in the living room? It's not decent for these two men to hug each other. System, not to mention, your two brothers quite a sense of CP, this is not online recently more popular kind of brother orthopedic literature. I also read a lot of such a novel a while ago, it is indeed quite exciting. Hearing the system's words, Su family members who were holding back their laughter lowered their heads. Only the two parties involved had extremely ugly faces. Suanin also felt that this photo is quite good. I can't imagine that my mom's photo taking skills are actually quite good. Brother attack, brother suffer. This feeling completely give out. Mother Su stuffed a piece of the dish into her own mouth, trying to suppress her trembling lips. Hold it in, can't look at my son and great nephew. Su's father wiped the tears he was holding in the corners of his eyes and took a deep breath in an effort to calm himself. The two of them are actually still quite open. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, sons and daughters like what people as long as the moral integrity they can accept. And what's wrong with parents getting high on CP? It's not like they're pressing their heads to get you together. We CPs are circling the wagons. What you guys like is your business, but what we like, that's our business. Su's mother likes good-looking people, and even more so, she likes two people who stand together and look good. This meal ate everyone's hearts. Feelings are very complicated. Suanin and the system began to chat about the recent popular delayed text. There are orthopedic and under the year. There are also masters and disciples. The main one is a color of all colors. Su father, Su mother, two people with a honeyed smile at the corner of their mouths, while eating while sneaking a look at the great nephew and son, the two people to see a whole fidget. Su Jingyan all felt like he was going to get a stomach bug from this meal, it was just too unbearable. Su Jingyuan's entire head is also dizzy. How can you drink a drink to drink such a thing? After eating, the brothers tacitly and silently moved away from each other. They both felt that it was better to keep a little distance now. None of the people in the family were sane, even the two elders looked like they had been drugged, and they were actually knocking up their CP? Other people's elders, if they find their own children have such a little bit of seedling that is certainly dead to stop, how their own family of these two elders is completely different from other people's family. Su's father and mother, our main focus is a play. The painting exhibition was pretty much done, and although Suanin wasn't paying attention, Su Jingyan had sent that person directly to the police station. These paintings are worth enough for him to have tears on his iron bars, and here's the girl who was scammed. which isn't really true to say she was scammed. Su Jingyan went to see that girl once, basically can be sure that the girl has found out that the guy is cheating him, only that the guy can provide her with a privileged life, so she deceived herself and kept getting along with that guy. Now that the man has been arrested and has to pay for the money and the painting, the woman directly drew a line in the sand with the man, saying that the words and the money were gifted to her by the man, and that he only knew that they were given to her as to whose they belonged to before, and that she didn't recognize them. In the end, it is the lawyer to get those paintings back. As for those paintings that have been sold, Su Jingyuan also issued a statement of what paintings have been sold, if everyone in the future in which place to see can also know what is going on with these paintings. You're going on another date today. Didn't you say you were teaching me to manage the company? As a result now you always go on dates with that Suanan. I feel like you're using my company to fall in love. Ji Yin Yang looked at his cousin with a disgruntled face. This time he was busy every day and his cousin just held his cell phone and giggled every day. Look at this appearance, who can still know that this is the calm and domineering Mr. Lua? Lu Siheng put the phone away, smile instantly disappeared. I'm just assisting you, and this half a month's time I teach you I've also taught enough, you learn should also learn almost it. You look at other people Suanan, people are starting to do the shaking hands of the cabinet, you are still what things are hands on. What does it mean to be a leader? That's to lead people to do things, not to take charge of everything, you're just too bad at management. Ji Yun Yen? No? You've got the filter on too big, don't you? Suanan's lazy behavior you can praise into that way. I work hard every day and still be you put down like this. In the end who is your brother? You're being a little too serious about this. Ji Yunyan slapped his forehead, all but giving an exasperated laugh. Brother, I realized that you have really changed. Before I thought that the term love brain was just something that was bragged about on the internet, then now I've kind of really seen what a love brain is like. In addition to Suanan's good looks, what else can you see in her? There are so many rich girls at home and abroad who liked you before, why did you fall in love with this Suanan? Lu Siheng directly threw the pillow onto Ji Yin Yang's head. Don't talk nonsense, Miss Su and I aren't in that kind of relationship yet. He was now slowly getting to know his heart, but Suanan was still unwilling to face it. But now the two people get along quite well, although they do not meet, but also chat more on the phone above, much more familiar than before. The two people can also be asked out to eat a meal from time to time. And he could also feel that Suanan's perception of him was not bad, and it should only be a matter of time before he impressed someone. Chapter 146. You also guard him when he goes to the toilet so that he won't die. Suanan was about to dress up and go out when she ended up suddenly being called by her own parents. Anan, what's going on with you lately? Be honest, are you in love? Su mother gave Suanan a sweeping glance from head to toe. This time this girl as a whole is a radiant look, must be in love. Su's father grunted and said in a bad mood, actually playing an underground affair under our noses, quickly tell me who that brat really is. How dare they cheat their family's little cotton jacket away, this is not wanting to die. Suanan awkwardly smiled, completely do not know how to answer, she really did not fall in love, perhaps now is more than friends lovers, not yet. The system said cheerfully, your mom and dad thought you were in love, so why don't you just stay with Lu Siheng, he's so good and handsome and his private life is super clean, as long as he doesn't die a year from now. But now that the plot has collapsed into this, he shouldn't die, so it's still you who's earned it. The Su family couple sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. This stupid daughter of theirs has taken down Lu Siheng. Is this not true? Is it really not a joke? My daughter is indeed also quite good, but in Lu Siheng compared to some gap, after all, that boy is famous means very, no matter what business as long as he looks at the money is not lost. Su's father all admired Lu Siheng's means and vision, not realizing that his own daughter was actually in a relationship with Lu Siheng. Suanan, what are you babbling about? We're not together yet, don't say anything, I'll find an excuse to fool my parents first. Mom and Dad, I'm not in a relationship, I'm just going out to dinner with my friends, if I was in a relationship I would have told you. Suanan said it with particular sincerity, if they hadn't heard the system it was estimated that they would really be fooled. But now, Su mother's thoughts changed at once, to fall in love is to fall in love, it is their own family pig arched someone else's cabbage, what is there not to agree? People so good cabbage was actually arched by their own little white pig, just thinking about it makes me feel happy. Su father's heart still has a trace of bad feelings, which again thought about Lu Siheng's excellent, this son-in-law is still able to match their family baby bump. Okay, hurry up and go, creating a company and not going to work, and I don't know what you're doing creating this entertainment company. Suanan smiled and hurried away, the creation of the company and not necessarily to go to work, ask others to manage not on the line, her company is not like the home industry is so big, this is a small entertainment company only. When she arrived at the restaurant, Lu Siheng was waiting as usual. Lu Siheng's dress today is very juvenile, sweater jeans, and his hair is also drooping broken hair. Those who don't know still think that he is a college student in the university. Su Ainen's eyes lit up when she saw him in this outfit, and her entire mood improved. Why did you get yourself all dressed up like that today? But it's kinda nice. He looks good in a suit, he looks good in a bodysuit, and this guy's looks are really quite exceptional. The system smiled cheekily and said in a strange tone, he must have done it on purpose. There's a difference of several years in age between the two of you, and he dresses like this in order to bring your age difference closer. The system has now turned into a smart unity, watching TV series and novels and comics every day, and it now feels like a little relationship expert, even though it hasn't been in love either. Lu Siheng slightly hooked his lips, then gently helped Su Ainen pull out the chair. The steaks in this restaurant are very good, you should try them later. The two were like a meal hitchhiker now. Lu Siheng knew a lot of good restaurants and didn't know where he searched for them. Su Ainen, what do you think? Lu Siheng knows so many restaurants, how can he have so much time to go out to eat when he works every day? Can't it be that he works efficiently? No, this can't be right. When my brother is busy he doesn't even have time to eat. Can't it be that my brother is too much of a vegetable? Su Jingyan, who was dealing with work at the company, sneezed. System, it's not that your brother is too much of a dish. Lu Siheng isn't that idle to come out to eat every day. He used his banknote ability to hire people to search for good places to eat. That's why he knows so many good places to eat. Seriously, I do really think this guy is great. If you're really afraid he'll die after a year, then you guys can just live together. When he goes to the bathroom you'll be at the door to keep watch, or you can stay inside and just keep an eye on him. Su-en. Lu Siheng. How come you're getting sicker and sicker with this system and staring at the toilet? The system didn't feel the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with its own words. It felt that it was saying the right thing so as to be able to take precautions. Su Ainen, shut the hell up you. I especially miss the simple you now when I was just bound to you. Look at what you've become now. Full of talk about love. Do you remember you're a melon eating system? System, but I wasn't a melon eating system in the first place. I'm a vicious female match rescue system. Su-en. Lu Siheng. Su-en already didn't know how to reply to its words, as if it was still true. Only then it slowly converted to an eating system, and that became an emotional system again. That's a pretty versatile system. The steak is up, let me cut it up for you. Lu Siheng's main focus was well taken care of. He wanted to slowly infiltrate Su Ainen's heart, so he had to start with these small everyday things. When she slowly gets used to him, then he'll have one. After taking a bite of the steak, Su Ainen's eyes instantly lit up. The steak was really delicious. It was juicy and tender, and it also had a refreshing flavor. The system was also stunned by the flavor. One more bite and then one more bite. I haven't eaten enough. After sharing the sense of taste, the system especially liked to let Su Ainen eat, and it wanted to try anything it hadn't eaten before, regardless of whether Su Ainen loved it or not. Quickly a plate of steak was finished. Lu Siheng carefully handed her a tissue over. How is it? Are you full? Do you want to order another one? As soon as Lu Siheng's words fell, a snort came from the next table. And order one more. Where did this come from? Hillbilly? This is a high-class restaurant. Really thought it was a big stall outside. Chapter 147 Thrilling Revenge. Seeing this woman's words, both Lu Siheng and Su Ainen were confused. Is this person talking about them? System, hey, there's actually someone who's actually taking the initiative to pick a fight with me. Didn't you say that I haven't given you any melons lately, and now there are melons coming? Su Ainen was in a good mood. A word for a melon, worth it. Lu Siheng also wants to hear to see what kind of melon this woman has, not just eat a meal in the restaurant, even eat a meal can eat a sense of superiority, is not it? The woman turned her body and was about to speak, but as soon as she saw the looks of Su Ainen and the two of them, so her words were instantly swallowed back. No, why are these two so good looking? System, she's odd by your looks. See that bald guy across from the woman, this woman is that guy's mistress. Lu Siheng and Su Ainen immediately set their eyes on the bald man. The man wore glasses and his body was a bit deformed, looking like he was in his 40s. The woman looked like she was in her early 30s and had a snarky look about her. Not to say that these two people are quite compatible, that is, the woman is not very beautiful, this man's vision is really a bit poor. I'm sorry you two, it's this one in my house that's a bit less understanding. I'm really sorry for disturbing your meal, why don't I treat you to this meal? The man acted politely, and the man had a little mind of his own. These two people's looks and temperament and dress code knew at a glance that they weren't ordinary people, and it would definitely be beneficial if they could get into a relationship with them. Lu Siheng said faintly, no need, you manage this person beside you, eat in a restaurant, are able to eat a sense of superiority, that others have not seen the world. This is afraid that they have not seen the world. The woman's face was a bit worse, the man's face was a bit embarrassed. Lu Siheng's words did not give them any face at all. The woman grunted and said, "It was meant to be, this is an upscale restaurant, the people who come in are people of status, where are the ones who come in to feast like you guys? If you want a feast then you can go to the buffet." Suanan was about to be exasperated and laughed when she heard this. "Where we want to go for dinner is none of your business, just focus on your own life. Looking at you guys like this you don't look like a normal couple either, bringing a mistress to come and eat in such a high-class restaurant. This gentleman really has some leisure time." The man's and woman's faces changed at once, and a flicker of panic flashed across the man's face. How could a stranger know that this one beside him was a mistress? It's not possible that this one knew him. Or maybe he knows his wife. When did his wife meet someone so powerful and rich? How come he doesn't know anything about it? System, it's true that men get worse when they have money. This man's career now is all about fighting with his wife, but now after a little bit of money, he started to raise a mistress, and even picked a mistress of such poor quality. The word poor quality almost made Lu Siheng and Suanan not hold back their laughter. Indeed, the quality is quite poor, not pretty and still have a snarky look. I do not know what this person is relying on to attract this man. The woman shut up completely this time too. She might have flaunted it when others didn't know her identity. After knowing her identity she was a little bit weak in her heart. The commotion from their side also attracted the attention of the entire restaurant, and the head of the restaurant rushed over. "Mr. Lu, Miss Su, I'm really sorry for disturbing your meal. We'll ask the troublemakers out, please don't mind." "A troublemaker?" The woman looked at the manager incredulously. "Who do you mean, who is the teacher's person? We are also the guests of the restaurant." "Ah, clearly it is these two people who are wrong." The manager looked at the extremely hard look on her face, and the manager also inquired about what was going on over here like the attendant next to her when she came over. How someone else eats is someone else's business, and what's wrong with someone else wanting a $100 steak? As long as the money is spent, that customer is God. It's not like the restaurant needs you to pack an injustice, it's supposed to be for the guests. This young lady, just after the matter I have also known, we are a restaurant for the guest service. Guests want to do what they want as long as it does not violate the law, does not violate the morality. Eat a piece of steak more and what, if you can eat if you buy it, eat 10 pieces is also okay. We will try to fulfill the wishes of our guests as long as they have a need, so we really don't need you to come and fight for us, we don't. The other guests at the restaurant didn't hold back their laughter at this. Many of them were regulars at the restaurant and usually came over casually dressed for dinner. It's just to find a place to eat, but you have to wear a dress and makeup, right? But these two did dress a little too grandly, the woman in a little sheath dress and the man in a suit. I don't think they are attending a banquet, although there are many people dressed in a very low-key and expensive, but not as eye-catching as they are. You guys? I'm going to file a complaint against you. Get your boss over here. System, this woman is also too unreasonable, right? This little three one really flaunted. Suanan, if you are not unreasonable, how can you be a mistress? Voluntary mistresses, they have no standards of morality. These people are true love first or money first. How can they take into account the feelings of others? Lu Siheng most hate is also a small 3 and derailed men. In this circle inside such a lot of people, some people also openly and honestly raise mistresses also took a small 3 mistresses in and out of a variety of occasions. They feel that this is a recognition of the man's ability, do not know that others are looking at their jokes. The real success of the man will respect his wife and love his wife, and you come over to the wife is not the mistress of those little 3. Some people just can't figure this out, and abandon their wives after they've made a name for themselves, and then come back to them after they've fallen off a sinking ship and say they were wrong. Cheek is really not at all on their faces, and in them they are also able to recognize the phrase, people don't have a face, the world is invincible. The system looked at the chaotic scene in front of the watch as if watching. This woman is also pregnant, but pregnant is not the man's child, releases the man's wife's brother's child, that is, this little 3 and the man's brother-in-law got into the woman's brother did it on purpose to get back at his brother-in-law and this mistress. Suanan, Lu Siheng. So exciting? Chapter 148 Dogwa, Confused Family Relationships. This melon is a little too exciting. Is it so messy? Now both of them looked into the head of the man with the glasses, feeling like he had green on his head. 2 people were invited out of the restaurant, said invited out actually kicked out, was kicked out of the woman's mouth is still cursing, said they want to go to the complaint, said the restaurant does not respect the customer. Suanan, system. You must tell me the follow-up of this matter. If I don't eat this melon, it's a waste. Lu Siheng also nodded in his heart, this melon was indeed not eaten and wasted, and it was such a wonderful melon. Suanan told her parents and 2 brothers about this after she returned home. They didn't know she was listening to the system anyway. The four members of the Su family listened to that as a dumbfounded so the relationship of this family formed a closed loop, is it? The woman and man are husband and wife. The man cheated on the mistress cheated on the woman's brother. It's just a straight up circle. That brother is also really yes, you, even if you want to take revenge on this mistress, is not so revenge, it is not also put himself into it. In the event that this child is actually born and identified as being related to you, then you have a support obligation. Unless this matter has been undiscovered, the junior smoothly and successfully on the throne to give birth to this child, the man does not know that the child is not his own, but if so you this revenge is not established. People's mistresses are on top. Is there really nothing wrong with this man's brain? Why is he so vindictive? And he even got himself involved, not even leaving himself a way out. If the child is not found, then the mistress may have to get on top, and if the child is found he will have to take on the obligation to support it, sinning. Su Ainen spread her hands and shrugged her shoulders. I don't know about that, but looking at how that man and that mistress are getting along, I guess their relationship is pretty good. That man really can't find out, then only for his brother-in-law to raise a child. In fact, can also be another idea, if really for his brother-in-law to raise a child, when the child grows up after the family property are left to this child, then this man is also for others to do the wedding clothes. Su family. It seems to make sense when you say that, but it doesn't seem like it would do much good for the original spouse and the original spouse's brother, either. That child was raised by a scumbag and a mistress, so there must be little affection for the biological father, so there is no significance above the blood relationship. The relationship was a bit of a brain fart to think about, but what was certain was that the man's brother-in-law was a lackluster. How can you eat a woman in her 30s who can lay her hands on a woman who I hear isn't even very pretty? Is it just to take it out on your sister? The man and the woman were kicked out and said that they would go to complain, but in fact, they did not dare to go, although they have a little money, but it is certainly not comparable to this restaurant. People's restaurants are chain listed, and the little money you have isn't enough for one of their stores. It's really pissing me off, it's making my stomach hurt a little bit. The woman lying in the man's arms, dainty gloves, is her age. This looks like this dainty look a little let a person unbearable. But the man was quite used. He patted the woman's back and said comfortingly, don't be angry, but don't be angry with our children, it's just a restaurant, we'll never go there to eat again. That restaurant won't last long if it goes on like this. How can a restaurant that doesn't respect its customers last long? Let's just be quiet and wait for it to go down. These two were intimate inside this small house while the man's wife and brother-in-law were trying to move the property. The man's wife held back for such a long time just to transfer the property, and only now the factory has transferred 1/3 of it to him. Are you still involved with that woman now? Break off your relationship with her early. I told you I don't need you to help me. How can you get down with that woman in her 30s? The original wife was looking at her brother with real anger. The man's brother-in-law haughtily spread his hands. Don't worry, it's long been broken, but she has my child in her stomach. When the time comes for the two of us to leave, let that pair of scummy men and raise my child. That woman definitely wouldn't dare to tell this matter, so that ex-brother-in-law of mine will definitely have to eat this. I can't tell you how good it makes me feel to think that my ex-brother-in-law would be tricked into raising my kids. He just wanted to diabolize them. That old woman was ugly and bad-tempered. If it wasn't for seducing them, how could he be with that old woman? The woman looked at her brother and sighed. It's good that you have a sense of proportion. I'll send you out of the country in a few days. I'll get a divorce decree from him when it's all over, and I'll be back for you then. The man has been trying to divorce himself for a long time. He's just not letting up now. When the time comes to transfer the property away, she immediately let go. Then see what those two people do. Even if it is to go to the streets to beg for food, can be, she is waiting to see the joke of the two people. That old woman can be a junior once, can't be a second time. After all, not everyone's eyes are so bad. Su Ainen was stunned when she heard the system say this side of things. Feeling as they think poorly. People, the siblings are not stupid. They have begun to transfer the property. When the siblings go, the scum of the still have to support the brother's child. Killing people is killing people. Isn't that what killing a man to put him out of his misery is all about? The mistress is indeed on top, but the money is gone. System, the mind tricks of you humans are so horrible that I feel shocked just looking at it, but it's really quite enjoyable too. Those two deserved it. And then, do you want to learn other people's mind tricks as well? Su Ainen shook her head and replied, I don't want it. I think I'm fine just the way I am now. Why would I want to make my life so tiring? Wouldn't it be nice to be her missy? Why did she have to find something for herself to do? Engage in this entertainment company or fast engaged in half of her life every day to work, and now it is not easy to entertainment company into the right track of her a little rest time. Why also to find things to do? This is not eaten up. This incident caused a huge shock to Su Jingyuan's inner world, and he drew a picture overnight with two men and two women in it. The man and woman at the front looked like a couple, with a man and woman standing to the left and right of them. The man in front of him ostensibly had his arm around his wife, but his other hand was already secretly holding another woman's hand. This other woman was smiling and secretly holding hands with this man, but her other empty hand was holding hands with the man next to her wife through her back. Chapter 149, Twilight Master Grandson Romance. The other 4 members of the Su family were speechless when they saw the picture he drew. Some people look honest on the surface but are so stuffy inside that they don't sleep at night to paint a picture like this out. Even the system feels that Su Jingyuan is stuffy. This cousin of yours looks quite honest as a bit of interactivity. Su Ainen replied to the system's words while admiring the painting. I do think that my brother's painting is quite good. Look at how complicated the relationship is, but he painted it so clearly that one can see the relationship between them at a glance. It would be nice if this painting also went on display, so that people could see what such complicated family relationships are like. Others. On the damage or you damage this painting if stick out, then I guess it will cause a lot of heat on the internet. It's really easy to get on the hot seat and get attention for something like a husband and wife relationship. System, that man's wife has already sent his brother abroad, and in half a month's time he'll be going abroad as well, so let this man live his life with his mistress guarding an empty shelf by then. The man and his mistress are still kissing and having a good time, and the two of them are still discussing whether the child in their tummies is a boy or a girl, and what kind of good life they are going to lead in the future. And discuss what kind of good life to have. What kind of good life is there when the money has been transferred? By the time the marriage is divorced, there will really be nothing left. Suan stayed home for a week in a regimented manner, and then went to her own cousin's painting exhibition. Not to mention that there were really quite a lot of people who came, and some of them wanted to buy the painting, and the price was not low. Suainen looked at the prices given out by those people and said with emotion, if only I had gone to study art back then, maybe I could be an artist now. My cousin is so artistically gifted, maybe I have inherited my family's artistic talent as well. Su Jingyan looked at her with a particularly strange expression, and then said, are you serious? When you were a child, your family also sent you to learn art? Art dancing piano let you learn, only you have been there once after you no longer refuse to go. In the first day of learning art you drew a big turtle for the teacher was so angry that she almost pouted on the spot, and then sent you to dance lessons. People opened their crotch to you, you let loose at them, that chain fart, smoked the teacher's faces green, let you go to piano lessons. This is a little bit of learning, but the level is not very high. Su Jingyan said these words out to Su Ainen's face are clear, this childhood things still take over to say why especially the learning to dance and fart thing, she needs a little bit of that when she's that old okay. Su Jingyuan stifled laughter, stifled the corners of the mouth are beginning to twitch. The original cousin is a child so fun he was sent to learn to paint, quickly fell in love with painting, and then has persisted. It's been over 20 years since I first touched it. Seriously, looking at her cousin, she looks like one of those multi-talented young ladies, the kind that looks pretty and versatile and can do everything, but only if she doesn't talk. As soon as the speech was made it was all exposed. Ultimately her Su father heartache daughter to solve the problem. You just say your sister you were not good when you were a child your sisters those things you have learned in addition to did not learn to dance. Then learn to taekwondo and sparring just every day in the house roar haha, but also got a nunchaku days in the house to fight, once directly stick hit his nose, and then nosebleed to find me and your mom. System, ha 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 ha. Your brother is so funny, is it actually this funny after an hour? No, I have to check out your brother's childhood to see if there are any melons to eat. It's true that I've been eating less melon for a while now, and I'm not used to it at all anymore. Su Jingyan. If I had known that I would not go to reveal the short of this stinky girl, Dad is really not give him any face he is at least now also the company's power, in case these words were heard by others how to do. Just as the family was having a good time, a screen went off from the system. Dogwa. See that old man in front? Everyone quickly looked at the old man in front of them. The old man seemed to have come with his granddaughter. Looking at their temperament they should have a good family. Suainen, isn't this quite good? Also the two look harmonious System, bull grandparents and grandchildren, this is grandparents and grandchildren in love. You guys take a good look at who that woman is, isn't that the Xie family lady? Just in time, the woman turned her face around, and Suainen sucked in a breath of cold air when she saw her face. Holy! It's really the one from the Xie family. Su Jingyan they were not too familiar with this what's her name Xie's family, it was impossible to have seen them at the banquet reception, but basically they didn't even greet each other. Suainen pretended to appreciate the painting while hurriedly asking the system, hurry up and tell me what's going on. She doesn't have a problem with her brain right, actually likes a man who can be her grandfather. No, it can't be called a man, it should be an old man. This one looks to be almost 70 years old, right? Although this old man looks quite majestic and doesn't have much of a stoop, the wrinkles and gray hairs on his face are real awe. This person in the end is how much to think. You do not lack of money and love. See a family on 2 girls, the big one is married, Cielon is the small this, since childhood is also considered to be family spoiled grown up, right? This brain is really no problem? System, Cielon has been in conflict with her family recently. Her family has arranged a marriage partner for her. That marriage partner is quite good looking, he is just a little bit messed up in his private life, but the man's side said that as long as Cielon agrees to be together, the man's side won't be in contact with any other women. Suanan frowned, a little speechless inside. What kind of era is it now that there are still marriages, and hasn't the eldest daughter of his family already been married, and now even the youngest daughter is not spared, is it? Luckily their family wouldn't have done such a thing, all their family's properties were built on their own, not on any marital nepotism. System, then Cielon was able to escape from her home, but she left in a hurry and didn't have much money with her, so it was pretty hard to live outside, and this old man was the one who helped her in her toughest time, so she slowly fell into it. Though I don't know how she got into it, the two of them have been getting along quite well lately, and the old man is already preparing to buy a wedding house. Chapter 150 The Su family collapses. Su family members throughout the whole as a 3 views exploded, even if it is no longer picky cannot eat anything You and an old man together might as well be with another union partner, at least the door is right to marry over if by the other side do not like you, you also play each other. At least the other party is a young It's not that the old man is bad or the age difference is a bit too big, and to put it mildly, you don't know which day the accident will come. After you get together with an old man head, people will look at you differently even if you do separate later. It's not that I'm looking down on you, it's just that society is like that, and you have to think about your future survival in society. What if you do marry this old man in the future and this old man passes away, and you meet another one you like later? What should you do? What will people think when they know that your first husband is a man who can be your grandfather? As long as the other party like you that cannot be a little bit of mind, like a person will care about all of her, he will be jealous of, will care about, will even think why not meet you earlier. In case you meet one that is a little bit more shady on the inside, then you may be despised and disliked. If you plan on not getting married in the future, that's fine. If you meet someone who really loves you and doesn't care about you before, then all of the above conditions are nothing, but this second one is just too rare. The main thing is that this Shirin is again known as a love brain and was quite smart inside the circle before. First she was dying with her family over a young model, then the young model cheated on her, then she was dying with her family over a male celebrity saying she wanted to get engaged. How could her family let her get engaged to a male celebrity? And then she committed suicide once. This thing in the circle spread all quite big. Many people think that this family little girl is a little too radical, for a man to die is really unnecessary. As it turned out, I didn't expect her to do something even more out of the ordinary this time and go straight to an old man. Mother Su thought about Mrs. Xia, who she often drank tea with, and wondered what kind of reaction Mrs. Xia would have if she knew about this. Estimated that there will be oxygen, will not be able to maintain it. Mrs. Xia always boasts of cultural people, do anything must have rules, speech is also Zozu, do not know that she thought she was from the ancient times to cross over it. If she really saw her daughter with this old man in the past, she would be pissed off. Suanan glanced at those two, then whispered to her own mother, Mom, that seems to be Xialan over there, should we go over to say hello? I wish I could knock this relationship brain out. Su's mother shook her head and said, no, let's watch ourselves. It's better to stay out of other people's homes in case you get into trouble. And the Shea family isn't much to talk to. This incident still gave their family quite a shock, and by the end of this evening's painting exhibition their entire body was still confused. Mostly, it's the image of that old man and young woman that always pops into my head. After returning home in the evening, Suanan lying in bed was really, the more she thought about it, the more annoyed she was, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that there was something wrong with that person's brain. What do you think he's really after, the other guy's age? System, who knows what kind of thoughts she has in her mind, I guess she is gambling with her family so she found one like this. Actually, it's an old man who is still good, and his family's condition is also good. The old man's wife died when he was in his 20s, and then he brought up his son all by himself, and now he's the one who lives alone inside the villa. This old man's family fortune is not smaller than the Xie family. His son, your brother, is estimated to know, his name is Su Bin, and your family has had business dealings before. Is it related to her brother again? Why do you feel that eating these melons will turn around and involve his brother? What kind of metaphysics is this? It's hard to believe that her brother is the melon king. It shouldn't be. No, tomorrow I'll have to ask my brother, this is something I have to track down. But the main thing is that she's holding it in her heart right now with no one to share it with, and with something so big and so strange weighing on her heart, she's having a really hard time with it. At this moment, Xiaolan's side had already returned to the old man's place with that old man. Do you think your son would approve of the two of us being together? What would he do if he was against it? Sharon looked like he was really moved to actually consider the matter. The old man patted her hand to comfort her and said, "Don't worry, he can't care about my business. How can any son care about his old man's business? And it's none of his business if it's the two of us getting married." This old tree was blossoming, and the old man was really putting Xiaolan into his heart. Your family wants you to marry anyway, so why don't we just marry our two families together? That playboy doesn't deserve you at all. Sheridan nodded. He was thinking the same thing. She really didn't like that dude at all. She was a good-looking woman, but her private life was a real mess, and she didn't want to get married and then suddenly have a woman come to her door one day with an illegitimate child in her arms. But now it's no illegitimate child, but there's a stepson who's older than her. Yeah. Su Bin's entire body was about to explode right now. My father, he really does not have a problem, right? He does not have a problem with his brain, so old he still want to get married, looking for the Xie family's youngest daughter. She's old enough to be his granddaughter. Su Bin looked like he was really about to get mad. His son was only 2 years younger than Xiaolan. If those two people really got married, that meant he still had to call the one who was younger than his son his mom. Just thinking about it makes me feel fried. What are you doing at your age? I'm afraid the Su family will become the laughingstock of the whole community. You say it's okay for you to want an older partner, then it's okay for you to find one that's about your age or that much younger. You're really okay with finding one that's in their 20s, aren't you? And to find a girl who is only 2 years older than your grandson is really beneath you. Su Liang looked at his own father's maniacal appearance. His heart's feelings were also extremely complex. I didn't realize that grandpa had to take a wife at his age, acquiring that future grandmother was only 2 years older than him. Su Bin's previous impression of his father was that he was really magnificent. His mother died early and it had always been his father who brought him up, and he hadn't been looking for his other half for so many years. He thought it was because his father was deeply in love with his mother that he stayed single. As a result, I didn't realize that I was now looking for it at age 70, which is really going to be both a laugh and an exasperating experience. No way. Definitely can't let them make this thing work. If it does, our Su family will really become a laughingstock. Chapter 151: The Su and Xie families collapse. The Su family had investigated this matter on their own, mainly because their own old man was just too off during this time. And spend more money, and to buy a house and a car. Su Bin also found his subcard to buy a lot of young girls. What with all the clothes and jewelry and cosmetics and all sorts of things. And the incident was discovered by his own wife, and he almost divorced her over it because she suspected him of cheating on her. How else could he have bought so much messed up girly stuff? Su Bin of course could not possibly eat this dumb loss, so he went to investigate and found out that it was made by his own old man. Su Ainan brought the whole family to pay attention to this matter, mainly because this matter was also too rare. Su Ainan, the Su family actually already knows, they shouldn't approve of their family's old man and Xiaolan being together. This age difference is a bit too big. The system pretended to be deep, said, that of course the internet did not say it, can be 5,000 years 500 years of age difference, but absolutely cannot be 50 years of age difference. Can be non-human but absolutely can't be a normal human. Su family old man, this is are not accounted for, is a normal human still 70 years old, this is not bad. Su En. For others were heard. After a week of following this story, it finally broke out, and it broke out inside the circle. Lu Siheng had also felt Su Ainan's coldness towards him, and when he really doubted his charm, he suddenly realized that Su Ainan was eating this melon, and nothing was more important than eating this melon. My gosh, how the hell did these two get together? This Xiaolan doesn't have any problems with his eyes, and this old man, how did he get off? The other girl is about the same age as his grandchildren. Ji Yunyang saw this news as really about to shock off the jaw. He lived so many years, or the first time to see such a strange thing, is it should praise their true love invincible? But this one is just a little too invincible. It's almost invincible in an invincible kind of way. Are you out of your mind? You didn't like the one that was hand-picked for you, you preferred an old man. Are you out of your mind? Xie's father locked Xian Yan inside her room after he got her back and didn't let her go out. He really didn't expect his daughter, who was spoiled since she was a child, to actually have such a poor vision. Xiaolan cried and shouted while saying, "What careful selection you guys picked, is obviously a playboy. How can he be worthy of me when he has such a messy private life outside?" Xie's father was really about to be infuriated when he heard this. Aren't the private lives of people in this circle like this? And people have said that after they get married, they'll cut off their dealings with those women outside. Really, the more I think about it, the angrier I get, mainly because this youngest daughter has pretty much ruined her reputation in the biz by feeding several people to death and all of them scumbags. It's hard enough to pick such a one now, and people have given conditions. If you want to marry better, then you should pay attention to some reputation. Ruined their own reputation almost and want to marry a fairy. How can this be? Xiaolan's ideal object is Su Jingyan, after all, good-looking family, good private life and clean, but her family directly gave her a pot of cold water, said she is not worthy of Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan would never marry a woman so stupid, poisonous, and harmful. For this daughter of their own family, they know what kind of virtue. Find a door-to-door family a little bit worse that is the best, if it is the price of a higher status, that is absolutely to be aggrieved and bullied. This one family affair they had handpicked was just a little bit worse than they were, and it wouldn't treat her much worse even for the sake of their Xie family. I don't care. Anyway, I already have someone I like and I'm just going to marry him. You guys can't be so shallow. What's wrong with being older? True love doesn't discriminate between ages. Xiaolan had been the one being taken care of all this time. She felt that the Su family's old man treated her even better than her parents had treated her, basically fulfilling all of her requests within his ability, as well as fulfilling all of her various little caprices. She also knew she didn't have a very good temper, but in front of her there was no need to worry at all. He was able to tolerate her completely if she wanted to. I think you're really possessed. Just reflect properly inside your room during this period of time. Anyway, our family won't agree to this matter. I don't want to go to the Su family to take a look and see how shameless that old man is. The Su family's side was also a mess. Su Bin's family's lips are almost worn out, did not let the old man falter. Dad, it's not that we're against you finding an elderly companion. We also want to be able to find someone to stay with you all the time, but you can't find one that's so young. Aren't you making our Su family a laughingstock? I don't have a problem with telling him to find one that's 10 years younger than you and 20 years younger than you, but you don't think you can find one that's 40 or 50 years younger than you. Su Bin was really persuaded to collapse, but the old man did not waver. Elder Su said with a faint look, "This is my own thing, no need for you to care. What's wrong with me pursuing my own happiness? I've worked hard to bring you up. What can you do to satisfy me this time? As for the outside world to say what they like, to let them say go. Anyway, I have no conscience." Ouch. Su Bin, his son, rubbed his face, all about to collapse. Since you appear such a thing, he has not dared to go out to play lately. As soon as he goes out, others will ask him about this matter, ask if it is true, ask their old man in the end what is the ability to actually be able to attract the little girl. He couldn't answer a single one of those questions, and those were asked in a flirtatious tone, so he was literally on the verge of breaking down. Grandpa, you also have to think hard for our family, okay? I don't even dare to go out and play with those friends of mine now. They ask me about this every time they see me, and even if you do marry her in, don't you feel embarrassed? Ask him to call a female about his age grandma and he is literally half-assed. Whether it was the Xie family or the Su family, they were already about to go crazy. They really didn't have any way to take this pair of people, one old and one young. They couldn't beat them or talk to them, so they could only take the trouble to lock them up. The system felt rare when it saw such a thing. It spoke to Su Ainen very seriously. You humans play with real flowers, ah. Chapter 152, Just Married and Regretting It. Su Ainen, for the system words that is not at all agree. You cannot beat us all to death, ah. Some people play words, but our family is not the same, ah. How clean and pure my two brothers are, the kind that have never been in love. I don't know how many girls are the donkey meat in their eyes. You dare to say they play with flowers. Two donkey meat. You, this description is quite strange, ah. How the two of us become donkey meat. Why is this guy talking as if one bite of them will make you immortal? Su's father glanced at his great nephew and son, and his heart was also really puzzled. He was also genuinely curious as to why his own two boys weren't quite the same as the other males in the circle's own boys who had been playing with the women since they were teenagers. There are also a lot of people who have had illegitimate children, teenagers who popped out illegitimate, so they have to call their families to wipe their asses and pay off those women with money. Some people are now successful and have great families, but they were also really ridiculous in their teens and 20s. There are also people who have been married for years, and suddenly there is a woman out there with a couple-year-old kid on the door packing up his kids, and the paternity test messes with it, and it's true. Later couples thus divorced. There are many, even if not divorced, feelings cannot go back to the former, at best for the family company contact for the sake of the children together. Su's father has literally seen a lot of this over the years. Sometimes young and unintelligent is really regrettable, so he grew up teaching his son is to treat relationships seriously. Only he is a bit too serious now. A woman is not willing to contact. The only contact is not only the company's employees, but the company's employees seem to be afraid of him. Lu Siheng and their side were also paying attention to see things, and it could be said that the entire circle was paying attention to this matter. The two families are now complete laughingstocks. It's not unusual for an old man to keep a mistress, but the problem is that these two have to get married. And Xiaolan is not a mistress. Xia's family is also famous within the circle. The people were also talking non-stop about this matter, even at the usual banquet gatherings. What the hell do you think these two families are up to? Why isn't there any news coming out at all? Do not have to think to know that these two families will not agree. This is also too ridiculous. Living so many years or the first time to see such a ridiculous thing. This Master Su is also too for the old. Circle inside is not no older to raise a small lover, that are raised outside, and looking for is not the circle of the door to the right which is to marry in this regard is to make a grudge. Xiaolan should have been locked up by her family. I heard some news that she's been crying at home every day, and she's even gone on a hunger strike. And again to commit suicide, how she every time the emotional problems to commit suicide. This person's emotions are really not stable at all, even if it is not married to this old man estimates that not many people want to marry her. Xiaolan's reputation is really quite bad, usually rely on their status, also like to bully people lower than their own status, looking at other people's things, also like to snatch them. He's also robbed other people's boyfriends before, so all in all this is not a nice person. This matter has been in the air for a month, and Su Weinan and Lu Siheng were talking about it when they were dating. Lu Siheng was acting as a listener listening to Su Weinan spouting off, but he was doing a very good job as a listener, and Su Weinan's favorability towards him was skyrocketing. The system saw the two looking more and more CP, and couldn't wait to just hold their heads down to get them together. I say you two just get together, it would be a shame if you don't get together, and you won't be able to find someone as good as Lu Siheng, he said. Su Weinan, it's not even time yet, how can you fall in love so quickly? It had been a pretty sweet time for her, but she didn't want to progress too quickly, and progressing too quickly would be a bit too irresponsible for her, and for the other person. Emotional matters must be considered carefully, or else it will hurt not only yourself but also others. If you don't handle it well, you probably won't even be able to be friends, and if it's bad you might even turn against each other. The matter between the Su and Xia families came to a close after a month, and the two families simply left it alone. If you two want to be together, be together. The Cs just said straight out that they wouldn't have this daughter. Subin certainly cannot say that he will not have this father, but he also took the family moved out of this residence, originally wanted to live together as a family, but now the words are really no need to live together, awkward. When this old man and young man got married, basically no one came to the wedding was very luxurious but there were not many guests. But looking at the smiles on both their faces I guess they were pretty happy themselves. The people who came also wanted to come to see the joke, but looking at people like this they couldn't say anything too sarcastic, after all, they didn't think it was a joke. Look at them now quite happy, just do not know the age difference is so big this later life how to live I still think they are a bit too impulsive, the old man is already 70, to put it mildly what if there is an accident in the future? Maybe they are all the kind of people who enjoy the moment, other people's family things we look at the line, even if there is really something wrong that is not still the Su family and Xia family, one is their own old man a biological daughter, cannot say no matter it. Sometimes it's really a case of fear of what's coming, and Xiaolan wasn't the virtuous type to begin with, she's the type that wants what she wants and has to get what she wants. He ran back to his mother's house in tears a month after her wedding, on the grounds that the old man was too old to satisfy her. Her previous boyfriends were all pretty good looking and capable, so she just assumed that men should be like that, and she hadn't had any intimate contact with the old man before she got married, just a kiss and a hug at best. I guess that old man knew what he was capable of, that's why he kept such a distance until he got married. It's just that what you want to hide can't be hidden after you're married. Xia's parents just watched as Xiaolan kept crying with an extremely cold expression on his face. This is the path you chose for yourself, we also told you that since you chose to marry him then you will have to walk your own path in the future if you are fine then don't come back so as not to affect the people at home when the time comes. You have cousins, and your own sister, what if you influence them then? Chapter 153 The whole family setting up Suan and Lu Siheng. How to stop at first cannot stop now. Eat a lost no to find the mother's family, not to say that this is their own daughter, Mrs. Xia really want to drive people out. This little daughter is really to them spoiled, not a bit of self-awareness, a bit do not understand, not half of her sister's understanding. Xiaolan looked at his indifferent mom, and in his heart, he was a little afraid to believe that this was something his own mother could say. Mom, I'm your own daughter, how can you say that about me? I've been tricked here too, if it wasn't for that old man tricking me how could I have ghosted him, I didn't know he'd be so useless. Mrs. Xia listening to her these words is really want to slap her, although I also do not like the Su family that old man. But people were to lie to you, it is your dead face to marry over, that old man's so old not normal, you slightly move your pig brain in oa. I don't have time to mess around with you here, the family has been affected by you enough lately, anyway, you're married now, how you like to spend your days is your own business, we persuaded and prevented and scolded at that time, you insisted on severing your relationship with us as well as being with that old man, and that's not our fault. Mrs. Xie stood up and said, time is not early, you should also go back to your home, in the future there is nothing to do or less contacted, you married over to be a grandmother, I guess the Su family is not too dare to bully you, as for you and the old man and wife between the things that we cannot intervene. After Mrs. Xie finished speaking, she let the butler send Xiaolon out, and after Xiaolon was kicked out, she kept crying and making noise at the door, this method was her usual method. In the old days when she hadn't married yet, as long as she kept crying and fussing, her family would end up semi-compromising her. Only this time it was different. Listening to the sound of the wailing outside, Mrs. Xie directly called the Su family and asked the Su family to take the person back. Subin received Mrs. Xie's phone call when the whole head is fried, this can really be married to a small ancestor back, is not the ancestor generation. Ever since the old man married this Xiaolon, there hasn't been a single day of peace in the house. It's also a good thing they moved out early or they really wouldn't know what to do with their days. This matter has become a joke in the circle, Su Ainen paid attention to it for a while and then didn't pay much attention to it, it's already married, where else can it go? Lu Siheng said as he gave Su Ainen some food. Ainen, do you have time in a month? I bought an island, so the two of us can go on a vacation together at that time. Although the work is important but also need to combine labor and leisure, you have also worked hard for a while, just can go over to relax a little, the island has all the facilities, you don't need to worry about anything, I will arrange everything well. System, tisk, tsk, 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 tsk. If you're looking for a boyfriend in the future, you should look for one like this. Or you can just take him in. I'm anxious for you guys. Lu Siheng at this moment especially want to give the system a point of praise, the system sometimes are quite good well. Su Ainen was also quite excited to hear that she could go and play, then can I bring my family along? It would be a little too awkward for the two of them to go out and play, and even though they were much more familiar now than they had been in the past, it was still a little ambiguous for a man and a woman to go out alone. Lu Siheng had thought about it long ago, yes, when the time comes, aunts and uncles as well as Mr. Su can go, and you can play for as long as you want to, with a private jet transfer. Su Ainen heard this and suddenly felt that Lu Siheng became more handsome all of a sudden, how could there be a man with such a good temper so handsome and so good? When she got home she told her family the good news. Su family 4. Why would you guys take us on a date with you? You want us to be the four of you? The Su family has almost slowly accepted Lu Siheng now, and Su Jingyan has almost recognized this brother-in-law even though he is a little less than happy in his heart. Most importantly, if Lu Siheng and Su Ainen got together, then he would have to call him brother. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. The system also couldn't help but say, I really don't know how you think people clearly want to have a two-person world with you, and you're still dragging your family there. Su Ainen, what's wrong with dragging the family to go, didn't he agree to it, and the two of us aren't even officially together yet, how's that for a two-person world? Mom and Dad, just go, if you don't I don't feel too good about going, after all it's just too embarrassing to be alone. Su Ainen hugged her own mom's hand while pampering her and said, if you guys go I'll be able to feel a little more at ease, otherwise I'll be alone outside to play with you guys at home and I'll be more embarrassed. Su Jingyan directly a splash of cold water to her down, but you are also playing at home playing at home, how did not see you have more embarrassed? Su Ainen. No one takes you for a dummy if you don't speak. Su Jingyuan did not hold back laughing out, Ainen, which someone dragged the family to go to someone else's island above to play, people are invited to go, you wanna go, we a few are not too good to go as a light bulb. Don't worry, we still believe in Mr. Lu's character, and we're happy to see you too if you're really together. Su father also echoed, yes, such a good man by my daughter to catch, this my face also have a light Anen, this Lu Siheng is really good, if you have feelings for each other can also be together, people are 2 days called you out to dinner, which have eaten for almost 2 or 3 months and then eat down your double chin or fast to give him to raise out of the double chin. Su Ainen was so scared that she hurriedly touched her chin, luckily, her neck was still so slender and there was no meat under her chin. Under the collective wrong jaws of her family, Su Ainen ended up going to that island alone with Lu Siheng. System, why do I feel that they are doing it on purpose, aren't they worried that something will happen to me alone out there, they are too relieved for Lu Siheng. Anyhow, I'm also a big beautiful woman and Lu Siheng alone here in case something really happened, how to do. Lu Siheng almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard her say this, but in the end, he held it in. System, if something really happened then get married, and you do not lose, look at this broad shoulders and narrow waist, long legs, and this face, this is earned Chapter 154 Su Jingyan's Worry. After such a long time of feeding, the system had now become Lu Siheng's loyal supporter. If an really married Lu Siheng, then everyday delicious food must be constantly, this kind of beautiful life who do not want to live. Su Ainen felt the system's reversal, and her heart was really mixed. She glanced at Lu Siheng, the emotions in her eyes extraordinarily complex. This guy in the end how to do, not only accepted her family actually also accepted this system. Usually do not see him and her family to get along with the system is never get along. Is this the charm of personality? Not really. Su Ainen's mind was a mess right now, and she fell asleep thinking about it. Lu Siheng quietly put the blanket over her then closed his eyes as well. Wake up again when already in the island above in fact not only the two of them, there are servants housekeeper, add up to dozens of people it. There's a big estate up there, and a lot of fruit growing inside the estate. You could say it really is a paradise. Su Ainen saw the beauty of this island, her mood was instantly soothed, and the things she was now considering on top of the airplane were instantly forgotten. This island of yours is so beautiful too, it's nothing like the places I've been to before, are all private islands this nice? The Su family had not bought an island, and Su Ainen was not someone who easily went out of the country with other people to go to the island to play, and the Su family was also very restrictive of her in this regard because they were afraid that something would happen, so this was the first time she had come to this kind of private island. Lu Siheng smoothly smoothed her hair, then gently said with a smile, I haven't been to any other islands, and I don't know what the other private islands are like, but this one is fine if you like it, and I can give this island to you if you like it. The system sucked in a breath of cool air upon hearing this, hiss. This is too generous. It's a direct gift to the island. And then, if you agree to this, you'll become the owner of the island all of a sudden. Su Ainen was shocked because of his large sum of money. No, really no, what do I need this island for, and it's your island. How can this person be so generous, such a beautiful island said to give away, but also fortunate that the Lu family is a big family Lu Siheng looked at her this frightened look lightly laughed and said, I usually also rarely come over to play, only Ji Yun Young nothing when he likes to bring some friends over to play a game, if you like it really can give you, after the year can come here a few months to recuperate a little bit of the body, this place to recuperate the body is still good. Aunts and uncles can come over here often too. Lu Siheng originally is not the kind of hedonism, he bought Yacht by Island also just after the buy on the side of the put, think up when to look at a play, do not think up when he simply when this thing does not exist. The system really can't wait for Su Ainen to agree to it, yes. He took the initiative to give you and you later married, his things are not all your it, and now is just in advance to give you this island only. I've already named this island, it's called Peach Blossom Island. Su Ainen, Lu Siheng. This island is full of coconuts, where are the peach blossoms? You've been watching too many TV shows. Su Ainen really wanted to smack the system, this Tuanzi was really getting disobedient lately. You hurry to shut up, so expensive gift you say to accept if really later and Lu Siheng together then later to talk about it, anyway, now cannot be accepted. Lu Siheng directly grasped a key point, will be with him in the future, that means Su Ainen is not without a little bit of feelings for him, maybe now the heart is really a little bit like him, so he must continue to work hard. Su Ainen took a deep breath and said, there's really no need, in the future if I want to come over to play I can talk to you in advance, you can't not let me come over to play. Lu Siheng, of course not, you can come over whenever you want. Two people chatting while strolling inside this manor, Lu Siheng also gave Su Ainen picked a lot of fruits, two people eat while walking, the mood is extraordinarily good. And Su's family wasn't as calm as they said they were before after Su Ainen left. Su Jingyan sat on the sofa and watched the TV, looked and said, you say that girl would not really and Lu Siheng together, right, the two of them on the island alone will not be messing around, can't they come back as soon as I have to be an uncle it? So much so that he seemed to be looking forward to what was going on, and it wasn't as if he couldn't take a little anon with him when the time came. Su Ainen was really cute and obedient when she was little, the older she got the more rebellious she became, and she loved to fight with him. It would be nice to have a little niece for him, just exactly like that stinky girl when she was a baby. Mother Su knitted her wool and said without lifting her head, don't worry too much, you've had to ask a question every few minutes since your sister left, if you were worried why didn't you agree to follow in the first place? Even if the two of them do get together so what, both are adults who will have a sense of propriety, and if you do have a little nephew when you come back, that's pretty good too. Su Jingyan, what if that girl has a child and then that Lu Siheng guy refuses to get married, then what? Su's father, if you don't want to get married, then you don't want to get married, it's not like we're rushing into it, and it's good that we're still earning a child. Lu Siheng is good looking and smart, its genes will definitely not be bad, and the child born at that time will definitely be excellent as well. so even if the two of them don't get married it's still something we've earned. Su Jingyan, Su Jingyuan. How come you two are so open-minded? Who is the young man in the end? The two parents are quite relaxed. It is these two brothers cannot eat and sleep, last night also directly insomnia. Su Jingyan sighed one after another as he held his oldest sister's childhood photo. How did she suddenly grow up? How did she suddenly have to find a boyfriend? I'm not prepared at all yet. That stinky girl from childhood he brought up, he is a father and mother and brother, it is not easy to bring people up results not 2 years to be abducted. When that girl was at home he hadn't felt much discomfort, but now that she was gone his heart really didn't feel good. He's not used to just hanging out now either, and if he does get married in the future, he'll really have to go to someone else's house. Su Jingyan sighed as he lay on the bed. Why can't Lu Siheng join the family? Chapter 155, Relationship really established ya. The more he thought about it, Su Jingyan said that he wanted Lu Siheng to join the family, but the Lu family had only one only son, so this idea was really a bit unrealistic. Early the next morning, Su Jingyan called the whole family up for a family meeting for this very issue. The other 3 members of the Su family all looked at him with a sick look when they heard this. Su mother also touched Su Jingyan's head. No fever why still say this kind of nonsense? People's family is just a child, you still want to let people into the family, even if you really can't let go of your sister, this matter is also not possible Su's father said while eating breakfast, that's right, although I also can't let go of my daughter, it's someone's son's only son to marry do you want the Lu family to hunt you down? Su Jingyuan looked at Su Jingyan's contemplative face, comfortingly patted his shoulder and said, I know you can't bear to let go of an but it's still early for the two of you to finalize their relationship, and you're already anxious like this at this time, and by that time when you're really married off, I feel that you're definitely going to have a mental breakdown. These two siblings usually play around unexpectedly, affection actually so good, this is already completely brought into the father's heart But the real father is feasting. Su Ainen didn't know that her own brother was actually so reluctant to give up on her, and he was actually worried about the future before the 8 characters even had a chance to come together. She's having a blast right now, there's just so much fun to be had on this island, and the various recreational amenities have been put in place exceptionally well. The most important thing was that there were so many flowers planted here, Su Ainen couldn't even count how many there were. My goodness, just how much did you spend when you built this island facility? It's so luxurious, I played for 3 days and didn't even finish the whole island. Su Ainen feels like every day is like a treasure hunt now. Lu Siheng, this guy also really bought all kinds of treasures in many places, beautiful jewelry, there are thousands of strange trinkets, directly pulled this sense of anticipation and surprise. She was now genuinely skeptical that this person had ever been in love, and really would be too good at it. System, are you sure he has never been in love? Why I don't quite believe it, look at him, this coaxing girls to be happy skillful degree has not been too skillful, right? All these stuffed animals, all this beautiful jewelry, is this really something that a man who has never been in a relationship can pick out? Her oldest brother picks out things for her that are always red and pink and all sorts of warm colors, and he feels like he just looks at the colors to pick out a gift. Lu Siheng, this aesthetic directly hanging her old brother I don't know what kind of girlfriend her brother will have in the future, she kind of pitted for that girl, it's really a sin to meet such an uninteresting boyfriend as her brother. Lu Siheng put the crown on her head correctly, then explained, these things are all things that I let the online netizens help me reselect after I chose them, and before that, they also messed up and chose something really ugly, but I subjectively and consciously chose them again on my own. These are the final products that were picked out, and there were some really ugly ones that I put somewhere else and didn't take out. Sometimes netizens are really damaging. Lu Siheng bought a lot of gifts according to his own subjective consciousness, but he didn't know which kind the girls liked, so he let the netizens help him choose the kind with bonuses. The people at the beginning were quite normal, those at the back became more and more abnormal, choosing 1,000 different things. Lu Siheng was still deep in thought over a purple octopus. Would a girl really like something so ugly? It's also fortunate that he didn't listen to the netizens entirely, as he picked out some of the things that fit his aesthetic altogether, and it turns out that his aesthetic is still good. Su Ainen pulled a puppy stuffed animal and said with a smile, do you know how odd my brother's aesthetics are? He wouldn't be as good as you are at all, since he was little the gifts he picked out later on were all pink and ugly in pink. The point is that he thinks it looks good again himself, and I don't know what the hell he thinks. Su Ainen simply didn't want to recall those pink dress skirts as soon as she thought of them, they were too hot for her eyes. Lu Siheng imagined the look of Su Jingyan's, was that person's aesthetics really that bad? It didn't look like it. Seeing that he was also dressed normally, it was hard to believe that the man usually had a special dresser to match the way he dressed for work. Su Jingyan, you're what only ugly at you only clothing is to match it, I ate enough to call the dresser every morning to match my clothes is not it. They'd been playing directly on top of this island for half a month, and the system is all played out for fun. Finally to go back when the system are crying, I do not want to go back, why cannot stay here, I so like to eat these seafood. I'd love to stay here for your honeymoon when you get married. Su Ainen. This is also a bit too much, right, half a month to shed into this. Lu Siheng were almost amused by this crying sound of the system was getting more and more humanized, and the mechanical sound inside the voice was getting less and less. Thank you for inviting me over to play, come to my house for dinner when you get back, Su Ainen said with a smile on her head. Lu Siheng was slightly stunned. Did this mean what he thought it meant? Do you mean by that statement what I think you mean? Lu Siheng was a little less sure and a little less daring to believe. Su Ainen directly kissed his lips. Isn't it obvious that I'm showing this? We've been going back and forth like this for several months now, and after all kinds of tests I'm sure that you don't have any problems in terms of character and morality. So I've agreed to let you be my boyfriend. As for what will develop after that, it depends on your performance. If you perform well. Su Ainen's words were interrupted before she could finish. I will definitely behave myself. Definitely won't let you suffer the slightest bit of aggravation. In our house you call the shots. If you say go east I'll never go west. Lu Siheng's tone was particularly quick, and one could hear his nervousness. Even when he had just started the company he had never been so nervous. Ah! You guys are really together. You're really together. I told you you'd be together. Really convinced you guys also wasted several months of time. The several months can do a lot of things, okay. The system was even more excited for the two of them, and if it had a physical body it would probably be spinning in happy circles by now. Chapter 156 Fading Colors in Love. What? How did you guys settle down so quickly? What the hell happened on the island in the past half month? Su Jingyan's voice had broken, so what exactly had happened on top of the island in this half month directly made their relationship soar so much? Didn't you say it was early? Didn't you say it was early? That's what you call early. Su Ainen took Lu Siheng's hand and said, nothing happened, we just played half a month. In this half a month together I found Lu Siheng is really very good, very care of me. Su Jingyan now looked at Lu Siheng with extraordinarily bad eyes. I treat you as a competitor, you abducted my sister. The two are now considered friends but sometimes rivals in business. After all, there are no friends or relatives in the field of interests. As a result, things have suddenly developed into this. Su Jingyan for Su Ainen toss Lu Siheng this thing that is happy to see, but if the two of them are really together his heart is like a big stone. Who can understand the feeling of having a cabbage that you have carefully raised suddenly being overpowered by a pig? Looking at her eldest son who had a devastated face, Su's mother's face opened up with a smile, not in mockery of her son but in happiness for her daughter. Such a good man must be seized. This good man is not circulating in the market, gone then really gone. Don't mind your brother, he just can't let you go. After all, he's the one who brought you up since you were little, and although he's pretty much above the lip to you but he also really cares about you. I for the two of you, he agreed with both hands and feet. Your father also agreed. As long as Siheng is good to you, we are nothing to ask for, nothing everything. Lu Siheng hurriedly swore to make a guarantee. Auntie and uncle, don't worry, I will definitely treat Ainen very well in my life, very well. If there is a next life I will also treat her very well. Booking the next life and the one after that now, the man is too much of a thief. Su Jingyan is now looking at Lu Siheng as a nose not an eye. Originally before he still felt that this person is good, but now after the two of them have established their relationship he feels that this person is flawed everywhere. It felt good before because the two of them weren't together yet. I can warn you, if you dare to treat my sister badly in the future you'll see what I'll do to you. Su Jingyan, while putting harsh words while rolling up his sleeves, felt like he was going to rush up next second. What fluttering noble gentleman, what overbearing president, this image he doesn't want anymore. Su Jingyuan looked at his cousin in this madness and hurriedly made a move to stop him. Don't be impulsive, this is the future brother-in-law. If you hurt him the hard one will be Anne's, she'll have a hard time if both of you get hurt. It was also the first time Su Ainen had seen her own oldest brother so out of control. System, my brother seems to really love me. If he loves me so much then why always move to beat me? The system was silent for 2 seconds, thinking for 2 seconds before saying, maybe it's because your behavior is usually so beaten up, sometimes you always take the initiative to ask for a beating. There is a saying in your area called the first to tease is cheap. You should be the perfect interpretation of this adjective. Su-en. Others. Why does it feel like this system is getting more and more sarcastic in what it speaks? What kind of nonsense has it learned during this period of time? This side is considered to have met the parents. Lu Siheng went back and told his parents the news. A maniacal laughter erupted inside the Lu family's old mansion. Ha 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 ha. Our home-raised pigs can finally arch cabbages. It actually arched such a good cabbage. I thought this kid would be smashed in my hands in this life. Mrs. Lu smiled to be able to see the back-groove teeth. In order to their son's life events, she did not know how many hair white. The two of the family are not save, one everyday busy working, not in girls' contact, a good in girls' contact also be cheated, now also a little evolved into the trend of workaholism. At this rate their family will be workaholics. Ji Yunyang looked at his own cousin with this bright smile, his face was disgusted. Brother, your smile is too worthless, haven't the two of us been together for a long time, how come we're only confirming our relationship now? Lu Siheng patted the back of his brother's head and said, before, we were trying to get along, in Ann's words, testing whether I was suitable to be her boyfriend, and now I've passed the test. Ji Yunyang simply could not believe that this was his own brother's words, his brother was so good as a result, or the one who was picked, this Suanan is also too powerful. Mrs. Lu patted her son's shoulder and said in a serious tone, now it's not easy to meet a blind one, you have to grasp the person, if you let the person to run away your whole life can really be smashed in the home. You said it wasn't easy for me and your dad to make you look like this, you didn't know how to use your face before, now you have to use this face of yours properly, girls are horny too. Waiting for tomorrow I'll take you to buy another dress, this is always black suit although look also good, but after a long time will look tired, you have to give people fresh patterns every day, so that the relationship can be long lasting. Lu Siheng, Ji Yunyang. We feel as if we have heard something extraordinary. Ji Yunyang opened his mouth a bit surprised and said, Auntie, your thinking is just too advanced, you're the young people nowadays, aren't you? Mrs. Lu shook her hair and said proudly, my thinking is not as old-fashioned as yours, I have low requirements for you, even if you two bring a man back in the future I am able to accept it, I am just afraid that you two will be smashed in my hands. I can't be alone with 3 men, it's embarrassing to have 3 bodyguards every time I go out. The 3 men of the Lu family. Usually we follow you, how aggrieved you are, I can see that you dislike us. Ji Yunyang applauded in surprise, great aunt really deserves to be great aunt, this thought is really absolute, it's really not easy for someone of this age to accept such advanced ideas. But how low is the bar for them? They're both young talents too, okay. After the relationship was established, the two of them, Lu Siheng and Su Anan, began their dog abuse routine. That phone kanji boiled Su Jingyan every time he passed by and saw them on the phone had to sneer. Su Anan felt that his brother was jealous. Ji Yunyang really felt like he was going blind every time he saw his cousin's worthless smile. It wasn't that it wasn't nice, it was that he hadn't seen him smile like that since he was a kid. Looking at this brilliant smile, Ji Yunyang made a death wish and said, brother, you restrain yourself a little bit, it's easy to smile with crow's feet like this, have you heard of the saying, the color fades and the love of chi? Get out! Chapter 157 Two Brothers Surveillance. Ji Yunyang's feelings were really complicated every time he saw his cousin in this happy state. Obviously he was the more popular kind, right, so why would it be the cousin who got off first? Ji Yunyang was kind of doubting his own charm, the only time he had a girlfriend was still by someone else. Now that Zhang Yan seems to have been out of the country for a long time. The lifelong affairs of his own eldest son had been settled, now it was the turn of this little nephew. Mrs. Lu started chanting about it every day as soon as she saw Ji Yunyang. Yang you also have to think more about your own things, the company is busy but the lifelong matters are more important. You see your brother now have a date, you will not be compared to your brother. I initially thought that your brother was going to die alone, who knew that by this time to give me a surprise, when you also give me a surprise. Looking at the bitterly brainwashing aunt, Ji Yunyang's mouth twitched and immediately stood up, Auntie, I suddenly remembered that the company still has a little something I left first. The matter of life, I will think about this thing, if I meet the right I promise to bring people back to you. Ji Yunyang was also serious when he said this, it's just that he hasn't met a suitable for so long. He wants a girlfriend who is beautiful and fits his outlook, who understands his work and his family, and most importantly, who is absolutely not directed at the Lu family. It's not like there hasn't been a girl who's shown him kindness for so long, only a little bit of contact with Ji Yunyang revealed that these people are drunks. There were not a few who liked his looks, but more of them liked the Lu family lineage. A girl like that would never work. It's all my cousin's fault. What's the point of getting off so early? Now the pressure's all on him. Lu Siheng, who was on a date with Su Anan, didn't know how much his own cousin resented him. He was now completely immersed in sweetness and couldn't help himself. There were 2 great uncles supervising at the table next to theirs. Su Jingyan, who was dressed in an extraordinarily low profile sitting next to him, just stared dead at the 2 people next door. Su Jingyuan looked left and right, always feeling that this place they were sitting in was a little less safe. And why did the 2 of them have to run here on a sister's date? How embarrassing is that? This is still a couple seat, They two big men sitting in this couple seat here, others pass by have to look twice. I say, can't we just sit somewhere else? Sitting here is just too embarrassing, Su Jingyuan said cautiously as he blocked his face with a menu. Just now several people passed by and saw us with meaningful smiles. They were definitely thinking about the wrong things. Su Jingyan's mind is all on Su Ainen's side right now. Thinking crookedly is crooked. Anyway, we just know ourselves that we are brothers, alas. Lu Siheng actually helped that girl wipe her mouth. That girl doesn't have hands of her own. This Lu Siheng how to move his hands and feet. Looking at the furious Su Jingyan, Su Jingyuan said with a speechless face, what's wrong with the two of them being boyfriend and girlfriend rubbing their mouths? Don't be so agitated, okay? Why do I feel like you're suffering from anxiety right now? This cousin's entire being has been in a state of anxiety since those two established their relationship. You can't let your cousin stay out overnight, and you have to say in advance when you go out on a date. There's no need to be so strict when they're in their 20s. I'm just worried that that girl will suffer. Lu Siheng is so much older than her, in case that old man cheats. You see, Lu Siheng is in charge of such a big company by himself. He must have a deep heart. What if he just covets the beauty of that stinky girl? That stinky girl may not be good in other aspects, but in terms of looks that's kind of nothing. Su Jingyuan took a look at Su Jingyan and Su Ainen's faces that looked like they were carved out of the same mold and was extremely speechless inside. Don't you both use the same face? Are you complimenting her or yourself? Su Jingyuan's looks were actually so similar to his cousins, maybe it was their Su family's genetics. But Su Jingyan and Su Ainen were really carved out of the same mold. If they were a little more similar in age, it was estimated that others would think they would be twins. It was just that Su Jingyan's looks were a bit more rigid in outline and Su Ainen's looks were a bit more delicate. System, your two brothers are now secretly watching you behind him. How uneasy are they that you're out on a date with Lu Siheng? The system had already noticed the two sneaky people next to him. Most of the couple seats over here were male and female pairs. Male to male pairs were really conspicuous, and they were two such outstanding guys. Everyone else had to look twice when they passed by, and that's how much the system noticed. Su Ainen quietly looked to the back, a little speechless, and Lu Siheng said, my two brothers are now secretly watching us from the back. You don't know how excessive they have been lately. I have to report to them in advance when I go anywhere, and I can't spend the night outside, and they didn't manage to control me so tightly before. Lu Siheng smiled slightly. Maybe it's because of me, they don't feel too comfortable with me. If he had a sister, would probably be in the same mood. His own carefully raised cabbage was picked by someone else, which must not be very kind to that thief. Su Ainen glanced at her sneaky brother and was truly feeling angry and amused. Whatever, they'll get used to it when time passes. My brother actually tried to get you to join our family, and then he got yelled at by my parents. Lu Siheng thought about it carefully, as if joining the family wasn't unacceptable. His mom was thinking of marrying him off in the first place so she wouldn't have to see him angry all the time at home. I'm fine if you want me to join the family. My parents are pretty open-minded about things like that. As long as I get married, they're fine with it whether I marry or not. This also shows how far Lu Siheng has pushed his own parents, and how much Lu's parents are annoyed with him. Su Ainen heard his words a bit incredulous. But you're the only one in your family. Can your parents really agree to you joining the family? Lu Siheng thought carefully about what his mom had said to him before in anger, then said, I can agree. My mom said to me before, as long as I can have an object, he married me off all right, and my family still has a Ji and Yang it, although it is my cousin, but it is also almost the same as a blood brother. The Su brothers in the back were dumbfounded to hear that the Lu family was so enlightened. Of course Su Ainen couldn't let Lu Siheng give in to the family, it would be too unfair to him. Chapter 158, Godman, actually broke the psychiatrist down with his conversation. The better Lu Siheng behaved, the less pain Su Jingyan's heart felt. Can't find a single thing wrong with it, that's the biggest thing wrong with it. Definitely lying to that girl. Just lying to that girl to be simple, then that girl's heart aches for him. Humph man. He was a man too, of course he knew what the other man was thinking. Su Jingyuan. Cousin you are really overthinking it, people say maybe the real idea Regardless of whether it was a true thought or not, Su Jingyan really didn't have any good feelings in his heart for this brother-in-law. The sister he brought up as a child, why should she be taken away by another man when she grows up? This meal that Su Jingyuan ate was like sitting on pins and needles. The eyes of the people next to him made him unable to eat a bit of food at all. And there were actually two girls taking pictures in their direction just now. What's there to film? Isn't it normal for two guys to eat? Su Ainen and Lu Siheng pretended not to see them and left directly after finishing their meal, and only then did Su Jingyan take down the menu covering his face. I'm so angry with you. Two people actually so quickly talked about the matter of marriage. 8 has not yet been a skimming what to get married. Su Jingyan's wide eyes were almost rolling up to the sky, now he was ignoring any image. Su Jingyuan poured him a cup of ice water. Drink some water to dissipate your anger. You also relax. Even if an really married, she is still your sister. You don't show so much anxiety, okay? Can I take you to a psychiatrist if you really can't? I think you must have a mental problem now. It's definitely mentally sick. How else could it be? Su Jingyan didn't listen to his words at all. His mind was now a muddle. Suddenly he thought of the dowry again. No way. If these two really want to get married, then the dowry aspect definitely can't be less. We definitely can't let the Lu family look down on us. There's a saying that money is where the heart is, so we must have enough for our hearts. Su Jingyuan. Cousin you this thinking is also to jump out of the bar, just not still do not agree with the two of them married together. How now think of the dowry issue to go. He was really finding out that all he needed to do was to be a faithful listener, and nothing else needed to concern him at all, and the man seemed to be quite happy acting in his one-man show all by himself. Su Ainen and Lu Siheng went to several other places after they left, and the two of them just pressed on the street like a normal couple to buy milk tea together. Watching Lu Siheng queuing up to buy her milk tea, Su Ainen said to the system with a bit of sweetness in her heart, "You were right before, falling in love seems to be really quite fun." System, hey, it's not falling in love that's interesting, it's Lu Siheng that's interesting, right? The system isn't the same as it was before, it's learned a lot. And I have a lot of big gift packs here. If you have something you don't know, just ask me. These big gift packs will definitely enable you to take Lu Siheng completely. Su Ainen, why do I get the feeling that this big gift bag of yours doesn't look like anything serious? System, hey, because it is not something serious. Seriously, your ancestors can be more than you will play. Those ancient what can be wonderful. I looked for a lot of information. I'll teach you everything. Su Ainen. Are you still the same simple system as before? You've changed. You've changed so much that I kind of don't recognize you now. The days of being in love passed so happily. Su Jingyan had been preparing Su Ainen's dowry during this time. In his words, although he didn't like this brother-in-law nor did he agree with them being together, things had come to such a pass that he had to prepare what needed to be prepared. No matter what, the attitude still has to be there. This can represent the face of the Su family. Father and Mother Su. You say one thing and do another can really make a wonderful so you in the end is to agree with your sister and other people to talk about love or do not agree If you say yes, you're dying every day, and if you say no, you've got your dowry ready, so you're really not afraid of a split personality. Auntie and uncle, why don't you give Jingyan a slight vacation? I just happened to take him to see a psychiatrist. I think he's been having psychological problems lately. Su Jingyuan had been following Su Jingyan's nonsense for a while now, and he was feeling like he was having a bit of a mental breakdown lately. Looking at the two dark circles under his great-nephew's eyes, Su father's mouth twitched and couldn't help but say, "This period of time has really been hard on you. You can also go see a psychiatrist, don't let him affect you." At the family's strong request, Su Jingyan was forced to see a psychiatrist. 2 hours later, the psychiatrist broke down and came out. "He's not mentally challenged, it's me who's mentally challenged. Hurry up and take him away. I don't want your money either. It's horrible. This person is studying psychology, right?" The psychiatrist felt that he had studied psychology for so long for nothing. Su Jingyuan. What the hell is going on here? Why has even the psychiatrist become like this? Su Jingyan grunted, and he told him that there was nothing wrong with his psyche. What on earth did you talk to this doctor? How come he became like this in 2 hours? Su Jingyuan was really curious about what he did. Su Jingyan stroked his sleeve and said carelessly, "Didn't talk about anything just talked about family." Su Jingyuan grasped a key point. "Then whose family are you talking about?" Su Jingyan said as a matter of course, "Then of course it has to be his family. How could I possibly talk about my family? I just talked about the relationship between him and his parents, the relationship between him and his wife, the relationship between him and his children, and the relationship between him and his brothers. And the relationship between his parents and his wife, the relationship between his wife and his brother, just a couple of casual conversations." And he breaks down, "He's not very good psychologically. How can someone with that kind of psychology be a psychiatrist?" Su Jingyuan is completely speechless. In the end, you are a psychiatrist or people are psychiatrists. What are you doing chatting about people's family relationships for nothing? Su Jingyan also self-studies psychology. After all, talk business sometimes need to use psychology. You have to understand what the other side wants, what needs, understand the other side of the psychological. After that, what to do will be much easier. It's just that he didn't take the test, and maybe if he did take the test he could actually get a degree in psychology. Chapter 159 Hobby Book. Su Jingyan's anxious behavior had reached an uncontrollable level. The main thing is that he usually puts himself in the position of being a brother and father above. Su's father and mother when they were young were usually busy working off and outside on business trips. So the two siblings pretty much grew up supporting each other. Su Jingyan was a few years older than Su Ainen, so it could be said that Su Ainen was brought up by him. How could the child you raised with your own hands be given to someone else so easily? So Su Jingyan found a chance to ask Lu Siheng out. Looking at his great uncle whose face did not look too good, Lu Siheng acted very modestly. Is there anything that big brother is looking for me for? This big brother he called was extremely smooth, calling Su Jingyan was a bit not too good. As if it felt good to be called big brother by him, he was at least overpowering him in terms of seniority. Su Jingyan tried to suppress the corners of his upturned mouth, cleared his throat and said, "The marriage between the two of you is almost finalized now. I'm looking for you to warn you, if you dare to treat that girl badly then don't blame me for being impolite to you. In the future, if the two of you have any conflicts, or if your relationship breaks down, you just need to send the person back home to me properly. If I know that you made a move on her or bullied her, our Su family's eldest miss won't just let anyone bully her." Lu Siheng heard this and smiled slightly. With warmth in his eyes, he said, "Please don't worry big brother, I will definitely not bully Ainen. I've already discussed this with my family. Aren't you guys unwilling to marry out? So we plan to live on both sides after we get married in the future. Except for the rest of the time we spend alone on our own. The Sus and Lus live half and half, and we'll be staying at the Sus for at least a month out of the year." Su Jingyan heard this before his heart was slightly more comfortable. Not bad, not bad. This decision of yours is quite good. This girl in our family has not left home since she was a child. You two will live alone outside in the future if you have to take good care of him, you know. Su Jingyan snapped and pulled out a thick book from his arms. "This is what I've compiled of that girl's likes and dislikes. You write it all down for me properly. All of her favorite things I've organized on there, like food, like play, like colors and whatnot. It's all clearly written on there. If you don't understand, just scroll up." Lu Siheng brought the book over and opened it, and the first thing that came first was the favorite color, pink. Lu Siheng. Looking at the confident Su Jingyan on the opposite side, Lu Siheng tried to pull out a hint of a smile and said, "Big brother, it seems like An's favorite color isn't pink." Su Jingyan looked at him with dissatisfaction and said, "Who said that? Since she was a child, all she likes is pink. All the gifts I've given her since she was a little girl are also pink. She likes it a lot. How long have you known her to know her favorite color? If you don't want this book then give it back to me." Su Jingyan made a gesture to take it over. Lu Siheng hurriedly slipped the book into his arms. "Then thank you big brother, I will definitely look at the things inside. The colors aren't necessarily what An likes, but something else might actually be right." After meeting with Su Jingyan, Lu Siheng immediately took this book and found Su Ainen. Su Ainen's feelings were a bit complicated as she looked at this one thick book in her heart. I can't imagine that her brother actually cared about her so much that he actually memorized all of her preferences, which was too much for her. But the next moment she opened the first page of the book and saw her favorite color. Who told him that I like pink? Don't be so subjective in his consciousness, okay? How many times have I said that I don't like pink and I don't like pink? Did he listen to me or not? Suddenly this book feels a little less trustworthy. Is what's going on? Lu Siheng touched his nose and smiled and didn't say anything. This sibling matter is better left to the siblings to solve it themselves. Both are not to be messed with. Don't look at the siblings bickering every day, but the relationship is really good. The system looked at this book. Heart cannot help but feel emotion. Said, "Your brother is really love you although this color is not right, but other things are right. You like to eat things, like to play with toys, including you like clothes style." He remembered clearly. Su Ainen, then why does he always give me pink princess tutus whenever he gives me clothes? He does it on purpose. It had been the guy who didn't know what kind of style she liked, but now it seemed like it was completely intentional on that guy's part. The system shut its mouth right away. It shouldn't have talked too much. Su Ainen took a general look at the contents of the book and then shoved it into Lu Siheng's hands. "Except that color I like is not right, all the others are right. My brother cares about me so much, you have to be nice to me or he won't let you off the hook if I suffer in the future. If you can write these things down, write them down. If you can't write them down, then in the future give me gifts according to what's written here that I like, and don't ever purposely piss me off like my brother did." Su Jingyan, this guy always still teases her. I really don't know what kind of person will be able to take him under his wing in the future. If any great god can really take him under his wing, that would really be thankful. Lu Siheng carefully held the book. The look on his face was extremely serious as he said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely give what's inside a good memory, and I definitely won't let your brother be disappointed in me." The young couple's side was you and me. Su Jingyan's side was already about to be overwhelmed by work. That girl, she's in love, she's not working, is she? Who the hell runs this entertainment company? Is it for me? Shove everything at me. Is my office a trash can? Su Jingyan helped Su Ainen sign those contracts and his hands were almost numb from signing. The secretary next to her didn't dare to say a word. It's not that she couldn't find little Mr. Su, so she had to find Mr. Su here. But these siblings are really good looking, even when they are angry they look so good. The secretary was a little bit of a nymphomaniac. The secretaries that Su Ainen picked were all the kind of beautiful women with big breasts and thin waists that she liked. In her words, it's easier to look at pretty people at work. One more look and I'll gouge your eyes out. An extremely eerie voice came over, and Miss Secretary hurriedly lowered her eyes. Oh, my God. This Mr. Su is too cold. Just now she thought it was a ghost talking. Chapter 160, Let Me Go Be Your Light Bulb. Su Jingyan was depressed for several days and was eventually forced to participate in a program. Brother, just do me this favor. It just so happens that last time that program wasn't recorded, this time it can be followed up by recording, Ji Yin Yang said. This time the guests we find definitely won't have as much to do as the last time. We're just in charge of having fun. Su Ainen hugged her own brother's arm and kept pampering him. The last time the catalog was halfway through, all sorts of things happened and then was forced to stop. Now that things have been made right, she and Ji Yun Yang have re-established this variety show again. The results of their own family must be supported by their own family members. And this time Ji Yun Yang looked for guests really are quite good. These are Let the System Probed, absolutely a good character. Su Jingyan looked at this smelly sister of his for a moment, then pointed at Lu Siheng next to him and said furiously, "It's fine for you to let me go, but why did you bring him along as well? Didn't you say it was a brother and sister variety show? What are the three of us going for? Am I going to be the light bulb in the middle of you?" Lu Siheng smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Ever since he was with Su Ainen, his attitude towards Su Jingyan could no longer be condescending. Where you can let it go, you will basically let it go, and where you can't let it go, you will just bear with it a little bit. After all, this is your own great uncle brother. System, go go go. This time to go to the place than the last time you went to those places. More fun. I'm going abroad this time. I've never been abroad before. And, you must bring your brother along. You two siblings have always been very popular. This is just the right time for a love triangle. 3. Are you okay? Is that how you describe a love triangle? Su Ainen, shut up, this is my own brother. What love triangle? You're learning things by mistake, aren't you? The system hemmed and hawed and laughed. Then I'm not at a loss for words to describe it. It just so happens that the three of you, I'm going to use a love triangle to describe it. Su Jingyan's brain is up. His sister is unreliable. This system is even more unreliable. System, and a few of the people picked for this one are wonderful. They have wonderful lives. The character is fine, but their lives are very, very, very wonderful. It's really a pity if you don't go. This one is very, very, very wonderful to put Su Jingyan in the spotlight. This time 2 pairs of guests were picked. Both pairs are couples. These 2 pairs of couples have very wonderful lives. How does this not feel like something good? The system goes on to say that these 2 pairs are good people, and it's hard not to get the wrong idea when you have a great life and a great personality. Su Ainen wanted to go even more this time. Su Jingyan's inner thoughts were shaken but couldn't be shaken so quickly. He insisted hard for a day and 3 hours before he was persuaded. Looking at his own cousin who ran to him to complain with this mouth, Su Jingyuan put down his brush and shook his head helplessly. Obviously you are also happy. Why do you have to make yourself so twisted? If you want to go to eat melon then go. If you feel that you are a light bulb then you don't be with them. When the 2 of them are close you stay away a little bit to go play by yourself. Su Jingyan immediately retorted, how can this be? They're the ones who let me go and then snubbed me. How can it be like that? I must get in between them. Lu Siheng won't be able to get one step closer to that girl. Su Jingyan's gnashing of teeth looked at Su Jingyuan a little bit. Pity Lu Siheng. Such a brother-in-law is really quite difficult, right? You say he is mature and he did things are also quite childish. You say he is childish and he is really a large group of companies in power. Brother! You're coming with us too. Let's be brothers and break the gold. Su Jingyuan? What brothers are united to break the gold? Break whose gold? 3 days later, the 3 Su family siblings set off with Lu Siheng, a supernumerary member of the Su family. Viewers and friends were really excited to see the long-lost siblings that were really excited to see them, and there were also 2 more unfamiliar dudes. These 4 are really great with their high coloring. And who are those 2 handsome guys? Do all the high color people play with high color people? I'm really envious of Su Ainen, being surrounded by a bunch of handsome guys like this. I know who the tallest one is. Lu Siheng. The man in charge of the Lu clan. Super, 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 super. The Su family is also a top family, that's still a bit worse than the Lu family. The other one I also know who it is, the Su family's newly found young master. I heard that he is the descendant of the Su family members who were separated during the previous war, and according to generation this handsome man should be the cousin of the Su family's siblings. My goodness! The Su family's face value is really outstanding. One by one, they are all so handsome and beautiful. And I found that their 3 siblings look a bit similar. The Su family, these 2 siblings a mold carved out. This cousin has similar facial features with them. This gene is also too strong, right? The viewers are soaking in the high quality of these 4 guys' faces. The words heir to a top luxury family are supposed to be particularly attractive to ordinary people, so they may have a little more heat on them compared to the other 2 celebrity couples. This live show aired less than half an hour and went straight to the top of the hot searches, and even though it's been more than a year since we've seen it, it's clear how much people love the siblings. The couple, Jo Lu and Shi Bin, were of gentle nature and greeted the 4 of them politely when they saw them. Li Minghua and Shi are slightly more lively in nature, but one can also tell they are very good at getting along with each other. For these 2 couples, Su Ainen was still relatively satisfied. We're all going to get along for a week, so if you have any trouble finding us, let me cook and treat you all to dinner tonight. I'm not a bad cook, said Anthy, acting very friendly. Su Ainen just wanted to agree, but it turned out that he was rejected by Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng before he could even open his mouth. No, we'll cook for ourselves. The 2 spoke in unison, looking incredibly in tune with each other, and both inclined their heads at the same time after hearing the other speak the same words as they did. System, hey, 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 what a great understanding. Su and, shut up. The audience was about to die laughing at the sight of the 2 of them like this. Why do you feel that the 2 of them are a bit uncomfortable? What's going on? Is there a bad relationship between the heir of the mansion and the heir of the mansion too? Lu Siheng is Su Ainen's boyfriend. Su Jingyan as a great uncle certainly does not treat him The expression on the face of the very gentle and handsome guy next to him looks so helpless. I like his type. Chapter 161 Married to Twin Brothers. In the evening when they were eating dinner, the 2 of them, Lu Siheng and Su Jingyan, got into it again. Anen was brought up by me since she was a child. Her favorite food is of course my cooking. You must have grown up with 10 fingers not touching the water of the sun. Let me do this cooking thing. Su Jingyan directly pulled Lu Siheng out of the way. For this position of his own chef he would never let go. Lu Siheng naturally walked to the other side and directly grasped the pot, then said in a cloudy manner, I also know that Mr. Su's handiwork is very good, and I've seen it before inside the variety show. But now it's better to let me do it. After all, I have to take care of Anen in the future. This gunpowder flavor immediately came up. The 2 people, although there is no very intense tone of voice collision, but that eye killing is really a touch. Su Ainen and Su Jingyuan, who are sitting next to each other and watching. 2 other couples? No, you 2 are taking up 2 places in the kitchen. How can we cook? And she pushed the side of Li Minghua. I just have to give him a look. Hurry up to go the 2 of them to take up the position of what we eat at night. Cannot we eat cold salad at night? Li Minghua looked at his wife's eyes. That is also a difficult face. He did not dare to go over these 2 big Buddha who cannot afford to provoke. System, tisk, tsk, look how favored you are to have a brother on one side and a boyfriend on the other. That said, you guys have been dating outside for the past few months too openly. People think you 2 are married, and some people on the internet have even PD your wedding photos, not to mention, the Ps are pretty good. At first, netizens really thought that they had gotten married. After all, Lu Siheng always took Su Ainen to all kinds of restaurants to eat. Then Lu Siheng will also join the Su family's family gathering, or so netizens must think that they have been married And these 2 families are also door-to-door strong combination. Netizens for their combination is also quite like to see. But then Su Jingyan furiously published his life online, proving that they are not yet married. They are still just at this stage of their relationship, and the 8 characters have not yet been taken off. Looking at the 2 who were already on the verge of fighting, Su Jingyuan sighed and pulled them out with one hand. Okay, I'll do it. How can people cook and eat when you guys are taking up the place? It's such a hassle to cook a meal. These 2 are also really absolute, as well as this cousin of his own family, his sister and others are almost settled. You should not make a demon at this time, okay? If you really do not have anything to do more to go to the company's business, cannot you also find a girlfriend? If they're in love, you should be in love too. Watching her own big cousin make a move, Su Ainen was finally able to take a breath. She, as a sister and girlfriend, was really not in a position to advise just now. If you advise this one will think you are biased, and if you advise that one will think you are biased. It's really hard to level this bowl of water. The netizens were about to die laughing at this scene. What the hell is this Shura? It feels like great uncle is a little less than satisfied with this brother-in-law. Cousin looks really helpless. Sure, it's not that these two don't want to cook, deliberately acting to cousin? Why do I feel like cousin is being punked? I also have this feeling that cousin is really a bit miserable and have to persuade the fight in cooking. Su Jingyuan also noticed a hint of something not quite right when he swung the spatula. No, how did the cooking become his all of a sudden? He glanced at the three men sitting outside and rolled his eyes breathlessly. No wonder he was always asked to come over, so he was asked to come over to persuade and cook. Come on Anan, this nut is delicious, I've already peeled it for you. Lu Siheng peeled a plate of nuts for Anan. Su Anan smiled and was about to take one and stuff it into her mouth when Su Jingyan took a bite and carried it over. All present. All viewers. Su Jingyan viciously chewed the nut with a disgusted face and commented, "It's not too tasty. This nut is not too crunchy, it's a bit damp. Is it because just now when you wash your hands the water on your hands didn't dry up?" Lu Siheng. Su Anan sighed breathlessly in her heart and said to the system, "What should I do? How do I feel that my brother has become more and more childish? I suddenly kind of miss the old my brother, in the past, although he was disgusted with me but at least he was still a normal. I feel that he has short-circuited it now." The system also agreed with Su Ainan's words. Indeed, your brother's current IQ is at most 3 years old. Su 3 years? The two couples, Zhou Lu and Anshi, had almost finished the meal, 4 dishes and 1 soup, just enough for the 4 of them. Su Jingyuan also made 4 dishes and a soup, and the audience was mesmerized by him as he worked in the kitchen with his bare apron around him. How come all the men in the Su family are so attractive? The previous Su Jingyan also cooked in the kitchen, and he was also very handsome. Now cousin is also cooking in the kitchen. Su family men must learn to cook? Handsome and rich will also cook. This in the end, what is the best man? Looked at my boyfriend who has been playing games next to me. I am suddenly in a bad mood. People are handsome and rich will also cook. My home this nothing will not be anything to let me serve, really is angry with me. Upstairs. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of the problem and get out of the way. If you don't want to break up, then you two are willing to fight each other, and it's useless to talk about it on the internet. But I really like him, we've been together for 7 years, it'd be a shame to give up the relationship now. Come on, then I wish you two 100 years of good luck. You two hurry up and lock me up, don't let it out to wreak havoc on others. Let's eat. Su Jingyuan looked at the 3 seated adults as really want to buckle the bowl in their faces. System, okay, start eating, and then, let me pop a melon for you to regulate your mood. 4, you who? Hurry up. System, see that auntie next to you, the one who cooks for you, she has 2 husbands. Su Ainan sucked in a breath of cool air. 2 husbands. Isn't her husband that Li Minghua? The Su brothers and Lu Siheng were also instantly fascinated by what the 2 husbands meant. System, Li Minghua has a twin brother named Li Mingjia, Anshi married a twin brother, and the 3 are living together yet. And the one who came to the program was Li Mingjia. Li Minghua went on a business trip, so Li Mingjia came to the program in place of his brother for the time being. Su and 4. Hiss. Is it so exciting? Chapter 162, Su Jingyan bullying Lu Siheng. Su Ainan was a little excited inside now, and it was the kind of excitement that couldn't be suppressed. She took a deep breath and excitedly asked the system, that means this is a marriage of 3, right? This is too awesome, right? Lu Siheng's eyes as they looked over there were a little bit off, never imagining that there was actually something like this happening at this time now. The system continued, people, this is also a spoiled scripted. The 3 of them grew up together as childhood friends, so the 3 of them have always had a good relationship. The 2 brothers, Li Minghua and Li Mingjia, both like Angxi, and the brothers are at odds with each other. Angxi is caught in the middle of them, and it's difficult for her. Later, after a series of twists and turns, the 3 of them decide to live together. Su Ainan had already brainstormed a big emotional scene. This kind of novel is quite common inside the novel, especially the kind of meaty novel inside the most common this kind of plot. But this was the first time she'd ever seen anything like this in real life. However, Su Ainan is still curious about one more thing. Then do the parents of both families know about this matter? It can't be hidden from both parents, right? This probably can't be hidden for long, right? Lu Siheng and the others thought of the same problem. The parents' generation should have a hard time accepting such a life. The system hemmed and hawed and laughed. Both parents know about it. Their ripples are the blocking of both parents, only in the end they didn't block it. Li Mingjie and Li Minghua have identified Anshi, brothers are non-Anshi not marry. Li's parents to take the 2 sons also have no way, and finally they also put themselves to persuade through, no matter what Anshi gave birth to a child as their grandchildren, and there is no difference, and Li's brothers are twins, which is really almost no difference. And she's parents were the most unacceptable at first, and both N's father and mother, both teachers, could not accept such a thing at all. Suane and 4 people have been listening to the fascination. This is still watching what TV series this can be much more exciting than the TV series. The novel is not so wonderful, this is completely the plot of the novel But the N family only has this one daughter, and the Lee brothers have done a great job of really spoiling N she to the skies after they got together. That's why the N family is slowly agreeing to it. Suane and 4 people glanced at the couple next door who were in love with each other, and that feeling in their hearts was completely unknown. For this kind of relationship they also quite admirable. After all, this kind of relationship is not ordinary people can accept. Not only the parents and family side is not good to pass, society is not good to pass. Otherwise it wouldn't be so bad that the Lee brothers are still using one identity now. The one who came to the show was Inshi's husband, Lee Minghua, so the one who married her with a license should also be Lee Minghua, and Lee Mingjia is the one who is behind it. Suane inside in her heart, feeling for them as well as being happy for them, feeling for the difficult process of their relationship, and being happy that they were together in the end. It's true that art comes from reality, and reality is often more surprising than art. And she also realized that the 4 people next door had been secretly looking at them. She touched her face, there was nothing on her face. Help me see if I have something on my face, why do I feel like they're all looking at us, and she gently pushed Lee Minghua. This Lee Minghua is actually Lee Mingjia. Lee Mingjia took a close look at his wife's face, which is not clean and dry. You don't have anything on your face, so it can't be that you thought it was wrong. Anxi turned her head over to look again, and Suan and the 4 of them had long since withdrawn their eyes. It was all because the look in their eyes just now was just too naked, causing them to almost get caught just now. The audience could see this little action of theirs clearly, especially the little look they were giving each other. What are these 4 people looking at? Why do I feel like they're looking at the other couple getting off the table? I don't know what's going on, I'm looking at them with this look in their eyes. I always feel like there's definitely something fishy going on, and it's something we don't know about. His movements are a bit too consistent, right? The same look over the same retraction, this tacit understanding is also too sufficient, right? Lu Siheng is now perfectly integrated into the Su family, right? The 4 high-color people are just too eye-catching. I want to be Suane and sister-in-law, no matter if it's a cousin or sister-in-law. I have to say that the viewers are all fiery-eyed, and they are able to spot anything the slightest bit off about you. It was a really wonderful meal, and because of the melon as a topping, the 4 of them ate right through it. Su Jingyuan pushed Su Jingyan beside him. I just cooked, you go wash the dishes now, we have to share the work. Su Jingyan lay on the sofa and didn't want to move. He pushed Lu Siheng next to him and then said with a straight face, you a foreign son-in-law, you go and wash the dishes. We have this tradition in our family, the son-in-law who brings in the family must do all the housework. I'll approve of you if you do these chores. The moment he said this, Su Jingyuan and Su Anan both looked at him with an extremely surprised look. Since when do we have such rules in our family? I don't think there were any ants in the previous generation, right? When did you give us a family rule? Being looked at by his brother and sister with such eyes, Su Jingyan wasn't interested at all and even pushed Lu Siheng again. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and go. Do you still want me to recognize you as a brother-in-law? Lu Siheng glanced at Su Jingyan, and in the end didn't say anything and went directly to wash the dishes. I just don't know what's going on. He looks like he's a little aggravated. Obviously he doesn't have any expression on his face, but it's just obvious to people that he's aggravated. The ones that are anyway are kind of hard to watch. This great uncle is clearly bullying people. It can be seen that Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng's relationship is really not good at all. In front of the camera is not hidden at all. Lu Siheng looks so aggrieved. Although the expression on his face has not changed, but I just see is aggrieved. So handsome man so aggrieved is really too heartbreaking. Big handsome man, hurry up and come to my arms and cry. Upstairs, you get out of here. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I already have a girlfriend and she's a big girl. Suanan looked at her brother directly, kicked over. You're still bullying Lu Siheng. You've been bullying people for so long, you're still bullying him now. When I go back I'm going to tell mom and dad. Su Jingyan, if you tell it. Anyway, this is recording the program. Mom and dad probably saw it a long time ago. If he is not even willing to wash the bowl, then this person is not too good. Chapter 163, Cousin Brothers CP. Looking at this cheeky brother, Suanan directly rolled her eyes, then went to help. The system also came together and said, the man of his own family loves his own family, and men and women work together without getting tired. And then, the time has come to show your virtuousness and virtue. Virtuous and virtuous? The 2 Su brothers glanced at the clumsy Suanan. Does this thing have anything to do with being virtuous? At home, not to mention washing dishes, even meals are presented by others. Lu Siheng and Su Ainen stood together washing the dishes, and this atmosphere inexplicably became a bit ambiguous. Su Jingyuan for a moment, then frowned and said, "Do you feel that this image seems a bit harsh? Why does it feel as if it's a young couple?" Hearing this, Su Jingyan's face instantly darkened. What young couple? This isn't even a marriage yet. But the audience was rather spurred on by the comment. I'm not sure what's wrong with the atmosphere, but I can't describe what's wrong. I told you the atmosphere was a little off, but I can't describe what's wrong, it's just this little married couple feeling. It feels like a couple entertaining guests and then washing dishes together in the kitchen, and suddenly I'm able to imagine what their life will be like after marriage. Ha ha ha, Su Jingyan this face black such a brother-in-law what is not satisfied, this is simply one in a million people Su Jingyan this time on the program is the last time on the program on the warning of all the broken, before it is poisonous mouth all-powerful brother, the mouth is poisonous but everything will do, now is childish brother-in-law. It can be said that they have completely broken my kind of fixed thinking about the mansion. I thought that the affection inside the mansion would be very shallow, in them I really feel different, even more than the ordinary family's affection. This family relationship of theirs is the family relationship of my dreams. Did Su Ainen save the universe in her last life? She's too good a reincarnation. I don't know if I saved the universe in my last life, but this person's persona is a vicious female match Who could have imagined that a vicious female counterpart could live her life like this? In the words of the system, the persona is all falling apart for everyone. The four people, Zhou Luqi Bin and Enshili Minghua, quickly packed up their things, and then the four of them tacitly exited this shura. This matter between the giants let them solve it by themselves, they are not too good to get involved, anyway, it is just to rub the heat to make money, rub some heat on the line. The evening's activity was to watch Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng fight, in fact, to be more specific, it should be to watch Su Jingyan sing a monologue by himself, because Lu Siheng didn't pay any attention to him at all. Su Jingyan said in a conspiratorial manner, I can tell you, our Su family men can all cook, if you don't know how to cook that won't work. In the future if you have nothing else to do you can enroll in a cooking class, I'll just set a slight standard for you, your cooking skills should never be lower than mine. Now there are so many spectators here as witnesses, this girl in my family was spoiled by us since she was a child, if she really marries you, you have to make sure that you can't let her suffer a little bit of aggravation, or I won't let you off the hook. Su Ainen had a rare feeling that her oldest brother had spoken human words, but it seemed like the aggravation she suffered at home was all caused by this guy, right? This guy had been teasing and bullying her since she was a little girl, and she hadn't suffered much at his expense. Lu Siheng replied seriously, just don't worry, I will never let an suffer a little bit of wrongdoing, I am able to do all the things that you can do, and I am also able to do the things that you can't do. Hey, this is something Su Jingyan doesn't like to hear, what can he do that he can't do? Su Jingyuan sat next to him with a speechless face, what the hell is he here for? Participating in such a boring variety show is better than painting at home. But the viewers were quite happy to watch them fight, and although Lu Siheng was making his first appearance on a variety show, his popularity was now soaring straight up. He and Su Jingyan had even been put together as a CP, and he didn't know what kind of thoughts this audience was having right now, but there were actually a lot of people saying that the two of them were very much a CP. When the system told Su Ainen about this matter, Su Ainen? Then I'll go? System, I really think that the audience on your side is just too crazy, actually put Lu Siheng and your brother together as a CP, if these two people are really together it won't turn the world upside down, I guess they will have to fight for 3 days. Su Ainen said breathlessly, why are you imagining the two of them together, where did you put me? She's such a big person here, why are they all ignoring her? Lu Siheng and Su Jingyan, who heard their conversation, silently did away a bit. Ugh! What kind of eyes are these viewers looking at? They even put the two of them together as a couple. He two big men together, what together? Su Jingyuan expressionless eating snacks pushed the cousin who sent over, go over a little bit, you squeezed me, the position over there is so big, why do you have to squeeze to my side? Audience members, aaoa. Cousin CP good knock And they both look alike, is this the legendary husband and wife look? I know they're blood brothers. I also think that the two brothers have a good CP to kowtow to. Lu Siheng and Su Jingyan sandwiched a Su Ainen between them, I can kowtow to this CP a little bit, but the cousin CP doesn't have this trouble. Su's parents watching the variety show at home. Su's father looked at these pop-ups and said dumbfounded, young people nowadays are a bit too open, right? Jingyuan and Jingyan are cousins by blood, isn't it normal for them to look alike? How come from their mouths it's a husband and wife resemblance? Su's mother ate a mouthful of potato chips emotionally said, "You do not care about some of this, handsome men together would have been eye-catching like that comic I recently read, those two male protagonists are also cousins that is to say, now is really thinking more and more open. And people's fans are circling the wagons, so they can do whatever they like, and it's all about having a good time anyway." Su's mother is very much into some of the young people's stuff now, and she's so receptive that she's been able to fit in perfectly with these young people's favorite things. She's also recently taken a liking to a male CP, the one from the manga she just mentioned. She's also planning to fund the conversion of this manga into an anime, and everything has to be top-notch. The artist dubbing the plot sound effects, all of it has to be top-notch. Chapter 164, A Four-Person CP Stew. Listening to his own wife's words, Su's father felt a little strange in his heart. He gave his wife a skeptical look, then said in a slightly dubious tone, "Sure, we're getting this into an audio drama rather than making this into a movie or TV show?" Su's mother, "Yeah, the secondary yuan and the third yuan are not the same, novels and anime and what not changed into film and television drama success is really too little, an original party and anime party, film and television drama and what not even." Su's father was slightly relieved to hear this, thankfully, he had thought his wife was trying to pack his son and great-nephew in to make this comic. After all, the persona in this anime is two cousins, and the son is cousins with his great-nephew, so the persona is a perfect match. The Su brothers, who were recording the program at the moment, sneezed at the same time. The two looked at each other then sat down to the side in disgust. "Are you catching a cold? Don't catch me," the two said in unison. Audience, aha. The two of them are really good together. The more I look at them, the more I feel that they are especially compatible with what's going on. Why are these two young masters? If they were from the entertainment industry, then they could be packed into the theater group to shoot a movie. Such a face value if not into the entertainment industry is really a pity. Let's forget about it, he's a rich young man, it would be a shame to go to the entertainment industry. The CP fans of the Su brothers that directly rose to the most, and there are even fans who opened a special station for them. Clip videos of the two have also begun to play on all the major short video networks, and I have to say that the netizens are really the best. Su Ainen heard up the system about this matter when she was sleeping. "System, you don't know how hot your two brothers are right now, it's simply too hot to handle, their two CPs can be even hotter than the CPs between you and Lu Siheng. So many netizens want them to pack up and go to a drama, or they want them to market them more, and your sibling CP isn't as hot as their brother CP right now." Su Ainen swiped the cell phone violently, TSK. Nowadays the netizens are really too crazy, even brothers can kowtow into CP. Su Ainen also sent a few of the hotter videos directly to the family group, so good things of course have to share off. Ha ha ha, the netizens were really discerning before, look at these clips, those who don't know would think the two of them are really in love. Su's mother also has a really big heart, and she's laughing at these videos. Su's father looked at these short videos, heart is really twisted very much, the two protagonists in it, one is his great-nephew and one is his son. Looking at his wife in this frantic state, he asked, a little puzzled, don't you think it's strange? They're putting together a great-nephew and a son? Su's mother is still making efforts to give this short video reward, heard her husband's words, she did not raise her head and said, what's so strange, this is not quite match well, you do not think elsewhere on the line, you think of this as a brotherhood is not on the line. Su's father. What have you been through during this time, why has your heart become so big? He was really realizing now that he seemed to be the only sane person in his entire family. The home of that steady son once encountered Lu Siheng that IQ plummeted, as for the daughter, that from childhood to normal has not been normal, has always been dull and stupid. The great-nephew was a normal person when he first came back, but then maybe they got to him, and this thinking became a bit strange too. It felt as if the whole family was the least affected by him. While Su's father was lamenting, Su's mother suddenly pushed him and said excitedly, quickly look at this new video. This one just puts the four of them together as a CP. The four of them can totally mess up the pairing. Su's father threw his pillow and jumped straight over, come and show me. A CP of two isn't good. For CPs he wants to see. This editing person is also really quite powerful, actually cut the feelings of these four people beyond clarity, each person can form a CP directly to a CP stew. Su's father, Su's mother, two people together to see that is a dumbfounded awe. For these multi-talented netizens nowadays, they can only comment, absolutely. Early the next morning, Su Ainen woke up looking at her two brothers with eyes that looked out of place. Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan had goosebumps looking at this girl's strange eyes. Take back this messed up look of yours. Go look at Lu Siheng with those eyes. One look at those eyes and I knew the girl wasn't up to any good. Su Jingyan said with disgust while making breakfast, I watched that video you posted last night. Why do you always love to watch messy things? Su Jingyuan also chimed in and said, that's right, nowadays, how can the netizens kowtow to any CP? We are cousins with blood relations, can this CP be kowtowed? Su Ainen nodded seriously, of course I can, look how hot you 2 CP is on the internet right now. Lu Siheng stood next to him also with a smile on his face. He also managed to mix into the Su family's family group yesterday and also saw those very hot videos. Not to mention the cut is pretty good. The other 2 couples couldn't help but look this way the whole time they were listening to their conversation. The netizens also knew what things they were talking about as soon as they heard their conversation. Are you talking about those cousin CP videos that are so hot on the internet? I cut one of them. I cut the one with over 500,000 views. It's more than 500,000 now, it seems to be over 1 million a night ago. You're great upstairs. Who cut that private CP mess video? That one was really great. It's me. I stayed up all afternoon to cut it out. Watching the live broadcast while editing the video was really tiring, but I'm really happy with the finished product. I kind of know what talent means now, there's just too much of it online. Why do I feel as if this variety show is dedicated to the 4 of them? It feels as if those 2 couples don't have much of a presence. What's going on? It cannot be called not much sense of existence. It is this side of the chicken fly dog jumping over their years. People on both sides of the live room number is also still quite a lot of people. Some people like the feeling of a long and slow flow of water. This time the variety shooting is indeed a lot more harmonious than the last time. The last time there are many things guests are not honest. A good variety show was filmed into a melon eating variety show. After a variety show was finished, those who went in and those who retired from the circle went abroad, and it is also really quite absolute. Chapter 165 The Lee Brothers Shura. The noisy day passed quickly, and just as the 4 of them were getting ready to make dinner, the system let out a shrill scream. Aha! The real Lee Minghua is coming tonight. The brothers are going to switch their identities back. Hearing this, Su Ainen's entire body was instantly energized. The other 3 also listened sideways. Seriously, it was the first time they had seen something like this, so they were genuinely quite curious. Su Ainen held back her excitement and asked the system, is it changing back in the middle of the night? Is Lee Minghua sneaking over? System, yes, right now Lee Minghua is on his way over. The 2 brothers even had a fight this afternoon, jealousy you know. It turns out that this afternoon Lee Mingjia went out to answer the phone. This one message sent the 4 of them completely out of sleep. Su Ainen looked at the 3 people sitting next to her full of doubts. What are you guys doing sitting here at night without going to bed? Su Jingyan said as he ate the fruit, aren't you sitting here? You ate a bit too much tonight, so you're sitting here to cool off. Su Jingyuan said while drawing with his iPad, yes, Jingyan's cooking skills played out very well tonight. Su Ainen listening to their words will be skeptical. Tonight's cooking is not played very normal, well, not overplayed. And they didn't seem to be eating too much. These 3 were usually very conscious of body management and didn't usually eat too much at night. But she didn't think much of it. Anyway, she was just sitting here for a while. She still had to go back to her room in a while. She couldn't keep watch here all night. Zhou Lu and Shibin looked at the 4 of them like this with slightly complicated eyes. TSK. It just feels so strange to have these 4 people sitting together, but I can't tell what's so strange about it. The couple looked at each other, then returned to their room anyway. The live stream will be turned off for the evening. After all, most of the people invited this time are couples, and it's still going to be more private. Su Ainen sat for a while before kissing Lu Siheng goodbye. Su Jingyan looked at the 2 of them, this kissing that eyes are about to burst into flames. Su Jingyuan poured him a cup of ice water. Calm down, there may be more images like this in the future. Su Jingyan directly smothered a cup of ice water in one gulp, then froze and bared his teeth. TSK. Why is this water so cold? Why is there broken ice in it? At 1 o'clock in the morning, the system hurriedly woke Su Ainen up. Wake up! There's a war going on outside. Li Mingjie and Li Minghua are about to fight. Su Ainen was originally quite confused, after all, sleeping soundly being called up by someone else, but as soon as she heard that there were melons, this spirit of hers came at once. Only to see her quickly get up from the bed, and in a single bound she rushed to the door, putting her ear to it and listening intently. But not a single movement could be heard. Su Ainen suspected that the system had short-circuited. Didn't you say that there was about to be a fight outside? Why didn't I hear anything? System, sister, you opened the door a crack. It would be strange if you could hear them even with the door closed. Su Ainen's systematic words opened the door a crack, and sure enough, he heard the sound of punches and kicks hitting flesh, and occasionally a muffled grunt or two could be heard. And she stood by the side with an anxious face. She suppressed her voice and whispered, don't fight, if someone finds out it's over. Can't you go home and talk about what's going on? Really yes, it's not a big deal that these two have to make a scene every other day. Li Minghua fisted his brother's face, then said indignantly, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, this week you took up an extra day. Next week you give it back to me. Li Mingjie wiped the corners of his mouth and smiled with a gangly face. This look of his was completely different from the one he had seen in the past 2 days. It's safe to say that he's still faking it pretty well by pretending to be his brother. Brother, why are you so careful? It's only for a day, and you have me to thank for coming over and pretending to be you. You're such a prude, you don't know how hard it is to pretend. Li Mingjie grew up thinking that his brother loved to pretend. Obviously the two were born just a few minutes apart, but Li Minghua always put on an older brother's frame. Li Mingjie especially do not like him this look. The two people are twins, he only over is just early to take out just, if the first to hold out is him, then he is the brother. He was also the one who later married Ansi, who had to remain hidden behind him. Although it was said that after such a long time had passed, Li Mingjie had also long since accepted this kind of life, but he was the one who would pull a little stunt on his own brother every now and then. Watching the two brothers start fighting again, Ansi was really about to die of worry. Shut up, you two. If you wake up the others you'll see how I'll punish you. I'll remember what happened today, and I'll deal with you when the program is over and we get back. These two are really 3 days old and have to make a bit of a mess every now and then. Li Mingjie snorted and gave Anshi a kiss. Baby, I'll go home then, and come back for you after a while. Li Minghua grunted an annoyed voice and said, hurry up and go you, haven't these 2 days been good enough? Su Ainen hid in the corner and watched it with a great deal of interest. It was too wonderful. The system also feels that this plot development is particularly wild. It is a system that has read many novels, and it has not seen less of this kind of brotherly literature. I kind of saw the real thing today, and it seemed to look and feel good. The system's mind expanded directly. If only Lu Siheng also had a twin brother, if his what's-his-name brother liked you too, then you guys could have developed into them as well. Su Ainen's eyes almost fell out when she heard this system. You're really alright. Although this matter is not illegal, right, but it's still quite hard to accept on a moral level. Can you read less novels? I feel like your brain is being dumbed down by reading them. Su Ainen really felt that the system's thinking was getting more and more open, it was almost overriding morality. The system is not convinced of the retort said, how can the novel less read it, that is my spiritual food. And I'm just playing an analogy, Lu Siheng, this is not no brother, and even if there is really a brother people will not necessarily like you. Suan, shut the hell up you. This middle of the night drama was indeed quite exciting, so exciting that Su Ainen didn't fall asleep for the rest of the night. Chapter 166, A Privately Open Couple. Until she woke up in the morning, Su Ainen was still thinking about that incident. The more she thought about it, the more exciting she felt. It is true that the things in the novels are from the reality. The reality may be even more exciting than the novels inside. Su Ainen and the system said with emotion, I really admire them for actually being able to manage the relationship between the three so well. System, who says it's not, although it's said that these two brothers often fight over jealousy, but after every fight they make up, and as long as Anshi speaks they both will obey. The same trio eating breakfast at the table. No, what the hell happened last night that was so exciting and how we feel like we missed so much? Su Jingyan pushed Su Jingyuan, then signaled with his eyes, what exactly happened last night? Do you know? Su Jingyuan shook his head with very tiny movements. How do I know? I fell asleep not long after lying in bed last night. Lu Siheng watched the two brothers make eye contact with a smile in his eyes. Good morning, why are you guys up so early today? The program doesn't seem to have any activities planned for us, we could actually get up later. Ansi brought Li Minghua over to make breakfast and above all said hello to them. Su Ainen's eyes went to these two people at once. This Li Minghua looks as if his temper is a bit better, and Li Mingjie is also really quite impressive, actually able to imitate his brother so much. If not for the fact that we know that these are two brothers, I guess we would really be fooled by them. System, who says it isn't, these two brothers have such a big difference in personality and as a result, they can still maintain an identity so well, which also shows that they are very attentive. The two of them, Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan, looked at each other, then secretly nodded in their hearts. It is indeed quite heartfelt. These eye contacts of theirs were clearly seen by the audience, although the audiences didn't know what they were exchanging, but now that the Su brothers' CP was on fire, the audience automatically interpreted that they were browbeating each other. Ah! That look in the Su brothers' eyes just now was so doting, they must be for real. Originally I still think that the two of them CP knock up cannot be up, did not think that now this look is also quite compatible. The two people seem to be talking about things we do not know, and still in the use of eye contact. Obviously they look quite similar, but I always feel that they are husband and wife. It's a sin. However, there are some viewers who feel that these knockout CPs are just too much. I say you people need to not be so exaggerated, people are blood cousins, don't you think it's a bit too much to kowtow to CP like this? It's just that it's really disgusting, and such disgusting things have to be put out in the open to say, making me dislike the Su family now. It shouldn't be the Su brothers themselves selling corruption, the Su family shouldn't be so bad as to engage in such a thing. It may or may not be, after all, who has too little money? Su's father and mother were about to die of anger when they saw these messy pop-ups on the internet. There's something wrong with these people. If they don't like to watch, they can stop watching. They can turn off the pop-ups if they don't like to watch it, and they're actually saying that our family is selling corruption. Do we need to do such a thing? Su mother is about to explode. Pop-up screen is not impossible to turn off. If you do not like to see it, you can turn off the pop-up screen, and no one forced you to see it. Looked at his wife angry, Su father immediately came over to offer attentiveness. Don't be angry, I've been scolding these more ruthless people's accounts to record down, just wait for their retweets to reach a certain number, when we ruthlessly sue them. You are also right, people love to knock CP, that is people's thing, you do not like cannot knock it, how have to scold it, these people are really no quality at all. Father Su has adapted the position of Grand Master very perfectly. In front of his wife he will always have a humble attitude, wife says one is one, wife says two is two, he will never refute. Su's mother grunted holding a fan and kept on fanning, it was heating her up. All in all, one's children should never be called out like that by people on the internet. Their Su family doesn't have much of anything but money, the big deal is that they will use money to hit and sue if they break the law. Su Ainen and the others still didn't know that their parents were actually so angry about this matter on the internet. They don't have much time to care about what's going on online, because now another big melon has come out. The private life of the two couples, Lu and Bin, is also a bit of a blast. System, see Bin's walking posture today, they played away last night, so all of a sudden they went a bit overboard. Su and 4. Is this more overplayed one the thing they thought it was? Su Ainen also asked the system in return, is the overkill you're talking about the one I'm imagining? Is it the private life? Husband and wife life? The system replied affirmatively, yes, yesterday the couple overplayed their hand and injured themselves, but the couple in the dominant position was Lu. Their gazes instantly went to Lu, who looked gentle and soft, the look of a typical southern girl. I just didn't realize that this girl was a bit of a powerhouse. Su Jingyan said in his heart, how come all these people look normal from the outside? Since having this what's her name mind reading technique, he really found out that a lot of people who look normal on the outside were really all sorts of things in their private lives. This Lu from the surface is a gentle and soft southern girl, looks as also 1.6 out of the head of the petite, just did not expect in private actually play so open, actually also played their own husbands to play hurt. Looking at the strange walking posture of Bin, Su Ainen couldn't help but say to the system, they should go to the hospital to have a look. I see that Bin's walking posture seems to be a little bit not normal, it seems to be quite serious. System, no they are used to it, it is this kind of excitement that people are after, if they go to the hospital then what's the excitement, and it's not even close to going to the hospital to that extent for them. Su Ainen and a few people. Come on, they're the ones who underestimated them. Bin's strange walk was also noticed by the audience. Bin, this is how I feel his walking posture is a bit not normal. Is not the leg injured? Wasn't he fine before he went to bed last night? I saw that he was normal during the live broadcast last night. How did he become like this in one night? Chapter 167, I'm not here to be a cook. Bin was also crumbling inside right now. I should have known that I wouldn't have played like this last night, but recording like this for a month of doing nothing he can't. And she asked with concern when she saw him in this state, is this a leg injury for brother Chi? I see that your walking posture seems a bit off. The two of them, Bin and Lu, changed their faces slightly, and Bin replied awkwardly, he accidentally hurt his leg when he was taking a bath last night, and fell to the ground and hit it. TSK. That's a fine excuse. Su Ainen gave Bin a thumbs up, anyway, people don't know what you were injured because of, it's normal to fall on your butt. And she nodded, then you guys still need to be careful at night, the bathroom is really quite slippery when you take a shower at night, and there's still so much time left for the program to be recorded, it wouldn't be good if you got hurt. They're supposed to be on this show to make money, and it would be a bad idea to quit in the middle of the show because of an injury. Bin couple nodded awkwardly, this half of the month they must be peaceful and never get it like this again. Before Su and Ans gently bit their lips, their inner emotions a bit complicated. The system said with emotion, this ability to open one's eyes and talk nonsense is indeed quite okay but apart from their personal affairs, the character of these two couples is really okay. Suan, indeed, it was okay. Viewers also cared for Chi-bin above the pop-ups. Their two couples also sucked a lot of fans, after all, their interaction is also very sweet, this is the real love variety show. It's just that these four members of the Su family are a bit out of place inside this relationship variety show. Lu Siheng that was seizing every opportunity to be intimate with Su Anan, while Su Jingyan was trying to do everything he could to prevent them from being intimate. Su Jingyuan, on the other hand, tried his best to stop Su Jingyan from stopping them from getting close. The whole thing is a condom now. The audience watched a few of them fight is really about to die of laughter, this again a love variety show into a sand sculpture variety show. Ha ha ha, Su Jingyan is a good overbearing president, but as a result, he is now staring at his sister and brother-in-law intimately every day. Every time I see Su Jingyan about to die of anger, I'm about to die of laughter. It's really a tight defense and it can't be defended. In fact, it is not Su Jingyan who can't keep it, the main thing is that there is a helpful Su Jingyuan next to him. Su Jingyuan is the most tired one, okay, not only do you have to balance the relationship between them, but also take care of them, after coaxing this side and then coaxing that side. Indeed, it was Su Jingyuan who was the most tired right now. As long as the three of them quarreled, the one who was unlucky was Su Jingyuan. After cooking one meal after another, Su Jingyuan said with some raw emotion, I suspect that you guys are doing this on purpose, do you guys just don't want to cook so you're arguing in front of me? Every time they quarreled, the two of them, Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng, argued back and forth, and the two of them fought to cook for Su Anan. Su Anan as this one in the middle was also not good at favoring either one too much, she also tried to cook for the two of them herself, but that level was just not good enough. In the end, this matter was put on Su Jingyuan's head, and he cooked those two people had nothing to fight about. Then he cooked meal after meal, and it's been almost a month now, and he feels like he's gone from artist to cook. The system also feels that this lobby brother is a bit unlucky. I really feel that this lobby brother is a bit unlucky every time those two people quarrel unlucky is he, people good at painting results every day to you forced to play in the kitchen. Suanan looked at the cousin with a sad face also a little bit not too good, this is also really too sorry cousin, I also in the middle of wanting to go to cook, I also want to let him teach me, so that he is not the only one to bear the burden. The system recalled the pile of black stuff that Suanan had made, then said sincerely, then forget it, if you cook all of you are going into the hospital, I think that's why your cousin is willing to cook so many meals, after all, the choice between being tired and going into the hospital is still an easy one. Suan. The other three people who heard the systematization also nodded in their minds, yes, this girl doesn't know what's going on, she's really not a shell at all when it comes to cooking. Let her do the stew porridge she can boil paste, eat indeed can eat but all porridge is bitter Even if there is no paste, she will not grasp the amount, either the rice put less porridge can be a mirror, or you put more than boiled rice, really rice of the kind of rice, and still clip the kind of raw. This level also do not know how he grasped. The simplest porridge can be boiled into this way, this is the heavens put her cooking this door to the attention to give back to the ceiling of the cemented. I won't cook a single meal from today, so you guys can fight if you want. I won't be this cook anymore. Su Jingyuan is really quit, he has been cooking straight up, he can go to open a restaurant if he does it for a few more years. Mainly because these guys not only eat and have picky mouths, but he's also a perfectionist himself, so he's hard on himself. Su Jingyan patted his cousin's shoulder and said with a smile, I'm sorry, if you don't do it, then you don't do it, let's see me play next. Lu Siheng also smiled and said, my cooking skills are not bad either, big brother have a good rest. Suan also happily refused her hands, I can too. The three men turned their heads instantly, no. You can't. Don't you guys have any semblance of knowledge of your own level? System, you might as well give up on cooking, you really don't have the talent for it, your talent points aren't here. Why don't you go look for your other talent points? The audience was really close to going crazy with joy, too. Oh Missy, you're really not very good at cooking, you'd better not struggle. Give me any one of these three men. They are good in the living room, good in the kitchen, good at making money, and good at caring for people. It's really too good to be true. I don't care if Lu Siheng has a husband, but I can have any one of the Su brothers. The upstairs you still hurry to wash up and sleep, in the dream inside everything, these two Diamond King no matter how will not take our turn Not necessarily, right, so they just like Cinderella then. But people Cinderella was originally the daughter of a nobleman, people are noble girls I only met a stepmother, otherwise how can I participate in the ball, people still do not be delusional. Chapter 168 End of Variety Show, Engagement Party. The month went by really quite fast to say the least, and soon this variety show came to an end. This time around, the variety is more calm and less contradictory, and people are really catching up on this as a slow variety show, which is much better than the previous first season. But the first season is really quite exciting, that one melon after another, and the guests are jealous of each other counting, that wonderful degree is comparable to the palace fight. The only clean ones from a show are the Su siblings, the rest are either in or out of the country, and none of them are still around anyway. Alas, I can't imagine that this month has gone by so fast. I'm still a little sad that the program is over, and she was more emotional, and tears came down as she spoke. Li Minghua to help her dry tears full of heartache. Do not cry, we are not in the future, never see again, in the future if you want to meet, if you can make an appointment, everyone said it. Ji Bin and Zhou Lu also hurriedly nodded their heads. In fact, the two of them had long wanted this program to end. Taping the show was a real inconvenience for their nightlife. Hell, I don't know how they got through the month. The system looked at the Zhou Lu couple nodding their heads and directly poked them. The two of them can't wait for the program to end earlier. They're already on the verge of enduring this month to the extreme. Last night when they realized that the program was about to end, the two were so excited that they didn't sleep for the whole night. Su Ainen looked at the couple with a serious face and imagined their inner activities, TSK. It's also really hard for them. This month is really quite hard for them, right? The two of them, Su Jingyan and Lu Siheng, hid together and whispered. After this month of getting along, I think you're not a bad person, but in the future I'm going to continue to test you, so you can keep it up, Su Jingyan said with a haughty face. Lu Siheng smiled and said, it seems that Big Brother's evaluation of me is not bad. Please don't worry, Big Brother, I will definitely do a good job of keeping this current state up, and will do even better than now in the future. Next to Su Jingyuan. How this time you two feel seems to be good. Before recording the program, when you two how not good a little it caused me to worry about the two of you arguing every day. The most tired person in this program is Su Jingyuan. As the big brother, he has to manage his younger siblings and also whether his brother and future brother-in-law will quarrel and fight. This period of time directly made him want to get married and have children in the future disappear. Bringing up children is really too difficult. In fact, when Su Jingyuan didn't come back, Su Jingyan was really a very reliable brother, although sometimes his mouth was quite poisonous, behavior was sometimes quite hateful, but in terms of taking care of people he was really doing a good job. On the last show again, he also took care of Su and properly. Now it's probably because there's an older brother up there, and after having an older brother, one's dependence goes up. Su Jingyan was a big brother before, now he is a younger brother. Since there is a big brother above him to support him, then he naturally began to slowly let himself go. Before, people said he was a toxic bully, but now they say he's a toxic sand sculpture bully, and the kind that can switch at will. The viewers are really sad about the end of this variety show. I've been here every day for a month. And now it's finally going to be over so soon, so what am I going to do for dinner? I've been watching it on the way to work. This variety show is the cure for me. I have so much resentment at work every day, and I'm relying on this show to cure me. The Su family, several people get along, is simply my dream to get along with the family. The next life cannot be reincarnated into a family like this, cannot be booked in advance. Sooner or later the variety show has to end. You guys are all concerned about whether the variety show ends or not. Am I the only one who cares about when Mr. Lu and Missy will get engaged? I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say. I hadn't noticed without saying this, Lu Dishao has started participating in people's family variety shows. This should be the parents' default as well. The two parents watching the program at the moment are also in deep thought as they watch these pop-ups. It seems like it's time to get engaged, and the audience hasn't even thought about it until they've been reminded of it. Mrs. Lu started to get anxious all of a sudden. TSK. What should I do when I get engaged? Why can't I think of anything at once? No, the engagement must be a grand affair, it must be worthy of the girl. Su's side of the family was also tense all of a sudden. Su's mother decided to meet with the Lu family. After all, this matter is a big deal. The two families quickly made an appointment, and on the return of those four, the airport sent a car to take them directly to a restaurant. Looking at the two pairs of parents seated inside, these four were dumbfounded. The system reminded said, your parents and the Lu family's parents are planning to discuss your engagement here, you'll be a married woman soon. Su Ainen, engaged. What engagement? How come I don't know? They don't even inform me about things like this. System, isn't this a notification that you've been let in? Lu Siheng and the Su family brothers were also in a complicated mood. The program had just ended, giving them such a big stimulus, it was a bit too exciting. But as big as this irritation was, Lu Siheng's heart was sweet. It seems that mom is still quite useful at this time, but it would be nice if we could just get married. You guys are finally here, come, let's discuss a big thing, Mother Su greeted them all. In no time at all, the two families began to discuss over this matter, and the situation seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Su Jingyan said righteously, engagement is engagement, marriage is marriage, anyway marriage can't be tied so early. After the divorce Anan must also live at home. Hearing this, Su's mother directly slapped her own son on the back of the head. What the hell are you talking about? Shut the hell up. Mrs. Lu saw Su's mother's hands to hit, hurried over to stop. Don't do it, the child is still small. The child is still young, Su Jingyan. The two dads weren't involved in the conversation, they were talking about fishing, and most of all they couldn't seem to insert themselves into it. All the suggestions they made were fired and both were denied the right to speak. The meal was a real soldier's mess, and the two main characters were eating next to each other with such gusto that it felt as if it wasn't their engagement party that was being talked about. Chapter 169, The System Wants to Find a Body. Lu Siheng had now completely become a 24 filial piety good boyfriend. For Su Ainan's favorite food, he was practically as if he knew it by heart. The system couldn't help but say with emotion as it looked at these two so sweetly, before you said that it was impossible for the two of you to be together, now look, it's a slap in the face. It just felt that these two people were a good match, but before, this guy Su Ainan was not enlightened at all. Su Ainan was eating while fighting with the system. How did I know before that our relationship would turn out like this? I didn't know him well before either. But you do have a pretty good eye, Lu Siheng is really good and nice, you're sure Lu Siheng won't be the same as in the original book? If Su Ainan was looking at Lu Siheng's matter from a bystander's perspective before, it was completely different now. She also worried about Lu Siheng after the same as the original book, after all, this is their boyfriend is now their own family. Lu Siheng's heart was relieved the next time he heard Su Ainan's words. The girl was unenlightened before, looking at his affairs from a completely spectator's point of view, but now it seemed that his efforts during this time had not been in vain. I'm sure it won't be long before the girl is completely inseparable from him, and he wants him to be completely inseparable from her and subsumed into her life. The system comforted her and said, you can rest assured now the plot has become so you still worry about a farda, you a vicious female supporting now have turned over to do the protagonist, as for that male and female main, the main female out of the country to now still and those abroad messy people mixed together it, Ji Yun Yang is also busy with the company's things do not have time to fall in love, so you worry about things must not happen. Even the system didn't know why the plot had developed into what it was now, it had turned from a vicious female match reversal system into a melon eating system, and then inexplicably was on the road of melon eating. The most important melon eating actually changed the plot, actually curved to save the country to complete the task. It's really quite peculiar to say the least, but it's a really nice time to be here, with food and fun and everything except the lack of a physical entity. It would be nice to have a different entity, and it would like to have a go on its own. If only you guys had a way to get me an entity, alas, I'm really about to die of jealousy here watching you guys love each other every day watching you eat and play. The system's biggest emotion right now was jealousy, obviously he was just an ordinary little machine system when he first came here before, but now after learning so many things its desires had become bigger. However, the system itself was quite able to accept the matter of the desire to become bigger. Su Ainan didn't have any way to do anything about this thing with the system, he was just an ordinary person, and by definition the system was the one that was unscientific. You said you want to eat something I can help you, but this thing I really can't help you, you don't even have an entity even where you come from I don't know, how do you let me get you off? But you can think of something yourself, after all, you should have to settle things between your systems on your own as well, I am just an ordinary person who was bound to you by chance. Over there, they're discussing the engagement, and over here, they're discussing how to make the system an entity. Su family members listening to this side of the conversation brain began to think about it. They could provide a body for the system, after all, technology is so advanced now that you can get a machine body for the system. How the system is going to come over is unknown. After this meal was finished it was time to go back to their own homes, Su Ainan and Lu Siheng were hugging each other hard. After all, they had been together for the past month, sleeping in separate rooms but spending at least 2-3 of the day together. When you go back, you mustn't be too obsessed with your work, you must take good care of your body if I know that you don't take care of your body, then I'll ignore you. Su Ainan was now able to spoon with Lu Siheng quite naturally. Lu Siheng squeezed her hand and smiled gently and said, I know, I will take good care of my body, you should also take good care of yourself, you can call me when you are bored, I am always available. Looking at these two people who were hard to part with, both the Lu and Su families didn't know what to say. Is that necessary? It's not like you're going to be separated, it's just going back to your families. If it's okay, you can meet every day. No one's stopping you from meeting. The system feels that the two of them are a little bit tired, and then, almost on the line, you guys, this love talk is also too tired. Now you especially like the kind of school dormitory under the kind of couples. Obviously the next day will be able to meet in favor of making it a long time to meet the same. Those who could hear the system's words were nodding in their hearts. That's it, this system has also spoken a rare human word. Su Ainen directly disliked back. What do you know? That's what being in love is like. Wait until you fall in love yourself and you'll know. System. Big sister, please ask me where I am going to fall in love. I don't even have a body, how do you want me to fall in love? You deliberately made me angry. After returning home, Su Ainen hugged his cell phone and went to chat with Lu Siheng. As for the 4 members of the Su family, they were locked inside the room for a meeting. We still don't tell them about this matter. We can hear in Anne's heartbeat this thing can't be hidden from her for the rest of her life. Before it was because of that what's-his-name fictional plot, but now that this plot has turned out to be like this, Annen shouldn't be harmed either. Su's father kind of wanted to tell this matter, although it is quite exciting to eat melon and listen to the heart every day, but this matter can't be hidden for a lifetime. Su Jingyan had also long been ready to say it. I think so too, the system is getting more and more humanized now, maybe we can really get it a body in time. Su's mother didn't have a problem with it, it was fine to say it or not, she was fine with it anyway. Su Jingyuan had even less of an opinion, he had come for a relatively short period of time and didn't know much about what had happened before, and as for the fact that their world was a novel, then he knew even less about it. Anyway, he hadn't heard what his plot was like, maybe he was just a passerby inside that novel, a kind that wouldn't even show up in the name or even the plot. And he had also heard the system mention before that he indeed never appeared inside the novel, perhaps he was never reunited with Su's family inside that whatever novel. Chapter 170, The Bureau of Confessions. What? You guys can hear our minds. And know the system exists too. Su Ainen's voice broke as she spoke, showing how shocked she was. The system was also too scared to say a word, it couldn't be. Then it had bound Annen for so long, it thought it had hidden itself well, but it turned out that all of it had been heard by them. So were the words that Annen had spewed earlier overheard? Su Jingyan looked at Su Ainen, whose expression was out of control, and gently patted her head. We've been able to hear your hearts since the system just bound you, and only our entire family can hear it. Just as Su Jingyan's words fell, Lu Siheng put his hand up, and he smiled a little awkwardly and said, "That, I can hear it too." Su An. Su's family. No. How can you hear it? You're not family. Su Ainen wailed and directly hit her head into the sofa. No more living, I'm not living. It's too humiliating. Then won't I be able to know whatever I think about you all? I don't have any secrets anymore. No wonder sometimes she always felt that her family had a heart-to-heart with her. This is not a heart-to-heart, what she thinks they can hear. The system is also a little bit hopeless at the moment, so you guys just look at our jokes for so long, do not remind us at all, is it? We usually spit on you and you can hear it, right? Everyone in the room nodded, all are able to hear it, including those words of your tigers and wolves and those 1,000 strange thoughts of yours we are able to hear. Su Mother also said cheerfully, in fact, your system is still quite good, after having you our lives are all a lot more exciting, as well as the gossip you said is really too interesting. She loved the gossip that the system said, it was funny and bombastic, and she loved all the bombastic melons behind the backs of people who seemed decent on the surface. Su An, systems. In the midst of her lifeless emotions, Su An suddenly grasped a key point. She looked at her own dad and brother, and then asked them very seriously, then did you guys also know that someone likes you? The smiles on the faces of the Su family's father and son instantly disappeared. Can we not talk about this topic? By looking at their expressions, Su Ainen knew that they knew about it. I say it's fine for you guys to rub my melon every day, but why are you still hiding it from me? It's been so long before you told me, why don't you just hide it from me for the rest of your lives? Su Jingyan replied very bluntly, actually, we also thought about this, and also thought about hiding it from you for the rest of our lives, but on second thought this still isn't very safe, in case we slip up one day, so we might as well find a chance to confess to you. System, it's better to hide it for the rest of your life. At least now we won't be so embarrassed. Su Ainen took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Don't think nonsense, they all know what I'm thinking now, absolutely no nonsense. Su's family and Lu Siheng, we all heard it. Su Anan's face cracked right up, heard it again. Then I really don't have any secrets at all. The system suddenly felt that compared to Su Ainen, it was still a bit better, at least its inner thoughts would not be read. Maybe it was really because she couldn't accept it. Su Ainen locked herself in her room for 2 days, and even had her meals delivered to her door. She really didn't want her secret to be known, then every time she faced Lu Siheng, wouldn't these messed up thoughts be known to him as well? Just thinking about this, Su Ainen felt like her face was about to burn. Lu Siheng should not think that she is a woman of color. But in the face of her boyfriend, or such a handsome boyfriend, who does not have a little idea inside, this should be humanly possible for her. The system felt her inner thoughts, especially Solid said, "Don't think again, things have already happened, and they have long been able to read your mind. What kind of character you are they all know. As for Lu Siheng, he can still be with you in the case of reading your mind, then surely know that you have those colorful thoughts about him. Maybe he can't wait for you to have that kind of thought about him." Men, the system feels that they still understand better. After all, after reading so many novels and TV shows, have not eaten pork, has not seen a pig run? Su Ainen collapsed on his own bed full of lifelessness, said that although it is so, but the face is really very hanging. Can we get rid of this mind-reading thing they're doing? The people outside were also really anxious. They had thought that Su Ainen's reaction would be big, but they didn't expect her reaction to be so big. Su Mother worriedly looked at Su Ainen's doorway, and said with a bit of regret, "If I had known, I wouldn't have told her about this matter. What's the point of concealing it for the rest of her life? Anyway, that girl has a big heart, so she might really be able to conceal it from her for the rest of her life." Su's father sighed, but if she was the one who found out, then maybe she'd be more emotional. The two of them, Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan, also tried everything they could to call Su Ainen out, but it was as if the person inside was sealed. The meal that was delivered to the door every day was finished, and also the dirty dishes were put at the door every time on time, but they just didn't come out. Su Jingyan thought about it and decided that he should call Lu Siheng over. Lu Siheng also contacted Su Ainen on his cell phone in the past few days, but all the messages he sent over were stone silent, and Su Ainen would occasionally send him 2 periods or 2 commas. Lu Siheng was given a heavy task after he was called over. The task was to tempt Su Ainen out. Su Jingyan looked at the suited and booted Lu Siheng and was a bit dissatisfied. "Why are you dressed so old-fashioned? How are you going to tempt him out when you're dressed so old-fashioned? Do you have any of those tier clothes? And is still very happy with your looks? You need to capitalize on this good thing about yourself." Lu Siheng's face was full of speechlessness when he heard this. Why was this Su Jingyan getting more and more out of tune? It made it sound like he was the kind of beauty that was offered up to seduce the king. "I think I look pretty good in this outfit, and as for that kind of seductive dress, I don't have one, and I'm not going to wear it. If you want to wear it, it's not for you to see, it's also for an in to see in private in the room, and that's called husband and wife's love. What's the point of wearing it for you to see?" Su Jingyan still wanted to say something, but a hand was stopped by Su Jingyuan. Alright, you stop for a while, just let Lu Siheng try." Chapter 171, The System's Thoughts. In the end, Lu Siheng carried everyone's hopes and stood at the door of Su Ainen's room. He looked behind him and all he saw were the determined eyes of the 4 men. "Lu Siheng. Can you guys not look at me with this kind of eyes? It makes me a little nervous." He usually didn't get nervous talking about business no matter how big it was, but as a result, he was actually nervous now. "And, are you in there? You've been in your room for days, come out and walk around, everyone is worried about you." Lu Siheng's voice came in from outside, and Su Ainen wailed and slammed her head inside the pillow. "Why are they still hiring outside help? System, why don't you just go out? Things are already like this anyway. I can't imagine that these people have been hiding from them for so long, and the main thing is that it actually can't detect it. Before it found this problem but never paid too much attention to it, who knew that the voice of the heart will be leaked? We're coming in if you don't open the door." Lu Siheng was actually able to appreciate Su Ainen's embarrassment. If his heart leaked, he would probably be even more embarrassed than her. After all, everyone has a dark side in their heart, and he sometimes thinks about messed up things, even ideas that are out of the ordinary. So compared to them, and is really a very kind and pure person. After struggling for a while, Su Ainen finally convinced herself to open the door. Seriously, she couldn't stay in the room either. Looking at the 4 people in the house and Lu Siheng, Su Ainen sighed. Mother Su gave Su Jingyan a look, and Su Jingyan immediately understood, and then began to speak kindly. "And in fact, this is really not a big deal. You see, you do not know when the heart leaks that before it is not good." Su Jingyuan also hurriedly chimed in and said, yes, and your thoughts are all very normal thoughts, nothing too out of the ordinary." Su Ainen recalled, she didn't really seem to have thought of anything too out of the ordinary, a lot of it was just a bit of love for melons. But it's still hard to accept when you think about it like that. It's like she doesn't have any secrets anymore. The more she thought about it, the more sad Su Ainen felt, then directly arched her head into Lu Siheng's arms and refused to come out. Lu Siheng hugged her and said with a helpless smile, "It's really nothing, we're all family." Su Ainen said sullenly, "Not even for my own family, what thoughts I have are heard by you guys, then what secrets do I have?" System, that's it, have a little secret. If you guys can still hear my heart in the future, then what should I do? What's wrong with being listened to by you guys like this for the rest of my life? Then how embarrassing for me. Air. This problem they have thought about it before, but this is also really no way out. They can't make themselves deaf either, and they're passively listening now, not that they're actively doing it. And there is nothing we can do about this. Why don't you ask the system to see if it can be resolved? We are all just some ordinary people. We were quite surprised when we first realized that we could hear your heart. Sue's father remembers that mood when he was just able to hear the heart, both fried and terrified and a little curious. He had thought that he had gained a superpower, but it turned out that he didn't realize that this superpower was only useful to one person, and this superpower was still 5 together wholesale. System, I can't do anything about this, but there is a way that might be able to keep you guys from hearing an Anne's heartbeat, and that is to find a way to turn me into an entity. Don't I detach myself from her body, her heartbeat, you guys shouldn't be able to hear it. Suen disliked back, isn't that a load of crap you're talking about? You don't even know how to turn yourself into an entity, how can we possibly know? System, who says I don't know? I can pull this energy out of your body, but I have to have a place to store it after I pull it out. That's the only way to do it that we know of at the moment, except that it's not very safe. If the body doesn't fit, then it will have to dissipate, so it won't use this method until it has to. However, this consequence system didn't say it out. Now that the bug had appeared, it couldn't really stay in Su Ainen's body for the rest of its life. She couldn't really let her heart be heard by others for the rest of her life, then this would be too embarrassing and painful. However, the matter of extracting one's own energy was not always successful. It was quite powerful now, but this matter was after all a matter of 9 deaths. It was indeed quite weak when it first arrived, but after changing Su Ainen's fate, it was now a more powerful system, but even then it couldn't guarantee that it would be able to draw out its energy. Originally, it is the female match reversal system, only later became a melon eating system by mistake, and melon eating actually really changed the fate. You guys help me find a body. It doesn't have to be a living thing, a robot, one of that kind will do. It couldn't let these people actually find a living person for it. It couldn't do something like taking over a body. It's a regular factory system, and this kind of darkness can't be done. Su Ainen always felt that there was a hint of something wrong when she listened to the system's words, but she couldn't tell where it was wrong. Unico, are you sure there won't be anything wrong with you pulling your own energy out of my body, that it won't have any effect on you? If it really could just whip it out, then it could have done that 2 days ago when their heart leak was discovered. Yeah, why did it have to wait until now? The system was definitely hiding something from her. The system is a little bit of heart, but still hardened his bottom and said, what can I hide from you? I still value my own life. I can't joke with my own life. Anyway, you guys just do what I say. It's hard to believe that you really want them to listen to your heart for the rest of your life. Suanin shook her head. I don't want to, but I also don't want anything to happen to you, and if this whole extracting energy thing is going to hurt you, then I'd rather you stay with me. Doesn't it matter if it's just being listened to, and by one's closest family members? It's not like she's going to do or think something messed up, and hasn't she heard it all before for so long? It's not like she's going to lose a piece of meat anyway. The first 2 days were just because she couldn't get over this hurdle in her mind. Unity, I don't agree with you extracting energy. I think it's better for us to be bound together like this. They've been listening to our hearts for so long anyway. Chapter 172, System, Su Jingle. Suainen couldn't agree with the system extracting energy out in any way. The system also knows that Suainen is just worried about it, but it can't always let Suainen pay alone. So it promised on its lips not to extract energy anymore, but in actuality, it still did it secretly on its own. That night, while Suainen was asleep, the system began to slowly extract its own energy. Only I don't know what's going on. This extraction of energy isn't as painful as it's supposed to be. It's targeting the sweeper in the house, and it's fine to turn into a robot, but it realizes that the energy isn't being injected into the sweeper. And she also felt her body slowly getting more and more solid. Early the next morning, Suainen subconsciously called out to the system in her mind, but the system did not respond. And she felt her face touch something soft, and she snapped her eyes open to see a round belly, which was still pressed against her face. Ah! What the hell? Suainen was so scared that she bounced up from the bed, and when she heard Suainen's screams, the people outside broke in at once. Yesterday Lu Siheng didn't go back. After all, things hadn't been resolved and Suainen's mood wasn't very good, so he was the first to barge in. What's going on? What happened? Lu Siheng picked Suainen up. Suainen shrank in his arms and pointed her finger at the quilt tremblingly. There's something in my bed. There was something on the bed? Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan looked at each other, then the two of them slowly went up. The moment the covers were lifted, something in the bed suddenly sat up. What are you guys doing? Why don't you sleep in the morning? The big fat doll rubbed his eyes in confusion, like he hadn't woken up yet. Everyone present. How is this a small child here? Everyone looked at Suanen, and Suanen hurriedly shook her head. I don't know regardless of what happened to me. It's impossible for me to give birth to a child this big overnight. The big fat doll looked at Suanen, who was shrinking in Lu Siheng's arms, and suddenly his eyes widened before he started to look at his little hands. Holy! It actually did turn into a human. And turned into a little doll. It went dormant yesterday when it didn't hold back while extracting energy, so it doesn't know what a ghost it's become. Ha 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 ha. I didn't die, I turned into a human. I can actually turn into a human. I guess I'm the first system that can turn into a human. The big fat doll began to bounce madly on the bed. It seemed that this naked little body of his, Su Jingyuan, as soon as he wrapped the quilt around him. Okay, now we know who this little doll is. You're actually the system. Did you extract energy? I thought I didn't let you extract energy. The system hemmed and hawed. Then I'm not trying to do the same for you, and look, I can turn into a human now. Oh. The incident was so shocking that the whole family got together for a meeting. Suanen had been carefully looking at the system's looks, and honestly, the system's looks were really a bit similar to their Su family. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was one of their family. Suanen rubbed the system's face while saying, you guys see if this system looks like our family, it's a bit similar to us, eh? Their Su family members were genetically tougher, and the similarities were pretty much the same, as were the similarities to them on the system's face. Su mother looked at the system being so ravaged by Suanen and couldn't stand to watch. Lighten up a bit. People's faces are all reddened by you. Su mother, this motherly heart was immediately stimulated. The small system, after becoming a person actually so like their family, should be their family. Ah. Lu Siheng gently poked Suanen with his finger, then whispered, we can't hear your heart now, so I'll have to figure out what's on your mind later. Suanen glared at him. No wonder this person usually sends gifts to her heart, so it's all about mind reading. So you'd better pay attention to me in the future, or else you don't even know what I like. I can tell you, I like different things at each period. I may like this now and tomorrow I don't like it. If you don't pay attention to me, then I won't comply. Lu Siheng pinched her nose and said with a doting smile, okay, how can I not know what our little princess likes? In the future I will absolutely send every gift to your heart. If you don't like it, then punish me. Seeing these two people being mushy, Su Jingyan's eyes were on fire. Su Jingyuan looked at him like this and hurriedly poked him. Calm down, calm down. People are couples who have met their parents and still want to get married in the future. You as a great uncle can't control things between couples. It's been so long and the man still can't accept it, so if he gets married and has a daughter, and the daughter marries, the man will still be crying his eyes out. Although this guy doesn't even have half a date right now, not even a woman across the street. The system quickly gained the favor of the two eldest elders, and now the most important thing to solve was his identity. Su Jingyuan took the initiative to propose recognizing the little system as his younger brother. I'm the only one left in our line anyway, so it's good to have one more relative. And these systems actually do look more like him. The silhouette on top of the Su family is really a bit more like him. Su Jingyuan was kinda surprised to see a face that looked like his own. Then in that case, this matter is done. From now on you will be called Su Jingle, happy happy happy. System, which should now be called Su Jingle, happily gave Su's mother a kiss. I have a name too. I have a home too. I'm the first system to turn into a human with a name and a home. The system knew it was a cripple after it knew the heart was leaking, and for such cripples, the end is usually not too good. Only did not expect that now actually out of the system's identity into a person, after becoming a person that means he has a soul, he is truly free. Looking at the happy system brought a smile to everyone's face. The system was also sent to elementary school after resolving identity issues. He was 100,000 times more reluctant about going to elementary school. I'm a learned system. And you know I don't have to go to elementary school at all. Su Jingle really didn't want to play with those kids, he was mature. Suanen gestured with her eyes, indicating that there was nothing she could do. The matter of letting him go to school was said by the two great elders, and she, the junior, had no say in it. Su Jingyuan said while helping Su Jingle to organize his school bag, you have to follow the rules on the human side now that you've become a human being. If you don't go to school then you don't have a diploma, and you know what a diploma is, right? Chapter 173, I Want to Fall in Love Too. Under the suppression of the two eldest elders, Su Jingle condescended to go to school. This time life is finally on track, except for Su Jingle who goes home every day and spits on those kids for being too childish. Now every afternoon when he comes home is his spitting time, and the house is divided into 3 modules. On one side, there were the parents listening to Su Jingle spouting off, on the other side, there were Su Anan and Lu Siheng, and on the other side, there were Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan, who were pushing each other out of work. What makes you not come to work? You're my brother, you can't make me go to work every day. All of you are at home waiting for food, just let me go to work alone, do you think it's fair? Su Jingyan, the workaholic overbearing president, has now completely changed. In his words, in the past the family was alone so he had to work, then now there is a brother, why he still have to go to work every day, it should be implemented shift system. Su Jingyuan said breathlessly, I didn't learn company management, I learned art. Art? No, nothing. I don't know anything about those things in your company, you let me manage, you are really not afraid of the company closing down, ah? Su Jingyan directly took out a bunch of books, then you can go and learn. I've already enrolled you in many classes, all of which are related to company management. When you finish all these classes you'll be able to help me manage the company, I'll be waiting for you. After saying that, Su Jingyan even winked handsomely at Su Jingyuan. Su Jingyuan looked at the dozen of books on the table, and the expression on his face twisted directly. You're sick, aren't you? In order to get people to shift with you, you are really out of the box. People are afraid of others coming over to seize power, you are afraid of this power to send out, is not it? Su Anan watched the 2 brothers fight, that happy ah. Look at the 2 of them now, it's really so much fun, my brother used to always put up this adult front and now it's completely changed. Lu Siheng touched her head and said with a smile, that's because there's someone up there who can share the burden with him now, he used to be an older brother and now he's a younger brother, it's a completely different feeling, if I had an older brother I'd be different than I am now too. At the moment the company is working overtime to deal with matters of Ji Yunyang extremely cranky, why my brother to go to love I have to stay in the company to work overtime? Why ah? Why do I suffer when he's in a relationship? I've been busy for almost half a year. Is there anyone out there who can feel sorry for me? Ji Yunyang was really close to breaking down, ever since those 2 got their relationship on track, he had started to veer off his course. Not only did he have to deal with his own entertainment company but he also had to come back to help his own cousin with things, no wonder his cousin had wanted to train her specifically some time ago, he was still happy at the time. It turns out that he actually has this intention, to train him out he went to fall in love himself, is still not a person ah. As soon as Mrs. Lu entered the office she heard her nephew's wail, then if you have the ability you also go to a relationship ah, if you go to a relationship I'll let your aunt's husband come over to help you work. Ji Yunyang shut up at once when he heard this, where was he going to find a woman to come over and fall in love with, he couldn't squeeze out half the time to find someone. Looking at him in this speechless manner, Mrs. Lu raised an eyebrow and said, look at you, aren't you without a date, people without a date working overtime are just passing the time. Remember to come home for dinner tonight, your brother will be bringing in back tonight as well, so behave yourself. Kyunion. Zapping. After Mrs. Lu left the secretary lady soon came in holding a bunch of documents, Mr. G, these are the documents that need your approval. Looking at this pile of documents, Ji Yunyang snapped and collapsed into a chair full of lifelessness. Still not letting people live. I've only just finished dealing with what happened earlier. Give me a break at least. After saying that he raised his head to look at the secretary very seriously with a deep gaze and asked, may I ask if you would mind having an office romance? He is now too busy with his work to contact other people, and the only one around him who has more contact is this secretarial young lady. And this secretary Miss Person is indeed quite good, looks beautiful workability, absolutely the heroine, oh no, the elite of the people. The secretary lady blushed and picked up her cell phone directly. Ji Yunyang looked at this action of hers and asked in confusion, are you going to make a call? Miss Secretary, no, I'm calling the police, I'm experiencing office sexual harassment. Ji Yunyang rushed over with an arrow step to snatch the cell phone off, misunderstanding are all misunderstandings. How could I possibly engage in an office romance with a subordinate, I was just joking with you. Look at you, this person is just too serious, when it's fine we can also joke to regulate the atmosphere, don't you think so? The secretary lady looked at his flustered appearance and sneered as she directly snatched her cell phone and went out. She had kind of gotten to know this little Mr. G over the past few months. On the surface, he seems to be quite reliable, but after getting acquainted with him, he starts to jump out of his skin, and he doesn't have a straight face when he talks or does anything. This is not the first time, this person may be the office to do crazy, often mouth crazy. Miss Secretary had been working in the company for many years, and she was also considered Lu Siheng's beloved, so she still had some confidence when facing the cousin of her own boss. Ji Yunyang was even more saddened after being thrown off his face, even a secretary dares to do this to me, just how low is my status? Well, at least I'm her nominal boss now. What's wrong with an office romance? It's not like the company says you can't have an office romance. I'm also a young master of a rich family, okay? I'm handsome, capable, and not a womanizer, and I've only been in one relationship since the beginning, and I was cheated, so I'm so innocent. The more Ji Yunyang thought, the more aggrieved. Living so many years, the only talk about a relationship or a cheated, his life is offended by the moon old man? Now even the secretaries around him dislike him. No, he had to prove himself a little. He was definitely wanted. There must be someone who genuinely liked him. My destiny just hasn't arrived. It's the late ones that are the best, and when it does, I'm going to get a girlfriend who can stun them all. Listening to the voices coming from the office, the secretary lady shook her head helplessly. Started to go crazy again. Every day there is such a thing. This little G always open entertainment company is really reluctant to him. He should be to become an actor. This addiction to the drama is not generally strong, and also very into the drama. In the evening, Ji Yunyang returned home as if he had been drained of his essence, and looking at the couple in front of him, he sneered and squeezed directly into the middle of the family. Chapter 174, A Man Who Can Cook Gets Extra Points. Looking at this obtrusive cousin in the center, Lu Siheng nonchalantly pushed him away. Do you have no eyes? Can't you see that your cousin's wife and I are sitting here? Ji Yunyang was pushed by him and almost fell into a dog. He turned his head to Lu Siheng with eyes full of incredulity, and said in an extremely hurt tone, "Brother, I find that you've really changed now. You're really valuing your brother more than your color. Do you know how long it's been since you've been to work? If you don't know, you'd think I'm the boss of Lu's group." Suanen looked at Lu Siheng with amusement, then signaled with her eyes, "Have you really not gone to work for a long time? Then what are you doing this early morning and late night every day?" Lu Siheng held Suanen's hand and said gently, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Although I didn't go to the company, but I know all the things in the company, and let him deal with some small things. Big things I will go through the purpose." Ji Yunyang was almost angry when he heard this. "I don't care. I won't go to work from tomorrow onwards anyway. I don't get paid to work for you and I'm still tired every day. Your girlfriend is in trouble and I don't know where my girlfriend is." Ji Yunyang angry, blowing his beard and eyes. Originally he was not anxious before, to now behind the back of the two people to make him also want to fall in love. But the problem is that he can't find a relationship, he can't see the ones that are chasing him, and most of them are running after his identity. The woman he likes must be pure and unpretentious, be able to suffer with him though he hasn't suffered much either, and must love him and put him first. Suanen looked at Ji Yunyang and suddenly remembered the plot that she had forgotten for a long time now. Are you still in touch with that ex-girlfriend of yours now? All I know is that she left the country. Is she doing well abroad now? This is the main female character. She shouldn't be having a bad time abroad, even though the plot has fallen apart now, but that guy is pretty savvy. I heard that she even tore off a piece of meat ruthlessly in the Tang family when she left, and I heard that she took quite a lot of money with her. Ji Yunyang thought for a moment and said, "Not really, I haven't had much contact with her since we broke up, but she did call me once later. It seemed like she was borrowing money from me, and I gave her $200,000 straight away, and then told her not to come looking for me." Borrowing money? Suanen looked at Lu Siheng, who also shook his head. He was also completely unaware of this matter. Mrs. Lu didn't know when she appeared behind Ji Yunyang. She directly slapped up, "You don't have a problem in your head, 200,000 said to give it ah." Although 200,000 isn't a lot of money for us, in an ordinary family 200,000 is enough for someone to earn for a year. That ex-girlfriend of yours isn't any good. You actually gave her so much money back. Are you still in love with her from the old days? Mrs. Lu really didn't have a good impression of Jiang Yan at all. She was also not a person who valued family history, and her requirement for the two children in her family to find their future halves was to be pleasing to look at and have a good character. When she first met Jiang Yan, Mrs. Lu had gone there with a very good heart, but after getting to know her she couldn't like this girl anymore. Ji Yunyan's brain buzzed from the beating. Why did he have to be beaten again? Isn't he trying to get money to buy out the relationship in case the guy comes back to him later? Auntie. The 200,000 is just to keep her off my back in the future, kind of buying that relationship we had before. Suanen knew that Jiang Yan wasn't having a good time as soon as she heard that she borrowed money. It was reasonable to say that the amount of money she had gotten from the Tang family was already enough for her to spend in this life, and as long as she didn't spend lavishly, she would have no problem living a peaceful life. It's hard to believe that this person started to spend a lot of money after going abroad. She even borrowed money from her ex-boyfriend. Lu Siheng looked at Suan in this frowning appearance, gentle with a hand to smooth her eyebrows. What to think of things so seriously? Ji Yunyang and that ex-girlfriend of his thinks he will take care of himself, he is not stupid. I don't know how these two people became the male and female main set. Ji and Yang became the male lead that may still have a little bit of credibility. After all, although this guy seems to be dangling, but there is still a little bit of ability. As for that Jiang Yan, what makes her eligible to be the female lead? The Lu family is really lively this night. Lu Dong personally cooks, Ji Yunyan plays next to him, and Lu Siheng washes the fruits. And the two ladies just sat in the living room and watched TV. Mrs. Lu was really too happy with Su Ainen. She's pretty and knows what she's doing, and the most important thing is that she's cleaned up her family's disobedient oldest son, so that's a good girl. And don't be constrained here, do whatever you want. Auntie really likes you too much. Why didn't I think of introducing you to Hung earlier in the past? Maybe if I let you two get to know each other earlier you'll be able to be together earlier. Su Ainen smiled. That's not really true. They are because of the system this chance so they will know we'll be familiar with each other. If in advance, then the results may be different. She used to dislike that kind of serious man the most. Her own oldest brother always put a serious face in front of him. Lu Siheng was even a stronger version of him. Su Ainen saw such a person even if he was good looking he wouldn't want to touch him a second time. She had previously thought her significant other was someone who could play around with her and spoil her, the kind of happy CP kind from TV novels. I just didn't realize that there was still a gap between the reality and the imagination, but the reality she was really happy with as well. Just as the future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were chatting, a quarrel came from the kitchen. I said, how come you can't even cut a vegetable? Look at this mess you're chopping, you'll eat it yourself later. Auntie. I'm not very good at chopping vegetables in the first place. Isn't my brother beside me? I remember he's good at it. Can't you get him to come over and help? Lu Dong's voice was furious, and it looked like he was infuriated. Ji and Yang is even more aggrieved. He is the youngest one in the family. It can be said that he has never cooked. I did not expect to be caught to help cook today. Lu Dong, it is because your brother will cook so I do not call him. You should also learn, a man can cook, that is a plus. Grab a woman's stomach is the same as grabbing her heart. Even if you are old and colorful in the future, by virtue of your culinary skills can be a firm foothold. Lu Siheng, Ji Yunyang. Is this something you personally experimented with? Two women on the outside. Mrs. Lu inclined her head and smiled awkwardly. TSK. What kind of talk is this? The future daughter-in-law is still here. Chapter 175, Wedding of the Century. Now that the relationship has stabilized, the two families often have dinner dates together. The Su family's parents and the Lu family's parents were practically on a first-name basis. Straight away, we started talking about the wedding. The two of them, Su Ainen and Lu Siheng, simply had no place to interrupt. Su Jingyan also mixed in with the elders to voice his opinion. I think this wedding must be grand. Aranan has not suffered much since she was a child, and she has been pampered by us since she was a child, so this wedding must be grand. Su Jingyan spoke with extraordinarily firmness, and that look was also extraordinarily determined. Su's father didn't even stop him, and now the man was like a wild horse out of control. Since Su Ainen fell in love, this person has become more and more abnormal. The whole person is in a state of madness uncontrollable. Su's mother doesn't even dare to introduce him to someone now, for fear that he'll scare other girls away. Mrs. Lu didn't think there was anything wrong with what Su Jingyan said. She also wanted to have a grand wedding. My son to marry his daughter-in-law, that certainly must be done in style, the matchmaking style, which is absolutely to be. Looking at Su Jingyan, Mrs. Lu couldn't hide the love in her eyes. You're right, this child of yours is quite to my liking. Su Jingyan revealed a bright smile. Auntie is also very nice. We are heroes in the same place. Next to him, Su Jingyuan helplessly held his forehead. This cousin was really getting out of control. It used to be as if it killed him to let him smile, and now this is a big smile. Lu Siheng looked at Su Jingyan this way and shook his head and said with a lost smile, your brother's change now is really too big. Before, others compared him to me and said that the two of us are two big icebergs, but now all of these two big icebergs have melted. This side was hot and heavy, and at the moment in the kitchen Ji Yunyang was dealing with those kitchen utensils. No, why do you want me to cook? I've only just learned 2 dishes. Ji Yunyang's hands were busy frying the vegetables and boiling the soup, and he actually opened 2 stoves, so it was evident that the training in the past few days was really good. The wedding day is set for the end of the year, but for now you can get the license first. As for where the young couple will live, that's up to them. They can live on their own if they want to live on their own. They can live in Su's house if they want to live in Lu's house if they want to live in Lu's house, and it's best to rotate between the 3 places. No way. Can't we just buy the houses together, just in a villa neighborhood? Su Jingyan felt that these 2 families of theirs lived really far away. If they lived in a villa to go, it would be much more convenient. The proposal was unanimously approved, and then the two families hurriedly began to look for land to buy a house. Su Ainen and Lu Siheng's wedding house was bought in this one villa area. Su Ainen hadn't worried about anything the whole time. Everything was either taken care of by her parents and in-laws, or by her brother and boyfriend. She just eat and drink every day with Su Jingle too, nothing to see cartoons, go out to the amusement park to play a little, the day is not to mention how good it is. Su Jingle had now fully adapted to school life, and he still couldn't believe that he had actually become a human being. Sitting on a chair in the park, Su Jingle sighed as she took a soothing sip of milk tea and said, I feel like I'm dreaming my life away right now. I actually turned into a human being, and I actually changed your ending. In fact, at that time, when he was told by this guy that it was a melon eating system, he had almost broken it, who knew that it had actually crookedly and truly changed the ending of the female match. Su Ainen jerked his head and said with a smile, isn't it good to live like this now? Maybe this was supposed to be the end of me, it's just that world before wasn't normal. She didn't know anyone else, but he knew more about himself and his family. There was no way their family would ever do anything illegal again, and she didn't think it was possible to die for a man. She, Miss Su, had been sought after since she was a child, so how could she possibly do something illegal and criminal for a man, and even involve her own family for a man? Perhaps you were sent here because you wanted to fix what was not normal in this world. The aura of the male and female main characters is just too much for this world, it's affecting the normal functioning of this world, that's why you were sent here. Su Jingle was a bit confused by what was said. Was that really the case? After becoming a small child, he felt that his brain capacity had become smaller, and thinking about anything wasn't as mature as it used to be, which was probably due to the effects of his body. Okay, you are now a small child, worry about so many things, why? In 2 months is my wedding, please come over as a flower girl. Su Jingle looked at her height, then asked seriously, can I still be a flower girl when I'm this old? Shouldn't flower girls be children of 3 or 4 years old? Su Ainen directly knocked a popping chestnut to his head. What are you thinking about? How old are you to think about falling in love? The best man already has one, the other Ji Yin Yang is the best man, but you can go and be the bridesmaid. I haven't found a candidate for the bridesmaid yet. She didn't have any friends who played well together, and as for those plastic sisters, of course she couldn't let those people come to be her bridesmaids, so no means no, and it didn't affect her happiness anyway. 2 months passed quickly, and the marriage between the Su and Lu families was publicized all over the internet. It was supposed to be the love of two people, but to outsiders it looked like a marriage, a reason between two top magnates. Door-to-door grooming, they both have photos that are now being picked up by netizens. Especially the variety show they were in before, which is now getting disc-wrapped. My goodness! Are these two people's faces real? This is the kind of love where the family is evenly matched, and if these two people's face value were to give birth to a child, it would be so beautiful. Everyone quickly go to take a look at then last time to participate in that variety show, really is the more you look at the sweeter. Mr. Lu, the eyes never leave Miss Su is really a winner in life. These two people's affairs directly overwhelmed all those entertainment stars, and they were on the hot search for several days in a row. But this wedding of the century they do not intend to let the media in to shoot, are invited to some of the two sides of the relatives and friends and business partners to participate in the warmer. Chapter 176, the grand finale. When Lu Siheng came over to pick up the bride, Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan, the two uncles, could be considered to have gone to great lengths to be roadblocks. But luckily Ji Yunyang was there. Lu Siheng relied on the sacrifice of Ji Yunyang and successfully carried his daughter-in-law home. You still aren't my brother, just sacrificed me like that. These should have been done by you, okay? Your two uncles difficult you, why let me to deal with them? Ji Yunyang's entire body was drowsy, and he was the one who held back the drinks from start to finish. Su Jingyan patted the stupid kid's shoulder and said, don't shout, your brother is gone. Have you heard the saying, brother's debt is paid by the younger brother? Your brother fetched my sister, so you will have to stay. Why don't you come and be my younger brother? Ji Yunyang was so shocked that his wine woke up in a flash. He asked with a hiccup of confusion, so this is a one-for-one exchange between us, you marry your sister to our family and I come over to yours? Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow. Yeah, that's what brother told us when he left, saying that he left you with us, and that from now on you'll be our little brother. Ji Yunyang does not believe the words of this black belly man, who does not know the Su family young master looks a handsome face, in fact, is a white-cut black ah. He looked up at Su Jingyuan, who looked like a good guy next to him, with a question in his eyes, is it true? My brother just gave up on me? Su Jingyuan stood next to him with a smile on his face. Yes, your brother said when he took it in a way that he would leave you here, and your great aunt and uncle also agreed. Su Jingle bared this big teeth are about to laugh like crazy. This person drunk is also too funny, what others say to believe. Ji Yunyang looked at the serious faces of these three people, then rushed out with his mouth agape. What? You're not human. Brother, I'm your own brother. We're 1/4 of a blood relation. You're so inhuman for wanting a wife instead of a brother. Ha ha ha, the 3 members of the Su family were about to go crazy with joy. This kid is also too much fun when he's drunk. Su Jingyan wiped the tears that came out of the corner of his eyes from laughing and said, why didn't I know that this kid is so much fun, that Lu Siheng guy actually has a cousin like this, and this person was actually the male lead before. Su Jingle now also began to doubt the authenticity of the original. This heroine is not like the heroine, hero is not like the hero, now this world is like the real. When they arrived at the wedding site, Ji Yunyang came together beside his great-aunt and great-aunt's husband and was unwilling to leave, and was still giddy and kept on complaining. Okay, stop it, how could we not want you? We've raised you for so many years, how could we possibly send you out? You believe what others say in jest. Lu Dong looked at this drunken nephew as really speechless. Are more than 20 years old people say what others believe, but also drink into this. Su's father wiped his tears and handed Su Ainan's hand over to Lu Siheng. I can only have this one precious daughter. If you dare to bully my daughter in the future, then don't blame me for not being polite. Lu Siheng said solemnly, please don't worry, father-in-law. I am sincere to Anan and will definitely not bully her. Su Anan was made a little sad too, even though the 2 families lived right next door to each other. Yes, they had bought the house inside a villa area and all 3 families were within that area, a 10-minute walk if you took a walk. The wedding was beautiful and lavish, and everything about it was wonderful except for the one crybaby who didn't quite fit in. Online netizens also exploded. There are some bold people also shot some small clips posted online, but cannot shoot the wedding scene, can only shoot the nodding of that caravan, and Ji Yunyang crying ran out of that look. All of the netizens' attention was drawn away by Ji Yunyang. Ha ha ha, who is this crying person, the young master that the Su family got back? Is this young master so close to Missy? Put. Not at all, this is Mr. Lu's cousin and his best man. If he's crying so hard because of something, I think it's because he can't bear to see his cousin marry his wife. Fart, it's not that I can't bear to see cousin marrying his wife, it's that I got drunk while blocking the drinks for cousin, and that I was teased to tears by the 3 young masters of the Su family. Ha ha, it's too funny to be teased to tears by such a big person. Ha ha ha, upstairs you say is true. I searched Ji Yunyang's information. This is also a bully. Actually be amused to cry. This is also too much of a sense of contrast, right? Ji Yunyang has such a sense of contrast when he looks handsome and has a good family background, so he directly attracts a large wave of female fans. It was only after the wedding that Ji Yunyang realized what he was doing online. Su Anan and Lu Siheng had already gone out for their honeymoon. Ji Yunyang had wanted to follow. After all, the island he was going to this time was a place he had always wanted to go to, but he was stopped by his own great aunt and uncle. What's the point of you following the couple on their honeymoon? They still have to take care of you if you follow them. Be good and stay at home. It was rare for Lu Dong to come out to deal with work, so Ji Yunyang was given a few days vacation, which is how he knew about the things on the internet. Why is this video on the internet? They got married, why am I the one on fire? Ji Yunyang was so angry that he was about to burst into flames, his image was all ruined. Mrs. Lu cheerfully watched her. Quite like this video, this is not quite cute, you also so love to cry when you were a child. When you were a child is also someone else to tease you, you cry. You see how decent the online comments on you are thinking that you are cute it. Cute my ass. What does a big man need to be so cute for? Then his future girlfriend should not see this video, it's too embarrassing. The 2 of them, Su Jingyan and Su Jingyuan, were also plotting to escape from the company. Look at the 2 of us, we've been busy for so long, my dad and the others are playing at home every day. Today they're either going out on a trip or tomorrow they're going fishing, so the 2 of us should escape for a while. Su Jingyan's personality was much more jumpy now. Su Jingyuan also agrees with this proposal. He was driven to the duck on the shelf, now go to the company every day to punch the clock, inexplicably became a vice president. The 2 people ran away in the middle of the night after discussing it, and sent a message to Su's father after they ran away. Early the next morning, Su's father was about to explode with anger as he looked at the messages that had been sent. These 2 assholes actually dare to run away. Who's going to take care of things in the company if they escape? Mother Suyanan said, then you go, you can't let Lele go. The system Su Jingle, who was happily eating breakfast, raised his head. TSK, it's good that he didn't turn into an adult, or else he would have to go to work at the company. It's horrible. This life is just too good to be true. No more talking, I'm going to be late for school. The morning ended in a blaze of soldiering. At this moment on the island, Su Ainun nestled in Lu Siheng's arms and said lazily, Lu Siheng, do you think if our ending hadn't changed the 2 of us would have known each other? Lu Siheng replied affirmatively, of course I will. In fact, my first meeting with you wasn't at that banquet, but at your university. Su Ainun raised her head in confusion, my university? But I haven't seen you in college. Lu Siheng dotingly touched her head. You haven't seen me, but I've seen you, my princess. Su Ainan's eyes lit up at once. You came to our school performance. You saw me perform the program. Lu Siheng held her in his arms and said with emotion, you were the female lead. I was impressed with you at that time, and later I realized that you were a member of Su's family, except that we didn't have much contact after that. You were busy with school and I was busy with my work, but we still ended up in a good place. Smiling at each other, they waited quietly for the sun to rise. Entire. My story has ended, but the story of the book continues. Thank you for your support for so long. See you all in the next book.